In the world of mechanized warfare, the law of the jungle reigns supreme, an eternal truth. Only by becoming a mech master can one attain power and status in this realm. Outside the safety zones lies a treacherous landscape teeming with monstrous beasts and countless perilous dungeons and secret realms. As a transmigrator, Lin Yu awakens to the Mech God Body, granting him the ability to summon 7 divine mechs. He can summon the Pangu mech, the Nüwa mech, and the 4 divine beasts mechs. One fateful day, Lin Yu manages to summon all 7 divine mechs simultaneously. You didn't expect this, did you? I possess 7 divine mechs. The crowd gasps in astonishment. We are merely ordinary mechs. Why do you have only divine mechs? It is April 6, 2077, in the mech era, under a cloudy sky at Jiangling First High School, Class 3. 18 years have passed, yet the fabled golden finger has yet to manifest. Lin Yu muses, acutely aware of his situation. Indeed, he is a transmigrator, blessed with striking good looks, having arrived in this blue star 18 years ago. In this world, everyone has the opportunity to awaken their own mech, leading to its designation as the mech world. The principle of survival of the fittest remains unchanged. Only those who become mech masters can secure rights and status. Ordinary individuals languish at the bottom of society, doomed to struggle throughout their lives. The world is fraught with danger beyond the safe zones. Fearsome beasts roam freely, alongside innumerable perilous dungeons and hidden realms. Only mech masters can summon mechs to vanquish these monstrous foes. Mech classifications range from ordinary to divine, with higher-level mechs exhibiting greater energy and destructive power. To elevate a mech's rank, one must slay beasts to garner mech experience points, akin to a leveling up system. Similarly, mech master ranks progress from 1 star to 10 star and beyond, culminating in the exalted ranks of stellar, cosmic, legendary, and divine mech masters. I must become a mech master. Lin Yu resolved upon learning of this world. He understood that as a transmigrator, he could not remain an ordinary person. Yet, the harsh reality soon dawned on him. He discovered that he lacked any innate talent in this regard, finding his progress painfully slow. To awaken his own mech, he needed to cultivate his spiritual energy to 100. Currently, my spiritual energy stands at 66, Lin Yu lamented, shaking his head. In contrast, his classmates had already surpassed 80. In their eyes, Lin Yu was the bottom of the barrel. Lin Yu, are you alright? You've been daydreaming during class, a concerned classmate named Chen Feiyu inquired. He was Lin Yu's only friend. I'm fine, just reflecting on how challenging it is to become a mech master, Lin Yu replied with a smile, though uncertainty began to cloud his mind. Time was running out, the college entrance exams were approaching. If he failed to awaken his mech before then, his hopes for the future would likely be dashed. Don't rush, take your time, Chen Feiyu reassured him, fully aware of Lin Yu's predicament. With no way to assist, he could only offer words of comfort. Thank you. Lin Yu felt warmth in his heart. No need to mention it, we are friends, and I will always have your back, Chen Feiyu declared, clapping Lin Yu on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. By the way, I might not be coming to school anymore, Chen Feiyu continued. Not coming? Lin Yu asked, intrigued. Several classmates have awakened their mechs already. My father has bought me 10 source enhancement pills to help me cultivate at home, aiming to reach 100 spiritual energy soon. After all, merely awakening a mech isn't enough to get into a good mech university, Chen Feiyu explained. Then you can focus on your training, Lin Yu nodded in response, realizing the pills could significantly enhance one's potential, each costing 1 million. 10 pills would amount to 10 mil iona, some easily earned by a mech master, given that Chen Feiyu's parents were both mech masters. Time slipped away unnoticed until the school day ended. In class, Lin Yu diligently attempted to practice, yet felt no semblance of progress, as if a chasm loomed before him, insurmountable. He and Chen Feiyu walked home together, both residing in the same upscale community, Jiangling Villa District, one of the most luxurious areas in Jiangling City, where only the affluent could reside. Lin Yu, make sure to train hard, Chen Feiyu urged as they reached the entrance of a villa. Rest assured, I won't give up. I hope to see you awaken your mech the next time we meet, Lin Yu replied, nodding. After bidding farewell to Chen Feiyu, he continued on for a few hundred meters until he arrived at his own home, a standalone villa. Lin Yu's parents were not mech masters. 3 years prior, they had lived in a cramped, dilapidated building. However, after his sister awakened her mech and gained admission to the top mech university, their lives transformed dramatically. The comfortable life they now enjoyed was a result of his sister's achievements, illustrating why so many aspired to become mech masters, not only to alter their own destinies, but also to elevate their families' lives. I'm home, Lin Yu announced as he opened the door. Upon entering the hall, The delicious aroma of food wafted through the air, revealing a banquet of delectable dishes spread across the dining table, instantly igniting Lin Yu's appetite. Finally back, big brother. The food is getting cold. A girl sitting on the sofa exclaimed, pouting. She was Lin Yu's younger sister, Lin Jiao Jiao, with long black hair, large expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and soft, rosy lips. She had inherited their mother's beauty. All right, let's eat, their mother, Li Wenjing, called out, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of soup. The family quickly sat down to dinner. Lin Yu, what is your spiritual energy level now? Lin Fangping asked during the meal, no longer worrying about his eldest daughter. He hoped both Lin Yu and Lin Jiao Jiao could also become mech masters. Still only 66, Lin Yu replied slowly. With the college entrance exams approaching, your sister has provided you with this, Lin Fangping said, producing a wooden box. Upon opening it, Lin Yu found 20 source enhancement pills inside, valued at 2 million. Why don't I have any? Lin Jiao Jiao pouted, feigning innocence. What is your brother's situation? Are you unaware? Lin Fangping began, not out of favoritism, but merely for Lin Yu's sake. Although the source enhancement pill could stimulate potential and accelerate the increase of spiritual energy, it also represented a form of potential overextension, potentially limiting future achievements. Lin Jiao Jiao displayed commendable talent at merely 15 years of age. Her spiritual energy had already reached 69. This indicated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, she could attain a spiritual energy level of 100 through her own cultivation, leading to even greater accomplishments in the future. To administer the source enhancement pill to her would be detrimental. I was merely jesting, Lin Jiao Jiao replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. She was no longer a child and understood the underlying rationale. Therefore, she bore no resentment towards her father's perceived favoritism. She recognized her brother's dwindling opportunities, embodying the warmth of family. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement within. Mom and Dad, rest assured, I will diligently cultivate and become a mecha master. He stood with earnest conviction. Chapter 2. I, Lin Yu, possessed the Mech God Body. After dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room. Gazing at the wooden box in his hands, he murmured, I hope these 20 source enhancement pills will prove beneficial. He felt like the most unsuccessful transmigrator. Having spent 18 years in this world, he had yet to encounter any miraculous assistance. His only hope now rested upon these source enhancement pills. Upon grasping one of the pills, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. Detection of source enhancement pill, it can be converted into 1 energy point. Simultaneously, an ethereal panel materialized, seemingly visible only to him. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Mech God Body, inactive. Mecha Master level, none. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 66. Mecha, none. System panel. Lin Yu exclaimed in exhilaration, already envisioning the formidable being he would become. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. What is this Mech God Body? He inquired curiously, having never heard of it before. The Mech God Body allows you to possess 7 mechas. A message flashed, utterly astonishing Lin Yu. This Mech God Body was extraordinary. In his recollections, it was known that an individual could awaken only 1 mecha. Throughout history, no one seemed to have possessed 7 mechas. The revelation that he had such an exceptional Mech God Body meant he could be the most prodigious genius in this world. How do I activate this Mech God Body? Lin Yu was eager to know. Activation requires 10 energy points. Ding. Detection of 20 source enhancement pills. They can be absorbed and converted into 20 energy points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Lin Yu nodded eagerly. It appeared that the activation of his Mech God Body was imminent. With his command, the source enhancement pills transformed into a radiant light, flowing into his body. Lin Yu felt nothing unusual. Energy points, 20. Opening his personal panel, he noted the following. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Mech God Body, inactive. Mecha Master level, none. Energy points, 20. Spiritual energy, 66. Mecha, none. He could distinctly see that his energy points had reached 20. You now possess sufficient energy points. Would you like to activate the Mech God Body? Of course, I wish to activate it. Lin Yu responded. 10 energy points deducted. Activation of the Mech God Body commencing. In that instant, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed onto his bed, immobile. His consciousness was transported to a peculiar space. This realm appeared vast, akin to an entire world. Before him stood 7 towering platforms. Congratulations. The Mech God Body has successfully awakened. Where am I? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. This is your mecha space. Mecha space? Indeed, the Mecha God Body is indeed remarkable. I have not even awakened a mecha, yet a mecha space has already been established. Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Observing the 7 enormous platforms, he nodded thoughtfully. These must be my mecha slots indeed. There are 7. Each mecha slot indicated his potential to possess 7 mechas. But how do I acquire these 7 mechas? A sudden question struck Lin Yu. Answer. You will automatically awaken mechas upon reaching a certain mecha master level. Currently, your first mecha requires a spiritual energy level of 100 to awaken. Understood. Lin Yu nodded, envisioning a radiant path ahead. Upon exiting the mecha space, Lin Yu gradually opened his eyes, feeling as though his body had gained newfound strength. Now that I have awakened the Mecha God Body, my cultivation speed should accelerate. With that, Lin Yu sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. At school, the teachers had imparted rudimentary methods for cultivating spiritual energy. This method was designed to elevate one's mecha master level. The energy cultivation method taught in high school could elevate students to a 1-star mecha master. Beyond that, advanced spiritual energy cultivation methods were required for further progression, which were not easily obtained. However, admission to a mecha university would grant access to profound cultivation techniques. The Mecha University was the esteemed institution that nurtured true mecha masters. During this session of cultivation, Lin Yu felt the speed of energy absorption had increased exponentially, perhaps by several hundred times. In less than a week, he could elevate his spiritual energy level to 100. Sleepless through the night, Lin Yu immersed himself in rigorous training. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the alarm clock rang. Lin Yu ceased his cultivation, slowly opening his eyes to turn off the alarm. After a night of cultivation, my spiritual energy has reached 75, Lin Yu exclaimed in excitement. From 66 to 75, this was indeed a remarkable speed. Perhaps within just 2 or 3 days, he could achieve a level of 100 spiritual energy. I suppose I shall continue my training at home and forego school, Lin Yu decided. After all, at school, the teachers merely guided and supervised their training. Taking a leave was quite simple. A message to the homeroom teacher would suffice. After freshening up, Lin Yu stepped out of his room. After a night of cultivation, he still felt quite famished and needed to eat well before continuing his training. Good morning, brother. Lin Xiao greeted him with a smile while having her breakfast. For some reason, she sensed an unmistakable joy emanating from her brother. Oh, where are Mom and Dad? Lin Yu inquired with a nod. They've gone out for some exercise. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Yu with curiosity and couldn't help but ask, Brother, you seem really happy today? Indeed, I have made a breakthrough in my spiritual energy levels, Lin Yu affirmed with a nod. As for the matter of the mecha body, he chose to keep it confidential for now. He understood the principle of possessing a treasure can lead to peril. Really? To what level have you broken through? Lin Xiao asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. 75 in spiritual energy. Achieving a 9-point increase overnight is indeed impressive, Lin Xiao acknowledged. It seems the source enhancement pill is quite effective. However, a tinge of regret lingered in her heart. Having consumed such a substantial amount of source enhancement pills, she feared that her brother's future accomplishments might be limited. Yet, even so, it was still far better than leading an ordinary life. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu declared, I will return to my room to cultivate. Are you not going to school? I've taken a leave of absence to train at home. The urgency was palpable. He must awaken his own mecha as soon as possible to become a true mecha master. Chapter 3. Awakening of the Pangu Divine. Mech time flew by unnoticed, and before he realized it, Lin Yu had been cultivating until noon. He slowly opened his eyes. Sensing the transformation within himself, his spiritual energy had surged to 80. Indeed, the Mech God Body was extraordinary. After awakening, his cultivation speed had accelerated tremendously. How he wished he could directly elevate his spiritual energy to 100. Lin Yu sighed. He was now eagerly anticipating the awakening of his own mech. He wondered what level of mech he would awaken. Warm reminder. Energy points can rapidly enhance your spiritual energy. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Lin Yu was astonished. He had dedicated so much time to serious cultivation. Had he known he could utilize energy points, he might have already awakened his mech by now. The system seemed to retort, You didn't ask. Nevertheless, Lin Yu chose not to dwell on it and felt elated instead. He pondered, what else could energy points be used for? Energy points serve numerous purposes, enabling you to enhance your spiritual energy, mech skills, and cultivation methods. In other words, if I acquire sufficient energy points, I could become invincible. Lin Yu's excitement grew. This is a valid interpretation. How may I obtain energy points? Various rare materials and treasures can be exchanged for energy points. I see. It seems that acquiring energy points is quite straightforward. Lin Yu nodded, realizing what he needed to do. He must strive to earn more energy points. Let us begin by elevating my spiritual energy to 100. 10 energy points are required. Proceed with the consumption? Yes, quickly. 10 energy points deducted, initiating enhancement of your spiritual energy. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a continuous surge of energy coursing through his body. Upon viewing his personal panel, he noticed his spiritual energy rising rapidly. In just a few seconds, his spiritual energy reached 100. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Mech God Body. Activated, Mech Master level none. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 100. Mech, none. Does this mean I can awaken my mech now? Your spiritual energy has reached 100. You may awaken your first mech. Shall we commence the awakening? Awaken. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Mech awakening successful. Immediately, Lin Yu hurried into his mech space. Upon his first glance, he was utterly astounded. His first mech stood before him, in humanoid form, towering at a magnificent height of 100 meters. Behind the mecha was an imposing giant axe. It seemed that a colossal mech towering 100 meters had never been seen in the world before. Lin Yu mused. Divine mecha, Pangu. Equipment, acts of creation, artifact. Owner, Lin Yu. The information about the mech appeared before his eyes, leaving Lin Yu momentarily stunned. A divine mecha. How astonishing to possess a divine mecha. It is said that no such entity has ever graced this world. Legends speak of its cataclysmic power, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. With this divine mecha, would I not be able to stride through this world with impunity? Lin Yu chuckled with exuberance. After all, he was a mecha god. Merely possessing one divine mecha would render him invincible in this realm. If he were to awaken 7 divine mechas, would he not be even more formidable? The mere thought sent a thrill coursing through him. Perhaps this dream could indeed materialize. With the successful awakening of the mecha, he could now be deemed a true mecha master. He contemplated summoning the mech that afternoon. The experience of piloting a divine mecha would surely be exhilarating. Upon exiting the mecha space, he was greeted by a familiar voice. Lin Jiao calling out, Elder brother, come downstairs for dinner. Responding to her call, Lin Yu stepped out of his room and made his way to the dining room. As he beheld the table laden with sumptuous delicacies, he could not help but swallow hard. He was indeed quite hungry. In no time, he began to devour his meal heartily. This was no ordinary meat. It was the flesh of giant beasts, specially processed. For an ordinary person, it could enhance their physical prowess, while for a mecha master, it offered a degree of elevation. Such exquisite beast meat was costly, beyond the means of average households. Their family was fortunate to indulge in such delicacies daily, thanks to his sister becoming a mecha master and receiving special training. The mecha she awakened was a royal-grade mech. Such mechas were exceedingly rare in this world. To awaken a mech of this caliber marked one as a true prodigy in the realm of mecha mastery. Lin Yu, don't push yourself too hard. Li Wenjing remarked with concern as she observed Lin Yu devouring his meal with fervor. Mother, do not worry, Lin Yu assured her. He refrained from disclosing the news of having awakened a divine mecha, fearing it might be too overwhelming for them to accept all at once. He planned to surprise them later. After enjoying his lunch, Lin Yu felt utterly content. The sensation of being satiated was delightful. I haven't even practiced, and my spiritual energy has increased by 1 point. Spiritual energy, 101. This revelation astonished Lin Yu immensely. Response: because you are the Mech God Body and have consumed the flesh of a colossal beast rich in energy, the Mech God Body automatically facilitates your transformation. The capabilities of the Mech God Body are astonishing. Lin Yu swallowed hard. Does this mean that I will no longer need to cultivate and can simply consume the flesh of colossal beasts? Mom and Dad, I'm stepping out for a moment. Lin Yu rose from his seat. Be safe. Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing nodded, offering their cautious words. Where are you headed, brother? Lin Jiao inquired with curiosity. Just going for a stroll? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Take me with you. I wish to venture out as well. Lin Jiao pleaded. Next time, for sure. With that, Lin Yu exited through the door. He was destined for the dungeon. Lin Jiao had yet to become a mecha master. So even if Lin Yu wished to bring her along, it was impossible to take her into the dungeon. After leaving the villa community, he walked along the broad street, flanked by towering skyscrapers infused with a cyberpunk aesthetic. Spaceships zipped swiftly across the sky. Surrounding billboards displayed images of mechas, while large screens showcased videos of mecha battles, exuding an extraordinary flair. In this world, everyone aspires to become a mecha master. Lin Yu imagined his classmates were still diligently striving to enhance their psychic energy levels. What expressions would they wear if they learned he had awakened a divine-grade mecha? A faint smile crept across Lin Yu's face as he quickened his pace towards the nearest novice dungeon. Both dungeons and secret realms have level requirements. Chapter 4. Entering the novice dungeon. Jiangling City boasts only one novice dungeon, located at the heart of the city. Anyone who awakens a mecha must enter this novice dungeon for leveling up and training. Previously, several students in class had awakened their mechas early, guided by teachers who took them into this novice dungeon. With the assistance of teachers, their mecha levels increased rapidly. Of course, while enhancing mecha levels is significant, boosting the combat capabilities of the mecha master is even more crucial. No matter how powerful a mecha may be, if one cannot control it, it is rendered useless. When facing ferocious colossal beasts, a mecha master's combat prowess must be sufficiently formidable. After all, it is the mecha master who operates the mecha, not the other way around. Just like in gaming, equipment is vital, but skill and strength are paramount. Even the weakest mecha can unleash terrifying power in the hands of truly skilled mecha masters. The subsequent mecha entrance examination will also take place in a unique secret realm. The examination is straightforward. Defeat colossal beasts. The more beasts one slays, the higher the score. Naturally, a higher score grants access to prestigious mecha universities. Here we are. This is Jiangling City's novice dungeon. Upon arriving at the city center, he found himself in an incredibly vast plaza. Before him stood a magnificent apparatus reminiscent of a time-space portal, soaring to a height of over 100 meters. It was truly a breathtaking sight. This was the entrance to the novice dungeon, and by stepping inside, one could officially embark on their adventure. At that moment, many individuals were entering, mostly in groups. Yet, amidst the throng, only Lin Yu stood alone. With his divine-level mech and prior experience in simulated combat, where he had excelled every time, Lin Yu felt confident that he could achieve mech upgrades single-handedly. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. You have entered the novice dungeon. The instant he crossed the threshold, darkness enveloped him, swiftly followed by a blinding light that compelled him to shut his eyes. When the radiance subsided, Lin Yu opened his eyes to find himself in an incredibly desolate mountain range. Truly, this dungeon was extraordinary, akin to stepping into another realm, he mused. With a rumble, he turned toward the source of the sound, discovering colossal beasts in the distance. These creatures towered at least several dozen meters high, making any humans standing before them appear as mere ants. The creatures in this novice dungeon were the weakest of their kind. However, even the feeblest of beasts posed a challenge to humanity, necessitating the aid of mechs. Beast, mighty ape, level 1. A notification emerged before him, revealing no less than 10 mighty apes in sight. Strangely, he observed no other mechs around, indicating that he had been transported to a remote corner of the novice dungeon. The expanse of the novice dungeon was vast, and encountering no other mech pilots at this stage was quite normal. Summon the Pangu mech, Lin Yu commanded, initiating the summoning process. Responding to his call, the Pangu mech within the mech space was activated in an instant. Within a mere breath, the Pangu mech materialized behind him. In the next moment, Lin Yu transformed into a streak of light, entering the interior of the mech. This was the authentic sensation of controlling a mech. Lin Yu felt an exhilarating rush, a stark contrast to the simulated environment he was accustomed to. In that moment, he sensed a profound unity with the Pangu mech. He was the mech, and the mech was him. As he gently raised his arm, the mech's arm mirrored his movement. Within just a few minutes, Lin Yu had completely acclimated to maneuvering this divine-level mech. Pangu, level, divine mecha, rank, level 1, 0-100, skills, and equipment, Kaition Axe artifact. Previously, I had heard from my teacher that mecha skills could unleash far more formidable damage or other effects. To master mecha skills, one requires a mecha skill book. Furthermore, Mechas of royal rank and above inherently possess skills, which can be activated automatically once the mecha reaches a certain level. It stands to reason that this divine mecha must also have its own skills. Lin Yu pondered. Although the Pangu mecha had yet to master any skills, Lin Yu's current capabilities enabled him to execute ordinary mecha attacks with ease. The prior mecha simulations had not been in vain. The colossal beast before him now appeared exceedingly feeble in comparison to the Pangu mecha, while others were here to hone their skills. Lin Yu felt as though he had come merely to dominate the weak. Thus, the battle commenced. Lin Yu maneuvered the Pangu mecha forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the mighty apes. At that moment, the apes swiftly launched their attacks. How weak they are! Lin Yu stood motionless, allowing the beast to assault him, yet they inflicted no damage upon his mecha whatsoever. Subsequently, he decided it was time to cease the charade. He had prepared extensively for combat, only to find these beasts could not even scratch him. With deft control of the mecha, he crushed the apes beneath his feet, reducing them to mere remnants. Defeated level 1 beast. Mighty ape earned 10 mecha experience points. Defeated level 1 beast. Mighty ape earned 10 mecha experience points. Defeated level 1 beast. Mighty ape earned 10 mecha experience points within mere seconds. The 10 level 1 mighty apes had been trampled to their demise, yielding a total of 100 mecha experience points. Effortlessly, your Pangu mecha has leveled up. Pangu, level, divine mecha, rank, level 2, 0, 200. As the mecha's level increased, so too did the required experience points. Next, Lin Yu needed to defeat 20 level 1 beasts. He nodded in acknowledgement, and the head of the Pangu mecha mirrored his gesture. Lin Yu then proceeded to check his psychic energy levels. Operating the mecha consumes psychic energy. During the recent endeavor of merely lifting its foot to crush those beasts, he had expended over 20 points of psychic energy. Wait, how is my psychic energy fully restored? Lin Yu inquired, intrigued. This is one of the capabilities of the divine mechanism. As long as you enter a combat state, it will automatically restore 1 point of spiritual energy every second. This ability will enhance with your mecha master level. Such a potent ability. Does this mean I will possess an infinite supply of spiritual energy in the future? Lin Yu became increasingly exhilarated. Controlling a mecha consumes spiritual energy, and employing mecha skills requires even more. If this spiritual energy can regenerate swiftly during battle, it would be tantamount to having an unending reservoir of energy, allowing for the continuous execution of mecha skills. Chapter 5. The terrifying God-level mecha. Subsequently, Lin Yu actively sought out the colossal beasts. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by. Congratulations! The Pangu mecha has advanced to level 5. With the elevation in level, all attributes of the Pangu mecha have exponentially increased. The speed of this upgrade is quite remarkable. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the number of colossal beasts is rather scarce, Lin Yu lamented. Faced with these level 1 beasts, they were swiftly vanquished. The Pangu mecha skills have activated automatically. Mecha skill, heaven and earth/heaven and earth/ is an explosive skill that can double the power. As the proficiency of the skill increases, the multiplier will correspondingly rise. Each execution requires the consumption of 100 spiritual energy points. Is this the innate skill of a god-level mecha? Truly formidable. However, with my current spiritual energy, I can only utilize heaven and earth/ once at most. Lin Yu marveled at this realization. At the same time, he understood that his immediate priority should be to enhance his spiritual energy. There's still time. I must continue to level up. Lin Yu resolved. With the divine mechanism, he could continuously restore his own spiritual energy while in combat. Boom! 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 Controlling the god-level Pangu mecha, he began to swiftly eliminate those colossal beasts in this novice dungeon. It was utterly invincible. If there were other mecha masters present, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. At 5:30 in the afternoon ding, the Pangu mecha has reached level 7. Pangu level, god-level mecha rank. Level 7, 0, 700 skill, heaven and earth/ equipment. Opening sky axe artifact. Now, let me try this heaven and earth/. When he took a deep breath, with no other colossal beasts in sight, he could only direct it at the towering mountain ahead. Under his control, the Pangu mecha wielded the extraordinary opening sky axe. Being an artifact, this weapon possessed tremendous power. Heaven and earth/skill activated. In the next moment, the opening sky axe erupted with a terrifying brilliance. With one mighty swing, it cleaved towards the mountain before him. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. In Lin Yu's eyes, the towering mountain was cleaved in two, with the earth itself rending open a vast chasm. Warning! Warning! Psychic energy depleted, unable to maintain the Pangu Mecha. In the next instant, the Pangu Mecha transformed into a beam of light and vanished, returning to its designated space. Lin Yu now found himself on the ground, gasping for breath as he beheld the mountain, now split asunder, alongside the abyss-like fissure. The sheer magnitude of power unleashed was utterly astonishing. The divine grade mecha, the legendary heaven-opening axe, and the earth's cleave technique had collectively augmented his might twofold. These elements combined to yield such formidable strength. Henceforth, Lin Yu would be capable of engaging in battles beyond his rank. The divine grade mecha was indeed terrifyingly powerful. He was exhilarated beyond measure. The only lament was that, with his current capabilities, he could only execute the earth cleave mecha skill once. Seated in meditation, he employed the psychic cultivation techniques taught at school, swiftly recuperating his depleted psychic energy. However, to enhance his psychic capacity further, he needed access to more advanced cultivation methods. Now a one-star mecha master, the foundational techniques imparted by the school could no longer elevate his energy levels. It was time to return home, lest his parents grow anxious. Once his psychic energy was fully restored, Lin Yu stood up and declared, "Exit novice dungeon." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Shortly thereafter, dozens of mechas rushed to the site of his recent battle. Having heard the resounding boom, upon their arrival, they were left in utter astonishment. How could a single mountain be cleaved asunder? What immense power was required for such a feat? Not only had the mountain been split, but a profound chasm had also been carved into the earth. Such prowess must surely belong to at least a 5-star mecha master, and the awakened mecha could only be of superior rank. These mecha masters had only recently awakened and had come to this location to train, never anticipating witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle. Alas, they arrived just a moment too late. Had they been earlier, they might have glimpsed the formidable aura of the true powerhouse. Yet, they could never fathom that the marvel before them was the handiwork of Lin Yu, a mere novice mecha master, rather than the mysterious strongman they imagined. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already exited the novice dungeon and was on his way home. Not only had he successfully awakened the divine grade mecha today, but he had also elevated its level to 7. The forthcoming mecha entrance examination would undoubtedly pose no challenge for him, even if he chose not to participate. As long as one unveils their divine mech, the prestigious mech academies will undoubtedly vie for their admission. Presently, Lin Yu stands alone in the world as the sole individual who has awakened a divine mech. This journey home, upon witnessing the battle videos of mech engineers and various mech posters, Lin Yu no longer harbors envy. In the future, it shall be others who envy him for possessing a divine mech. However, he must remain discreet. Revealing his divine mech too soon may attract the attention of unwelcome individuals. Although he is capable of battling beyond his rank, should opponents exceed him by a substantial margin, he would not stand a chance. Fortunately, he can conceal the information regarding his mech, ensuring that no one discovers its true nature. Royal mechs, and those of superior classification, typically tower at a height of over 100 meters. Thus, as long as Lin Yu refrains from disclosing his mech's information, no other mech engineers will suspect it to be a divine mech. Upon returning home, he found that his mother had prepared dinner. After the meal, Lin Yu looked at his parents with a serious expression and said, "Mom, Dad, I have something to share." Upon hearing his words, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing nodded. "Go ahead, we are listening." They wondered if Lin Yu had encountered some difficulty. "I have awakened a mech and officially become a mech engineer." Lin Yu's face broke into a smile. After much contemplation, he decided it was best to inform them about his awakening, sparing them from further worry. "Really?" "Yes," Lin Yu affirmed confidently. "Big brother, what level of mech did you awaken?" Lin Jiao eagerly inquired, her parents equally curious. "A royal mech." At this revelation, both parents and Lin Jiao were left astonished, taking a moment to regain their composure. "All right, my child Lin Fangping, you have now awakened 2 royal mechs." Lin Fangping exclaimed with immense joy, then turned to Lin Jiao. Now it's your turn. Chapter 6. I aspire to become the most formidable mech engineer. Upon learning that Lin Yu had successfully awakened a royal mech, the entire family rejoiced, with his father promptly calling his eldest daughter, Lin Yu, to share the delightful news. However, she did not answer, seemingly occupied with some matters. Thus, Lin Fangping opted to send her a message instead. Big brother, quickly summon your mech. I want to see it. Lin Jiao playfully approached Lin Yu, seeking his attention. All right, let us head outside, Lin Yu replied. Summoning a mech indoors would likely reduce their villa to rubble. Fortunately, the backyard was quite spacious, capable of accommodating 2 giant mechs without issue. Upon reaching the backyard, Lin Jiao could hardly contain her excitement. Brother, hurry up. Observing this, Lin Yu shook his head. He then summoned the Pangu mech. Pangu's summoning successful. In the next instant, a colossal mech, towering at 100 meters, materialized behind Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu's parents were once again overwhelmed with exhilaration. Lin Jiao gasped in astonishment. How impressive! I feel it surpasses my sister's royal mech. Simultaneously, the other residents of the villa district beheld the gigantic mech with equal astonishment. This was undoubtedly a royal mech, judging by its direction. It seemed to belong to Lin Yu's family. Had she returned? No, I've seen Lin Yu's mech before, and it doesn't resemble this. It appears Lin Jiao has awakened. This family is simply extraordinary. Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing are merely ordinary individuals. Yet both of their daughters have awakened royal mechs. It is truly a pity for Lin Yu, as both his sister and sister are such prodigies. When Lin Yu awakened her royal mech, it had sent shockwaves throughout the entire Jiangling city. Hence, everyone was aware of the situation in Lin Yu's family, believing the colossal mech they witnessed was Lin Jiao's awakening. Retrieve. Soon, Lin Yu called back the Pangu mech. Brother, is this really a royal mech? Lin Jiao approached Lin Yu once more. It feels even more formidable than my sister's mech. Her discerning eye was indeed commendable. It was indeed a royal mech. Lin Yu gently ruffled Lin Jiao's hair and smiled. Regardless, the fact that you awaken a mech is wonderful news. Lin Jiao exclaimed with boundless excitement. With this royal mech, you won't even need to take the Mech College entrance examination. Direct admission is assured. You should also strive hard, Lin Yu encouraged. It was now Lin Jiao's turn. Given her innate talent, Lin Yu felt she would certainly awaken an impressive mech. Lin Yu, I've transferred 30 million to you. Tomorrow, I'll find a skilled trainer to elevate your mech's level and refine your combat abilities. Lin Fangping swiftly completed the transfer, leaving just over $1 million in their account. This money was naturally provided by Lin Yu. In this world, there exists a specialized profession known as mech trainers. If the goal is merely to enhance the mech's level, hiring a trainer doesn't require much expenditure. However, to hone one's combat skills more effectively, one must engage a highly skilled mech trainer. Thank you, Dad. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. This is the warmth of family. In truth, he didn't necessarily need to hire a trainer. Nevertheless, this money could allow him to purchase many useful items to enhance his spiritual energy. In the following time, neighbors began to visit one after another. It is merely a desire to cultivate good relationships. When they learned that the colossal mech was, in fact, awakened by Lin Yu, their expressions were filled with incredulity and disbelief. However, they quickly came to accept this revelation. In their view, Lin Yu, his sister, had entered a prestigious mech university and received focused training, which perhaps granted her some extraordinary treasure, enabling Lin Yu to awaken with such rapid success. Regardless of the circumstances, the Lin family was destined to become an insurmountable presence in the future. Late at night, Lin Yu lay in bed. He had attempted to practice the fundamental spiritual energy cultivation method provided by the school, but to no avail. It was clear that he required a more advanced cultivation technique. It seemed he would need to visit the school the following day. He muttered to himself. At Jiangling No. 1 High School, any student who could awaken a mech of Class A or above would receive a prize of 10 million, along with a basic mech skill. Although this skill was merely the most elementary level, it held significant value for novices. With the school's reward of 10 million, combined with the 30 million his father had given him, he would possess a total of 40 million, sufficient to purchase 40 source enhancement pills, which could convert into ability points to elevate his spiritual energy. lacking access to advanced cultivation methods. This was the only way for him to enhance his spiritual energy. Early the next morning, Lin Yu awoke, donned a fresh set of clothes, and appeared considerably more spirited. Upon entering the living room, he found his mother, Li Wenjing, had already prepared breakfast. "Come on, it's time to eat," she said with a gentle smile, her worries alleviated since the moment Lin Yu summoned a mech. No longer did she fret daily over his inability to awaken a mech. "Yes," Lin Yu replied as he took a seat and began to eat. His appetite had notably increased. "By the way, why hasn't T Jiao Jiao come down for breakfast yet?" he inquired. Typically at this hour, Lin Jiao Jiao would have already risen. She got up early, had a bowl of porridge, and then returned to her room to continue her training. Li Wenjing explained slowly. She also wishes to awaken her own mech soon. With both her sister and brother having awakened powerful mechs, Jiao Jiao does not want to fall behind. She aspires to awaken a formidable mech as well. Understood, she will surely succeed. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. After finishing breakfast, he stepped outside. Along the way, he encountered numerous neighbors who greeted him warmly and with great courtesy. Such a reception would have been unimaginable in the past. Indeed, only by becoming a mech master could one earn respect. In this world, it is the survival of the fittest. The strong are revered. The realization increasingly dawned upon Lin Yu. I aspire to become the most formidable mech engineer. Gazing into the distance, Lin Yu clenched his fists and silently vowed to himself. He quickened his pace towards the school, pondering how his classmates would react upon witnessing the so-called underachiever awaken his mech before them. It surely promised to be an amusing spectacle. Chapter 7. Astonishing the entire school at Jiangling First High School, Lin Yu stood at the entrance, overwhelmed with emotion. Fate is truly wondrous. Just days prior, he was a mere underperformer with a psychic energy value of 66, and now he had awakened a divine-level mech. As he entered the school, he headed towards the teaching building. "Isn't that Lin Yu, the underachiever? You didn't attend school yesterday. I thought you had given up." A mocking voice called out as he passed through a plaza. It belonged to a brash youth, Sun Wanping, a classmate of Lin Yu. The disdain in Sun Wanping's gaze was palpable. Instantly, many students turned their attention to Lin Yu, whispering among themselves. "So that's Lin Yu. He looks rather handsome. But alas, he has still a waist with only a 66 psychic energy value. Not everyone can become a mech engineer. And Lin Yu is destined to remain an ordinary person. If I were him, I would be too embarrassed to show my face at school," another chimed in. "Indeed, if he can't become a mech engineer, he might as well seek employment elsewhere." "Keep it down. Don't you know Lin Yu's sister is a super genius?" Someone interjected. "All right, I almost forgot about his genius sister. He can coast through life thanks to her." Lin Yu paid little mind to their chatter. After all, one does not retaliate against a dog that bites. Moreover, he was no longer the waste they mocked. Soon, when he summoned his mech, they would realize how foolish they had been. "Sun Wanping, do you not know that a gentleman should be regarded with renewed respect after 3 days?" Lin Yu spoke slowly. "Ha ha ha." Sun Wanping erupted into laughter. "You have me regard you with new respect? A waste is still a waste, merely capable of boasting. Let me show you what true genius looks like. Arise, my royal mech." With a thunderous roar, a colossal wolf-shaped mech, towering over 70 or 80 meters, materialized behind Sun Wanping. The surrounding students were left in sheer astonishment. This was indeed a royal mech. Unbelievable. It appeared that only Sun Wanping had awakened such a mech today. Surely, he would have no trouble gaining admission to a prestigious mech university. The emergence of this royal mech left everyone in awe. Lin Yu couldn't help but nod slowly. "No wonder you are so arrogant today. It turns out you have awakened a king-level mech. But in the presence of my divine mech, that is merely insignificant," Lin Yu remarked. "You should remain a mere ordinary person," Sun Wanping taunted, adding, "Thanks to your exceptional sister, your future would have been quite miserable otherwise." Feeling the envious gazes of the entire student body, Sun Wanping reveled in this moment. This was the advantage of possessing a formidable mech. A mere king-level mech paled in comparison. Lin Yu, however, remained composed. "Do you think you're the only one who has awakened a mech? Apologies, but I have awakened too." Upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration, Sun Wanping was momentarily taken aback. "Lin Yu, keep dreaming. If you can, summon your mech right now." Sun Wanping completely dismissed Lin Yu's claim, considering it implausible for someone with a mere 66 psychic energy to achieve such a feat in just a day or two. Surely, He was boasting, initially intending to keep a low profile. Lin Yu shook his head. Pangu Mech summon. In an instant, Lin Yu summoned his mech. The Pangu Mech materialized, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread. Towering at a height of 100 meters, this giant mech was at least of imperial class. My heavens! Could he truly be that useless Lin Yu? It became evident that Sun Wanping's king-level mech was indeed vastly inferior. Consider this. His sister is a super genius, naturally providing him with remarkable resources. The crowd murmured in envy. If only I had such a talented sister. With the appearance of the Pangu Mech, the attitude of the onlookers towards Lin Yu underwent a complete transformation. Sun Wanping gulped, his face paling considerably. He had genuinely not anticipated that Lin Yu had awakened a mech, and from the looks of it, it was an imperial-level mech, far surpassing his own. It seemed that even his own mech was intimidated by the colossal mech standing behind Lin Yu. I once said after 3 days apart, one must regard the other with new eyes. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Sun Wanping's complexion turned ashen. Just moments ago, he had derided Lin Yu as a waste. Now, a so-called waste had summoned an imperial-level mech, rendering him lesser than even that. Consider yourself fortunate. Sun Wanping managed to force out, quickly recalling his king-level mech and departing hastily. Watching Sun Wanping retreat in disgrace, Lin Yu merely smiled, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Soon, the principal and teachers arrived at the scene, rushing over at their fastest pace. They were left in awe at the sight of the magnificent and imposing giant mech behind Lin Yu. A mech that surely was of imperial class. As the principal, he had encountered numerous formidable mechas. Before him, Lin Yu's mecha emanated an aura that seemed far superior to that of a royal-grade mecha. Upon hearing the principal's words, the teachers nearby became equally exhilarated. Thus far, in the entire Jiangling city, the most powerful awakened mecha had merely been of royal grade. If the mecha before them truly was of imperial grade, it would be remarkable. Lin Yu, splendid indeed. The principal hurriedly approached Lin Yu, nodding in admiration. The awakening of a powerful mecha at his school would undoubtedly bring him considerable benefits. Lin Yu, quickly pilot your mecha to the mecha inspection platform. The principal urged, barely able to contain his excitement. It was challenging to ascertain the mecha's level with the naked eye. For now, they could only confirm that it was at least a royal-grade mecha. The exact grade required verification at a dedicated inspection platform, which their school had established for this purpose. Understood, principal. Lin Yu nodded in response. Transforming into a beam of light, he entered the Pangu mecha. Under his command, the Pangu mecha swiftly made its way to the nearby inspection platform. The onlookers were astounded by the mecha's speed. It was astonishingly fast, with an incredible maneuverability. Principal, I have a premonition that our school is about to witness the emergence of another mecha prodigy. Why say another? The previous mecha prodigy was none other than Lin Yu's sister, Lin Wan. The Lin family truly was exceptional. The sister awakened a royal-grade mecha, and now the brother was following suit. It was rumored that Lin Yu also had a sister who was likely capable of awakening a powerful mecha as well. Chapter 8. My choice is Kunlun Mecha University. Once Lin Yu had positioned the mecha, the principal swiftly activated the devices on the inspection platform. Beams of light began to scan above the Pangu mecha, continuing for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Subsequently, the words Royal-Grade Mecha appeared on the large screen nearby. Excellent, excellent. The mecha's camouflage information indeed went undetected. Lin Yu nodded slowly. It was not that he was unwilling to reveal that his mecha was of divine grade. Rather, he feared that once exposed, it would take mere minutes for the entire world to learn of his identity. Currently, his strength was inadequate, and he would be no match for those powerful mecha masters. He had read a book that noted mecha masters could also engage in plundering. It did not provide any details on the methods of such actions. What if a formidable mech master were to master such techniques? When that time comes, and they set their sights on one's divine mech, there would be no means of resistance. It is precisely for this reason that, in the face of absolute power, one must never reveal the existence of a divine mech. Alas, it is a pity. One cannot help but feel that this mech surpasses even the royal mechs in prowess. The principal sighed, yet he acknowledged that possessing a royal mech is still quite commendable. During his tenure, he managed to cultivate 2 mech masters with royal mechs, marking his success as a principal. Student Lin Yu, the measurements are complete. The principal called out promptly. All right, Lin Yu nodded and summoned the Pangu mech back to the mech space, landing smoothly on the ground. Well done, Lin Yu. I have uploaded your information, and I anticipate that representatives from top mech universities will soon seek you out. Possessing a Royal Mech grants direct admission. You must choose wisely, the principal said, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder with a proud smile. Thank you, principal. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Direct admission to a mech university is undoubtedly a fortunate opportunity, and Lin Yu already had a specific institution in mind, the Kunlun Mech University, where his sister studies. By the way, principal, isn't there a school regulation stating that I should receive a mech skill book and a reward of 10 million? Lin Yu continued. His purpose for attending the school was indeed for this. Of course. Just send me your account details, the principal replied with a smile. Within mere minutes, Lin Yu received a notification confirming the deposit of 10 million. Yes, it has arrived, Lin Yu nodded. Let us proceed to the mech skill room. The principal led the way personally. The mech skill room is a designated area within the school that houses mech skills. These skills are primarily beginner level, yet they hold significant value for newly minted mech masters. Upon entering, Lin Yu was greeted by an array of mech skills. The skills are categorized into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, ultra, and divine. The skill of Earth Slash, which the Pangu mech awakened autonomously, falls into the divine category. Take your time selecting, Lin Yu. There's no rush. The principal gently encouraged. Understood, Lin Yu replied, immediately focusing on his selection. The beginner-level skill Protect Barrier can generate a shield, enhancing the mech's defensive capabilities. There are also Energy Cannon and Double Stab, both beginner-level skills. Lin Yu meticulously examined each one. Given that these are beginner skills, any mech can learn them without stringent requirements. Principal, I have decided to select the Dual/Mecha skill. Lin Yu concluded his choice. Once mastered, this Dual/ allows one to execute 2 strikes in an instant, effectively doubling the damage inflicted. It is exceptionally suited for the Pangu mecha. This Dual/ is considered a commendable skill among the fundamental mecha techniques, demonstrating great insight. The principal exclaimed in admiration. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the more he observed Lin Yu, the more he was drawn to him. Perhaps this is the allure of genius. Let us proceed. The instructors from the 3 premier mecha academies have already arrived and are awaiting your presence, the principal continued. Is it so soon? Lin Yu expressed his surprise. He had anticipated utilizing the Dual/ immediately to enable the Pangu mecha to master it. You have been here for half an hour already, the principal explained with a smile. Moreover, each major city is typically represented by top mecha universities, and they would not dare to delay. They rushed here at the first opportunity. Even the foremost mecha universities are in dire need of genuine mecha prodigies. Your sister experienced this as well, ultimately choosing Kunlun Mecha University. To be honest, I would recommend you consider Kunlun Mecha University as well. It is currently acknowledged as the finest mecha university, and with your sister there, you'll be able to further enhance your abilities. Throughout the journey, the principal shared a wealth of information with Lin Yu. He made a valid point. Indeed, Kunlun Mecha University is the best at present. Rest assured, principal, I have already made up my mind. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Excellent. That is wonderful to hear. The principal replied with a smile. They soon arrived at the entrance of a room. Lin Yu, they're inside. I shall not enter, the principal stated. Understood, Lin Yu responded. He then gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior revealed a lavish and opulent hall. Before long, he noticed 3 middle-aged men seated within. Each radiated a formidable aura and strength, unmistakably powerful mecha masters. Upon Lin Yu's entrance, the 3 men promptly rose to their feet. They had already reviewed Lin Yu's comprehensive profile and had watched the video of his mecha examination. Now, they were certain of Lin Yu's awakening of the royal grade mecha. Lin Yu, on behalf of Pangu Mecha University, I extend an invitation to you. We promise to assign a dedicated mecha instructor for one-on-one guidance, along with ample mecha training resources and a method for cultivating stellar-level energy. Lin Yu, if you join our mysterious mecha university, you may choose your instructor at will. Select any mecha skill you desire, and rest assured that training resources will pose no issue. Lin, I am aware that your sister chose Kunlun Mecha University. I assure you that the benefits we offer at Kunlun Mecha University far exceed those proposed by them. In order to persuade Lin Yu to select their respective mecha universities, they presented a plethora of enticing conditions. This was merely in regard to the awakening of a royal-level mecha. Should one awaken an imperial level or even a divine level mecha? The conditions and benefits would undoubtedly be even more exceptional. Indeed, only true geniuses are afforded such privileges, as nurturing talent is invariably more straightforward and the success rate considerably higher. In truth, I've already made up my mind. I shall choose Kunlun Mecha University. Observing the escalating fervor of their arguments, Lin Yu hastily interjected. Classmate Lin, are you truly not considering it any further? One of them urged. Yes, my institution, Pangu Mecha University, is equally formidable. Two middle-aged men endeavored to negotiate further, saying if you find the offered conditions insufficient, we can increase them. Indeed, one must contemplate thoroughly. There is no need to rush your decision. In light of this, Lin Yu earnestly replied, I appreciate your kindness. Yet I still wish to attend the Mecha University where my sister is. The three Mecha Universities are all too distant. Upon enrolling at Kunlun Mecha University, I would at least have my family there. Chapter 9. There are no inferior mechas, only inferior mecha masters, seeing Lin Yu's resolute determination. The admissions representatives from Pyongyang Mecha University and Pangu Mecha University could not help but sigh. This promising talent has been claimed by Kunlun Mecha University. After all, his sister is there. Congratulations, Kunlun Mecha University has gained another genius. Soon, the two representatives swiftly departed, as Lin Yu had made his decision, and they naturally would not linger any longer. Classmate Lin, we warmly welcome you to Kunlun Mecha University. At this moment, the admissions teacher from Kunlun Mecha University addressed Lin Yu with enthusiasm. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Su Jiqiang. You may call me Teacher Su. Teacher Su, may I be so bold as to ask you a question? Lin Yu inquired softly. Go ahead, Su Jiqiang nodded. Teacher Su, what level of Mecha Master are you currently? Lin Yu expressed his curiosity. I am presently a 6-star Mecha Master, Su Jiqiang candidly revealed. Impressive, Lin Yu admitted with a hint of envy. Not many 6-star Mecha Masters reside within the entirety of Jiangling City. What's so impressive? Once you arrive at Kunlun Mecha University, you'll discover that 6-star Mecha Masters are rather commonplace. Su Jiqiang waved his hand dismissively. After all, it is the premier Mecha University, a gathering of numerous mecha prodigies. I heard yesterday that this year's recommended freshmen include one who has awakened an imperial level mecha. Su Jiqiang continued. To have awakened a royal level mecha is already a mark of genius. Thus, awakening an imperial level mecha signifies a genius among geniuses. Currently, the total number of imperial level mechas in the world is just over 100. Indeed, there are always greater heights to reach. Lin Yu exclaimed in amazement. However, what significance does an imperial grade mecha hold? I am, after all, a divine grade mecha. Enough said. I have successfully uploaded your information, and you are now considered a student of Kunlun Mecha University. Remember to diligently enhance your mecha rank during this period. Furthermore, the official enrollment date is September 1st. Do not be late. Additionally, here is a method for cultivating your primordial spirit, which will enable you to attain the rank of a 3-star Mecha Master. As for more advanced spiritual cultivation techniques, you shall acquire them only upon your arrival at Kunlun Mecha University. Su Jiqiang provided numerous reminders. After speaking, he handed a tome of spiritual cultivation methods to Lin Yu. I understand, Teacher Su. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. Alas, I have many matters to attend to. Otherwise, I would take you to train and enhance your combat experience. Su Jiqiang lamented. No worries, I will specifically hire a trainer, Lin Yu replied with a smile. That is good to hear. The conditions and benefits the school provides will only be available to you once you officially enroll. Su Jiqiang cautioned again, and do not become arrogant simply because you have awakened an imperial grade mecha. If your own strength is lacking, even the most formidable mecha is of little use. There are no worthless mechas, only inept mecha masters. Su Jiqiang, recognizing Lin Yu's considerable talent, shared these words in hopes that Lin Yu would grow even stronger. He had witnessed several prodigies fall from grace due to their hubris. Thank you, Teacher Su. I will remember everything. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude once more, feeling the genuine concern Su Jiqiang had for him. Well then, I shall take my leave. Su Jiqiang patted Lin Yu's shoulder. After Su Jiqiang departed, the principal and others quickly entered. Lin Yu, may I inquire which Mecha University you have chosen? The principal asked with curiosity. Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu replied. Upon hearing this, The principal and others were filled with great joy. Lin Yu, since you have been accepted and chosen your mecha university, you need not attend classes here anymore. Focus on elevating your mecha rank and your own abilities, the principal said with satisfaction. After bidding farewell to the principal and his colleagues, Lin Yu returned to the school square. It was likely his final visit to this institution. An announcement echoed throughout the school, congratulating Lin Yu from the third year for successfully awakening an imperial-grade mecha and being granted a place at Kunlun Mecha University. Everyone should learn from Lin Yu and strive to awaken an exceptional mecha. At that moment, the school's broadcast resonated clearly, and all faculty and students listened intently. Particularly, some students from the third year, Class 1, were left dumbfounded. They had arrived late and missed witnessing Lin Yu summon his mecha. Upon entering the school gate, they had only heard the news of Lin Yu's awakening of an imperial-grade mecha. Now, with the entire school notified, they were astonished to realize that it was all indeed true. In merely 2 days, the once inconspicuous individual has awakened to the prowess of a royal-grade mech. Such a phenomenon seems almost surreal, yet it is indeed the reality. Lin Yu finds himself basking in newfound fame. With a subtle smile, he departs from the school, making his way to the grandest shopping mall in the city. Although he possesses a method for cultivating spiritual energy, he intends to convert his entire fortune of 40 million into source enhancement pills. The Kunlun Mecha University boasts numerous prodigies, and he must rapidly elevate his own strength. Otherwise, he may find himself outmatched in the future. The Jinling No. 1 Mall stands as the largest establishment in the entirety of Jiangling City, brimming with a vast array of goods. The throngs of people contribute to the bustling atmosphere. Soon, Lin Yu arrives at one of the shops. "How may I assist you today, sir?" inquires a young woman clad in professional attire, offering Lin Yu a polite smile. This young lady is an ordinary person, having not awakened to the mech. Securing such a commendable position in the store is no small feat, particularly in a world where life is exceedingly challenging for the average individual. Lin Yu reflects on this, recalling how his sister, Lin Wan, lived a typical life before being admitted to Kunlun Mecha University. Their family had to toil in arduous and menial jobs to support their education. "I wish to purchase 40 source enhancement pills," Lin Yu declares decisively. The young woman is taken aback by this request. After all, each pill costs 1 million, totaling an astonishing 40 million. Observing Lin Yu's youth, she wonders if he truly possesses such wealth. "Sir, please be advised that 40 source enhancement pills will require 40 million. She gently reminds him. "Rest assured, I have ample funds to cover the purchase," Lin Yu affirms, nodding as he reveals his account balance. The sight of 40 million leaves the young woman utterly astonished. "Please hold on a moment," she exclaims excitedly. If this transaction is successful, her commission will be substantial. "Sir, you are indeed fortunate. We have exactly 40 source enhancement pills available, already packaged. You may proceed with the payment," she smiles. Very well. Just as Lin Yu prepares to finalize the transaction, a young man adorned in luxurious brands strides into the store, slapping a card onto the counter. "I'll take those 40 source enhancement pills," he asserts with an air of arrogance. "Sir, those pills have already been reserved by this gentleman," the young woman replies courteously. "He hasn't paid yet. Hurry up, I'm in a rush." The young man grows impatient. "Do you believe that I won't have you dismissed with a single complaint?" Upon hearing the young man's threat, the girl's complexion had turned somewhat pale. As an ordinary person, securing such a job was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for her. Without this employment, her future seemed bleak. "How could you, as a mecha master, stoop to threaten an ordinary individual?" Lin Yu spoke, sensing the aura of a mecha master emanating from the young man, indicating that he, too, was skilled in this realm. "Kid, your perception is quite sharp. You actually discern that I am a mecha master. Therefore, you should willingly relinquish the Xingyuan Dan to me," the young man boasted arrogantly, completely disregarding Lin Yu. "Not a chance, it's first come, first served." Lin Yu decisively rejected him. "Do you even know who my father is?" the young man threatened. "My father, Wang Gang, is a 4-star mecha master. A 4-star mecha master is indeed formidable in the entire Jiangling city. Wang Gang is truly remarkable, having raised such a son." At that moment, a middle-aged man coldly interjected. "Who dares to call my father by his name?" The young man turned towards the voice, his tone diminishing. Fear flickered in his eyes. "Mayor, what brings you here?" he asked respectfully. "The mayor?" Lin Yu also turned to look. The middle-aged man before them was indeed the mayor of Jiangling City, remembered to be named Luo Feng, a 6-star mecha master. It seems Wang Gang has failed in his upbringing, producing a son like you. Aren't you going to apologize? Luo Feng admonished sternly. The young man hurriedly bowed to Lin Yu and the girl, saying, I am sorry. It was all my fault. You must be Lin Yu, the truly accomplished young talent. Luo Feng approached Lin Yu, expressing admiration. You are indeed the newly awakened royal mecha genius of Jiangling City. Royal mecha? The young man was instantly dumbfounded. Lin Yu appeared quite ordinary, yet had awakened as a royal mecha. My heavens! I almost provoked such a genius. Thankfully, the mayor arrived just in time. The girl at the counter also gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, while those around them were equally shocked. I have just received news that a student named Lin Yu from Jiangling No. One high school has awakened a royal mecha and has already been granted admission to Kunlun Mecha University. Incidentally, 3 years ago, there was a girl named Lin Wanner who also awakened a royal mecha. Wait, Lin Wanner and Lin Yu, they seem to be siblings. This family is truly impressive. The crowd continued to swell as people sought to forge connections with Lin Yu. Had it not been for the mayor's presence, they would have rushed forward long ago. Thank you, Mayor, for coming to my aid. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to Luo Feng. How excessively courteous, Luo Feng remarked with a smile, exuding a sense of grandeur. Upon learning of your whereabouts, I hastened to the school, yet arrived too late. I visited your home only to discover you were not present. I never anticipated encountering you here. It seems fate has brought us together. Regardless of the circumstances, the mayor assisted me today. Should you require aid in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Lin Yu responded earnestly, well aware of the intricacies of human relations. With the mayor's connection, I believe my departure from Jiangling City will ensure a better life for my parents. Indeed, Luo Feng replied, his joy palpable. To have a prodigy indebted to him was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune. I shall take all 40 source enhancement pills and gift them to you, Lin Yu, as a token of my congratulations. Luo Feng offered, leaving no room for refusal. The transaction was completed successfully. For the mayor, 40 million was merely pocket change. However, do refrain from excessive use of the source enhancement pills, as they may deplete your innate potential. Luo Feng kindly cautioned. Rest assured, Mayor, I fully understand the implications and would never engage in self-sabotage. Lin Yu nodded. That is reassuring. It feels as though we should have met much sooner. Let's go and enjoy a drink. Luo Feng enthusiastically invited, noting that Lin Yu had already turned 18 and was of legal drinking age. After securing the source enhancement pills, Lin Yu followed Luo Feng to the most opulent restaurant in the mall. In a private dining room, Luo Feng ordered an array of extravagant dishes and the finest wines. Gradually, both men found themselves slightly inebriated, calling each other brothers. Brother Lin, Brother Luo, cheers! When Lin Yu regained consciousness, he discovered himself reclining in a hotel room. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already noon the following day. Drinking truly leads to missed opportunities. Lin Yu sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. Strangely enough, he had formed a brotherly bond with Mayor Luo. It seemed that alcohol had a remarkable ability to foster closeness between individuals. Brother Lin, seeing you quite intoxicated, I opted not to escort you home. I have informed your family, so there is no need for concern. Since you have addressed me as Brother Luo, I must ensure you do not call me in vain. I have a fine gift prepared for you on the table in the living room. At that moment, Lin Yu received a voice message from Luo Feng. For reasons unknown, he felt increasingly indebted to the mayor. Upon entering the living room, he indeed found a large package resting on the table. Upon opening it, he was astonished to discover it contained 20 luminous crystals, each radiating a vibrant blue light. Could this be crystal energy? Lin Yu gasped in shock. The crystalline energy can only be acquired by hunting colossal beasts of level 10 or higher, and it largely depends on fortune. This energy significantly accelerates the enhancement of a mecha master's psychic energy, far surpassing the efficacy of the source enhancement pills. Moreover, this crystalline energy is perpetually in short supply, thus commanding a steep price. Luo Feng generously gifted him 20 pieces of this crystalline energy, an undeniably grand gesture. Lin Yu acknowledged this kindness, fully aware that Luo Feng's generosity stemmed from recognizing his potential as a mecha prodigy. Regardless, these resources would undoubtedly prove invaluable to Lin Yu. Chapter 11. The extraordinary abilities of the Mech God Body, detected 10-level crystalline energy, can be converted into 5 energy points. Would you like to absorb and convert all? At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Convert all. Absorbed and converted 20 pieces of 10-level crystalline energy. Energy points, 100. There are still 40 source enhancement pills. Let us convert those as well. Lin Yu continued promptly. Absorbed and converted 40 source enhancement pills. Gained energy points, 40. Open my personal panel. Lin Yu silently commanded. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level. 1-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 140. Psyche energy, 101. Mecha, Pangu Mecha, divine level. What enhancement can 140 energy points grant to my psychic energy? Lin Yu inquired. According to calculations, 140 energy points can elevate your psychic energy to 560. Is that all? Lin Yu shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he resolved to utilize all 140 energy points to elevate his psychic energy. Command received. 140 consumed. Your psychic energy has successfully risen to 560. In a matter of seconds, Lin Yu distinctly sensed that his psychic energy had become significantly more potent. Achieving a psychic energy of 100 and awakening a mecha already qualifies one as a 1-star Mecha Master. To ascend to a 2-star Mecha Master, one must elevate their psychic energy to 2,000. Thus, Lin Yu still had a considerable journey ahead of him. The total value of the 40 source enhancement pills and the 20 pieces of crystalline energy exceeded 100 million. One can only imagine the necessity for even more in the future. Indeed, a high-level psychic energy cultivation method is essential to economize. Furthermore, he now possessed the origin spirit cultivation method. Lin Yu sighed, retrieving the cultivation method that Su Jiqiang had entrusted to him yesterday. This origin spirit cultivation method could enable him to become a 2-star Mecha Master. Consequently, he began his cultivation in the confines of the hotel room. The cultivation technique of the primordial spirit is indeed beyond the basic training methods taught in high schools. Its power is astonishing and profoundly sophisticated. After a few minutes, a message appeared. Congratulations, you have mastered the primordial spirit cultivation technique. How could this be? In just a few fleeting moments, I have grasped this profound method. Lin Yu was astounded. An overwhelming sense of incredulity enveloped him. Answer. Because you are a machine god body, you can swiftly master any spiritual energy cultivation technique. Additionally, the machine god body can autonomously cultivate spiritual energy techniques. At that moment, Lin Yu abruptly rose to his feet. The machine god body is truly extraordinary. He was elated to an extreme degree. Just as the system had indicated, he had not actively practiced, yet the primordial spirit cultivation method continued to operate seamlessly. Your spiritual energy value. 1 spiritual energy value, 561. In a mere brief period, his spiritual energy value had surged. With this current momentum, Lin Yu was confident he could rapidly evolve into a 2-star Mecha Master. It was time to continue advancing his mecha level in the dungeons. Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement. His spiritual energy value had now reached 561, and he believed that the heaven-slaying god-level mecha skills would allow him to execute them 4 or 5 times in succession without issue. Furthermore, with a machine god body enhancing his combat state, he would recover spiritual energy every second. This time, he was poised for an even better mecha battle. Upon exiting the hotel, Lin Yu noticed that the large screens lining the streets showcased his image. Now, throughout the entire city of Jiangling, Lin Yu had become a household name. The last time he experienced such treatment was with his sister. He never imagined that he would receive such recognition himself. It felt rather splendid. At the entrance of the giant wolf dungeon, Lin Yu stood, surveying the scene. This entrance was vastly superior to that of the novice dungeon. Within the novice dungeon, the colossal beasts were merely level 1, akin to a beginner village. The giant wolf dungeon, however, represented a true dungeon in every sense. It was teeming with formidable giant wolves, all at level 10. Most participants entered this dungeon in teams, as collaboration significantly increased the likelihood of success. Completing this dungeon would yield mysterious rewards, though these rewards could only be claimed once. Subsequent completions would grant no further rewards. In this realm, numerous dungeons existed, and mecha masters tirelessly strove to conquer them, seeking the personal first-time completion mysterious rewards. With a stroke of luck, these rewards could even alter one's destiny, propelling them to become an immensely powerful mecha master. There are numerous examples of altering one's destiny in such a manner. Although the colossal wolves in this dungeon are all level 10 beasts, my Pangu Mecha is a divine grade machine. Even though the Pangu Mecha is currently only at level 7, it poses no issue whatsoever, Lin Yu mused. The last time he unleashed the divine grade mecha skill, Heaven and Earth Slash, the power that erupted was undoubtedly beyond the capacity of these level 10 colossal wolves to withstand. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu directly entered the colossal wolf dungeon. He chose not to form a team, opting instead to attempt the dungeon solo. He had previously heard that the rewards for completing a dungeon solo would be more favorable. Meanwhile, in the Jiangling No. 1 villa area, within a certain villa, Chun Feiyu erupted into joyous laughter. I did it. I did it. Dad, I have awakened a king-grade mecha. He immediately rushed to showcase his achievement to his father. His father, still merely possessing a standard-grade mecha, responded nonchalantly, "Oh, just a king-grade mecha. What is there to be so excited about?" Huh? Chun Feiyu was taken aback. What's going on? Shouldn't Dad be thrilled? After all, this is a king-grade mecha. Dad, are you okay? Chun Feiyu inquired with curiosity. Lin Yu's already awakened a royal-grade mecha. At that moment, Chun Feiyu was dumbfounded. Royal-grade mecha? Dad, is the Lin Yu you're referring to the same Lin Yu I know? He asked again for confirmation. Who else could it be? Observing his father's serious expression, Chun Feiyu swallowed hard in shock. Everything was unfolding too suddenly. Just a few days ago, he had confidently assured Lin Yu that he would look out for him. It now seemed that perhaps it would be Lin Yu looking out for him in the future. While he felt a twinge of envy for Lin Yu's awakening of a royal-grade mecha, he did not harbor any jealousy. Instead, he felt genuinely happy for him. Dad, I'm going to find Lin Yu, Chun Feiyu exclaimed eagerly. A royal-grade mecha. He had never seen one with his own eyes. Wait, Chun Feiyu's father called out to him. He has already gone to level up. With the mech entrance examination approaching, the priority is to elevate your mech S level. This time, I will personally take you to the novice dungeon. Let us strive to get you into Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu had already been guaranteed admission to Kunlun Mecha University. Upon hearing this, Chun Feiyu nodded vigorously, responding earnestly, Dad, I will follow your lead. I must not fall too far behind. Chapter 12. Easily clearing the Colossal Wolf Dungeon. You have entered the Colossal Wolf Dungeon. The beasts in this dungeon are all level 10 Colossal Wolves. Upon entering the Colossal Wolf Dungeon, the system's alert echoed through the air. Prepare for battle, Pangu Mecha. In an instant, Lin Yu summoned the formidable Pangu Mecha, which materialized swiftly behind him. Without hesitation, he transformed into a radiant beam of light, merging seamlessly with the mecha. At that moment, he achieved a true symbiosis between man and machine for the second time, a sensation that remained exhilarating. A towering giant wolf, standing several meters high, soon detected Lin Yu's Pangu Mecha and unleashed a fearsome roar. Almost immediately, an increasing number of giant wolves emerged, intent on overwhelming him. It was clear they sought to swarm him. Most mecha pilots would hesitate to confront such a pack alone, but Lin Yu wore an eager smile, reveling in the challenge. This saved me the trouble of hunting them down one by one, he mused, nodding in determination. Skill, heavenly/activated, he declared, and in the next moment, he launched his assault. The Pangu Mecha wielded its mighty axe and charged at the throng of wolves. The sheer force of the strike distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled violently as thunderous roars echoed in the air. 10 giant wolves slain, mecha experience points. 30, 10 giant wolves slain, mecha experience points. 30, 10 giant wolves slain, mecha experience points. 30, 10 giant wolves slain, mecha experience points. 30 ding. Congratulations. The Pangu Mecha has reached level 10. Due to your current rank as a 1-star mecha pilot, further upgrades to the mecha are not possible. In merely a few seconds, the previously dense horde of giant wolves was annihilated, propelling the Pangu Mecha to level 10. To continue advancing beyond this threshold, Lin Yu must elevate his status to a 2-star mecha pilot. The pathway to level 20 would similarly require a 3-star rank, and so forth. Hence, the cultivation of the mecha pilot remains of paramount importance. I estimate it won't be long before I achieve 2-star status. Lin Yu contemplated, feeling invigorated by his progress. Regardless of the challenges ahead, the fact that the Pangu Mecha had reached level 10 was a significant boon. As the dungeon was yet to be completed, the system chimed in once more. Alert! Only the boss, the giant Wolf King, remains. Successfully vanquish it to complete your personal first clear of this dungeon. At that moment, the air thickened with anticipation. A terrifying roar reverberated throughout the dungeon. Soon, Lin Yu beheld a colossal wolf towering at a staggering height of 80 meters. This Wolf King, undeniably a boss, was incomparable to the previous giant wolves. It charged directly at Lin Yu, its razor-sharp claws gleaming with a deadly edge, as if nothing could withstand its assault. Just in time, Lin Yu chuckled. As the Wolf King approached within striking distance, he activated his beginner mecha skill, Double Slash. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu's psychic energy was depleted by over 30 points. The axe struck twice in an instant. Crack! Boom! Subsequently, the massive form of the Wolf King was cleaved into 3 parts. Successfully defeated the level 10 boss, Wolf King. Acquired 1 level 10 crystal energy. By golly, the drop rate for this crystal energy is exceedingly low. Lin Yu marveled. Earlier, he had encountered 100 level 10 giant wolves, yet none had yielded a single crystal. Congratulations on receiving the completion reward for this dungeon. A special mecha skill book. Upon hearing this, curiosity piqued Lin Yu's interest. What exactly was the skill book? Mecha teleportation, a special mecha skill requiring a king-level mecha or higher for mastery. Once mastered, it allows the mecha to teleport, enhancing its mobility. This skill was extraordinarily powerful, arguably a divine mecha ability. Lin Yu was astounded by this revelation. Swiftly, he commanded the Pangu Mecha to master the teleportation skill. Ding! Congratulations, Pangu Mecha has successfully mastered the mecha teleportation skill. Pangu level, divine mecha, rank, level 10, due to the host not reaching the rank of a 2-star mecha master. Further mecha experience cannot be gained. Skills, heaven and earth/divine, mecha teleportation, special mecha skill. Equipment, open sky axe artifact. Wow, this is incredible, Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. Next, he focused on enhancing his psychic energy, eager to become a 2-star mecha master as soon as possible. Mecha teleportation activated. In an instant, the Pangu Mecha teleported 100 meters away, akin to a flash. This mecha teleportation consumed 200 psychic energy points. Given Lin Yu's current state, he could only execute this teleportation twice in succession. The mecha teleportation proved to be immensely powerful, enabling unexpected maneuvers in battle and serving as an excellent escape tactic. Lin Yu felt immensely satisfied, affirming that choosing to embark on this wolf dungeon was indeed a most prudent decision. Exit the dungeon, Lin Yu then softly uttered. Exit the giant wolf instance. A radiant light flashed, and in mere seconds, he reappeared at the entrance of the giant wolf instance. Consequently, he chose not to summon the Pangu Mech back. His sudden appearance left the surrounding mech masters in utter astonishment. My heavens! This towering humanoid mech stands at least 100 meters tall. It must be an imperial-grade mech. It seems our luck is indeed fortuitous. This is the first time I have witnessed an imperial-grade mech up close. I wonder who is piloting it. The crowd buzzed with speculation. At this moment, Lin Yu also summoned the Pangu Mech back. Once his figure materialized before their eyes, several mech masters quickly recognized him. I remember now. He is Lin Yu, the prodigy who has just awakened an imperial-grade mech. So it's him. No wonder he looks so familiar. Quickly, let us build a rapport with this genius. In an instant, the surrounding mech masters flocked toward him. Observing this, Lin Yu swiftly departed from the scene. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming. There was no other in Jiangling City who possessed an imperial-grade mech besides him. Upon returning home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As he approached the entrance, he could clearly see an array of gifts piled up. It seemed that many had visited during his absence. With 2 mech prodigies emerging from the Lin family, it was only natural to cultivate connections. Chapter 13. The Secret Realm Scroll. I'm back, Lin Yu announced as he entered the villa. In the living room, his parents were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, Li Wenjing expressed her joy. Ah, it's good to have you back. Did you manage to secure a power leveling service? His father, Lin Fangping, inquired. In his view, the immediate priority was for Lin Yu to enhance his mech's level and his own capabilities. Rest assured, Dad, my mech has already reached level 10, Lin Yu replied with a smile, continuing, now I only need to elevate my mech master rank. Hearing this, both Li Wenjing and Lin Fangping were taken aback. They recalled that it took their eldest daughter several days to raise her mech to level 10. That's impressive, but merely upgrading the mech S level is insufficient. You must also enhance your piloting skills, Lin Fangping remarked. Although an ordinary man, he had absorbed a wealth of information about mechs over the past 3 years. I understand, Lin Yu responded. You have grown. In the future, before undertaking any endeavor, always contemplate whether it is the right course of action, and should you choose to proceed, do not harbor regrets. Your sister has sent a message. Once you arrive at Kunlun Mech University, message her, and she will come fetch you. Lin Fangping spoke earnestly. Now, Lin Yu had grown up and awakened his mecha. From here on, it would depend solely on Lin Yu himself. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. After a brief conversation, he returned to his room and activated a projection. Soon, he accessed the online store interface. He still had 40 million unspent. It was imperative to utilize this amount to enhance his spiritual energy as much as possible. Should he purchase 40 source enhancement pills? Lin Yu pondered. 40 source enhancement pills would only yield an increase of 40 energy points, likely providing minimal enhancement to his spiritual energy. How could he maximize the utility of this 40 million? He swiftly browsed the online marketplace. There were various pills available to assist mecha masters in enhancing their spiritual energy beyond just the source enhancement pills. However, their prices were exorbitantly high. It was estimated that alternatives would yield only marginal improvements. The secret realm scroll? Before long, Lin Yu found himself captivated by the notion of this scroll. In this world, in addition to dungeons, there existed secret realms. Yet, entry into these realms was not a matter of mere whim. One required a secret realm scroll to gain access. Within these realms, not only resided formidable beasts, but also a plethora of rare treasures. Of course, even upon entering, one's fortune would ultimately dictate the outcome. Some mecha masters had ventured into secret realms multiple times without discovering any treasures. Moreover, the secret realm scrolls were quite costly. Lin Yu shook his head. A cursory glance revealed prices in the hundreds of millions. The secret realms themselves were tiered. The higher the tier, the more exorbitant the price. It was truly a case of supply and demand. A level 10 secret realm scroll was priced at precisely 40 million. Should he take the plunge? Perhaps the rewards within the secret realm would far surpass the purchase of pills. Lin Yu deliberated. Of course, if luck were not on his side, he could very well return empty-handed. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Lin Yu swiftly completed the payment for the level 10 secret realm scroll. Regardless of the outcome, even in failure, the loss to Lin Yu would not be substantial. However, should he succeed in uncovering valuable items within the secret realm, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. Furthermore, given Lin Yu's current prowess, he should fare well in a level 10 secret realm. He felt quite confident. At 7 p.m., after finishing dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room. With the Mech God Body aiding him in his cultivation, he found that he needed to do nothing at all. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level. 1-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Psychic energy, 600. Mecha. Pangu Mecha, divine level. Through diligent cultivation of the Mech God Body, his psychic energy has reached 600. The speed of this enhancement can be described as remarkably swift. Even if Lin Yu were to engage in active training, he likely could not achieve such rapid progress. System, please convert this crystal energy. Lin Yu quickly said as he produced the crystal energy obtained from the giant wolf king. Conversion successful. Energy points, 5. He allocated all energy points to enhance his psychic energy. Consumption, 5 energy points. Your psychic energy, 25. Psychic energy, 625. Indeed, the effect of this crystal energy is substantial. Lin Yu sighed as he reclined on the large bed. He estimated that even after 100 runs of the giant wolf dungeon, he might not acquire 10 of these crystal energies. As night fell, Lin Yu unknowingly drifted into slumber. With the passage of a blink, the next day arrived. Upon awakening slowly, he realized it was already 8 in the morning. Psychic energy, 862. Lin Yu was astonished upon seeing his psychic energy. Remarkably, after just a night's sleep, he recalled that he had a mere 625 psychic energy before resting. Now, it had surged to 862, an impressive increase of 237. The Mech God Body is truly formidable, Lin Yu exclaimed with joy. The more extraordinary the Mech God Body proved to be, the greater his benefits. At this rate, it would not be long before he became a 2-star Mecha Master. With approximately 2 months remaining until September 1st, he knew he must strive to elevate both his strength and mecha level during this time. If he did not exert himself, by the time he arrived at Kunlun Mecha University, he would likely find himself at the bottom of the ranks. In this world, there are indeed many prodigies. Some of them, at the same age as him, have already attained the status of 3-star Mecha Masters. After freshening up, Lin Yu donned a new outfit, appearing considerably more handsome and charismatic. He made his way to the living room, where his mother, Li Wenjing, had already prepared breakfast. The steaming meal was brimming with a mother's love. "Good morning, little sister," Lin Yu greeted as he sat down. Within a minute, he noticed Lin Jiao descending the stairs. Lin Jiao nodded and took a seat, her expression somewhat displeased. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu inquired. "Recently, the pace of my cultivation has been rather sluggish. Currently, my spiritual energy level has only reached 89. Lin Jiao expressed her dissatisfaction. At this moment, Lin Yu felt somewhat speechless. Is his pace truly slow? "Dear sister, are you perhaps indulging in a bit of self-deprecation? With approximately a month remaining until the upcoming Mecha entrance examination, I encourage you to exert yourself diligently. Who knows, you might awaken a splendid Mecha ahead of time. And I would personally guide you through the leveling process," Lin Yu gently suggested. With his assistance, upgrading would undoubtedly be a breeze. Chapter 14. Becoming a 2-star Mecha Master after breakfast, Lin Jiao promptly returned to her room to continue her cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu assisted his mother in tidying up the kitchen. Given his divine body, he did not require personal cultivation, and engaging in household chores was rather pleasant. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu beheld a mecha towering over 20 meters before the villa. This mecha appeared to be an ordinary one, emblazoned with the logo of a courier company. "Mr. Lin Yu, this is your package." A parcel was soon placed on the ground. After signing for it, the courier efficiently piloted the mecha away. To his surprise, the efficiency was commendable. The mysterious scroll he purchased the previous night arrived the very next morning. Upon opening the packaging, he clearly discerned a genuine level 10 mysterious scroll. It was the perfect moment to commence. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. He then informed his parents of his intention to enter the mysterious realm, receiving their admonitions to exercise caution in return. Using level 10 mysterious scroll, in the next instant, Lin Yu transformed into a beam of light and vanished without a trace. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in an expanse of endless desert. The heat was excruciating, as if he were being roasted alive. Summoning Pangu Mecha, Lin Yu swiftly summoned his mecha and entered the control space within, which provided a refreshing respite from the desert's sweltering heat. Indeed, this mysterious realm was markedly different from a typical dungeon. Lin Yu nodded, reflecting on the situation. He was now situated within a level 10 mysterious realm, where the colossal beasts were primarily around level 10 as well. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed no signs of any massive creatures. He maneuvered the Pangu Mecha forward, exploring the desert. Surely, this mysterious realm cannot be entirely devoid of life. Lin Yu muttered to himself, fearing he might return empty-handed. The desolate scenery was so barren that not even a blade of grass was in sight. In that very moment, Lin Yu felt the ground beneath him seem to undulate. Realizing the peril, he activated the mecha teleportation and, in an instant, the Pangu Mecha transported itself 100 meters away. Boom! Suddenly, from the very spot he had just occupied, a colossal beast erupted from the earth. It was no wonder he hadn't spotted the creature earlier. It had been lurking beneath the ground. Discovered beast, Desert Python, level 12 soon. Information about the beast appeared before him. To his astonishment, the first creature he encountered upon entering this secret realm was a level 12 beast. The python was enormous, measuring over 50 meters in length. Fortunately, he was equipped with a mecha. Otherwise, standing before such a creature, a human would feel utterly insignificant. The python's scales were jet black, signifying formidable defenses. Since it had appeared, it was time to face its demise. Lin Yu commanded the Pangu Mecha, wielding the heaven-splitting axe. The massive machine vanished from sight in an instant. The python frantically scanned its surroundings, searching for Lin Yu's presence. However, it failed to notice that Lin Yu was already hovering above it. With a swift motion, The heaven-splitting axe descended decisively upon the python's head. With a squelching sound, the creature's body was effortlessly cleaved in two, as if it were mere tofu. Defeated level 12 python. Gained level 12 crystal energy. What incredible luck! Lin Yu exclaimed with delight. He had not anticipated that his first kill in the secret realm would yield a crystal energy. Truly, this realm surpassed the dungeons in terms of drop rates. Absorbing and converting level 12 crystal energy, gaining 7 energy points. Consuming 7 energy points, spiritual energy value, 35. Current spiritual energy value, 884. He was on the cusp of breaking through to 1,000 spiritual energy points. Lin Yu felt he was one step closer to becoming a 2-star Mecha Master. It seemed increasingly likely that he could achieve this status within the secret realm. With that thought, Lin Yu continued to maneuver the Pangu mecha deeper into the vast expanse of the secret realm, relying solely on his instincts. He chose a direction and pressed forward. Before long, he sensed he had entered the territory of the beasts. Enormous pythons surged up from the ground in rapid succession, numbering in the dozens, all still at level 12. Just in time, Lin Yu began to engage in battle. At that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a mecha war god. None of the beasts could withstand a single strike from the heaven-splitting axe. Defeated level 12 python. Defeated level 12 python. Defeated level 12 python. Not even 2 minutes had passed. The colossal pythons that emerged were swiftly dispatched by Lin Yu. Congratulations. You have acquired 8 level 12 energy crystals. Haha. Spending 40 million to acquire the secret realm scroll has proven to be entirely worthwhile. Lin Yu now felt an intense curiosity and exhilaration, even if he did not discover any treasures within this secret realm. The mere acquisition of these energy crystals represented a substantial gain. Subsequently, Lin Yu hastened his pace, eager to seek out more formidable beasts. Now, upon spotting any colossal creature, he would immediately charge forward and resolve the encounter with a single swing of his axe. With each battle, Lin Yu's mastery over the Pangu mech grew ever more refined, reaching an almost transcendent level of proficiency. This was largely thanks to the Pangu being a divine-grade mech. Had it been of a lesser caliber, the endeavor would have been far more challenging. He pondered when his second mech would awaken, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Time passed, and to his astonishment, the sky of the secret realm dimmed. Previously, he had little understanding of this realm and had not anticipated the existence of both day and night. It was truly remarkable. Fortunately, even in the darkness, Lin Yu could discern his surroundings within the mech. Very well, I shall rest here and proceed once daylight returns, Lin Yu decided. System. How many energy crystals do I currently possess? 21 level 12 energy crystals. Since entering the secret realm, he estimated that he had slain over 100 colossal beasts. Lin Yu nodded, further indicating that the drop rate for energy crystals in this realm was indeed significantly higher. Convert all into energy points and enhance my spiritual energy value, Lin Yu commanded. Conversion of 27 energy crystals complete. Energy points, 189. Consuming 189 energy points, your spiritual energy value has increased by 1323. Your current spiritual energy value is 2,079. Congratulations, you are now a 2-star mech master. From now on, defeating colossal beasts will grant your mech experience points. When the mech reaches level 20, you must attain the rank of 3-star mech master for further upgrades. A flurry of system notifications rang out, leaving Lin Yu utterly exhilarated. In a short span of a single day, he had advanced to the status of a 2-star mech master. The system was indeed impressive. Chapter 15. Underground Space, rapidly enhancing mech level, awakening new divine mech skills. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Mech God Body. Activated. Mech Master level, 2-star Mech Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 2079. Mech, Pangu mech. Upon reviewing his current personal panel information, Lin Yu felt a surge of pride. Lin Yu was immensely satisfied. From the awakening of the mecha to this moment, merely a few days had elapsed, and he had already ascended to the rank of a 2-star Mecha Master. Such a rate of advancement was indeed rare on a global scale. Now, as a 2-star Mecha Master, his next objective was to elevate the Pangu mecha to level 20. With a smile, Lin Yu remarked that he could even swiftly attain the status of a 3-star Mecha Master. It is essential to note that achieving a spiritual energy value of 3,000 signifies becoming a 3-star Mecha Master. Huh? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly comprehended the situation. After all, the Mech God Body was remarkably formidable, coupled with his own system. If it required a spiritual energy value of 5,000, then so be it. For him, it merely entailed investing a bit more time. The challenge was hardly daunting. Time flew by, and soon a night had passed. The following morning, the secret realm was once again graced by daylight. At this juncture, Lin Yu glanced at his spiritual energy value, which still lingered at a mere 2079. Evidently, the method of cultivating the primordial spirit could only elevate one to the rank of a 2-star mecha master. Once this threshold was crossed, the technique would no longer enhance his spiritual energy value. Without delay, Lin Yu promptly maneuvered his Pangu mecha and set forth on his journey. Defeated level 11 Desert Giant Scorpion. Mecha experience gained. 11. Defeated level 11 Desert Giant Scorpion. Mecha experience gained. 11. It appeared that he had ventured into the territory of the Desert Giant Scorpions. For only this type of colossal beast inhabited the area. With each defeat, the experience points of the Pangu mecha were on the rise. Pangu. Mecha level. Level 10, 596, 3000. As the mecha S level increased, the requisite experience points for further ascension also escalated. Fortunately, acquiring mecha experience points was a straightforward endeavor. Simply slaying colossal beasts sufficed. Thus, elevating the mecha's level was the most manageable task, unlike that of the mecha master, which necessitated personal dedication and training for advancement. The mecha master did not have the advantage of gaining experience points to level up like the mecha. Underground entrance discovered. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Underground entrance? Lin Yu felt a twinge of confusion, as his surroundings were nothing but endless desert. He saw no sign of an entrance whatsoever. However, the screen indicated that the underground entrance lay directly ahead, a mere 500 meters away. In no time, Lin Yu arrived at the indicated location of the underground entrance. Suddenly, the desert before him transformed into quicksand, beginning to collapse violently. Within mere seconds, before him lay an immense sinkhole, its width extending several hundred meters. Peering down, he found it unfathomably deep, shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a hellish abyss. It seemed as though the colossal beast had erupted from beneath the earth. Lin Yu contemplated. Could it be that the true secret realm lay beneath? With this thought, he felt compelled to descend into the underground entrance, curious about what treasures he might uncover. Besides, given his current prowess, he had no reason to fear exploring this mysterious domain. Having made his decision, Lin Yu commanded the Pangu mecha and leaped into the void, plummeting swiftly. As he ascended his gaze, the light above diminished until he was engulfed in darkness. 200 meters to the ground, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, with a thunderous roar, the Pangu mecha successfully landed at the designated point. The scene before Lin Yu was astonishing. He had not anticipated encountering an extraordinarily vast subterranean expanse. The entire underground realm was illuminated by unique stones that radiated a soft glow. Just then, a horde of colossal beasts charged toward Lin Yu. This subterranean space resembled the lair of titanic creatures. Yet, this suited Lin Yu perfectly, for he sought numerous beasts to enhance his Mecha S level. Undoubtedly, in his eyes, this location had transformed into his personal training ground. He unleashed the formidable skill, Heaven and Earth Slash. Faced with such a multitude of giants, it was only fitting to employ this divine mecha technique for efficiency. Furthermore, his current psychic energy was ample enough to execute the Heaven and Earth Slash repeatedly. Defeated level 12 beast. Mecha experience points, 12. Defeated level 13 beast. Mecha experience points, 13. Acquired level 13 crystal energy. Defeated level 10 beast. Mecha experience points, 10. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yu felt akin to an invincible war deity. In less than a minute, he had vanquished all the colossal beasts he had encountered. Your Pangu mecha has leveled up. Pangu, mecha level, 11354400. What a thrill. Lin Yu laughed heartily. The sensation of invincibility and absolute domination was indescribably delightful. He had truly grasped why so many ventured into this secret realm. It was indeed a splendid place to elevate one's strength. He continued to explore the depths of this underground domain. Not long into his journey, he encountered a vast horde of colossal beasts. Just as before, he effortlessly annihilated them all. With the elevation of his mech's level, all aspects of its capabilities were significantly enhanced. Lin Yu's mech was of divine caliber. Hence, with each upgrade, the attributes of the Pangu mech would multiply, far surpassing those of mechs of lesser ranks. Ding! Congratulations! The Pangu mech has reached level 20. Automatic skill awakening. Domain of domination. Divine level. Domain of domination. Divine mech ability requires 50 of the mech operator's own psychic energy to activate. The greater the psychic energy, the more formidable the domain of domination becomes. Once the domain of domination is invoked, one can ascend to a godlike ruler, rendering all things as mere ants, thereby amplifying combat prowess. As the levels of both the mech and the operator increase, the domain of domination will also enhance. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Lin Yu continued to vanquish an indeterminate number of colossal beasts, growing somewhat numb to the slaughter. At last, he had elevated the Pangu to level 20. To his astonishment, he had awakened an even mightier mech skill. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the domain of domination, he understood one crucial fact. Once invoked, it could exponentially amplify his combat strength. If he could ultimately enhance his battle prowess 100-fold, would he not become truly invincible? When the domain of domination was activated, no adversary could stand against him. Truly, it was a divine mech. Lin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. Moreover, through his relentless extermination of the colossal beasts, he had amassed a total of 101 energy crystals, each around level 11. This would significantly augment his psychic energy. Chapter 16. Luo Yueshin, absorbing and converting 101 energy crystals, acquiring 735 energy points. Upon the complete absorption of the crystals, hearing the number 735 elicited a jubilant nod from Lin Yu. Splendid. For a moment, he felt as though he need not attend Kunlun Mech University. He could very well become the mightiest mech operator on his own. Nevertheless, university was an experience he wished to savor. Who knows, he might even get to flaunt his prowess and perhaps find a beautiful campus goddess as a girlfriend. Those who were deemed campus goddesses at Kunlun Mech University were undoubtedly stunning and possessed exceptional talent. Just the thought made him feel quite elated. He considered himself quite handsome, thus believing he was deserving of a campus goddess as a partner. Not lingering in that daydream, Lin Yu swiftly continued. System, allocate all these energy points to enhance my psychic energy. Command received. Consuming 735 energy points. Your psychic energy value is 5,145. Congratulations. Your mech engineer level has increased. Goo goo. Lin Yu's mouth watered increasingly as he opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body, activated, mech engineer level, 3-star mech engineer, energy points, 0, psychic energy, 7,224, mech, Pangu mech. With over 7,000 psychic energy points, if I were not a Mech God Body, I would have already attained the rank of 7-star mech engineer. Lin Yu sighed. Unfortunately, as a Mech God Body, the required psychic energy is far beyond that of ordinary mech engineers. Thus, how much psychic energy must I accumulate to advance to a 4-star mech engineer? Lin Yu inquired further. Answer. To reach the level of 4-star mech engineer, a Mech God Body requires a psychic energy value of 20,000. Lin Yu shook his head. In the entire world, those with a psychic energy value of 20,000 are already the most formidable mech engineers, with only a few achieving this milestone. To reach 20,000 psychic energy and merely be a 4-star mech engineer seems disheartening. However, I am fortunate to have a system that can convert energy into energy points, which lightens my burden. I will address future matters later. After all, I am now a 3-star mech engineer. It is time to continue enhancing my mech's level. Lin Yu pondered quickly, wondering, when will I awaken my second mech? As a Mech God Body, he is capable of possessing 7 mechs, and now, he has reached the 3-star mech engineer level. Answer. You will awaken your second mech upon reaching the 4-star mech engineer level. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt quite satisfied, as he was not far from becoming a 4-star mech engineer. Suddenly, a fierce sound of battle echoed from deep within the area. Could there be others here? Lin Yu was startled. In the next moment, he controlled the Pangu mech and charged forward. Within mere seconds, he arrived before a towering gate, several hundred meters high and several dozen meters thick. It seemed to have been forcefully opened. At a glance, the massive gate led to an even larger space, where a pink mech was engaged in an intense battle. This pink humanoid mech appeared to be a royal-grade mech, wielding a pink scythe that looked exceptionally sharp, resembling a pink reaper. My goodness, they're all level 15 behemoths, and even level 20 behemoths. Lin Yu was perplexed, for this was merely a level 10 secret realm. Typically, the behemoths appearing in a level 10 secret realm are around level 10. It appears that within this secret realm, there exist numerous circumstances of which I am unaware. Quickly utilize the secret realm scroll to teleport us out. Lin Yu shouted. The pink mech at level 10 has remarkably endured the relentless assaults of so many level 15 behemoths thus far. However, the secret realm scroll cannot be employed in this location. In the next moment, a melodious voice emanated from within the pink mech. Not usable? Lin Yu was taken aback. It is important to note that this scroll can facilitate both their entry into and exit from the secret realm. The scroll is limited to 2 uses. Once it has successfully transported them, it will dissipate on its own. This very fact provided everyone with a sense of security to venture into the realm, knowing they could escape should danger arise. Yet, now to be informed that the scroll was inoperative here left Lin Yu bewildered. How could a level 10 secret realm possess such a stipulation? You must leave at once. Do not enter, or you too will become a target. The pink mech's voice urged again, as if she had resigned to her fate. You are quite commendable, Lin Yu thought to himself, contemplating her worthiness of rescue. Moreover, those level 15 behemoths, along with the singular level 20 beast, were merely sources of experience points in Lin Yu's eyes. Their abundance presented an opportunity for his mech to potentially ascend to level 30 swiftly. Thus, Lin Yu took control of the Pangu mech and stepped into the space beyond the grand door. Instantly, numerous level 15 behemoths fixated their gaze upon him, their eyes igniting with a sanguine glow, seemingly entering a frenzied state. Their strength surged significantly under this frenzy. Upon entering, Lin Yu also observed numerous fragments of mechs, indicating that she had companions who had perished here. Had Lin Yu arrived a few minutes later, the pink mech before him would have been reduced to mere debris. Have you lost your mind? I told you not to come in. Do you seek death? Luo Yueshin, controlling the pink mech, was somewhat exasperated. She wished to survive, yet her chances were dwindling. Despite her earnest advice, the other party still chose to enter and face death. Immediately, they were surrounded by a swarm of behemoths. Was this individual not a fool? At this juncture, their escape seemed nearly impossible. Do not worry, I can handle this, Lin Yu replied with a smile. The heaven-splitting axe swung into action, unleashing a terrifying force in that very moment. Heaven and earth / activated boom. 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 Congratulations on slaying a level 15 behemoth. Mecha experience points. 25. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 behemoth. Mecha experience points. 25. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 behemoth. Mecha experience points. 25. In just a few breaths, the hundreds of behemoths surrounding him were swiftly vanquished. How impressive! Witnessing this, Luo Yueshin was utterly astonished. In retrospect, she realized she had underestimated him. He was evidently a formidable mecha master. This mecha must surely be of royal caliber. How could this be? He was able to continuously unleash mecha skills without a hint of cooldown. The speed was astonishing. Those behemoths were as fragile as tofu, unable to withstand even a single strike. As time passed, Luo Yueshin was thoroughly astounded. Lin Yu's performance in the mecha completely reshaped her understanding, evoking a sense that her worldview was crumbling. One after another, the level 15 behemoths were swiftly dispatched. A sigh of relief escaped her. Fortunately, she had fought valiantly and endured until now. She could continue to survive. Initially, she had prepared herself for death, but thankfully, a glimmer of hope had emerged before her. Chapter 17. Opening the treasure chest, acquiring the heart of the mecha under Luo Yueshin's witness. Lin Yu resembled an invincible war god, swiftly obliterating all level 15 behemoths within this space in mere minutes. Only the colossal level 20 behemoth remained. At that moment, the level 20 behemoth unleashed an ear-shattering roar, emanating an aura of immense rage. It opened its massive jaws and instantly spewed forth flames, the stench overwhelming. The surrounding corpses of behemoths were instantly reduced to ashes, and the flames rapidly engulfed the entire space. It was unbearably hot, Luo Yuexin felt an excruciating discomfort, as if she were trapped in a steamer, on the verge of being cooked alive. After all, these flames were emitted by a level 20 behemoth, far beyond what her level 10 mecha, a one-star mecha master, could withstand. For a moment, she even felt as if her mecha might melt under the intense heat. Yet, Lin Yu merely chuckled. His Pangu mecha required no defensive measures. The flames posed no threat to him or his Pangu mecha whatsoever. Mecha teleportation activated, double/activated, in the next instant. As the level 20 behemoth realized the Pangu mecha had vanished, a look of terror flickered in its blood-red eyes. By the time it regained its senses, Lin Yu had already appeared behind it, the heaven-cleaving axe swinging down with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, the level 20 behemoth was devoid of life, its massive form crashing to the ground, blood instantly staining the surroundings. Ding! You have slain the level 20 behemoth, earning 500 mech experience points. You have acquired a level 20 crystal energy. You have obtained the intermediate mech skill, Penetrating Arrow. Your Pangu mech has leveled up to 27. Elation surged through Lin Yu. He had not anticipated that the level 20 behemoth would yield not only a level 20 crystal energy, but also an intermediate mech skill. However, the Penetrating Arrow skill did not seem particularly suited for the Pangu mech, given its reliance on an axe. Perhaps this intermediate mech skill would prove beneficial for the next mech he awakened. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated through the space. Before Lin Yu's eyes, an ancient high platform arose, not far away. Once the platform fully ascended, a golden treasure chest appeared atop it, much to Lin Yu's delight. Surely, it contained something extraordinary. Congratulations, you have opened the treasure chest. You have obtained the heart of the mech. What purpose does the heart of the mech serve? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Answer: the heart of the mech allows a king-level mech to upgrade directly to an emperor-level mech. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. The heart of the mech was astonishing. He was aware that the level of a mech awakened by a mech master was immutable. If others were to learn of this heart of the mech, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzied scramble. Furthermore, it was something that could not be purchased with money. This secret realm was truly remarkable, yielding such extraordinary treasures, indicating that Lin Yu's luck was indeed favorable. However, as a divine mech, he had no use for the heart of the mech. Yet, should his next mech merely be a king-level awakening, this heart could prove invaluable. Are you alright? Lin Yu asked softly as he executed a mech teleportation, appearing before the pink mech. Thank you for saving my life, Luo Yuexin said, stepping out of her mech and bowing in apology as she landed on the ground. All is well, Lin Yu replied, emerging from the Pangu mech. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Luo Yuexin was momentarily taken aback. He appeared so youthful and strikingly handsome, embodying the image she had envisioned for her future husband. If possible, she felt inclined to exclaim, "Young master, I owe you my life. I can only repay you with my devotion." At that moment, Lin Yu produced the secret realm scroll. "Let's leave the secret realm," he declared. Ding. Special rules apply in this space. The secret realm scroll cannot be used to exit. The sound of the system echoed, leading Lin Yu to a moment of realization. He understood, with a look of enlightenment. He grasped that all the colossal beasts within this realm had been vanquished. They merely needed to exit this space to utilize the secret realm scroll and depart. At present, his Pangu mecha was only at level 27. Once it reached level 30, it would be prudent to leave. Exiting this space would allow the use of the secret realm scroll to exit this domain. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lin Yu glanced at the beautiful woman and, having spoken, transformed into a beam of light, returning to his mecha. May I inquire your esteemed name? I shall surely repay this debt of gratitude. Luo Yuexin promptly inquired loudly. Oh, it is no great matter. You need not concern yourself, Lin Yu replied slowly, then swiftly maneuvered the Pangu mecha to depart. We are merely acquaintances. It is unlikely we shall meet again. Watching Lin Yu vanish, Luo Yuexin let out a deep sigh, lamenting that she did not even know the name of her savior. Alas, I hope there will be another opportunity to meet, she mused. Subsequently, she quickly returned to her mecha, exited the space, and promptly employed the secret realm scroll to leave the domain. Meanwhile, Lin Yu soon discovered other colossal beasts in this subterranean space. However, they were all around level 10, with his mecha at level 27. These level 10 beasts appeared as insignificant as ants before him. Defeated level 10 Colossal Beast. Mecha experience points 3. Defeated level 10 Colossal Beast. Mecha experience points 3. Defeated level 10 Colossal Beast. Mecha experience points 3. This is troublesome. Indeed, as the mecha level increases, the experience gained from slaying these lower-level beasts diminishes. Lin Yu remarked slowly. Previously, defeating these level 10 beasts would yield at least a few energy crystals after a dozen kills. Just now, he had dispatched over 100 beasts, yet none had dropped a single crystal. Thus, this secret realm had become unsuitable for leveling up. He had hoped to elevate his mecha to level 30 here, but now he realized how naive he had been. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu confirmed, "How many energy crystals have I accumulated thus far?" 6 level 10 energy crystals, 8 level 11 energy crystals, 9 level 12 energy crystals, 6 level 13 energy crystals, 1 level 20 energy crystal, a total of 30 energy crystals. Lin Yu nodded. This should significantly enhance his spiritual energy. Chapter 18. The flow of time in the secret realm is surprisingly different from that outside. System, convert all these energy crystals and utilize them to enhance my spiritual energy. In the next moment, Lin Yu issued a command. Received, commencing transformation. All crystal energy has been converted, acquiring 314 energy points. It seems that as levels increase, the energy points obtained from lower-tier crystal energy diminish, Lin Yu pondered. This expedition into the secret realm has truly imparted a wealth of knowledge and understanding to him. Consuming 314 energy points. Your spiritual energy value, 4170. He opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Yu race, human mecha body. Activated mecha master level, 3-star mecha master. Energy points, 0 spiritual energy. 1, 2, 4, 3, 4 mecha. Pangu mecha. He was elated to find his spiritual energy had already surpassed 10,000. Regardless of the circumstances, this visit had been an immensely fruitful endeavor. Exiting the secret realm, Lin Yu utilized his secret realm scroll. In the next instant, both he and the Pangu mecha transformed into a beam of light and vanished. When Lin Yu opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in his own backyard. The secret realm scroll in his hand had also dissipated. To re-enter the secret realm, he would need to acquire another scroll. After summoning the Pangu back to the mecha space, Lin Yu gently landed on the ground. "Brother, you are finally back." At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Jiao exclaimed excitedly, "It hasn't been long, yet you already missed me." Lin Yu, as usual, enjoyed ruffling Lin Jiao's little head. "Brother, over a month has passed since you entered the secret realm." Lin Jiao quickly added, "Only 10 days remain until September 1st. Hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. It appears that the flow of time in the secret realm is quite different from that of the outside world, he mused. If he had lingered any longer, he likely would have missed the enrollment period. "By the way, little sister, what is your current spiritual energy value?" Lin Yu inquired. "It's already at 91. Reaching 100 will probably take another month or two." Lin Jiao sighed, shaking her head. She sensed a slight bottleneck and lacked confidence in her ability to swiftly break through to 100. "No need to rush. Take your time," Lin Yu gently reassured her. At just 15, Lin Jiao would likely awaken her mecha by the age of 16. The earlier she awakens, the greater her potential. Moreover, she had relied solely on her own training without the aid of any elixirs. If she were to use a source-enhancing pill now, it would be entirely feasible for her to reach 100 spiritual energy in just a few days. However, that was unnecessary. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Lin Yu continued to ask. "They went out," Lin Jiao replied. "Indeed, Chen Feiyu has been accepted into Kunlun Mecha University and has been visiting you frequently these days. Though you have not been around," Lin Jiao spoke again. "That's impressive." Lin Yu nodded, surprised by Chen Feiyu's achievement. Gaining admission to Kunlun Mecha University indicates that Chen Feiyu has achieved an exceptionally commendable score in the Mecha entrance examination. "What level of Mecha has he awakened?" Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. "Just slightly below yours, a king-level Mecha. That must be quite remarkable." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. A king-level mecha, with diligent effort in the future, can certainly lead to becoming a formidable mecha master. He felt genuinely pleased for Chen Feiyu. This way, the two could embark on their journeys together. "I shall go see Chen Feiyu. Additionally, I will prepare for the dungeon later. Will my parents return? Please inform them not to worry about me. Lin Yu smiled. Of course, Lin Jiaojiao replied. Subsequently, Lin Yu stepped out of his home and walked toward Chen Feiyu's house, which was not far away. Before long, he arrived, pressing the doorbell. At that moment, Chen Feiyu, who was practicing in his room, immediately halted his training upon hearing the doorbell. When he saw on the screen that it was Lin Yu, he felt a surge of excitement and rushed outside. Lin Yu! Chen Feiyu exclaimed as he opened the gate, brimming with enthusiasm. Congratulations on your acceptance into Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu congratulated him. I must congratulate you as well for being directly admitted. You can look out for me in the future. Chen Feiyu nodded repeatedly. No problem, Lin Yu responded earnestly. Throughout this time, Chen Feiyu had undoubtedly become his only true friend, the kind one could trust. By the way, Lin Yu, how strong are you now? Chen Feiyu asked curiously. It has been over a month since they last met. His own mecha level had risen to level 10. Additionally, with the spiritual cultivation method taught by his father, his spiritual energy value had now reached 200. Within half a year, he was confident he could become a 2-star mecha master. From his perspective, if Lin Yu had awakened a royal level mecha, he must be progressing even faster. I am now a 3-star mecha master, and my mecha level has also increased to level 27. Lin Yu smiled, not concealing his level. Upon hearing this, Chen Feiyu was utterly astonished. That's incredibly impressive. He was profoundly shocked. This is nothing. There are even more extraordinary individuals within Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, there are always those more talented than oneself. Chen Feiyu nodded in agreement, but quickly added, however, Lin Yu, you are undoubtedly the most extraordinary person I have ever witnessed. I am determined to stick with you. By the way, hurry and summon your mecha. I need to feel its presence and bask in its aura. Chen Feiyu grew somewhat impatient once more. He had never truly encountered an Imperial mech up close. Just as I intended to venture into a dungeon, why not team up? Lin Yu proposed. Sure, with your guidance, those dungeons will be a breeze. I've heard that when a mech master first completes a dungeon, they receive a completion reward. Chen Feiyu eagerly nodded in agreement, his anticipation palpable. Little did he know, Lin Yu was about to take him on an exhilarating journey. Please wait a moment. I need to inform my father, Chen Feiyu said as he dialed a number. After briefly explaining the situation, his father readily agreed, but cautioned them to prioritize safety. Recently, both dungeons and secret realms had witnessed numerous anomalies. Just yesterday, several mech masters had fallen in Jiangling City. Lin Yu, shall we set off now? Chen Feiyu smiled after concluding the call. Chapter 19. Level 20 Dungeon, Blood-Colored World. Lin Yu, is it not somewhat perilous to directly enter this level 20 dungeon? I am no match for those colossal beasts. Chen Feiyu was taken aback upon viewing the dungeon's details. Do not worry. With me by your side, you need only to observe from behind. Leave everything to me. Currently, the most formidable dungeon in Jiangling City is this level 20 dungeon, the Blood-Colored World. Lin Yu elaborated. There were merely 10 days left before the reporting date at Kunlun Mecha University, which was quite a distance away. Therefore, we must depart 5 days in advance. This implies that we have only 5 days to conquer the dungeon. Lin Yu explained slowly. After hearing this, Chen Feiyu nodded. Indeed, clearing a dungeon is not something that can be accomplished in mere minutes. I once saw a mech team take over a month to clear a dungeon. The minimum time required to clear this level 20 dungeon, the Blood-Colored World, is at least 3 days. The higher the dungeon level, the greater the rewards upon completion. Given the limited time, it is only natural to opt for the most valuable one. Additionally, since Lin Yu was confident in conquering this level 20 dungeon, it was imperative to prioritize it. Lin Yu, I am ready. Chen Feiyu took a deep breath and declared swiftly. Excellent. Let's form a team first. Lin Yu responded. You have successfully teamed up with Chen Feiyu. Once the team was formed, as Lin Yu defeated the beasts, not only would his mech gain experience points, but Chen Feiyu's mech would benefit as well. However, Chen Feiyu was merely a 1-star mech master, and his mech had only reached level 10. Until he advanced to a 2-star mech master, his mech would not continue to level up. Yet, this was not the primary concern. Their objective was, of course, the rewards from successfully completing the dungeon. Let us proceed. We shall enter, Mu Yunchuan stated. Wait a moment. Let me see if there are any effective strategies that can expedite our progress. Chen Feiyu quickly interjected. The copies, such as these, are indeed accompanied by strategies. However, these strategies come at a cost. The higher the level of the instance, the steeper the price for the accompanying strategy. For instance, the strategy for the level 20 instance can easily exceed 1 million. In truth, consulting the strategy is unnecessary, Lin Yu remarked. It merely involves defeating all the colossal beasts within the instance and ultimately vanquishing the final boss-level beast to clear it. When one possesses absolute strength, even in the absence of a strategy, one can effortlessly conquer the challenge. Nevertheless, upon observing that Chan Feiyu had successfully made the payment for a strategy, Lin Yu reasoned that it would be unwise to waste the expenditure. Naturally, they should take a closer look. Level 20 instance, Crimson World strategy. Upon entering this instance, one is greeted by a vast crimson forest, fraught with countless perilous traps. I have sketched a safe route map. By adhering to my path, one can navigate the crimson forest with ease. A friendly reminder, should you encounter the crimson demon tree, turn around immediately. If ensnared by the crimson demon tree, all your energy will be swiftly drained, leading to certain death. The subsequent content of the strategy requires an additional payment of 1 million. This is outrageous, Chan Feiyu exclaimed. Incredulous. Having initially spent 1 million, he discovered that the strategy was incomplete. Although the strategy lacked completeness, it did enlighten them about the extreme dangers of the Crimson World. Fortunately, a safe route was provided. Continuing to purchase would likely result in a complete strategy costing tens of millions. Seeing Chan Feiyu poised to make further payments, Lin Yu swiftly intervened. Trust me, Lin Yu insisted earnestly. Chan Feiyu nodded in agreement, and the two proceeded side by side. You have entered the level 20 instance, Crimson World. Upon successfully entering the instance, both were immediately engulfed by an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood. As they opened their eyes, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The entire world was bathed in crimson. This crimson world is rather unbearable. Chan Feiyu felt a wave of nausea, but managed to suppress it. Summon your mech. It will be more bearable inside, Lin Yu advised. They quickly summoned their respective mechs. Summoning Pangu mech. This is an imperial mech. It looks magnificent. Chan Feiyu marveled, filled with envy. Your mech is impressive as well, Lin Yu praised. Chan Feiyu's mech, a royal class model, bore a humanoid form equipped with a shield and a longsword, making it well suited for frontline combat. It was evident that Chan Feiyu's mech excelled in defense. Subsequently, they entered the control space of their mechs. Once inside, the discomfort lessened considerably. At least, the nauseating scent of blood was no longer perceptible. Lin Yu, the forest ahead must be the blood forest, Chan Feiyu remarked swiftly as he gazed into the distance. The towering trees within this blood forest were like colossal giants, each blood-red tree soaring several hundred meters high. Standing before this blood forest, a human would feel as insignificant as an ant in the realm of giants. In the next moment, Chan Feiyu sent the safety route map from their strategy to Lin Yu. Received. I will lead the way. Follow closely behind me. Upon seeing the map, Lin Yu charged ahead. The two mechas swiftly approached the entrance of the blood forest. Lin Yu ventured in first, with Chan Feiyu closely trailing him. This setting would be perfect for a horror film, Chan Feiyu exclaimed, relieved that they had mechas, which provided a profound sense of security. Suddenly, as they traversed halfway through, the ground trembled violently. In mere seconds, a tree adorned with blood-red orbs and countless tendrils emerged. Blood Demon Tree, Special Beast, Level 20, Ability, Devour All Power. I can't believe we actually encountered the Blood Demon Tree, Lin Yu murmured. The strategy had mentioned that this Blood Demon Tree appeared randomly. Some mecha operators might enter and, by sheer luck, avoid it. If one encountered it, it simply meant ill fortune. Lin Yu, we must run quickly, Chan Feiyu urged. The strategy advised to flee upon encountering it. Do not worry. I can handle this, Lin Yu replied with a smile. In the next moment, the Pangu mecha vanished from sight. Mecha teleportation activated. Heavenly/activated. In an instant, Lin Yu found himself before the Blood Demon Tree. The Pangu mecha wielded the open sky axe and struck down decisively. Chan Feiyu could only witness an overwhelmingly terrifying burst of light. In a blink, he saw the enormous Blood Demon Tree cleaved in two, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 20. The Dungeon's Anomaly. This royal-grade mecha is astonishingly fearsome. Chan Feiyu thought, his heart racing. The speed and power exceeded all his expectations. Reflecting on it, in just a month or two, the disparity between them had grown increasingly vast. You have slain the level 20 blood demon tree, earning a level 20 crystal energy. Pangu Mech experience, 25. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. This truly marked a stellar beginning. Lin Yu, I can't believe I've received a level 20 crystal energy. Chen Feiyu exclaimed with excitement. He had done nothing yet still reaped the rewards. This is the advantage of teamwork. With this level 20 crystal energy, it will undoubtedly accelerate his spiritual energy growth. I have also obtained it, Lin Yu smiled. Without the obstruction of the blood-red demon tree. The two quickly set off again. Lin Yu, how strong are you now? Chen Feiyu inquired curiously. I am unsure of the specifics, but I feel that with my current strength, dealing with a 4-star mech master should pose no problem. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before responding. Impressive. Chen Feiyu, maneuvering his mech, gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. To be capable of battling beyond one's rank is the true mark of a genius. In that instant, Chen Feiyu felt a vast distance between himself and Lin Yu, which solidified his resolve to double his efforts in training upon arriving at Kunlun Mech University. Before long, they successfully navigated through the blood-red forest. It seems the strategy is indeed effective. After emerging, Chen Feiyu nodded. However, do not place too much faith in strategies. Should this instance undergo any anomalies, the strategy may prove futile, Lin Yu cautioned. Anything is possible. If this instance experiences any irregularities, what seems like a safe route could easily become a perilous one. Only by possessing genuine strength can one better confront various crises. Indeed, that makes sense. Chen Feiyu acknowledged sagely, nodding his head. Earlier, during his conversation with his father, he had also been warned that the recent instances and secret realms had been quite tumultuous, with numerous changes. Before them lay a vast canyon. Roars echoed ominously from within. As they approached the canyon's entrance, a glance revealed it teeming with colossal beasts. Goodness, there are at least 500 level 15 behemoths. Chen Feiyu was utterly astonished. This was his first time witnessing such a massive horde of titanic creatures. Lin Yu, do you feel confident? Chen Feiyu asked anxiously. Do not worry, I would never gamble with my life. Lin Yu nodded confidently, saying, stay here, I will handle them. With that, he piloted the Pangu Mech into the canyon. In an instant, all the colossal beasts within the canyon turned their attention to Lin Yu, charging towards him en masse. This is absolutely insane. Chen Feiyu gasped in horror at the scene unfolding behind him, yet he found himself filled with admiration. When would he be capable of such prowess like Lin Yu? Be careful. Suddenly, a massive beast appeared before Lin Yu, its sharp claws aiming directly at the mech's head, prompting Chen Feiyu to shout a warning. Lin Yu, however, was not caught off guard by the beast. In the next moment, the Pangu Mech vanished from its original position. With the activation of the mech skills, colossal beasts fell one after another. Slaying a level 15 beast, gained 17 mech experience points. Slaying a level 15 beast, gained 17 mech experience points. Slaying a level 15 beast, gained 17 mech experience points. Incredible. This is simply astonishing. Chen Feiyu was once again deeply shocked. It is important to note that after a mech skill is executed, there is a certain cooldown period. Yet, it appeared to him that Lin Yu could continuously unleash these skills, each one exhibiting immense power. The hundreds of giants before them were as fragile as ants, utterly defenseless. Minutes later, all 500 beasts in the valley were completely annihilated. At that moment, Chen Feiyu swiftly maneuvered his mech to Lin Yu's side. I am in awe, Chen Feiyu expressed with admiration. A genius. No, he should be referred to as a super prodigy. Chen Feiyu was convinced that Lin Yu was undoubtedly the most extraordinary being to have ever graced this world. Unfortunately, despite slaying so many beasts, my mech has yet to level up. Lin Yu shook his head. His Pangu Mech still remained at level 27. By the way, how many crystal energies did you acquire? Lin Yu inquired. After eliminating 500 level 15 beasts, he had only obtained 13 level 15 crystal energies. I secured 20 level 15 crystal energies. Chen Feiyu chuckled. He was once again experiencing the benefits of teamwork. It seems your luck is quite favorable. Lin Yu nodded. Just average. Chen Feiyu replied, shaking his head. By the way, Lin Yu, how did you manage to continuously unleash your skills without any cooldown? Previously, I entered a secret realm where I acquired a treasure that, when fused, allows me to unleash skills infinitely, provided I have sufficient spiritual energy in advance, Lin Yu explained. Of course, this was merely a fabrication. Now was not the time to reveal his identity as a mech deity or the existence of his divine-grade mech. I see. I have heard tales that secret realms harbor various opportunities and treasures. I had no idea such an extraordinary item existed. I must explore this secret realm myself. Chun Feiyu replied excitedly after hearing Lin Yu's words. Then you must enhance your strength. Secret realms are far more perilous than dungeons. Lin Yu smiled. Understood. Chun Feiyu responded. Boom! Just as they were conversing, a massive beam of light descended from the heavens. The energy emanating from this beam was overwhelmingly powerful. It appears the boss beast is about to make its appearance, Lin Yu remarked calmly. The boss beast of the level 20 dungeon. Chun Feiyu swallowed hard. His current mech level was merely 10. He feared he could not withstand even a single blow from a level 20 boss beast. Soon enough, the two of them observed an enormous silhouette emerging from the light beam. Moments later, as the beam dissipated, they beheld a colossal mech Tyrannosaurus Rex, standing a staggering 70 to 80 meters tall. How could this be? A level 25 beast. Chun Feiyu was utterly astonished. This was a level 20 dungeon, and logically, the most formidable boss would only be level 20. Yet, the creature before them was a level 25 monstrosity. It seemed this dungeon had undergone a transformation, Lin Yu remarked calmly. Fortunately, such a mutation remained within his control. Chapter 21. The world is changing. Mech Tyrannosaurus Rex, level 25, dungeon boss, possesses formidable defense, exceptional reaction speed, and the ability to unleash fiery breath at that moment. Information regarding the Mech Tyrannosaurus Rex swiftly appeared in Lin Yu's eyes, even highlighting its weak points. One could not help but admire the efficiency of this system. Protect yourself, Lin Yu cautioned, and then manipulated the Pangu mech to execute a rapid teleportation. In an instant, he materialized behind the Mech Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, the creature reacted with astonishing speed. Its massive mechanical tail struck like a razor-sharp blade, aiming for the abdomen of the Pangu mech. Goodness, its reaction speed is indeed remarkable. Lin Yu quickly employed the mech's teleportation once more, evading the imminent threat. The Mech Tyrannosaurus Rex boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities, with its only vulnerability residing in its head. Nevertheless, Lin Yu wielded a divine-grade mech, equipped with a legendary open sky axe, and his mech level surpassed that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Thus, in his presence, the creature's defenses were utterly inadequate against his assault. Let's allow you to experience my dominion. Lin Yu smiled. In that moment, he began to treat the Mech Tyrannosaurus Rex as his training partner. Met dominion skill activated. Instantly, Lin Yu felt his mech attributes surge across the board, as if he had become the sovereign of this realm. Everything before him appeared as mere ants. Too slow. What had once seemed swift now appeared lethargic through Lin Yu's eyes. Boom! Lin Yu soon decided to cease his playful antics. The activation of the Dominion not only consumed half of his spiritual energy, but also required a greater expenditure to maintain. With a single swing of his axe, the Mech Tyrannosaurus Rex was cleaved cleanly in two. Then, the corpse of the Mech Tyrannosaurus erupted with a tremendous blast. You have slain a level 25 Mech Tyrannosaurus, earning 100 experience points for your Pangu mech. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 2 ginseng fruits. Consuming a ginseng fruit can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Each individual may only consume one. Lin Yu was astonished to discover such a treasure that could prolong life. 2. This is perfectly suited for my parents. It is known that as a mech engineer advances in levels, their lifespan correspondingly increases. Thus, the ginseng fruits are of no use to Lin Yu himself. For his parents, who are ordinary individuals, adding a century to their lives is undoubtedly a tremendous boon. Feiyu, what rewards did you receive for clearing the level? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Chun Feiyu snapped back to reality upon hearing Lin Yu's voice. The scene of Lin Yu slaying the Mech Tyrannosaurus had been overwhelmingly shocking, leaving him utterly astounded. Wait a moment, let me check. Chun Feiyu quickly examined his rewards. Upon seeing what he had received, he was left speechless. Lin Yu, I actually obtained the advanced mech skill, Guardian Shield, which can deflect a fatal attack. Unfortunately, it requires the level of a 5-star mech engineer to learn. He was filled with immense excitement. This was undoubtedly a life-saving skill. Congratulations, Lin Yu exclaimed. Your luck is truly remarkable. Advanced mech skills are exceedingly rare, even in dungeons suited for levels 30 or 40. Regardless of the circumstances, this was undoubtedly a fortunate occurrence. It seemed that Chun Feiyu was quite fortunate in terms of luck. Hehe, by the way, Lin Yu, what rewards did you receive? Chun Feiyu asked curiously. 2 ginseng fruits that can extend lifespan, which are perfect for my parents, Lin Yu disclosed without hesitation. That is indeed splendid news. Once we exit, we must celebrate properly. Chun Feiyu nodded enthusiastically. He was aware that Lin Yu's parents were ordinary people, whose lifespans typically reached a maximum of 100 years. However, upon becoming a 1-star mech engineer, living for 200 years is certainly achievable. As mech engineers level up, their lifespans naturally increase. Well then, let us depart from this dungeon. Lin Yu continued. Soon, they summoned their respective mechs back into the mech space. The 2 successfully exited the level 20 dungeon, Blood World. Upon exiting, they noticed a multitude of mech engineers gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. What is happening? Chun Feiyu inquired with curiosity. It seems something significant has occurred. Lin Yu responded calmly. Friend, what has transpired? Chun Feiyu approached the nearest mech engineer to ask. You should check the news online. The mech engineer replied swiftly. The world has changed. Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Has the world truly changed? Chun Feiyu quickly took out his phone to connect to the internet, and a flurry of information began to emerge. Lin Yu, come take a look. Upon perusing the online updates, it became evident that the world had indeed transformed. Both the dungeons and secret realms had undergone tremendous alterations, their difficulty levels significantly heightened. This meant that previous strategies for navigating the dungeons were now rendered obsolete. Furthermore, to exit a dungeon, one must now achieve victory. In the case of secret realms, there exist numerous unique locations from which one cannot depart by using the secret realm scrolls. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over Chun Feiyu, a sentiment shared by mech engineers across the globe. This signified that the mortality rate for entering these dungeons and secret realms would drastically increase in the future, simultaneously hindering their ability to grow stronger. Thus, Lin Yu asserted with a grave demeanor, it was imperative that they earnestly strive to enhance their own strength. Should a crisis erupt in the future, lacking formidable power would likely lead only to despair and death. Fate must be firmly grasped within one's own hands. However, he continued, not all is bleak. Despite the anomalies in these dungeons and secret realms, the likelihood of acquiring valuable treasures has also risen. Chun Feiyu nodded in agreement. Finally understanding why the rewards for conquering the recently completed level 20 Blood World had been so exceptional, he had even obtained a high-tier mech skill. Statistics revealed that today alone, hundreds of mech engineers had perished within the dungeons and secret realms of Jiangling City. An official alert flashed, indicating that preparations for entering these dungeons and secret realms must be thorough henceforth. Chun Feiyu felt a wave of relief, grateful to have Lin Yu by his side. Approaching the situation from a different perspective may indeed fortify all mech engineers further. At that moment, Lin Yu declared, let us proceed. Since the dungeon has transformed, we must hasten to conquer other lower-level dungeons. Having already completed the level 20 dungeon, those at levels 10 and 15 should pose little challenge. Chapter 22. Departure to Kunlun Mech University. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu cleared several lower-level dungeons in Jiangling City, reaping numerous commendable rewards and feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Among these, Chun Feiyu had received a special fruit that, once consumed, directly augmented his psychic energy by 500. He was now not far from becoming a 2-star mech engineer. With a little more effort, he would undoubtedly ascend to that rank with ease. Upon returning to the Jiangling No. 1 villa area, Lin Yu proposed, Feiyu, let us set off for Kunlun Mech University tomorrow. The day for reporting to Kunlun Mech University was now merely 6 days away. It is essential to set out in advance. No problem. Chun Feiyu nodded. Subsequently, the two returned home. Upon Lin Yu's arrival, his mother had just finished preparing dinner. In that moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at his perfect timing. During dinner, his parents inquired about the recent anomalies in the secret realm and instances. Lin Yu responded candidly and advised his sister, Lin Jiao, that should she awaken her mecha, she must never venture into the secret realm or instances alone. By the way, Mom and Dad, here are 2 ginseng fruits. Consuming them will extend your lifespan by a century. After dinner, Lin Yu handed the 2 ginseng fruits to them. Watching his parents consume them, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then presented 2 beginner mecha skills and over 20 energy crystals to Lin Jiao. These are rewards for my successful completion of instances. I have no use for them. Sister, make good use of them. These energy crystals can rapidly enhance your spiritual energy. Once your mecha awakens and you master these beginner skills, your strength will undoubtedly see a significant boost. Overjoyed by these gifts, Lin Jiao expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, big brother. Tomorrow, I will be leaving Jiangling City. I wonder when I will return again." In the past, my sister Lin wanted to return twice during her first year at Kunlun Mecha University, but she hasn't been back in the last 2 years. After returning to his room, Lin Yu lay on his bed and commanded, "Open my personal panel." Command received. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Mecha God Body. Activated. Mecha Master level. 3-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 16,820. Mecha. Pangu Mecha. Level 28. Phew. I am drawing ever closer to becoming a 4-star Mecha Master. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that his recent efforts had not been in vain. He then resolved to tackle more instances. As the rewards had markedly improved compared to before, time always passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a night had slipped by. The following morning, his mother prepared a sumptuous breakfast early. After finishing their meal, Lin Yu said, "There is no need for you to see me off." As he stepped out of the villa, he smiled at his family. "Little sister, you must work hard." After bidding farewell to his family, Lin Yu arrived at Chun Feiyu's doorstep, just in time to see Chun Feiyu saying goodbye to his parents. "Lin Yu, I trust you to take good care of this boy in the future," Chen's father warmly remarked upon seeing Lin Yu. "Uncle, you are too kind." Lin Yu replied with a smile. "All right, Lin Yu and I are setting off," Chun Feiyu exclaimed swiftly. Thus, the two bid farewell to their families and officially embarked on their journey to Kunlun Mecha University. From this moment forth, their success would hinge solely on their own efforts. Upon exiting the villa community, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu made their way toward the airport, eagerly anticipating the commencement of their lives at the Mecha University. They had heard tales of the many beautiful senior sisters at Kunlun Mecha University, and the thought of potentially finding a girlfriend among them filled Chun Feiyu with excitement. Enough with the daydreaming. To win the heart of a beautiful senior sister, one must possess formidable strength. Lin Yu interrupted his reverie. The students at Kunlun Mecha University were predominantly prodigies. In this world, survival of the fittest prevailed, and strength commanded respect. Only those who were sufficiently powerful would attract the attention of attractive women, while the weak would likely be disregarded entirely. "I understand." Chun Feiyu nodded in agreement. It did not take long for them to reach the airport in Jiangling City. Given that Jiangling City was thousands of kilometers from Kunlun Mecha University, they would need to board a specialized transport aircraft for a swift journey. These transport planes also boasted combat capabilities, equipped with a variety of formidable weapons. It was worth noting that numerous types of colossal beasts existed, including aerial ones. Hence, the journey could be fraught with danger. "Oh, how I wish my mecha could fly." Chun Feiyu sighed. If that were the case, he could directly pilot his mecha to Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu nodded slightly, contemplating how advantageous it would be if his second mecha could awaken with flight capabilities. Although some mechas were incapable of flight, certain specialized equipment could bestow such abilities. However, this equipment was exceedingly rare and precious, far beyond the current technological prowess of humanity. To acquire such gear, one would typically need to conquer dungeons or explore secret realms. And, with a stroke of luck, they might come across flying equipment. Before long, under the guidance of the staff, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu boarded a stunningly sleek warplane. As newcomers to Kunlun Mecha University, they were afforded the luxury of an escorting warplane, sparing them the need to crowd on a transport aircraft with others. "This is so comfortable." Chun Feiyu reclined on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying the experience. No wonder this is a top-tier mecha university. Such treatment is incomparable to that of ordinary mecha institutions. Lin Yu remarked as he settled down, letting out a soft sigh of admiration. "Indeed, I have heard that the competition at Kunlun Mecha University is exceedingly fierce." Chun Feiyu continued, "It seems there exists a ranking system. If one can enter this list, they will be granted a plethora of resources. Moreover, the higher one ranks, the more abundant the mecha resources become." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. It certainly sounds intriguing. My anticipation grows ever more. The aircraft is equipped with dedicated flight attendants who cater to their every need, providing exquisite refreshments that delight both of them. The warplane swiftly ascended. Chapter 23. The Sister. Not only beautiful, but also extraordinary after a lengthy flight. Their journey proceeded smoothly, albeit they encountered a few colossal flying beasts. Fortunately, the aircraft's firepower proved sufficient, effortlessly alleviating the looming threat. Once the aircraft landed steadily, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu disembarked, and before them stood towering edifices infused with a cyberpunk ambience. This was Kunlun City, a realm incomparable to Jiangling City. Lin Yu exclaimed, for Jiangling City was merely a small town, while Kunlun City is one of the largest metropolises in the world. Not far away loomed Kunlun Sacred Mountain, hence the city was aptly named Kunlun City. Kunlun Mecha University is situated upon Kunlun Sacred Mountain, merely over 100 kilometers from the city, not a great distance at all. Since the warplane could not access Kunlun Mecha University directly, they were instead delivered to Kunlun City. Lin Yu, with a few days remaining until the registration date. What shall we do next? Chun Feiyu inquired after exiting the airport of Kunlun City. We shall await news. I've already contacted my sister. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Having someone is indeed fortunate. Chun Feiyu expressed enviously, wishing he too had a beautiful sister who had gained admission to Kunlun Mecha University. After approximately an hour of waiting, Lin Yu received a message from his sister Lin Wan. Upon noticing this, he promptly shared his current location. All set, Lin Yu exclaimed. With my sister guiding us, we shall gain a better understanding of Kunlun Mecha University. After a patient wait, a golden warplane gracefully descended before them. As the cabin door opened, an extraordinary beauty emerged, captivating the attention of many bystanders. Even Lin Yu was astounded. After a long absence, his sister appeared even more radiant, resembling a celestial fairy. Sister, Lin Yu approached her eagerly. In the next moment, Lin Wan exclaimed, Lin Yu, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. My dear brother. She enveloped him in a warm embrace, leaving Lin Yu momentarily breathless. Around them, envious gazes filled the air, particularly from the young men who wished they could take Lin Yu's place. Sister, we should leave this place quickly, Lin Yu urged, feeling the crowd around them growing larger. All right, Lin Wan nodded, then released Lin Yu. Sister, this is Chun Feiyu. You should remember him. He has also been accepted into Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu introduced. Hello, sister. I am Chun Feiyu. Chun Feiyu promptly offered his polite introduction upon noticing her. Yes, Lin Wan softly responded. I have seen you before. I have some recollection. Before long, guided by Lin Wan, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu boarded the golden warplane. Xiao Meng returned to the school. Lin Wan commanded. In the next moment, the entire golden warplane automatically activated. Understood, master, initiating return. It was evident that Xiao Meng referred to the intelligence system of the aircraft. Sister, this warplane must be quite expensive, Lin Yu inquired. Not too bad. Merely over 10 billion, Lin Wan replied calmly. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu gasped in astonishment. It was exorbitantly beyond their comprehension. This is the detailed information about Kunlun Mecha, along with some regulations. You both should review it when you have time, Lin Wan said, waving her delicate fingers, causing Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu's phones to receive the data. By the way, sister, how powerful are you now? Lin Yu asked curiously. I am an 8-star Mecha Master, having just broken through to level 80. Lin Wan replied truthfully to Lin Yu's inquiry. This revelation left Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu utterly astounded. It was remarkable that Lin Wan had experienced such rapid growth in just over 3 years. My genius sister, Lin Yu exclaimed inwardly, feeling insignificant in comparison to his sister. With another wave of her finger, a projection appeared before them, displaying Chun Feiyu's personal information. Chun Feiyu, you have awakened a king-level mecha. Shortly, I will take you to the king-level academy, where teachers will arrange everything for you, Lin Wan said gently, looking at Chun Feiyu. King-level academy? Chun Feiyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Kunlun Mecha University is divided into General-Level Academy, King-Level Academy, and Emperor-Level Academy. Since you awakened a King-Level Mecha, you will be assigned to the King-Level Academy, Lin Wan explained, clarifying much for Chun Feiyu. Sister, what about those who awaken a mecha of Emperor level or above? Lin Yu asked. Naturally, they enter the seed class. Lin Wan elucidated. The seed class signifies humanity's hope, the final ember. Students in the seed class possess mechas of emperor level or higher and receive one-on-one guidance from dedicated instructors. Now I understand. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully, "Sister, we will be in the same academy. If you had been a year earlier, we could have been in the same academy. But now I've already entered the seed class." Lin Wanner shook her head. What? In an instant, Lin Yu was taken aback. There are two ways to enter the seed class. One is to awaken a mecha of royal level or above. The other is to challenge the students of the seed class. If one could defeat two of them, one can also join the seed class. Lin Wanner waved her hand. An information regarding joining the seed class appeared before Lin Yu and Chen Feiyu. After reading it, he felt that the difficulty was immense. But soon, Lin Yu became excited. "So, sister, you joined the seed class through the second method. It's truly incredible. My sister is amazing." It is essential to note the significant difference in mecha levels. The students of the seed class at Kunlun Mecha University are undoubtedly exceptional. To defeat two of them already demonstrates my sister's formidable prowess. Thinking back, I was lucky as well. In the second battle, at a critical moment, my mecha upgraded to the imperial level, which allowed me to win. Lin Vanezite. At that moment, Lin Yu and Chen Feiyu were once again dumbfounded. They felt as if they were hearing things. An imperial mecha directly upgraded from a royal mecha. How astonishing. Throughout the entire history of mecha, such an occurrence seems unprecedented. My mecha is special. When it reaches a certain level, it can directly upgrade its rank. Lin Wanner continued, "When I first awakened my mecha, it was merely a king-level mecha, which later upgraded to a royal-level mecha. This secret is well known among everyone at Kunlun Mecha University, so there is nothing to conceal. Sister, you are truly extraordinary." Lin Yu exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. His sister is not only stunningly beautiful, but also remarkably talented. Chapter 24. Xiaoyu ahead lies the Kunlun Sacred Mountain, Lin Wanner reminded. In an instant, Lin Yu and Chen Feiyu looked forward, and an immensely majestic mountain appeared before their eyes. The Kunlun Sacred Mountain seemed to connect heaven and earth, soaring into the clouds. Numerous floating islands surrounded it, creating a breathtaking scene. The aircraft flew towards the mountainside of Kunlun's Sacred Mountain and soon landed in one of the plazas. "We have arrived. This is the Royal Level Academy. The teacher below will guide you," Lin Wanner stated as the aircraft door opened. "Thank you, sister." Chen Feiyu expressed his gratitude once more to Lin Wanner, then turned to Lin Yu. "I was hoping we could continue to be classmates, but I will work hard." "Yes, train diligently, and keep in touch." Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Although Kunlun's Sacred Mountain is vast, it will still be easy to meet since we are all at the same Mecha University. After Chen Feiyu disembarked from the warplane, he swiftly departed with his instructor. Lin Wanner then continued to guide Lin Yu to a higher elevation. Before them, the aircraft gracefully descended upon a larger floating island. Upon stepping off the plane and taking in the surroundings, Lin Yu was once again astonished. "Sister, such a vast floating island is your personal residence?" "Indeed, every student in the seed class possesses such an island," Lin Wanner affirmed with a nod. "From now on, you shall reside with me." "Yes," Lin Yu replied enthusiastically. Living together with his sister was undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. He felt he was truly basking in her glory. Residing here was a dream come true for countless students. "There are many rooms. Feel free to choose." She continued, "Additionally, here is a meal card for you, with an unlimited balance, allowing you to dine freely at the cafeteria of Kunlun Mecha University. Considering you have yet to master the flying mecha skills, you may use this gilded warplane for now." Lin Wanner had meticulously arranged everything for Lin Yu. "Sister, you make me feel like I'm living off your kindness," Lin Yu exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "What? Don't you want to enjoy this kindness?" Lin Vanner merely smiled. "Of course. I shall relish the kindness my sister bestows upon me," Lin Yu replied earnestly. "Let's go. There are guests awaiting," Lin Wanner said with a smile. "Guests? Who are they?" Lin Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. "You'll find out when you meet them." Following his sister, he entered the opulent villa. In the living room, Lin Yu observed a girl engrossed in a game, her beauty rivaling that of his sister, with a perfectly curvaceous figure. "Wanner, you're back. Come play a game with me," the girl exclaimed eagerly. "Enough of the games. My brother has arrived," Lin Wanner gently interjected. Upon hearing this, the girl turned her gaze towards Lin Yu. As their eyes met, her expression flickered, and she promptly rose to her feet, circling Lin Yu and appraising him, nodding occasionally. "Wanner, Is this your incredibly handsome brother? Yes, definitely my type, the girl declared joyfully. For a moment, Lin Yu was at a loss for words. To think she would consider her brother as a potential suitor. Xiao Yu, cease your nonsense, Lin Yu said, pulling her back. Allow me to introduce you. This is Xiao Yu, also a student in the seed class. And this is my brother, Lin Yu. Hello, senior. Lin Yu greeted Xiao Yu politely. Yes, Lin brother. May I ask, are you currently in a relationship? Xiao Yu inquired curiously. Not yet, Lin Yu replied, somewhat embarrassed. Was it appropriate to pose such questions upon first meeting? Seemingly delighted by his answer, Xiao Yu continued, Lin brother, what type of girl do you prefer? Is it someone like me, or is it your sister? She resembles a vixen, her voice brimming with seduction. Enough of this banter. Lin Yu interrupted her directly, saying, Lin Yu, you should go and choose a room. All right, sister. Lin Yu nodded and swiftly departed from the living room. Remaining any longer, he felt he would be devoured by Xiao Yu. Yu, how about lending me your brother for a few days? After Lin Yu left, Xiao Yu clung to Lin Yu's arm, playfully pouting. Didn't you suggest I find a shield? I think Lin Di would be perfect. Is this karma? Lin Yu shook her head, forcing a bitter smile. Vanya, you must help me. Xiao Yu feigned a pitiful expression. You know my situation. I'm on the verge of losing my mind. No. Have you considered that if I let my brother be your shield, others will surely fixate on him? Lin Vanya firmly declined. Her younger brother had just arrived at Kunlun Mech University, and already he was attracting resentment, which would undoubtedly lead to numerous troubles. As an elder sister, she could not protect him at all times. Yu, you must not be aware of just how extraordinary your brother is. Xiao Yu smiled mysteriously. Did your divine eye reveal this? Lin Yu asked, her expression turning serious. She was aware of Xiao Yu's unique ability, known as the divine eye, which could see through all illusions. Previously, you mentioned your brother awakened an imperial-level mecha. Now, I can assure you, your brother possesses a divine-level mecha, Xiao Yu said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. A divine-level mecha is merely a legendary existence. She had considerable faith in Xiao Yu's words. If it were indeed a divine-level mecha, why would Lin Yu choose to conceal it? Are you foolish? That is a divine-level mecha. If it were to be exposed, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Xiao Yu spoke again. Let us not forget. We've seen before how people have resorted to heinous means to seize others' mechas. I understand now. Lin Vanya nodded, realizing her brother was far more astute than she had imagined. Indeed, if news of a divine-level mecha were to emerge, it would inevitably attract attention. She had encountered much information regarding the seizing of mechas and had witnessed it firsthand. The methods were brutal, and she certainly did not wish for Lin Yu to become a victim of such circumstances. Therefore, she was even more resolute that Lin Yu must not serve as her shield. Rest assured, as long as he does not voluntarily expose himself, I am the only one who can discern it. Xiao Yu once again adopted a pitiable demeanor. Lin Di is already a 3-star mecha master, and his mecha level has reached 28. He'll be just fine. Moreover, this is Kunlun Mecha University, where no one can act recklessly. Unable to resist the plea of Xiao Yu, Lin Yu sighed. I cannot make the decision. You should inquire with Lin Yu later. Everything hinges on his own resolve. Chapter 25. The Celestial Eye Ability Sister. I have chosen a room, Lin Yu announced a few moments later, having selected a suitable chamber. Lin Yu, there's no one else here. Please be candid. Is your mech indeed of divine caliber? Lin Yu inquired with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Lin Yu was taken aback. How did his sister know about the divine grade mech? Had he inadvertently revealed it? That seemed implausible. The information regarding divine grade mechs was typically well concealed. Come now, little brother. Confess honestly. Your divine grade mech cannot escape my perception, Xiao Yu remarked with a slight smile, her expression exuding charm, reminiscent of a beguiling figure from a past life. Lin Yu, she possessed a pair of celestial eyes, an extraordinary ability. Lin Yu elucidated, under her celestial gaze, nothing can remain hidden. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slowly, realizing the existence of such formidable powers in this world. It was no wonder that Kunlun Mech University was teeming with prodigies and anomalies. All right, I concede. My mech is indeed of divine caliber, Lin Yu admitted candidly. Quickly, let us venture out and witness the legendary divine grade mech, Xiao Yu exclaimed, her eagerness palpable as she seized Lin Yu's hand and hurried outside. Though Xiao Yu's grip was exceedingly soft and pleasant, her strength was overwhelming. Lin Yu felt his own weakness acutely, unable to break free. thus allowing himself to be led out by her. Seeing this, Lin Yu could only shake her head in resignation. There was no changing Xiao Yu's impulsive nature. Upon exiting the villa, Xiao Yu nodded. The space here is ample. You may summon your mech now. Very well. Allow me to showcase the divine grade mech. Lin Yu struck a rather impressive pose. Summoned Pangu mech in the next instant. The divine grade Pangu mech materialized behind Lin Yu. The true manifestation of this mech compelled both Xiao Yu and Lin Yu to observe intently, particularly Xiao Yu, who activated her celestial eye ability with all her might. Indeed, is a divine grade mech. Even the axe behind it is of artifact level quality. Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Though her own mech was an imperial grade, she felt it paled in comparison to this divine grade counterpart. At this moment, Lin Yu was equally astounded. The celestial eye ability was astonishingly potent, capable of discerning the very level of the heavenly opening axe. All right, Lin Yu, you may retract your mech now. Lin Yu reminded him. Understood, Lin Yu replied. Instantaneously, the Pangu mech vanished, returning to the internal mech space within him. How peculiar. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yu circled around Lin Yu several times, still scrutinizing him, her demeanor growing increasingly grave. Had she discerned some underlying issue? Lin Yu pondered curiously. Could it be that I am afflicted with some terminal illness? In an instant, his thoughts spiraled into wild speculation. There is no problem, but I sense something peculiar about your body, and my divine eyes are unable to penetrate further into your condition, Xiao Yu lamented, expressing her astonishment at encountering someone her abilities could not fathom. This young man before her, who had awakened a divine mecha, was undoubtedly extraordinary, suggesting there were deeper secrets at play. Yet, Xiao Yu refrained from probing further. After all, in this day and age, who did not harbor a few secrets? All right, let us discuss matters ahead. Lin Yu interjected, saying, Lin Yu, you must continue to keep the details of the divine mecha under wraps. However, you can modify the information regarding your divine mecha to reflect it as an imperial level mecha. That should be feasible, right? Xiao Yu quickly added her agreement. That is certainly doable. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of vulnerability in Xiao Yu's presence, as if he were laid bare, accompanied by a strange sense of shame. Excellent. By modifying it to an imperial level mecha, you will gain direct entry into the seed class, along with access to more mecha resources, Xiao Yu elucidated. But I registered as an imperial level mecha. How am I to explain this discrepancy later? Lin Yu suddenly raised a pertinent question. That is simple. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Just say that the previous testing equipment malfunctioned, preventing it from detecting the true level of your mecha. All right, I trust my sister's judgment. Lin Yu agreed decisively. Lin Yu, I have one more small favor to ask of you, Xiao Yu said as she approached him, taking both of his hands in hers, gazing at him with earnest eyes. My goodness, this woman must be a professional actress. Lin Yu thought. Sister, I fear I may not be of assistance to you. He shook his head, remaining unmoved by her charms. In truth, he had already overheard Xiao Yu's intention for him to serve as a shield to dissuade some suitor. Such a task could easily draw unwanted attention to himself, especially being new to this environment. The suitor was likely a student from the seed class as well. Lin Yu, you haven't even heard what I need help with, and you're already refusing me. This truly wounds your elder sister's heart. Xiao Yu suddenly leaned closer, falling into Lin Yu's embrace, as if he had betrayed her affections. Lin Yu attempted to break free, but realized he lacked the strength to do so. Sister, help me, he implored Lin Yu. Lin Yu, perhaps you should just agree to her request, Lin Yu sighed. To be honest, if Xiao Yu truly ended up with her younger brother, it might not be such a bad thing, considering her extraordinary divine abilities. Even some of the most esteemed mecha masters seek out Xiao Yu to discern their peculiar artifacts. Should they enter the secret realms with Xiao Yu's divine sight, the treasures and opportunities hidden within would be swiftly revealed. Consequently, a multitude of individuals began to pursue Xiao Yu. Fortunately, after being turned away, most ceased their incessant attempts. However, one individual remains undeterred in his relentless pursuit, constantly adopting various tactics, making it quite unmanageable for Xiao Yu, who has frequently been visited by him of late. This persistent suitor is none other than Zhong Kuei. Both of their families hail from prestigious mecha lineages, and their relations are quite amicable. Zhong Kuei, a flamboyant is fond of the fairer sex, frequently changing girlfriends every few days. Upon the awakening of Xiao Yu's divine sight, Zhong Kuei received directives from his family, urging him to diligently strive for Xiao Yu to wed into the Zhong family. Whichever family possesses Xiao Yu's divine sight is destined to rise. potentially surpassing the 3 foremost mech academies. In the ensuing minutes, Lin Yu listened as his sister recounted the entire saga. In that moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Xiaoyu. Despite her extraordinary divine sight, others sought to exploit her, including her own family. The divine sight, while formidable, is not without its drawbacks. I can only utilize it twice a week at most. Xiaoyu lamented, her countenance tinged with sorrow. They only recognize the power of the divine sight, oblivious to the fact that excessive use drains my vitality. Thankfully, Xiaoyu is now sufficiently powerful. Were she to be imprisoned, she would likely be reduced to a mere tool. This moment underscored for Lin Yu the paramount importance of strength. Xiao, I shall assist you with your endeavors, Lin Yu declared, patting his chest confidently. Chapter 26. Reassessing Mecha Rank Lin Yu. You are truly wonderful. Upon hearing Lin Yu's agreement, Xiaoyu's face lit up with a sweet smile. Her acting skills are exceptional. It would be a pity if she did not pursue a career in acting. Lin Yu, motivated by the allure of Xiaoyu's divine sight, recognized that by helping her now, he might benefit greatly in the future. Regardless, he viewed this as a form of investment with tangible returns. Now that matters have been settled, let us first amend Lin Yu's records, Lin Wanner suggested. Within Kunlun Mecha University, the treatment afforded to those awakening royal and imperial mechas is worlds apart. This disparity is something Lin Wanner knows all too well. I shall accompany him. It will also allow us to strengthen our bond. What say you, Lin Yu? Xiaoyu smiled. Could I possibly refuse? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, he would prefer his sister Lin Wanner to escort him. Lin Yu, you should go with her. I have some matters to attend to as well. Lin Wanner remarked. Perfect timing, Xiaoyu. You should take Lin Yu to familiarize himself with Kunlun Mecha University. Immediately, Lin Wanner summoned her mecha and swiftly departed from the floating island. Lin Yu marveled at his sister's upgraded mecha, which was even more dazzling than before, and to his surprise, it had gained the ability to fly. He noticed that there were no visible flight mechanisms on her mecha, which could only indicate one thing. This was an inherent flight capability of the mecha itself. As long as it was an imperial-level mecha, it would possess such abilities. Xiaoyu elucidated, however, the speeds vary. Some are swift, while others are slower. Does your divine-level mecha lack flight capability? Xiaoyu then cast a quizzical glance at Lin Yu. Not at the moment, Lin Yu shook his head. It seems your divine-level mecha might be of a lower grade. Once its level increases, it is likely to awaken its flight capability automatically, Xiaoyu speculated confidently. After all, a divine-level mecha should possess the ability to fly, and Xiaoyu is certain of this. All right, let us go update your information, Xiaoyu commanded with a wave of her hand. Instantly, a mechanical airship materialized before them. Come aboard. Xiaoyu gracefully leaped onto the vessel. Following suit, Lin Yu did the same. Once they were settled, the airship took off rapidly. Noticing Lin Yu's curiosity, Xiaoyu began to explain. This is a mechanical airship developed by Kunlun Mecha University. As long as it has crystal energy, it can propel this vessel. Since your mecha currently lacks flight capability, we will use this means to transport you. Lin Yu promptly nodded, understood. Approximately 10 minutes later, the airship landed in a plaza atop Kunlun Sacred Mountain. To the east of this plaza stood an incredibly magnificent building, exuding a powerful aura. That is the Academic Affairs Center of the Seed class at Kunlun Mecha University, Xiaoyu softly stated, appearing quite knowledgeable about the place. Upon entering the Academic Affairs Center, they proceeded into a special room. This was no ordinary room. It was best described as a vast space capable of accommodating hundreds of giant mechas. Teacher Liu, what a surprise to see you here today, Xiaoyu exclaimed upon spotting a female teacher inside. Xiaoyu, is that you? And who might this be? The teacher, Lu Chunxue, smiled and nodded at Xiaoyu, then turned her curious gaze towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu's first impression was that this young man was quite handsome. Allow me to introduce, this is teacher Lu Chunxue, a stellar mecha engineer, Xiaoyu quickly introduced. Teacher Liu, this is Lin Yu, Lin Wanner's younger brother. Ah, so he's her brother. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's name, Lu Chunxue's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. Teacher Liu, Lin Yu's previous mecha inspection report was somewhat inaccurate. In fact, his mecha is an Emperor-class mecha. Xiaoyu promptly got to the point. I have observed with my divine eye and can confirm it is indeed Emperor-class. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's assurance, Lu Chunxue was equally astonished. Lin Wanner was already extraordinary with her ability to elevate her mecha's rank. It was unexpected that Lin Wanner's brother was equally gifted. Possessing an Emperor-class mecha, this family truly seems to be of a prodigious caliber. Xiaoyu, I trust your divine eye. However, we must adhere to protocol. He needs to be examined at the mecha inspection platform. Lu Chuanxue spoke softly. Of course, that is not an issue. We will follow the school's regulations, Xiaoyu replied with confidence. Merely being an Emperor-class mecha did not elicit significant surprise from Lu Chuanxue. If it were revealed that Lin Yu actually possessed a divine-class mecha, Lu Chuanxue would undoubtedly have lost her composure. Lin Yu, summon your mecha and stand upon the inspection platform, Xiaoyu encouraged, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Pangu mecha summon. With a thunderous roar, the Pangu mecha materialized. Lin Yu swiftly transformed into a beam of light, entering the interior of the Pangu mecha. Under Lin Yu's command, the Pangu mecha quickly stood upon the inspection platform. Xiaoyu, the pressure emanating from this mecha seems even more formidable than that of an Emperor-class mecha, Lu Chuanxue remarked gravely, her perception intensely acute. Truly a starry mecha master. Such perceptiveness is indeed formidable. Teacher Lu, perhaps his mecha is the pinnacle of Emperor-class mechas. Xiaoyu could only state this, naturally refraining from mentioning the divine-class mecha. The inspection platform soon began its operation. This inspection took a bit longer than expected, lasting a full 2 minutes. The adjacent display screen then indicated Emperor-class mecha. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu mused, I may have deceived the inspection platform, but I cannot fool Xiaoyu's divine eye. After the inspection concluded, Lin Yu summoned the mecha back, returning to Xiaoyu's side. Lin Yu, congratulations. Your mecha is indeed an Emperor-class mecha from this moment forth. You are a student of Class 10 in the Seed program, Lu Chuanxue congratulated. Class 10? Teacher Lu, when was there a Class 10? Xiaoyu was taken aback. She recalled that Kunlun Mecha University's Seed program only comprised 9 classes. Class 10 was established separately this year. Lu Chuanxue explained. I see. Xiaoyu nodded and continued. Then, Teacher Lu, since Lin Yu has been confirmed, may he receive his resources in advance? That is certainly not a problem. Follow me. Lu Chuanxue replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 27. The first kiss just disappeared. Under Teacher Lu Chuanxue's guidance, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu arrived at storage room. 2030 level energy crystals, 1040 level energy crystals, 550 level energy crystals, and 160 level energy crystal. 2 advanced mech skills, and 1 supreme mech skill. Additionally, the gravity training lasts for 180 minutes. As the confirmation of various mech resources unfolded, Lin Yu was utterly astonished. He never anticipated such lavish treatment upon entering the Seed class, especially the crystal energy. With it, Lin Yu was confident that he could swiftly attain the rank of a 4-star mech master and awaken his very own second mech. Once everything was confirmed, Lu Chuanxue collected these resources into her spatial ring. This spatial ring, invaluable and exceedingly rare, is one of the privileges of the Seed class, as Xiaoyu explained. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded, gratefully accepting the spatial ring with both hands. Thank you, Teacher Lu. At this moment, Lin Yu could truly be considered a wealthy individual. It was no wonder that Kunlun Mech University was renowned. Such privileges would certainly be unattainable in an ordinary mech university. This highlighted the significance of a conducive environment. After bidding farewell to Lu Chuanxue, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu exited the academic center. One cannot help but marvel at Kunlun Mech University. Even the janitor was a 5-star mech master. Senior, could you please take me back? Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyu. Of course. Xiaoyu replied with a smile, promptly summoning a flying boat. Lin Yu was already well acquainted with the procedure, effortlessly leaping aboard. The flying boat ascended swiftly. However, after a while, Lin Yu sensed something amiss. Senior, this doesn't seem to be the direction of my sister's floating island. He exclaimed hastily. Of course, we're heading to my place. Xiaoyu replied with a mischievous grin. Your sister is occupied and probably won't return for several days. Besides, it's perfect. I can take care of you in every aspect. Lin Yu gulped involuntarily. For some reason, he felt as if he had been firmly ensnared by Xiaoyu. Senior, you wouldn't actually have developed feelings for me, would you? Lin Yu ventured boldly. To be honest, Xiaoyu is exceptionally beautiful, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic preferences. With her looks, she would undoubtedly be considered a campus beauty at Kunlun Mech University. Previously, Lin Yu had fantasized about dating a campus beauty, and now it felt as though that fantasy was on the verge of realization. Do you like me? Xiaoyu countered without answering directly. Do you want the truth? Of course. I do have some fondness for you, senior, but it's hard to say I truly like you, considering we've only just met. Lin Yu spoke candidly. Then how about we cultivate our feelings now? Xiaoyu asked, seemingly more pleased. leaning in closer. Let us just go with the flow, Lin Yu stammered, unsure of how to respond. Xiaoyu was simply too forward. Once again, I feel as though I'm not in control of my own existence. It seems that from now on, he will only be able to lie beneath, devoid of initiative, reduced to a passive role. By the way, what has my sister been up to that it takes her several days to return? Lin Yu shifted the topic. She must have entered a dungeon. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu responded slowly. You are now aware that your sister's mech can be upgraded, but this advancement comes with certain conditions. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. For Lin Yu at this moment, it was a matter of taking one step at a time. As a few more minutes passed, the flying vessel landed smoothly on a new floating island. So what do you think? This floating island is far more beautiful than your sister's, isn't it? Xiaoyu smiled. At a glance, the island was adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants. The air suffused with a subtle floral fragrance that enveloped one in comfort and vitality. Indeed, it is quite lovely. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Just ahead is our accommodation. Let us walk, and I will elaborate on some matters regarding Kunlun Mecha University, Xiaoyu suggested. Thus, the two proceeded side by side, wandering through this sea of blossoms, experiencing a unique charm reminiscent of a date, a sensation Lin Yu had never encountered before. During the ensuing moments, Lin Yu listened intently, gaining a deeper understanding of Kunlun Mecha University and learning numerous regulations. Senior, the university prohibits private duels, but what if two individuals truly have grievances to settle? Lin Yu voiced his confusion. Naturally, the school has considered this and has designated two specific arenas. Xiaoyu replied patiently. One is the life and death arena, and the other is the sparring arena. Lin Yu understood the implication of the life and death arena. Without further explanation, two individuals enter, and the outcome is either life or death. Well, I have conveyed most of what I wanted to. We have arrived, Xiaoyu smiled. However, as she glanced ahead, her smile abruptly vanished upon recognizing a man's silhouette. At that moment, the man turned and hurried toward Xiaoyu, exclaiming, I finally found you. I haven't been able to sleep at night since we last met. This man was undoubtedly Zhong Kuei, who regarded Lin Yu with utter disdain, as if he were nothing more than a mere figment of the air. Zhong Kuei, are we acquainted? Please address me as Xiaoyu, she replied coldly. Furthermore, do not disturb me again. I already have a boyfriend. That one? Zhong Kuei sneered, casting an unimpressed glance at Lin Yu. Yuga, I know this must be just a decoy you brought along. Having encountered Lin Yu for the first time, he was naturally skeptical that Lin Yu could truly be her boyfriend, assuming him to be merely a shield. The appearance was rather mediocre, significantly inferior to his own, thought Zhong Kuei to himself. Just at that moment, Xiaoyu unexpectedly leaned in and kissed Lin Yu on the lips. In that instant, Lin Yu was utterly taken aback, his mind racing with the realization that his first kiss was gone. However, the sensation of the kiss was surprisingly delightful. Was there still a need for me to explain? After the kiss, Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly turned her icy gaze back to Zhong Kuei. Xiaoyu. Zhong Kuei directed a harsh remark at Lin Yu, asserting, Kid, I'll remember you. In the next moment, Zhong Kuei summoned his mech and swiftly departed. His mech, also of imperial grade, was equipped with a long spear, indicating it was designed for close combat. Chapter 28. The second mech remains divine grade senior. That was my first kiss. How am I supposed to explain this to my girlfriend in the future? Lin Yu lamented, on the verge of tears. Observing Lin Yu's dismay, Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him. Well, that was my first kiss too, so it's quite the loss for both of us. Lin Yu nodded seriously. At that moment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. I've truly noticed you becoming increasingly mischievous. Why not let me be your girlfriend? Then you need to explain the kiss. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. Senior, please take me to my room first. I want to focus on cultivating and enhancing my strength. Zhong Kuei will surely hold a grudge against me. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, Lin Yu entered a spacious room, fully equipped with everything he might need. My room is right next door, so feel free to find me if you need anything. Xiaoyu smiled at Lin Yu. Got it, Lin Yu nodded, promptly closing the door behind him. His mech was currently unable to fly. Otherwise, he would have returned to his sister's floating island. He felt as if Xiaoyu were a bewitching enchantress. What if he lost control? No, he absolutely must not allow that to happen. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lin Yu settled onto the large bed. System, absorb all crystal energy, then enhance my spiritual energy. In the next moment, Lin Yu retrieved the crystals he had just obtained. Detected 20 level 30 crystals, 10 level 40 crystals, 5 level 50 crystals, and one level 60 crystal. Now absorbing and converting all. Conversion successful. Energy points, 655. Consuming 655 energy points. Your spiritual energy increases by 9825. Congratulations. You have reached the rank of a 4-star Mech Master. Opening his personal panel. Receiving command. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mech Master level. 4-star Mech Master. Energy points, 0 psychic energy. 26, 645 Mech, Pangu Mech, level 28. At last, I have become a 4-star Mech Master. How much must my psychic energy be elevated to attain the status of a 5-star Mech Master? Lin Yu inquired. Answer. To reach the level of a 5-star Mech Master, a psychic energy value of 50,000 is required. The challenge has suddenly intensified considerably, prompting Lin Yu to sigh in resignation. However, he quickly transitioned into his mech space, ready to awaken his second mech. Within the mech space, the first mech position was occupied by the Pangu Mech. In the second position, a brilliant burst of iridescent light erupted, revealing a colossal mech figure before Lin Yu's eyes. Congratulations! You have awakened your second mech. Mech, Nüwa rank, Divine Mech. Level, 28, a Divine Mech. My second mech is also of Divine rank. Lin Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. He had originally thought that awakening a single Divine Mech was commendable, but this surprise exceeded his expectations. Now, he possessed 2 mechs, and the Nüwa Mech appeared particularly suited for aerial combat. With the Nüwa Mech, Lin Yu would be able to unleash even greater power in the skies. System. Why is my second Nüwa Mech at level 28? Lin Yu asked curiously. Answer. This is one of the capabilities of the Mech God Body. As your first mech's level increases, the levels of other mechs will also rise concurrently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was once again astounded. The Mech God Body was truly remarkable. This development made things considerably easier for him. He only needed to elevate the Pangu Mech's level. Once the opportunity arose, he would summon the Nüwa Mech. Exiting the mech space, Lin Yu nodded slowly, feeling quite elated. He proceeded to utilize the mech skills he had acquired. In a matter of seconds, the Pangu Mech successfully mastered 2 high-tier mech skills and 1 super-tier mech skill. These 3 skills were meticulously selected by Lin Yu, being particularly suitable for the Pangu Mech. With the increase in mech skills, Lin Yu's combat strategies would unlock greater potential in the future, simultaneously enhancing his current strength. The Pangu Mech was currently at level 28, thus his next task was to elevate its level to 40. Lin Yu mused. Now that he was a 4-star Mech Master, the current level cap for the Pangu Mech was indeed 40. Suddenly, Lin Yu's stomach grumbled. A wave of hunger washed over him. I wonder if there is anything to eat here? Lin Yu slowly rose to his feet. Fortunately, the kitchen was located on the first floor. Lin Yu stepped out after opening the door. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, the door beside him swung open, revealing Xiao Yu, who emerged from within. Appearing as if she had just bathed, she donned a sheer garment that subtly hinted at her form, providing Lin Yu with an unexpected feast for the eyes. Senior, I didn't mean to. Lin Yu, regaining his composure, swiftly turned away to explain. It's all right. I bear you no ill will. Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. We have already shared a kiss, and you have seen me. You must take responsibility. Senior, I will head downstairs now. Lin Yu said hurriedly, descending the steps. This situation was undeniably awkward. He had merely intended to procure something to eat, yet this unexpected encounter had transpired. Lin Yu swallowed hard, recalling her figure, which was indeed remarkable. What am I thinking? He chided himself. I must find something to eat. Upon entering the kitchen, he was dismayed to find it utterly bare. Even a single grain of rice was absent, and the refrigerator was desolately empty of any sustenance. Surely there must be some fruit. Lin Yu, what are you searching for? Xiao Yu inquired, now clad in a pristine white gown as she gracefully descended the stairs. At that moment, she resembled a princess from fairy tale, radiating beauty and charm. I'm feeling a bit hungry, senior. Why is there nothing to eat here? Lin Yu spoke softly. I can't cook, so naturally, the kitchen is devoid of provisions. Xiao Yu laughed. By the way, Warner should have given you a meal card, right? Yes, Lin Yu nodded. Then that's settled. We usually dine at the cafeteria, where skilled chefs prepare delightful dishes. Xiao Yu continued with a smile. Cool, me. I'm in a good mood today, and I'll personally accompany you to the cafeteria for a proper meal. I think I'll go alone, Lin Yu hastily replied, imagining that dining with Xiao Yu would inevitably make him a celebrity on campus. Oh dear, Lin Yu, do you find me undesirable? Xiao Yu suddenly feigned distress, tears welling in her eyes. This display was truly unbearable for Lin Yu. "All right, let us go together," he relented, feeling a sense of helplessness. Hee. In an instant, Xiao Yu beamed with joy, her earlier tears clearly a ruse. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Yu found himself growing accustomed to her antics. Perhaps his long stint of being single had led him to appreciate this feeling. Chapter 29. So this is what it feels like to be swept away. They arrived at the cafeteria designated for the seed class students, where the culinary skills of the chefs were nothing short of impressive. In no time, Xiao Yu led Lin Yu into the bustling eatery. Soon, she had ordered an extravagant spread of delectable dishes. "Enjoy, today it's my treat," Xiao Yu said with a radiant smile. "Senior, how much would this feast cost?" Lin Yu asked, his curiosity piqued as the enticing aromas wafted toward him, causing him to swallow again. "Approximately a few million," she replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. "As long as one is a student of the elite class, they can indulge in the dining hall freely. Just a single meal costs several million. If we consider 3 meals a day, it amounts to tens of millions. Over a month, that would exceed 300 million. Who can bear such an expense? Fortunately, I am now also a student of the elite class." With that thought, Lin Yu began to devour the food voraciously. He was already ravenous, and the exquisite flavors of the dishes only heightened his appetite. Watching Lin Yu eat with such gusto, Xiao Yu propped her chin on her hands, her beautiful eyes quietly observing him. Occasionally, a radiant smile would grace her lips, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, Lin Yu remained oblivious to her admiration, wholly absorbed in relishing the culinary delights before him. Other students from the elite class were also present in the dining hall, and they were taken aback by the scene. The once aloof campus beauty had seemingly fallen in love. Many boys had previously pursued Xiao Yu, only to be met with her unwavering rejections. They had believed she would never entertain romantic notions, yet to their astonishment, the icy goddess appeared so gentle and endearing in Lin Yu's presence. Envy washed over them as they began to inquire about Lin Yu, curious about the individual who could elicit such warmth from Xiao Yu, a person they had never encountered before. After a brief span of time, the dining table was littered with empty plates. Lin Yu let out a satisfied burp. "Brother Lin, would you like more?" Xiao Yu inquired with a smile. "I've had more than enough. I'm quite full," Lin Yu quickly replied. "As long as you're satisfied." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the dining hall, Lin Yu felt invigorated. "Senior, are there any suitable instances at Kunlun Mecha University for me at my current level? I wish to enhance my mecha rank." Lin Yu turned to Xiao Yu with a question. "Even the most basic instances at Kunlun Sacred Mountain are level 30. Xiao Yu responded, her eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. "Since I have no pressing matters at the moment, let me take you to level up. It's a splendid way to strengthen our bond." Before Lin Yu could respond, Xiao Yu firmly grasped his hand and began leading him away. As they walked, many students gazed in disbelief at the sight. The prestigious ice-cold campus beauty was indeed in love. At that very moment, the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University was abuzz with activity. Numerous male students were seething with jealousy over Lin Yu, the very boy who had captured their goddess's heart. They uncovered that the name of the boy holding Xiao Yu's hand was Lin Yu, who had awakened an imperial-grade mecha, and most importantly, his sister was Lin Yu. The revelation sent shockwaves through the student body of Kunlun Mecha University. To Lin Yu's surprise, he discovered that he was the younger brother of Lin Yu, his sister-in-law. Having established a rapport with his sister-in-law, pursuing Lin Yu would undoubtedly become an easier endeavor. Lin Yu, a renowned beauty at Kunlun Mecha University, had garnered considerable attention from numerous admirers. Upon learning that Lin Yu was her brother, many decided to cultivate a good relationship with him. In a remarkably short time, Lin Yu had gained a modicum of fame at Kunlun Mecha University, a development that he himself had not anticipated. Under the guidance of Xiao Yu, Lin Yu soon arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, standing before the entrance of a dungeon. This was a level 30 dungeon, but recently, dungeons and secret realms across the globe had undergone strange transformations. And the dungeon at Kunlun Mountain was no exception. Within this level 30 dungeon, one would encounter formidable beasts averaging level 35. Moreover, the boss-level creatures had mutated to level 40. Xiao Yu elucidated. Given that Lin Yu's mecha was only at level 28, she deemed it far too risky for him to venture into the dungeon alone. However, with her assistance, conquering the dungeon would be a breeze and would facilitate a swift elevation of Lin Yu's mecha level. Lin Yu understood that Xiao Yu's primary concern was his safety. "Senior sister, I understand. I'll rely on you," Lin Yu stated earnestly. "Let us form a party first. You have successfully formed a party with Xiao Yu. Once the duo had joined forces, they officially entered the level 30 dungeon. Entering the dungeon. Attention! The dungeon has detected anomalies. You must complete the dungeon to exit. As they stepped into the dungeon, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, reminding him that exiting the combat state was no longer an option. Pangu Mecha summoned. In the next moment, Lin Yu summoned his mecha, and he immediately beheld Xiao Yu's imperial-level mecha, which was undeniably striking. Compared to Lin Yu's divine-level mecha, my imperial mecha pales in comparison. Standing side by side, the disparity between the two mechas was apparent, prompting Xiao Yu to exclaim in admiration, "Senior sister, your mecha is by no means inferior." Lin Yu replied earnestly, "There are no inferior mechas, only inadequate mecha pilots. Now, let us focus on conquering this dungeon." "Just relax, Lin Yu," Xiao Yu said with a charming smile. Having spoken, she deftly maneuvered her mecha into flight, moving at an astonishing speed that left Lin Yu in awe. With a mere flick of her wrist, the level 35 beast disintegrated into fragments. Truly, an 8-star mecha pilot is formidable. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Moreover, Xiao Yu's mech was also at level 80. Dealing with these 35-level behemoths was exceedingly effortless, akin to slicing vegetables. Your teammate Xiao Yu has slain a level 35 behemoth, gaining 70 experience points for the Pangu mech. Your teammate Xiao Yu has slain a level 35 behemoth, gaining 70 experience points for the Pangu mech. Your teammate Xiao Yu has slain a level 35 behemoth, gaining 70 experience points for the Pangu mech. Ding! You have obtained a level 35 crystal energy. So this is what it feels like to be carried. At that moment, Lin Yu needed to do nothing. The experience points for the mech were rapidly accumulating. There were at least 1,000 behemoths in this dungeon, and it was likely that his mech could reach level 30 without much difficulty. Chapter 30. Clearing the level 30 dungeon. Obtaining a divine artifact. Ding. Congratulations, your teammate Xiao Yu has slain a level 36 behemoth. Congratulations. You have received a level 36 mech energy. Senior, I obtained a mech energy. What is this? Lin Yu inquired curiously. The mech energy, when utilized, can bestow your mech with a substantial amount of experience points. The higher the level of the mech energy, the more experience points one gains. Xiao Yu, who was currently slaying those behemoths, promptly responded. This provided Lin Yu with a clear understanding. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations, the Pangu mech has leveled up to 30. The Pangu mech has awakened the skill, Heavenly Dao Chains. Heavenly Dao Chains, Divine Grade Skill. Nüwa mech has awakened a skill. At that moment, Lin Yu was immensely satisfied. Both the Pangu mech and the Nüwa mech awakened divine grade skills upon reaching level 30. Particularly, the Heavenly Dao Chains of the Pangu mech, once unleashed, could firmly bind the enemy. However, using it would also deplete a significant amount of one's spiritual energy. So, have you leveled up? Xiao Yu smiled. Yes, my mech is now at 30. Lin Yu eagerly nodded. All right, the boss behemoth should be making its entrance now. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the ground within the entire dungeon began to tremble violently. Not far ahead, Lin Yu could clearly see a radiant formation materializing. Suddenly, a behemoth towering at a height of 100 meters appeared before them. Level 40 behemoth, steel armored rhino. In an instant, the information about this behemoth appeared before Lin Yu. Upon the appearance of this behemoth, Xiao Yu immediately launched an attack. Before Lin Yu's eyes, Xiao Yu's Emperor-grade mech raised an arm and swiftly unleashed a beam of purple light. It was evident that the purple light penetrated the brain of the steel armored rhino, and in an instant, the rhino met its demise. An immensely colossal body thunderously collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Your companion, Xiao Yu, has vanquished the level 40 behemoth, the armored rhinoceros. You have gained 600 experience points for the Pangu mech. Congratulations on reaching level 40 in crystal energy. Congratulations on completing this dungeon for the first time. Earning the clearance reward, the Mech God Ring. The Mech God Ring of divine rank. Once equipped, it negates all negative effects. This left Lin Yu in a state of disbelief. A level 40 behemoth actually dropped a divine artifact. Ding! The Pangu mech has successfully equipped the Mech God Ring. Naturally, Lin Yu immediately donned it. Lin, how do you feel? Allow me to guide you. I assent effortless. Xiao Yu maneuvered her mech, swiftly approaching Lin Yu. Thank you. Senior, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Unbelievable. Do share what rewards you received upon clearing the dungeon. Xiao Yu inquired with curiosity. Since the dungeon mutated, the rewards for clearing it have significantly improved. Obtain a Mech God Ring. Lin Yu replied honestly. Upon hearing the function of the Mech God Ring, Xiao Yu was taken aback with astonishment. Lin, Did you witness the mech skill I utilized to defeat that armored rhinoceros? Xiao Yu slowly questioned. I did. It was impressive. What kind of mech skill was it? Lin Yu quickly nodded. The special mech skill, Mind Shock, directly caused the armored rhinoceros brain to shatter, Xiao Yu elaborated. Now that you possess the Mech God ring, you need not fear mech skills like Mind Shock in the future. What incredible luck you have. Even Xiao Yu felt a tinge of envy. Hearing Xiao Yu's words made Lin Yu further appreciate the potency of the Mech God ring. He also realized that in this world, there exist many terrifyingly powerful mech skills, and one must not become overly confident or arrogant. For the opponent may have some extraordinary technique. By the way, how many pieces of crystal energy did you acquire in this dungeon? Xiao Yu continued to ask. 2 pieces, 1 level 35 crystal energy, and 1 level 40 crystal energy. Oh, and also a level 36 mech energy. Lin Yu replied, somewhat perplexed. There were over 1,000 behemoths in this level 30 dungeon. Such a drop rate seems exceedingly low. In fact, it was an all-time low. Ever since the dungeon and secret realms underwent mutation, through numerous attempts, everyone discovered that the drop rate for crystal energy had decreased significantly. Xiao Yu said slowly, I remember when clearing this level 30 dungeon, one could at least obtain 100 pieces of crystal energy, yet now I have only received 1. And you, Lin, have merely 2. It seems that it will be even more challenging for mech engineers to cultivate in the future. Hearing Xiao Yu's lamentation, Lin Yu could only agree. Indeed, crystal energy contains vast amounts of energy, enabling mech engineers to rapidly enhance their internal spiritual energy levels. Without the assistance of crystal energy, the advancement of a mech engineer's level would undoubtedly become exceedingly sluggish. Senior sister, have we ascertained the cause of the anomalies in dungeons and secret realms across the globe? Lin Yu inquired. Not yet, Xiao Yu replied, shaking her head. However, there are powerful individuals who have prophesied that humanity may face an apocalyptic crisis at some point in the future. Lin, with your awakening of a divine-level mech, you might just be humanity's last hope. In that moment, Lin Yu absorbed a wealth of information, all of which was classified. The more he learned, the heavier the burden of responsibility he felt. After exiting the level 30 dungeon, Lin Yu accompanied Xiao Yu back to her floating island. Throughout the journey, he pondered a pressing issue. The current drop rate of crystal energy had plummeted to an extreme low, which was undeniably detrimental to him. After all, it was crystal energy that had enabled him to rapidly enhance his spiritual energy through the system's transformation. Indeed, mastering profound techniques for spiritual energy cultivation was imperative. Lin Yu contemplated, realizing he could no longer solely rely on crystal energy for his advancement. Lin, what are you thinking about? Xiao Yu asked, noticing he seemed lost in thought as they arrived at their destination. Senior sister, I'm considering how the drop rate of crystal energy is too low. Mech engineers still require methods for spiritual energy cultivation. As it stands, I do not possess any advanced techniques. Lin Yu replied hastily. Do not worry, once school resumes. There will be instructors to impart knowledge to you. You need not fret over this. Xiao Yu reassured him with a smile. However, I do know of a dual cultivation technique that can expedite the enhancement of spiritual energy for both parties. Would you care to give it a try? I would be more than willing to assist. Gulping, Lin Yu found himself entranced by the alluring fragrance emanating from Xiao Yu as she drew closer. It was utterly irresistible. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her, yet reason prevailed, reminding him that it was not the right time. Senior sister, it's getting late. I should retire for the night, Lin Yu said hurriedly as he made his way inside. After observing his retreating figure, Xiao Yu nodded slowly, seemingly pleased with his conduct. Chapter 31. Stellar-level spiritual energy cultivation techniques. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, several days had elapsed. Upon her return, Lin Yu promptly took Lin Yu back. Having shared a living space with Xiao Yu for those few days, Lin Yu had grown accustomed to it, and leaving evoked an unexpected sense of reluctance. However, he was determined to become a divine-level mech engineer. Tomorrow is September 1st, so you need not complete the registration process. Lin Yu gently informed him. However, you must participate in the challenge competition tomorrow. Sister, what is this challenge competition about? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Xiao Yu must have spoken to you about the small secret realm, right? Indeed, within that secret realm, the cultivation speed is double that of the outside world. Lin Yu nodded eagerly. He was immensely looking forward to this secret realm, wishing he could enter and begin his cultivation immediately. Indeed, this year, the new students of the seed class will have the opportunity to cultivate within the secret realm. Lin Yu continued, in tomorrow's challenge competition. All new students are free to challenge the seed class students. If one emerges victorious, they will take the place of the defeated seed class student and gain entry into the secret realm for cultivation. In simpler terms, if someone challenges you and you lose, that opportunity will be theirs. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly understood. It was clear that he could not afford to lose in this challenge competition. He realized that if he wished to retain his qualification for entering the secret realm, he must not falter in the competition. One must admit, the arrangements made by Kunlun Mecha University are truly commendable. Such a challenge competition holds numerous benefits. Firstly, it allows the other new students to recognize the gap between themselves and the seed class students. Secondly, should there be any new student capable of defeating a seed class member, they would undoubtedly be worth cultivating vigorously by the school. Sister, has anyone ever succeeded in defeating a seed class student before? Lin Yu inquired curiously. I have been at Kunlun Mecha University for 3 years, and in that time, I was the only one who managed to defeat a seed class student. Lin Yu replied calmly. As for previous instances, I am not entirely sure. This revelation unsettled Lin Yu. His sister was extraordinarily impressive. What should be a source of pride was met with her nonchalant demeanor. It seemed to her that winning the challenge competition was not something to boast about. Clearly, it was his own realm that was too low. He needed to learn more from his sister. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Lin Yu expressed his admiration. Now, take this stellar-level cultivation method and practice it. Remember, keep this cultivation method a secret from everyone else. Lin Yu instructed seriously as she handed a tome of cultivation techniques to Lin Yu. Sister, how did you acquire this stellar-level cultivation method? Lin Yu asked in astonishment. He had been at Kunlun Mecha University for several days and had learned much from Xiao Yu regarding various matters. Currently, the most formidable cultivation methods being taught at Kunlun Mecha University were merely celestial-level techniques. Stellar-level energy cultivation methods were generally reserved for stellar mecha masters, of whom there were only 10 at Kunlun Mecha University. This stellar-level cultivation method was obtained from an ancient secret realm, and it is thanks to this technique that my rank as a mecha master has been able to rise swiftly. You are my brother. If I do not pass this cultivation method to you, to whom else would I give it? Lin Yu smiled gently, playfully tapping Lin Yu's forehead with her finger. Thank you, sister. I will diligently cultivate, Lin Yu replied, deeply touched. Having such a sister was truly a blessing. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to ask me, Lin Yu said with a smile. Rest assured, sister, with my talent, I will surely master it, Lin Yu declared, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Initially, he had intended to wait for the school teacher to impart the techniques for cultivating stellar-level spiritual energy. However, the unexpected delight arrived suddenly, as Lin Yu provided him with an even more formidable method of cultivation. With this stellar-level technique, becoming a stellar mech engineer would undoubtedly be within his reach. Sister, I shall return to my room to cultivate, he said, and soon after, Lin Yu entered his room, eager to grasp this stellar-level spiritual cultivation method. Detecting stellar-level cultivation method, the Mech God Body begins to comprehend. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Instantly, Lin Yu felt as if he had entered a unique state. In a mysterious space, the contents of the stellar-level spiritual cultivation method swiftly materialized as golden characters. Ding! After an undetermined duration, Lin Yu finally regained his senses. The Mech God Body has successfully comprehended and mastered the stellar-level cultivation method and has commenced automatic cultivation. Indeed, the Mech God Body was extraordinary. It could master even the stellar-level cultivation method at such a rapid pace. Henceforth, there was no need for him to exert effort in his cultivation. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Just a few minutes later, his spiritual energy value increased by 2 points. Name, Lin Yu race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mech Engineer level, 4-star Mech Engineer. Energy points, 35, spiritual energy, 26,647, Mech, Pangu Mech, level 30. Among the 35 energy points, Lin Yu had transformed 2 crystal energies obtained from the level 30 dungeon. With the stellar level energy cultivation method, becoming a 5-star Mech Engineer was merely a matter of time. Lin Yu nodded slowly, muttering to himself. However, to attain the status of a 5-star Mech Engineer, his spiritual energy value needed to reach 50,000. Thus, his primary goal remained to elevate the Pangu Mech to level 41st. He decided to increase his spiritual energy value by utilizing all the energy points. Consuming 35 energy points, your spiritual energy value increases by 525. Spiritual energy value, 27,172. Just 23,000 more, and he could become a 5-star mech engineer. The road ahead was long and arduous. Lin Yu sighed as he lay on his bed, gradually drifting into a peaceful slumber. While he slumbered, the machine god continued to operate autonomously, diligently enhancing Lin Yu's spiritual energy through the stellar-level cultivation method. Chapter 32. A class of 3 at the break of dawn. Lin Yu awoke swiftly, opening his eyes to a sensation of unparalleled comfort. His spirit was invigorated, and his condition was exceptional. A glance at his personal status panel revealed that the machine god's automatic cultivation had augmented his spiritual energy by over 200 points overnight. The efficiency of this enhancement was indeed remarkable. Even without exerting any effort, should he continue this leisurely pace for just over 100 days, his spiritual energy would surpass 50,000, thus elevating him to the status of a 5-star mecha master. "Good morning, sister," Lin Yu greeted as he exited his room and entered the living room, where his sister, Lin Yu, was seated in a meditative posture on the sofa. How has your stellar-level cultivation progressed?" Lin Yu inquired, slowly opening her eyes and nodding. "I have already mastered it," Lin Yu replied with a smile. At this revelation, Lin Yu was taken aback. "Really?" "Indeed, sister, I would not deceive you," Lin Yu assured her with a firm nod. This astonished Lin Yu greatly. Initially, she had believed Lin Yu would face considerable difficulties in his training and had prepared to offer guidance on various challenges. However, it turned out that her preparations were entirely unnecessary. This was, nevertheless, a positive outcome. It dawned on Lin Yu that she had underestimated Lin Yu's innate talent. The fact that he had grasped the stellar-level cultivation method overnight was even more rapid than her own progression during her training. This indicated that Lin Yu's potential surpassed her own. "Perhaps I, as your sister, have underestimated you. Yet, do not grow overly proud. Humility fosters progress," Lin Yu advised. "Rest assured, sister, I understand this principle," Lin Yu replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "Now, make sure to prepare diligently. You will receive information before the commencement of the challenge," Lin Yu reminded him, elaborating on the rules and important considerations for the upcoming competition. This imparted a wealth of understanding to Lin Yu, equipping him to face the challenges ahead with greater assurance. At 2 p.m., Lin Yu received a message instructing him to assemble with Class 10 of the Seed program. This class comprised the newest entrance to Kunlun Mecha University. "Sister, I shall be on my way," Lin Yu exclaimed eagerly. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of meeting his classmates, particularly hoping there might be some attractive female students among them. "Go ahead. I will watch the live stream. Put forth your best effort," Lin Yu replied with a nod. With that, Lin Yu departed the villa and boarded his sister's resplendent golden battle aircraft. The fighter jet is now under Lin Yu's command, allowing him to take control. The aircraft travels at an astonishing speed, and before long, Lin Yu arrives at the designated assembly point. The jet lands smoothly on an expansive plaza. Upon disembarking, Lin Yu is struck by the sheer vastness of the space, feeling as diminutive as an ant in comparison. This area belongs to the elite Class 10, and its size is truly astonishing, Lin Yu exclaims in awe. While a typical class occupies a single classroom, the territory assigned to their elite class resembles an entire academy in scale. Suddenly, a colossal mech descends before Lin Yu, revealing itself to be a level 100 Imperial mech. Lin Yu is taken aback, overwhelmed by a sense of pressure far more formidable than that of Xiao Yu's level 80 mech. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerges from the giant mech, landing before Lin Yu. The massive mech is promptly summoned back into the man's mech space. "I am Jiang Wenlai, the homeroom teacher for Class 10 from now on." The middle-aged man gestures, and a technological tablet materializes in his hand. The device promptly displays Lin Yu's information. "Greetings, Teacher Jiang," Lin Yu responds with utmost politeness. Jiang Wenlai nods. "Please wait a moment. 2 more students have yet to arrive." "Teacher, there can only be 3 students in Class 10, can there?" Lin Yu inquires curiously. "Indeed, currently, Class 10 comprises only 3 individuals," Jiang Wenlai replies. "The probability of awakening an Imperial mech has significantly decreased. Moreover, some who have awakened Imperial mechs opted for other mech universities. Thus, this year's new students in the Kunlun Mech University elite class are limited to just 3. After a brief wait, 2 exceptionally beautiful girls arrive. At this moment, Lin Yu is once again astonished. Remarkably, There are only 3 students in the class, and he is the sole male, at least for now. These 2 girls, merely by virtue of their appearance, could undoubtedly be dubbed campus beauties. To be classmates with 2 such stunning individuals is indeed a privilege. Others would likely envy him if they knew. Mo Shitting, 5-star Mech Master, level 50 Holy Mech. Yiling, 5-star Mech Master, level 50 Holy Mech. The homeroom teacher, Jiang Wenlai, reads the information displayed on the tablet. Goodness gracious, both of them are Holy Mechs. Holy Mechs are second only to Divine Mechs, and they are both 5-star Mech Masters with a Mech level of 50. In contrast, Lin Yu is merely a 4-star Mech Master, with his Mech level at only 30. Now, Lin Yu can foresee that during the upcoming challenge, they will undoubtedly choose him as their target. After all, one tends to pick the softest persimmons first. After a brief introduction, Jiang Wenlai continued, "Well, I believe the 3 of you have gained a certain understanding of one another. From now on, you'll be classmates, and I hope you can assist each other and progress together. Now, it is up to you to select a class monitor." 3 individuals in a class. Was it truly necessary to elect a monitor? Lin Yu silently scoffed. Let Lin Yu take on the role of monitor. I concurred. In the next moment, Mo Shitting and Yiling spoke up without hesitation, seemingly oblivious to the implications, directly proposing that Lin Yu assume the position. I can't possibly. Lin Yu quickly waved his hands in refusal. The class monitor should undoubtedly be someone outstanding. Let us decide by a show of hands. Jiang Wenlai proposed. Those in favor of Lin Yu as class monitor, please raise your hands. In no time, Mo Shitting and Yiling raised their hands. Those in favor of Mo Shitting as class monitor, please raise your hands. Those in favor of Yiling as class monitor, please raise your hands. When it was their turn, only Lin Yu raised his hand. 2 to 1. Lin Yu, you shall be the class monitor, Jiang Wenlai declared. Understood. Lin Yu sighed helplessly, resigned to the role of class monitor. He had no interest in such a position. The class monitor has been determined. Jiang Wenlai nodded and continued. You should be aware of the upcoming challenge competition, so I need not elaborate further. Follow me. The new students are eagerly awaiting. Chapter 33. The challenge competition begins Kunlun Stadium. Capable of accommodating thousands, it houses a vast arena perfectly suited for hundreds of mechas to engage in combat. It is also protected by a barrier that ensures the safety of the surrounding spectators from the formidable powers unleashed during battles. At this moment, the venue is packed, predominantly with the new students of this cohort, while upperclassmen primarily watch through live broadcasts. We're the seed class students. I can hardly contain my eagerness to challenge them. Do you really think you are that strong? Each student from the seed class is a true prodigy. Few can defeat them. This time, we at least wish to witness the prowess of these seed class students. The school's aim is to make them understand that there are always greater talents beyond themselves. The new students engaged in fervent discussions, most believing that this challenge competition would likely see no successful challengers. Just then, Jiang Wenlai led Lin Yu and his companions into the arena. Wow, there are only 3 students in this year's seed class. I'm so envious. With just one boy amidst 2 stunning girls. Oh, who wouldn't be envious? If possible, I too would wish to join such an elite group. Upon witnessing that the seed class consisted of merely 3 individuals, they were filled with astonishment. What truly left them astounded, however, was the presence of 2 extraordinarily beautiful girls alongside just one boy. They could hardly contain their envy, wishing fervently to take Lin Yu's place, as thoughts of him being in the company of these 2 enchanting ladies filled them with longing. The time for the new student challenge had officially commenced. Students of Seed Class 10, please introduce yourselves, announced a teacher from the platform with enthusiasm, microphone in hand. Mo Shitting, 5-star Mech Engineer, level 50 Holy Mech. Mo Shitting spoke first, leaving the new students in utter shock. The disparity was astonishing. In the same grade, she had already attained the rank of 5-star Mech Engineer, while most of the newcomers were merely 1 or 2-star engineers. She had even elevated her Mech's level to 50. What challenge could possibly be undertaken against such a formidable opponent? To step forward would be nothing short of self-inflicted hardship. Yiling, 5-star Mech Engineer, also a Holy Mech. Level 50. Following Mo Shitting, Yiling quickly introduced herself. This revelation caused many of the aspiring challengers to abandon their intentions, realizing the futility of their ambitions. My goodness, how extraordinary, they gasped. The Holy Mech was already the pinnacle of mechs, and to possess one at level 50 was simply remarkable. It was clear that those who entered the seed class were far from ordinary. The atmosphere shifted, transforming the event from a challenge into a showcase for the seed class. Soon, all eyes were on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, 4-star mech engineer, level 30 Emperor Mech, he stated calmly. Upon hearing Lin Yu's introduction, some of the standout newcomers expressed their delight. Finally, there was someone they felt they could challenge. Among these new students, there were still a number who were at the 30s level, and hundreds who were 4-star mech engineers. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were certain they could not compete. Yet upon learning of Lin Yu's standing, they found a glimmer of hope in him. Noticing the fervent gazes from the newcomers, Lin Yu shook his head, realizing he had indeed become their target for challenge. Class leader, you must do your best. As the class leader, you cannot afford to lose. Mo Shitting smiled encouragingly at Lin Yu. You can do it. Yi Ling nodded in support. The pressure was palpable. Lin Yu raised his hands in resignation. The teacher presiding over the challenge once again announced, students wishing to challenge may now gather in the arena. Before long, a staggering 100 new students stood before Lin Yu, eager to take on the challenge. It seemed the allure of that small secret realm was indeed irresistible. Lin Yu, there are 100 freshmen eager to challenge you. You may select 10 from among them, Jiang Wenlai stated. However, there simply isn't enough time for all 100 freshmen to confront Lin Yu individually. Teacher Jiang, let them all come to me at once. Lin Yu replied with a confident smile. To take on 100 opponents. His words left everyone present in utter astonishment. How audacious. Is he out of his mind? Indeed, with his mech only at level 30, even if he wielded an imperial-grade mech, he would surely falter against a united front of 100. Most of these freshmen operated at royal-grade mechs. His arrogance was unfathomable. Defeat was inevitable. In that moment, the crowd deemed Lin Yu's boldness to be at its zenith. Even Jiang Wenlai appeared momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? Teacher Jiang, I am confident. One-on-one would be a waste of time. Lin Yu replied earnestly. Since it is the path you have chosen, I hope you do not come to regret it. Jiang Wenlai remarked with a sigh. I will not regret it, Lin Yu asserted firmly. Subsequently, the teachers on the high platform conferred briefly and acquiesced to Lin Yu's request. Facing 100 opponents alone was unprecedented in the annals of Kunlun Mecha University as challenge history. Would Lin Yu be courting humiliation? Or would he etch his name in history? The anticipation among the spectators was palpable. Lin Yu is clearly disregarding us. He has such an inflated sense of superiority. Indeed, once we coordinate our efforts, I refuse to believe that a mere 30-level Imperial mech can withstand the relentless assault of 100 of us. The 100 freshmen, eager to challenge Lin Yu, were incensed. What being a student from the elite class? What significance does possessing an Imperial-grade mech hold? Lin Yu's audacity to face 100 opponents shall soon be put to the test. All unrelated personnel, please vacate the area. A teacher on the platform announced. In short order, Jiang Wenlai, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling swiftly exited the arena. A protective shield enveloped the entire venue, marking the official commencement of the challenge. Lin Yu, give it your all. Shun Feiyu murmured from stands. He had unwavering faith in Lin Yu's abilities. On the other side, haha, Lin brother is truly audacious. My admiration for him grows. Xiao Yu, beside Lin Wanner, chuckled while watching the live broadcast. Do you think my brother can win? Lin Wanner inquired with a smile. Without a doubt, Xiao Yu confidently replied. Previously, she had used her divine vision to thoroughly observe the mech skills possessed by Lin Yu's Pangu mech. Some of these skills were of divine grade caliber. Once unleashed, the 100 freshmen would undoubtedly stand no chance. Moreover, Lin Yu's mech is essentially a genuine god-level mech. Chapter 34, Absolute Domination, Achieving Victory. Summon your mechs. The battle may commence. At the teacher's command, the 100 challengers facing Lin Yu instantaneously summoned their mechs. The ground trembled. In mere seconds, the new students in the stands were left in awe by the spectacle before them. A staggering 100 royal-grade mechs. Such a scene is truly rare to witness. The types of these royal-grade mechs varied greatly, including humanoid and beast-like mechs. Pangu mech summon. Lin Yu swiftly summoned his own mech. As the Pangu mech materialized, an overwhelming aura of mech dominance engulfed the arena, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This is indeed an Imperial-grade mech. How terrifying it is. I can't help but feel that Lin Yu's mech surpasses even the Imperial grade, appearing almost divine. The oppressive presence emanating from this mech is formidable. No wonder Lin Yu exudes such confidence. If I possessed such a powerful mech, I might rival Lin Yu in audacity. The new students were astonished. Most had never truly encountered an Imperial-grade mech before. and witnessing one now was an eye-opening experience. Lin Yu promptly entered the cockpit of the Pangu mech. Let's begin. He smiled at the 100 mechs before him. Faced with the terrifying Pangu mech, some of the challengers began to falter. Do not panic. This Imperial-grade mech is merely formidable in presence. At its core, it is just a level 30 mech. United, we shall undoubtedly prevail. One of the new students shouted boldly, igniting a surge of fighting spirit among the others. In the next moment, the 100 students maneuvered their mechs with all their might, launching an assault on Lin Yu, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Too slow. Lin Yu sighed. In his eyes, their mechs moved sluggishly. The next instant, he vanished from his position. Be careful. Suddenly losing sight of their target made them tense with unease as they searched for Lin Yu's figure. Boom! A colossale explosion érupted. Lin Yu commanded the Pangu mech to appear behind a wolf-type mech, delivering a crushing blow that sent the wolf-type mech flying. With a resounding crash, the wolf-type mech disintegrated. The student piloting that mech collapsed to the ground in excruciating pain, rendered incapable of further combat. Fortunately, a rescue robot swiftly arrived to assist him, ensuring his safety. With a few days of rest, he would recover fully. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. With a single strike, the formidable level 32 wolf-type mech disintegrated. Is this the terrifying might of an Imperial mech? Engaging in combat beyond one's level appears to be astonishingly effortless. The enigmatic teleportation must be a skill of the mech. At this moment, the remaining 99 challengers, who sought to confront Lin Yu, no longer dared to underestimate him. In a one-on-one scenario, they were undoubtedly no match for him. Only by uniting their efforts could they hope for any chance of success. Surely, his mech's teleportation must have a cooldown. They must seize this opportunity. Someone promptly took charge. The melee mechs surged toward Lin Yu, their weapons radiating a brilliant glow, seemingly capable of unleashing tremendous power. The ranged mechs also hastily aimed their attacks at Lin Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of potent assaults hurtled toward him. With such a dense barrage, he surely could not evade. As the dust settled, their expressions changed drastically. Remarkably, Lin Yu's mech emerged unscathed from the terrifying onslaught. Damn it, one of the newcomers cursed. Faced with Lin Yu, they now felt a sense of despair. I have no intention of continuing this fight, Lin Yu stated calmly. Mech skill, heavenly chain activation. Suddenly, the very fabric of the battlefield warped. Illusions materialized, and countless white chains erupted from within. In the blink of an eye, 99 mechs found themselves ensnared by the heavenly chains. What in the world is this mech skill? It is utterly terrifying. The more they struggled, the more agonizing it became. The power of their mechs was swiftly being siphoned away. What should we do now? If we cannot break free, we are destined to lose. Their minds raced, contemplating numerous strategies, yet none proved effective. On the high platform, the faculty members were equally astonished by Lin Yu's displayed mech skill. Clearly, this was an extraordinary, divine-level mech skill. The headmaster of the Imperial Academy nodded slightly, exclaiming, "This student named Lin Yu is quite impressive." Indeed, the other faculty members nodded in agreement. Lin Yu had showcased his talent and strength, making it evident that he was worthy of cultivation. In truth, Lin Yu is the younger brother of Lin Wan'er. Jiang Wenlai whispered to the headmasters. Upon hearing this, they were even more taken aback, nodding once more. So he is that girl's brother. It is no wonder he possesses such extraordinary talent. The battle continued. Yet one by one, some mechs could no longer endure and began to dissipate. The mech pilots landed heavily on the ground, but fortunately, they were not in danger of losing their lives. If this were a genuine life-and-death battle, they would have no opportunity to struggle. In a mere minute, only 10 mechas remained on the field. They continued to resist valiantly. To have endured for so long was already commendable. Surrender now, for you're simply not my match. Lin Yu reminded them. My true strength has yet to be unleashed. I concede. Thus, the last of the struggling newcomers had no choice but to admit defeat. With that, the battle came to a close. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena. This outcome was entirely different from what they had initially envisioned. They had thought Lin Yu arrogant and presumptuous, foolishly believing he could take on 100 opponents and surely face defeat. Yet to their astonishment, Lin Yu had achieved a crushing victory. The 100 newcomers suffered an utterly devastating defeat. It is likely that only those who battled Lin Yu truly comprehend his immense power that is breathtaking. Yi Ling remarked, "It seems our class leader is quite formidable." Mo Shitting sighed in admiration. She had a profound sense that Lin Yu was far more complex than he appeared. Indeed, perhaps in time. I may not even be his match. Yi Ling displayed an enigmatic smile. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I find myself eagerly anticipating the days to come. Mo Shitting smiled in agreement. Chapter 35. Entering the small secret realm on the platform, the president of the Royal Academy stood up, delivering a personal speech. Students, I hope you will learn diligently from Lin Yu and strive to make him your goal. The Seed class is a gathering of the most extraordinary and talented individuals at Kunlun Mecha University, enjoying the finest training resources. Even if you have not awakened an imperial or even more powerful mecha, you should still aspire to join the Seed class. There are no worthless mechas, only incompetent mecha engineers. As long as you are strong enough, even a royal mecha can defeat an imperial mecha. Under the president's stirring address, the new students were filled with fervor. They resolved to train diligently and enhance their abilities. With the conclusion of the president's speech, this year's challenge had come to an official end. Having witnessed Lin Yu's strength, the newcomers set aside their pride, no longer displaying the arrogance they had at the beginning. Lin Yu performed admirably. Jiang Wenlai approached Lin Yu, praising him. You have truly made a remarkable impression. Indeed, you deserve to be class leader, Yi Ling added, giving a thumbs up with a sweet smile. This smile was utterly enchanting. Clearly, appointing you as class leader was the right choice. Mo Shitting maintained a more aloof demeanor. Not too shabby, Lin Yu humbly replied. With the challenge concluded, the official journey of mecha studies was about to begin. In the future, learning alongside the two enchanting ladies before promises to be a delightful experience. All right, let's head back, Jiang Wenlai advised. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu and his companions followed Jiang Wenlai back to the confines of Class 10 of the Seed Division. Next, I shall guide you in selecting your method of spiritual energy cultivation, Jiang Wenlai declared, gazing at the trio. Currently, the highest cultivation method at Kunlun Mecha University is of the stellar grade. When the time comes, you will choose a method suited to your affinities, sufficient to elevate you to the status of Stellar Mecha Master. Once you have made your selection, I will escort you to a secluded realm for your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Mo Shitting interjected, Teacher, I shall forego selecting a cultivation method, as I already possess one that suits me. Yi Ling quickly nodded in agreement. I am in the same situation, Teacher. The stellar grade cultivation methods failed to stir their interest. Undoubtedly, they had mastered even more formidable techniques. Observing this, Lin Yu felt a twinge of envy, yet simultaneously, he felt fortunate to have a powerful sister. Teacher Jiang, I too shall abstain, Lin Yu spoke slowly. His sister had bestowed upon him a method of stellar grade cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Wenlai could not help but sigh. In that case, let us proceed directly to the secluded realm. Under Jiang Wenlai's guidance, they swiftly entered the sanctum for their training. At present, the world's dungeons and secret realms have undergone peculiar transformations, and the school aims to cultivate more formidable mecha masters at an accelerated pace. Upon entering this secluded realm, one would be struck by the ethereal beauty that resembled a celestial paradise. The scenery was breathtaking, and the energy within was remarkably dense. In this instant, Lin Yu could distinctly perceive the accelerated pace of his Mech God Body's automatic cultivation. In a mere span of seconds, his spiritual energy value increased by 1 point. Truly, this secluded realm was wondrous, enhancing the cultivation speed of mecha masters. This secluded realm is exclusively for the 3 of you students. Once you attain the rank of 6-star mecha master, this realm will no longer serve its purpose, Jiang Wenlai elucidated. Here is the token for entering and exiting the secluded realm. With it, you may come and go at will. He then presented Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling each with a jade-carved token, which felt pleasantly cool to the touch. For the next month, you shall cultivate within this realm, with instructors visiting periodically to guide you. After a month, I shall lead you into the advanced secret realm for practical mecha combat training. Do you understand? Jiang Wenlai continued. Remember this. The master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation relies on the individual. Understood. They replied in unison. Lin Yu and the other 2 quickly nodded in understanding. That's good. Lin Yu, as the class monitor, you must ensure that they train diligently. Jiang Wenlai said to Lin Yu with a serious expression. Rest assured, Teacher Jiang, I will, Lin Yu replied. In his view, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling did not require his supervision at all. In fact, they were both far stronger than he was. Soon, Jiang Wenlai departed from the small secret realm, leaving Lin Yu and the others to organize their own training. All right, The homeroom teacher has left. Let's each choose a spot and train earnestly. Lin Yu said with a smile, promptly settling down beneath a magnificent peach blossom tree. At that moment, he noticed Mo Shitting and Yi Ling approaching him. Class monitor, may we train beside you? Yi Ling asked, winking cutely, which left Lin Yu momentarily bewildered. What was happening? This vast secret realm, and they chose to train with him? Could it be that his luck with the opposite sex was flourishing? Something felt amiss. He wanted to refuse. But how could he turn down the request of two beautiful girls? All right, I don't mind, Lin Yu finally said graciously. Upon hearing his consent, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling sat down on either side of him, drawing close. The air was not only filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms, but also with the intoxicating scent emanating from the two girls. Goodness, this was rather too close for comfort. It felt as if Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were doing this on purpose. How could he possibly concentrate on his training like this? After all, he was a spirited young man. Even if he merely relaxed, his unique physique would still allow him to enhance his spiritual energy. Are you two perhaps sitting a bit too close? Lin Yu said slowly. He had intended to take it easy under the peach blossom tree, but now, with Mo Shitting and Yi Ling flanking him, that was no longer an option. Class monitor, do you dislike us? Yi Ling asked, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Not at all. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. How could I possibly dislike you? I'm just a bit unaccustomed to this. It felt like he had just escaped the clutches of the formidable Xiao Yu, only to find himself ensnared by two new enchantresses. Then let us focus on our training. Yi Ling laughed, swiftly entering a state of meditation. Chapter 36, Entangled. In no time, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling settled into their training beside him, creating an atmosphere where it felt as though they were supervising him rather than the other way around. It was quite distressing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu inhaled deeply. With a gentle closing of his eyes, Lin Yu found his consciousness seamlessly entering the mech space. Within this realm, he could distinctly see his two divine mechs. Upon gazing at the Nüwa mech, he felt a pang of longing, pondering when he might truly summon it. As moments ticked by, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for engagement within the mech space. Boredom began to envelop him. Upon exiting the mech space, he slowly opened his eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed that Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were inching closer to him. Initially, there had been a slight distance, but now they were entirely leaning against him. Could it be that he possessed such charm? Lin Yu pondered this mystery. Both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were exceptionally beautiful young women, and considering they had barely spent a day together, their sudden closeness left him somewhat flustered. This was an unprecedented situation for him, a true first in his life. With no alternative, Lin Yu resolved to immerse himself in cultivation. As he delved into his practice, he entered a state of complete absorption, losing track of time and all else, wholly devoted to his training. After an indeterminate period, Lin Yu ceased his cultivation and summoned his personal information panel. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body, activated, Mech Master level, 4-star Mech Master. Energy points, 0 Psycho Energy, 28,000 Mech, Pangu Mech, level 30. Through the information panel, Lin Yu clearly noted that his psycho energy had reached an impressive 28,000. He could not help but marvel at the accelerated cultivation pace within this secret realm, which was indeed double that of the outside world. After closing the personal information panel, he observed that Mo Shitting and Yi Ling remained engrossed in their cultivation. Rising cautiously to avoid disturbing them, Lin Yu managed to exit the area without incident. The secret realm was quite expansive, and soon he discovered a secluded spot beneath a larger peach blossom tree. With a gentle leap, he ascended to the sturdy trunk and reclined to rest. Ah, this feeling of lying down is simply delightful, Lin Yu murmured. Cultivation was inherently tedious, now that he was relieved of the need to actively practice. He intended to relax fully, lest he squander the potential bestowed by the Mech God Body. By the way, when will my third mech awaken? Lin Yu found himself inquiring. Your third mech will automatically awaken when your mech master level reaches 8 stars. It seems that the journey ahead is still long. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, pulling out his phone, only to find that there was no network available. He couldn't scroll through any refreshing videos. Before long, the sky within this small secret realm dimmed, revealing that even here, day and night cycled. Lin Yu gradually drifted into slumber, while the mech spirit diligently continued its training. Meanwhile, on the other side of the secret realm, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling ceased their cultivation. Where could the class leader be? Noticing Lin Yu's absence, Yi Ling glanced around, unable to spot him. He must still be within this secret realm. Mo Shitting murmured softly. Mo Shitting, you sensed it too, right? Yiling looked at Mo Shitting with a mysterious smile. Indeed, cultivating near the class leader hastens progress, and enhancing our spiritual energy has become much easier. Mo Shitting nodded. It is far more beneficial than this secret realm. Absolutely, the class leader is extraordinary. Yiling agreed. If we could continually cultivate beside him, becoming a god-level mech master in the future would be a breeze. Where are you going? Seeing Mo Shitting rise as if to leave, Yiling quickly inquired. Naturally, I'm going to find a class leader, Mo Shitting replied calmly. I'll come too. Yiling stood up hastily. The two girls began their swift search within the small secret realm. Although it was nighttime for them, there was no distinction between day and night. They could see clearly. It did not take long before Mo Shitting found Lin Yu, resting beneath a massive peach blossom tree. The two girls paused beside him. The class leader is actually asleep. Yiling exclaimed, I must say, he is quite handsome, just my type. We should hurry and cultivate. Mo Shitting said slowly, we may not have such an opportunity again. With that, she sat cross-legged beside Lin Yu and resumed her training. Yiling quickly followed suit. Indeed, they personally experienced once more that cultivating near Lin Yu significantly accelerated their spiritual energy enhancement. If given a choice, they would prefer not to cultivate in this small secret realm at all. They only needed to train beside Lin Yu. The night swiftly passed. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke, roused by hunger, as he had barely eaten the previous day. Upon waking, he felt his arm being embraced, accompanied by two soft forms pressing against him. Blinking his eyes open, he found Yiling lying on top of him. A quick glance revealed. Beside him sat Mo Shitting, still in a cross-legged position, seemingly immersed in a state of meditation. What was happening? Was it possible that he was still dreaming? Lin Yu felt a momentary shock. Had he perhaps risen too abruptly, resulting in a hallucination? However, the palpable sensations assured him that this was no mere illusion. This was troubling. It seemed that both of them had ensnared him in their web. Yiling, wake up, Lin Yu called out urgently. Class monitor, you're awake, Yiling responded slowly, her tone laced with a hint of playfulness. Almost immediately, she tightened her embrace around Lin Yu's arm, as if reluctant to let go. Yiling, we must maintain decorum, Lin Yu exclaimed, shaking his head in exasperation. With you behaving this way, how am I ever to find a girlfriend? Then I shall be your girlfriend. And you need not search any further, Yiling replied earnestly. For a moment, Lin Yu was rendered speechless. Yet, the idea of Yiling assuming the role of his girlfriend was rather appealing. Wait. This could not be as fortuitous as it seemed. Both Yiling and Mo Shitting undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. He could not succumb to this gentle entrapment. Yiling, could you enlighten me as to why you both are so eager to approach me? Lin Yu inquired curiously, allowing Yiling to maintain her embrace. If she wished to initiate the hug, he could only passively enjoy the moment. Of course, it's because our class monitor is exceptionally handsome. Yiling praised. I am aware of my charm, but that cannot possibly be the reason for your attention. Lin Yu replied, his thoughts clear. Yiling, I implore you to be forthright. Otherwise, I may have to disregard you both in the future. Just yesterday, he had met Mo Shitting and Yiling for the first time. Now, within this secluded realm, their overt advances felt suspiciously amiss. Lin Yu knew he needed clarity. Otherwise, an unsettling feeling would linger within him, akin to a ticking time bomb. Observing Lin Yu's earnest demeanor, Yiling took a deep breath and began to speak. All right, the truth is, staying close to you while we cultivate allows us to enhance our abilities rapidly. Merely by sleeping next to you, without even practicing, my spiritual energy has already increased significantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. This was beyond belief, even unheard of. System, what is the meaning of this? He queried internally. Response, this is one of the abilities of the Mech God Body, which accelerates the cultivation of mecha masters in your vicinity. After receiving the system's explanation, Lin Yu was fully convinced of Yiling's words. Indeed, Mo Shitting and Yiling were not enamored with him as a person, but rather with the potential of his body. The Mech God Body was truly remarkable. Not only can he possess 7 mechas, but he can also automatically cultivate spiritual energy techniques, and now he enables other mecha masters to enhance their skills at an accelerated pace. Suddenly, he felt akin to the legendary Tang song, as though consuming a piece of his flesh could grant eternal life. Staying by his side allows for a rapid increase in spiritual energy. In a certain sense, Lin Yu has now become the essence of Tang Song. Yi Ling, could you please release me for a moment? I wish to reflect in silence, Lin Yu murmured softly. Who is silence? Yi Ling asked, her face a picture of curiosity. This left Lin Yu somewhat speechless. Fortunately, Yi Ling soon loosened her grip on his arm. In the next moment, Lin Yu gracefully leaped down, landing smoothly on the ground. After Lin Yu departed, it took only a few minutes for Mo Shitting to exit her meditative state. Once Lin Yu left, she immediately sensed that her cultivation had slowed significantly. Have you awakened? How much has your spiritual energy increased? Yi Ling inquired eagerly. 164. Mo Shitting replied slowly. Impressive. I've only made a few dozen. Yi Ling exclaimed. However, I've noticed that as long as I remain in contact with the class leader, even without cultivating, my own spiritual energy increases. Really? Mo Shitting was taken aback. Of course, I have no reason to deceive you. Yi Ling affirmed with a nod. The mysteries surrounding this situation are simply overwhelming. Mo Shitting sighed. They were utterly perplexed as to why being near Lin Yu enabled such rapid enhancement. Where's the class leader? Mo Shitting inquired. He has gone to reflect. Yi Ling responded. At that moment, Lin Yu settled by a nearby stream, contemplating the formidable nature of the Mech God Body. Thankfully, he had become aware of this matter in time. Had it fallen into the hands of those with malicious intent, he could have faced dire consequences, perhaps even being imprisoned and used as a tool to enhance spiritual energy. Regardless, one must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Class leader, are you ready? Shortly thereafter, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling approached. Yes, Lin Yu replied as he rose to his feet. He then looked at them earnestly and said, in the future, I can allow you to cultivate by my side, but you must keep this a secret. You cannot disclose this to anyone. Absolutely. We're in agreement. Yi Ling nodded eagerly, brimming with joy. Rest assured, we shall keep this confidential. Mo Shitting assured him. That's good to hear. Lin Yu sighed in relief. I'll go grab something to eat now. Let's go together, class leader. We're hungry too, Yi Ling suggested. And so, the three of them swiftly departed from the small secret realm, heading to the exclusive cafeteria for the seed class. Upon their arrival, they inadvertently drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Isn't that Lin Yu, the brother of Lin Wan? He is quite handsome. It is truly enviable to behold the two young ladies beside him, both of whom are epitomes of beauty within the school. The mere thought that Lin Yu can embrace them both fills me with a tinge of jealousy. I have heard that in Class 10, they are indeed the trio at the center of attention. With the appearance of Lin Yu and his companions, it is evident they have become the topic of discussion. Lin Yu, however, remains unfazed, for their opinions do not concern him. He simply takes a seat and orders a considerable amount of food. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling sit beside him, further astonishing onlookers. Despite the ample space available, they choose to position themselves next to Lin Yu. My goodness, what remarkable prowess Lin Yu possesses. On his very first day, he has already secured the affections of these two young ladies. A true idol indeed, should an opportunity arise. I would be eager to seek his guidance. Coach, I wish to learn as well. It is genuinely admirable. At this moment, upon hearing the discussions around him, Lin Yu feels bemused. Their speculations are far from the truth. However, when he glances at Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, he notices that they appear unperturbed, particularly Yi Ling, who seems rather delighted. Once their ordered dishes arrive, Lin Yu pays no mind to the surrounding chatter and begins to indulge in his meal with great enthusiasm. In contrast, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling exhibit remarkable grace, savoring their food delicately, a stark contrast to Lin Yu's hearty consumption. After indulging for over 10 minutes, Lin Yu feels replete and thoroughly enjoys the sensation of satisfaction. When shall we return to the small secret realm for training? Class leader, Yi Ling inquires, her beautiful eyes captivating all who gaze upon her. Noticing that the two have scarcely touched their meals, Lin Yu asks, have you both finished eating? Yes, I am satisfied. Yi Ling nods repeatedly. So am I, responds Mo Shitting. Then let us depart. Lin Yu states decisively. He rises and strides towards the exit, with Mo Shitting and Yi Ling following closely in his wake. This scene once again incites envy among many. Wherever Lin Yu goes, he becomes the focal point of attention, primarily due to Mo Shitting and Yi Ling trailing behind him like devoted attendants. Upon returning to the small secret realm, The trio sits together in meditation, swiftly entering a state of cultivation. Lin Yu realizes he must not solely rely on his mechanical physique. He must also strive diligently. Chapter 38. Entering the level 60 secret realm in the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. The three of them have dedicated themselves earnestly to their cultivation within this small secret realm. Their efforts have not been in vain. Within this brief period, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling have successfully broken through to become 6-star mecha masters. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's spiritual energy has surged to over 40,000. Upon the arrival of the class instructor, Jiang Wenlai, in this small secret realm, he was profoundly astonished by the remarkable progress of Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. He had not anticipated that their advancement would be so swift. Little did he know, the catalyst for their rapid development was Lin Yu. "You can do it, Lin Yu," he gently urged upon noticing that Lin Yu remained a 4-star mecha master. "Teacher Jiang, I will strive to improve," Lin Yu promptly replied, motivated by his innate talent as a mecha god. To ascend to the rank of 5-star mecha master, he needed to elevate his spiritual energy to 50,000. "Now, for our next lesson, I shall guide you through a secret realm for training," Jiang Wenlai declared, gesturing with his hand. Instantly, 3 secret realm scrolls materialized, gracefully landing in the hands of Lin Yu and his companions. To their astonishment, these were scrolls for level 60 secret realms. Lin Yu exclaimed, recognizing that acquiring a level 60 scroll is not merely a matter of wealth. It is a significant challenge. Indeed, joining Kunlun Mecha University had proven to be a wise decision. Without delay, they activated the scrolls, entering level 60 secret realm, desert wasteland. As they stepped into the instance and opened their eyes, they were met with an endless expanse of desert, the air parched and the temperature scorching. One moment they had been in a gentle haven, and the next, it felt as though they had entered a furnace. "Teacher Jiang, as a level 30 mecha, is it appropriate for me to enter this level 60 secret realm?" Lin Yu lamented, feeling a mix of trepidation and despair. No matter how extraordinary he was, he could not hope to battle level 60 behemoths with a mere level 30 mecha, a staggering difference of 30 levels. "Rest assured, I shall take special care of you. I will weaken the behemoth's combat power, allowing you to engage when the time is right. Furthermore, defeating these creatures here will grant you substantial experience points, enabling your mecha to ascend levels more swiftly," Jiang Wenlai swiftly reassured him. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. The logic was indeed sound. "Don't worry, class leader. Mo and I will assist you." Yi Ling smiled encouragingly. "Yes." Mo Shitting nodded simply. "Now, let us summon our mechas." At Jiang Wenlia's command, everyone promptly called forth their mechas. Upon witnessing the holy grade mechas of Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, Lin Yu was left in awe. Their mechas were undeniably magnificent. Mo Shitting's mecha was enveloped in an icy blue hue, reminiscent of a goddess of ice, seemingly imbued with formidable ice abilities. Yi Ling's mecha bore a striking resemblance to the angelic figures from his memories, complete with a pair of pristine mechanical wings, clearly designed for aerial combat. Truly, a holy-grade mecha lived up to its esteemed title. In this world, the saint-level mechas are universally acknowledged as the mightiest of their kind. Once everyone summoned their mechas, they commenced their exploration within this mystical realm. Yi Ling's mecha soared at an astonishing speed, eluding the naked eye entirely. She ventured ahead to scout the path, instilling a sense of teamwork among them. This expedition serves not only to enhance your individual combat prowess, but also to foster a deeper camaraderie for collective endeavors. Jiang Wenlai remarked thoughtfully, "The students of the seed class would face countless life and death battles. Only by teetering on the brink of mortality could they truly awaken their potential. Lin Yu, your current abilities are the weakest in this realm, yet I urge you to strive harder. Your sister, during her trials, fought with reckless abandon through numerous life-threatening encounters, emerging as formidable as she is today," Jiang Wenlai continued. "Rest assured, teacher, I shall exert my utmost effort," Lin Yu responded, nodding as he maneuvered the Pangu mecha forward. If his sister could achieve such feats, he was determined not to lag behind. "Teacher, I have spotted a level 60 colossal beast, a saber-toothed tiger." In a matter of moments, Yi Ling deftly piloted her mecha back. "Excellent. Your first battle shall commence with this saber-toothed tiger," Jiang Wenlai declared decisively. "Who will take the lead?" Indeed, After only a brief advance, they encountered a gigantic saber-toothed tiger. Its massive form and razor-sharp claws were truly formidable. Roar! Seemingly alerted to their presence, the colossal beast instantly awakened, its blood-red eyes wide open, emitting a thunderous roar. I shall go. Mo Shitting was the first to charge forth. Her mecha was remarkably swift. Within mere seconds, she stood before the saber-toothed tiger. In an instant, her mecha unleashed an overwhelming surge of ice energy, freezing the surrounding environment in an instant. The massive beast was transformed into an ice sculpture. Such an impressive mecha skill. Lin Yu marveled. This is the domain of Mo Shitting's mecha. It can encase everything around it in ice. Jiang Wenlai elucidated. However, given that the opponent is a level 60 beast, achieving complete encasement will be challenging. No sooner had Jiang Wenli's words left his lips than a cracking sound echoed. The ice sculpture became riddled with countless fissures. Observing this, Mo Shitting activated her mecha skill once more. Raising her arm, she began to charge energy and then unleashed a powerful shot. Boom! A resounding explosion followed. As the dust settled, it became evident that the colossal saber-toothed tiger had sustained severe injuries. Roar! However, the saber-toothed tiger charged swiftly towards Mo Shitting. At that very moment, Yi Ling, manipulating the mecha in the air, unleashed a powerful blade of wind. The saber-toothed tiger was cleaved in two as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Your teammate, Yi Ling, has slain a level 60 behemoth. Mecha experience points, 600. Upon entering this level 60 secret realm, they had formed their team. Indeed, the holy grade mecha exhibited remarkable prowess. The skills it unleashed were evidently far more formidable. Jiang Wenlai sighed in admiration. Had it been a royal grade or king grade mecha, slaying this saber-toothed tiger would not have been so effortless. However, it was not solely the mecha's strength at play. The combat capabilities of Mo Shitting and Yi Ling in controlling the mecha also contributed significantly. The recent battle clearly showcased their impressive practical skills. This time, even in the absence of Jiang Wenlai, it is likely that the two of them could navigate this level 60 secret realm at will. Chapter 39. The trial continues. Ding. You have slain the level 60 behemoth saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience points, 600. Soon, Lin Yu also successfully dealt with a saber-toothed tiger. Of course, this particular beast had its strength significantly reduced by Jiang Wenlai, allowing Lin Yu to eliminate it with ease. Throughout the battle, Jiang Wenlai observed keenly. Indeed, based on your performances, I could discern that each of you possesses commendable skills in mecha control. Jiang Wenlai praised. Moving forward, you must cooperate as a team. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, I shall refrain from intervening. Jiang Wenlai continued to advise. Understood. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling nodded in agreement. They set off once more. It wasn't long before they encountered several more saber-toothed tigers, all at level 60. Subsequently, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling joined forces to confront them. Naturally, Lin Yu's mecha level was still too low, limiting his capacity for damage. However, being a divine-grade mecha, it still possessed considerable power. This was their first collaboration, and it was inevitable that various issues would arise. Jiang Wenlai meticulously observed and recorded these occurrences for targeted training later on. Ding! Your teammate Mo Shitting has slain a level 60 behemoth saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience points, 600. Ding! Your teammate Mo Shitting has slain a level 60 behemoth saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience points, 600. Ding! Your teammate Yi Ling has slain a level 60 behemoth saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience points, 600. After an arduous 10 minutes, Lin Yu and his companions finally succeeded in defeating the three saber-toothed tigers. Thus far, they have not uncovered anything significant, merely acquiring experience points for their mechs. Lin Yu glanced briefly at his Pangu mech, noting that he was just a few thousand experience points away from leveling up. Everyone, come here, Jiang Wenlai called out. The group swiftly maneuvered their mechs to his side. Your coordination earlier was utterly dismal, lacking any semblance of teamwork. Each of you was merely acting independently, Jiang Wenlai stated with a grave tone, directly addressing the issues present among Lin Yu and the others. Following his guidance, they commenced their training. As they vanquished one colossal beast after another, the synergy among the trio gradually improved. Time passed steadily, and Lin Yu's mech reached level 35. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also advanced by 2 levels each. At this juncture, the three could truly be regarded as a cohesive unit. Geniuses truly are remarkable. Their learning is swift. Jiang Wenlai mused inwardly. Essentially, a genius requires but a single explanation to grasp the underlying principles. While other mech pilots might need 100 repetitions to see any substantial progress. As night fell, they lit a campfire and prepared the meat from the colossal beasts, placing it over the flames to roast. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling sat nearby, their mech positioned behind them, ensuring they could swiftly enter combat should any situation arise. As mech pilots, we may spend days, months, or even years exploring these mysterious realms. Therefore, mastering wilderness survival is imperative for you, Jiang Wenlai declared. Fortunately, the secret realm teams with colossal beasts, ensuring they would not go hungry. However, the meat must be properly processed before consumption, as roasting it directly can produce toxins. Jiang Wenlai meticulously explained the methods for processing the beast's meat, imparting a wealth of knowledge to Lin Yu and the others. Once the meat was ready, the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, prompting Lin Yu to swallow in anticipation. Let us share. Jiang Wenlai offered the roasted meat to everyone. In an instant, they indulged, relishing the unique experience of dining on roasted meat within this secret realm. One crucial thing to remember in this domain: do not rest just anywhere, and avoid sleeping too deeply, for a colossal beast may suddenly appear. At that moment, it will be too late to defend yourself, Jiang Wenlai continued. The secret realm is far from a safe haven. It is fraught with peril. Each day, mech pilots frequently meet their demise within these mysterious territories or dungeons. As the homeroom teacher, he naturally had to communicate everything clearly. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling were all students of the elite class at Kunlun Mecha University, and they were among the most gifted individuals. If they could grow smoothly, they would undoubtedly become the foremost mecha engineers in the future. However, should they falter midway, it would be a tremendous loss. Especially during the nights in the secret realm, the dangers increased manifold. Certain colossal beasts would enter a frenzied state at night, enhancing their attributes in every aspect. All right, you all rest well tonight. I will keep watch. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Jiang Wenlai stated, tomorrow, I will take you to an excellent training location, where your mecha levels can rise swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could scarcely contain his anticipation for the morrow. Subsequently, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling each returned to their respective mechas. I wonder what kind of place teacher Jiang has in mind for training, Lin Yu mused. His primary goal was to elevate his mecha level. He was just 5 levels away from achieving level 40 with his Pangu mecha, which would likely unlock an exceptionally powerful mecha skill. A few moments later, Lin Yu drifted into slumber, while Mo Shitting and Yi Ling remained awake, entering a state of cultivation. Once a mecha engineer reached a certain level, sleep was no longer necessary for recovery. Had it not been for Jiang Wenlai's presence, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling would likely have rested beside Lin Yu, for being near him significantly accelerated their training speed. The night passed swiftly, uneventfully, and peacefully. When Lin Yu awoke, he felt utterly refreshed. The cultivation of the Mech God Body had increased his spiritual energy by over 200, bringing him significantly closer to becoming a 5-star mech engineer. Are you all awake? Control your mechas and follow me. Jiang Wenlai's voice resonated. Everyone promptly maneuvered their mechas to catch up. It was evident that Jiang Wenlai was quite familiar with this secret realm. Regardless, as long as he was present in this level 60 secret realm, they felt quite secure. Chapter 40. Rapidly elevating mecha levels. We've arrived. This is the place. Jiang Wenlai swiftly led Lin Yu and the others to the entrance of a valley. A glance revealed a desolate expanse within the valley. Teacher Jiang, are you certain this is the location? I haven't seen a single colossal beast. Yi Ling inquired curiously. Mo Shitting and Lin Yu shared her bewilderment. There were indeed no beasts in this valley, and it was hard to believe it was a prime training ground. Haha, do you really think I would deceive you? Jiang Wenlai let out a hearty laugh. Once you step inside, a continuous stream of colossal beasts will emerge from the depths below. Who among you dares to venture in first? Upon hearing this, Yi Ling promptly replied, I shall go. In the next moment, Yi Ling maneuvered her mecha and soared into the valley. Instantly, she witnessed the ground beginning to convulse. Massive creatures erupted from the earth with a thunderous roar. The valley resounded with countless growls, and in an instant, Yiling found herself surrounded by over 100 monstrous beasts. Mo shitting, Lin Yu, you should join as well. This is your training ground, Jiang Wenlai stated calmly. Consequently, Mo shitting and Lin Yu swiftly charged in, joining the fray. Following the training from the previous day, the three of them had developed a remarkably cohesive synergy. Boom, boom, boom. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast. Mecha experience gained. 600. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast. Mecha experience gained. 600. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast. Mecha experience gained. 600. One by one, the beasts fell to their might. Throughout the encounter, Lin Yu adeptly restrained these beasts, employing control techniques that allowed Mo shitting and Yiling to unleash their full potential. With each beast that was vanquished, new ones surged forth from the ground. Just as Jiang Wenlai had asserted, the beasts here were indeed inexhaustible, making this a prime location for elevating mecha levels. Lin Yu's excitement grew exponentially. Mecha skill, heavenly chains activated. Mecha skill, celestial / activated. Double / activated. Lin Yu was fully immersed in the battle, showcasing an extraordinary display of skill. This spectacle left Mo shitting, Yiling, and Jiang Wenlai in awe. Lin Yu's mecha skills flowed seamlessly, each ability unleashed in rapid succession, seemingly devoid of cooldowns. Even Jiang Wenlai could not achieve such prowess. Lin Yu is remarkable, Jiang Wenlai mused, recognizing that only a handful of elite mecha masters worldwide could execute skills without any cooldown. If Lin Yu were to elevate his mecha to level 60, he could single-handedly conquer all the beasts here. This realization solidified Jiang Wenlai's resolve to prioritize Lin Yu's training. The battle raged on for a full 2 hours. Teacher, my psychic energy is nearly depleted. Mine too, Mo shitting and Yiling exclaimed in unison. All right, withdraw from battle. Jiang Wenlai maneuvered his mech with remarkable precision, creating an exit passage within mere seconds. With a single, decisive strike, he obliterated dozens of colossal beasts in an instant, such as the terrifying prowess of a level 100 mech, wielded by a star-tier mech master. Mo shitting and Yiling swiftly retreated, returning to the entrance of the valley. They quickly engaged their spiritual energy cultivation methods, as their internal energy reserves began to recover rapidly. Lin Yu, you should also withdraw to replenish your spiritual energy, Jiang Wenlai urged. Next, I shall guide you in your advancement. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wenlai joined their party. Your teammate Jiang Wenlai has slain a level 60 beast. Mech experience points, 600. Your teammate Jiang Wenlai has slain a level 60 beast. Mech experience points, 600. Your teammate Jiang Wenlai has slain a level 60 beast. Mech experience points, 600. Lin Yu heard the system notifications echoing in his mind. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. He expressed his gratitude, promptly exiting the battlefield. In truth, his spiritual energy had not been entirely depleted. With his divine mechanic physique, he could automatically regenerate a portion of his energy each second as long as he remained in combat. Ding! Congratulations, your Pangu mech has leveled up to level 40. New skills have been automatically awakened. Divine tier mech skill acquired, Black Hole Devour, with Jiang Wenlai's assistance. Lin Yu witnessed his mech experience points surge at an astonishing rate. In less than an hour, his Pangu mech reached level 40. This pace was undeniably rapid. Had he been alone, it would have taken him an eternity to achieve such progress. This is the privilege of a genius, and part of the reason why so many mech masters yearn to enter top-tier mech universities. Outside, hiring a star-tier mech master for training is no simple task. Even with abundant resources, securing their assistance is often futile. Yet, at Kunlun Mech University, such formidable star-tier mech masters serve as instructors, freely guiding students to enhance their capabilities. After 2 more hours of relentless training, Mo shitting and Yiling successfully elevated their mech levels to 60. From this point onward, to continue their ascent, they must elevate their own mech master ranking to 7-star mech master, enabling their mech to accrue experience points for further upgrades. The same applied to Lin Yu. He needed to attain the rank of 5-star mech master to facilitate the advancement of his mech. The elevation of a mech master's rank ultimately relies on personal effort, with no shortcuts available. Once Jiang Wenlai exited the valley, the colossal beasts returned to their subterranean lairs. The entire valley fell into a profound silence. The shadow of the colossal beast vanished, as if nothing had ever transpired here. Congratulations! You have completed this trial in merely 2 days, Jiang Wenlai proclaimed. This trial primarily assessed individual combat prowess and teamwork capabilities. The combat skills of Lin Yu and his 2 companions were unblemished. Although their initial teamwork was chaotic, they soon developed a remarkable synergy, demonstrating rapid progress. Essentially, they accomplished the main objectives of the trial within a single day. Such is the brilliance of genius. As their instructor, it was a delightful experience for him. Indeed, he relished teaching prodigies, as it spared him from excessive exertion. Chapter 41. Continuing the exploration of the secret realm and discovering mysterious structures with this trial concluded, there was little more I could impart. The next steps lay in your own hands. You may now arrange your endeavors as you see fit. Should you wish to continue exploring this secret realm, you must exercise utmost caution. Jiang Wenlai adopted a serious demeanor. The next task for Lin Yu and his companions was to elevate their mecha engineer ranks, which would solely depend on their talent and diligence. Teacher, I wish to further explore this secret realm, Lin Yu replied. They had been in this level 60 realm for 2 days, vanquishing countless colossal beasts, yet not a single crystal energy had materialized. This left Lin Yu somewhat disheartened. Not only had he failed to acquire any, but neither Mo, Shitting, nor Yiling had obtained a single crystal energy either. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to delve deeper into this realm. Should he find any crystal energy, his rank as a mecha engineer would ascend much more swiftly. Teacher, I want to accompany the class leader, chimed in Mo, Shitting and Yiling in unison. As anticipated, Lin Yu had foreseen this. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall say no more. Do take care. Jiang Wenlai nodded. He then activated the scroll of the secret realm and departed, leaving only Lin Yu and his 2 companions behind. Class leader, which way shall we proceed now? Yiling inquired eagerly after exiting the valley. I am uncertain. This secret realm is vast, and we can only choose a direction based on instinct. It will depend on our fortune, Lin Yu responded thoughtfully. So, class leader, which direction do you choose? Mo Shitting asked softly. Let us head west, Lin Yu commanded, directing his mecha towards the western horizon. With a clear direction, the trio swiftly maneuvered their machines forward. Yiling piloted her mecha through the skies, scouting the path ahead. Having a flying mecha in their ranks proved to be immensely beneficial. The situation ahead is essentially clear for exploration. Presently, their primary objective within the secret realm is to seek out opportunities, while slaying the colossal beasts is of secondary importance. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast. Due to your mecha engineer's insufficient level, the Pangu mech cannot continue to gain experience points. As Yiling, who is scouting ahead, encounters a giant beast, she swiftly eliminates it. Do you not find it peculiar? This is a level 60 secret realm, and despite the vast number of colossal beasts we have slain over the past 2 days, not a single crystal energy has emerged, Lin Yu remarked. Indeed, since the global dungeons and the anomalies in the secret realms, the drop rate of crystal energy has significantly diminished. Montauk Shiting responded, equally perplexed. Yet within this realm, it seems the drop rate is entirely non-existent. Why did you not inquire with the teacher earlier, if you were so curious? Yiling interjected. I forgot, Lin Yu replied, sheepishly smiling. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about senior sister Xiaoyu. If she were present, her divine eye ability would likely allow her to effortlessly uncover the opportunities and treasures hidden within this realm. Class monitor, I've made a discovery. Suddenly, Yiling's voice resonated. What discovery? Lin Yu inquired with keen curiosity. A rather peculiar structure has appeared ahead, Yiling responded. Consequently, Lin Yu and Mo Shitting hastened their mechas to catch up. In no time, they arrived at the location Yiling had described. Indeed, before them stood an extraordinarily unusual edifice, exuding an air of mystery. Yiling maneuvered her mech to land beside Lin Yu. I've examined it closely. It appears to be an entrance, but we need to find a mechanism to unlock it. It seems fortune smiles upon us. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Fortune is uncertain. Perhaps what lies within is not an opportunity, but rather a peril. Mo Shitting maintained a calm demeanor. That is true. Both possibilities exist. Yet we must venture forth to explore. After all, how shall we know if it contains opportunities or dangers? Lin Yu proposed. I concur with the class monitor. We should investigate. If danger truly lurks within, We can retreat immediately. Yi Ling agreed, noting that both her and Mo-Shitting's mechs had reached level 60. Furthermore, their mechs were of the sacred tier, coupled with their own prowess, ensuring their safety within the level 60 secret realm. This was also why Jiang Wenlai permitted their continued exploration of the realm. Very well. Mo-Shitting nodded in agreement, also supportive of the exploration. Is there a mechanism that appears to unlock? Lin Yu asked, turning to Yi Ling. Yes, at the very center of this structure, there seems to be a high platform. Yi Ling confirmed. They skillfully maneuvered their mechs to ascend the structure, reaching the central area where indeed a high platform awaited them. Upon the platform, there appeared to be some sort of device. As Lin Yu meticulously examined the device, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. I surmise that this apparatus requires a substantial influx of energy to activate. Let's give it a try. Yi Ling was the first to channel her spiritual energy into it. As the energy flowed in, the device atop the platform emitted a faint glow, though it appeared rather weak. In a mere span of seconds, Yi Ling had exhausted a considerable portion of her spiritual energy. Allow me, Lin Yu interrupted Yi Ling. With over 40,000 units of spiritual energy at his disposal, he should be able to fully activate the device. His interruption was also motivated by a concern for Yi Ling. Should her energy be depleted, she would be unable to control the mech in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, placing her in grave danger. As Lin Yu continued to input energy, the device erupted in a brilliant radiance in just 2 seconds. Remarkably, within that brief moment, it consumed 2,000 of his spiritual energy. Nevertheless, it was all worthwhile. Creak! The sound of a mechanism turning resonated through the air. At this moment, a unique rune materialized within the mysterious structure. Be cautious, Lin Yu hastily warned. It was impossible to predict what might transpire next. All they could do was proceed with caution. Indeed, Mo-Shitting and Yi Ling nodded in agreement, adopting a demeanor of utmost vigilance, leaving no room for complacency. Simultaneously, Lin Yu and the others sensed an overwhelming force. In an instant, they transformed into 3 golden beams of light, vanishing without a trace. The glowing rune of the enigmatic structure quickly dimmed, as if nothing had ever occurred in that place. All returned to tranquility. Chapter 42. Entering the hidden space. When Lin Yu, Mo-Shitting, and Yi Ling reopened their eyes, they discovered they had arrived in a peculiar realm. The expanse was vast, rendering even their 100-meter colossal mech insignificant within this space. A glance around revealed that the area was entirely enclosed, devoid of any visible exits. Welcome to the hidden space. At that moment, a mysterious voice reverberated throughout the realm. Hidden space? Lin Yu pondered, perplexed, as he had no prior knowledge on the subject. The hidden space is a special phenomenon within secret realms. Those who can navigate through it will acquire abundant treasures and opportunities, Mo-Shitting explained. This hidden space operates on principles akin to that of hidden bosses in dungeons. Upon hearing her elucidation, Lin Yu quickly grasped the concept. If that is the case, it seems we have indeed arrived at the right place, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Class leader, this is not the time for joy. Yi Ling sighed, expressing her concern. At present, we have no means to utilize the secret realm scroll to depart from this place. Our only recourse is to conquer this hidden space. Should we fail, we shall perish within. It was evident that Yi Ling possessed considerable knowledge regarding this concealed domain. Indeed, opportunities and treasures are seldom obtained with ease. Lin Yu nodded slightly, affirming, as long as we unite in our efforts, there is nothing we cannot resolve. I hope the challenges within this hidden space are not insurmountable. Yi Ling sighed once more. At that moment, a mysterious voice resounded again. First challenge: eliminate 1,000 colossal beasts. No sooner had the words been spoken than 1,000 colossal beasts materialized within the entire space, each at level 60. The difficulty was indeed exceedingly high. With no path of retreat available, Lin Yu quickly regained his composure. The 3 of them began to coordinate their efforts to swiftly vanquish these titanic foes. Fortunately, Lin Yu's mech was already at level 40, making it entirely feasible for him to confront a level 60 beast single-handedly. The greatest pressure, however, fell upon Mo-Shitting and Yi Ling, which irked Lin Yu deeply. As a man of stature, it was disheartening to rely on 2 women to share such a heavy burden. Perhaps his own abilities were insufficient. System. I am still over 3,000 energy points away from becoming a 5-star Mecha Master. Is there any expedient method to elevate my standing? He inquired amidst the battle. Response. Detection indicates you possess a Mecha Heart, which can be converted into energy points. Commence the conversion. Lin Yu promptly commanded. This Mecha Heart had been obtained during his time in the Jiangling City dungeon. Initially, he had contemplated its potential utility should his second mech awaken into a king-level entity. However, he later awakened a divine-level Nüwa mech and had somewhat forgotten about the existence of the Mecha Heart. Now it was time to utilize its power. Conversion initiated. Mecha Heart conversion successful. You have gained 5,000 energy points. Allocate all increases to my energy value. 5,000 energy points deducted. Your energy value has increased by 50,000. Congratulations, you have become a 5-star Mecha Master. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level, 5-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0, energy value, 97,412, Mecha, Pangu Mecha, level 40. Splendid. I never anticipated the Mecha Heart would be so potent. Had I known, I would have employed it from the outset. Lin Yu exclaimed internally, exhilarated. His energy value now exceeded 90,000, and with the assistance of the Mech God Body, he could gradually wear down the 1,000 colossal beasts. Your teammates have slain a level 60 behemoth. You have gained 1,000 experience points for your Pangu Mecha. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the experience acquired from defeating the colossal beast in this hidden realm far surpasses that of the outside world. Previously, in the secret domain, vanquishing a level 60 behemoth yielded merely 600 mecha experience points. Yet, within this concealed space, a single level 60 behemoth astonishingly grants 1,000 mecha experience points. Captain, has your mecha mastery advanced? Upon hearing Lin Yu's exclamations, Yiling immediately pondered and inquired hastily. Indeed, I am now a 5-star Mecha Master, Lin Yu replied. Impressive. Truly worthy of being the captain, Yiling exclaimed in admiration. After all, this hidden space is a rare and fortuitous encounter. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the experience points gained here to be somewhat greater. Mo. Shitting elaborated. Regardless, Lin Yu had successfully ascended to the rank of 5-star Mecha Master. Now his mecha could also level up. Once Lin Yu's mecha reached level 50, it would significantly enhance the combat prowess of their entire team. This was undoubtedly a splendid development. It seems I must take this seriously, Yiling nodded. In the next moment, she commanded her mecha to soar into the skies. As she unleashed her mecha skills, 2 ferocious tornadoes erupted forth. The behemoths were drawn into the vortex, swiftly shredded by a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades. Mo. Shitting, not one to lag behind, conjured the ice domain of her mecha. A designated area around her transformed into a realm of ice. The behemoths caught within this domain were swiftly encased in ice sculptures, and with Mo. Shitting's subsequent assault, the immense force shattered these sculptures into countless fragments. Lin Yu heard the system's notification as his mecha experience points surged rapidly. In merely a few minutes, his Pangu Mecha leveled up by 1, reaching level 41. Remarkably, he was being carried by 2 formidable girls. Lin Yu found himself relishing this experience. They were currently lifting him, and in the future, he would reciprocate by guiding them. He considered himself fortunate to have Mo. Shitting and Yiling by his side. Otherwise, alone in this place, he would surely have met a dismal end. With the elevation of his mecha's level, all aspects of its capabilities instantaneously improved. Lin Yu could distinctly perceive the amplified power unleashed with the upgrading of his mecha. Captain, you can assist us with our training more in the future. Yiling smiled. As the number of behemoths diminished, their burden became considerably lighter. That is certainly no problem. Lin Yu naturally understood Yiling's intention. As long as they cultivated in close proximity to one another, they could significantly enhance their spiritual energy levels. Chapter 43. The Supreme Treasure, Mecha Sacred Stone Ding. The Pangu Mecha's level has risen to 46. Through relentless effort, Lin Yu and his companions successfully vanquished the 1,000 colossal beasts that had appeared. The entire process was rather smooth. Should another 1,000 beasts emerge, Lin Yu was confident that his mecha could ascend to level 50. I nearly depleted all my spiritual energy, Yiling sighed. realizing that the remnants of her energy could barely sustain the operation of her mecha. Mo Shitting felt similarly. Uncertain of what challenges lay ahead, Mo Shitting lamented that this concealed realm did not offer a genuine conclusion, thus they could not afford to let their guard down completely. In that moment, both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling swiftly began to replenish their spiritual energy. Just then, 3 beams of vibrant energy surged into the bodies of Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling. Almost instantly, their spiritual energy levels were restored. Congratulations on passing the first level. You will each receive a sacred stone as a reward. A mysterious voice announced. Simultaneously, a sacred stone materialized in their hands. What purpose does this sacred stone serve? Lin Yu inquired eagerly. He could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within it. Are you serious, class leader? You don't even know what a mecha sacred stone is? Yi Ling exclaimed, astonished. I truly do not know, Lin Yu replied earnestly. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, having emerged from prominent families, were well versed in such matters. However, Lin Yu came from an ordinary background, and his parents were oblivious to these concepts. Even his exceptionally talented sister had never mentioned the mecha sacred stone to him, leaving him in the dark. Nevertheless, he was certain that this mecha sacred stone was a valuable item. Class leader, this mecha sacred stone is an unparalleled treasure that can enhance the attributes of a mecha. For instance, this particular sacred stone will significantly boost my mecha's speed when utilized. Yi Ling explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu understood at once. It was indeed a remarkable object. Mo, what kind of mecha sacred stone did you receive? Lin Yu asked with curiosity. A defensive mecha sacred stone, which can augment my mecha's defensive capabilities, Mo Shitting replied calmly. Class leader, theoretically, as long as one possesses a sufficient number of mecha sacred stones, even an ordinary mecha can transform into an extraordinarily powerful one. Yi Ling continued. Do you now comprehend why the mecha sacred stone is considered an unparalleled treasure? Countless mecha artisans venture into hidden realms solely in pursuit of these sacred stones. Yet only a scant few ultimately succeed in acquiring them. This time, we actually obtained one each. Our fortune is truly remarkable. Yi Ling's voice resonated with immense excitement. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, we are quite fortunate. All right, let us first utilize these mecha sacred stones to enhance our mecha capabilities. Mo Shitting interjected. We never know what more perilous challenges lie ahead. We should seize the opportunity to strengthen ourselves now. Understood. Yi Ling nodded in affirmation. In an instant, Lin Yu gazed at his mecha sacred stone. Ding! Detected an attack-type mecha sacred stone. Upon usage, it can enhance one's mecha attack power. The system's voice rang out, clarifying the nature of the stone in Lin Yu's possession. Can it be converted into energy points? Lin Yu pondered silently. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 level 60 giant beasts appeared in this space. He had already attained the divine level mecha, making it unnecessary to focus solely on upgrading his mecha. Instead, he should prioritize elevating his mecha master level as much as possible. Response: conversion is possible. Then let S convert swiftly. Lin Yu felt a surge of impatience. Converting attack-type mecha sacred stone. You have gained 3,000 energy points. Only 3,000? Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Previously, that mecha heart had granted a full 5,000 energy points. Oh well, better than nothing, right? He contemplated how much he needed to elevate his spirit energy to reach the 6-star Mecha Master rank. Response: to attain 6-star Mecha Master status, your spirit energy must reach 200,000. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. It seems there are no Mecha Masters in the entire world who can elevate their spirit energy to such heights. The divine Mecha Body truly lives up to its name, not only defying the odds, but also demanding an exorbitant amount of cultivation resources. Lin Yu felt a wave of gratitude wash over him for having the system at his disposal. Without it, achieving the target of 200,000 spirit energy could take him a lifetime. Consuming 3,000 energy points, your spirit energy is now 30,000. Name: Lin Yu. Race: human, divine Mecha Body. Activated: Mecha Master level, 5-star Mecha Master. Energy points: 0. Spirit energy: 127, 412. Mecha. Pangu Mecha, level 46. The journey ahead is long and arduous. With determination, if I acquire 2 or 3 more of these mecha sacred stones, I shall achieve the rank of 6-star mecha master. Lin Yu encouraged himself. Meanwhile, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had also successfully utilized their mecha sacred stones and were prepared to embark on the second challenge, slaying 2,000 giant beasts. The mysterious voice echoed once more, heralding the next phase. In an instant, 2,000 colossal beasts materialized within this space. Goodness, the difficulty has truly escalated, Lin Yu remarked slowly. Soon, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling began to coordinate their efforts once more. At this moment, it was evident that Yi Ling's mecha had indeed become significantly swifter. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of violent explosions. The 3 mechas resembled invincible war deities, particularly Lin Yu, who unleashed a relentless barrage of mecha skills. With the elevation of his mecha S level, coupled with his own advancement as a mecha master, the skills he wielded now required a greater expenditure of spiritual energy. Lin Yu also activated his Pangu mecha S dominance domain, exponentially enhancing his capabilities, especially in terms of offensive power. A level 60 beast was utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow from his axe. This scene left both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling astounded. It didn't take long for them to deduce that Lin Yu's mecha level was far beyond the imperial rank. Even their holy rank mechas did not possess such extraordinarily formidable skills. Lin Yu is truly a mecha prodigy of unparalleled talent. You have slain a level 60 beast, gaining 1,000 mecha experience. Your teammate Yi Ling has slain a level 60 beast, gaining 1,000 mecha experience. You have slain a level 60 beast, gaining 1,000 mecha experience. This hidden space resembled an experience arena. Chapter 44, Titan Beast Sting. Congratulations, your Pangu mecha has reached level 50. After vanquishing over 1,000 colossal beasts, the notification of the mecha's upgrade resonated. The Pangu mecha has automatically awakened a new skill, Sun Thunder. Upon realizing a new mecha skill had awakened, Lin Yu immediately deployed it, eager to witness the might of this new ability. This skill was also of divine tier. Divine skill Sun Thunder activated. Target locked. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying purple lightning bolt descended upon the designated beast, unleashing an overwhelming force. You have slain a level 60 beast. As your mecha master has not reached 6 stars, the Pangu mecha cannot continue to gain experience. You have slain a level 60 beast. The power unleashed by this divine skill, Sun Thunder, was indeed fearsome. Lin Yu was profoundly shaken. Several level 60 beasts were annihilated in an instant by a single skill. However, while this skill was incredibly potent, its activation consumed a staggering 5,000 points of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, his reserves were sufficient. Otherwise, for other mecha masters, using such a skill would likely deplete their spiritual energy entirely. Captain, your mecha skills are utterly formidable, Yi Ling exclaimed in astonishment, although Mo Shitting remained silent. Her expression was one of utter disbelief. They could discern that the skill Lin Yu had just exhibited was indeed a skill of the mecha's automatic awakening. Even their saint-level mechas could not match the potency of the awakened skill demonstrated by Lin Yu. This further solidified their conviction. Lin Yu's mecha was undoubtedly not an imperial-level mecha, as Lin Yu's Pangu mecha reached level 50. Dealing with these level 60 behemoths became significantly easier. In no time, the 3 of them effortlessly dispatched 2,000 level 60 monsters. Congratulations on passing the second stage. A mysterious voice resonated. Immediately after, 3 beams of special light surged into their bodies. In an instant, the expended energy within Lin Yu and his companions was fully restored. Could the third trial possibly involve 3,000 monsters? Lin Yu muttered. That is indeed a possibility, Mo Shitting slowly nodded. Regardless, I wonder what rewards await us for clearing the second stage? Yi Ling expressed a more optimistic outlook. As soon as her words faded, a mecha sacred stone reappeared in their hands, reigniting their excitement. Haha, this time my mecha sacred stone will enhance my mecha's attack power, Yi Ling exclaimed joyfully, noting that her mecha's speed was already sufficient, but its attack power still needed improvement. I have also received a mecha sacred stone that increases defense, Mo Shitting stated thoughtfully, contemplating her potential to tank damage in the front lines. What about you, class leader? Ling asked eagerly. Likewise, I have a stone that continues to enhance my mecha's attack power, Lin Yu replied, gazing at the red glowing mecha, sacred stone in his hand. Subsequently, Mo Shitting and Ling utilized their mecha sacred stones once more, while Lin Yu opted to convert his into energy points. Conversion successful. Energy points, 3,000. Consumed 3,000 energy points, your energy value increases by 30,000. Open my personal panel. With Lin Yu's command, the display appeared. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level, 5-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Energy value, 157,432. Mecha, Pangu Mecha, level 50. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu mused, if I were to acquire 2 more Mecha Sacred Stones, my energy value could surpass 200,000, allowing me to achieve the rank of 6-star Mecha Master. This hidden space truly proved to be an extraordinary place. Lin Yu resolved to explore secret realms more frequently in the future. Commencing the final stage. Should you fail, death awaits you. The mysterious voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Ling all instantly adopted a grave demeanor. It appeared that what lay ahead was the true challenge. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. A peculiar radiance emerged, and within mere seconds, an enormous titan beast materialized before them. Towering over 100 meters, this colossal creature dwarfed any of their mechs. This was indeed a genuine behemoth. Although the titan beast was only level 60, it was undeniably a boss-level entity. Its offensive and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary beasts. This confrontation was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. They could either vanquish the titan beast and survive, or perish in this place. Let us join forces to slay this titan beast. Mo Shitting, and I will engage it. While Ling, you provide range support, Lin Yu declared, taking a deep breath. Understood. Mo Shitting and Ling nodded in agreement. The battle was imminent. The temperature of the entire space plummeted instantaneously, transforming it into a realm of ice. Mo Shitting unleashed her full firepower, pushing her combat prowess to the limit. In response, Lin Yu charged forward. Divine skill, heavenly chains activated. Chains erupted from a void, swiftly ensnaring the gigantic titan beast. However, the creature's might was formidable, and it seemed the heavenly chains would not endure for long. Divine skill, celestial slash activated. Divine skill, black hole devour activated. Fortunately, Lin Yu wielded the legendary weapon, the opening heaven axe, which allowed him to inflict considerable damage upon the titan beast with relative ease. Ling deftly maneuvered her mech into the air, brandishing a specialized mech cannon aimed directly at the titan beast's head. Boom! The cannon fired with tremendous force, striking the titan beast's cranium. Regrettably, despite the direct hit, the damage inflicted was minimal. The titan beast's defenses were simply too robust. Ling promptly cautioned, be careful. Do not worry, just focus on dealing damage. We will restrain it, and we will wear it down. Lin Yu replied swiftly. Fortunately, his mech skills had no cooldown period. As soon as he noticed the heavenly chains faltering, Lin Yu would immediately unleash them again to continue binding the creature. Coupled with Mo Shitting's mech abilities, which also slowed the beast, Lin Yu was confident that their combined efforts would suffice to subdue the titan beast. Chapter 45. Leaving the level 60 secret realm. Roar. The titan beast is in a state of utter frustration, its sole means of attack now reduced to a deafening roar. The terrifying sound reverberates profoundly, to the extent that any other mech pilot in its presence might find themselves bleeding from every orifice, succumbing to the sheer force of the roar. Fortunately, Mo Shitting and Ling are equipped with holy-grade mechs, capable of countering the titan beast's sonic assault. As for Lin Yu, his divine-grade mech speaks for itself. Heavenly chains activated. Heavenly slash engaged. Heavenly chains activated. Heavenly slash engaged. Fortunately, Lin Yu possesses control-type mech skills, allowing him to continuously deploy his abilities. In this manner, he effectively dominated the titan beast. Simultaneously, Lin Yu and Mo Shitting seized the opportunity to inflict continuous damage. After approximately 10 minutes of relentless effort, the system announced, you have slain 60 titan beasts. You have obtained 1 level 60 crystal energy. With Lin Yu's final strike, The Titan beast was utterly devoid of life. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu nodded slightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It was finally vanquished. At that moment, the mechs of Mo Shitting and Yi Ling began to dissipate. Their energy reserves completely depleted, leaving them unable to sustain their mechs any longer. Both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and appearing exceedingly fatigued. This time, they felt exceedingly fortunate to have Lin Yu by their side. His relentless application of control-type mech skills had ensured that the Titan beast was rendered incapable of mounting any counterattack. Had it not been for him, the Titan beast would not have been so easily subdued. Indeed, they might have faced dire consequences. Moreover, they gained a deeper appreciation for Lin Yu's extraordinary prowess. He had continuously unleashed mech skills and still retained energy reserves. At that moment, 3 beams of light surged into their bodies, instantly replenishing their energy levels. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling felt invigorated, their exhaustion vanishing without a trace. Indeed, it is remarkable, truly worthy of a divine-grade mech. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. You have successfully cleared the challenge. The mysterious voice echoed throughout the space. Upon hearing about the divine-grade mech, both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lin Yu was, in fact, a divine-grade pilot. While they had speculated that he was not an imperial-grade pilot, they had never guessed his true rank. It is worth noting that throughout the entirety of mech history, no one has awakened to a divine-grade mech. Some even believe that divine-grade mechs are mere myths. Reflecting on this, now only a divine mech could possess such extraordinary prowess. Their own holy mechs were utterly incomparable. By the way, is there no completion reward? Lin Yu exclaimed. Is not surviving the greatest reward of all? A mysterious voice responded. In the next moment, they transformed into a beam of light and were teleported away. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the enigmatic structure. At that moment, he could still see the entire mysterious edifice dissolving into countless starlights, vanishing from sight. This hidden space has disappeared, Lin Yu murmured. Once the hidden space is cleared, it automatically dissipates, Yi Ling explained. However, Yi Ling soon impatiently inquired, Class leader, your mech is actually the fabled divine mech. Lin Yu summoned the mech back into his internal mech space, gently landing before Mo Shitting and Yi Ling looking at the two of them. Lin Yu spoke softly. I did not intend to conceal this. After all, this is a divine mech. Once exposed, the entire world will know. And should it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, I would be in grave danger. Therefore, until I possess adequate self-protection capabilities, I cannot reveal the existence of the divine mech. I hope both of you can understand and kindly keep this a secret. Lin Yu had not anticipated that his well-kept secret would be unveiled by the mysterious voice within the hidden space. Rest assured, class leader, this will remain our secret. I will certainly keep it confidential. Yi Ling nodded in assurance. Yes, I will also keep silent, Mo Shitting replied. Both of them understood the stakes involved, especially Mo Shitting, whose family had experienced the loss of a mech to possession. Thus, if Lin Yu's divine mech were to be exposed, many would seek to claim it for themselves. Thank you. With both willing to keep his secret, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. This time, our gains were rather substantial. We acquired 2 holy mech stones, Yi Ling smiled. It's a pity that after passing the final trial, we received nothing. Living through it is already a blessing, Mo Shitting remarked calmly. Let us leave this secret realm first, Lin Yu suggested. Their next endeavor would be to elevate their mech master ranks. The 3 of them took out their secret realm scrolls. Through the scrolls, they swiftly departed from the level 60 secret realm and returned to the classroom of Class 10 at Kunlun Mech University. At that moment, the scrolls in their hands rapidly vanished. Finally, they could relax. Lin Yu sighed, for whether in the secret realm or the dungeons, he always felt an undercurrent of tension, as though peril could strike at any moment. Moments later, their homeroom teacher, Jiang Wenlai, entered the classroom. Indeed, it seemed to have garnered much from the mysterious realm. Jiang Wenlai exclaimed, observing the evident progress of Lin Yu and his companions. Teacher, we encountered a hidden space. Yi Ling replied with a smile. Really? Jiang Wenlai expressed a hint of surprise, feeling a twinge of envy for Lin Yu's fortunate encounter. In all his time, he had only stumbled upon hidden spaces twice. Absolutely. It was also thanks to the class leader that we managed to navigate through successfully. Yiling nodded affirmatively. Hidden spaces are rarely encountered, yet they can be perilous. You must exercise caution moving forward, Jiang Wenlai advised earnestly. Regardless, the fact that Lin Yu and his group had emerged safely was indeed a positive outcome. By the way, the floating island designated for the three of you has been prepared. You may move in at your convenience, Jiang Wenlai continued. Every student in the seed class is entitled to a floating island residence. This is one of the privileges of being in the seed class. Understood. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, you may utilize the gravity chamber for training, as it will be beneficial for your cultivation. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Jiang Wenlai elaborated. Moreover, instructors will periodically come to hold classes, so upon receiving notification, you must promptly arrive at the designated location. Chapter 46. The floating island of one's own. Once Jiang Wenlai concluded his instructions, he departed from the classroom. Class leader, what are your plans moving forward? Yiling inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu. First, let us visit the floating island. After that, I plan to focus on elevating my mech engineer rank. Lin Yu replied thoughtfully, acknowledging that he still had some distance to cover before reaching the 6-star mecha engineer level. He also looked forward to savoring the experience of university life in the Mech Academy. That sounds splendid. We shall accompany you, Yiling exclaimed with excitement. Let us live together from now on. There will surely be ample rooms on the floating island. I concur. Mo Shitting nodded in agreement. Well, it appears that decisions have been made without my input. Lin Yu mused, amused by how the two ladies had taken it upon themselves to decide. However, he had already promised to assist them with their training during their time in the mysterious realm, and he was a man of his word. All right, but please refrain from recklessness, Lin Yu cautioned seriously. That will not be an issue. Yiling beamed with delight. Let's go at once. The three exited the classroom. In the seed class, there were only the three of them, and after their departure, the campus fell into a profound silence, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere of other seed class campuses. Nonetheless, it was evident that more prodigies would soon grace their class. Before long, they arrived at Lin Yu's very own floating island. How marvelous! It is hard to believe that this floating island has just been completed, Lin Yu exclaimed, filled with wonder. As I gaze around, the breathtaking scenery of the floating island unfolds before my eyes, adorned with extraordinary flowers and unique plants, as if I have stepped into a realm of ethereal beauty. This floating island is truly to his liking. Indeed, Yiling also finds great satisfaction in this abode. Residing in such a picturesque environment undoubtedly elevates one's spirits. At the heart of the island stands a magnificent villa, an epitome of luxury. As Lin Yu stands at the entrance, the villa's intelligent butler automatically opens the door, proclaiming, "Welcome home, master." Upon entering the villa, one is greeted by an array of splendid amenities, with the finest materials used for its exquisite decoration. Lin Yu marvels at the thought of the immense cost involved in constructing such a floating island. It would require no less than 500 million, with the bulk of the expenses attributed to the floating formation. Yiling nods in agreement, as she possesses some understanding of the floating island. I shall select a room first, Mo Shitting says slowly. Wait, Yiling exclaims, hastily following her. After the two ascend the stairs, Lin Yu reclines on the plush sofa, gazing at the ceiling, feeling a sense of enchantment wash over him. Just months ago, he was a mere waste with a spiritual energy value of only 66. Yet now he has become a student at Kunlun Mecha University. Considering the various privileges he now enjoys, he is also set to cohabitate with two female classmates, both of whom are renowned beauties. Even on a global scale, Mo Shitting and Yiling are among the elite. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupts his reverie. Upon seeing that the call is from his elder sister, Lin Yu quickly sits up. Sister, he exclaims as he answers. How was your experience in the secret realm? Comes the gentle voice of Lin Wanner through the receiver. It was quite good. Overall, we made significant gains. Lin Yu nods eagerly, recounting the matter of the Mecha Sacred Stone. It seems you were quite fortunate to obtain such a rare treasure as the Mecha Sacred Stone. Lin Wanner replies with a smile. Now that I know you are safe, I can relax. I need to venture into a secret realm myself. So take good care of yourself. Don't worry, sister. I will look after myself. Please be cautious as well, Lin Yu advises, not wishing for any misfortune to befall his sister in the secret realm. Indeed, he must hasten to enhance his own strength to safeguard his family. Very well then, Lin Yu responds, and they continue to chat briefly before disconnecting the call. The secret realm that his sister is about to enter is level 80, a place far beyond his current capabilities. As Lin Yu reclines once more, the doorbell rings again, causing him to shake his head in bewilderment at the day's peculiar occurrences. When he checks the monitor, he discovers that the visitor is none other than Xiao Yu. Lin Yu swiftly exited the villa, greeting the newcomer, senior sister Xiao Yu. What brings you here? Why am I not welcomed? Xiao Yu approached him directly. Of course you are welcome. Please, come in, Lin Yu replied, nodding repeatedly. Upon entering the living room, Xiao Yu surveyed her surroundings, expressing satisfaction with the decor. Senior sister, what brings you here? Lin Yu inquired curiously, sensing that Xiao Yu's visit was not merely to admire his new abode. Well, from now on, I shall reside here with you, Xiao Yu exclaimed with a radiant smile. At that moment, Lin Yu was taken aback. What was happening? Moving in together? Just then, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling descended the stairs. Upon seeing the two, Xiao Yu's expression shifted to one of annoyance. Wow, it hasn't been long, and you've already found new companions, 2 of them, no less. Senior sister, you misunderstand. We are merely classmates. Lin Yu clarified. I don't care. I'm moving anyway. Don't forget, I gave him my first kiss, Xiao Yu boldly asserted. The revelation of her giving her first kiss to Lin Yu surprised both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Lin Yu felt a wave of despair. What did it mean that she had given him her first kiss? It was clearly Xiao Yu who had taken it from him. Yet, it seemed that no amount of explanation would suffice. Senior sister, my relationship with the class leader is strictly that of classmates. Mo Shitting interjected at this moment, to which Yi Ling nodded in agreement. Both were sensible and would not intrude upon the bond between Lin Yu and Xiao Yu. I am indifferent. After all, polygamy is quite normal in this world. A remarkable man like Lin Yu is surely too much for one person to handle. Xiao Yu mused softly. She believed that even though Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were merely classmates with Lin Yu now, they would likely develop feelings for him over time. Regardless, she considered herself his first woman. Since he had already given her first kiss, what harm would it do to be a bit bolder? That makes sense. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded in agreement, leaving Lin Yu internally exclaiming, what sense does that make? Thus, Xiao Yu settled into the villa. Suddenly, living with 3 stunning beauties felt overwhelmingly pressuring for Lin Yu. In a short span, Xiao Yu engaged in deeper conversations with Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, strengthening their bond. I see. Xiao Yu nodded slowly, having learned from Mo Shitting and Yi Ling that proximity to Lin Yu would enhance their cultivation and increase their spiritual energy more rapidly. This revelation left Xiao Yu in a state of enlightenment. No wonder my spiritual energy had surged by 500 points after that kiss with Lin. I had previously attributed it to my own efforts, but it turns out it was all thanks to Lin. Upon hearing this, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were somewhat astonished. They had never anticipated that a kiss could yield such remarkable effects. Simultaneously, the 3 young women turned their gazes towards Lin Yu, causing him to feel a sudden prickling sensation at the back of his neck. System, this must be a capability of the Mech God Body, Lin Yu inwardly inquired. The ability to enhance spiritual energy through a mere kiss seemed extraordinarily surreal. I can't help but feel increasingly like a prized delicacy. Response, indeed. The Mech God Body not only enhances oneself, but can also assist others in their elevation. If there is a union between the opposite sexes, the results are even more pronounced. Both parties can ascend rapidly. In terms you might comprehend, the Mech God Body can be regarded as a naturally dual cultivating physique. Good heavens! Lin Yu marveled internally. This Mech God Body is simply beyond imagination. Lin, shall we share another kiss? Xiao Yu threw Lin Yu an enticing glance, reminiscent of Su Daji seducing King Zhou. This might not be appropriate. Lin Yu waved his hand in protest. Come on, let us give it a try. Xiao Yu approached, sitting herself on Lin Yu's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their gazes locked. Each could feel the warmth of the other's breath. Goodness. Xiao Yu's assertiveness left Lin Yu feeling remarkably passive in her presence. Should we perhaps avoid this rather inappropriate scene? Yi Ling shyly suggested, her cheeks tinged with crimson. This is an experiment. Mo Shitting remained considerably composed, though a hint of blush still graced her cheeks. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Senior, let us proceed. He was prepared. After all, the consequences would not befall him alone. You're exquisite. Xiao Yu playfully flicked Lin Yu's forehead with her delicate fingers. Yet, this exchange lasted merely a fleeting 10 seconds. While seated upon Lin Yu's lap, her spiritual energy increased by 1 point. Just as I suspected. The closer she was to Lin Yu, the quicker and smoother her cultivation progressed. I had heard of specialized dual cultivation methods before, Xiao Yu slowly remarked. Yet I see that you, Lin, possess a unique constitution. Regrettably, even my divine sight cannot discern the truth. Her divine sight could penetrate all mysteries. Yet Lin Yu remained an enigma. So, senior, you were merely teasing me earlier. Lin Yu sighed. At that moment, Xiao Yu leaned in close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, Lin, don't be anxious. I will visit your room tonight. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted. Lin Yu's heart raced suddenly, exhilarated by the moment. How stimulating. Observing Lin Yu's flushed ears, Xiao Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. From Lin Wanner, she had learned much about Lin Yu. His shyness manifested in the reddening of his ears. All right, there's an important matter I must discuss with you. Xiao Yu reluctantly stood up. In a month, you will lead students from the Seed class, the King class, or the Emperor class to undergo training in the secret realm. Xiao Yu said earnestly. Senior, we are merely students. Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Isn't it the teacher's duty to take students for training? Kunlun Mecha University adheres to a principle of mutual aid. As students of the Seed class, you naturally have the obligation to assist other students, Xiao Yu explained. Moreover, the primary reason is that there are too many students. Having Seed class students share the load will facilitate a smoother process. Besides, with your current abilities, mentoring a few students will pose no challenge at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling nodded in agreement. Since it was a school arrangement, they would certainly comply. After all, the institution had provided them with such generous benefits, and they were bound to reciprocate. When does it start? Mo Shitting asked. You will be notified in due course. Xiao Yu replied swiftly. Pay attention to the news. If there are no updates, someone will come to seek you out. All right then. We still have a month, Lin Yu said, stretching lazily. He decided to rely on his Mecha Body for training, intending to indulge in leisure and enjoyment during this time. Since we've made our decision, can we go grab something to eat? I'm quite famished. Yi Ling raised her hand. Me too. Mo Shitting nodded. Then it's settled. Today, I shall treat you. Come along, Lin brother. Xiao Yu smiled, pulling Lin Yu up from the sofa. In no time, they arrived at the cafeteria. What was promised to be a treat turned out to be this cafeteria. Inside, they could eat whatever they wanted without spending a dime. However, the food was indeed exquisite, likely surpassing that of many paid restaurants. As the four entered the cafeteria, all eyes turned towards them. Wow, isn't that Xiao Yu? I heard she was involved with Lin Yu. I didn't expect it to be true. Oh no, my goddess is taken. Just how charming is Lin Yu to have 3 campus beauties surrounding him. I'm so envious. I even want to apprentice under Lin Yu. Why is there such a disparity among us Seed class students? I consider myself rather handsome too, as Xiao Yu entwined her hand with Lin Yu's. The other students in the cafeteria were awash with awe, envy, and admiration. Many boys glared at Lin Yu, causing him to shake his head in resignation. Well, it was best to finish his meal quickly and leave this place. Fortunately, no one approached to cause trouble. For Lin Yu had already demonstrated his formidable prowess during the previous challenge. Moreover, there was another crucial factor, his sister, Lin Wanner. Chapter 48, Breaking News. The Sun Nation falls to Beast's sister Lin Wanner was a mech capable of advancing in rank. The former president of Kunlun Mecha University had even declared that Wanner might be the first mech master in the world to possess a divine grade mech. As a result, her standing at Kunlun Mecha University was exceedingly high, and no one dared to offend her. Now, Wanner had already attained imperial grade status, and should she truly ascend to a divine grade mech, she would undoubtedly become the most formidable mech master in the world. Thus, Wanner was not to be trifled with, and naturally, no one dared to bully Lin Yu. Before long, the dishes he had ordered arrived at the table. The aroma wafting from the food was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Lin Yu, unconcerned about his image, began to eat heartily. In striking contrast, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling displayed an air of elegance and grace as they dined. After a brief period, having satisfied his hunger, Lin Yu relished the moment. Lin brother, look at me, Xiao Yu smiled. What is the matter? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Your mouth is all greasy. You should really wipe it. Xiao Yu picked up a clean napkin and personally wiped Lin Yu's mouth. This scene elicited further envy from those around them. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This feeling was entirely new to him and quite pleasant. Suddenly, he pondered that if Xiao Yu were truly his girlfriend, it might indeed be his fortune. Thank you. Lin Yu finally snapped back to reality and expressed his gratitude. Do we need to be so formal between us? Xiao Yu responded with a gentle smile. As they exited the cafeteria, the sky gradually darkened. Upon returning to the villa on Floating Island, Lin Yu reclined on the sofa to rest, as a projected screen appeared before him, allowing him to surf the internet. The digital age was indeed marvelous, enabling one to stay informed about global events from the comfort of home. Soon, a piece of news stunned Lin Yu. The Sun Nation had been overtaken by colossal beasts, leading to its obliteration. Lin Yu was astonished. This news seemed to have surfaced a few days prior. A vast island nation had been annihilated by beasts. For the Dragon Nation, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. The mech engineers of the Sun Kingdom frequently devised traps for the mech engineers of the Dragon Kingdom, and the myriad schemes have now culminated in such retribution. It serves them right. Yet, an entire nation has been obliterated by monstrous beasts, leaving no survivors. The territory of the Sun Kingdom is now entirely claimed by these creatures. From another perspective, this is also an unfortunate development. Nations around the globe have entered a heightened state of vigilance, for they do not wish to become the second Sun Kingdom. The downfall of the Sun Kingdom is purely self-inflicted, as the entire country was engaged in the research of a forbidden drug intended to instantaneously enhance mech engineers. Due to negligence, over 100,000 tons of this illicit substance have flowed into the sea. Currently, the entire ocean is dominated by these monstrous entities. The introduction of the forbidden drugs into the marine environment has resulted in significant mutations among the surrounding sea beasts. Xiao Yu spoke slowly while sitting beside Lin Yu. This is not the end. By calculation, the vast influx of forbidden drugs into the ocean means that within less than a decade, the sea beasts across the globe will undergo mutations. Consequently, the world has begun to fervently cultivate mech engineers to prepare for the impending colossal crisis. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but curse. The Sun Kingdom truly deserves its fate. It had long been rumored that the Sun Kingdom harbored the greatest number of malevolent mech engineers in the world, and now, facing such consequences, they indeed brought this upon themselves, Mo Shitting remarked. Now, look at what has happened. The Sun Kingdom has perished, and all the chaos it instigated now demands payment from the entire world. Yi Ling interjected with a hint of sarcasm. The die has been cast. All we can do now is enhance our own strength. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. He then took Lin Yu's arm with a smile. So, Lin brother, you must assist us in our cultivation. It is my duty, Lin Yu replied earnestly. Upon receiving this news, Lin Yu became acutely aware that a grave crisis loomed ahead. Should humanity lack the requisite strength to confront it, the entire world may fall prey to the mutated sea beasts. No one knows the true number of these oceanic monstrosities, but it is certain that they far outnumber the terrestrial beasts, and their unleashed power is exponentially more formidable. As the evening darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Yu continued to peruse the news online. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling sat cross-legged beside him, entering a state of cultivation. In that moment, Xiao Yu distinctly felt that cultivating in Lin Yu's presence significantly accelerated their progress, seemingly devoid of any bottlenecks. Time passed slowly. Through the continual exploration of information online, Lin Yu gained a deeper understanding of the current global situation. The more he learned, the clearer the impending dangers became. The desire to strengthen Lin Yu grew ever more intense. Chapter 49, Journey to the Gravity Room. Unbeknownst to him, the night swiftly passed. Last night, Lin Yu had fallen asleep on the sofa, intending to return to his room for a proper rest. However, the thought of Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling practicing their cultivation nearby deterred him from leaving the couch. What a delightful sensation. As Lin Yu slowly awakened, he was enveloped in a sense of comfort, as if he lay in a gentle embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of long, elegant legs. What is happening? Startled, Lin Yu awoke fully. As he craned his neck upward, he was greeted by the sight of a pair of ample bosoms that dominated his view. Good heavens! Is this what they call knee pillow? This feeling is simply marvelous. As our little Lin awakened, came Xiao Yu's gentle voice, as a delicate hand began to tenderly stroke his hair. Though reluctant, Lin Yu quickly sat up. Senior, how did I end up on your lap? He inquired softly. Mo Shirting and Yi Ling remained engrossed in their cultivation and were oblivious to the scene. Of course, seeing you so uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa. How is my knee pillow treating you? Xiao Yu smiled. Very comfortable. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. Then let us continue, Xiao Yu suggested, her demeanor indicating she was quite pleased with herself. This made Lin Yu swallow hard, swiftly diverting the conversation. Senior, how is your cultivation progressing? Quite well, actually. I've gained over 300 spiritual energy points in just one night. Xiao Yu responded. I must say, Lin Yu, you are truly a treasure for cultivation. If it were any of those enchantresses or demonesses, they would have stripped you bare and devoured you by now. It was clear that Xiao Yu was jesting. Yet Lin Yu earnestly replied, So, please keep this a secret. Rest assured, Xiao Yu promised. Soon after, she looked at Lin Yu and continued. Now, it's my turn to experience the knee pillow. Before Lin Yu could agree, she lay down, resting her head on his lap. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself at a loss. A stunning beauty lay upon his thighs, a sensation he had never experienced before. His heart raced, and his ears flushed with warmth. He worried for a moment that he might not be able to contain himself and would have to stand up. When Lin Yu regained his composure and glanced down at Xiao Yu, he noticed she had already drifted into slumber. She looked even more enchanting in her sleep. Not long after, Mo Shirting and Yi Ling concluded their cultivation. Upon opening their eyes and witnessing the scene before them, they were both taken aback. A new day dawns, and upon opening my eyes, I am immediately inundated with affectionate banter. It is simply unbearable. Truly, I cannot endure it any longer. How have your cultivations progressed, my two esteemed companions? Lin Yu inquired first. Not too shabby. I've improved by 164 energy points. Mo Shitting replied. I'm just a bit behind at 143 energy points, Yi Ling chimed Indiana. It is evident that cultivating alongside Lin Yu significantly accelerates our progress. Previously, during our training sessions, a mere 10 energy points gained in a night was quite commendable. Yet, in Lin Yu's presence, our energy points soared into the hundreds. That is splendid. Observing their advancements, Lin Yu nodded appreciatively. I shall retreat to the gravity chamber for my training now. Mo Shitting stood, eager to escape the incessant chatter. Wait for me. I shall join you. Yi Ling hastily followed suit. With Mo Shitting departing, it would be rather awkward for her to remain alone, a mere bystander. After their exit, the room was left in tranquil silence, with only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu remaining. In this serene moment, Lin Yu found himself captivated by Xiao Yu, relishing the stillness. Perhaps he should seize the moment with a bit more audacity. After all, he had once set his sights on finding a school beauty as a companion. And now that opportunity had presented itself. With a little initiative, perhaps this aspiration could indeed materialize. As time gently drifted by, Xiao Yu awoke after nearly 2 hours of slumber. Thank you, Lin brother, she said, sitting up in gratitude. No need for thanks, Lin Yu nodded. Where are the others? Xiao Yu inquired, glancing around the room, which was devoid of anyone but herself and Lin Yu. They have gone to the gravity chamber for training, Lin Yu quickly responded. Speaking of which, senior sister, since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I too shall venture to the gravity chamber. After all, I have yet to experience it even once. I have heard that the gravity chamber can greatly enhance a mecha master's energy points and improve one's piloting skills. The gravity chamber is indeed a remarkable place. Come, I shall personally escort you there. Xiao Yu's smile remained as gentle as ever. This time, Lin Yu did not decline, which surprised Xiao Yu slightly. Previously, Lin Yu had shown some reluctance towards her, but now she sensed none of that, only a feeling of acceptance from him. This uplifted her spirits immensely, bringing forth a radiant smile. Under Xiao Yu's guidance, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the gravity chamber training facility designated for the C class. Each of the towering structures was awe-inspiring. These massive edifices you see are individual gravity chambers. Xiao Yu explained, observing Lin Yu's astonished expression. Are these all feats of human technology? Lin Yu asked with curiosity. The gravity chamber is a marvel of technology that humanity has yet to replicate. It is a discovery from the realms of mystery. Xiao Yu shook her head, acknowledging the long journey ahead for humanity to establish such a training facility independently. Only the most elite factions in the world possess these gravity chambers, with Kunlun Mecha University boasting the largest number. Xiao Yu continued, and one could genuinely perceive the immense legacy of Kunlun Mecha University. Truly, it is a premier institution for mecha studies. Sister, Do you still train the gravity chamber? Naturally, I no longer require it. The maximum gravity here is 500 times, and at my current strength, it feels as effortless as drinking water, Xiao Yu replied, shaking her head. She had long since outgrown the need for training in such a facility. Let's proceed. With that, Xiao Yu led Lin Yu to the entrance of an unoccupied gravity chamber. All right, I shall not accompany you inside. Focus on your training. I will return home and await your arrival. Xiao Yu smiled at Lin Yu, and in that moment, they seemed to embody a couple's bond. Okay, Lin Yu nodded eagerly. Chapter 50. An invitation for sparring identity verification successful. Welcome, Lin Yu, to gravity chamber number 6. As Lin Yu entered, a voice from the artificial intelligence echoed. Please summon your mecha. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slowly, summoning Pangu mecha. In the next moment, he summoned his Pangu mecha and stepped into the control space of the mecha. The gravity chamber began its operation. 10 times gravity. Initially, Lin Yu anticipated that 10 times gravity would be formidable. However, after more than 10 seconds, he felt no significant effect. The gravity can be increased, Lin Yu stated. Now, it is 20 times gravity. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of pressure, as if an immense weight bore down upon him. Let's increase it further. Lin Yu thought 20 times gravity was still insufficient. Boom! At 50 times gravity, the Pangu mecha was forced into a half-kneel, and Lin Yu inside felt a profound discomfort, as if crushed by a colossal mountain. This overwhelming force tore through him, making him feel as though his entire body might explode. 50 times gravity appears to be my limit, Lin Yu managed to utter. Under such gravity, he found it nearly impossible to control the mecha, let alone engage in combat. Nevertheless, Lin Yu also discovered that this training chamber was indeed an excellent venue for enhancing his spiritual energy. With the automatic cultivation of the Mech God Body, the rate of spiritual energy enhancement here was markedly accelerated. Additionally, another advantage was the ability to augment his physical strength within this gravity chamber. Previously, Lin Yu had gained some understanding of this concept. Within certain copies and secret realms, one may encounter extreme conditions. Therefore, training in this gravity chamber is undoubtedly immensely beneficial for mech engineers. Enduring 50 times the normal gravitational force, though excruciatingly painful, Lin Yu felt that the enhancement of his spiritual energy made it all worthwhile. Thus, 3 hours swiftly passed. The intense gravity vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Yu with a sensation akin to rebirth, his entire being feeling remarkably light and invigorated. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed, "Student Lin Yu, please remember to balance work and rest." Sighing, Lin Yu realized that there was indeed a time limit for training in the gravity chamber. Fortunately, in just 3 short hours, through the training of the Mech God Body, his spiritual energy increased by a remarkable 1032. This was undoubtedly a significant advancement. He resolved to train in the gravity chamber daily from that point on. After summoning the Pangu mecha, Lin Yu exited the chamber. For some reason, he could distinctly sense the newfound strength coursing through his body. Class leader. Just as Lin Yu pondered, a familiar voice reached his ears. Looking up, he spotted Mo Shitting and Yi Ling not far ahead, both clad in battle attire that accentuated their flawless figures, prompting Lin Yu to steal a few glances. Have you finished your training? Lin Yu approached to inquire. Indeed, this gravity chamber is quite an excellent place for enhancement, though regrettably, there is a time constraint. Yi Ling replied, nodding eagerly. Currently, I can barely withstand 35 times the gravity. That is already impressive. Lin Yu praised her. And you, class leader? Yi Ling asked curiously. I managed 50 times. Lin Yu responded. In that moment, both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were taken aback. 50 times. This was Lin Yu's first time in the gravity chamber, and he could withstand such an immense force right from the start. It was evident that Lin Yu, possessing a divine-level mecha, was not comparable to an ordinary mech engineer. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling felt the disparity between them more acutely and, simultaneously, a determination arose within them to exert themselves even more in their training. Let us go for a meal. Training in this gravity chamber is quite taxing, Lin Yu suggested. Sure. Yi Ling nodded in agreement. The trio swiftly made their way to the cafeteria. Along the way, they encountered numerous other students. Many gazed enviously at Lin Yu, flanked by the stunning beauties Mo Shitting on his left and Yi Ling on his right. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Yu ordered an extravagant feast laid out before him. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling sat beside themselves. "Are you Lin Yu?" A young man approached, his tone somewhat indifferent as he regarded Lin Yu. Those who dine in this cafeteria were all elite students from the C class. "What is it?" Lin Yu replied calmly, sensing that the young man had come with a purpose. "I am Chung Yifei from Seed Class 9. Do you dare to spar with me?" Chung Yifei boldly stated. "Spow." Lin Yu chuckled, surprised that someone would seek him out for such a challenge, especially an upperclassman. "I'm afraid I must decline," Lin Yu replied. "Sparring seems rather tedious. I would prefer to finish my meal and return to lounge on the sofa in comfort." Kunlun Mecha University permits students to engage in sparring, but if one refuses, they cannot be coerced. "Are you afraid?" Chung Yifei taunted, pressing further. "The provocation tactic does not work on me." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Seeing that Lin Yu remained unwilling, Chung Yifei's expression turned grave. With a flourish of his hand, a radiant green stone appeared. "This is a mecha, sacred stone. If you agree to spar with me and win, this stone shall be yours." This revelation left the surrounding students in astonishment. Goodness, what a grand gesture. Has Chung Yifei lost his mind to wager such a supreme treasure just to spar with Lin Yu? The mecha, sacred stone, was indeed an unparalleled treasure, rare and sought after. It was astonishing that he had not utilized it immediately. If possible, I would gladly take Lin Yu's place in this spar. Everyone was acutely aware of the mecha, sacred stone's immense value. "Are you certain?" Lin Yu felt a surge of desire at that moment. If he possessed this mecha sacred stone, he would be one step closer to becoming a 6-star mecha master. "Absolutely." Chung Yifei nodded confidently, seemingly assured he would not lose to Lin Yu. "I can agree, but I will require a witness." "What if you resort to trickery in defeat?" Lin Yu stated. "No problem." Chung Yifei promptly replied. "I shall be the witness." At that moment, Xiao Yu appeared in the cafeteria. "Senior, what brings you here?" Lin Yu was taken aback by Xiao Yu's arrival. "The internal school forum is abuzz with your news, so I came to see for myself," Xiao Yu explained. Chung Yifei is a subordinate of Zhong Kuei. It's likely that this challenge is his idea. Hearing Zhong Kuei's name, Lin Yu recalled the encounter on Xiao Yu's floating island, where she had taken his first kiss. That day's events were etched in his memory forever. "Do not worry, Senior. I am determined to secure that mecha sacred stone." Lin Yu smiled, relieved that his strength was sufficient. Otherwise, even if the other party presented 2 mecha sacred stones, he would have declined the challenge. "With senior sister Xiao Yu as a witness, I feel assured." Chung Yifei interjected, turning his gaze toward Lin Yu. "So, when shall we commence?" It appeared he was growing increasingly impatient. "No rush. Let me finish my meal first. This brief interlude should be bearable for you, shouldn't it?" Lin Yu chuckled. "You'd better hurry," Chung Yifei reminded him. After enduring another 10 minutes, the ordered dishes finally arrived. Soon, Lin Yu began to eat heartily. "Senior sister, would you care for some?" Lin Yu inquired, glancing at Xiao Yu. "Certainly." Xiao Yu promptly sat down to savor the delicacies. This scene evoked envy among the surrounding students once more. "Oomph, I will wait for you outside," Chung Yifei quickly declared, not wishing to consume too much dog food. Watching Chung Yifei depart, Lin Yu merely smiled, saying nothing. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Yu could not help but let out a contented belch. "By the way, senior sister, do you know the specifics of Chung Yifei's strength?" Lin Yu finally asked. "Speaking of which, how could you agree so decisively without knowing his capabilities? Were you dazed by those mecha sacred stones?" Xiao Yu gazed earnestly at Lin Yu, cupping his face with her hands and playfully teasing him. "Senior sister, please stop." Lin Yu quickly interjected, explaining, "While I may not fully grasp his precise strength, I can sense that I can defeat him. Sometimes, feelings might not be reliable." Xiao Yu ceased her playful antics and gradually responded. "I recall that Chung Yifei is a 6-star mecha master, and his mecha level should have ascended to level 60. His mecha is an emperor-grade beast form." In the following minute, Xiao Yu shared all the information she possessed. "Previously, I was only 70% confident of victory. Now, I am 90%, no, 100% certain of winning." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu displayed an incredibly confident smile. As he stood up, preparing to step outside, Xiao Yu directly pulled him back. "What is the matter, senior sister?" Lin Yu queried, somewhat perplexed. "You finished your meal without even wiping your mouth." Xiao Yu sighed, taking a tissue and personally wiping Lin Yu's mouth. To onlookers, this moment appeared utterly romantic. Mo Shitting It seems we must learn from senior sister Xiao in the future. Yi Ling whispered. Learn from her? Mo Shitting shook her head. Just look at how senior sister Xiao has the class leader completely under her thumb. That's a skill worth acquiring, one that may prove useful in the future. Yi Ling seemed to have an epiphany. After patiently ensuring everything was clean, Xiao Yu remarked, All right, that's enough. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Lin Yu officially stepped out of the cafeteria, followed promptly by the other students who were eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. For them, this sparring match was a delightful diversion, a rare source of amusement in their otherwise mundane routines, especially as encounters of this nature had become increasingly rare of late. The arena for the duel was expansive, ample enough to accommodate 2 mechs in free combat. It was imperative to remember that the sparring should remain lighthearted, without endangering lives. As the witness, Xiao Yu naturally assumed the role of moderator for this event. Understood. Both Cheng Yifei and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Furthermore, Cheng Yifei, you must first entrust your mech's sacred stone to my care, Xiao Yu stated once more. No problem. Cheng Yifei nodded, placing his trust in Xiao Yu. Soon, he produced his mech's sacred stone. Upon his first glance at the stone, Xiao Yu felt an unsettling sensation. She swiftly activated her divine sight, scrutinizing the sacred stone with clarity. Her instincts proved accurate, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Let the match commence. Xiao Yu's tone turned icy as she quickly summoned her own mech. After entering her mech, she deftly maneuvered it backward, ensuring she would be ready to intervene at a moment's notice should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As her command resonated in the air, Lin Yu and Cheng Yifei simultaneously summoned their mechs. Without hesitation, Cheng Yifei took the lead, directing his mech to charge forward. His mech, resembling a wolf, boasted sharp and formidable claws, exhibiting impressive speed. The other mech pilots could only perceive fleeting shadows as Cheng Yifei's mech darted across the arena. A feat few students at Kunlun Mech University could rival. Ah, Lin Yu is still too young. He is merely a freshman, one observer remarked. Indeed, the odds of Lin Yu winning seem minimal. The spectators in the distance were in awe of Cheng Yifei's mech velocity, most of them not holding high hopes for Lin Yu. However, in the next moment, they were utterly astonished. It became evident that Cheng Yifei's mech, with its nimbleness, had stealthily positioned itself behind Lin Yu. The sharp claws of the mech lunged toward Lin Yu's back. It's over. Cheng Yifei believed this battle would conclude effortlessly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's Pangu mech vanished from its original spot. How is this possible? Cheng Yifei was taken aback. The speed was so astonishing that he could not comprehend it. Was this truly a freshman? As a 6-star mech master with his mech reaching level 60, Cheng Yifei suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were destined to lose in this duel. The 60-level mech seemed unimpressive. In no time, Lin Yu appeared 100 meters away and spoke slowly. To others, Cheng Yifei's mech moved swiftly, but in Lin Yu's eyes, it was painfully slow. Chapter 52. Overwhelming, is that all you have? If so, allow me to demonstrate my true power. Upon hearing Lin Yu's mocking voice, Cheng Yifei was consumed by rage. In the next moment, Lin Yu could clearly observe the attributes of Cheng Yifei's mech escalating wildly. A crimson energy erupted from the mech, exuding an aura of ferocity. Ding! The opponent has activated the special mech skill, Berserk. This skill amplifies all mech attributes exponentially for a limited duration of 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the mech will dissipate automatically and cannot be summoned again for a week. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind, prompting him to nod slowly. This special skill, Berserk, was evidently a means of self-preservation. He never expected Cheng Yifei to employ it here. In a true battle, using such a reckless skill would leave him powerless after 3 minutes, sealing his fate. Boom! In an instant, Cheng Yifei's mech surged forward, exuding an unstoppable force. Lin Yu, however, remained calm and composed. He directly commanded the Pangu mech, wielding the Kaitian axe to brace for the onslaught. Bang! Every attack from Cheng Yifei was effortlessly blocked by Lin Yu. The Kaitian axe was a genuine divine artifact, not only boasting remarkable offensive capabilities, but also exceptional defensive strength. How is this possible? Cheng Yifei gritted his teeth and launched another frenzied assault, unleashing every mech skill he had mastered. What was intended to be a friendly spar had devolved into a life-and-death struggle in the eyes of the spectators. Xiao Yu initially wanted to intervene, considering it merely a spar. However, witnessing Lin Yu's effortless defense, he refrained from stepping in. As time passed, Cheng Yifei grew increasingly anxious. No, this is absolutely impossible. No matter what attack he unleashed, Lin Yu countered each one. Even in his berserk state, with his mech's power terrifyingly amplified, he was still unable to break through Lin Yu's defenses. A sense of powerlessness and despair surged within Cheng Yifei. He could not comprehend the situation. Why is there such a vast disparity among all the Emperor-class mechas? Moreover, he is a 6-star mecha master, piloting a level 60 mecha, significantly more formidable than Lin Yu. Perhaps, once he discovers that Lin Yu's mecha is of divine caliber, he will comprehend the situation. The 3 minutes are almost up. How about conceding defeat? Lin Yu spoke slowly. Through his observations over the past few minutes, Lin Yu had already discerned the weaknesses of Cheng Yifei's mecha. If he could exploit these vulnerabilities, he could deliver a decisive blow. Surrender? Absolutely not. Cheng Yifei snorted coldly. Observing this, Lin Yu sighed, realizing that some people only learn through their own misfortune. He decided not to waste any more time. In the next moment, mecha teleportation activated. The entire Pangu mecha vanished from its position. Cheng Yifei hurriedly searched for Lin Yu's figure, his demeanor exceedingly cautious. Soon, he noticed the shadow on the ground growing larger, and only then did he realize that Lin Yu had maneuvered his mecha above him. However, by the time he grasped this, it was already too late. The Pangu mecha, wielding the axe of creation, descended upon Cheng Yifei's mecha. With a resounding crack, the head of Cheng Yifei's mecha was severed cleanly. Following this, the axe of creation swung several more times, severing the limbs of the mecha. The entire sequence transpired in mere breaths. Cheng Yifei's mecha then dissipated into light. As long as the mecha master survives, the mecha can automatically recover, albeit it requires a significant amount of time to do so. Slumped on the ground, Cheng Yifei gasped for breath, his face a mask of terror. In those fleeting seconds, he had truly felt the chilling grasp of death. Fortunately, this was merely a sparring session. Otherwise, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. It's astonishing how Lin Yu so overwhelmingly triumphed. Indeed, all of them are students from the elite class. Yet Lin Yu is exceptionally gifted, a newcomer overpowering an upperclassman like this. I feel that even if I were in his place, I would undoubtedly falter. Lin Yu's mecha is incredibly powerful. It feels as if it transcends the Emperor class. No wonder he is the brother of Lin Wanner. He is truly remarkable. With this, who would dare to provoke Lin Yu in the future? The students in the viewing platform, regaining their composure, were filled with awe. From this moment on, it won't be long before Lin Yu's name reverberates throughout the entire school. At this moment, Lin Yu summoned the Pangu mecha back and approached Cheng Yifei, softly stating, "Go back and tell Zhong Kuei that senior sister is mine. He should harbor no further thoughts." Having said that, Lin Yu turned and departed, disregarding Cheng Yifei entirely. Senior sister. Upon returning to Xiao Yu's side, Lin Yu smiled and said, "See, wasn't my victory effortless?" "Indeed, congratulations." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. However, her demeanor soon shifted to one of seriousness. "We must leave this place. I have matters to discuss with you." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu promptly followed Xiao Yu as they quickly departed. They returned to his floating island, where Xiao Yu retrieved the mecha holy stone she had obtained from Cheng Yifei. "Do not touch it," Xiao Yu urgently warned as Lin Yu reached for the stone. "What is it, senior sister?" Lin Yu questioned, puzzled. "Is there something wrong with the mecha holy stone?" "The stone is laced with a potent chronic poison," Xiao Yu explained. "Once touched, the toxins will enter your body." "Poisonous?" Lin Yu was taken aback, immediately concerned. "Are you all right, senior sister? You touched it yourself." "Fear not, I possess a body that is immune to all toxins." Xiao Yu replied with a reassuring smile. "That's impressive." Lin Yu exhaled in relief, marveling at her resilience. Earlier, she had consumed a miraculous fruit found in the secret realm, which granted her this immunity. Xiao Yu elaborated. "I see." Lin Yu nodded. "But why does the mecha holy stone contain poison? Could it be Cheng Yifei's doing?" A sudden realization struck him. After all, Cheng Yifei had presented the stone as a wager. "That seems unlikely." Xiao Yu shook her head. "If he had poisoned it, he wouldn't have dared to touch it himself. The only plausible culprit is Zhong Kuei." If the poison indeed originated from Zhong Kuei, then Cheng Yifei is already afflicted. Lin Yu remarked slowly, recalling that he had witnessed Cheng Yifei holding the mecha holy stone with his own hands. Indeed, he is already poisoned. However, this toxin is slow-acting. It may take years to manifest, and by then, it will be beyond remedy, Xiao Yu lamented. Zhong Kuei is truly malicious. Lin Yu nodded, a glimmer of vengeance igniting in his eyes. Should the opportunity arise, he would ensure that Zhong Kuei pays dearly. Zhong Kuei was undoubtedly cunning. If Cheng Yifei succeeded, he would have the chance to teach Lin Yu a lesson. Conversely, if he failed, the mecha holy stone would belong to Lin Yu, and upon acquiring it, the toxin would stealthily infiltrate Lin Yu's body. This time, Lin Yu was fortunate to have Xiao Yu by his side. Otherwise, he feared he might have fallen victim to the poison. He wondered if his own divine body possessed similar immunity. Regardless, Xiao Yu had undoubtedly saved his life. System, can the toxic mecha holy stone be converted into energy points? Lin Yu inquired urgently in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but sigh in relief. The ability to transform was indeed a positive sign, indicating that his efforts had not been in vain. Soon, Lin Yu produced a piece of cloth and said, "Senior, please hand me the mecha sacred stone. I possess a method to eradicate the toxins upon it." Is that truly the case? Xiao Yu inquired with a hint of uncertainty. This poison was exceedingly peculiar, and it was her first encounter with such a venom, likely one without an antidote. "Yes, I am quite certain," Lin Yu affirmed with a nod. Observing his confidence, Xiao Yu chose to trust him and carefully wrapped the mecha sacred stone in the cloth he provided. "Do remember, do not act recklessly," Xiao Yu cautioned once more. "Understood," Lin Yu replied, clutching the bundled mecha sacred stone as he entered the room. At that moment, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also returned. Finding only Xiao Yu in the living room, Yi Ling curiously asked, "Where is the class monitor?" "She is in the room, working on eliminating the toxins from the mecha sacred stone," Xiao Yu explained, recounting the situation to them. Upon hearing this, both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were filled with indignation. They were taken aback by Zhong Kuei's treachery. After all, Zhong Kuei was a student from the prestigious C class of Kunlun Mecha University, yet he could perpetrate such an act. Indeed, the saying held true: the world is filled with both light and darkness. The sanctity of Kunlun Mecha University was not immune to the presence of malefactors. Within the room, Lin Yu eagerly prompted the system for a swift transformation. Transformation successful. Energy points 3,000. In the blink of an eye, the mecha sacred stone before him dissolved into a radiant light, vanishing completely. Following the system's announcement, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Utilize all of it to enhance my spiritual energy, consuming 3,000 energy points. Congratulations, your spiritual energy has increased by 30,000. He opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level, 5-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0, spiritual energy, 187,632. Mecha, Pangu Mecha, level 50. Gazing at his current attributes, Lin Yu smiled and nodded. He realized he needed to continue enhancing his spiritual energy by just over 2,000 points to ascend to a 6-star Mecha Master. With a few days of dedicated enjoyment, he would effortlessly reach that pinnacle. After all, with the Mech God Body at his disposal, diligent cultivation was well within his grasp. Emerging from the room, Lin Yu wore a broad smile. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu remarked with a grin, "It seems that Lin, my little brother, has succeeded. Indeed, I have successfully utilized the mecha sacred stone, and my strength has significantly increased." Lin Yu replied affirmatively. "What are your plans moving forward?" Xiao Yu inquired. "It all depends on future opportunities. If such chances arise, I will undoubtedly ensure that Zhong Kuei pays the price," Lin Yu replied with utmost seriousness. "This matter cannot simply be overlooked. It is good that you have made a decision, but it is imperative that you possess formidable strength." Xiao Yu cautioned, "If one ventures forth without sufficient power, recklessness may lead to severe consequences, potentially even the loss of life." Subsequently, Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, indulging in some online exploration, while Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, and Xiao Yu seated themselves beside him, commencing their training. For them, Lin Yu represented a sanctuary for cultivation. Within this sacred space, their progress accelerated significantly. Truth be told, Lin Yu found himself increasingly enjoying this atmosphere. Surrounded by 3 enchanting school beauties was a dream many young men yearned for. Yet Lin Yu effortlessly realized this fantasy. Before long, 10 days had elapsed. Congratulations! Your psychic energy has reached 200,000, qualifying you as a 6-star Mecha Master. On this particular noon, Lin Yu received the system's notification, igniting a wave of excitement within him. Wonderful! At last, I am a 6-star Mecha Master. His heart swelled with joy. With his current prowess, should he return to Jiangling City, he would undoubtedly be recognized as its strongest. His next objective was to elevate his mecha's rank. Senior, I am now a 6-star Mecha Master. Where can I quickly enhance my level? Lin Yu hastily approached Xiao Yu for guidance. Little Lin, you have truly become a 6-star Mecha Master? Xiao Yu expressed her astonishment. She had not anticipated Lin Yu's rapid advancement. Truly, he was a Mecha Master with divine-level mechas. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded earnestly. There is a suitable dungeon for 6-star Mecha Masters at Kunlun Mecha University, Xiao Yu slowly articulated. However, it is not a challenge that can be conquered in just a day or 2. You will soon be leading other students into the secret realm for training. Focus on that first, and I will accompany you to that dungeon for leveling up afterward. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. All right, I will heed your advice, Senior. By the way, how much have you progressed during this time? His curiosity piqued, and Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Thanks to your influence, little Lin, my psychic energy has increased by over 3,000 in these past 10 days. This has been my most rapid training period. If Xiao Yu had advanced so swiftly, it was needless to say that Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had made even greater strides. Chapter 54. Leading the team into the secret realm for training in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed. Lin Yu, Montauk Shiting, and Yi Ling all received a notification. Lin Yu was assigned to the Royal Academy, tasked with selecting a few students to accompany him into the secret realm for training. Meanwhile, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were allocated to the Imperial Academy. Sister, we will take our leave now. Before departing, there was a twinge of reluctance as they bid farewell to Xiao Yu. After all, having spent so much time together, there were bound to be lingering feelings. A hug. Without waiting for Lin Yu's consent, Xiao Yu took the initiative to embrace him, enveloping him in a softness that was utterly intoxicating. The fragrance that wafted from her was enchanting, making him momentarily wish to remain there forever, immersed in such tenderness. Be safe, Xiao Yu cautioned. Rest assured I will, Lin Yu replied. Once they parted ways, Lin Yu proceeded towards the Royal Academy. Simultaneously, in a square at the Royal Academy, this year's new students had already gathered. They had been enrolled at Kunlun Mecha University for a while now, and through diligent practice during this time, their skills had noticeably improved. This time, they were set to embark on an exploration of the secret realm. Every face was etched with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Have you heard? This time the school has arranged for the prodigies from the seed class to lead us into the secret realm. I heard about it earlier, and now I hope to be paired with a stunning beauty. Me too. I've heard that the campus beauties are all in the seed class. The new students engaged in fervent discussions, particularly the young men, who eagerly anticipated the possibility of being guided by an alluring senior. At that moment, Chen Feiyu couldn't help but murmur, I wonder if Lin Yu will come? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gilded warplane descended smoothly. Upon sighting the aircraft, everyone's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. Lin Yu emerged directly from the craft. It's Lin Yu. He really came. I never expected him to show up this time. After all, Lin Yu is also a student of the seed class. Indeed, with his prowess, he is more than capable of leading us. So handsome, I hope Lin Yu selects me. Perhaps love will blossom over time. Don't dream. He is accompanied by 3 campus beauties. Lin Yu's arrival stirred the entire square into a lively uproar. Soon, other students from the seed class began to arrive as well. Lin Yu, here are the 30-level secret realm scrolls, 6 in total. Take good care of them. A beautiful teacher approached and handed the 6 scrolls to Lin Yu, reminding him, as you are also a new student of the seed class, it has been decided that you may bring along 5 new students from the Royal Academy this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in understanding. In truth, he felt quite pleased, as this arrangement would certainly make things much more convenient for him. The scarcity of individuals has its advantages. By the way, is the choice of companions left to oneself? Lin Yu inquired promptly. Indeed, if you have preferences, you may select for yourself. Otherwise, we shall assign you randomly. The beautiful teacher replied. Understood. I shall go and make my selection now. Lin Yu responded with a smile, having already spotted Chun Feiyu's figure. He swiftly approached him, and the two embraced one another. It had been quite some time since they last met. Chun Feiyu had evidently matured significantly, his physique notably stronger. Not bad. What is your level? Lin Yu asked, patting Chun Feiyu on the shoulder. It's just SOSO. Chun Feiyu shook his head. I just broke through to a 3-star mecha master last night, and my mecha is currently at level 20. By the way, Lin Yu, allow me to introduce you to my roommates. Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, and Bai Yunliang. Chun Feiyu hurriedly introduced them. The trio promptly greeted Lin Yu with polite bows. Perfect. This time, I am bringing 5 individuals. You shall join us, Lin Yu nodded. Upon hearing this, they were all exceedingly thrilled. Lin Yu was now a renowned figure throughout the school. With him personally leading the expedition, their adventure in the secret realm was assured to be a success. However, one more person was needed. Lin Yu scanned the surroundings in search of a suitable candidate. May I join? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out as a girl approached. She was indeed charming and had an admirable figure, though she still paled in comparison to the school beauty. Lin Yu, this is our class monitor, Lu Qingqing. Chun Feiyu quickly introduced. She is the most formidable in our class, already a 4-star mecha master with a mecha level of 30. Not only the monitor, Lu Qingqing was also the belle of their class, the flower of Wangji Academy. Very well, you shall join my team. Lin Yu perceived Chun Feiyu's fondness for Lu Qingqing and, in the interest of his friend's happiness, readily acquiesced. The candidates were now firmly established. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, numerous students transformed into beams of light, vanishing from sight. They had already entered the secret realm. Let us form our team, Lin Yu said swiftly. Soon, they successfully organized themselves. Subsequently, Lin Yu distributed the scrolls he had acquired to each individual. Before you use them, I must remind everyone, once we enter the secret realm, you must adhere to my commands, Lin Yu stated with earnest gravity. Understood. Chun Feiyu was the first to nod in response. Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, Bai Yunliang, and Lu Qingqing quickly echoed. We all understand. That is good to hear. It is essential to recognize that even with my guidance, there remains a possibility of peril. Listen to my commands, and I assure you that not only will you successfully complete the trial, but you will also return safely, Lin Yu confidently assured. He had no doubt that none of his team members would fall within the confines of the secret realm. All right, it's time to use it. With Lin Yu's command, everyone promptly activated their secret realm scrolls. In the next instant, they transformed into beams of light and vanished, transported directly into the corresponding secret realm. Upon opening their eyes in the level 30 secret realm, Chun Feiyu and his companions found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by an expanse of towering mountains. Suddenly, terrifying roars echoed around them, as several colossal beasts emerged, each summoning their mechanized warriors to battle. Lin Yu remarked, upon entering the secret realm, it appears we've caught the attention of these beasts. What splendid luck we have. Chapter 55. The trial commences once they summon their mechanized warriors. The group immediately engaged in combat with the beasts. Lin Yu chose not to intervene right away, opting instead to observe. For them, this marked the official beginning of their trial within the secret realm. Chun Feiyu, Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, Bai Yunliang, and Lu Qingqing all piloted king-level mechs, with Lu Qingqing standing out as the strongest among them, capable of single-handedly challenging the level 30 beasts. With her mech weapon, a lance, she unleashed a skill that propelled the lance like a mighty dragon, piercing through the head of a level 30 beast. Your teammate Lu Qingqing has slain a level 30 beast, gaining 33 mech experience points. Swiftly, Lu Qingqing provided support to her companions, and within a matter of minutes, she had dispatched all the level 30 beasts. I must say, I witnessed your battle just now, and among you, only Lu Qingqing has performed adequately, Lin Yu stated with grave seriousness. Had it not been for Lu Qingqing's assistance, Chun Feiyu and his companions would still be embroiled in combat. Chun Feiyu, your mech boasts formidable defense. Why do you hesitate to engage in close combat? And you, the colossal beast, could have been struck directly. Though it was merely a small-scale skirmish, Lin Yu discerned their existing shortcomings. Following his remarks, Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, Bai Yunliang, and Chun Feiyu lowered their heads in shame. They finally recognized the multitude of issues they faced. Had they entered the secret realm alone, they would likely have faced certain demise. Problems are not to be feared. What matters is the ability to amend them. This is precisely why the school has arranged for the Secret Realm training, to enable you to swiftly enhance your combat abilities. Lin Yu continued, feeling rather like a stern instructor. I will strive to improve. Chun Feiyu raised his head, earnestly assuring him. So will we. The collective spirit of the group ignited. Essentially, all formidable warriors begin as mere novices. However, through relentless effort and rectifying their shortcomings, they ultimately evolve into powerful beings. Excellent. Let us proceed. Lin Yu nodded. With them leading the way, Lin Yu maneuvered the Pangu mecha to follow closely behind, allowing him to maintain a better grasp of the situation. Since he had brought them into this secret realm, it was his responsibility to assist them in their training and ensure their safe departure. Lu Qingqing, your combat prowess is commendable, yet your control over the mecha is evidently insufficient, Lin Yu remarked. Moving forward, you must engage in continuous battles to enhance your skills. There's a saying that holds true. Practical experience is the best way to progress. Understand, Lu Qingqing responded humbly. Shortly thereafter, they encountered 12 level 30 colossal beasts once again. Heavenly Chain activation. Lin Yu unleashed the Heavenly Chain mecha skill, and chains erupted from the void, ensnaring the 12 beasts mercilessly. As a 6-star mecha master, coupled with the Pangu mecha reaching level 50, these level 30 beasts stood no chance of breaking free from the Heavenly Chains. Next, we shall engage in one-on-one combat. Lin Yu smiled and said, Chun Feiyu, you shall go first. All right, Chun Feiyu responded. With that, Lin Yu released one of the colossal beasts. Unshackled, the beast charged violently towards Chun Feiyu. Observing this, Chun Feiyu remained composed, controlling the mecha and brandishing the mecha shield to prepare for the impact. Boom! Within mere moments, the beast collided forcefully with the mecha shield, sending Chun Feiyu's entire mecha staggering back several hundred meters. I blocked it, Chun Feiyu exclaimed with delight. The powerful attack of the level 30 beast was successfully thwarted. I have told you, your mecha possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Although it is only level 20, it can certainly withstand the attacks of an ordinary level 30 beast. Lin Yu smiled. If Chun Feiyu continues to develop well, he is destined to become the shield of the mecha team. Now, aim to defeat this beast. Lin Yu urged swiftly. All right. Now, Chun Feiyu felt a surge of confidence. He skillfully maneuvered the mecha and drew the massive mecha sword from his back. Without hesitation, he charged forward. As the mech skills activated, his entire mech's defenses were enhanced. The colossal mech sword radiated a cerulean glow as it descended upon the monstrous beast. With a swift strike, although the damage inflicted upon the beast was minimal, it nonetheless inflicted a significant wound, causing blood to spout forth. A furious roar erupted from the beast, its eyes now ablaze with rage. Almost immediately, this level 30 beast unleashed a surge of crimson energy, causing its form to swell to double its size. It had entered a state of frenzy. Lin Yu's expression turned grave. In the next instant, he wielded the Pangu mech, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved the frenzied level 30 beast in two. In its enraged state, the beast was no match for Chun Feiyu. Lin Yu, what was that beast condition just now? Chun Feiyu inquired hastily, taken aback by the beast's sudden transformation into something far more terrifying. The others were equally astonished, encountering such a phenomenon for the first time. Frenzy. When beasts sense imminent death, they can awaken a latent energy within, unleashing formidable power. Typically, only beasts of level 50 and above can exhibit such a frenzy, Lin Yu explained slowly. It was unexpected that even a level 30 beast could enter such a state. This must be connected to the anomalies within the instances and secret realms. All right, let us continue with the practical training. Lin Yu released another beast from its bindings. Chun Feiyu and the others engaged in one-on-one combat, significantly advancing their skills. Throughout this process, a total of 12 beasts were encountered, 5 of which ultimately succumbed to a frenzied state. This clearly indicated that the challenges within the secret realms and instances had escalated considerably. Make sure to restore your energy, Lin Yu urged. The secret realm lay vast before them, and he pondered whether they might encounter some fortuitous treasure. Thus far, he had seen no other mechs within this realm. Chapter 56. The astonishing appearance of beasts with unique abilities, the energy within the secret realm was abundant, allowing everyone to swiftly replenish their energy reserves. "Let us move out," Lin Yu commanded once he saw that everyone was ready. They pressed onward, effortlessly dispatching every beast they encountered along the way, requiring Lin Yu's intervention only sparingly. Even when confronted by the frenzied level 30 beast, Chen Feiyu and the others managed to handle it with ease. Time and again, they engaged in battles against true giants. Not only have they individually improved their skills, but their teamwork has also become remarkably harmonious. Observing them, Lin Yu reminisced about the days spent training alongside Yi Ling and the others in the mysterious realm. As night fell in the secret domain, Lin Yu began to impart the knowledge he had gained from Jiang Wenlai during those nocturnal sessions to Chen Feiyu and his companions. A form of legacy, indeed. "Rest well. I shall keep watch," he said, his voice steady as he glanced at the group. With Lin Yu on guard, they felt secure enough to relax. Thus, they remained in the secret realm for 10 days. During this period, Chen Feiyu and his comrades engaged in relentless battles with colossal beasts, evolving into seasoned warriors. Their mech levels had ascended several ranks, though it was somewhat regrettable that they had not encountered a sufficient number of giant beasts. Lin Yu had wished to expedite their advancement further. Suddenly, a colossal beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its head was severed cleanly. "What a thrill!" Chen Feiyu exclaimed, exhilarated. This final blow was executed using his mech skill, decisively decapitating the creature. "Well done," Lin Yu praised, acknowledging their significant progress over the past 10 days. This session of training in the secret realm has now concluded. Even without Lin Yu, Chen Feiyu and the others should be safe within this domain. "Wait, the training is over just like that?" Chen Feiyu expressed his reluctance, a sentiment shared by the others who yearned to continue their training. Lin Yu smiled. "You may choose to explore further within this realm if you wish." Meanwhile, he planned to depart for a dungeon to elevate his own level. After all, he was a 6-star mech master, yet his mech level remained at 50. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed. Following the sound, they spotted a mech hurtling towards them. The image before Lin Yu magnified, revealing in greater detail that it was a king-class mech equipped with flight capabilities, though it appeared severely damaged. With a thunderous roar, the mech plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Soon after, it vanished, dissipating like starlight. It seemed that the energy within the mech master had been exhausted, rendering the machine inoperative. Lin Yu and his companions swiftly maneuvered their mech toward the site. The fallen mech had created a substantial depression in the earth, and Lin Yu activated his mech's teleportation ability to arrive beside the crater. In the center of the vast pit lay a girl, her body frail and weakened. Lin Yu swiftly emerged from the Pangu mecha, landing gracefully within the pit. "Lin Yu, several colossal beasts are charging towards us. We will handle it," came the voice of Chen Feiyu. "Understood," Lin Yu responded promptly. He hurried to the girl's side and, relieved to find that she had merely exhausted her spiritual energy and succumbed to unconsciousness, he took a deep breath. Quickly, he retrieved a medicinal pill and placed it in her mouth. Moments later, the girl began to awaken. "Am I not dead?" she murmured to herself, as if she had just endured some unspeakable terror. "Rest assured, you are very much alive," Lin Yu assured her with a warm smile, helping her to sit up. It was then that the girl noticed the imposing super mecha behind him. "I am Li Qing, a student from the Mecha University of Magic City. Could you please save my classmates?" she implored urgently. "Do not worry. First, tell me what transpired," Lin Yu replied with a nod. "My classmates and I ventured into this secret realm, discovering a mysterious cave. Upon entering, we encountered a terrifying colossal beast." As Li Qing recounted her experience, her face was etched with sheer horror. The beast was covered in blood-red eyes, and upon merely gazing into its eyes, it seemed as though we were all bewitched, turning on one another. Luckily, I managed to escape that bizarre state just in time. After exhausting all her means, she had finally fled the cave. Upon seeing Lin Yu and his companions, she had rushed towards them, but unfortunately, she collapsed from her depleted spiritual energy before she could reach them. "By your account, that beast must possess a unique ability to manipulate the minds of others," Lin Yu said, his expression growing serious. The existence of such a creature with extraordinary powers within a level 30 secret realm was almost inconceivable. Yet it instilled in him a profound sense of foreboding, as if a great calamity loomed on the horizon. "Do you have the coordinates of that cave?" Lin Yu inquired. Yes. Li Qing affirmed, quickly transmitting the coordinates to him. Coordinates received successfully. At that moment, Chun Feiyu and the others had also vanquished the remaining colossal beasts and approached the edge of the pit. Lu Qingqing, please take care of her. Lin Yu instructed hastily before returning to the Pangu mecha. Exiting team mode. Navigation to the coordinates successful. Lin Yu, what on earth happened? We should go together. Chun Feiyu urged. This is not something you can handle. Do not worry, I will be fine. Lin Yu assured them, maneuvering the mecha swiftly towards the designated coordinates. The silhouette of the Pangu mecha soon vanished from their sight. Lu Qingqing emerged from her mecha and gracefully landed beside Li Qing, producing a bottle of water as she gently offered, "Here, take a sip." "Thank you." After drinking, Li Qing felt significantly revitalized. "Are you students from Kunlun Mecha University?" she inquired, her uncertainty evident as she glanced at Lu Qingqing's combat suit. Indeed, Lu Qingqing nodded affirmatively. "And the one earlier?" "A student from the elite class of Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu." At this revelation, Li Qing's spirits soared. She was aware of the elite class at Kunlun Mecha University, a realm reserved for only the most prodigious mecha talents, individuals who had awakened imperial class mechas. Perhaps her classmates truly had a chance for salvation. Through Li Qing, Chun Feiyu and the others grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evidently beyond their capacity to resolve. Should they recklessly intervene, they might also fall prey to control and end up in a deadly conflict amongst themselves. Yet, how could such a terrifying beast emerge from a mere level 30 secret realm? Henceforth, they must exercise heightened caution in any future secret realms or dungeons. Chapter 57. The mysterious crimson liquid based on the coordinates. Lin Yu hastened forth with utmost speed, discovering a colossal cavern before him. His courage to venture alone stemmed not only from his formidable strength, but also from the fact that his Pangu mecha was equipped with the Mecha Divine Ring, capable of mitigating certain negative influences. Thus, Lin Yu remained unperturbed by the beast's potential to exert control over his mind. Taking a deep breath, he maneuvered the Pangu mecha into the cavern, swiftly delving deeper within. Given the passage of time, Lin Yu surmised that Li Qing's classmates had likely met their demise. However, the beast must be confronted. Before long, he entered an expansive subterranean chamber. A cursory examination revealed signs of struggle, yet there was no trace of Li Qing's classmates. It seemed that they had indeed perished. Suddenly, from the depths of darkness, a massive silhouette emerged. In the next moment, a pair of blood-red eyes opened, emanating an eerie crimson glow. Instantly, the entire underground space appeared to be enveloped in this sanguine radiance. Beast, enchanting beast. Level 35, possesses mind-controlling abilities, inciting mutual slaughter. Ding. The Mecha Divine Ring activates. The enchanting beast control capabilities are ineffective against you. The system's voice resonated. Lin Yu nodded slightly, confident that he had everything under control. After a few breaths, he discerned the true visage of the enchanting beast. It was utterly revolting. The creature was entirely adorned with sinister, blood-red eyes, and its countless tentacles were similarly covered with these ominous orbs. Fortunately, I was not afflicted by a phobia of clusters. Suddenly, the blood-red eyes on the creature turned toward the Pangu mecha with a perplexed expression, as if baffled by why Lin Yu had evaded its control. In an instant, the massive creature launched its attack, its tentacles seemingly capable of infinite extension. It bore resemblance to a malevolent specter from a horror tale, where its long hair could ensnare a person. The situation was strikingly similar. God-tier skill, Sunlight Thunder, activated. With the activation of the skill, a torrent of terrifying lightning descended in an instant. The tentacles that approached me were obliterated by the furious thunder. The creature emitted a peculiar sound, overwhelmed by an excruciating pain. Mecha Divine Ring activated, countering the creature's soul shock. Remarkably, this creature possessed two formidable abilities. It was indeed no ordinary foe. If it were to grow stronger, it would undoubtedly become a significant threat. Currently classified as an elite monster, if not dealt with promptly, it could evolve into a world-class boss. At that point, humanity would undoubtedly pay an exorbitant price to vanquish it. Target locked successfully. God-tier skill, Sunlight Thunder, activated. As the skill was unleashed once more, countless bolts of terrifying lightning rained down upon the creature. Boom! With a resounding explosion, The creature was reduced to ashes. Defeated a level 35 creature. Mecha experience points gained, 3633. Despite its classification as a level 30 instance boss, it yielded no spoils. Lin Yu shook his head, lamenting the diminished drop rates in these dungeons. The odds of acquiring loot from slaying colossal beasts had plummeted. Guiding the mecha forward, he discovered a new passageway, from which the previous creature had emerged. To be prudent, Lin Yu decided to explore further, for if other similar creatures lurked within, they must be eradicated at their roots. Otherwise, they could spring back to life like weeds in spring. The entire subterranean space was enveloped in an eerie silence, compounded by the oppressive darkness. The atmosphere was terrifying, evoking thoughts of ghost stories, as if phantoms were lurking just behind him. Thankfully, with the protection of the Pangu mecha, no matter what malevolent beings might approach, they would be swiftly dispatched with a single swing of my axe. All fears stemmed from a lack of firepower. After traversing the passage, Lin Yu found himself in another underground chamber, where a blood-red pool lay at its center. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this space contained no additional passageways. No trace of other colossal beasts was found. After Lin Yu emerged from the Pangu mech, he landed at the edge of the crimson pool. Initially, he presumed that this blood-red water was composed entirely of blood. However, upon exiting the mech, he detected no hint of a metallic odor. Instead, he sensed that this sanguine liquid harbored a peculiar energy. Could it be that the alluring beast had harnessed this crimson fluid, thereby acquiring two distinct abilities? Lin Yu surmised. What remained indisputable was that this blood-red liquid was undoubtedly sinister. From a spatial ring, Lin Yu retrieved the container and collected some of the crimson substance. It was imperative to discern the true nature of this liquid. Once filled, he returned the container to his spatial ring. Swiftly, Lin Yu re-entered his Pangu mech. Heaven and earth activated. As he swung his axe down, an immense force caused the very space to collapse. It was essential to obliterate this place. Should other colossal beasts discover it, it could become the next lair of an alluring beast. Such a possibility must be eradicated. Lin Yu then executed a series of mech teleportations, vacating the underground space and returning to the surface. Outside the cave, Chun Feiyu and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge in his mech, Chun Feiyu exhaled in relief. All is well, Lin Yu stated calmly, turning his gaze toward Li Qing's mech. I regret to inform you that I did not find your classmate inside. They have likely perished. At this, tears welled anew in Li Qing's eyes, as she had held onto a flicker of hope. The beast has been vanquished, which avenges your classmate. Lin Yu hastened to comfort her. Thank you. Li Qing wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude to Lin Yu. No need for concern. Your current state is ill-suited for lingering in this secret realm. It would be wise to exit and recuperate, Lin Yu advised. He then turned to Chun Feiyu. You must also exercise caution. It is possible that other areas harbor beasts with unique abilities. Understood, Chun Feiyu nodded. In any case, we shall proceed with caution. I will take my leave of this secret realm. Lin Yu produced the scroll of the secret realm. Departing from the secret realm, Lin Yu and his mech transformed into a beam of light soaring into the heavens, vanishing before their eyes. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself back at Kunlun Mech University. The secret realm scroll in his hand dissipated into a myriad of starlight, completely vanishing. Chapter 58. The Demon Liquid. Embarking on a level 60 dungeon upon returning to Kunlun Mech University, Lin Yu promptly summoned his Pangu mech. He wasted no time in contacting his homeroom teacher, Jiang Wenlai. Learning that he was in his office, Lin Yu hurried over. As the homeroom teacher of Class 10, his office naturally resided within the confines of that class. Upon arriving at the door, Lin Yu knocked gently. Almost immediately, he heard Jiang Wenlai's voice call out, "Come in." The door isn't locked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered. Teacher Jiang, I have something I would like you to examine. Oh, Jiang Wenlai's curiosity was piqued. Show me what you have. With a flick of his fingers, Lin Yu conjured a transparent container into his hand, within which a crimson liquid was visibly contained. The moment Jiang Wenlai laid eyes upon it, his expression grew grave. Teacher Jiang, I discovered this in the secret realm. I sense that this blood-colored liquid possesses unique energy, Lin Yu explained briefly. Jiang Wenlai accepted the container, unscrewed the lid, and after a moment of perception, his initial assumptions were solidified. Replacing the lid, he turned to Lin Yu and said, "This is no ordinary substance. It is a form of demonic liquid. Demonic liquid? Lin Yu inquired with intrigue, as he had never encountered this term before. It is a special energy liquid developed by an evil organization, Jiang Wenlai elucidated. Their aim is to gain control over colossal beasts. Control colossal beasts? That seems utterly fantastical, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that controlling such beasts was indeed possible, albeit not through this means. The demonic liquid crafted by these malevolent groups could induce evolution in colossal beasts, rendering them increasingly ferocious, and over time, it could even create an addictive effect. Colossal beasts possess intelligence. Once they become addicted to the demonic liquid, the evil organization can easily exert control over them. Jiang Wenlai continued, further illuminating the nature of this sinister substance. You mentioned that this demonic liquid can create addiction in colossal beasts. If those level 100 beasts were to become addicted and fall under the sway of the evil organization, it would spell disaster. Lin Yu voiced his concern. This demonic liquid has no effect on high-level colossal beasts. Besides, a level 100 beast possesses considerable intelligence. Jiang Wenlai reminded him. Remember, this demonic liquid must never be consumed by humans, or one risks becoming a mindless monster. At that point, there would be no remedy. I understand. Lin Yu nodded earnestly, having sensed from the outset that this blood-colored liquid was no good. Indeed, within the underground cavern of that secret realm, the entire pond was filled with this demonic liquid. Fortunately, before his departure, he had destroyed it all. Teacher Jiang, I have no further matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Lin Yu stated. Go ahead. Jiang Wenlai nodded in response. After bidding farewell to Jiang Wenlai, Lin Yu made his way towards his floating island. Thankfully, he had the gilded warplane left to him by his sister. Even if he were alone, he would be able to return to the suspended island high in the sky. Little brother Lin, you've finally returned. Upon reaching the floating island and disembarking from the aircraft, Xiao Yu swiftly emerged from the dwelling, enveloping Lin Yu in a heartfelt embrace. This sudden affection left Lin Yu with a sensation akin to suffocation. After more than 10 days of solitude at home, he felt as though he had been in mourning. Xiao Yu could not help but voice her complaints. Once freed from her embrace, Lin Yu gently inquired, have Yi Ling and Mo Shirting returned yet? No. It seems they are still occupied with those students in the secret realm, Xiao Yu replied with a smile. How did it go for you? It must have been smooth sailing. Yes, quite smooth, Lin Yu nodded. However, I did encounter a unique behemoth possessing 2 abilities within the level 30 secret realm. As they entered the living room, Lin Yu recounted his experiences in the secret realm, relishing the pleasure of having someone to listen attentively. It appears that the malevolent organization has begun to stir once more, Xiao Yu remarked with a sigh after hearing his tale. Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there is justice, there is evil. Such has been the eternal law of the universe, and it remains true today. Ultimately, possessing formidable strength is of utmost importance. With sufficient power, one can easily navigate any circumstance. Lin Yu spoke earnestly, firmly believing that in the face of absolute strength, any strategy is rendered futile. By the way, Senior, when shall we embark on the instance? I am now a 6-star mecha master, yet my mecha still languishes at level 50, Lin Yu asked eagerly, displaying a palpable sense of impatience. Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately, Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Excellent. Lin Yu rose to his feet. The two quickly boarded the gilded aircraft. As it took flight, the speed was astonishing as they soared towards the coordinates of the instance provided by Xiao Yu. The instance I am taking you to is a level 60 dungeon, guaranteed to elevate your mecha to level 60, Xiao Yu declared with confidence. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded, filled with anticipation. Moments later, approximately half an hour had passed. We have arrived, Xiao Yu announced. At that moment, Lin Yu beheld a colossal bronze door atop the mountain. An awe-inspiring sight. How magnificent, Lin Yu exclaimed, feeling diminutive like an ant in the presence of such grandeur. The gilded aircraft soon landed on a platform, and upon disembarking, Lin Yu gestured with his finger, causing the entire aircraft to transform into a beam of light and merge into the spatial ring adorning his finger. This spatial ring proved to be incredibly convenient, capable of accommodating nearly anything. Such a sparse crowd, Lin Yu observed, noting that there were scarcely 100 individuals before the bronze door. In stark contrast to the throngs he had encountered during his previous forays into dungeons. This was indeed a level 60 instance, The number of true strong individuals among humanity is rather limited. Xiao Yu smiled gently, saying, after all, to conquer a level 60 dungeon, one must possess a certain level of strength. Now, let's form a team. All right, you have successfully teamed up with Xiao Yu. With the formation of the team, we ventured towards the entrance of the dungeon. As Xiao Yu assured, Sister, I promise to guide you to success. Being an 8-star mecha master with her mecha at level 80, Xiao Yu faced the level 60 dungeon with utmost ease. It was almost a trivial task for her. Having a strong ally to assist in leveling up is indeed advantageous. While mecha levels can be easily enhanced, the level of the mecha master themselves requires personal effort and cannot be easily attained. Chapter 59. Rapidly elevating mecha levels and discovering the dungeon's hidden boss. You have entered the level 60 dungeon, Frost Forest. Upon entering this frosty realm, an overwhelming chill enveloped me, as if I were about to be encased in ice. Pangu Mecha Summon. Once inside the mecha, the biting cold ceased to penetrate. Be cautious, Lin Yu. Although the mutations in this dungeon have not elevated the beast levels, they have acquired various abilities, and their power has significantly increased. Xiao Yu warned, hovering in her mecha. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Suddenly, two piercing sounds sliced through the air. Two enormous golden-winged eagles charged toward Xiao Yu. Observing this, she merely smirked. Instantly, two floating mecha cannons manifested on either side of her mecha. Boom! With the targets locked, the cannons unleashed their terrifying might, obliterating the two flying beasts. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast, gaining 6,000 mecha experience. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast, gaining 6,000 mecha experience. The system's voice echoed in my mind. Lin Yu, stay here. Xiao Yu instructed. Okay, Lin Yu responded. In the next moment, Xiao Yu maneuvered her mecha forward. After more than 10 seconds, your teammate has slain a level 60 beast. A series of system notifications rang out as mecha experience surged rapidly. In less than 2 minutes, your Pangu mecha has leveled up. It has reached level 51. Indeed, this dungeon is a splendid place for mecha upgrades. Lin Yu marveled inwardly. Of course, it was also thanks to Xiao Yu's assistance. Without her, I would not have experienced such a smooth and effortless journey. I have truly relaxed. Now, Lin Yu merely needed to wait patiently as time flowed gently by. He remained steadfast in his position, biding his time. Ding! Congratulations. Your Pangu mecha has reached level 60. However, as your mecha master level has not attained the rank of 7-star mecha master, you can no longer gain additional mecha experience. Lin Yu was unaware of how much time had elapsed. Nonetheless, his mecha had reached level 60. He opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Mecha God form. Activated, mecha master level. 6-star mecha master. Energy points, 0. Psychic energy, 201,356. Mechas, Pangu mecha, level 60. Nüwa mecha, level 60. Due to the mecha God form, as long as the Pangu mecha levels up, the levels of all other mechas he possesses would rise accordingly. This meant that Lin Yu now owned 2 level 60 divine mechas. Ding! Your teammate has slain the Frost Forest boss. Congratulations on receiving the first clear reward for this dungeon. Special mecha artifact, the Divine Blade of Destiny. Divine Blade of Destiny, level, special artifact, can fully negate fatal attacks, with a cooldown period of 120 days. Gulp! Upon reading this, Lin Yu swallowed hard. Overwhelmed with astonishment. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for clearing the dungeon. He had received a special artifact, one that could preserve his life. Life is singular, and anything that can safeguard it is indeed a precious treasure. Ding! The Pangu mecha has successfully equipped the Divine Blade of Destiny. After successfully equipping it, Lin Yu felt an unexpected surge of confidence within. However, he lamented that despite his senior having slain numerous colossal beasts, nothing else had dropped. He couldn't help but sigh, noting that he had not even received a single crystal energy. Lin Yu, come quickly, I made a discovery. Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Yu echoed. Coming. Lin Yu promptly responded, swiftly maneuvering his mecha towards her. In no time, he beheld Xiao Yu's mecha ahead of him. Upon reaching her side, he asked curiously, Senior, what you discovered? Before him lay an expanse of open ground. It's undoubtedly a hidden boss. Xiao Yu smiled, stating, I must say, our luck is quite remarkable. A hidden boss? Lin Yu was taken aback. He had often heard of hidden bosses within dungeons, but had never encountered one until now. To his delight, with his mecha now at level 60, he could lend his assistance against this hidden foe. Lin Yu, before us lies an invisible barrier. Stepping through will permit entry into the hidden boss's realm. Xiao Yu continued, expressing that it was through her divine vision that she made this discovery. What are we waiting for, senior sister? Let's hasten inside, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. He had long heard that defeating a hidden boss could yield valuable rewards, marking this as his first encounter of such significance. Naturally, he felt a surge of anticipation and exhilaration. All right, but we must proceed with caution, Xiao Yu replied thoughtfully. Subsequently, the two of them maneuvered their mechs directly into the entrance. Suddenly, a blinding radiance enveloped them, prompting them to shut their eyes. Once the brilliance subsided, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu opened their eyes to find themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Roar! An immense roar reverberated throughout the space, as a colossal beast emerged before them. Beast, Frost Lord, level 65. This Frost Lord bore a resemblance to a gigantic goblin, its visage grotesque, with blood-red eyes and sharp claws. Clad in armor and wielding a massive wolf-tooth club, it was undoubtedly the most formidable creature Lin Yu had ever encountered. Brother Lin, I shall take care of it immediately, Xiao Yu declared with confidence. The appearance of a hidden boss in this dungeon was fortuitous for her, as slaying it would grant her hidden rewards as well. Senior sister, may I have a go? Lin Yu implored eagerly. Given that the Frost Lord was a level 65 foe, he felt a measure of assurance in his ability to vanquish it. It was an opportune moment for him to engage in combat and stretch his skills, as he had not dueled a true boss-level beast in quite some time. Very well, I have no objections, Xiao Yu agreed wholeheartedly. She had full faith in Lin Yu's capabilities. Whether she or Lin Yu took action, they were both capable of defeating the level 65 Frost Lord. However, should she take charge, the encounter would conclude much more swiftly. Chapter 60, Defeating the Hidden Boss, Acquiring Divine Skills, Divine Skill. Heavenly Chains activated. From the void, chains erupted, ensnaring the Frost Lord with unyielding force. As the level of the mech increased, so too did the potency of its skills. Impressive, Xiao Yu marveled internally. Lin Yu's control over his abilities was remarkably precise, rendering the Frost Lord incapable of reacting before it was bound. Next, Lin Yu commanded the Pangu mech, wielding the Axe of Creation. Divine Skill. Heaven and Earth Slash activated, devastating strike, imbued with terrifying power, locked onto the Frost Lord. Sensing its impending demise, the Frost Lord's eyes flared with a crimson light. In that fleeting moment, the beast's form inexplicably vanished. Boom! The formidable power of the earth and sky slash created an immense pit and fissures in the very area where the Frost Lord had just been, a testament to the overwhelming strength of this strike. Be careful, it's behind you, Xiao Yu swiftly warned. The Frost Lord silently appeared behind the Pangu mecha, brandishing a spike club and aimed a strike at the mecha's head. Mecha teleportation activated. Lin Yu reacted promptly, utilizing the mecha's teleportation to evade. A thunderous crash echoed as the Frost Lord struck nothing but air. Did you see that, senior? Lin Yu inquired calmly. The Frost Lord had mysteriously vanished and escaped the confines of his heavenly chains. Indeed, it must be a unique ability of the Frost Lord, allowing it to transform into a shadow and move at will. Xiao Yu responded, having witnessed everything clearly. Truly, as a hidden boss, it was indeed a challenging foe. A slight smile graced Lin Yu's lips, but he remained confident. The Frost Lord's newfound ability merely added to the thrill of the battle. Still, let's exercise caution. It's possible that the Frost Lord possesses other abilities. Xiao Yu cautioned. Understood. Lin Yu nodded, swiftly refocusing on the Frost Lord. Heavenly Chains activated, however. The Frost Lord seemed quite clever, its massive form swiftly transforming into a shadow and burrowing into the ground. This time, Lin Yu's skill control faltered. The shadowy Frost Lord moved with remarkable speed, making it difficult for Lin Yu to maintain a steady lock on the target. Daylight Thunder activated instantly. Lin Yu unleashed the formidable Daylight Thunder. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed in a deluge of lightning strikes. Boom! 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 Such a relentless assault could not be evaded even by the Frost Lord in its shadow form. Within mere seconds, the Frost Lord was forced back to its original form. With a mighty roar, the Frost Lord unleashed another tremendous cry, seemingly activating some ability, as Lin Yu could clearly sense its power multiplying. In the blink of an eye, the Frost Lord split into 10 duplicates, showcasing its mastery of the clone technique. Truly impressive. Yet, no matter how numerous, they were of little consequence. Dominion Field activated. In an instant, the entire space transformed into the realm of the Pangu Mecha, with it as the sovereign. The mecha's capabilities surged exponentially. Earth and Sky / activated. Boom, boom, boom. What followed was Lin Yu controlling the Pangu Mecha to unleash a relentless barrage of power. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu remained in awe. The skills exhibited by Lin Yu's mech possess no cooldown time, allowing for a continuous display of prowess. This undoubtedly signifies that Lin Yu harbors an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, enabling the relentless execution of such numerous skills. The consumption of spiritual energy must be prodigious. At this moment, she can assert with certainty that Lin Yu is destined to become the most formidable mech engineer in the world, an unrivaled master of mechs. Indeed, Lin Yu appears to be the future of humanity. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the hidden boss, the Frost Lord. Acquired the divine mech skill, Holy Judgment. Ding! Mastery of the Pangu mech achieved. At this moment, upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Truly, as expected of a hidden boss, the drop rate is remarkably high, yielding a divine mech skill. It is worth noting that among all mech engineers worldwide, those who have mastered divine mech skills are exceedingly rare. Senior sister, I have acquired a divine mech skill. What about you? Lin Yu inquired, turning to Xiaoyu. Coincidentally, I have too, and it's a group attack type skill. Xiaoyu replied with a gentle laugh. She then proceeded to briefly introduce her mech skill. Divine skill, Starfall. It is a wide-ranging attack skill. With the Starfall skill, they will be able to execute a more effective strategy against colossal beasts. In comparison to secret realms, the chances of obtaining fortuitous treasures from this dungeon appear significantly greater. Lin Yu felt an immense sense of joy. Exploring within a secret realm, one could spend an entire year with little to show for it if luck is not on their side. However, upon completing a dungeon for the first time, one is guaranteed to acquire valuable rewards. When comparing the two, the dungeon indeed holds an advantage. Yet, it cannot be said definitively. Both dungeons and secret realms possess their unique benefits. This time, I must say I have benefited from your presence, Brother Lin. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. She had previously visited this level 60 dungeon several times, but had never encountered a hidden boss. Conversely, this time, accompanied by Lin Yu, they stumbled upon it. Senior sister, you are overly gracious. Without you, my mech's level would not have ascended so swiftly. Lin Yu waved his hand as the arms of the Pangu mech synchronized seamlessly. All right, we have completed the dungeon. Let us exit. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Ding! You have exited the level 60 dungeon, Frost Forest. They returned to the vicinity of the bronze door. After emerging, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu boarded the gilded warplane and commenced their journey back to Kunlun Mech University. The Pangu mech had now reached level 60. Lin Yu's primary task ahead is to enhance his spiritual energy, striving to ascend to the rank of 7-star mech engineer. Upon returning to his abode on the floating island, Lin Yu reclined on the soft sofa, allowing himself to unwind. Perhaps I shall have a drink. Xiaoyu poured 2 cups of water, handing one to Lin Yu. After receiving the cup, Lin Yu took a hearty sip. He activated the holographic screen and began browsing the internet. Through the information available online, he could discern recent events. Unfortunately, it was disheartening to learn that over a dozen students had perished within the secret realm. Upon viewing a post on the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu sighed. The initial trials in the secret realm inherently carry a certain mortality rate, Xiaoyu remarked softly. Even with professional instructors and exceptionally talented students leading the elite classes, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu diligently devoted himself to training, spending 2 hours daily in the gravity chamber. Not only did he manage to withstand increasingly intense gravitational forces, but the acceleration of his spiritual energy accumulation had also significantly improved, allowing him to gain at least 5,000 points of spiritual energy each day at this rate. On this particular day, Lin Yu thought to himself as he opened his personal panel. In the next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, mecha avatar, activated, mecha master level, 6-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 217. 562. Mechas, Pangu Mecha, level 60. Nüwa Mecha, level 60. With my current strength, I could easily serve as the mayor of a city. Lin Yu smiled to himself. After approximately 2 more days, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling emerged from the secret realm, having encountered significant challenges during their expedition, resulting in the loss of 1 student from their team. They had been delayed due to the troubles they faced, which explained their late return. Do not be too hard on yourselves. The secret realm inherently carries certain risks. Once you choose to enter, you must be prepared for any outcome, Lin Yu reassured them. Upon their return, both women appeared quite dejected. Initially, they had entered the secret realm brimming with confidence, believing they could lead everyone through the trial safely. Yet, the outcome was grim. Each of their teams had suffered a loss. From another perspective, their lack of strength had contributed to the tragic outcome. Had they possessed greater power, perhaps their teammates would have survived. Moreover, it is not solely your teams. Even those led by teachers from the school have seen losses. Lin Yu continued to offer comfort. After his words of encouragement, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling felt somewhat relieved. In the days that followed, everyone redoubled their efforts in training. Lin Yu consistently stayed close to Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling, assisting them in enhancing their skills. As they gathered in the classroom, the morning bell rang, signaling that class would commence in 10 minutes. A new day had dawned. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling all received a message. With only 10 minutes to spare, they dared not delay. Within a few minutes, the 3 of them successfully arrived at classroom 10 of the seed class. The classroom was spacious, yet with only the 3 students present, it felt rather empty. After a few more minutes, a beautiful teacher entered. This enchanting instructor possessed an exquisite figure and stunning features, exuding a formidable aura akin to that of a queen. I am Shangwan Wan'er, a teacher at Kunlun Mecha University. You may address me as Teacher Shangwan from now on. As she approached the podium, her melodious voice carried an underlying authority. Teacher Shangwan, what will you be teaching us today? Yi Ling promptly raised her hand, curiosity evident in her tone. This marked only their second class with a different teacher since their enrollment. Since you began your studies here, I trust you have encountered some colossal beasts endowed with extraordinary abilities. Some of these beasts possess the power to manipulate minds, incite malevolence within, or induce illusions in mecha masters, Shangwan Wan'er explained calmly. Moreover, certain mecha masters have also acquired similar skills. When faced with such psychological and spiritual assaults, physical defenses are often insufficient. Indeed, Yi Ling nodded vigorously, particularly Lin Yu, who had experienced such phenomena firsthand. Fortunately, he possessed the Mecha Divine Ring, alleviating his concerns regarding such tactics. Today, I shall impart to you a special cultivation method known as the chaotic visualization technique. This technique is classified as stellar grade, and upon successful cultivation, it will effectively counteract spiritual and mental attacks. With a wave of her hand, 3 volumes of the technique materialized on the desks before Lin Yu and his companions. Soon, under Shangwan Wan'er's guidance, they began their practice. Mech God Body mastery acquired. Lin Yu swiftly grasped the chaotic visualization technique in a remarkably short time. In that moment, he felt a significant enhancement in his soul and mental fortitude. Now, with this technique in hand, combined with the Mecha Divine Ring, he possessed a double layer of protection, ensuring that anyone attempting to launch a spiritual or mental attack would find it effortlessly repelled. Lin Yu, have you mastered it? Shangwan Wan'er inquired softly as she observed him cease his practice. Yes, Teacher Shangwan. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. In just a few minutes, I have grasped it. In my memory, you are the only mecha master to have acquired this technique so swiftly. Shangwan Wan'er's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Even she had taken an hour to barely comprehend it. From now on, you must continue to practice diligently, Shangwan Wan'er advised. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to approach me directly. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Shangwan. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Having spent some time at Kunlun Mecha University, he found each teacher he encountered to be remarkably responsible. Perhaps this is one reason why Kunlun Mecha University ranks among the finest mecha institutions. Unlike some instructors at ordinary mecha universities who merely lecture and depart without ensuring their students grasp the material. An hour passed swiftly. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had both successfully grasped the concept of chaotic visualization. After all, both were awakened saint-level mecha engineers, and mastering this cultivation method was certainly within their capabilities. All right, this concludes our lesson. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Wanner spoke slowly. This was undoubtedly the easiest experience she had as a teacher, not merely due to having only 3 students in her class, but also because of the exceptional talents of these students, which meant she hardly had to exert herself. Soon after, Shangwan Wanner left the classroom. Let's head back to Floating Island, Lin Yu suggested. It's better to cultivate on the sofa than in the classroom. After all, there was no strict schedule at Kunlun Mecha University, and most of the time spent there was self-directed. Chapter 62. Significant Events Unfold. Sister, you're back. Upon returning to Floating Island, Lin Yu entered the house to find his sister Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu engaged in conversation, their laughter filling the air. They seemed quite happy. Lin Yu was thrilled to see Lin Wanner, realizing it had been quite some time since he last saw her. At that moment, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling gazed intently at Lin Wanner, having heard about her legendary exploits. Their choice of Kunlun Mecha University had been significantly influenced by her reputation, as they wished to witness this remarkable figure firsthand. Now, their dreams had come to fruition. Hello, sister. I'm Yi Ling, a classmate of the class monitor. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling approached eagerly, introducing themselves politely. They were undeniably excited. Hello, you too, Lin Wanner replied with a gentle smile. She had already heard about the situation from Xiao Yu. The fact that her younger brother lived with 3 beautiful women was a testament to his charm. It seemed that the Lin family might soon welcome new members. Sister, have you made any progress? Lin Yu inquired. Currently, Lin Wanner's mecha was still at the Imperial level. Upgrading to the Saint level would likely not be an easy feat, almost settled. I merely need to elevate my mech engineer rank now. During this period, Lin Wanner has been exceptionally diligent, and her efforts have indeed borne fruit as she has met all the conditions for the evolution of her mecha. Once she attains the rank of a 10-star mecha master, her mecha will evolve into a sacred-level mecha. How splendid! Lin Yu nodded slightly. If his elder sister were to encounter any difficulties, he wondered if he could lend a hand. It seems he had been overly concerned. Brother, from now on, my cultivation will depend on you. Lin Wanner clearly understood that training alongside Lin Yu would expedite her progress. It is my duty. Lin Yu patted his chest. Thus, Lin Wanner moved in with him, and soon everyone settled down around Lin Yu, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Meanwhile, Lin Yu began to surf the internet, browsing various news articles. Hours swiftly passed. By around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Wanner concluded her training. She truly experienced the accelerated pace of improvement that came from training beside Lin Yu. In just a few short hours, her spiritual energy had increased by more than 200. With this, she might achieve her breakthrough to becoming a 10-star mecha master even more swiftly and smoothly. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling also ceased their training. It's almost 6 o'clock. Let us go eat. I'm quite famished, Lin Yu suggested. They still needed to eat daily. Once they ascended to the rank of Star Mecha Master, their bodies would undergo a transformation, completing a form of extraordinary evolution, after which they would no longer need to consume food to replenish energy. Upon entering the cafeteria, all eyes instantly turned towards them. Goodness! Look at Lin Yu surrounded by 4 stunning beauties. How enviable! Lin Wanner, indeed, was as radiant as ever. It had been a while since they last saw her, and she seemed to grow even more beautiful. I must find a way to build a good relationship with my little brother-in-law. Such envious gazes surrounded them. Even if one had only a single beauty by their side, they would still feel content. Upon noticing the envious stares directed at him, Lin Yu found it quite enjoyable. Sister, please order. After sitting down, he looked at Lin Wanner. All right. Lin Wanner took the electronic menu and quickly began to click through the options. In no time, she had made her selections. After patiently waiting for about 20 minutes, an array of delicious dishes was served at the table, appealing to the senses with their vibrant colors and enticing aromas, igniting their appetites. Indeed, you have a knack for ordering, Wanner. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. As these dishes were mostly to her liking, everyone began to relish their meal. Observing Xiao Yu and the others enjoying their food was a sight to behold, captivating many of the surrounding young men. Thud, thud, thud. Shortly after Lin Yu and his companions had finished their dinner, the resounding chime of 3 bells echoed through the air. Subsequently, Every student in the seed class received an urgent assembly notification. Observing this, everyone hurriedly made their way to the designated gathering point, sensing that a significant event was unfolding. At that moment, Lin Yu remarked, "I still remember the last time the bells rang. It was during the Beast Tide." Xiao Yu nodded slightly in agreement. "Let us proceed to the assembly point." Lin Yu continued. They were not far from the gathering location and soon arrived. The assembly point was a vast plaza, bordered by hundreds of warplanes, all seemingly on standby for immediate deployment. It appeared that an external mission was imminent. Within the plaza, students from all seed classes of Kunlun Mecha University had congregated. A glance around revealed a crowd of over 1,000 individuals. However, not all students from the seed class were present. Some were still engaged in dungeons or secret realms and were unable to receive the notification in time. It seemed that a major task lay ahead. "That's fine. My mecha has been yearning for action," one student exclaimed. "Indeed, my strength has significantly increased recently. I hope the difficulty of this mission isn't too overwhelming." As they awaited further instructions, discussions erupted among the students, speculating on the nature of this significant event. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. On a raised platform, a middle-aged man stepped forward. "Silence," he commanded, and an instant hush fell over the crowd. "Who is he?" Lin Yu quietly inquired. The middle-aged man exuded a formidable presence. Undoubtedly a powerful mecha master. "This is Wang Kai, a director at Kunlun Mecha University and a stellar mecha master," Lin Yu explained. "He has awakened a sacred-grade mecha, which possesses the unique ability to transform into 2 different forms." Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. A mecha capable of changing forms was a novel concept to him. Igniting a profound curiosity, he longed to witness such a remarkable creation firsthand. Furthermore, a stellar mecha master in this world was considered one of the pinnacle forces. Chapter 63. Arrival in Magic City. Violent output. Surely everyone is aware of the situation in the Sun Nation. The director continued. It was due to their illicit development of a special drug that a leak occurred, resulting in the mutation of the colossal beasts within the ocean. Currently, our coastal cities are under relentless attacks from these marine monstrosities, and their numbers are staggering. Various factions have already dispatched personnel. We at Kunlun Mecha University cannot lag behind. All seed class students are ordered to form teams and set out to reduce the number of giant beasts. Each student must eliminate at least 500 of these creatures. Wang Kai stood on the platform with an air of solemnity. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated clearly with every student present. Alas, this accursed Sun Nation. Not only has it been obliterated, but we are also left to rectify the aftermath. Indeed, these leviathans of the ocean are inherently more formidable than their terrestrial counterparts, and their terrifying numbers, compounded by mutations, render them even more powerful. The demand this time is rather substantial. Each individual is tasked with the elimination of at least 500 beasts. Fortunately, there is no time constraint. Let us consider it a summer assignment. After listening to Wang Kai, everyone grasped the specifics of this mission. It was not solely the Dragon Summer Nation facing the threat of oceanic monstrosities. Other nations were equally affected. The mutated sea beasts were assaulting coastal cities across the globe. The Sun Nation's demise was a foregone conclusion. Otherwise, they would have intervened to eradicate the menace. It is utterly infuriating. A mere island nation has instigated mutations among all oceanic giants, undoubtedly precipitating a monumental crisis for the entire world. If not managed properly, humanity itself may face extinction. "Sister, let us form a team of 5. Lin Yu proposed. "Very well," Lin Yu replied with a nod. As the teams were finalized, they boarded a warplane. As the hatch opened, the aircraft ascended immediately. Inside the plane, Lin Yu and his companions settled into their seats. At that moment, a projection materialized before them, displaying their team's target location. "We have been assigned to the region of Magic City for combat. Magic City is the closest city to the sea, and it is likely to be overrun with oceanic beasts. So once we arrive, we must remain vigilant." Lin Yu solemnly addressed everyone. "The oceanic beasts that have surged onto land are primarily around level 50. This is not a mere performance, but a genuine battle. Even the slightest lapse in attention could cost lives." "Understood." Lin Yu and the others nodded, fully aware of the gravity of their mission. With 4 hours remaining until their destination, Lin Yu suggested, "Let us rest and prepare ourselves. She glanced at the estimated time of arrival in Magic City before speaking again. The reason the oceanic beasts have begun to invade land is undoubtedly due to their overwhelming numbers, which exceed the capacity of the ocean to sustain them. Thus, they seek to conquer the land. Currently, humanity possesses no means to eradicate all the beasts within the ocean. What we can do is to reduce their numbers as much as possible, with Lin Yu, and Xiaoyu in their ranks. The strength of their entire team has significantly increased. The 4 hours passed swiftly. At this moment, Lin Yu and his companions had arrived above the city of Magic Capital. A sweeping glance revealed colossal oceanic beasts relentlessly advancing towards the city, while numerous mech engineers were valiantly resisting on the front lines. The consequences of the coastal region being overrun by these monstrous creatures were too dire to contemplate. The battle commenced. As the doors of the aircraft opened, everyone leaped into the air, directly summoning their mechs. With the emergence of the mechs, they transformed into beams of light, entering the interiors of their formidable machines. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and Earth / activated. Black Hole Devour activated. Daylight Thunderclap activated. Lin Yu, controlling the Pangu mech and wielding the heaven-splitting axe, unleashed a barrage of mech skills without pause. Congratulations, you have slain a level 48 oceanic beast. Congratulations, you have slain a level 52 oceanic beast. Congratulations, you have slain a level 50 oceanic beast. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Lin Yu accelerated his assault. This spectacle left the other mech engineers utterly astounded. How overwhelmingly ferocious. The oceanic beasts fell before Lin Yu's mech skills as if they were mere tofu. Lin Vania, Xiaoyu, Mo Shitting, and Yiling swiftly dispatched their own beasts, their unleashed power striking terror. They faced these monstrous foes with remarkable ease. With their participation in the fray, the pressure on the other mech engineers significantly diminished. It was wonderful. The city of Magic Capital could indeed be defended. Yes, my family will survive. Finally, reinforcements of such strength have arrived. My psychic energy is nearly depleted. 100, 200, 500. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yu had vanquished 500 oceanic beasts, effortlessly accomplishing the task. The number of beasts before him dwindled rapidly. Sensing Lin Yu's terrifying prowess, the creatures that had intended to surge forth from the sea hesitated and retreated back beneath the waves. After a few more minutes, the last beast was defeated. At this moment, the ground outside the city of Magic Capital was strewn with the carcasses of beasts, the air thick with the scent of blood. A deluge of beastly blood mingled with the sea, staining the waters crimson. Incredible. Indeed, while these creatures are formidable in our realm, before them, they are as fragile as tofu. Truly, the students of Kunlun Mech University are extraordinary. The other mech engineers, beholding the silhouettes of Lin Yu and his comrades, could not help but express their admiration. Moments ago, they had also received a message. Having learned that Lin Yu and his companions were dispatched from Kunlun Mech University for their support, they couldn't help but acknowledge the intelligence of the oceanic behemoths, which, recognizing their formidable prowess, dared not surface. Lin Yu gazed across the tranquil sea, which appeared untouched by the chaos that had transpired. They had merely vanquished a few thousand of these giants, a mere fraction of the true threat. These oceanic behemoths have truly mutated. Montauk Shiting exclaimed. They observed each titan's grotesque and terrifying form. Some had even become deformed. Fortuitously, Lin Yu and his comrades possessed extraordinary strength, allowing them to dispatch the creatures with remarkable ease. So what should we do next? Yiling inquired with curiosity. Should they depart now? They risked the behemoths surging forth once more. Yet, remaining behind left them uncertain about how long they would have to endure. Chapter 64. The possibility of a Beast King's existence and the deployment of combat missions. The current course of action dictated that they plunge into the depths, further diminishing the population of the oceanic giants. Since these behemoths are reluctant to attack, we must descend into the sea, Lin Yu stated thoughtfully. Once their numbers were sufficiently reduced, a period of relative calm was anticipated. Underwater combat is an uncharted territory for me, Lin Yu chuckled. Not only, but Mo Shitting and Yiling had never before maneuvered mechs in the ocean. In fact, battling beneath the waves feels akin to training in a gravity chamber. Xiaoyu elaborated. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure. A Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and the others nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Lin Yu declared with newfound confidence. Sister, when do we commence? I'm all set. After extensive training in the gravity chamber, he felt significantly improved. He was confident in his ability to fulfill the mission and reduce the number of monsters. Let's not rush. First, we should visit the Mecha Command Center in Magic City to assess the situation, Lin Yu replied. Subsequently, they summoned their mechs and made their way to Magic City. Under the guidance of a mecha technician, they swiftly entered a command room. At that moment, several formidable mecha specialists had gathered in the room. Welcome, welcome. I am Kai Kuan, the mayor of Magic City. A middle-aged man with a neatly parted hairstyle greeted them warmly. The others regarded Lin Yu and his companions with expressions of gratitude. The emergence of the oceanic behemoths had been alarmingly sudden, rivaling the scale of a major beast tide. All capable mecha specialists from Magic City had mobilized to resist the onslaught for several days, resulting in significant casualties among their ranks. Today's swarm of oceanic behemoths was several times larger than before. Fortunately, Lin Yu and his team arrived just in time, like gods of war descending upon the battlefield, effortlessly vanquishing the Titans and instilling hope in the hearts of the beleaguered defenders. Fortunately, there exists a formidable nation. In recent days, several coastal nations have fallen prey to occupation, while cities along the western continent's shores have been ravaged by colossal beasts. The living space for humanity is gradually being constricted. Should this trend persist, it is plausible that at some point in the future, humanity may vanish entirely from this world. Mayor Kai, I trust you have conducted an exploration. Could you kindly share the intelligence gathered from the maritime investigation? Lin Vania inquired directly. Certainly. Mayor Kai Kuan gestured to a man nearby, who began typing on a keyboard. Soon, a 3D projection materialized before them, vividly depicting the conditions of the waters outside Magic City. Even the topography of the seabed was meticulously mapped, underscoring the advanced level of human technology. Their exploration revealed that the seabed is teeming with colossal beasts. This particular underwater valley appears to harbor the greatest number of these creatures. I suspect a Beast King resides here. In mere seconds, Lin Yu swiftly formulated her assessment based on her experience. Typically, a beast tide is orchestrated by a Beast King, leading Lin Yu to believe that a Beast King must indeed inhabit this underwater valley. The beast of the King's caliber is not only of high rank, but also possesses remarkable intelligence. I dispatched several probes into this region, yet regrettably, they were destroyed before reaching their destination. Thus, our understanding of the situation within the underwater valley remains limited. Mayor Kai Kuan shook his head and sighed, fully aware that if a Beast King truly exists there, no matter how many oceanic beasts they eliminate, it would be futile. The Beast King must be eradicated to significantly mitigate the crisis. I understand, Lin Yu nodded. Please prepare a resting room for us. Of course. Mayor Kai Kuan personally led them into a spacious lounge. After ensuring everyone had a moment to rest and hydrate, Lin Yu turned to Lin Yu and asked, Sister, do you have a plan? Xiao Yu and I will venture to the underwater valley. If a Beast King truly exists, it must be dealt with. Lin Vania responded calmly. Currently, she and Xiao Yu possess the strongest abilities with mecha levels at 80, making them the most suitable candidates for this task. Lin Yu, Montak Shi Ting, and Yi Ling, you three will handle the colossal beasts lurking just beneath the surface. At this moment, Lin Yu assumed the role of commander. However, sending just the two of you seems perilously reckless. Lin Yu expressed concern. Fear not. My sister and I have yet to reveal our true strength. Xiao Yu replied with a subtle smile. If we cannot handle it, then you would be walking into certain doom. Moreover, both Yu and I possess means of escape. Do you? Thus, Brother Lin, it would be wise for you to comply. Indeed, if they were to venture together, and that fearsome Beast King should prove too formidable. Retreat might not be an option, but rather a liability. I understand now, sister, and you too, senior, must exercise caution. Lin Yu advised. Xiao Yu felt a surge of emotion. There is a certain warmth in being cared for. After approximately half an hour of rest, everyone's spiritual energy was fully restored. Upon exiting the city, they summoned their respective mechs. Lin Yu and Xiao Yu piloted their mechs towards the coordinates of the underwater valley. As they gazed at the receding silhouettes of their mechs, gradually fading from view, Lin Yu sighed. I must become stronger. Well then, let us commence. He then turned to Mo Shitting and Yiling. Stay safe. They must first eradicate the colossal beasts lurking beneath the coastal waters. During the earlier respite, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu had imparted knowledge regarding the essentials of underwater combat, particularly emphasizing the crucial need to meticulously manage one's spiritual energy. Should one find their energy depleting, a swift retreat from the depths was imperative. Without spiritual energy, the mech would cease to function, leading to the catastrophic consequence of the mech master being crushed by the immense underwater pressure. A perilous scenario indeed. Even in the coastal waters, the seafloor lay over 1,000 meters below. Mo Shitting and Yiling nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them began to operate their mechs, descending into the ocean depths. Soon, the three colossal mechs were fully submerged, commencing their descent. It did not take long before they reached the ocean floor. Situated 1,000 meters down, where the pressure was imperceptible to Lin Yu and his companions, thanks to their extensive training in the gravity chamber. Their arrival startled the underwater behemoths, and combat was imminent. The monstrous creatures surged toward Lin Yu and his team, seemingly intent on tearing their mechs to shreds. Chapter 65, Summoning the Nüwa Mech, Awakening Automatic Combat. The explosive force of the ensuing battle sent tremors throughout the ocean floor. Slay 50-level ocean beasts. Slay 48-level ocean beasts. In just a few minutes, Lin Yu had dispatched over 100 oceanic behemoths. Most of these creatures were around level 50, and even in these depths, Lin Yu and his allies found the task remarkably effortless. Especially Lin Yu, who wielded the Pangu mecha with unparalleled skill, delivering a single lethal blow with his axe. In this domain, only a rare few colossal beasts could withstand the initial strike. At this moment, Lin Yu glanced at Mo Shitting and Yiling, both of whom fought with remarkable ease and grace. Even though Yiling's mecha excelled in aerial combat, it still unleashed tremendous power in the depths of the ocean. This could be attributed to a form of level suppression, as Yiling's mecha boasted a level of 60. In contrast, facing these aquatic giants around level 50 was relatively effortless. He pondered about his sister and her companions, wondering if they were faring well. With a brief murmur, he swung his axe down, decapitating a marine behemoth. Kill, level 49 marine beast. In the blink of an eye, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Through the relentless efforts of Lin Yu and his companions, they managed to eliminate all the marine beasts in this area. How are you both doing? Lin Yu inquired promptly. My psychic energy is running low, Mo Shitting replied. Class leader, me too. My psychic energy is about to deplete, Yiling chimed in. You two should head to the surface and recover your psychic energy. Lin Yu urged. I still have plenty. I can continue to eliminate some marine beasts. Moreover, with the Mech God Body, I can regenerate a portion of my psychic energy every second while in combat. In a sense, I currently possess an infinite supply of psychic energy. Class leader, please be cautious and avoid taking unnecessary risks. Mo Shitting couldn't help but advise. Subsequently, Mo Shitting and Yiling maneuvered their mechas upward. A minute later, Yiling's voice rang out. Class leader, we have reached the shore. Understood, Lin Yu responded. With their safe arrival on land, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. With no one else around, it was the perfect opportunity to summon his Nüwa mecha. A smile graced Lin Yu's face, summoning Nüwa mecha. In the next instant, a colossal mecha appeared beside the Pangu mecha. Lin Yu transformed into a beam of light, bursting forth from the Pangu mecha and entering the Nüwa mecha. An entirely new and formidable energy enveloped him. Upon entering the Nüwa mecha, Lin Yu could distinctly feel its immense power, leaving him in awe. Ding! You have successfully summoned a second mecha, awakening the new skill, Automatic Combat. Automatic Combat mode activated. Your mecha can now operate without the pilot's control. Note, allowing one mecha to engage in automatic combat will consume 100,000 psychic energy. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, igniting a wave of excitement within Lin Yu. This is fantastic. He nodded in agreement. Just imagine. Once he summoned all 7 of his mechas, the spectacle would be nothing short of magnificent. However, he mused, the psychic energy required was indeed substantial. A staggering requirement of 100,000. Should I awaken all the mechas in the future and allow the 7 mechas to engage in autonomous combat, I would inevitably need a staggering 700,000 energy points. However, with the divine mecha at my disposal. Acquiring such an abundance of energy in the future is certainly within reach. Let's give it a try. Activate the automatic combat mode of the Pangu mecha. In an instant, the 100,000 energy points within Lin Yu were expended. Ding! In the next moment, Lin Yu beheld the Pangu mecha's eyes glimmer with a radiant light, as though it had gained sentience. Pangu mecha, automatique combat mode activated. Note: the current duration of automatic combat is 10 minutes. As your mecha mastery level increases, the duration will correspondingly extend. The system's voice echoed once more, enlightening Lin Yu greatly. Onward, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mecha, swiftly propelling forward. In this underwater realm, the Nüwa mecha's agility was unparalleled, allowing Lin Yu to navigate with remarkable ease. Each mecha offered a unique experience in handling, and the Pangu mecha followed suit, advancing rapidly through the depths in mere minutes. Encountering a multitude of colossal sea creatures. Charge forth, my Pangu mecha! At Lin Yu's command, the Pangu mecha brandished its primordial axe and surged ahead. Boom! 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 The heavenly slash was unleashed, and with a single swing, it reverberated through the ocean depths, cleaving a chasm into the seafloor. Your Pangu mecha has slain a level 50 ocean behemoth. Gulp! Lin Yu swallowed hard, realizing that the Pangu mecha's autonomous combat was far more ferocious and terrifying than his own control. The mecha's skills unleashed a torrent of devastating assaults, resembling a harbinger of death, annihilating all in its path. It was as if the true essence of the Pangu deity had descended upon him. With a swift chop, a massive ocean beast was cleaved in twain by the primordial axe. In retrospect, spending 100,000 energy points was utterly justifiable. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, he also commanded the Nüwa mecha to join the fray. Most of the skills awakened in the Nüwa mecha were ranged, perfectly complementing the Pangu mecha's role as a tank. Lin Yu positioned himself behind, unleashing his full offensive capabilities. Boom, boom, boom. The two divine mechas plunged into a fierce battle, causing the very ocean floor to tremble. One by one, the ocean giants were swiftly vanquished. The exhilaration of such rapid eliminations was simply sublime. 10 minutes elapsed quickly. Ding! The Pangu's automatic combat has concluded. With the system's announcement, the battle reached a pivotal moment. The Pangu mecha transformed into a radiant glow and vanished into the depths of Lin Yu's mecha space. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, the Pangu mecha had autonomously engaged in battle, successfully annihilating over 700 colossal beasts, an impressive feat indeed. Were the mecha's level to be elevated further, perhaps its capacity for destruction could be augmented. At this moment, within the vast underwater realm, the only mecha piloted was the Nüwa mecha. Surrounding him were still numerous marine behemoths, all rushing towards Lin Yu. Yet, he felt no trepidation in the face of this vast horde, for the Nüwa mecha possessed a divine-grade skill, spatial traversal. In the event of peril, this ability would allow for a swift escape. Thus, Lin Yu was equipped with a reliable means of retreat. Chapter 66. The Mysterious Restrictions of the Underwater Valley. Entry permitted, exit forbidden. Hours swiftly passed. Lin Yu leaned into the abundant spiritual energy within, continuously deploying the skills of the Nüwa mecha. The monstrous creatures before him were easily vanquished. In that moment, Lin Yu lost count of the marine beasts he had dispatched. It was certain that the number exceeded 10,000. However, the oceanic leviathans still filled his view, as if they were an endless tide. Fortunately, a significant number had been reduced, likely ensuring that these giants would not surge onto land in the immediate future. Thunderous roars erupted. In that instant, the marine beasts encircled Lin Yu. I shall no longer indulge you. Lin Yu smirked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Spatial traversal activated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu, along with the Nüwa mecha, vanished from the ocean depths. With a swift whoosh, a rift in space tore open above. Lin Yu commanded the Nüwa mecha to surge forth from within, the massive figure hovering majestically in the sky. Is this the sensation of piloting a mecha through flight? Lin Yu nodded, filled with joy, as he had long desired to experience this. He eagerly resumed his exploration of flight. The Nüwa mecha soared with astonishing speed, even achieving an effect akin to instantaneous movement. My spiritual energy is now dwindling to just over 20,000, he mused. After thoroughly enjoying the experience of flight, Lin Yu refocused his thoughts. The priority was to replenish his spiritual energy. Consequently, he summoned the Pangu Mecha once more. In the next moment, Lin Yu entered the Pangu Mecha and recalled the Nüwa Mecha back into the mecha space. It was imperative that the existence of his second divine-grade mecha remain undiscovered by others, as he lacked absolute strength at present. Fortunately, the Pangu Mecha was also equipped with flight capabilities, albeit at a speed inferior to that of the Nüwa Mecha. It began its ascent towards the direction of Magic City, taking approximately 10 minutes to reach its destination. As they beheld the land, they accelerated their flight, successfully returning to solid ground. Shortly thereafter, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling piloted their mechas to locate Lin Yu. "Class leader, we finally found you. We were utterly worried," Yi Ling exclaimed. After returning to the shore, they immediately began to replenish their spiritual energy, which took nearly an hour to fully restore. Noticing that Lin Yu had yet to emerge, they swiftly summoned their mechas and plunged back into the sea, yet they could not catch a glimpse of Lin Yu. Concern began to creep in. Fortunately, upon seeing Lin Yu safe and sound, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Have my sister and the others returned?" Lin Yu inquired softly. "Not yet," Mo Shitting replied. "Currently, the city of Magic Capital has dispatched drones for reconnaissance. The sea surface is calm, seemingly normal. However, the equipment deployed to investigate the seabed was destroyed by a colossal beast before it even descended 100 meters. Thus, the situation in that underwater valley remains a mystery." Several hours had passed without any news from them, and an ominous feeling hinted at some trouble. "Understood. I shall restore my spiritual energy first," Lin Yu responded. After summoning the Pangu Mecha back, he landed on the ground, soon sitting cross-legged and activating the starry cultivation method. An unending flow of energy from the surroundings surged into Lin Yu's body, rapidly replenishing his consumed spiritual energy. He needed to recover quickly and then support his sister. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling silently stood guard, ready to operate their mechas to protect Lin Yu should any danger arise. As time passed, they were fortunate that the mech's capabilities were formidable. Within less than an hour, Lin Yu's spiritual energy was fully restored. "Pangu Mecha summon," he announced, continuing to summon the mecha and entering it. Mo Shitting, "Yi Ling, I intend to assist my sister," Lin Yu swiftly declared. "You need not accompany me. Class leader, let us go together. There is strength in numbers," Mo Shitting proposed. Indeed, Yi Ling nodded in agreement. "Very well, you can provide support from the outside." Lin Yu contemplated for a few seconds before consenting. Once the decision was made, the three mechas ascended rapidly, heading toward the coordinates of the underwater valley. The distance to the underwater valley was approximately several dozen kilometers in a straight line. Lin Yu and his companions flew at an impressive speed, reaching the coordinates in about half an hour. At this moment, another aircraft was present in the vicinity. The aerial vehicle in question is an unmanned drone dispatched by the city of Magic Capital. Simultaneously, within the command center of Magic Capital, they're able to observe the footage relayed back by the drone. In the visuals, Lin Yu is seen commanding the Pangu Mech as it plunges directly into the ocean. Meanwhile, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling await outside for his support. Upon entering the sea, Lin Yu can feel waves of energy pulsating, prompting him to accelerate his descent. As he submerges deeper, he soon discovers an underwater valley. Within this valley, his sister Lin Wanner and senior sister Xiao Yu are engaged in a fierce battle against colossal beasts, while a massive horde of these marine creatures gathers around the valley. The sheer number is terrifying. Should these underwater leviathans breach the surface, humanity would undoubtedly struggle to withstand their onslaught. "Sister, senior sister, I am here to assist you." Lin Yu swiftly entered the valley to join the fray. The beasts in this valley are far more formidable, most being level 60. "You shouldn't have come. Being venenicide." It was a situation beyond remedy. Her words held little weight now. "Lin Yu, this underwater valley is under a special restriction. It is impossible to leave." Xiao Yu quickly interjected. "What is happening?" Lin Yu inquired amidst the battle. "It is merely a valley. Logically, as 8-star mech masters, you both should be able to extricate yourselves from this conflict with ease. There is indeed a level 70 beast king here, Wanner, and I managed to slay it. But in its dying moments, it seemed to activate a device that sealed the entire valley's spatial dimension. Entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden," Xiao Yu succinctly explained. This revelation allowed Lin Yu to grasp the situation's essence swiftly. Fortunately, Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu possessed sufficient strength to endure thus far. This was their first encounter with a spatial lockdown, They had never faced a situation where escape was impossible, especially underwater. Once their spiritual energy was depleted, their demise would be imminent. Chapter 67. Successful Escape. Mo shitting. Yiling, can you hear me? Lin Yu urgently called out, hoping they would quickly send out a signal for aid. They cannot hear you. In this sealed space, no communication methods are effective, Xiaoyu cautioned. Senior sister, has your divine eye revealed anything? Lin Yu inquired once more. This question, however, was somewhat superfluous. Xiaoyu had likely already employed her divine eye ability. Had there been any significant discovery, they would not still be present here. My divine eye can only perceive that the entire underwater valley is enveloped by a circular barrier. Xiaoyu responded, this seal is remarkably resilient. Even if Wanner and I were to unleash our full strength, it remains unscathed. This undoubtedly constitutes a grave crisis. Is there any possible solution? Lin Yu nodded. There is no solution. We can only hold on as long as we can. Lin Wanner stated calmly. In times like this, it is crucial to remain composed. The moment we lose our cool, we edge closer to demise. Heaven and Earth / activated. Heavenly Tao chains activated. Black Hole Devour activated. Lin Yu commanded the Pangu mech, unleashing its formidable skills with relentless vigor. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts obliterated monstrous beasts, significantly alleviating the pressure on Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu. However, this approach was not sustainable. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu's energy reserves were finite, and after such prolonged exertion, they were likely nearing depletion. What could be done? Lin Yu's mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could this space confine him? With that notion, Lin Yu maneuvered the Pangu mech upwards swiftly. A test would reveal the truth. The mech ascended rapidly, and within mere seconds, it had soared above the valley, continuing to climb approximately 500 to 600 meters without encountering any hindrance. Senior sister, can you hear me? Lin Yu called out, but there was no reply from Xiaoyu. This indicated that he had indeed exited the spatial seal of the valley. It could not contain him. Then, Lin Yu maneuvered the mech back down into the valley. This spatial blockade cannot hold me, he exclaimed with excitement. I have a way to lead you out of here. Truly, the god-level mech is remarkable. Xiaoyu marveled. When Lin Yu ascended, she had once again activated her divine sight, clearly observing how effortlessly his mech traversed the barrier. But how will you take us with you? Lin Wanner inquired, shaking her head. This was indeed a pressing issue. Fear not, I have a method we can attempt. Lin Yu replied with a confident smile. It seemed he would showcase his second god-level mech before his elder sister and senior sister. Come forth, Nüwa mech. Nüwa mech summoned. In the next moment, the Nüwa mech materialized swiftly beside the Pangu mech. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu were utterly astounded. Another god-level mech. Xiaoyu exclaimed incredulously, Lin, you are truly remarkable. This is unprecedented. Historically, mech masters could awaken only one mech. She had never heard that a mecha master could possess two mechas. Now, Lin Yu summoning a second mecha was already astonishing enough. Yet, this second mecha turned out to be a divine-grade mecha, which left everyone utterly astounded. Could it be the legendary Mech God Body? Yi Wanner murmured softly. She had seen it depicted in ancient murals within a secret realm before. Initially, she thought it was merely a myth, but to her surprise, it was indeed real. Moreover, the owner of this Mech God Body was none other than her own brother. Wanner, what is the Mech God Body? Xiaoyu inquired curiously. I am not entirely sure, but I do know that this Mech God Body can awaken 7 mechas. Yi Wanner responded. 7? Xiaoyu was once again taken aback. Lin, you are truly remarkable. You are undoubtedly a top-tier genius in the world of mechas, without a doubt. Xiaoyu exclaimed, sensing that perhaps all the mechas Lin Yu would awaken thereafter would be of divine grade. When that moment arrived, summoning all 7 divine-grade mechas would create an utterly explosive spectacle. With such divine-grade mechas, I would possess a total of 7. Xiaoyu even began to envision Lin Yu's display of prowess at that time. As the Nüwa mecha was summoned, Lin Yu swiftly transitioned from the Pangu mecha into the Nüwa mecha. He then called back the Pangu mecha. Space traversal activated. Wonderful. This spatial traversal divine skill can be initiated. Sister, senior, come here, hold my hand, and I will take you through space. Lin Yu said rapidly. Understood. Coming. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu maneuvered their mechas to swiftly reach the Nüwa mecha. Once the 3 mechas held hands, they vanished from their location in an instant. In the sky, a colossal rift in space materialized, and the three mechas charged forth from within. Upon successfully emerging, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "We made it." She then carefully examined Lin Yu's Nüwa mecha. This mecha is incredibly cool. It seems to possess an undeniable advantage in aerial combat. Xiao Yu assessed. Her own mechas were adept at aerial battles, but she clearly understood that in comparison to the Nüwa mecha, her own were rather inferior. "It's not bad." Lin Yu modestly chuckled. He then summoned the Pangu mecha again and retracted the Nüwa mecha into the mecha space. "Sister, Senior Xiao, I must ask you to keep the matter of my Mech God Body confidential," Lin Yu earnestly advised. "Rest assured." Lin Yu nodded. "Understood," Xiao Yu replied. They both recognized the intricate balance of advantages and disadvantages involved. It is essential to acknowledge that mechas can not only be seized through special means, but even the bodies of the mecha masters themselves can be usurped. Once the news of the mechanized deity's existence is unveiled, those who possess such powers will undoubtedly target Lin Yu. Therefore, without absolute self-preservation abilities, Lin Yu must remain concealed for the time being. Otherwise, even his stay at Kunlun Mecha University may not guarantee his safety. This return warrants a grand celebration. The Beast King in this maritime region has been vanquished, and it is anticipated that a brief period of tranquility will follow. Xiao Yu continued, "Little brother Lin, your life-saving grace is beyond my means to repay. I can only offer myself in return." Lin Yu replied, "Why do I feel as though I am the one at a loss here?" "Let South leave this place first," Lin Yu advised. Subsequently, they reunited with Mo, Shitting, and Yi Ling, swiftly returning to Magic City in their mechas. This time, Lin Yu felt remarkably fortunate. Without the Nüwa mecha, he might have only been able to helplessly watch as his sister and Xiao Yu perished before him. Chapter 68. The feeling of being targeted. Additional update. Indeed, there was a Beast King in the underwater valley, which we have now eliminated. It is expected that the upcoming period will be significantly more peaceful, though the number of colossal sea creatures remains vast. Thus, the mecha artisans of Magic City must strive to enhance their capabilities. In the command center of the mecha artisans upon their return to Magic City, Lin Yu calmly addressed Mayor Kai Kun. Upon hearing that the Beast King had been dealt with, the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you for helping Magic City resolve this crisis. On behalf of all the citizens, I express my gratitude." In the next moment, Mayor Kai Kun bowed in thanks to Lin Yu and the others, proving himself to be a commendable mayor. "Now, what is the situation in the other coastal cities?" Lin Yu inquired. If other cities remained in peril, they would need to rush to provide assistance. The occupation of any city by the colossal beast would spell disaster. Accurate reports indicate that the various coastal cities have stabilized, largely thanks to the timely support of the mecha warriors. Mayor Kai Kun responded promptly. However, everyone understood that this was merely a fleeting peace. In the future, the colossal sea creatures would inevitably surge forth once more. The immediate priority for humankind is to enhance their overall strength. "That is good to hear," Lin Yu nodded. With that, they could directly return to Kunlun Mecha University. "Sister, why don't we stay in Magic City for a day or two? There are several dungeons here. Since we are already here, let us conquer them before returning." After exiting the command center, Lin Yu proposed. Nowadays, dungeons and mutated realms have become particularly rewarding, especially for first-time completions. "That sounds splendid," Lin Yu nodded, remarking that the highest level for the dungeons in Magic City was merely level 40, suggesting that the three of them should team up. Since they planned to stay here for a day or two, she intended to venture into the depths of the ocean to diminish the numbers of the marine behemoths. "By the way, can we find something to eat first?" Xiao Yu raised her hand. After battling for several hours in the underwater valley, she was now ravenously hungry. Magic City was vast, characterized by a completely cyberpunk aesthetic. The towering skyscrapers were nothing short of magnificent. With the immediate crisis having subsided, the city quickly resumed its normal operations. Lin Yu and his companions wandered for a while before finally discovering an open restaurant. Upon entering, they promptly ordered an array of dishes, more than sufficient to satiate their appetites. As time passed, the streets became increasingly bustling, and the restaurant filled with patrons, the kitchen bustling with activity. Everywhere one looked, laughter and conversation echoed, as if the earlier crisis had never occurred. "This guy is quite fortunate, surrounded by four stunning beauties," Someone mused. He is handsome enough to deserve it. How enviable. Observing their attire, it appeared they were all mech engineers. As the restaurant grew busier, many gazes turned toward Lin Yu and his companions, particularly from the males, whose eyes glinted with a hint of greed and desire upon seeing Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu. Before long, all their ordered dishes arrived. They began to indulge, finding the food quite enjoyable, even if it did not compare to the cafeteria at Kunlun Mecha University. After satisfying their hunger and settling the bill, they exited the restaurant. You all head to the dungeon first. Lin Wanner smiled. Xiao Yu and I will go reduce some giant beasts. Sister, be careful, Lin Yu replied. After watching Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu disappear into the distance, he turned to Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Shall we embark on the dungeons here? Through online research, they quickly gathered information. Magic City boasted 5 dungeons, 1 novice dungeon, 2 for level 20, 1 for level 30, and 1 for level 10. In less than 2 hours, Lin Yu and his companions effortlessly cleared all 5 dungeons. Given that these were low-level dungeons, the rewards held little value for them. Had they been merely 2-star or 3-star mech engineers, those rewards would have been quite significant. Lin Yu's most notable reward from the level 40 dungeon was a high-tier mech skill, which proved somewhat useful. However, the rewards from the level 30 and 20 dungeons were rather lackluster. After successfully completing the novice dungeon, a level 10 energy orb was obtained. It appears that only by conquering higher-level dungeons can one truly advance. Lin Yu sighed at this realization. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with his sentiments. Suddenly, Lin Yu sprang to his feet, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he gazed intently in a particular direction. Class leader, what is the matter? Yi Ling inquired hastily. Following Lin Yu's line of sight, Mo Shitting observed that there was nothing suspicious in that vicinity. Ever since we exited the dungeon, I have felt as though we were being watched by some unseen presence. The sensation was particularly intense just moments ago. Lin Yu articulated slowly. Could it be that you're simply fatigued? Yi Ling suggested softly, noting that since their arrival in this city of magic, they had scarcely rested. I have a strong intuition that we are being targeted, Lin Yu asserted, his demeanor turning serious. Then we must exercise greater caution, Mo Shitting advised. Let us first secure accommodations. Nightfall is approaching swiftly, Lin Yu continued promptly. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a luxurious hotel. The young man at the front desk. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling check into a single room, felt a pang of envy. Impressive to have brought 2 stunning beauties at once. To share a room with such enchanting companions is indeed the epitome of bliss. The young man's expression suggested he understood more than he ought to, a hint of admiration and reverence lingering in his gaze, which left Lin Yu feeling somewhat speechless. Clearly, the fellow was misinterpreting the situation. Nevertheless, Lin Yu chose not to clarify. After securing the room, he led Mo Shitting and Yi Ling to the adjacent elevator. Their accommodations were located on the 28th floor. The elevator ascended swiftly, and before long, they reached their destination. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by the sight of an enormous bed, ample enough to accommodate several individuals in a whirlwind of activity. After closing the door, Lin Yu cautioned, "Let us all remain vigilant tonight." Understood, Yi Ling replied, sweetly with a nod. They had no immediate need for sleep and could substitute it with cultivation instead. Securing a room was merely for shelter from the elements. Lin Yu reclined on the bed and began to browse the internet. Most of the current online reports pertain to coastal cities. At present, the coastal cities of Longxia Kingdom remained secure, though many mech warriors had perished in this defensive battle. Globally, Longxia Kingdom had suffered the least losses. In just a few days, 2 small nations had been annihilated by colossal beasts. Meanwhile, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling sat cross-legged beside Lin Yu, entering a state of meditation. Chapter 69. The Malevolent Mech Warrior in the Dead of Night. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, prompting Mo Shitting and Yi Ling to cease their cultivation as well. In that moment, they all sensed an ominous presence. Let us not alarm the serpent just yet, Lin Yu whispered, eager to discern the identity of this mysterious figure. Upon hearing his words, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded subtly. It was now certain that the adversary harbored malevolent intentions. Before long, the entire expanse of the floor-to-ceiling window in the room inexplicably melted away, followed by tendrils of purple smoke swiftly enveloping the space. Hee hee, My luck is truly exceptional. With the presence of you two lovely ladies, my power shall surely ascend. As the purple haze dissipated, a lecherous middle-aged man materialized within the room. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Mo, Shitting, and Yi Ling on the bed, a sinister grin curling upon his lips. Upon locking eyes with Lin Yu, a murderous intent ignited within him. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man drew a silenced handgun and aimed it at Lin Yu, pulling the trigger. Bang! A bullet was unleashed. However, contrary to the man's expectations, the projectile merely passed through Lin Yu's form. In that instant, he realized that the figures lying on the bed were nothing but holographic projections. Damn it! The man cursed. Known as the infamous Ghost Old Six, a wanted criminal in the city of Magic Capital, a 5-star mecha master. He frequently abducted women, not solely for their beauty, but to absorb their spiritual energy and enhance his own prowess. At that moment, Lin Yu and the others emerged from the bathroom, speaking calmly. After Ghost Old Six had revealed himself, it took only a few seconds for them to retrieve his information. After all, they were students of Kunlun Mecha University, possessing the authority to access such data. To their astonishment, Ghost Old Six was indeed a wanted criminal, labeled as an evil mecha master who practiced some sinister arts. It seemed that upon discovering Mo, Shitting, and Yi Ling, he had been tempted to act. Lin Yu's instincts had proven accurate. Despite their vigilance, Ghost Old Six had still made his move. The earlier purple mist, once inhaled, would render one immobile while leaving consciousness intact. One could only imagine the despair of the women previously abducted by this villain. Even if you have discovered my presence, what can you do? Ghost Old Six sneered. However, I must commend you. A group of novice mecha masters exhibiting such intuition is indeed impressive. At that moment, Lin Yu and his companions had just emerged from the novice dungeon. Given their youth, Ghost Old Six assumed they were merely fledgling mecha practitioners. He brimmed with arrogance and confidence, as though everything lay firmly within his control. A novice? Lin Yu chuckled softly. Then allow this novice to apprehend you. Rest assured, young man, I have no intention of killing you. Instead, I shall sever your limbs and allow you to witness firsthand how I indulge them, cackled the sinister Old Six. In the next moment, he aimed for Lin Yu's limbs and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! Bang! In an instant, 4 bullets were expelled. Just as they were about to strike Lin Yu, an energy barrier manifested instantaneously. The bullets collided with the barrier, their explosive force absorbed as they fell to the ground. It seemed this individual was indeed affluent, possessing such defensive equipment. Old Six's expression darkened. Conventional weaponry was rendered useless. Not only do I possess defensive gear, but I also wield a laser weapon. In the next heartbeat, Lin Yu conjured a laser weapon in his hands. Upon witnessing its emergence, Old Six's countenance shifted dramatically. The power of this laser weapon was formidable, far beyond what his 5-star mech could withstand. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of the laser weapon indicated that Lin Yu possessed a spatial ring. It is worth noting that mech spatial rings are not commonplace. In an instant, Old Six activated his invisibility, leaping away. He then entered his mech and swiftly departed the scene. Throughout this entire process, Lin Yu did not pursue him, for everything was under control. I never anticipated that Old Six could conceal himself, nor that his mech could do the same, Yi Ling remarked with a sigh. We owe a debt of gratitude to our leader. Mo Shitting expressed her relief. Had Lin Yu not been present, we would have surely fallen into Old Six trap. Old Six moved like a specter, making scarcely a sound throughout the ordeal. Thanks to Lin Yu and the others' training in the chaos visualization technique, their mental and spiritual powers had greatly enhanced, allowing them to perceive such subtleties. All right, you two, find a hotel and switch to another room. I will deal with Old Six, Lin Yu announced, as the Pangu mech was summoned from the sky, hovering in midair. He then entered the Pangu mech and swiftly maneuvered it in pursuit. The reason he refrained from immediate action was that they were in an urban area. Should a battle erupt, countless lives could be lost. He also intended to locate Old Six's lair. Earlier, Lin Yu had strategically placed numerous miniature trackers within the room. As soon as Old Six entered, he had unwittingly stepped on one. In a mere 15 minutes, the map clearly indicated that Old Six had flown out of Magic City and into a nearby mountain. Before long, Old Six ceased his movements, likely having reached a stronghold. Indeed, this ghost Old Six frequently plunders women in the City of Magic, and his lair must be in close proximity to it. Damn it, I never anticipated that Ghost Old 6, would find myself in such a predicament. At this moment, Ghost Old 6, within his mech, sighed, thankful for his swift escape. Had he been struck by that laser weapon, his fate would have been sealed. As he activated a switch, a massive door on a nearby mountain swung open. Just as he intended to enter the cave, he noticed a Pangu mech hovering above. 100-meter mech, at the very least a royal grade. Ghost Old 6 was momentarily taken aback. Damn, could it be that little brat from earlier? No, it couldn't be. He had remained cloaked the entire way. Now that the entrance to his lair was exposed, that mech engineer above must have definitely detected him. Fortunately, he was still in stealth mode, so he should remain undiscovered. He had no choice but to abandon his hideout. What a pity, as he had captured several women inside whom he could no longer enjoy. Chapter 70. The activation of the Holy Judgment skill. To his astonishment, Ghost Old 6 had excavated the entire mountain to serve as his lair. Lin Yu smiled slightly. At this moment, Ghost Old 6 remained cloaked. Although invisible, the tracker was clearly visible, slowly moving forward. Divine Mech skill, Daylight Thunderclap, activated. After locking onto the tracker as coordinates, Lin Yu directly unleashed his skill. Thunder roared as terrifying bolts cascaded down. Everything transpired far too swiftly for Ghost Old 6 to react. The overwhelming assault inflicted severe damage upon his body and mech, rendering his cloaking mode inoperative. Ghost Old 6's mech became visible to Lin Yu. It was a tiered mech, resembling a spider in its beast form. Ghost Old 6, remember this day. It shall be your day of reckoning, Lin Yu proclaimed. Upon hearing his voice, Ghost Old 6 was incredulous. It's you. He could hardly believe it. This young lad, Lin Yu, turned out to be such a formidable mech engineer. How could someone so powerful still be seeking a novice dungeon? This led him to suspect that it was all part of a scheme. Please spare my life. I am willing to offer all my riches. Ghost Old 6 began to plead for mercy. Having just endured a devastating blow, he no longer possessed the strength to fight. He fully understood that Lin Yu before him was far beyond his match. It seemed impossible to escape, unless the other party chose to grant him mercy. Spare you? When those women you tormented pleaded for their lives, did you show them mercy? Lin Yu retorted coldly. Once the malevolent Ghost Old 6 is released, who knows where he might inflict harm upon the female mech pilots? Humanity now faces the threat of colossal beasts. Yet, there exists an evil mech master like Ghost Old 6. Let him face judgment. Divine skill. Holy judgment activated. A terrifying force surged forth from the heavens. In that moment, Ghost Old 6 felt an overwhelming power pressing down upon him. He attempted to maneuver his mech to flee, but found it utterly immobilized. Regardless of his efforts, in the sky, an immensely gigantic divine sword materialized, radiating endless divine light. No, at that moment, Ghost Old 6 was engulfed by boundless despair. Death approached, instilling within him profound terror. Only when confronted with the specter of true death does one comprehend its sheer horror. He did not wish to die. Boom! The divine sword descended, and both Ghost Old 6 and his mech were instantaneously reduced to mere ashes. Holy judgment concluded. Target eliminated. Who? Lin Yu sighed deeply. The sensation of killing for the first time was rather unremarkable. It felt akin to slaying a colossal beast. Simultaneously, he marveled at the might of holy judgment. When that skill was unleashed, he experienced an ephemeral sensation of invincibility akin to that of a deity. Truly magnificent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shortly thereafter, numerous mechs swiftly arrived at the scene. Given the magnitude of Lin Yu's recent attack, the citizens of Magic City naturally took notice. What transpired? Mayor Kai Kuan piloted his mech and swiftly approached Lin Yu, inquiring about the situation. Having just dealt with Ghost Old 6, Lin Yu informed him that the cave was the lair of Ghost Old 6, and they had detected the presence of others inside. This revelation brought joy to Kai Kuan and the other mech pilots. At last, Ghost Old 6 had been dealt with. They had previously issued numerous wanted notices, yet he had always been cunning, appearing and disappearing without a trace, causing them considerable frustration. Now that Ghost Old 6 was dead, Lin Yu had undoubtedly rid the world of a menace. You all go and rescue them. Mayor Kai Kuan promptly organized the rescue. He then turned to Lin Yu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. I witnessed that terrifying attack, and I am profoundly shaken. Are the students of Kunlun Mech University so formidable now? It was merely a trivial matter, Lin Yu replied softly. In truth, Ghost Old Six, in his folly, had fixated upon Mo, Shitting, and Yiling. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired, and Lin Yu and the others would never have been aware of such a figure. Well then, Mayor Kai, I leave this to you. I shall take my leave, Lin Yu concluded. Rest assured, I will handle everything here. Mayor Kai Kuan nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Lin Yu maneuvered the Pangu mecha, swiftly heading back to the City of Magic. It did not take long before he returned to hover above the hotel. After a smooth descent, Lin Yu summoned the Pangu mecha back, and soon entered a new room. Class Monitor, you're back. Upon Lin Yu's return, Mo Shitting and Yiling greeted him as if they were two devoted wives eagerly awaiting their husband's arrival. Yes, Lin Yu nodded, immediately lying down on the bed. I'm a bit tired. I will rest first. You may continue with your activities. The skill, Holy Judgment, not only consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, but also drained his mental strength, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Not long after lying down, Lin Yu drifted into slumber within mere seconds. Mo Shitting carefully took out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from Lin Yu's face. This scene resembled that of a virtuous wife. Mo, could it be that you have truly developed feelings for the class monitor? Yiling smiled and inquired. Is it not natural to admire someone as splendid as him? Mo Shitting replied, without denying, even posing a question in return. This moment momentarily stunned Yiling, but she soon nodded. Of course, but it seems the class monitor favors the senior. All right, let us hasten our training. After tending to Lin Yu, Mo Shitting sat beside him in a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. Yiling sighed and followed suit, finding that being near the class monitor significantly enhanced the experience of training. The night swiftly passed. On the following morning, Lin Yu gradually awakened. After a night of rest, he felt rejuvenated, especially upon opening his eyes to the sight of two stunning beauties. It was indeed a delightful experience. Class monitor, you are awake, Yiling exclaimed with a sweet smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yes, Lin Yu replied with a smile and a nod. Outside, the sun had risen, illuminating the earth with its radiant light, akin to a beacon of hope. Lin, we have arrived. Hurry down. Not long after, Xiaoyu called. All right, Lin Yu responded, glancing at Mo Shitting and Yiling. Let us go. It's time for us to depart. Having cleared all the dungeons in the City of Magic, there was no longer a need to linger. It would be more conducive to return to Kunlun Mecha University for training. Chapter 71. Good news. Little Sister Awakens Holy Class Mecha, Vice President of Pangu Mecha University, personally takes a disciple upon exiting the hotel. Lin Yu spotted Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu waving from distance. He and his companions hastily approached. Sister, Senior, Lin Yu greeted with a smile. Indeed, well done. You truly live up to being my younger brother Lin, having single-handedly vanquished a wanted criminal. You have now gained notoriety in the City of Magic. Xiaoyu gently caressed Lin Yu's face. It was merely luck, Lin Yu humbly replied. So, how did you fare in the dungeon clearance? Lin Vanya inquired. Senior Lin, we have successfully completed it. Yiling nodded enthusiastically. That's wonderful. Let us return to the school. Lin Wanner summoned the gilded battle aircraft. As they boarded the aircraft, the cabin door closed, and in an instant, the gilded battle aircraft soared into the sky with remarkable speed. The others could only catch a glimpse of a streak of light across the heavens. Lin brother, do you know what that barrier was that trapped us in the underwater valley yesterday? Xiaoyu, seated beside Lin Yu, said with a mysterious smile. What was it? Lin Yu eagerly questioned. Can you guess? Senior, please don't tease me. How could I possibly guess? Lin Yu shook his head. Enough of the jesting. Lin Wanner interjected, glancing at Xiaoyu teasing Lin Yu, saying, in truth, that barrier in the underwater valley yesterday was a unique artifact. A unique artifact? Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yiling were all taken aback. Indeed, we learned about it by contacting a teacher from the school. This enigmatic artifact is called the Heavenly Prison. Any mecha below the saint level would be trapped inside and unable to escape. However, the Heavenly Prison can only be maintained for 24 hours. Once that time elapses, it will dissipate. It is essentially a one-time use artifact. Xiaoyu elaborated, which broadened Lin Yu and the others' horizons considerably. It undoubtedly enhanced their experiences and knowledge. How astute that Beast King is to utilize such an artifact. Lin Yu nodded in astonishment. Deploying this artifact underwater, coupled with the swarm of colossal beasts, The Beast King clearly aimed to exhaust Lin Yu and Xiao Yu. With the countless gigantic beasts lurking beneath the sea, Lin Yu and her companions would certainly struggle to last even 24 hours. The higher the level of the beast, the more intelligent it becomes, particularly the Beast King level creatures, whose intellect can surpass that of humans. Lin Yu earnestly cautioned. Therefore, should you encounter such formidable beasts in the future, exercise utmost caution and never underestimate them. Understood. Lin Yu and the others responded. This experience had facilitated significant growth for them all. Even Lin Yu and Xiao Yu contemplated returning to their training with renewed vigor, aiming to transcend to the Mecha Master Realm. Humanity is growing stronger, and so too are the colossal beasts. After several hours, the battle aircraft successfully returned to Kunlun Mecha University, landing on Lin Yu's floating island. Upon their return, everyone quickly immersed themselves in training, naturally gathering around Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu settled on the couch, beginning to browse information online. This time, the colossal sea monsters surged onto land, inflicting severe losses upon the entire world. Fortunately, humanity remained united overall. Through collective efforts, the onslaught of these marine beasts has come to a temporary conclusion. In the aftermath, a brief period of peace is anticipated. During this time, the mech warriors of humanity must strive to enhance their capabilities swiftly. As Lin Yu became increasingly aware of the gravity of his responsibilities, he felt that perhaps his divine mech form was humanity's true final hope. As time passed, a month slipped by unnoticed. On this particular day, joyous news arrived at Lin Yu's home. How wonderful! My younger sister has awakened a holy grade mech, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, there is no need for concern. Lin Yu also sighed with relief. It is unfortunate that my sister chose to attend the Pangu Mech University, Lin Yu remarked, shaking his head. Had Lin Jiao opted for the Kunlun Mech University, Lin Yu could have personally guided her in upgrading her mech. However, it mattered little, as Pangu Mech University and Kunlun Mech University are of equal prestige. Lin Yu calmly stated, moreover, she has been personally taken under the wing of the vice president of Pangu Mech University as his sole disciple, so there is no need for excessive worry. Yes, indeed. Lin Yu nodded. Your family is quite remarkable. Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, your sister's mech can be upgraded. Your brother possesses a divine grade mech, and your younger sister has awakened a holy grade mech. Your family is even more impressive than those ancient mech clans. The most astonishing part is your parents, who have produced 3 prodigious talents like you. This was not an exaggeration on Xiao Yu's part. Those mech clans seldom manage to awaken mechs of imperial grade or higher. If only our parents could also become mech warriors. Lin Yu sighed again. His parents remained ordinary people, incapable of self-defense in the face of peril. Thankfully, they had previously consumed 2 longevity-enhancing ginseng fruits. Legends speak of treasures that can alter fate. There's no need to rush. Perhaps in the future, such items can be found in the dungeons and secret realms. Xiao Yu comforted him. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu felt a surge of confidence. If he could elevate his own strength, perhaps he could conquer higher-level dungeons and secret realms, thereby acquiring the extraordinary treasures that might allow his parents to become mech warriors. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu realized he could not solely rely on his divine mech form. I must cultivate, Lin Yu declared earnestly. He then sat cross-legged, activating the stellar-level cultivation technique, and instantly entered a state of deep meditation. As he diligently practiced, he could distinctly sense that his cultivation speed had significantly accelerated in just a minute. At that moment, sitting beside Lin Yu were 4 enchanting ladies, all simultaneously aware that their cultivation was progressing at an accelerated pace. Thus, Lin Yu diligently devoted over a month to his training. As a new day dawned, he slowly opened his eyes, silently invoking. Open personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level. 6-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 236,584. Mechs, Pangu Mech, level 60. Nüwa Mech, level 60. After a month of earnest training, he indeed noticed a swifter advancement compared to before, yet it remained insufficient. Lin Yu gently shook his head, acutely aware that he was still far from becoming a 7-star Mecha Master. The spiritual energy required to reach that level was 300,000. leaving him with a deficit of over 60,000. At the current pace, he estimated it would take an additional 3 to 4 months, a span neither excessively long nor unreasonably short. Chapter 72. Purchase a large quantity of elixirs to enhance spiritual energy. Sister, how is your cultivation progressing? After a brief wait, seeing Lin Yu had ceased her training, Lin Yu promptly inquired in a hushed tone. I'm almost there. I estimate that with another 2 days of cultivation, I can break through to become a 9-star mecha master. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Originally, she would have required a longer period to achieve this breakthrough, but since spending time with Lin Yu, her training progress had significantly accelerated. That's wonderful. Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically. His sister, at such a young age, reaching the status of a 9-star mecha master, was undoubtedly among the most remarkable mecha prodigies in history. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu also concluded her training. After some inquiries, it was revealed that with just a few more days of dedicated effort, she too would ascend to the rank of a 9-star mecha master. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were also on the verge of breaking through to 7-star mecha masters. After all, they were not endowed with a Mech God Body, so their advancement in mecha mastery was relatively effortless. Unlike Lin Yu, who had elevated his spiritual energy by several tens of thousands, yet still found himself considerably distant from achieving the 7-star mecha master rank. Days later, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu successfully ascended to the rank of 9-star mecha masters. Here are 3 80-level secret realm scrolls. You all take them. Xiaoyu and I will venture forth to elevate our mech levels to 90. Once you achieve the status of 7-star mecha masters, come to this secret realm to find us. Remember, upon entering the realm, do not engage with the colossal beasts unless you locate us. On that day, Lin Yu handed 3 80-level secret realm scrolls to Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling, her expression earnest as she cautioned them. After all, within the 80-level secret realm, the beast would be of at least the same level. After Lin Yu and his companions surpassed the mecha master rank, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu personally guided their training, undoubtedly accelerating the enhancement of their mecha levels. Lin Yu acknowledged this with a nod. Subsequently, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu utilized the level 80 secret realm scroll, which transformed into a beam of light and vanished before Lin Yu and the others' eyes. All right, let us first indulge in a hearty meal, then continue our training, Lin Yu suggested, glancing at Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. After their meal, they returned to the room, where Mo Shitting and Yi Ling swiftly resumed their training state. At this juncture, Lin Yu accessed the online marketplace. His account boasted several hundred million. Recognizing that money is merely a transient entity, he resolved to invest this wealth entirely in elixirs that could aid mecha masters in their elevation. Naturally, Lin Yu had no intention of consuming these potions himself. Rather, he aimed to convert them into energy points. This strategy would enable him to break through to the 7-star mecha master rank at a much quicker pace. Based on the training progress of Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, he estimated that a breakthrough could be achieved in a week or 2. Conversely, without this method, Lin Yu would require at least several months. The Ascension Elixir, when consumed by a mecha master, could directly enhance their spiritual energy. Throughout their lifetime, a mecha master is permitted to use a maximum of 10 Ascension Elixirs. Soon, a particular elixir caught Lin Yu's attention. It was priced at 5 million. This was indeed a steep cost, especially considering that Ascension Elixirs could not be synthesized by humans, but could only be acquired through dungeons or secret realms, contingent upon good fortune. Some mecha masters, unable to utilize their allotted elixirs, would opt to sell them instead. Goodness, with over 400 million in funds, I can only purchase 80, Lin Yu exclaimed, swiftly completing the payment. In an instant, he found himself destitute, never having anticipated spending 400 million in one go. The following morning, the delivery person arrived with the goods. Class leader, why have you purchased so many Ascension Elixirs? Yi Ling inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Montag Shitting was equally intrigued. She was aware that a mecha master could only use a maximum of 10 Ascension Elixirs throughout their lifetime. Exceeding this limit would render them ineffective. Of course, they're meant to enhance my spiritual energy, Lin Yu replied, nodding with a smile. Class leader, are you not aware? Utilizing more than 10 elixirs results in diminished returns, Yi Ling cautioned. If you intend to use them, purchasing just 10 would suffice. There is no need for such an excessive quantity. If these elixirs were perpetually effective, we would have seen a surge of top-tier mecha masters by now. I am aware of that. Rest assured, I have it all under control. Lin Yu assured her with a serious nod. Should I acquire more? Would you wish for some? No, I have already consumed 10, Yi Ling replied, shaking her head. Thank you for your kindness, Monitor. So have I, Mo Shitting responded. All right then. With that, Lin Yu immediately began the transformation process. The transformation of 80 spirit elevation pills is complete. Congratulations, you have gained 1,600 energy points. In an instant, the 80 pills transformed into a radiant light that surged into Lin Yu's body. This spectacle left both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling utterly astonished. It was undoubtedly the first time they had witnessed such a phenomenon. However, neither of them pressed for further explanations, as they understood that in this day and age, everyone harbored a few secrets. They were confident that in due time, Lin Yu would divulge everything to them. Transform all into spiritual energy, Lin Yu silently urged. Consuming 1,600 energy points, your spiritual energy value has directly increased by 32,000. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level, 6-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0, spiritual energy, 269,888. Mechs, Pangu Mech, level 60, Nüwa Mech, level 60. Excellent, excellent, 400 million was indeed worth the expenditure. Lin Yu thought gratefully. Yet, he still needed a little over 30,000 to reach 300,000 spiritual energy. Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, could you lend me some money? I promise to repay you later. Lin Yu then requested, actually my physique is unique, allowing me to consume these pills indefinitely for enhancement. As for my Mech God Body, I will share that with you both when the opportunity arises. Not a problem. I still have around 500 million. I'll lend it all to you, Monitor. Yi Ling replied without hesitation. Mo Shitting nodded. I don't have much, just about 400 million, and you don't need to repay me. Same here. You don't need to return it. Feel free to use my money. Yi Ling quickly added. Since their enrollment, they had made rapid progress by training alongside Lin Yu, an opportunity that was invaluable and could not be purchased with any amount of money. Seeing both beautiful ladies willing to offer all their funds left Lin Yu inexplicably touched. As Mo Shitting and Yi Ling transferred their money to his account, Lin Yu purchased another 65 spirit elevation pills. This was due to the online store's limited stock of only 65 pills remaining. He also proceeded to acquire other elixirs. In no time, over 500 million was swiftly spent. Chapter 73. Entering the level 80 secret realm. The terrifying level 80 beasts. The spiritual energy value has surpassed 300,000. Congratulations. You have successfully reached the rank of 7-star Mecha Master. Your mech can once again gain experience points to level up. The following day, the elixirs purchased from the online mall arrived swiftly, and Lin Yu promptly began their transformation. With unwavering determination, Lin Yu successfully ascended to the rank of 7-star Mecha Master. In that fleeting moment of breakthrough, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mecha Body. Activated, Mecha Master level, 7-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0, Psycho Energy, 303,684. Mechas, Pangu Mecha, level 60, Nüwa Mecha, level 60. With 300,000 points of Psycho Energy, Lin Yu mused with a smile, I can now command the mecha to engage in autonomous combat for 30 minutes. The requirement for autonomous combat is 100,000 points of Psycho Energy, currently allowing for only 10 minutes of operation. Therefore, with his newfound prowess, Lin Yu could enable his mechas to fight independently for a full 30 minutes. Even if he were alone, he could let the mechas vanquish colossal beasts while he reclined in ease. This was akin to passively gaining experience. Just contemplating this filled him with immense excitement. Next, he patiently awaited the breakthroughs of Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Once they succeeded, they could venture into the level 80 dungeon to find their sisters. At that time, their mechas would undoubtedly ascend rapidly to level 70. Days passed by. For Lin Yu, the company of two enchanting ladies made each day enjoyable, alleviating the solitude and loneliness. Together, they would chat and engage in games, making life quite joyous. A few days later, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling successfully achieved their breakthroughs to 7-star Mecha Masters. Finally, we've broken through. From being 5-star Mecha Masters at the beginning of the semester to becoming 7-star Mecha Masters now, Such a remarkable pace of cultivation is rare in the world. Yi Ling exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. Turning to Lin Yu, Yi Ling expressed her gratitude. My esteemed class leader, we owe much of this to your assistance. Without your presence during our training, it's unlikely we would have progressed so swiftly. You're too courteous. We have merely supported one another. Lin Yu waved his hand, dismissively, smiling. Yet your assistance has been considerably more significant. Mo Shitting stated earnestly. All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us form a team and enter the level 80 secret realm to find our sisters. Lin Yu interjected with urgency. Having reached the rank of 7-star Mecha Masters, their primary objective was now to elevate their mecha levels to 70. Team formation complete. In mere seconds, the trio completed their team formation. Without forming a team, using the secret realm scroll would result in them being teleported to different locations within the vast expanse of the realm. Once separated, finding one another in a short span of time would be nearly impossible. The trio produced an 80-level secret realm scroll. Let's begin. Lin Yu nodded. Ding. You have used the 80-level secret realm scroll and are being teleported into the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, the three transformed into a beam of light and vanished from their location. When they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves successfully within the secret realm. This realm resembled another world entirely. The earth appeared desolate, and the sky bore a gray hue, as if hope were utterly absent within this domain. A palpable sense of despair pervaded the atmosphere. Summoned Pangu Mecha. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Yu and his companions swiftly summoned their mechs. Once inside the mechs, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped them. Captain, how shall we locate Senior Lin and the others? Yi Ling maneuvered the mech high above, observing the vastness around her. The entire secret realm was immense, and without a clear direction, it would be exceedingly difficult to find Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu. My sister did provide me with a communicator, but it requires a certain distance. Lin Yu nodded slowly. Thus, our fortunes will play a significant role from here on. There are no satellites or networks within the secret realm. However, humans have specially developed communicators for use here, akin to walkie-talkies, but with distance limitations. The communicator Lin Yu held had an effective range of approximately 20 kilometers. Their task was to find the correct direction. Otherwise, they risked drifting further away from Lin Wanner and her companions. Indeed, it truly depends on our luck, Mo Shitting responded. Captain, you decide the direction, Yi Ling suggested, as she was uncertain which way to proceed. Let me think. Lin Yu piloted the Pangu mech, swiftly ascending to the high altitudes. The vast view before him was breathtaking. Suddenly, an 80-level giant eagle swooped down towards Lin Yu and Yi Ling with alarming speed. The colossal bird flapped its mighty wings, unleashing two fearsome tornadoes that engulfed Lin Yu and Yi Ling's mechs. Mech teleportation activated. In an instant, Lin Yu maneuvered the mech away from the tornado, while Yi Ling expertly utilized her mech's agility to break free. Beast, Mighty Eagle, level 80. Abilities, possesses terrifying strength, unparalleled speed of flight, tornado generation. Such was the terror of an 80-level beast. Lin Yu quickly guided the mech to the ground and spoke. Our mechs are all at 60 level. Even if we join forces, defeating this mighty eagle would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Let's move eastward. Lin Yu swiftly issued commands. Coupled with the opponent's extraordinary flying speed, engaging in aerial combat presented an overwhelming disadvantage. The east was a landscape of continuous mountain ranges, interspersed with a dense array of towering trees, each reaching heights of several hundred meters. The sheer enormity of the level 80 secret realm was truly staggering, awe-inspiring. With newfound direction, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling maneuvered their mechas with utmost speed towards their destination. The mighty rock in the sky, however, would not allow them to escape so easily. With a thunderous roar, the rock unleashed a barrage of wind blades, each spanning 100 meters, aimed directly at them. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of these wind blades upon the ground produced a cacophony of explosive sounds, creating numerous deep craters, a testament to their formidable power. This level 80 behemoth is utterly monstrous, Lin Yu exclaimed in frustration. The rock possessed an arsenal of abilities. First, there was the terrifying tornado, and now the razor-sharp wind blades along with its astonishing speed. Undoubtedly, this ordinary level 80 rock had become a true superboss in their eyes. Chapter 74. The Nüwa mecha once again proves invaluable despite enduring multiple assaults from the level 80 rock. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling found their mecha defenses relatively intact, sustaining no severe injuries. Additionally, their speed was commendable, allowing them to navigate smoothly into the mountains. With the towering trees providing cover, the rock lost sight of its target. Roar! The rock emitted a frustrated cry, reminiscent of a hunter who had nearly captured its prey, only to have it vanish at the crucial moment. Anyone would feel an overwhelming rage in such a situation, and the colossal beast was no exception. The intelligence of a level 80 behemoth could arguably surpass that of certain humans. Phew! They had finally escaped. As the rock soared away, Lin Yu exhaled in relief. Within this level 80 secret realm, their level 60 mechas struggled considerably in combat. Even if they were victorious, the cost would be substantial. Should new behemoths emerge, they would find themselves powerless to resist. Thus, in this perilous realm, they must avoid engaging with those colossal creatures unless absolutely necessary. They needed to reunite with their sisters swiftly. Once their mechas reached level 70, their strength would undoubtedly multiply, making confrontations with these level 80 giants far more manageable. Alas, the challenges are rather daunting. Yi Ling sighed. This level 80 rock is already so formidable. In this mysterious realm, do the other colossal beasts not possess similar prowess? It is true that within this vast forest, terrifying giants lurk. Yet, at present, their gaze is met only by towering trees, with no sign of these formidable creatures. Continuing in this manner is not a viable strategy. Mo Shitting analyzed. What if we encounter a group of level 80 beasts next? Escaping would not be as effortless as it is now. They had previously underestimated the challenges posed by this level 80 domain. Now, having experienced it firsthand, they truly grasped the immense difficulty involved. Enough of this negativity, Lin Yu declared with a smile. With me here, I assure you that you shall remain unharmed. His words resonated with both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, instilling within them an inexplicable sense of security. At that moment, Lin Yu mused to himself. It seems the time has come to summon the Nüwa mech. The spatial traversal ability of the Nüwa mech would allow for swift movement, enabling them to locate Lin Wan, and the others more efficiently. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, I have harbored a secret, and now is the time to unveil it, Lin Yu said earnestly. Instantly, both women became attentive, their thoughts wandering to a romantic tale where the male protagonist professes, I have a secret. I actually adore you. Could it be that the class leader intends to confess? Yi Ling's mind raced with fanciful notions. In truth, I am a mecha god. Lin Yu continued. Mecha god? Yi Ling replied, her face a mask of confusion, as she had never encountered such a term before. Class leader, what exactly is a mecha god? Montak Shiting in Kvilet Kulyusli. A mecha god is a unique constitution, which can be understood in this way. Importantly, this mecha god can possess 7 mechs. Lin Yu offered a brief explanation. In that moment, he realized the perilous nature of the level 80 realm. They wielded only level 60 mechs. His sister must have considered this as well. The reason she allowed them to enter this daunting domain could very well be due to the capabilities of her Nüwa mech, which boasts spatial traversal skills, thus ensuring a safer and smoother convergence within the realm. However, now that he had come to this understanding, it was not too late. At this juncture, after listening to Lin Yu's explanation about the mecha god, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were utterly astonished. This was extraordinary. A mech engineer could indeed possess 7 mechs. Class leader, what levels are your other 6 mechs? Yi Ling quickly inquired, filled with curiosity. I have currently awakened only 2 mechs. Lin Yu replied, summoning the Nüwa mech. With a resounding roar, the appearance of the Nüwa mech left Mo Shitting and Yi Ling spellbound. So impressive, so magnificent, they exclaimed, as though a deity of mechs had materialized before them. Simultaneously, they discerned that the newly summoned mech by Lin Yu appeared to be a female mech. This is my second mech, the Nüwa mech. Lin Yu elucidated, it is also a divine-grade mech, endowed with the ability for spatial traversal, allowing us to locate my sister and her companions more swiftly. Captain, you are truly remarkable, Yi Ling exclaimed in admiration. Possessing a divine-grade mech is already an extraordinary achievement. And now, her captain boasts 2 of them. Who knows, perhaps the next awakened mech will also be of divine caliber. Imagine, summoning all 7 divine-grade mechs at once. How spectacular and formidable that would be. With the Nüwa mech summoned, Lin Yu swiftly transferred from the Pangu mech to the interior of the Nüwa mech. Each time he piloted the Nüwa mech, he felt enveloped by a warm and comforting power, as though he were cradled in Nüwa's embrace. It was an indescribable sensation that brought him immense joy. The Pangu mech was promptly returned to its designated space. By the way, you two must keep the matter of my divine body a secret, Lin Yu urged. Not a problem. Yi Ling nodded, smiling. Captain, our shared secrets are growing in number. Rest assured, without your consent, we shall not speak a word, Mo shitting assured confidently. Well then, let us commence. Lin Yu grinned now. Let us join hands and control the mechs. Under Lin Yu's command, the 3 mechs clasped hands. Activation of divine grade, mech spatial traversal. As the spatial traversal was successfully initiated, the 3 mechs vanished from their original location in an instant. How astounding! In the blink of an eye, Yi Ling realized they were traversing through a void. Before long, a massive spatial rift appeared in the sky of a certain realm. Subsequently, Lin Yu and his mechs charged forth from within. The communicator remained unresponsive. Lin Yu shook his head. Roars of terror echoed as hundreds of level 80 behemoths loomed below. In an instant, dozens of flying behemoths surged toward them, launching a fierce assault. Activation of spatial traversal. In the next moment, Lin Yu and his companions vanished once more. At that moment, astonishment flickered in the eyes of those behemoths. In the ensuing time, Lin Yu continually employed the spatial traversal ability, searching for his sister Lin Yu and senior Xiaoyu. It must be said, the Nüwa mech truly played a pivotal role. Chapter 75. Mech Experience Crystals. After the 15th spatial traversal, the communicator's light finally flickered to life. This indicated that his sister and the others were within this vicinity. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me, sister? Lin Yu quickly activated the communicator. After several seconds, the communicator crackled to life with the voice of Lin Yu's elder sister. I can't hear you. Following the coordinates provided by Lin Yu, Lin Yu and his companions swiftly maneuvered their mechs towards the designated location. 10 minutes later, they successfully reunited with Lin Yu and Xiaoyu. Hey, sister, senior, have both of your mechs reached level 90? Lin Yu inquired, noticing the remarkable enhancement in their mechs compared to before. Indeed, our mechs were upgraded to level 90 3 days ago. Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Impressive, Lin Yu exclaimed in admiration. Now that you have all become 7-star mech masters, Xiaoyu and I will guide you in elevating your mech levels. Then Vania continued. Once your mechs reach level 70, you will be able to remain safely within this level 80 secret realm. With that, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu seamlessly joined the team, leading the way forward. It wasn't long before they arrived at a unique area. However, as they surveyed their surroundings, no colossal beasts emerged in sight. How can we swiftly elevate our mech levels? Lin Yu pondered aloud. Lin Yu, did your homeroom teacher take you to a special place during your training in the secret realm? A place where, upon entry, colossal beasts would continuously appear? Xiaoyu asked. Yes. Lin Yu nodded eagerly, quickly realizing, Senior, could this area be similar? Precisely, Xiaoyu affirmed. Such special locations exist in certain secret realms and are affectionately referred to as mech experience fields by mech masters. Once you enter this area, countless colossal beasts will emerge, allowing for rapid extermination and consequently swift elevation of mech levels. It is precisely because of this experience field that Warner and I were able to elevate our mech levels to 90 so quickly. This is also thanks to her divine vision. Otherwise, we would not have discovered it. Remarkable. Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mech, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Just average. Xiaoyu replied modestly, producing 3 special crystals and explaining, these are mech experience crystals. Once used, they grant you double the mech experience points. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, Mo shitting, and Yi Ling were once again astonished. The mech experience crystals had never been mentioned in the annals of mech history, and there seemed to be no record of such a discipline. Senior, how did you acquire these? Lin Yu asked with great curiosity. Of course, through divine vision, Xiaoyu explained. It is likely that after this instance, the secret realm underwent a mutation, leading to the emergence of various new treasures and opportunities. We might very well be the first in the entire world to discover these mech experience crystals. However, each crystal's effect lasts only 10 minutes, and we currently have just 3 remaining. As Xiaoyu provided her detailed explanation, Lin Yu and the others nodded slightly. Senior, your divine eye ability is truly remarkable, Lin Yu exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, with Xiaoyu present, a plethora of treasures could be discovered. Alas, this divine eye ability could only be utilized twice a week. Excessive use would result in a depletion of one's own lifespan. Alright, you should make use of the Mecha Experience Crystal first, Lin Yu reminded them, adding that once they completed their primary tasks, there would be ample time for further discussion. Understood. Successfully utilize the Mecha Experience Crystal. For the next 10 minutes, your Mecha will receive double experience points. Following this, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling activated the crystal. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances before maneuvering their mechas into the designated special area. With the emergence of the two mechas, level 80 behemoths began to surge forth from the depths of the earth. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 gigantic creatures surrounded Lin Yu and Xiaoyu. However, upon witnessing such a multitude of foes, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu exhibited not a trace of panic. They unleashed their full firepower, pushing their mecha's combat capabilities to an extraordinary peak. Your teammates have slain a level 80 behemoth, earning double experience points. 16,000. Your teammates have slain a level 80 behemoth, earning double experience points. 16,000. Your teammates have slain a level 80 behemoth, earning double experience points. 16,000. The voice of the system resonated swiftly in Lin Yu's mind. The synergy between his sister and Xiaoyu is nothing short of impeccable. Fierce behemoths were dispatched instantaneously by their combined efforts. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also observed their mecha experience points rising rapidly. Within less than a minute, the mechas of the three had ascended a full level. With the mecha experience crystal, the entire upgrading process was significantly accelerated. What a delightful sensation, Lin Yu marveled internally. The experience of being propelled forward without exerting effort was exhilarating. All he needed to do was patiently wait for his mecha to upgrade. 3 minutes later, the pace of this upgrade was astonishing. Yi Ling had astonishment. In that brief span, her mecha had already reached level 65. This was not solely due to the mecha experience crystal. More importantly, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu had unleashed their powerful skills, capable of eliminating dozens of behemoths in a single strike. Their efficiency was commendable. Had Lin Yu and the others attempted to kill the behemoths on their own to elevate their mecha levels, it would have undoubtedly taken a considerable amount of time. Ding! Congratulations! The Nüwa mecha has successfully upgraded to level 70. As your mecha master level has not reached 8-star, the mecha can no longer gain experience points. The Nüwa mech has automatically awakened a new divine skill. Your Pangu mech has reached level 70, unlocking a new skill. At approximately the 9th minute, the system's voice resonated. Lin Yu's Nüwa mech surged directly to level 70. Coupled with the abilities of his mech deity, the Pangu mech also ascended in level. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu marveled at the astonishing efficiency. Both the Nüwa and Pangu mechs had awakened skills of formidable power. It could be said that Lin Yu's strength had been exponentially enhanced. At that moment, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling's mechs also attained level 70. Their awakened skills were merely transcendental skills, but nonetheless powerful. As everyone's mech levels reached 70, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu swiftly departed the area. Upon their exit, the colossal beasts within the region retreated back underground. In a matter of seconds, all the gigantic creatures vanished, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 76, The City Within the Secret Realm. Lin, how are you? In less than 10 minutes, you leveled your mech from 60 to 70. Xiaoyu said with a beaming smile. It feels incredible. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, it's all thanks to the mech experience crystal you discovered. Without it, it would have taken considerably longer. Let us head back to the safe zone, Lin Yu reminded them. This is an 80-level secret realm, not easily accessible. The chances of obtaining an 80-level secret realm scroll are significantly diminished. Therefore, leaving the secret realm now would be a tremendous loss. With their mech levels having risen, they could now thoroughly explore this realm, seeking new opportunities and treasures to further enhance their strength. The secret realm is vast. Now that such a miraculous entity as the mech experience crystal has appeared, there must be even more treasures unknown to them. Following Lin Yu and the others moved quickly. Along the way, Lin Yu curiously inquired, Sister, What are we going to do in the safe zone? Essentially, every secret realm has a safe zone where one can rest assured, free from the threat of beast attacks. This is an 80-level secret realm. Many mech artisans have spent extended periods within, leading to the establishment of a city over time. Lin Yu explained. This city within the secret realm is inhabited entirely by mech artisans. Some have even lived there for the majority of their lives, raising families. The success rate for children born in this realm to become mech artisans is notably higher. After listening to her elder sister's account, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, it became apparent that his knowledge was still woefully inadequate. After spending over half an hour, a city finally unfolded before his eyes. Upon arriving at one of the city's entrances, everyone summoned back their mechas. All right, we have now entered the safe zone, Lin Yu addressed the group. What was astonishing about this city was the absence of walls. In the outside world, every city was fortified with robust walls as protection. However, upon further reflection, this was a safe zone within a secret realm where colossal beasts would not venture. Even if they did attack, the imposing creatures within this realm would likely render mere walls useless. Thus, there was no need for fortifications in this secret domain. As they traversed the main street, they truly entered the heart of the city. The architecture was nothing short of spectacular, majestic and imbued with a cyberpunk essence. Some buildings were even designed after mechas. Indeed, there are numerous mecha engineers here, Lin Yu mused, noting the formidable presence of every engineer he encountered. It was estimated that thousands of mecha engineers resided in this city. Xiao Yu chimed in with a grin. Most of them are 7-star and 8-star engineers. This city appeared to offer an abundance of amenities. Even brothels could be found. As they passed, many male mecha engineers emerged, beaming with joy, while others eagerly entered to indulge in their pleasures. Senior sister, does this city in the secret realm operate on currency? Yi Ling inquired curiously. No, Lin Yu explained. Transactions here are conducted through barter. While exploring the secret realm, one might discover valuable items, although some may hold no use for them. For high-ranking mecha engineers, currency has little significance. What they truly seek are means to enhance their own capabilities. Thus, the economy here predominantly revolves around the exchange of goods. After absorbing this information, Lin Yu and the others gained considerable insight. They continued onward for another 10 minutes until they arrived before a massive building. Looking up, they clearly saw the emblem of Kunlun Mecha University adorning the edifice. This structure was indeed the residence of Kunlun Mecha University, allowing students to rest comfortably even within the secret realm. Xiao Yu smiled, remarking, Kunlun Mecha University is, after all, a premier institution. Impressive, Lin Yu nodded in agreement, reflecting on the advantages of having such a powerful university behind them. For ordinary mecha universities, they would likely face hardships. Upon entering the building, they ascended in the elevator. Soon, they arrived at the tallest building and entered a particularly luxurious room. Standing there, one could behold the entire cityscape in a single glance. They would rest here for a few days, awaiting the cool down of Lin Yu's divine eye ability before embarking on their journey. Xiao Yu smiled softly. All right, Lin Yu nodded, exhibiting no reservations. This time, with Xiao Yu's divine eye ability, their chances of locating treasures would surely be significantly enhanced. Subsequently, everyone began to unwind. Particularly, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu swiftly entered a meditative state to replenish their depleted spiritual energy. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also settled beside Lin Yu to cultivate. For them, even a slight increase in spiritual energy would bolster their strength. Unfortunately, there was no internet. Lin Yu lamented inwardly. In this secret realm city, only an intranet had been established with very limited functionality. If only this realm could connect to the outside world's network, that would be splendid. However, to this day, humanity's technology had yet to reach such heights. Nevertheless, Lin Yu believed that as humanity continued to grow stronger, perhaps that day would eventually come. Bored and restless, Lin Yu quickly immersed himself in cultivation. The sensation of refining was ineffably profound. The energy from the heavens and earth was rapidly absorbed into his body, continuously gathering, compressing, and condensing through a series of processes, thereby increasing his spiritual energy. And so, unbeknownst to him, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Time seemed to fly by swiftly. Lin brother, wake up! With the arrival of a new day, Lin Yu heard Xiao Yu's gentle and melodious voice, prompting him to cease his cultivation and slowly open his eyes. The moment he opened them, he was greeted by a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Xiaoyu was exceedingly close, their faces nearly touching, separated by merely a few centimeters, each feeling the warmth of the other's breath. Upon seeing her cherry-red lips, Lin Yu could not help but swallow, overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to kiss her. Chapter 77. The Mysterious Floating Island. Entering the hidden space once everyone was prepared, they officially set forth. After departing the city, they summoned their mechas. Once inside, they swiftly maneuvered their machines. After approximately an hour of travel, the weather suddenly changed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning flashed, accompanied by a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire area transformed into a realm of thunder, resembling a horrifying apocalyptic scene. Surely, something ominous is about to transpire, Lin Yu thought with a hint of concern. Rest assured, this is merely a normal fluctuation in weather, Lin Wanner calmly stated, as if she had grown accustomed to it. High-level secret realms, in truth, mirror the outside world, with its 4 seasons, overcast days, sunny weather, torrential rain, and thunder. Truly, it is a high-level secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim. This high-level secret realm, indeed, resembles an entirely new world. Alas, the safe zones within this realm are limited. Otherwise, humanity could entirely relocate here. The power of these thunderbolts is considerable, so be cautious and avoid being struck. Lin Wanner continued to advise, noting that while these bolts are not lethal, they can still inflict harm. Understood. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling nodded in unison. Very well, let us proceed, Lin Wanner said with a gentle smile. Wait, I've spotted something. At that moment, Xiaoyu spoke up. She lifted her gaze, seemingly having discovered something in the sky. However, Lin Yu and the others could only see layers of dark clouds and flashing bolts of lightning. Senior sister, are you using your divine vision? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Yes, I see an enormous floating island above these clouds. Xiaoyu replied earnestly. It is truly peculiar that such a massive island can float in the air without any levitation formations. Her tone gradually became one of awe. It seems we are quite fortunate, Lin Wanner responded slowly. Next, we must decide whether to explore it. Wanner, I feel we should investigate further. Xiaoyu quickly proposed. I concur, Lin Yu nodded. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were equally eager. Having just emerged from the city, such a discovery would be regrettable to forego. Regardless, we should certainly explore. Moreover, given their current strength, they all possess the means of self-preservation. Overall, the risk seemed manageable. We must hurry. The floating island above appears to be time-sensitive and may vanish after a certain period, Xiaoyu reminded them. Logically, a floating island in this secret realm should have been discovered long ago. However, the absence of such findings led Xiaoyu to this conclusion. All right, let us ascend now. With that, everyone swiftly maneuvered their mechas to fly upward. This time, Lin Yu summoned the Nüwa mecha. In a flash, the Nüwa mecha transformed into a beam of light, soaring upward at a speed surpassing even that of Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu, both at level 90. Truly, it is a divine mecha. Xiaoyu marveled. Lin Yu's Nüwa mecha will undoubtedly be invincible in aerial combat. Just the speed of this mecha alone. Even their mechas, despite being at level 20, pale in comparison. As they ascended into the sky, they encountered a barrage of thunderous attacks. Fortunately, they swiftly activated their mecha defense skills, and a protective shield enveloped their machines. The bolts of lightning struck their shields, only to be completely neutralized by the barrier's formidable power. Before long, they had traversed through layer upon layer of dark clouds and emerged above them. The brightness above was blinding. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Lin Yu's side. At that moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Look at the floating island. It is adorned with numerous mysterious structures, as if at some point in time, beings inhabited this place." Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu was utterly astounded. Moreover, he faintly perceived an illusion, a vision of a bustling city teeming with powerful mechas. Every secret realm seemingly harbored similar ruins. Yet humanity has yet to uncover any useful information from these sites. Lin Wanner nodded, speaking softly. It is certain that in a bygone era, these secret realms were home to advanced civilizations. As for the reasons behind their disappearance, perhaps they faced a cataclysmic event or other circumstances that left no trace. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow crept into Lin Wanner's voice. The thought of such high-level civilizations vanishing so completely was truly alarming. Let's not dwell on this too much. Our immediate priority is to enhance our own strength. Xiao Yu interjected with a smile. Only by possessing formidable power can we face any crisis with confidence. With that, everyone maneuvered their mechas to land on the floating island. Ding! Warning! You have entered a special area. The moment they landed, a voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, causing his expression to turn serious. It was clear they needed to tread carefully on this floating island. Boom! A few seconds later, the entire floating island trembled violently. In the next instant, beams of light enveloped their mechas. The intense radiance compelled Lin Yu and his companions to shut their eyes. After an indeterminate amount of time, when they sensed the light dissipating, they reopened their eyes, only to find themselves in a peculiar space. Is this truly a hidden realm? Lin Yu marveled. The space here bears some resemblance to the hidden realm they previously entered. It indeed seems to be a concealed space. Lin Yu nodded. Hidden spaces are undoubtedly remarkable places. Once traversed, they can bestow opportunities and treasures. However, they also harbor significant dangers. The hidden spaces within an 80-level secret realm undoubtedly present immense challenges. Let's exercise caution. Xiao Yu cautioned as well. Upon entering this hidden space, both she and Lin Yu felt an unsettling uncertainty. Chapter 78, The Mysterious Woman. Unveiling the origin of mechs and the divine cultivation method with a resounding rumble, a high platform emerged within the hidden space. Soon after, a radiant beam of light coalesced atop the platform, ultimately transforming into a woman clad in a flowing white gown. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her aura was extraordinary. Yet, she appeared not to be a living being, but rather a projection left by some advanced technology. Is it true that the divine mech, the pinnacle of mechs, has only now manifested in this era? The enigmatic woman gazed intently at Lin Yu's Nüwa mech, murmuring softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. When her gaze shifted to Lin Yu, she couldn't help but sigh. The previous efforts were not in vain. The experiment had finally succeeded, and it was not too late. Her voice, though barely audible, was crystal clear to Lin Yu and the others. What does it mean that the divine mechs have only appeared in this era? Moreover, how could this mysterious woman discern that Lin Yu possessed the divine mech physique? A wave of curiosity swept through their minds, for there were countless unknowns. Who are you? Lin Yu boldly inquired. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that you will face a crisis of annihilation in the future, the mysterious woman responded slowly. At this revelation, a tremor ran through their hearts. Clearly, this enigmatic figure was privy to many secrets. Do you know the origin of the mechs? The mysterious woman posed a question. We do not, Lin Yu replied. The people of this era were utterly ignorant of how mechs came into existence, only aware that when their spiritual energy reached 100, they had a chance to awaken their own mechs. In the primordial chaos before the universe was born, the deities forged heaven and earth, creating all things. The gods crafted countless mechs. However, they soon realized that these creations lacked intelligence. Consequently, another deity fashioned humanity, bestowing upon them the ability to control mechs. Each divine mech corresponded to a deity, possessing the power of the gods. At this point, Lin Yu was profoundly shaken. Was this not akin to the tale of Pangu splitting the heavens and Nüwa creating humanity? How astonishing! In this light, his Pangu mech and Nüwa mech corresponded to the great deities Pangu and Nüwa themselves. At that moment, his sister and the others were left in awe, unable to comprehend that mechs were birthed in such a manner. It is indeed the creation of deities. Their worldview has been profoundly updated. How did the colossal beast come into existence? Xiao Yu inquired with curiosity. This enormous creature seems to be an endless source of destruction. The beastly race, of course, was also birthed by the gods. The mysterious woman whispered. Initially, humans and the beast tribe coexisted peacefully, but after the gods vanished, this tranquility did not last long. And conflict erupted. Even in this era, the struggle persists unabated. It turns out that the battle between humanity and the colossal beast has endured for such a long time. Lin Yu and others were left astounded. So, how did the civilization you belong to lead to the extinction of humanity? If humanity has perished, how did our present-day humans come into being? Lin Yu continued to probe. Moreover, why did you declare the experiment a success upon seeing me? Despite having learned the origins of the mechas and the beasts, numerous questions still lingered in their minds. In response to Lin Yu's inquiry, the enigmatic woman maintained her calm demeanor and replied, "The Human Seed Project. My civilization ultimately comprehended that extinction was an unavoidable reality, hence the initiation of this seed program. Now, as your civilization is in its nascent stage, it is our people who guide the new humanity. Within a mere century, we have restored the era of universal mechas, rapidly advancing for over 2,000 years. Regrettably, not a single divine mecha master has emerged thus far. This mysterious woman seemed to possess profound knowledge about the current human civilization. It appears she is not merely a projection. Remember, the colossal beasts are not humanity's sole threat. Knowing too much at this stage may be counterproductive. When you grow stronger, the truth will reveal itself. As for you, in fact, you are a subject of our civilization's ongoing research." The mystery continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. She was an experiment? In our civilization, no one has been able to awaken a divine mecha. In the face of the impending crisis, we initiated this experimental program to create a truly human-owned divine mecha using human technology. After countless failures, we still have not succeeded. Yet, the experimental genes have been passed down. Hence, this explains why your mecha can upgrade its level. It also confirms that our initial hypothesis was correct. Humanity can indeed create mechas autonomously. As for whether your mecha can ultimately ascend to the divine level, that depends solely on you. Such revelations undoubtedly left Lin Yu and her companions in awe once more. Is this technology still preserved? Lin Yu eagerly asked if this technology exists. Wouldn't that mean that ordinary people without awakened mechas could all become mecha masters? Young man, your thinking is rather simplistic. If this technology were so easily attainable, we would not have paid such a tragic price. The mysterious woman shook her head, seemingly recalling the harrowing scenes of the past. Lin Yu has now truly comprehended the reason behind the advancement of her mecha's level. Young one, the possession of a divine mecha is a secret you must keep. The mysterious woman cautioned. The darkness has begun to awaken. Lin Yu intended to inquire further, but the enigmatic woman interrupted him once again. The information you are privy to has already been disclosed. Let us proceed to the crux of the matter. As soon as her words fell, a unique golden orb materialized upon the elevated platform. Ordinarily, you would be required to undergo numerous trials. However, given the success of the experiment and the emergence of the divine mecha, such trials have become unnecessary. The golden orb radiated a brilliant light, and characters began to materialize in the air, shifting and aligning themselves rapidly. This is the method of cultivation at the divine level, which you refer to as the divine cultivation technique. Our civilization discovered this ancient method in a distant place, a legacy left by a deity. Unfortunately, not a single mecha master from our civilization could fully grasp it. Some speculate that mastering this divine level cultivation technique necessitates possessing a divine mecha. Therefore, young one, whether you succeed in your cultivation depends on your own fortune. The rest of you may also attempt to cultivate. Even a slight mastery could present opportunities to become divine mecha masters in the future. It is truly astonishing. They never anticipated such an opportunity to acquire a divine cultivation method. Chapter 79. Successfully mastering the divine cultivation technique. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu and the others quickly began to comprehend the technique. In a mere few minutes, a systematic voice resonated within their minds. Ding! The divine mecha has successfully comprehended the divine cultivation technique. Wow, the divine mecha is so powerful. It feels as if this divine cultivation method is an innate form of training. Lin Yu marveled internally. At this moment, even the mysterious woman's eyes reflected astonishment. She did not expect the divine mecha to master the divine cultivation technique within mere minutes. Had her civilization once possessed a divine mecha, perhaps the fate of their civilization would have been forever altered. Indeed, the divine mecha is humanity's last beacon of hope. Should the divine mecha falter in the future, humanity would be plunged into utter darkness and despair. Your name is Lin Yu, is it not? The mysterious woman inquired softly, gazing at him. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. You have now successfully mastered this divine cultivation technique. Remember to cultivate diligently, for time is of the essence. The mysterious woman earnestly advised. Could not be a bit clearer? Lin Yu replied, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by time is limited? If time truly is scarce, then how much remains? Playing riddles here is quite exasperating. Regardless, Lin Yu is unable to ascertain the remaining time. In response to his words, the enigmatic woman merely smiled softly, offering no further explanation. With a graceful wave of her hand, a unique scroll floated before Lin Yu. It was the map of the ancestral land. If you have the opportunity to enter the divine armor's secret realm, then venture to the ancestral land. There, you shall find ample means for your advancement. The mysterious woman continued. What is this ancestral land? Lin Yu inquired swiftly. I do not know, she replied, shaking her head. However, it is said to be the birthplace of the first mech. Some information was beyond her knowledge. Alas, my time is drawing to a close. The fate of your future rests upon how you wield it. After uttering these final words, the enigmatic woman transformed once more into a beam of light. Swiftly vanishing from sight, the hidden space around them seemed to dim instantly. Just moments before, when the mysterious woman had appeared, Lin Yu could still feel a warmth enveloping him. Yet, as she faded away, that warmth dissipated as well. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu reflected. He had never contemplated so deeply before. Now, through the mysterious woman, he had become aware of many things previously unknown. Indeed, sometimes the more one knows, the more burdensome it becomes. Lin Yu turned to gaze at Lin Yu and the others, who were engrossed in their comprehension of the cultivation methods. Determination surged within him. Regardless of the crises that lay ahead, he must become immensely powerful, for only then could he protect his family, friends, and beloved. Having made this resolution, a sense of direction illuminated his path. Henceforth, his focus would be to strive towards this goal. Lin Yu resumed his seated meditation. As Lin Yu and the others continued their process of understanding, which required time. During this period, he resolved not to squander the opportunity and to diligently cultivate. As the supreme cultivation method activated, the rich energy around him surged into his body ceaselessly. In that moment, Lin Yu felt as if he were a black hole in the universe, capable of devouring everything. His spiritual energy rapidly increased. It must be said, the efficacy of this divine cultivation method was truly astounding. The efficiency of enhancing spiritual energy was unmatched by any other cultivation technique. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Ultimately, Lin Yu sensed that the energy within this hidden space had become thin, seemingly unfit for continued cultivation. Open the personal panel, Lin Yu silently commanded. In his mind, the system panel swiftly materialized. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mech Master level, 7-star Mech Master. In this hidden realm, the enactment of a supreme cultivation technique has remarkably elevated my spiritual energy by over 10,000. Lin Yu was left in astonishment, as this pace far exceeded his expectations. Having acquired this extraordinary cultivation method, this expedition to the level 80 secret realm has yielded a bountiful harvest. Moreover, he has gleaned a wealth of information. Regardless of the outcome, this journey has proven worthwhile. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the beautiful visage of Xiao Yu. Lin, brother, have you completed your cultivation? Xiao Yu asked with a radiant smile. Yes. Lin Yu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward his sister Lin Yu, along with Mo, Shitting, and Yiling. At that moment, they had all ceased their comprehension. Senior, how did your understanding progress? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. With some effort, I have managed to grasp it, Xiao Yu replied softly. I suppose I was fortunate. I have nearly mastered it entirely, Lin Yu stated with a calm demeanor. Mo, Shitting, and Yiling echoed similar sentiments, having also managed to grasp it with some difficulty. However, perhaps with diligent practice, they might fully comprehend it in due course. According to the mysterious woman, even a slight mastery of this technique holds the promise of becoming a legendary mecha master in the future. That is reassuring. I must extend my gratitude to Senior Xiao. Without her discovery of this place, we would not have acquired this divine cultivation method, nor would we have uncovered those ancient secrets. Lin Yu rose, expressing his heartfelt appreciation. His entire being felt incredibly invigorated. The Mech God Body and this supreme cultivation technique seemed to complement each other perfectly, resulting in an effect that was truly greater than the sum of its parts. Suddenly, a colossal exit manifested. It appears this place is on the brink of dissolution. We must depart immediately. Lin Yu hastily warned, observing the high platform disintegrating into nothingness. In response, everyone swiftly maneuvered their mechas toward the exit. As a brilliant light enveloped them, they soon found themselves escaping the hidden realm. When they reopened their eyes, they discovered they had returned to the vast floating island, which was also gradually fading away. They piloted their mechas skyward, and within a mere minute, the immense floating island vanished completely from their sight, as if it had never existed. The layers of thunderclouds below swiftly dissipated as well. Wow! Shitting took a deep breath, unable to restrain her awe. This experience has been utterly surreal. What astonished them the most was the revelation that the world was forged by deities, that mechas were creations of divine beings, and even humanity itself was a product of their divine craftsmanship. As they gazed upon Lin Yu's Nüwa mech for a brief moment, it felt as though a deity named Nüwa had manifested before them. Chapter 80. Transformation into Maturity. Let us continue our exploration of the secret realm, Xiao Yu said with a smile. The expanse of the secret realm was vast. Their current exploration merely scratched the surface. They were acutely aware that a monumental disaster loomed ahead, and if not handled properly, humanity faced the prospect of annihilation once more. Thus, the desire to grow stronger consumed them. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, more than 10 days had elapsed. During this period, they had diligently explored the secret realm, encountering and vanquishing numerous colossal beasts. Thanks to Xiao Yu's divine eye ability, they unearthed a plethora of valuable treasures, significantly enhancing their prowess. However, on this particular day, as they entered a new area, Xiao Yu activated her divine eye ability, only to behold a mere scattering of giant beasts, with no other promising finds in sight. This marked the second consecutive time she had employed her divine eye. In that case, let us return to the safe zone. We have already garnered substantial rewards. It would be prudent to focus on our training and elevate our mech master levels, Lin Yu proposed. At this juncture, Xiao Yu had already utilized her divine eye twice, necessitating a cooling period of 7 days before she could employ it again. Since they had not encountered anything valuable, it seemed wise to retreat and devote time to their training. Indeed, enhancing our mech master levels is of utmost importance. Lin Vania concluit. Shitting and Yi Ling shared no objections. Very well, Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Subsequently, they swiftly made their way back, and in no time, they returned to the city within the safe zone. Ah, how delightful it is to lie on a large bed. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu collapsed onto the soft bed, relishing the comfort it offered. Throughout this period, he had predominantly remained within the mech, seldom affording himself the luxury of proper rest. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed that such moments of leisure would be scarce in the times to come. Shall we indulge in a hot spring? Xiao Yu suggested with a smile. It's the perfect opportunity for everyone to unwind. Yes, Lin Yu nodded, eager to partake in the experience. Is there a hot spring here? Lin Yu suddenly sat up from the bed, intrigued. Of course. This place is equipped with all the amenities. Xiao Yu replied with a grin. Soon, under Xiao Yu's guidance, they arrived at the hot spring area, which was separated by gender. Lin Yu felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. I shall go in first, he declared, making his way toward the men's exclusive hot spring. Upon entering, Lin Yu was taken aback by what he encountered. There was not a single soul present. It was as if Lin Yu had reserved the entire venue for himself. The hot spring facilities were constructed within this building, accessible solely to students of Kunlun Mecha University. It appeared that within these walls, only a handful of students remained. Up to this point, he had yet to encounter any other classmates. Having removed all his clothing except for his undergarments, Lin Yu stepped directly into the hot spring. Ah, the exhilaration. It seemed to be his first genuine experience of soaking in a hot spring, and he reveled in the enjoyment, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of loneliness. The girl side must be bustling with activity, he pondered. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Yu sensed the presence of someone entering. Having cultivated the chaos visualization technique, he had significantly enhanced his spiritual and sensory awareness, making him quite perceptive. Who could it be? He wondered, surmising it was likely another student from Kunlun Mecha University. His gaze instinctively turned toward the entrance. Suddenly, a pair of long, slender, fair legs came into view, followed by the alluring figure of Xiao Yu clad in a bikini. Lin, why do you have a nosebleed? Xiao Yu teased with a charming smile. She then approached Lin Yu, twirling gracefully before him. So what do you think? Am I beautiful? Very beautiful. Lin Yu replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding emphatically. Soon, he regained his composure. But, senior, this is the male section. Don't worry. I've already checked. You're the only boy here. Xiao Yu laughed, proceeding to sit beside Lin Yu to enjoy the hot spring together. Their skin brushed against one another, igniting a sense of restlessness within Lin Yu. This sensation was utterly new to him, causing his heart to race. Senior, I'm still a passionate young man. You're driving me to distraction. Lin Yu gulped, feeling his composure slipping away. Oh, really? Xiao Yu replied with a mysterious smile. An hour later, Lin Yu emerged from the hot spring, cradling Xiao Yu in his arms. His face remained flushed, a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration. How mortifying! A young man of fervor, rendered entirely passive. Indeed, he had been thoroughly captivated by Xiao Yu. Nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, Xiao Yu wore a blissful expression. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yu had undeniably matured. Upon returning to their room, Lin Yu glanced at her brother, who was holding Xiao Yu, and in a fleeting moment, she comprehended the events that had transpired. Her dear friend would soon become her sister-in-law. Dear sister, please don't look at me like that. It feels rather unsettling. Lin Yu remarked with a wry smile, noticing Lin Yu's knowing gaze. Take good care, Xiao Yu. I will go for a walk. Lin Yu said with a smile before stepping outside. We will accompany Senior Lin. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling followed closely behind, fully aware of the situation between Lin Yu and Xiao Yu. Thus, the room was left with only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu together. Just a little longer in my embrace. Lin Yu thought of placing Xiao Yu on the bed to rest, but she seemed to relish the warmth of being held, playfully leaning in closer. She appeared quite endearing. All right, Lin Yu nodded slightly. The two continued to hold each other, savoring the warmth they shared. Little did they anticipate that their first time would occur in the hot springs. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the others had begun to stroll leisurely along the streets outside. I never thought Senior Xiao would be so proactive, Yi Ling remarked, blushing at the thought of their intimate moments. So, do either of you have someone you like? Lin Yu inquired with a gentle smile at Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Upon hearing her question, both lowered their heads. They indeed had someone they admired. Observing this, Lin Yu chose not to press further. As an onlooker, she was well aware of whom they favored. Little brother, isn't this a form of cultivation as well? Lin Yu mused inwardly. Chapter 81. The emergence of new beasts in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. Since that encounter in the hot spring, the relationship and feelings between Lin Yu and Xiao Yu had soared to new heights. A new day dawned. Early in the morning, Lin Yu ceased his meditative state and slowly stood up. Approaching the window, he clearly observed numerous mecha engineers in the city summoning their mechas, all heading in the same direction. Promptly, Lin Yu activated the city's internal network. Upon seeing the messages, he quickly awakened Lin Yu and the others. Sister, look. Lin Yu projected the information. At that moment, Lin Yu and the others could see clearly that the Shifeng Mountains were experiencing anomalies, signaling the emergence of great opportunities. After reading the news, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu nodded, acknowledging that such opportunities indeed appeared from time to time in the secret realms. Should we go? Lin Yu asked eagerly, personally keen to investigate further. Lin Yu and Xiao Yu exchanged glances and smiled slightly. Of course, we must go. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also agreed to join. With a unanimous decision reached, they swiftly set off. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, everyone summoned their mechas, rapidly making their way toward the Shifeng Mountains, which lay a little over 100 kilometers away. Not too far at all. Although we are currently unaware of the peculiar transformations that have occurred within the 10 Directions Mountain, it is imperative that we remain vigilant upon our arrival, Lin Yu cautioned. Each time a certain opportunity manifests within this secret realm, many mech masters meet their demise. We must not only be wary of the colossal beasts, but also of other mech masters. Some of them, driven by insatiable greed, will resort to murder to seize the treasures acquired by others. Such events transpire with alarming regularity. As the saying goes, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. And where there is intrigue, there is bound to be bloodshed. From another perspective, killing to claim treasures is one of the swiftest means to obtain riches. Understood, everyone responded. In no time, they successfully reached the vicinity of the 10 Directions Mountain. At that moment, as they surveyed their surroundings, various mech masters were maneuvering their machines, scouring the vast expanse of the 10 Directions mountain in search of opportunities. The mountain was incredibly expansive, and finding the newly emerged fortunes would not be an easy task. Xiaoyu, it's now your turn, Lin Yu said softly. Within their team, with Xiaoyu's ability to perceive through her divine eyes, they could locate the opportunities before anyone else. No problem, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. However, we must venture deeper. Their current location was merely the periphery of the 10 Directions mountain. Even if treasures existed, they would hardly be found at the edges. Subsequently, everyone piloted their mechs, swiftly delving deeper into the mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous other mech masters, but since the treasures had yet to truly manifest, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. Not far ahead, a mech was pierced through by a black tentacle, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The mech master within perished on the spot. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying beast emerged before the mech masters. What manner of beast is this? It appears utterly dreadful. That mech was likely at level 80. It was felled by a single blow. Shitting let out a deep sigh. The beast was covered in writhing black tentacles, appearing exceedingly grotesque and fearsome. Beast, energy devourer, level 80, ability, plunder. In that instant, a voice resonated within Lin Yu's mind. To her astonishment, a new beast had appeared. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The creature before them was unlike any they had encountered before, indicating that the compendium of beasts would soon require an additional entry. Roar! In a matter of mere seconds, an increasing number of energy-devouring beasts have emerged, targeting all mechas present. Their tentacles seem to possess an invincible penetrating power, effortlessly breaching the bodies of the mechas. Everyone must exercise caution. One must not fall victim to the attacks of these colossal creatures, as they appear to possess the ability to siphon energy from the mechas. With a glance from her divine eye, Xiaoyu instantly perceived the energy-devouring beasts with clarity. Understood. However, what should we do now? Should we continue our exploration of the 10 Directions mountains? Lin Yu quickly inquired. The emergence of these new colossal beasts within the 10 Directions mountains is alarming, and their numbers seem vast. It feels as though there is more to this than meets the eye. I have observed that these new beasts are all emerging from a particular cave, Xiaoyu continued, as she hovered in the air, magnifying the image before her divine eye. A massive cavern was clearly visible, from which these beasts were emerging. We must retreat. The current situation is uncertain, and we cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. Let us wait until we have gathered more information before taking action. Lin van ditsis eifli declared. Subsequently, everyone hastily maneuvered their mechas to leave the area swiftly. Fortunately, Lin Yu and his companions had not ventured too deep, allowing them to escape the confines of the 10 Directions mountains with relative ease. However, other mecha pilots were not so fortunate. In a brief span of time, Lin Yu witnessed the fall of over a dozen mecha pilots, most of whom were rated as 7- or 8-star pilots. This is dire. We must hasten back to the safe zone. More colossal beasts are emerging from that cave in staggering numbers. Xiaoyu cautioned once more. Even after leaving the 10 Directions mountains, safety was still not guaranteed. They quickly made their way back, and Lin Yu and his companions successfully returned to the safety zone. Other mecha pilots also began to arrive one after another. Upon returning, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. This expedition had turned disastrous. They had originally hoped to uncover rare treasures, but instead encountered such terrifying beasts. The penetrating power of these creatures is utterly abnormal. My mecha's shield was effortlessly breached. Moreover, their speed is astonishing. Not only did we fail to find any treasures, but we also lost many mecha pilots. It seems that this level 80 secret realm has begun to grow perilous. The surviving mecha pilots engaged in animated discussions. The colossal beasts encountered in the 10 Directions mountains were unlike anything they had seen before, and the power they unleashed was several times greater than any other beast they had faced within the secret realm. Chapter 82. The Failure of the Safety Zone. The crisis in the secret realm, the new colossal beasts we encountered, are known as energy-devouring beasts. Lin Yu slowly articulated, their abilities align with what you described. They possess the capacity to siphon energy from mechas. Yuer, naturally, is the diminutive name of Xiaoyu. Their relationship has progressed. and Lin Yu no longer addresses Xiao Yu as senior. This colossal beast has made its first appearance, indicating that the level 80 secret realm has become even more perilous. Lin Yu nodded, calmly stating, "That mysterious woman mentioned that darkness has awakened. Perhaps this is related." Xiao Yu pondered. Using her divine eye, she had just observed those massive, energy-devouring beasts and could distinctly see a dark aura emanating from within them. This dark essence harbors a unique power. "Senior sisters, what should we do now?" Yiling inquired with curiosity. "We must investigate everything thoroughly. Perhaps the cave holds the key," Lin Yu asserted seriously, noting that those terrifying, colossal energy beasts had surged forth from that very cave. Suddenly, the secret realm experienced a cataclysmic shift. The sky was enveloped by crimson clouds, transforming the entire secret realm into a sanguine world. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yu as he beheld this scene. Moments later, shadowy figures emerged from the distance. As they approached, it became evident that these shadows were all energy-devouring beasts, an overwhelming army that exuded an immense sense of oppression. At this moment, the mech pilots within the city collectively gasped. If such a legion of colossal beasts engaged in battle, it would likely result in near-certain death. Fortunately, we are in a safe zone. Even if these beasts appear, they cannot enter, one mech pilot sighed. Yet in the next instant, an energy-devouring beast charged into the safe zone, a massive tentacle striking out, instantly claiming the lives of several mech pilots. "Damn, the safe zone is useless. Quickly, use the secret realm scroll to escape." This scene plunged the other mech pilots into panic. The safe zone had been breached by a colossal beast for the first time in history. Consequently, this secret realm may no longer have a safe place. Everyone hastily summoned their mechs, believing that even if all the mech pilots united against such a vast number of energy-devouring beasts, it would be a daunting challenge. They reached for their secret realm scrolls, but soon chaos ensued. The scrolls proved ineffective. This place was no longer a safe zone. "Run," they shouted. "Ah, if only I had left yesterday." The mech pilots hurriedly maneuvered their machines to flee. Since the last mutation of all secret realms, one could only leave by using a secret realm scroll within a safe zone. But now, this area has ceased to be a sanctuary. Consequently, the mystical scrolls in their possession can no longer transport them from this realm. "Quick, hold my hand." Lin Yu had summoned the Nüwa mecha. Everyone grasped hands while controlling the mecha. Suddenly, spatial traversal activated. In the next moment, Lin Yu and his companions vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves 100 kilometers away. Gazing towards the city, the sky above was shrouded in a blood-red hue. It appeared that the city had been overrun by the energy-devouring beasts. Lin Yu sighed, reflecting on the vast resources that had been invested in the construction of that grand metropolis. It was indeed a pity, now laid to waste by these colossal creatures. Perhaps it was not only this realm experiencing such upheaval. Other realms might also be facing similar fates. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging the troubling situation. Without a safe zone, their chances of escaping this realm were slim. "Sister, do you know if there are other safe zones within this realm?" Lin Yu inquired urgently. Previously, they had believed the safe zones to be entirely secure, but reality had proven otherwise. "I am aware of 2 other safe zones, but I fear they may have succumbed as well," Lin Yu replied with a shake of her head. "Sister, please send me the coordinates of those 2 safe zones." "Regardless of the circumstances, we must investigate," Lin Yu insisted earnestly. If any safe zone remained intact, it might offer an escape from this realm. "All right." Lin Yu swiftly transmitted the locations of the other 2 safe zones to Lin Yu. Armed with the coordinates, Lin Yu led the group in another spatial traversal. In no time, they arrived at the location of the second safe zone. To their dismay, this zone too was besieged by numerous energy-devouring beasts. As Lin Yu and his companions materialized, the beasts appeared to go into a frenzy, charging towards them. Observing this, Lin Yu employed spatial traversal once more. As they vanished without a trace, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the blood-red eyes of the beasts. Meanwhile, deep within a mysterious cavern, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed. "Hee hee, a divine-level mecha. How intriguing." After half an hour, Lin Yu and his companions reached a relatively secure location. Alas, all known safe zones have fallen. They are no longer sanctuaries, Lin Yu lamented. They had effectively become trapped within this realm. Mo Shitting and Yiling also felt a surge of worry and fear. They were in the prime of their youth. To perish here would be a grievous loss indeed. Have you all noticed that these energy beasts seem to act with a specific purpose? They do not venture elsewhere. Instead, they have taken it upon themselves to attack and occupy 3 secure zones. Xiaoyu began to analyze, thus, I have a conjecture that perhaps someone is controlling these energy beasts from behind the scenes. The likelihood is considerable. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Given their current strength, self-preservation should not pose a problem. However, remaining in this secret realm indefinitely is not a viable solution. They must constantly be on guard against the assaults of those colossal beasts, rendering true peace and diligent cultivation impossible. Sister, is there truly no other way to escape once we leave the secure zone? Lin Yu inquired. There is. Lin Vania elucit atit. It is said that every secret realm harbors a final opportunity. Once this ultimate chance is discovered, the realm will begin to collapse and dissipate, revealing an exit. However, finding this final opportunity is not an easy feat. Xiaoyu quickly added, even with my divine sight, the chances of discovery remain slim. The ultimate opportunity within a secret realm is meant for those truly blessed with fortune. In simpler terms, those with fate can effortlessly seize it, while those without may fail to recognize it even if it lies right beside them. Chapter 83. Entering the mysterious cavern, a thunderous roar erupted shortly thereafter. Mere minutes had passed, yet the energy within the secret realm was swiftly diminishing. The expressions of everyone turned grave. The disappearance of energy here signifies that they would be unable to operate their cultivation methods, continuing to absorb energy and restore their spiritual energy levels. After approximately 5 or 6 more minutes, it became starkly evident that the energy in the secret realm had entirely vanished. Once the energy dissipated and the spiritual energy of the Mecha Masters was depleted, they would be incapable of controlling their mechas, leaving humanity utterly defenseless against those formidable beasts. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, gravely stating, if we cannot find a suitable solution soon, then the fate awaiting all Mecha Masters within this secret realm will be but one: death. Could the mysterious cavern be the very location of this ultimate opportunity within the secret realm? Lin Yu boldly speculated. If these energy beasts are indeed being controlled by someone, it is very likely that this individual resides within that mysterious cavern. Perhaps resolving this matter would cause the energy beasts to retreat, allowing the secure zones to be restored once more. Upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that his deductions were remarkably astute. Thus, we must dare to venture into that mysterious cavern. Lin Yu responded. This risk is worth taking, and besides, with your spatial traversal abilities, dear brother, we can swiftly escape should we encounter any danger. Now, there remains but this singular method. Our psychic energy is invariably limited. Should we exhaust it later, we may find ourselves bereft of further opportunities. Xiaoyu concurred. Having reached a decision, Lin Yu took a deep breath. Very well, let us commence our journey. Subsequently, they clasped hands within their mechs. Spatial transition initiated. Destination: Shifeng Mountain. In an instant, Lin Yu and his companions vanished from their original location, traversing through the void with remarkable swiftness, requiring but a brief interval of time. They soon reappeared above the expanse of Shifeng Mountain. Curiously, they observed the complete absence of any energy-feeding beasts. Upon arriving, Lin Yu promptly scanned the surroundings, yet found no trace of such creatures. This peculiarity evoked a sense of unease. Could it be that all the energy-feeding beasts within the cave have rushed out? Mo Shitting speculated, sensing an ominous undertone. Lin Yu shook his head. It seemed that they had little choice but to confront whatever lay ahead. We must proceed with caution, Lin Yu remarked calmly. There were no alternatives left. They could only take each step as it came. With that, they deftly maneuvered their mechs deeper into the heart of Shifeng Mountain. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, an immense cavern materialized before them. This cave was shrouded in profound darkness, resembling an entrance to the netherworld, promising irreversible doom upon entry. Even now, not a single energy-feeding beast had been sighted, nor any other colossal creatures. An inexplicable sensation enveloped them, as if the entire cave were a trap. In the future, let us avoid straying too far apart, Lin Yu cautioned, taking a deep breath. The situation within remained unclear. Thus, they could not afford to disperse excessively. Otherwise, they would struggle to escape at a moment's notice. Fear not, I have activated my divine eye. Should anything amiss occur, I shall alert you immediately. Xiao Yu interjected. With her divine eye ability, many troubles and dangers could certainly be averted. Once everyone had mentally prepared themselves, they guided their mechs into the enigmatic cavern. Lin Yu led the charge. Although his mech was merely at level 70, it was nonetheless a divine-grade machine, boasting superior defense and agility compared to the others. Furthermore, he was the only man among the team. If he did not take the lead, who would? Inside the cavern, the darkness was profound, yet fortunately, each mech was equipped with night vision mode. Even in such obscurity, they could clearly perceive their surroundings. Naturally, the range of visibility varied among their different mechs. The cave's passageways were intricate and convoluted. As they delved deeper, a new dilemma presented itself before them. The labyrinthine passages left them momentarily at a loss regarding their choices. A misstep could lead to a considerable waste of time within the cave, and managing their mechas required a certain expenditure of psychic energy. Thus, they could ill afford to squander any time. Over there, Xiao Yu directed the mecha towards a specific passage, which led directly to an enormous subterranean chamber. Following Xiao Yu's indication, they hastened their pace once more. This time, the divine eye proved immensely beneficial. Otherwise, they might have floundered about like headless flies in this vast expanse. It's peculiar. We've delved deep into this cave, yet we have yet to encounter a single colossal beast. Lin Yu mused, observing his surroundings with keen attention as he advanced. Even his mental probing yielded no significant findings. Before long, he found himself within the underground space, the entire process remarkably smooth. Though an uneasy feeling lingered among them, they had come this far. Ahead stood a high platform, more accurately, a seal platform, emanating a terrifying energy. Xiao Yu cautioned. As they pressed forward, the seal platform came into view. With a graceful leap, their mechas ascended onto the platform. At that moment, they could clearly discern the intricate and mystical runes adorning its surface. At the center, a colossal sword was embedded within the seal platform. It seemed evident that the rampaging energy beast was connected to this very location. Lin Yu nodded. His curiosity piqued about what exactly this seal platform contained. What should we do now? Yi Ling inquired. They had originally come to uncover the mastermind behind the chaos. Yet within this underground space, this appeared to be the sole seal platform. Could it be that the mastermind was contained within it? Patience, Lin Yu reassured. Whatever transpires, there will undoubtedly be a solution, though we may not yet know what it is. Finally, I have awaited your arrival, my perfect host. In an instant, an eerie voice reverberated throughout the underground chamber, chilling the atmosphere significantly. Chapter 84. I am the Mech God Body. To erase me is but a dream. Upon hearing this seemingly hellish voice, Lin Yu's expression turned grave, as if he had become the target of a predatory gaze. Perfect host? Does it seek to possess me? Lin Yu pondered, steeling himself for whatever might come next. Fortunately, during his time at Kunlun Mecha University, he had mastered the chaos visualization technique, which effectively countered possession attempts. Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu also drew Lin Yu behind them. They were not foolish, understanding that the attention was directed towards Lin Yu. It was evident that their adversaries had discerned that the mecha Lin Yu currently commanded was of divine caliber. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground trembled violently. This tumult lasted only a few seconds before it ceased, yet immediately, numerous level 80 energy beasts manifested in the subterranean space, surrounding them in layers. Clearly, this was an elaborate trap. However, Lin Yu and his companions had anticipated this. Come forth. Why continue to hide in the shadows? Lin Yu spoke calmly. Are you perhaps a cowardly turtle? With his words barely escaping his lips, a peculiar laughter echoed ominously. Soon, Lin Yu could distinctly see a massive sword embedded at the center of the ceiling platform, erupting with a dense black mist. This mist harbored a malevolent energy. As the black mist coalesced, it swiftly transformed into a shadowy figure. Evil spirit, spirit-type race, possesses the ability to seize mechas. The system's voice resonated. You are indeed an evil spirit. Xiao Yu, utilizing her divine eyes, discerned the identity of their foe. Little girl, your divine eyes are quite impressive. They must be delectable. The evil spirit's sinister grin sent chills down their spines. a palpable sense of danger looming over them. Evil spirit, your timing is impeccable. I shall eradicate you. Lin Yu scoffed, vowing not to forgive anyone who dared to target Xiao Yu's eyes. Space lock activated. In an instant, the entire platform's space was sealed. Thus, the malevolent entity could never escape this sealing platform. Yet, the evil spirit was already in a sealed state. Even without Lin Yu's spatial lockdown, it could not leave the platform. Such a robust spatial seal was indeed worthy of a divine mecha. At this moment, the evil spirit felt no trepidation. Rather, its greed intensified. It increasingly yearned to seize Lin Yu's Nüwa mecha for itself. An evil spirit, a unique race. They lack a physical form, but can inhabit mechas, merging with them to become one, transforming into a dark mecha. It seemed that the mysterious woman had spoken true. The darkness had indeed awakened. Truly, the colossal beasts were not humanity's sole threat. The emergence of evil spirits here suggested that others might manifest elsewhere. Should these evil spirits successfully seize mechas, waves of dark mechas would arise, presenting humanity with an even more formidable adversary. Lin Yu, do you have confidence? Lin Wanner asked gravely. Rest assured, sister, Thunder should be able to counter these evil spirits. Lin Yu replied, nodding with a hint of confidence. The Nüwa mecha possessed a unique divine skill. Creation divine thunder. Under the divine thunder, they were prepared to face the impending darkness. All malevolent entities shall be reduced to ashes. The power of thunder indeed restrains my wicked spirit clan. Yet I shall not grant you the opportunity to wield it. With an evil laugh, the entity transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly penetrating the Nüwa mech and entering Lin Yu's body. In an instant, Lin Yu appeared to be in a state of stupor. Lin Yu awakened, Xiao Yu exclaimed, her heart filled with concern upon witnessing this. This was their first encounter with such a malevolent spirit, and they possessed no experience in combat against it. The speed of that wicked entity had been astonishing. They hadn't reacted in time, and their physical defenses proved utterly futile against these spirits. Do not worry too much. Fortunately, having cultivated the chaos visualization method, I believe he will be fine. Though Lin Wanner harbored her own worries, she still trusted that her younger brother could withstand the challenge. Haha, as expected of a mech master who has awakened a divine-grade mech, your consciousness resembles a vast universe. The malevolent spirit marveled as it entered Lin Yu's consciousness space. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's awareness manifested within this realm. Boy, submit to me and be erased. The wicked spirit chuckled upon seeing Lin Yu. A barrage of terrifying, ghostly claws surged toward him. Chaos visualization method. Lin Yu enveloped himself in chaos, forming a protective barrier. The ghostly claws, unleashed by the malevolent spirit, were effortlessly repelled by this shield. Chaos visualization method? I never anticipated you had mastered such a technique. Alas, what you wield is merely a rudimentary version of the true chaos divine grinding visualization method. Otherwise, I might have truly perished at your hands. The spirit sneered, nevertheless. Your fate is still sealed. You should be erased. Its proclamation astonished Lin Yu. He had not expected that the chaos visualization method was merely a simplified version of the true chaos divine grinding visualization method. Boy, I shall relish in witnessing how long you can endure. The wicked spirit unleashed another wave of formidable attacks. Boom, boom, boom. No, if this continues, I am bound to perish, Lin Yu thought, constantly strategizing for a way out. Ding! Your Mech God Body has detected your peril and activated autonomous rescue mode. A resounding voice echoed throughout the cosmos. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming pressure erupted, rendering the malevolent spirit completely immobile. How is this possible? Why do you possess such an absolute and terrifying power? The spirit's incredulous expression shifted from arrogance to that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. I am the Mech God Body. If you wish to erase me, you are merely daydreaming, Lin Yu stated coolly. Upon hearing this, the wicked spirit was taken aback. The Mech God Body had actually manifested in this era. Damn, it had failed to recognize this earlier. Had it known from the outset that Lin Yu was the Mech God Body, it naturally dared not entertain the slightest notion of seizing Lin Yu. In its memory, the mechanized divine body was an invincible essence crafted by a pantheon of deities. Such a creation, fashioned by divine hands, could hardly be eradicated by a mere minor evil spirit. Suddenly, A radiant light flashed within this realm of consciousness. Both Lin Yu and the malevolent spirit could now distinctly perceive the colossal divine silhouette coalescing before them. This ethereal figure wielded a gigantic axe, and with a mere swing, it accomplished the monumental task of forging the heavens and the earth, thus giving rise to countless worlds. In an instant, the Pangu mecha materialized beside Lin Yu, followed closely by another divine figure, Nüwa, who, with her vibrant colors, mended the sky and created myriad beings, also coalescing next to Lin Yu. To his astonishment, these were two formidable deities. The evil spirit was left dumbfounded, overwhelmed by an infinite sense of regret. Chapter 85. Comprehending the Chaotic Divine Mill Visualization. Departing from the Level 80 Secret Realm, the voice of the system resonated once more. In that fleeting moment, profound incantations emerged, as if they were an innate ability. Thunder rumbled, and within the consciousness realm, an immensely vast divine mill appeared. Upon this mill, countless corpses of divine beings were relentlessly ground to dust. This was the true visualization of the chaotic divine mill. Lin Yu was filled with elation, feeling an unprecedented elevation wash over him. Meanwhile, the evil spirit was once again rendered speechless. This was beyond extraordinary. It swore that Lin Yu was the most astonishing, defiant existence it had ever encountered. Evil spirit, I owe you my gratitude this time. Otherwise, I would not have grasped this supreme, chaotic divine mill visualization, Lin Yu declared with a smile. Thus, I shall grant you a swift end. As Lin Yu gently raised his finger, the Pangu mecha, wielding the colossal axe, followed suit. Gazing upon the immense axe, the evil spirit was consumed by an overwhelming fear. It sought to flee but found itself utterly suppressed. Detection of a soul entity. Shall it be converted into energy points? The system's voice echoed once again, prompting Lin Yu to halt his impending attack. Could the evil spirit truly be converted into energy points? Lin Yu was astounded, and a mysterious smile crept across his face. The sight of this smile sent a shiver down the evil spirit's spine, as it sensed something even more terrifying awaited it. Commence conversion, Lin Yu commanded. Conversion initiated. In an instant, the evil spirit felt an immensely powerful force consuming it. No, I refuse to accept this. In the brief span of a second, the malevolent spirit was utterly consumed. Transformation successful. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 energy points. Unexpectedly, this mere spirit yielded 1,000 energy points. To be frank, Lin Yu found this quite astonishing. This time, it was indeed thanks to his organic divine body. Otherwise, he would have truly met his demise. Suddenly, within the depths of his consciousness, thunderous roars echoed. Lin Yu quickly perceived that, deep within his awareness, there appeared to be several divine shadows. Just as Lin Yu sought to delve deeper, an enigmatic force compelled him to withdraw from his consciousness space. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the mechas of his sister and Xiao Yu. Lin Yu, how are you? Xiao Yu inquired urgently, her tone laden with concern. Do not worry. That malevolent spirit has been vanquished, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Hearing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. That is a relief. Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings. The underground space was now teeming with countless energy-devouring beasts. Fortunately, he had previously established a spatial barrier here, preventing these beasts from breaching the ceiling platform. Sister, what has become of the giant sword? Lin Yu asked. Originally, a colossal sword was embedded in the center of the ceiling platform. We are unsure what transpired. But just moments ago, that giant sword transformed into a beam of light and dissipated, Lin Yu replied, shaking her head. This situation was far beyond their comprehension. I see. Lin Yu nodded. The disappearance of the giant sword was likely connected to the destruction of the malevolent spirit. We must prioritize leaving this place. Lin Yu continued. Indeed, Lin Yu agreed, initiating spatial traversal. The next moment, Lin Yu swiftly led everyone through the spatial transition, escaping from the underground realm and returning to the surface. Alas, it appears that even after defeating that malevolent spirit, we are still unable to exit this secret realm. Upon emerging, Lin Yu shook his head in dismay. The secret realm remained devoid of any energy. Returning to what was once a safe zone, the buildings now lay in ruins. The energy-devouring beasts seemed to have retreated back into their cave. Within this former sanctuary, the secret realm scrolls remained unusable. However, It was certain that the assault on the safe zone had been orchestrated by the malevolent spirit. Must we remain trapped in this secret realm for eternity? Yi Ling sighed. There is still but one opportunity, discovering the ultimate chance within this secret realm. Lin Yu reminded them. It seems we have no choice, Lin Yu nodded. Yet, just at that moment, a golden sphere descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before the Nüwa mech. In an instant, this resplendent orb erupted with a dazzling radiance. The enigmatic woman reappeared, her expression devoid of emotion. Congratulations on vanquishing the malevolent spirit, she proclaimed. Do you not recognize us? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. We conversed on that floating island not long ago. Forgive me, I am merely a program, the mysterious woman replied, shaking her head. This revelation left Lin Yu and his companions astounded. What extraordinary technology is this? The very essence of this secret realm was designed to suppress and seal malevolent spirits. Should a spirit attempt to break free from its confinement, the realm would automatically initiate a lockdown protocol to sever the energy of the domain. Even if the spirit managed to break the seal, it would remain trapped within this realm, unable to wreak havoc upon the world. According to the protocol, I shall manifest whenever a malevolent spirit is slain, the woman stated calmly. Through her explanations, Lin Yu and his companions quickly gleaned much information. Could it be that at that time, you were unable to completely annihilate the spirit? Lin Yu queried, astonished. Is that spirit truly a formidable entity? Indeed, she confirmed. That spirit once commanded a holy-grade mech, wielding immense power. The mech pilots of humanity paid a grievous price to seal it within this realm. Thus far, only the concept of the chaos-divine grinding can utterly eradicate the spirit. However, the chaos-divine grinding has been lost to the annals of time. This was yet another significant revelation. To obliterate the malevolent spirit, one must master the concept of the chaos-divine grinding. Nevertheless, Lin Yu had conceived a second solution, transforming the spirit into energy points, a feat possible only for him. Time is of the essence. I shall activate the final energy to escort you away, the mysterious woman declared once more. But what the other mech pilots? Lin Yu urgently inquired. Surely many remain alive within this secret realm. Their fate rests solely in their hands. This is your final opportunity to depart. Otherwise, you too shall be ensnared here. As she spoke, her delicate fingers waved gently, and beams of light enveloped Lin Yu and his companions' mechs. Remember, the darkness has awakened. The future of humanity may very well rest in your hands. After imparting this admonition, Lin Yu and his companions were promptly teleported away. In the ensuing moments, the golden sphere began to crumble, and the mysterious woman vanished instantaneously, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting dream. Chapter 86. The transference of the concept of the chaos-divine grinding. You have exited the level 80 secret realm. As the sound of the system echoed, Lin Yu opened his eyes, realizing they had successfully escaped the secret realm and returned to Kunlun Mecha University. At that moment, each of their mechas had also returned to their respective mecha spaces. Hooray! We are finally alive. It feels so good to be alive, Yi Ling exclaimed with immense joy. A sense of having survived a calamity enveloped them all. It's a pity for those other mecha masters still trapped in the secret realm, Lin Yu lamented. There's nothing we can do. That's just the harsh reality, Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head. The fact that their group had managed to survive was already an incredible feat upon returning to Floating Island. They swiftly connected to the internet to check the latest news. Within a few short minutes, after reading one of the updates, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was not only the level 80 secret realm they had entered that experienced significant anomalies. Other secret realms were similarly affected, rendering them inaccessible. Even with the corresponding secret realm scrolls, entry was impossible. According to the mysterious woman, once an evil spirit was on the verge of breaking its seal, the secret realm would initiate a lockdown procedure. It appears that some secret realms are specifically designed to seal and suppress evil spirits. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Look, a week ago, an 80-level dark mecha appeared. Mo Shitting exclaimed urgently. Everyone turned to gaze at the screen, where a video began to play. In it, a dark mecha towering over 100 meters loomed like a demon god, unstoppable, leading to the fall of many mecha masters. Fortunately, the powerful individuals from Mysterious Mecha University arrived in time. Although they managed to destroy the dark mecha, the evil spirit escaped, likely to seek new targets and plunder new mechas. Indeed, as long as the evil spirit remains, the dark mechas will continue to emerge. Xiaoyu sighed. The most alarming aspect is that this dark mecha possesses strength several times that of a mecha of the same level. Dozens of level 80 mechas attacking together not only struggled, but also resulted in the direct demise of several mecha masters. It is truly terrifying. If a single dark mecha is so formidable, a swarm of them would be even more daunting. I have something to share with you. Lin Yu soon became serious and solemn. In fact, I have already grasped the concept of the chaotic divine mill. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and the others were taken aback. The concept of the chaotic divine mill was something they had only learned from a mysterious woman. Now, I shall impart this chaotic divine mill concept to you. In the face of the impending crisis, my strength alone is insufficient. Over the next period, Lin Yu meticulously and patiently conveyed the concept of the chaotic divine mill to them. The myriad mantras of the chaotic divine refinement method are profoundly intricate, necessitating a considerable investment of time to comprehend. Lin Yu is my beloved sister, while Xiaoyu is the object of my affection. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling are not only my companions, but also trusted classmates. Unbeknownst to us, several days have elapsed. Through the collective efforts of all, Lin Yu and her companions have successfully mastered this esoteric technique. With the chaotic divine refinement method in their possession, along with the divine level cultivation techniques acquired from the secret realm, diligent practice in the future will undoubtedly enhance their strength. Sister, do you think I should reveal the chaotic divine refinement method to the world? On this day, Lin Yu turned to his sister with an earnest inquiry. If every human mech master were to grasp this profound technique, the threat posed by the malevolent spirits, capable of seizing control of mechs, would be diminished. This would elevate humanity's overall strength, enabling us to better confront the impending crises. The advantages are plentiful. However, the drawbacks are equally significant. Not all mech masters globally are virtuous. There exist many malevolent mech practitioners. Should they acquire this supreme, chaotic divine refinement method, they would surely grow even more formidable. Furthermore, if humans can cultivate, it stands to reason that those evil spirits might also attain similar abilities. Thus, the potential disclosure of this technique presents a precarious balance of benefits and risks. In recent days, Lin Yu has been contemplating his decision. Lin Yu, I strongly advise against making it public. Lin Yu replied with earnest conviction. Consider this. The chaotic divine refinement method is a pinnacle existence. Even if you were to disclose it, the number of individuals capable of successfully cultivating it would be exceedingly few. It would serve little purpose. Moreover, it is an esoteric method with immense difficulty, requiring not only profound insight, but also significant fortune. While the ranks of human mech masters are numerous, truly gifted practitioners are a rarity. After reflecting on Lin Yu's analysis, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Thus, the disadvantages clearly outweigh the advantages. Sister, what should I do then? Lin Yu inquired. I am uncertain. It appears we must seek counsel from the esteemed president of Kunlun Mech University, Lin Yu suggested. Gazing serenely at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the president of Kunlun Mech University, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, for he is the most formidable mech master in the world, a legendary figure representing the pinnacle of the mech realm. Sister, will we have the opportunity to meet this esteemed president? Lin Yu asked, his excitement palpable. To encounter such a top-tier mech master in person would indeed be a momentous honor. I will send a message immediately. This matter is of utmost importance, and once the president sees it, he will surely agree to meet us. Lin Yu smiled gently, remarking that the principal was quite approachable. Previously, she had received guidance from him in mech control for a period of time. That is splendid, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Now, all that remained was to await good news. All right, I shall take a stroll. I won't be returning tonight, Lin Yu chuckled, her smile carrying an intriguing undertone. After saying this, she departed. Upon Lin Yu's return to the living room, he realized that Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had also vanished. How peculiar. Where could everyone have gone? He mused, shaking his head in wonder. He then reclined on the sofa to rest. Before long, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating his senses. As Lin Yu opened his eyes, he noticed Xiaoyu approaching him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned in a gown of pure white gauze, reminiscent of a celestial maiden emerging from a bath. Seizing the moment to relish their time together, Lin Yu embraced Xiao Yu in a princess carry and headed toward the bedroom. Chapter 87. Principal of Kunlun Mecha University. Legendary Mecha Master Wei Liren. A night of springtime ecstasy ensued, and Lin Yu and Xiao Yu indulged in sheer enjoyment. As dawn broke, the two remained entwined in each other's arms, savoring the warmth of their closeness, reluctant to part. If only every day could be filled with such bliss. However, humanity faced numerous threats, and in the face of future crises, one must strengthen themselves to secure a joyful existence. Only with adequate power could one better protect oneself and others when challenges arose. "Brother, it's time to get up," the principal has replied. Lin Wanner's voice echoed from outside the room at 10 in the morning. "Understood," Lin Yu promptly responded. He then turned to the lovely Xiao Yu nestled in his embrace and said, "My dear senior, it's time to rise." "All right," Xiao Yu pouted adorably. Seeing this, Lin Yu decisively leaned in for a kiss. This time, he took the initiative, which touched Xiao Yu's heart, leading her to savor the moment. Finally, the roles were reversed, with her being the one to receive affection. Once the kiss concluded, Lin Yu quickly got out of bed and dressed. "Rest well. I should return shortly," he smiled. The prospect of meeting the principal of Kunlun Mecha University, a true master of mecha, filled him with a sense of excitement. "Very well." Xiao Yu beamed sweetly. After exiting the room, Lin Yu made his way to the living room. As Lin Wanner gazed at him with a meaningful smile, she remarked, "I reckon that within a year or two, our Lin family will welcome a new member." "Sister, please spare me the teasing." Lin Yu shook his head. "We should hurry to meet the principal." All right. Lin Wanner rose to her feet. After exiting the room, they swiftly summoned their mechas and took flight. This time, Lin Yu had called forth the Pangu mecha, which had previously learned the skill of aerial maneuvering. Thus, the Pangu mecha soared directly towards the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Atop this sacred peak lay a unique secret realm. The principal had been cultivating within this mystical sanctuary. For years, he had been striving to ascend to the rank of a divine mecha master. During their flight, Lin Wanner whispered, enlightening Lin Yu further. "Sister, what makes this secret realm so extraordinary?" He inquired with curiosity. "The secret realm can aid mecha masters in swiftly comprehending breakthroughs," Lin Wanner explained. "However, not every mecha master who enters can achieve such results. This realm is only beneficial to those with true talent and fate." She recounted her own experience in the secret realm, where she had once attained a breakthrough, but subsequent efforts yielded no further progress. After listening, Lin Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, the secret realm is remarkable and enigmatic. If I could enter, perhaps I could experience a breakthrough as well. Yet, as you mentioned, entry is not easily granted. However, he felt hopeful that an opportunity might arise in the future." "Sister, I have another question," Lin Yu continued. "If the principal is currently striving to become a divine mecha master, does that not imply he possesses the methods of divine cultivation? Logically, only those who have mastered such techniques can hope to reach the pinnacle of divine mecha mastery." "Indeed," Lin Wanner affirmed. "The world's top forces generally have their own legacies. The three premier mecha universities each possess a form of divine cultivation method." She nodded. "Yet, the number of mecha masters who succeed in their cultivation is exceedingly rare. Thus, the path ahead remains long for us." "I understand." In a short span of time, they successfully arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Lin Yu and Lin Wanner emerged from their mechas, landing gracefully on the ground. Before them stood an enormous, mysterious stone tablet. According to Lin Wanner, this stone tablet served as the entrance to the secret realm. After patiently waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the stone tablet erupted with a powerful force. An ethereal elder emerged from within, the venerable Wei Liren, president of Kunlun Mecha University. The aura he exuded instantly made Lin Yu acutely aware of the chasm that separated them, a divide as profound as the heavens themselves. Was this the demeanor of a master mecha engineer? Lin Yu mused. President Wei Liren was indeed a saintly mecha, and one could only wonder how awe-inspiring a legendary mecha engineer would be in battle. Student Lin Wanner had encountered the president before, upon his arrival. She displayed utmost politeness and respect. Lin Yu, having met the president as well, mirrored her deference. "Ah, splendid," President Wei Liren remarked. nodding appreciatively upon seeing Lin Yu and Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I have perused your records, he began, fixing his gaze upon Lin Yu. Yu mentioned that you have grasped the concept of the chaotic divine grinding vision. Indeed, Lin Yu affirmed, through our previous experiences, we have come to realize that humanity faces an existential crisis, particularly with the emergence of the malevolent spirits. If not addressed properly, we may soon witness an increase in dark mechas. However, should the chaotic divine grinding vision be disclosed, the drawbacks may outweigh the benefits. Hence, I've sought your guidance. President, in the ensuing minutes, Lin Yu recounted the trials they faced within the Level 8 secret realm. After listening intently, Wei Liren nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yu, I too advise against publicizing it. For instance, do you see any factions possessing divine cultivation methods, making them public? Whether it be the chaotic divine grinding vision or divine cultivation techniques, these are not within the grasp of ordinary mecha engineers. Our students at Kunlun Mecha University, upon achieving the rank of Stellar Mecha Engineer, may enter the Sacred Mountain secret realm to comprehend these divine cultivation methods. To date, we have nurtured a multitude of Stellar Mecha Engineers, yet only a select few have fathomed the divine cultivation techniques. My recommendation is that you inscribe the chaotic divine grinding vision within the Sacred Mountain secret realm. President Wei Liren's suggestion was indeed astute, and Lin Yu recognized its merits. Those eligible to enter the Sacred Mountain secret realm were, by and large, mecha prodigies, often more adept at comprehension. Furthermore, access to this realm was exclusively granted to Kunlun Mecha University affiliates. I will also implement rigorous tests. Only those who pass will be permitted to grasp the vision. Wei Liren continued. Even at Kunlun Mecha University, it remains evident that not all prodigies possess a righteous heart. Very well, Lin Yu concurred. Principal Wei Liren's suggestion is currently the most viable solution. Very well, let us venture into the Sacred Mountain's secret realm together. He spoke softly. Principal, may I join as well? Lin Yu inquired, her surprise evident. The last time she had entered this secret realm, it was due to the principal recognizing her mech's potential for advancement and making an exception for her. If you prefer not to enter, you need not do so. Wei Liren replied with a gentle smile. Of course I wish to join. Lin Yu nodded eagerly, astonished that she had another opportunity to explore this mystical realm. She felt fortunate to be under Lin Yu's influence. In the next moment, Lin Yu and Lin Yu summoned their mechs and followed Principal Wei Liren into the Sacred Mountain secret realm. Upon entering, Lin Yu was immediately aware of a peculiar energy. It seemed that his divine mech body thrived in this secret realm, as the divine cultivation method within him began to operate rapidly, absorbing the energy around them. Principal, have there been any changes in the secret realm since the previous instances of anomalies? Lin Yu asked curiously. The entire Sacred Mountain secret realm appeared as a celestial paradise. Once inside, he felt an ethereal sensation, as if he were transcending into immortality. Indeed, there are changes. A unique energy has manifested within this Sacred Mountain secret realm. Wei Liren replied with a soft chuckle. You both should be able to sense it by now. Yes. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. During her time in the Level 80 secret realm, she had also comprehended the divine cultivation method. Upon entering this place, she immediately felt the unique energy being rapidly absorbed and refined as her divine cultivation method activated. Within mere seconds, her spiritual energy had increased significantly. This clearly indicated that the Sacred Mountain secret realm was exceptionally conducive for mech cultivators to enhance their levels. I have yet to fully comprehend this peculiar energy, but I can assert that absorbing it will indeed augment one's spiritual energy. However, there is a limitation. One can only elevate their spiritual energy by a maximum of 5,000 through this unique energy, Wei Liren continued. Through his extensive experience, he had certainly gleaned much knowledge. However, the most significant aspect of the Sacred Mountain secret realm lay not in this energy, but in the divine cultivation methods that were passed down within. Regrettably, to this day, Wei Liren had barely scratched the surface of comprehending and mastering these divine techniques and found himself ensnared in a bottleneck. Follow me. Next, under Wei Liren's guidance, Lin Yu and Lin Yu quickly arrived before a unique stone wall adorned with enigmatic paintings. Upon this stone wall is inscribed the method of divine level cultivation. Wei Liren elucidated. Lin Yu, please etch the chaotic divine grinding method onto the blank stone tablet over there. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging. Understood. For the next half hour, Lin Yu meticulously inscribed the complete incantation of the chaotic divine grinding method onto the stone tablet. Fortunately, the tablet was vast. Otherwise, it would have been quite impossible to inscribe it all, as the incantation was extensive. Excellent. Wei Liren nodded with some satisfaction. Lin Yu, you have made a tremendous contribution to Kunlun Mecha University. Take this token. From now on, you may enter and exit the Divine Mountain Secret Realm at will. Additionally, you can freely allocate the resources of Kunlun Mecha University. These privileges left Lin Yu momentarily astonished, instilling within him a sense of belonging, as if Kunlun Mecha University would become his home, where he could pursue any endeavor. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude before continuing. Principal, I have a request. Speak. Wei Liren replied with a nod. It is this. May I bring others with me into the Divine Mountain Secret Realm? Lin Yu spoke swiftly. This secret realm is a remarkable place, and if possible, he wished to bring Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling along to cultivate. Absolutely. Wei Liren readily consented. Upon receiving the principal's approval, Lin Yu's expression brightened considerably. Very well, feel free to explore. I too must engage in earnest cultivation. Wei Liren chuckled, approaching the stone tablet. Perhaps if he could comprehend the chaotic divine grinding method, he might shatter his current limitations and ascend to greater heights. Sister, you begin your cultivation. I will bring Xiao Yu and the others in. Lin Yu eagerly turned to Lin Wanner. Cultivating within this realm could swiftly enhance his spiritual energy by at least 5,000 points. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to accelerate his growth. All right, Lin Wanner nodded. After departing from the Divine Mountain Secret Realm, Lin Yu promptly returned to his floating island. Upon hearing his explanation, Xiao Yu and the others were astounded, never having imagined they would have the chance to enter the Divine Mountain Secret Realm for cultivation ahead of time. Xiao Yu, please go to the entrance of the Divine Mountain Secret Realm and wait for me. Lin Yu gently instructed Xiao Yu. I still need to make a trip to the Royal Academy. Certainly, Xiao Yu nodded, fully understanding Lin Yu's intentions for visiting the Royal Academy. Soon, Lin Yu hastened to the Royal Academy. After sending a message, he did not have to wait long before Chen Feiyu arrived, slightly out of breath. Lin Yu, what is the matter? Why the urgency? Upon seeing Lin Yu's message, he had immediately ceased his cultivation and rushed over. Let's go. I shall take you to a remarkable place where you can swiftly enhance your spiritual energy by 5,000 points. Lin Yu said with a smile. Is that true? Chen Feiyu exclaimed in astonishment. He was still over 4,000 points away from becoming a 4-star Mecha Master. If such a place truly existed, achieving that rank would be effortlessly attainable. You'll understand once we arrive, Lin Yu declared as he summoned the gilded war machine from his storage ring. After all, Chen Feiyu's mecha had yet to acquire flying skills. Once aboard the war machine, it immediately soared toward the summit of Kunlun Sacred Mountain. During the journey, Lin Yu briefly explained the situation to Chen Feiyu. After hearing this, Chen Feiyu was utterly astonished. He had previously heard other students mention the Sacred Mountain's secret realm, known to be the true essence of Kunlun Mecha University. It was rumored that within lay a divine inheritance of extraordinary cultivation methods. To enter this secret realm, one must attain the rank of a starry Mecha Master. As a mere 3-star Mecha Master, he never expected to be able to cultivate within the Sacred Mountain's secret realm. This was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chen Feiyu felt incredibly fortunate to have befriended someone as remarkable as Lin Yu. Thank you, Lin Yu, he expressed, his face alight with gratitude. We are brothers, so there is no need for such formality. My assistance is limited to this. You must strive diligently on your own, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. Chapter 89. Time flies, successfully advancing to 8-star Mecha Master. New Mecha awakens under Lin Yu's guidance. Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, and Chen Feiyu successfully entered the Sacred Mountain's secret realm. Upon entering, they immediately devoted themselves to earnest cultivation. This was a rare opportunity, and everyone was determined not to squander it. Simultaneously, Kunlun Mecha University issued an announcement that all students received at the same time. Kunlun Mecha University officially appoints Lin Yu as an honorary student. Lin Yu voluntarily contributed the Chaos Divine Refinement Visualization to the university, making a significant contribution and will enjoy the following benefits. All students are encouraged to learn from Lin Yu. We hope that all students will cultivate diligently and swiftly advance to starry Mecha Masters, allowing them to enter the Sacred Mountain's secret realm and comprehend the divine cultivation methods and the chaos divine refinement visualization. Upon reading this announcement, students of Kunlun Mecha University were left in disbelief. Many felt that everything seemed too surreal. What is the difference between the chaos divine refinement visualization and the chaos visualization? You don't know this? Allow me to enlighten you. The chaos visualization is merely a simplified version of the chaos divine refinement visualization, with such evil spirits emerging. Mastering the chaos divine refinement visualization will alleviate any concerns regarding them. I find myself somewhat admiring Lin Yu. Were I to possess the chaotic divine grinding visualization, I would undoubtedly engage in secretive training all alone. Hence, you do not possess Lin Yu's formidable strength. Regardless, we ought to diligently pursue our cultivation. Simultaneously, the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University has reached an unprecedented level of excitement. Students are fervently engaged in discussions, further solidifying their resolve to hone their skills. In this age of digital advancement, the dissemination of information occurs with remarkable swiftness. It did not take long for mecha artisans worldwide to receive the news. Kunlun Mecha University had unveiled the long-lost chaotic divine grinding visualization. Numerous factions have called out, hoping that Kunlun Mecha University will make it public. Fortunately, Kunlun Mecha University stands as a top-tier power. Had it been any lesser faction, they would likely have been obliterated by now. This is precisely why Kunlun Mecha University chose to disclose such information, because of their absolute strength. As time passed, a system notification resounded. Ding. Your spiritual energy has successfully increased by 50. Uncertain of how long he had been cultivating within this mystical mountain realm, Lin Yu was awakened by the sound. He opened his personal panel. Received directive. Name: Lin Yu. Race: Human Mecha God Body. Activated Mecha Artisan level. 7-star Mecha Artisan. Energy points: 1,000 spiritual energy. 345,635 Mechas. Pangu Mecha, level 70. Nüwa Mecha, level 70. Ah, splendid. I made further progress. Lin Yu nodded with joy. He was now but a step away from becoming an 8-star Mecha Artisan. His anticipation grew fervently as he wondered what form his third mecha would take. That day is not far off. At this moment, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu remained seated nearby, still immersed in their training. They too were making rapid advancements. Gazing around, Lin Yu noticed Chen Feiyu diligently practicing beneath a large tree 100 meters away. Initially, Lin Yu had invited Chen Feiyu to train alongside him. But before he could elaborate, Chen Feiyu had declined, unwilling to partake in such distractions. Observing this, Lin Yu did not insist. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Let me directly convert these 1,000 energy points into my spiritual energy, Lin Yu silently contemplated. These 1,000 energy points have been acquired within that mystical realm by vanquishing the malevolent spirit, consuming 1,000 energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Your spiritual energy has increased by 10,000. It appears that if I acquire more resources, I can expedite my journey to becoming an 8-star Mecha Artisan. Lin Yu began to ponder this prospect. Principal Wei Liren has assured himself that the resources of Kunlun Mecha University are entirely at his disposal. With this resolution firmly established in his heart, he decided there was no rush. He would wait for Lin Yu, Xiao Yu, and the others to complete their training before taking any action. Time, as it often does, passed swiftly. During the ensuing days, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu gradually succeeded in elevating their spiritual energy levels by 5,000. Continuing to absorb that peculiar energy, they soon realized it no longer contributed to any enhancement of their spiritual energy values. Indeed, it could only augment their spiritual energy by a mere 5,000. Yet, even without refining that extraordinary energy, cultivating within the Sacred Mountain secret realm would still yield swifter progress than training outside. It was at this point that Lin Yu finally departed from the Sacred Mountain secret realm. He then made his way directly to the resource storage building of Kunlun Mecha University. This resource storage building was an expansive edifice, replete with numerous intricate mechanisms. To gain entry, one must possess the necessary permissions, which Lin Yu naturally had, allowing him to enter with ease. The first floor of this resource storage building was filled with a variety of mecha skills. At present, Lin Yu had no deficiency in mecha skills, so he did not squander any time on this level. The second floor was dedicated to cultivation methods, featuring the highest tier of cultivation techniques classified as stellar level. Lin Yu, however, possessed divine-level cultivation methods and continued his ascent. Upon entering the third floor, he was instantly enveloped by the invigorating aroma of medicinal herbs, which revitalized his spirit. This third level housed an array of elixirs, potions that could not be concocted through human means, but could only be acquired by traversing dungeons or exploring secret realms. The sight was mesmerizing, with numerous elixirs dazzling the eye. Each type of elixir served a distinctive purpose, yet for Lin Yu, they all held a singular function: to be transformed into his own energy points. I can command all of these elixirs. Becoming an 8-star mecha master is a certainty, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. If he utilized all these elixirs, he would undoubtedly amass a substantial quantity of energy points. However, one must not be excessively greedy. He resolved to reserve some of these elixirs. With a serious nod, he adopted a solemn demeanor. Currently absorbing and converting elixirs, the subsequent moments were dedicated to transforming these elixirs into energy points. Ding! Congratulations, your spiritual energy value has reached 400,000, and you have become an 8-star mecha master. Your third mecha has completed its awakening. Name: Lin Yu. Race: human. Mecha body. Activated: mecha master level. 8-star mecha master. Energy points: 0. Spiritual energy: 443,510. Mechs: Pangu Mech, level 70. Nüwa Mech, level 70. Lin Yu retained 2/10 of the elixirs on this third level. The remaining 80% of the elixirs were consumed, successfully propelling his spiritual energy beyond 400,000, reaching an impressive 443,510. Indeed, the enhancement from these potions is remarkably swift. The threshold to becoming a 9-star mecha master is now within reach. The most exhilarating moment has arrived. Lin Yu swallowed hard, his excitement and anticipation difficult to contain. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his consciousness delving directly into his mecha space. What manner of existence awaits him in the third mecha? The answer is about to be unveiled. Chapter 90, Divine Level Mecha, 4 Divine Beast Mecha. Upon entering his mecha space, Lin Yu first beheld the Pangu Mech and the Nüwa Mech. On the third mecha platform, a colossal rainbow-hued radiance coalesced. In just a few fleeting minutes, a new mecha materialized before his eyes. Mecha Body Awakening. Third mecha awakening complete. 4 Divine Beast Mecha. Level: Divine Level Mecha. Grade: Level 70, synchronized. 4 Divine Beast Mecha, composed of Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke, possessing the powers of the 4 divine beasts, capable of transforming into any of their forms individually. After reviewing the information, Lin Yu was astounded. Yet another divine-level mecha. Moreover, it is a mecha capable of transformation. This is exhilarating. I can now proudly claim to possess 3 divine-level mechas. Lin Yu was overjoyed, although he had yet to truly pilot the 4 divine beast mecha. Merely standing before it allowed him to feel its formidable presence. For a moment, it was as if he could see the 4 divine beasts before him, their gazes fixed upon him, imparting an inexplicable sense of pressure. In a certain sense, this 4 divine beast mecha is akin to possessing 4 divine-level beast form mechas. When will the 4th mecha awaken? Lin Yu inquired. Answer: to awaken the 4th mecha, the mecha body must become a 10-star mecha master. Excellent. Lin Yu nodded. Now, having awakened 3 divine-level mechas, he felt a sense of optimism. Perhaps he could awaken more divine-level mechas in the future. Imagine awakening 7 divine-level mechas. Once all are summoned, Lin Yu could proudly declare, I possess 7 divine-level mechas. After admiring the view for a while, Lin Yu finally exited the mecha space. Gently opening his eyes, an overwhelming sense of excitement and exhilaration washed over his face. My spiritual energy has surged to over 400,000. Henceforth in battle, I shall be able to summon other divine mechas to engage in automatic combat. Lin Yu was overjoyed, for this signified a substantial enhancement of his strength. The automatic combat capability can currently be maintained for only 10 minutes, and each activation requires a consumption of 100,000 spiritual energy. Next, let's explore the 4th level. Upon ascending to the 4th level, he found the entrance secured by formidable gates. Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed the necessary authorization, allowing him to easily unlock these gates. Once inside the spatial realm of the 4th level, he could distinctly observe a plethora of secret realm scrolls. Most of these scrolls were of levels 50 to 60, with only a handful exceeding level 70. To his astonishment, there were 2 scrolls of level 100. The current drop rate for secret realm scrolls has significantly diminished. Online stores have virtually ceased to stock them. Moreover, the scrolls of level 100 are exceedingly rare, existing more as a concept than a commodity. While I may not require them at present, they will surely serve a purpose in the future. Lin Yu nodded and promptly claimed one of the level 100 scrolls. After all, he had contributed the supreme concept of the chaos divine mill, and he would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Continuing his selection, Lin Yu swiftly gathered 12 secret realm scrolls within a short span. Even the cumulative resources of this building pale in comparison to the value of the chaos divine mill concept. This explains why the principal extends such generous treatment to Lin Yu, permitting him to freely allocate these resources. It is time to depart, Lin Yu murmured. There are only 4 levels in total. With the secret realm scrolls in hand, there is no need to linger here. He quickly exited the resource storage building. This time, he had consumed a considerable amount of elixirs. With only 20% of the elixirs remaining on the 3rd level, should he use them all, he could potentially elevate himself to a 9-star mecha master, advancing further. However, one must not be overly greedy. If he exhausts them all, the other students at Kunlun Mecha University would be deprived of their supply. Indeed, I am truly a benevolent person. Lin Yu nodded, basking in self-admiration. Having attained the status of an 8-star mecha master, he could continue to elevate the mecha S level. Thus, his next objective naturally became raising the mecha to level 80. To expedite this ascent, it was imperative to seek formidable substitutes for training. Upon returning to the Sacred Mountain's secret realm, Lin Yu conveyed the news of his breakthrough to his sister, Xiao Yu, and the others. Upon hearing this revelation, they were equally filled with joy and astonishment. Due to Lin Yu's remarkable pace of cultivation, it has truly accelerated beyond expectations. Let us embark on our journey now, Xiao Yu exclaimed with eagerness, wishing to assist Lin Yu in elevating his mech to level 80, thus amplifying his overall prowess. We can only venture into the dungeon, Lin Yu said slowly. She possessed several secret realm scrolls, yet none of them belonged to the same realm. In truth, my sister and I share the same intention, to enter the dungeon. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, stating, if we can conquer those dungeons, not only will we enhance the Mech S level, but we will also reap the rewards for our endeavors. The efficiency of acquiring valuable items within the dungeon surpasses that of the secret realms by far. In that case, let's proceed to the dungeon. Xiao Yu concurred. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, you two should continue your cultivation and strive to break through to 8-star mech artisans. Lin Yu directed her gaze towards them. Indeed, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling replied. Back in the day, when they first enrolled, they had been 2 levels above Lin Yu. Who would have thought that now Lin Yu would swiftly surpass them? Though it was anticipated, the rapidity of his progress was still astonishing. Throughout this period of training, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had made significant advancements, yet they still required more time to become 8-star mech artisans. After briefly discussing matters, Lin Yu, Lin Yu, and Xiao Yu departed from the Divine Mountain secret realm. Once outside, Lin Yu curiously inquired, Sister, which dungeon shall we visit first? What dungeons are nearby? And what are their levels? Lin Yu and Xiao Yu undoubtedly possessed a clearer understanding than Lin Yu. Let us first venture into the 70-level Yumo Mountain dungeon. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before speaking. This dungeon is also the closest to us. Previously, she and Xiao Yu had successfully cleared it. Thus they had some familiarity with it. Moreover, the rewards for conquering the 70-level dungeon are certainly enticing. After clearing the 70-level dungeon, we can then proceed to the 80-level dungeon. Very well, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 3 summoned their mechs and, maneuvering them, soared towards the direction of the dungeon. Chapter 91, Dungeon Boss, Night Demon Tiger. After over 2 hours of flight, Lin Yu and his companions successfully arrived at the entrance of the 70-level Yumo Mountain dungeon. At this moment, several other mech artisans were gathered outside the dungeon entrance. These artisans had also summoned their mechs and stood outside, forming teams. The mech artisans who arrived here were predominantly of the 7-star level. Attempting to solo this 70-level dungeon would be an arduous task. Hence, only by forming a team could they ensure a smoother passage through the dungeon. Would the 3 of you like to join my team? Join my team, led by an 8-star mech artisan. With the arrival of Lin Yu and his companions, they instantly captivated the attention of all the mecha masters present. After all, their mechas were truly remarkable. At a glance, they were at least of royal caliber, if not of even higher ranks. Teaming up with such formidable mechas would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success significantly. Apologies, but please seek others, Lin Yu firmly declined. Their strength was sufficient. They had no need to ally with other mecha masters. You have entered the level 80 Phantom Mountain Dungeon. Reminder, you must clear the dungeon to exit. Upon entering the dungeon, the system's voice resonated. The environment within the Phantom Mountain Dungeon was harsh, with towering mountains exuding an ominous black mist, casting a gloomy pall over the entire space. Roar, roar, roar. A series of ferocious roars echoed. In mere seconds, an increasing number of colossal beasts emerged. These beasts were all at least level 70, shrouded in dark energy, evidently more powerful than ordinary level 70 beasts. Some of the beasts were immense. With a mere stir, they stirred up clouds of dust and caused the earth to tremble. This hardly resembled a dungeon. It felt more akin to stepping into a den of demons. "All right, let us begin," Lin Yu whispered. Immediately, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu maneuvered their mechas, charging forward to commence the battle. Your teammate has slain a level 70 beast, earning 7,000 mecha experience points. Your teammate has slain a level 70 beast, earning 7,000 mecha experience points. Your teammate has slain a level 70 beast, earning 7,000 mecha experience points. The system notifications chimed in. Lin Yu and Xiao Yu's prowess was overwhelming. Within this dungeon, the level 70 beasts were utterly powerless against them, falling victim to their lethal strikes with ease. Your teammate has slain a level 70 beast, earning 7,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 70 crystal energy. After approximately a minute, a level 70 crystal energy appeared in Lin Yu's hand, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Finally, after all this time, a crystal energy has dropped. Ever since the dungeons and secret realms had undergone mutations, the drop rate of crystal energies had diminished significantly. There were times when he cleared several dungeons without receiving a single crystal energy. Lin Yu, be careful. A golden winged rock is charging towards you. Xiao Yu's voice rang out. I see it. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Yu replied with a smile. The speed of the golden winged rock was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it soared above Lin Yu's position. Its eyes gleamed with a blood-red light as it flapped its massive wings. Countless feathers radiating a golden luminescence descended like a torrential downpour, launching an assault upon Lin Yu. It is indeed reasonable for such a formidable beast of level 70 to possess such capabilities. In the face of this onslaught, Lin Yu maintained an air of unparalleled tranquility, even allowing a confident smile to grace his lips. With the Pangu mech under his command and the heaven-splitting axe in hand, he effortlessly swung it. Heaven and earth activated. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, cleaving the golden-winged rock in twain, leading to its immediate demise, not even affording it a final wail. You have slain the level 70 beast, golden-winged rock. Mech experience gained. 7,000, such effortless annihilation. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu joined the fray, finding it rather dull to merely observe. A mighty lion soon charged towards him, emitting a terrifying roar that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. However, the sonic assault proved ineffective against Lin Yu. With a swift teleportation, the Pangu mech appeared beside the lion, delivering a decisive axe strike that severed its head, causing its massive body to collapse lifelessly to the ground, blood gushing forth from the wound. Within mere minutes, the scene within the dungeon could be aptly described as a river of blood, with the ground littered with the carcasses of colossal beasts. Fortunately, Lin Yu and his companions remained within the mech. Had they stepped outside, they would have been overwhelmed by the pungent stench of blood. With Lin Yu's participation, the progress of the dungeon's completion surged. Before long, over an hour had elapsed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu noted that only the dungeon boss remained. The sheer number of level 70 beasts was daunting, making the completion of this dungeon no simple feat. "Let us take a moment to rest," suggested Lin Yu. As they stood before the boss area, aware that entering would summon the formidable foe. After an hour of battle, their spiritual energy had been significantly depleted and required replenishment for a greater chance of success. "This is only my second time entering this dungeon, and the beasts here are evidently stronger than before. I suspect the boss will be no different," remarked Xiao Yu during their respite. "No matter how powerful it is, it cannot stand against us," Lin Yu replied with a slight smile. In truth, he believed he could solo this level 70 dungeon with relative ease, though it would take more time. After approximately 10 minutes of rest, feeling rejuvenated, he declared, "We are ready to enter the boss area," Lin Yu affirmed, to which Lin Yu and Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. 3 mechs simultaneously entered the domain of the formidable boss. With a resounding rumble, the moment they stepped in, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire area. A colossal beast emerged from the depths of the earth, an awe-inspiring sight. Boss, Night Demon Tiger, level 80. Swiftly, the details of this monstrous boss materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. The Night Demon Tiger unleashed a deafening roar, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs that instilled a sense of dread. A row of neatly arranged black scales adorned its back, glinting ominously with an eerie light. As its tail lashed through the air, it seemed to rend the very fabric of space, emanating an intangible authority. Truly, it was a beast of boss caliber, a king among giants. Chapter 92. Successfully completing the dungeon and advancing the mech's level to Lin Yu's astonishment. The boss Night Demon Tiger had transformed into an imposing level 80. Fortunately, everything unfolded as anticipated. Roar. Upon spotting Lin Yu and his companions, the Night Demon Tiger launched a ferocious assault, its massive, sharp claws striking the ground with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, boulders materialized, hurtling toward the trio of mechs. Heaven and earth activated. A formidable power surged forth, obliterating the advancing beasts with ease. "I'll take on this boss," Lin Yu declared confidently. "All right, but let us prioritize our safety." Lin Yu nodded, fully trusting Lin Yu, as did Xiao Yu. Celestial chains activated. The energy within Lin Yu rapidly depleted as radiant chains erupted from the void, ensnaring the Night Demon Tiger in the blink of an eye. The beast began to thrash violently in resistance. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu utilized mech teleportation, the Pangu mech instantly appearing before the Night Demon Tiger. The heavenly axe raised high, its power reaching its zenith. With determination, he struck down. In that very instant, the Night Demon Tiger unleashed another ability, Harden. Its defenses magnified exponentially. Boom! The axe collided with a resounding crash, revealing an impressive level of defense. What astounding resilience! Lin Yu marveled. Initially, this blow would have spelled certain doom for the Night Demon Tiger. However, its hardened state astonishingly absorbed the force of such a potent strike. This alone was astonishing, a testament to its status as a boss-level beast, truly formidable. Yet, although the Night Demon Tiger had withstood his initial attack, the next strike would not be so easily evaded. Heaven and earth activated. In the very next moment, Lin Yu unleashed a formidable power once more. At that moment, the Dark Night Demon Tiger appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how this mech master could execute the same mech skill twice in succession. However, it was incapable of activating its hardening ability a second time in such a short span. Roar. Despite this limitation, the Dark Night Demon Tiger was far from surrendering. With a furious roar, the strength within it surged uncontrollably. Its entire body became a vessel of rage. Boom! A single axe cleaved downwards. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the boss, the Dark Night Demon Tiger, earning 20,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your mech has leveled up, reaching level 72. You have completed the dungeon for the first time. Congratulations on receiving a defensive mech Holy Stone and the transcendent skill, Mech True Eye. As the Dark Night Demon Tiger met its demise, the voice of the system resonated in Lin Yu's mind in rapid succession. Regrettably, the creature's final struggles proved futile. What effects does the Mech True Eye skill possess? Lin Yu pondered silently, nodding in contemplation. Answer: The Mech True Eye grants vision within a certain range, allowing detection of invisible traps and revealing disguised enemies. With this explanation from the system, Lin Yu instantly grasped the potency of the skill, reminiscent of a simplified version of Xiao Yu's divine eye ability. The Mech Holy Stone, on the other hand, was an exceptional treasure, capable of enhancing the mech's attributes. For Lin Yu, it was a supreme treasure that would swiftly elevate his psychic energy. What rewards did you receive for clearing the dungeon? Lin Yu inquired softly. A Mech Holy Stone and a transcendent mech skill. Lin Yu replied candidly. Not bad at all. Lin Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. Xiao Yu interjected. The rewards from this dungeon are far more generous than those we received during our time. The Pangu mech has successfully mastered the Mech True Eye. The Mech Holy Stone has been converted successfully. Energy points, 3,000. All energy points will be utilized to enhance psychic energy. Lin Yu silently contemplated. Command received. Consuming 3,000 energy points, your psychic energy has successfully increased by 30,000. Your current psychic energy is 474,640. Huff. At this moment, Lin Yu took a deep breath. This Mech Holy Stone truly was a remarkable item. Just one had augmented his psychic energy by 30,000. He had taken a significant step closer to becoming a 9-star mech master. Let us depart from here. Lin Yu spoke quietly. The dungeon was now considered cleared. Agreed. Lin Yu and Xiao Yu nodded in unison. You have exited the dungeon. In the next instant, the three of them transformed into beams of light, traversing away from the dungeon, returning to the entrance once more. At this moment, a new batch of mecha masters was assembling nearby. Have you heard? A team was just annihilated by a colossal beast within this dungeon. I witnessed it myself. That was a 6-member squad, comprised entirely of 7-star mecha masters. And their mechas had all reached level 70. This dungeon has become exceedingly perilous. Even such a formidable team met their demise here. Perhaps it would be wiser for me to opt for a level 60 dungeon instead. Indeed, there is but one life to cherish. Off we go. Some mecha masters continued to engage in fervent discussions. Lin Yu, Lin Yu, and Xiao Yu listened intently. It was astonishing that 6 7-star mecha masters had fallen in such a manner. Lin Yu sighed, reflecting that humanity's strength had diminished yet again. However, he found it perplexing. Although the difficulty of the level 70 Ghostly Demon Mountain had increased somewhat, a 6-member team at level 70 should logically have been able to traverse it with ease. Yet, they were completely obliterated. Surely, something must have transpired. Enough of this contemplation. Each person has their own fate. Lin Yu gently shook his head, choosing not to dwell further. Let us move on. We should explore other dungeons, Lin Yu reminded. The trio set forth towards their next adventure. Unbeknownst to them, several days slipped by. Congratulations! Your mecha has successfully upgraded to level 80. The Mecha God's abilities have activated, and your Nüwa mecha, along with the 4 divine beast mechas, have all synchronized to level 80. As you have not yet reached 9-star mecha master status, your mecha can no longer accrue experience points. The skills of the 3 divine grade mechas have automatically awakened. On this day, after completing an 80-level dungeon, the system's notifications resonated, filling Lin Yu with exhilaration. All the effort spent relentlessly conquering dungeons over these days had not been in vain. Indeed, diligent effort yields rewards. Furthermore, during these dungeon runs, Lin Yu had acquired numerous valuable items. The only disappointment was the absence of a second mecha Holy Stone. Fortunately, Lin Yu was not far from becoming a 9-star mecha master. If all goes well, he should be able to break through within a month. Chapter 93. Continued Training. Hooray! The mecha has finally reached level 80. Lin Yu joyfully exclaimed to Lin Yu and Xiao Yu. Truly, good fortune seems to be abundant. Yu and I are also on the verge of breaking through to become 10-star mecha masters. Xiao Yu replied with a smile and a nod. Over these days, they had cleared many dungeons, encountering several hidden bosses along the way. After defeating them, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu also obtained remarkable items, significantly enhancing their own psychic energy. Upon reflection, I find myself fortunate indeed. Without further ado, let us return to Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu said slowly. All right, Lin Yu replied with a soft laugh. Soon after, Lin Yu summoned the Golden Warplane. Once aboard, the aircraft swiftly ascended, heading rapidly towards Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, relishing the experience. This intelligent warplane is remarkable, capable of autonomous navigation. If only mechas could possess such navigational prowess. Hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled softly. Believe it or not, there are indeed mechas with such capabilities. Truly? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, the world is vast and full of wonders, Lin Yu nodded. As they engaged in light conversation, time seemed to slip away effortlessly. By dusk that day, they successfully returned to Kunlun Mecha University. This time, instead of heading back to the floating island, they entered the Sacred Mountain's secret realm. Clearly, cultivating within the Sacred Mountain is far more efficient than on the floating island. Furthermore, with Lin Yu's presence, they could achieve results that far exceed expectations. We're back. Upon Lin Yu's return, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were overjoyed. Since Lin Yu's departure, their progress had noticeably slowed. Yes, I'm back. How has your training been these past few days? Lin Yu inquired. It's been decent. I estimate that with a couple more days of training, I should break through to an 8-star Mecha Master, Mo Shitting responded. Me too. Yi Ling nodded in agreement. Both have been diligently honing their skills lately. That's great. Lin Yu beamed with joy. Subsequently, Lin Yu sought out Chen Feiyu. In the time they had been apart, Chen Feiyu had made considerable progress. It was evident that he was working hard, particularly cherishing the opportunity to cultivate within the Sacred Mountain's secret realm. It would not be long before he achieved the rank of a 4-star Mecha Master. Seeing him advance smoothly reassured Lin Yu, who chose not to disturb his training. Meanwhile, Principal Wei Liren was still immersed in the contemplation of the chaos divine grinding method. He had already grasped some aspects, yet mastering it completely would still require time. In his youth, Wei Liren was hailed as a top-tier mecha genius in the world. Now, at over 300 years of age, the longevity of a Mecha Master increases with their rank. It is said that upon reaching the God-level Mecha Master status, one could attain a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Additionally, Lin Yu learned another piece of information. The God-level Mecha Master is not the pinnacle. There exist even higher realms beyond this. For humanity's Mecha Masters to achieve true immortality, a long and arduous journey lies ahead. The crux is, in the annals of human history, there has yet to emerge an individual who has transcended to the status of a divine Mech Master. Consequently, the realm that lies beyond the divine Mech Master remains shrouded in mystery. President Wei Liren currently stands as the most promising candidate to successfully break through to this esteemed level. Naturally, Lin Yu harbors a fervent hope for President Wei's success. Should Kunlun Mech University possess a divine Mech Master, it would signify that the institution would ascend to the pinnacle of global power, unparalleled in its influence. At such a juncture, it would also enable the collective to conquer more advanced challenges, thereby substantially enhancing everyone's overall prowess. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu reflected on his own current standing, realizing it was vastly inadequate. Subsequently, he entered a state of cultivation. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Mo Shitting and Yi Ling successfully attained the rank of 8-star Mech Masters. Initially, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu intended to assist Mo Shitting and Yi Ling in upgrading their mech levels. However, the president personally arranged for a distinguished instructor, a genuine star Mech Master, to guide them. This instructor would undoubtedly expedite the advancement of Mo Shitting and Yi Ling's mechs to level 80. As days turned into nights, 3 days quickly elapsed. Emerging from a secret realm, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had remarkably elevated their mechs to level 80 within this brief span, a testament to their extraordinary efficiency. Following this, the 4 young women continued their training around Lin Yu, as usual. Chen Feiyu, witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He mused to himself that it was high time he sought a girlfriend. The president, observing this tableau, nostalgically recalled his own youthful days when he too was strikingly handsome, pursued by countless admirers. Yet, during that time, his singular focus was on cultivation, leaving little room for romantic entanglements, resulting in his current solitary existence. Student Chen Feiyu had previously encountered the president. As he observed President Wei approaching, he promptly offered a respectful greeting. "Ah," President Wei nodded. "You are indeed fortunate to have formed a friendship with someone like Lin Yu. Without such a connection, you would not possess the qualifications to enter this Sacred Mountain's secret realm." Today, in a particularly amiable mood, he continued, "Go and contemplate the stone wall. Whether you can comprehend the divine cultivation methods inscribed upon it will depend on your own fortune. Taken aback, Chun Feiyu stammered, President, may I truly do so? If you wish not to, I shall not insist, President Wei replied gently. Of course, I would be more than willing to go. Thank you, President. Chun Feiyu expressed his gratitude fervently, having long heard tales of the divine cultivation methods that awaited him. In his heart, he yearned to cultivate this divine method of training. Now he had the opportunity. Naturally, he was filled with excitement. Subsequently, Chun Feiyu swiftly approached the stone wall, gazing at the intricate and enigmatic patterns above. With a sigh, he remarked, Indeed, a divine training method is not so easily comprehended. The stone wall was devoid of any written characters. It seemed that only those with sufficient insight could hope to grasp its essence. Although he felt the challenge was formidable, Chun Feiyu did not waver in his resolve and began to earnestly seek understanding. Chapter 94. The Abyssal Rift Emerges. Time flew by. On this day, the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University buzzed with fervent discussions. A significant announcement had been made. The Abyssal Rift had appeared in the Qingshan Grand Canyon, and this time, the minimum requirement for entry was merely a 5-star Mecha Master. The Abyssal Rift was an extraordinary location. The last time it appeared, I had no opportunity to enter. Now that a chance has arisen, I must not let it slip away. Let us set out. Is there anyone forming a team? To those above, the Abyssal Rift cannot be entered as a group. Do you not understand this? Many students, upon seeing this news, quickly prepared themselves and hurried toward the direction of the Qingshan Grand Canyon. Within the Sacred Mountain's secret realm, Principal Wei Liren approached Lin Yu and the others, softly stating, Please pause your cultivation for a moment. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Yu and the others immediately ceased their training. Principal, is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Yu inquired, slowly opening his eyes. I have just received word that the Abyssal Rift has emerged in the Qingshan Grand Canyon. It may present a fortuitous opportunity, so I suggest you consider exploring it. You might gain something valuable, Wei Liren declared. Of course, the decision rests with you. I merely wanted to inform you. As the Abyssal Rift does not appear frequently, for some Mecha Masters, it is a place where destiny can be transformed. However, the dangers it harbors are immense. What exactly is the Abyssal Rift? Lin Yu asked, shaking his head in curiosity, as he had never heard of it before. To put it simply, the Abyssal Rift is akin to an advanced secret realm, where the chances of acquiring fortune and transformation are significantly higher. Wei Liren explained in terms Lin Yu could comprehend. He continued, the Abyssal Rift cannot be entered as a team. Once inside, each Mecha Master will be teleported to different locations. To escape the Abyssal Rift, there is but one way, to survive. When a rift is about to close, those who remain alive will be automatically teleported out. The last time the Abyssal Rift opened, many Mecha artisans perished within its depths. However, those who emerged alive have since transformed into formidable warriors. Thus, it can be said that the Abyssal Rift indeed possesses its own allure. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rift's merits. It certainly has the feel of a limited-time quest. However, I must emphasize one crucial point. If you venture into the Abyssal Rift, remain vigilant at all times. Moreover, do not place your trust in anyone else within the rift. Human nature can often be the most terrifying and perilous existence of all. Wei Liren appeared to reminisce about certain memories, letting out a sigh tinged with a hint of sorrow. It seems that Wei Liren had also once entered the Abyssal Rift and must have encountered some harrowing experiences. After sharing his thoughts, Wei Liren departed, making his way toward the stone wall. I feel that the Abyssal Rift is worth exploring, Lin Yu remarked. Indeed it is. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. She and Xiao Yu have already attained the rank of 9-star Mecha artisans. Furthermore, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling have reached the 8-star level, each possessing a degree of self-preservation capability. Although we may be separated upon entering the Abyssal Rift, if fortune smiles upon us, we might still encounter one another inside. Xiao Yu smiled. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, have you both made your decision? Lin Wanner inquired. We will go. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling replied in near unison, nodding quickly. Very well, then let us set off now, Lin Wanner responded. And just like that, they departed with remarkable efficiency. Once outside the Sacred Mountain's secret realm, Lin Yu and the others boarded the gilded warplane. The aircraft automatically navigated towards the Qingshan Grand Canyon, soaring swiftly through the skies. The Qingshan Grand Canyon is a renowned location, one of the largest canyons in the world. It is said that this canyon was cleaved by a powerful mecha warrior wielding their machine like a sword. However, this tale remains unverified, and no one has sought to investigate its veracity. After all, whether true or false, what difference does it make once known? Inside the warplane, Lin Yu projected some information regarding the Abyssal Rift, allowing Lin Yu and the others to see it clearly. The last appearance of the Abyssal Rift occurred 20 years ago, and information provided by surviving mecha artisans indicates that within the rift lie not only numerous powerful beasts, but also many unknown dangers. We must exercise utmost caution once we enter, especially concerning the perilous restrictions within, many of which are exceedingly bizarre. The last time the Abyssal Rift opened, a male mecha artisan unwittingly stepped into one of these restrictions and fell unconscious. Upon awakening, he discovered that his body had transformed into that of a woman. A prohibition that can alter one's gender is indeed bizarre. Lin Yu spoke earnestly, aiming to instill a deeper understanding of the perilous nature of the Abyssal Rift, where every step must be taken with utmost caution. One must advance with care, lest a single misstep lead to total ruin. The very notion of a prohibition that can change gender is astonishing. Lin Yu exclaimed in shock, quickly inquiring, "Sister, do you know what happened to the mech master who transformed into a woman?" "I am not familiar with that," Lin Yu replied, shaking her head. "Why not search online?" Yi Ling suggested with a smile. Through an online search, they quickly located the mech master who had transitioned into a female. The moment Lin Yu laid eyes on her photograph, he was stunned. She was an exquisite beauty. It was hard to fathom that this stunning woman had once been male. This gender-reversing prohibition is remarkable. Lin Yu marveled. "I can't believe she even got married," he exclaimed, further astonished as he continued to scroll. "All right, there is no need to dwell on such matters." Lin Yu closed the tab and continued earnestly. "In any case, once you all enter, you must exercise extreme caution. I do not wish for any of you to fall within." Lin Yu smiled and assured her, "Don't worry, sister. I'll remember." The others nodded in agreement. Such matters concerning their lives and deaths were of utmost importance, and they dared not take them lightly. Chapter 95. The Perilous Abyssal World Before Long. The aircraft successfully arrived above the Qingshan Grand Canyon. Numerous other aircraft hovered above, and the number of mech masters in the canyon below was enough to evoke the image of a sea of people. The Abyssal Rift has yet to fully open and stabilize. "It seems we must wait a little longer," Lin Yu remarked after glancing around. From their aerial vantage point, the entirety of the Qingshan Grand Canyon was clearly visible. Deep within the canyon, space had already torn apart, unleashing an immensely powerful spatial force. This time, many prodigious mech talents had come with the emergence of the rift. Xiao Yu observed and immediately recognized the genius students from two other top mech universities. The competition within this abyssal rift would undoubtedly be fierce. Be wary of the many malevolent mech masters that are bound to be present. Lin Yu cautioned with a slight nod. This time, the abyssal rift permitted entry to any mech master of 5 stars or higher. A notable reduction in requirements compared to previous rifts. If I encounter any malevolent mech masters inside, I will take them down one by one, Lin Yu declared, clenching his fists. These malevolent mech masters, in their relentless pursuit of power, have resorted to numerous cruel methods. As time passed, everyone patiently awaited the unfolding events. The following morning, at 10 o'clock, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The fissures within the Grand Canyon instantaneously expanded 100-fold. A mysterious radiance enveloped the entire chasm. Once the light dissipated, all present could clearly see that the abyssal rift had been fully opened. The entrance had successfully manifested. Let's charge forth. This opportunity shall surely be mine. Fortune favors the swift. All must rush forward. In that moment, the assembled mech masters were seized by fervor, each unable to contain their eagerness as they surged into the depths of the abyss. The scene was utterly chaotic, observing the crowd, akin to a tidal wave, fervently flooding into the rift. Lin Yu could not help but exclaim in awe. The sight before him resembled a veritable beast tide. What madness is this? It is merely a customary occurrence, Lin Yu remarked, shaking her head softly. She had long grown accustomed to such spectacles, having witnessed many before. Wanner, This abyssal rift evokes an extraordinary sensation within me. Xiao Yu interjected. I share that sentiment. Lin Yu nodded, though she found it difficult to articulate the nature of her feelings at that moment. Do not overthink it, Lin Yu advised. Look, how little time has passed, and nearly all the mech masters have already entered. We must hasten our descent. As the warplane descended smoothly, once all had disembarked, Lin Yu promptly stowed the gilded aircraft within his storage ring. Upon entering, we shall be teleported separately. Remember, regardless of what transpires, prioritize your own safety. Lin Yu cautioned before stepping inside. Then let us proceed. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling followed closely behind. Soon, only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu remained. Stay safe, Lin Yu gently urged, gazing at Xiao Yu. You too. Xiao Yu nodded, and the two shared a tender embrace, followed by a light kiss. Goodness, I came to explore the abyss, not to witness a display of affection. These damned couples, flaunting their love at the outset, shall meet a swift demise. The other mech masters, witnessing the affectionate exchange, silently lamented before hastily entering. For some solitary souls, it was an utterly devastating sight. Ding dong, you have entered the abyss. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, sighing, is this truly the world of the abyss? The entire realm exuded an air of desolation, devoid of any semblance of life. The sky loomed in dark shades of gray. Some colossal stones floated irregularly in midair. Occasionally, the surrounding space would distort dramatically, erupting with tremendous explosions. As the Pangu mecha was summoned, Lin Yu stepped inside, instantly enveloped by a profound sense of security. Suddenly, the space adjacent to the Pangu mecha warped, resembling a black hole that emanated an overwhelming force of absorption. It seemed as though this black hole sought to devour the Pangu mecha. In the next moment, the Pangu mecha teleported hundreds of meters away. Boom! At that instant, the location Lin Yu had just occupied erupted in a colossal explosion. Once the dust settled, it was evident that the area had transformed into a vast crater, a testament to the explosion's immense power. This abyssal world was indeed fraught with peril. Had it been a 5-star mecha master in his place, he likely would have perished. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu murmured a silent prayer. Boom, boom, boom. As he maneuvered the mecha forward, he encountered numerous spatial explosions along the way. He witnessed a mecha being obliterated by a spatial blast. The mecha master inside managed to escape swiftly, but alas, it was too late. His lower body was reduced to mere fragments. The pain he endured in his dying moments was nothing short of torturous. It took several minutes for him to succumb completely, and those final fleeting moments must have been the most excruciating of his life. This was just the beginning, and already a mecha master had fallen before him. Surely, others had met similar fates. Lin Yu took a deep breath, hoping fervently for the safety of his sister and Yuer. It was time for him to earnestly explore this realm and seek new opportunities. With newfound seriousness etched on his face, he activated the true eye of the mecha. With its powers, Lin Yu could discern whether spatial explosions were imminent, thus facilitating a more successful exploration. With clarity restored, he accelerated the mecha's pace and began his earnest quest. Simultaneously, he hoped to reunite with Lin Yu and Xiao Yu soon. Together, they would be safer. Chapter 96. The Fruit of Nirvana. Boom. Boom. Before long, Lin Yu discovered several mechas engaged in fierce combat, seemingly vying for a particular spiritual herb. Their battles were lethal, each strike intent on ensuring the other's demise. Thus, no one contested with him. Merely a single spiritual herb could incite these mech engineers to engage in a deadly struggle. Indeed, the human heart is the most fearsome force, Lin Yu murmured, and in that moment, his state of mind grew significantly. He continued to maneuver his mech forward. Before long, a vast and wide river came into view, its waters crystal clear. Strangely, however, these waters appeared to be stagnant. Something lurked beneath the riverbed. Lin Yu's expression grew grave. Unfortunately, his mech's true sight could not discern what lay beneath. Haha, this treasure is mine. Suddenly, a mech engineer on the opposite bank leapt into the river, having also perceived the presence of something below the water. The swiftness of his descent caused Lin Yu to shake his head. The river's peculiar nature rendered such a plunge perilous without further understanding. Yet, a slight smile crept onto Lin Yu's face. It was indeed fortuitous to have someone venture forth to probe the unknown. With a resounding splash, the mech crashed into the river, sending up a towering spray of water. At that moment, Lin Yu gleaned the information of the other engineer. He was a 7-star mech engineer piloting a king-class mech, currently at level 68. Ha ha ha! I've encountered a treasure so soon after entering, the engineer exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, as Lin Yu continued to observe, his expression grew increasingly serious. Something was amiss. The river was consuming the engineer's spiritual energy. Moments later, the engineer began to panic. No matter how he commanded his mech, it remained utterly immobilized, as if bound by the very waters that now threatened him. This was exceedingly bizarre. More alarmingly, he felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Damn it all. The mech engineer's anxiety escalated as he caught sight of Lin Yu's Pangu mech on the shore, urgently calling out, "Friend, I beg you to save me. I am willing to offer all my resources in return." A sense of impending doom gripped him, and he became acutely aware of the terror of death. No longer could he concern himself with anything else. He simply wished to survive, willing to pay any price. "I'm afraid I can't assist you," Lin Yu replied calmly. This predicament was self-inflicted. The engineer had recklessly plunged into the river without ascertaining the situation. Hence, he must bear the consequences of his own choices. Upon hearing Lin Yu's outright refusal, the engineer's desperation intensified as his spiritual energy continued to wane. In less than a minute, his energy was entirely depleted. Devoid of his psychic energy, his mech dissolved automatically, rendering it impossible to maintain its operation. Without the protective shell of the mech, he was immediately submerged by the river's waters. In an instant, a wisp of white smoke emerged, and the mech technician was transformed into mere bones, his flesh completely eroded. The river's waters were indeed uncanny. Lin Yu was profoundly shaken upon witnessing this. Not only could these waters restrain the mech's movements, but they also possessed a terrifying corrosive capability. Anyone who fell in would instantaneously become a skeleton. Fortuitously, there was a pathfinder present, enabling Lin Yu to gather a wealth of information. The skeletal remains gradually sank to the riverbed, where they emitted a faint, flickering glow. To the uninitiated, this luminescence would surely suggest the presence of treasures beneath the waters. Just moments prior, when Lin Yu approached the riverbank, he too had been captivated by such radiance, unaware that it was a trap. In this abyss, peril lurked at every turn. This was no idle jest. Subsequently, Lin Yu deftly maneuvered the Pangu mech, leaping gracefully across to the opposite bank of the river, continuing his journey onward. 10 minutes later, a towering ancient tree came into view. This magnificent tree was colossal and resplendent, its branches lush and leafy. Even the Pangu mech, standing before it, felt diminutive in comparison. Soon, Lin Yu discerned a peculiar fruit growing atop this ancient tree. Ding dong! Nirvana fruit detected, expected to fully ripen in 10 minutes. The system's voice resonated suddenly. Nirvana fruit? The very name suggested it was something extraordinary. What purpose did it serve? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Answer: the Nirvana fruit is a rare celestial fruit. Consuming it allows the mech technician to undergo a rebirth, thereby enhancing their psychic energy and additionally extending their lifespan. Stunned by the system's response, Lin Yu realized that the Nirvana fruit was undoubtedly an immensely precious opportunity. This fruit must be obtained. He nodded, relieved that he was the only mech technician in the vicinity. Must it be fully matured before it can be harvested? Lin Yu pressed further, knowing that 10 minutes could either feel fleeting or interminable. However, if any other mech technicians arrived during this time, a deadly conflict would surely ensue, especially over a treasure as coveted as the Nirvana fruit, which would undoubtedly heighten desires. Answer: if the Nirvana fruit is harvested before it is ripe, its effectiveness will be significantly diminished. It appeared that he had no choice but to wait for the Nirvana fruit to fully mature. Lin Yu nodded, hoping fervently that no other mech technicians would come. Oftentimes, the more one worries about something, the more likely it is to manifest. Just a few minutes had passed. Lin Yu beheld several mechs swiftly approaching his location. Indeed, the Nirvana fruit was not easily obtainable. He mused silently. A confrontation was undeniably imminent. Alas, the notion of effortlessly acquiring the Nirvana fruit was a far-fetched dream. Such a wondrous fruit surely represented an extraordinary opportunity. This fruit shall be mine. If one wishes to avoid demise, now would be the time to depart. What a jest. They are merely 7-star mecha masters, while I am an 8-star mecha master. Mere seconds later, a series of arrogant voices echoed. Those mech masters, upon spotting the nirvana fruit atop the ancient tree, were overtaken by a palpable greed. Eager to claim it for themselves, the powerful aura of the mechs erupted around them. 8 7-star mecha masters and 1 8-star mecha master. Lin Yu swiftly discerned their strength. Upon realizing their capabilities, he couldn't help but sigh. With his current prowess, he could easily dispatch them. Chapter 97. You are no match for me. I did not expect there to be others who discovered this place before us. The mech masters, upon arriving before the towering ancient tree, soon noticed Lin Yu. Upon seeing his mech, they dared not underestimate him. Everyone, the nirvana fruit belongs to me. You should all depart and seek other fortunes. Do not waste your time here. Lin Yu declared directly. Such audacity. You claim this fruit is yours. Do you truly believe it is so? Scoffed one of the 8-star mecha masters. In this world, treasures are only bestowed upon the strong. Whoever is formidable possesses the spoils. There is no such thing as precedence. Possessions belong to the mightiest. The true principle always lies in who possesses the strongest fist and power. Thus, confrontation is inevitable. Lin Yu remained calm. That is only natural. As the 8-star mecha master spoke, his mech emanated a formidable pressure, causing the surrounding 7-star mecha masters to feel the weight of his might. The oppressive aura was quite discomforting. Is this the strength of an 8-star mecha master? The disparity in power, due to a mere rank difference, is staggering. One of the 7-star mecha masters felt a shock within. Even if the remaining 7-star mecha masters joined forces, there would likely be no match for this 8-star mecha master, unless they encountered a true genius in mecha combat. After all, for a genius, battling beyond their rank is a trivial endeavor. A few of the 7-star mecha masters, sensing this terrifying power, quickly retreated, understanding that the nirvana fruit was beyond their reach. Preserving their lives took precedence. However, there were still 2 7-star mecha masters observing nearby, calculating their own strategies like mantises waiting for cicadas, eager to seize the opportunity. They contemplated that when Lin Yu engaged in battle with the 8-star mecha master, they would rush in to snatch the nirvana fruit. How audacious to have 2 who fear not for their lives. Upon witnessing this, the 8-star mecha master let out a cold snort. In an instant, his mecha moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to the 2 7-star mecha masters in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. With a single strike, the mechas of the 2 7-star masters were instantly gravely injured. They crashed to the ground with a resounding impact, their mechas dissipating, leaving the 2 7-star masters sprawled on the ground, motionless, plunged into unconsciousness. This was undeniably a swift execution. Now, with no one else around, let us settle this matter directly. The victor shall claim the fruit. After neutralizing the 2 mecha masters lurking in the shadows, the 8-star mecha master deftly maneuvered his mecha to soar before Lin Yu. His tone was filled with arrogance, brimming with unwavering confidence, as if he possessed invincible strength. Since that is the case, allow me to enlighten you on what it truly means to be a formidable warrior, Lin Yu replied calmly. Words alone would no longer suffice. In the end, it would be the genuine strength that dictated the outcome. Target locked successfully. Heavenly Dao chains activated. Only after successfully locking onto the target can the Heavenly Dao chains achieve a 100% hit rate. From the void, chains radiating divine light surged forth, ensnaring the mecha of the 8-star master. Impossible. The 8-star mecha master was momentarily stunned, unable to break free from the bindings. What an extraordinary skill this was. Could it be a divine tier ability? Black Hole Devour activated. After successfully binding the target, the second mecha skill was unleashed. In an instant, a black hole emerged, rapidly consuming the energy and spiritual essence of the mecha master. At that moment, the 8-star mecha master realized that he could no longer allow this to continue. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. He quickly executed a special skill that exponentially enhanced his power. Suddenly, his mecha was engulfed in an immense flame, resembling a divine fire deity. It appeared incredibly majestic and quite impressive. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Heavenly Dao chains activated. Heavenly Tao chains activated. In just 2 to 3 seconds, Lin Yu continuously unleashed the Heavenly Tao chain skill. One chain after another surged forth from the void, further entwining the opponent's mecha. In a brief span of time, the opponent's mech was ensnared tightly by chains, rendering it nearly immobile. This was inconceivable. How could one employ the same mech skill repeatedly without interruption? Did your mech skills lack a cooldown period? The 8-star mech master wore a look of astonishment. In this scenario, he found himself utterly trapped, with any thoughts of combat seeming utterly fanciful. This exemplifies the chasm between us. You are not my rival. Lin Yu spoke with an air of detachment, observing that the adversary could not even break free from the Heavenly Tao chains, compounded by the black hole siphoning his energy. The outcome was all but predetermined. Who on earth are you to possess such monstrous talent? The 8-star mech master inquired almost immediately. Logically, a prodigy of such caliber should be well known. Yet, the mech before him was a sight he had never encountered before. I am merely a student from Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu replied succinctly. Upon hearing the name of Kunlun Mecha University, the mech master was taken aback. No wonder he is so extraordinary. It all made sense now. This fruit is yours. I concede. He admitted defeat outright. At this point, even the chains binding him could not be undone, marking a complete and utter defeat. If this were a life-and-death battle, he would surely have perished by now. No rush. The nirvana fruit will soon ripen. Once I have harvested it, I will release you in due time. Lin Yu said softly. Should he let him go, the risk of the opponent employing some mysterious skill or trick would pose a significant threat. Understanding Lin Yu's thoughts, the 8-star mech master acknowledged his reasoning. I am Gu Tao. May I inquire your name? He introduced himself. Lin Yu responded coolly. I am Yi Liangchun from Kunlun Mecha University. He refrained from revealing his true name. Upon hearing Lin Yu's name, Gu Tao silently committed it to memory, resolved to investigate who this Yi Liangchun truly was after leaving. He surmised that Lin Yu might well be a student from the elite class at Kunlun Mecha University. Subsequently, Lin Yu paid him no further heed. Time passed gradually, and the nirvana fruit was on the verge of full maturation. Lin Yu remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings with caution, wary of any lurking mech masters. Within this abyssal realm, there were not a few 9-star and 10-star mech masters, and even stellar mech masters had entered. Should such formidable beings arrive, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Chapter 98. The nirvana fruit begins to undergo tribulation. The nirvana fruit has fully ripened. At this moment, the entire sky was engulfed in a terrifying spectacle, as if the heavens themselves were on the verge of collapse. Thunderous clouds rolled ominously, and countless bolts of lightning flickered, reminiscent of a realm that could not accommodate such a transcendent fruit of rebirth. The celestial phenomenon signified that this fruit was none other than the supreme divine fruit. It appeared that a heavenly tribulation was imminent. Bound by the chains of fate, Gu Tao was utterly astonished upon witnessing this scene. He recalled having read a book that stated true divine fruits, upon reaching maturity, would invariably evoke extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and the earth. These divine fruits possessed the power to defy fate, and those that were deemed intolerable by the cosmos might even attract a heavenly tribulation upon maturation. Should a divine fruit endure the tribulation and successfully transcend it, it would achieve a profound metamorphosis. The effects of a divine fruit that had withstood the tribulation would be magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. In the year 200 of the Mecha era, a 60-year-old 1-star mech engineer, by sheer serendipity, acquired a divine fruit that had endured the tribulation. Upon its use, he underwent a complete transformation, defying the odds of fate. Ultimately, this 1-star mech engineer not only extended his lifespan, but also ascended to the ranks of a top-tier mech engineer, although he ultimately failed to break through to the realm of god-level mech engineers. Attention! Heavenly tribulation activated. Once the rebirth fruit surpasses the heavenly tribulation, it will transcend into divine rebirth fruit. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging the impending complications. The might of the heavenly tribulation seemed exceedingly formidable. Whether this rebirth fruit could withstand it remained uncertain. The magnitude of this celestial phenomenon was overwhelmingly vast, and such commotion would undoubtedly attract other mech engineers. It would not be long before a battle erupted once more in this locale. Yiliangchun, you may release me now, Gu Tao exclaimed urgently. The heavenly tribulation has already manifested. No one can interrupt it. If this divine fruit fails to endure, that would be one thing. But should it succeed, others will certainly come to seize it. I do not wish to remain here any longer. Should the 9-star, 10-star mech engineers, or even the stellar mech engineers arrive, Gu Tao would stand no chance against them. Depart at once, Lin Yu declared, simultaneously dispelling his skill. The chains of fate dissolved instantaneously, granting Gu Tao his freedom. As he continued to observe Lin Yu, he felt compelled to offer a warning. Brother, I advise you to leave swiftly. Although your strength is formidable, you would be no match for 10-star or stellar mech engineers. With that, Gu Tao swiftly maneuvered his mech, hastily departing from the scene. The current circumstances were beyond his capacity to manage. Above the towering ancient trees, the thunderclouds thickened ominously. The thunderclouds seemed to swiftly amass their power, as if brewing the might to annihilate the world. The first bolt of divine lightning was about to descend. Lin Yu murmured to himself, I must devise a plan. It is known that this heavenly tribulation has a set duration, and within that time, it is ample enough for those formidable mech masters to arrive post-haste. Gu Tao had once wisely remarked that once the nirvana fruit successfully navigates the tribulation, a tempest of bloodshed would undoubtedly ensue. System, do you have any solutions? Lin Yu inquired urgently, for having encountered this nirvana fruit, he was truly reluctant to relinquish it so easily. Response, you can utilize the skills of the Nüwa mech. Lock onto the nirvana fruit. Once it successfully passes the tribulation, transfer the nirvana fruit using spatial power. The system promptly provided a course of action. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was an excellent strategy. Moreover, he need not reveal himself. It seemed that this time, he would play the role of the hidden observer. Without delay, Lin Yu summoned the Nüwa mech and subsequently called forth the Pangu mech. He swiftly maneuvered the Nüwa mech to cast a spatial skill. After successfully locking onto the nirvana fruit, Lin Yu commanded the Nüwa mech to vanish from its original location. Now, he could only hope that the nirvana fruit would successfully weather the tribulation. As Lin Yu disappeared, the first terrifying bolt of divine lightning struck down. Boom! The lightning struck the nirvana fruit with a resounding crash, its power immensely dreadful. Even the towering ancient tree was instantly reduced to nothingness. Only the nirvana fruit remained, suspended in the air, entirely engulfed by the lightning. As time passed, the might of the first bolt of divine lightning rapidly dissipated. The nirvana fruit emerged unscathed, even radiating an enigmatic glow, appearing profoundly mysterious. In the shadows, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim, I never anticipated that this single fruit could withstand such a formidable divine lightning. Had it been in the past, I might not have believed it. This experience was undoubtedly an eye-opener for Lin Yu. Soon, powerful mech masters began to arrive in succession. I knew a treasure must have appeared. I never expected it to be an unparalleled divine fruit that could provoke a heavenly tribulation. Once this tribulation was overcome, consuming this divine fruit would surely enable one to become a legendary mech master, with the potential to even ascend to the ranks of a divine mech master. This was indeed a true treasure that could defy fate. This divine fruit is mine. Whoever dares to come and snatch it will face my wrath. The rapidly arriving mech masters were predominantly 9-star and 10-star mech masters, among whom were 2 stellar-class mech masters. They have yet to make a move, as a nirvana fruit has not completed its tribulation. If they were to act now and the nirvana fruit were to fail in its tribulation, their efforts would be in vain. The mech masters, each harboring their own ulterior motives, all yearn to claim the nirvana fruit for themselves. Among them, the 2 stellar mech masters exuded an air of confidence. Within this abyssal realm, they were undoubtedly the most formidable beings. As the first celestial thunderclap reverberated, the ominous storm clouds above began to gather energy for the second strike. It was palpable to all that this second thunder was far more terrifying than the first. One could not help but wonder how many levels of celestial thunder this tribulation would entail. Lin Yu murmured to himself, and the system promptly responded. The tribulation of the nirvana fruit consists of 3 levels of celestial thunder. 3 levels? Lin Yu nodded slowly. With the nirvana fruit having successfully endured the first thunder, It had already crossed a significant threshold. He fervently hoped for its triumph in the upcoming trials. Should the Nirvana fruit successfully navigate this tribulation and ascend to the status of the Nirvana divine fruit, Lin Yu was confident that consuming it would empower him immensely. Chapter 99. Securing the Nirvana divine fruit boom. The second celestial thunder swiftly completed its charge and struck down with precision, once again targeting the Nirvana fruit suspended in midair. The immense force caused all surrounding mech masters to gasp in astonishment. The sheer ferocity of this thunder was overwhelming. Had it been them in its path, they would surely meet their demise. In a matter of moments, the Nirvana fruit successfully withstood the second thunderclap. Immediately following, the third and final thunder began to brew with intensity. It was remarkable that such a small fruit could withstand two terrifying strikes of celestial thunder. The mech masters present were witnessing the tribulation of a divine fruit for the very first time, a sight that would be etched in their memories for eternity. The potency of the third thunder was even more fearsome. Lin Yu mused within himself. The next step was crucial. The mech masters had already readied themselves for battle. Once the Nirvana fruit weathered this final thunder, they would rush forward, and conflict would ensue. It was likely that many mech masters would fall in the struggle for this coveted Nirvana fruit. Boom, boom, boom. Above, the storm clouds roiled ominously. The third celestial thunder transformed into a fearsome purple lightning bolt, its power unfathomable, reminiscent of an apocalyptic force. Once it struck, nothing could withstand its might. Lin Yu thought to himself, this third thunder is even more terrifying. Truly, this tribulation is as dire as the records foretold. The mech warriors were utterly astonished. The third bolt of purple heavenly lightning descended rapidly, striking the Nirvana fruit. In that fleeting moment, the Nirvana fruit erupted with a formidable power and brilliance, seemingly tenaciously resisting the onslaught of the heavenly thunder. Crackle. Boom. The residual force of the purple lightning struck a nearby 8-star mech warrior. With a resounding explosion, the mech was obliterated in an instant, and the warrior himself was reduced to ashes. Retreat quickly. The other mech warriors hastily withdrew. The mere aftermath of this purple lightning was capable of instantly annihilating an 8-star mech warrior. Even those of 9 or 10 stars would likely find it insurmountable. Such terrifying heavenly thunder had already been successfully resisted by the Nirvana fruit twice. This alone illustrated that, in a certain sense, the Nirvana fruit surpassed these mech warriors in prowess. Through simulation, the success rate of the Nirvana fruit transcending the tribulation is 99%. A voice from the system resonated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Excellent. Simultaneously, Lin Yu prepared himself, ready to teleport the fruit back at the first opportunity should it successfully transcend. The duration of this third bolt of lightning was longer than the previous two. However, as time passed, it became evident to all that the Nirvana fruit appeared even more translucent, seemingly actively absorbing the energy from the heavenly thunder. This realization clarified why the divine fruit's effects would multiply after transcending the tribulation, likely due to its absorption of the thunder's energy. As the third bolt of lightning dissipated, the layers of thunderclouds above vanished in that instant, restoring the sky to its former clarity. Everything seemed as if nothing had transpired. The Nirvana fruit has successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation and has been sublimated into the Nirvana divine fruit. The Nirvana divine fruit continued to hover in the sky, enveloped in purple mist, exuding an extraordinary and profound aura. Bang, bang, bang. The battle erupted instantaneously. The mech warriors, vying for the Nirvana divine fruit, surged forward with great haste. There was but a single divine fruit, meaning that ultimately, only one mech warrior could claim it. In a moment, each mech warrior unleashed their full arsenal, resorting to any means necessary. The intensity was truly fierce. Witnessing this, Lin Yu shook his head. In a brief span, several mech warriors were slain. As they began to reclaim the Nirvana divine fruit, Lin Yu, controlling the Nüwa mech, commenced channeling mech energy. Simultaneously, the two stellar mech warriors ascended to the highest point without hesitation. My friend, this divine fruit belongs to me. I can offer other items as compensation. One of the stellar mech warriors swiftly declared. Currently, there are only 2 stellar mech masters, and undoubtedly, only one of them can possess the divine fruit. As fate would have it, I too can offer something as compensation. The divine fruit must belong to me. The other stellar mech master chuckled softly. This is the supreme divine fruit obtained after successfully transcending the tribulation. It is a priceless treasure, incomparable to anything else. Regardless of the circumstances, neither of the stellar mech masters is willing to relinquish their claim. It seems we are destined for a confrontation. Let us settle this swiftly. Just as the two stellar mech masters prepared to maneuver their mech for battle, they suddenly sensed a surge of spatial energy. Upon focusing their gaze, they discovered that the entire Nirvana divine fruit had been enveloped by a transparent cubic barrier. In an instant, a void appeared, and the Nirvana divine fruit surged into it. Vanishing from sight, everything transpired so rapidly that neither stellar mech master had time to react. The divine fruit had disappeared. What exactly just occurred? Both stellar mech masters were engulfed in confusion. The other mech masters below were equally distressed. After waiting so long and employing their utmost efforts, they found themselves with nothing to show for it, especially those mech masters who perished in the earlier battle. If they had known this would be the outcome, they would surely be filled with regret. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having successfully acquired the Nirvana divine fruit, hastened his departure. One cannot deny the thrill of possessing the ability to traverse space. Whether for combat, evasion, or travel, it offers unparalleled efficiency. In no time, Lin Yu arrived in an unfamiliar region. Surveying his surroundings, he saw no other mechs or fearsome beasts present. It appeared to be relatively safe here. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He then took out the Nirvana divine fruit. This fruit, crystal clear and still surrounded by a purple aura, emanated a fragrance that made Lin Yu feel both his body and spirit rejuvenated. He wondered, with a smile, what profound effects this Nirvana divine fruit would bestow upon him. After all the tribulations it had endured to transcend and become the Nirvana divine fruit, it was destined to be consumed by someone else. It seemed rather tragic for such a fruit, possessing the power to alter fate, to be unable to change its own destiny of being used. Lin Yu pondered little further and promptly consumed the Nirvana divine fruit. Chapter 100, Ascending to 9-Star Mech Master. You have consumed the Nirvana divine fruit. Your spirit energy value, 50,000. Congratulations, you have become a 9-Star Mech Master. Ding! You have acquired mech experience points, elevating your Nüwa mech to level 90. The Pangu mech and Nüwa mech levels have synchronized, both now reaching level 90. Your mechs have automatically awakened new skills. Your lifespan has increased by a millennium. The cultivation speed of the mech body has accelerated, and your comprehension has expanded. A series of system notifications resonated, leaving Lin Yu utterly astonished and taken aback. The effects of this Nirvana divine fruit were astonishingly abundant. Not only had it transformed him into a 9-Star Mech Master, but it had also instantaneously elevated his mechs to level 90. Furthermore, his lifespan had been extended by an entire 1,000 years, far surpassing his wildest expectations. It seems I've altered my destiny. Lin Yu smiled subtly. Now, having entered this abyssal realm, the mere acquisition of this Nirvana divine fruit constituted a remarkable stroke of fortune. He felt fortunate indeed, yet luck is also a facet of strength. He contemplated as he opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech Body, activated, Mech Master level, 9-Star Mech Master. Energy points, 0, mental energy, 536,523. Mechs, Pangu Mech, level 90, Nüwa Mech, level 90. For Divine Beast Mech, level 90. In the next moment, an ethereal panel materialized before him, allowing Lin Yu to clearly observe all his information. Excellent. Now, I am perfectly poised to explore this abyssal world. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. There was ample time ahead, and perhaps he might encounter further fortuitous opportunities. He wondered about his sister, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling, pondering how they fared. Had they also stumbled upon any fortunes? Among them, Xiao Yu was the least concerning, with her divine eye ability. She would undoubtedly be adept at discovering hidden opportunities and treasures within this realm. It had been a while since he had seen them, and Lin Yu felt a deep sense of longing. Surveying the vast surroundings, Lin Yu found himself at a loss as to which direction to proceed. Ultimately, he resolved to choose a path through a methodical assembly of his forces. Currently, he was piloting the Nüwa mech, soaring through the air at incredible speed. Roar! In a brief span, he encountered several colossal beasts of level 80. Once these behemoths detected Lin Yu, they charged towards him with unrestrained ferocity. Just as well, a smile curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his level 90 divine mech. Target locked. Void sword activated. Above those colossal beasts, rifts in the void materialized, from which emerged an array of divine swords, transcendent in their sanctity. These celestial blades pierced through the very essence of the titanic creatures, instantly obliterating them. You have slain an 80-level colossal beast. You have slain an 80-level colossal beast. A notification rang out. Notice, as you have not reached a 10-star mech master, your mech can no longer gain experience points. With effortless grace, Lin Yu dispatched the formidable beasts, reveling in the immense power of the mech. In this moment, joy and exhilaration coursed through him. Reflecting on his journey, he recalled a time when he was merely a waste with a mere 66 psychic energy. Now, in less than a year, he had ascended to the rank of a 9-star mech master. The pace of his cultivation had been astonishingly swift, perhaps throughout history. None had achieved such rapid advancement as Lin Yu. Warning, a colossal beast is launching a surprise attack, came the system's voice. In that instant, Lin Yu noticed a sudden collapse of the ground behind the Nüwa mech, revealing a gaping pit from which lunged a 100-meter-long python. The serpent, with its cavernous maw agape, sought to strike at the back of the Nüwa mech's head. With deft control, Lin Yu executed a swift 180-degree turn, following which he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the python's head was obliterated by the force of the Nüwa mech's strike, leaving behind a headless carcass. You have slain an 80-level python. Ha! You audacious serpent, dared to ambush me, disregarding the code of combat. Alas, you chose the wrong target. Lin Yu chuckled, marveling at the sheer might of the Nüwa mech, whose ordinary attack bore such tremendous power, truly a divine machine. As Lin Yu spent more time wielding this godlike mech, through relentless battles, he began to sense an overwhelming force, akin to that of deities. At this moment, while controlling the Nüwa mech, he could perceive the power of the goddess Nüwa within him. The intricacies of this phenomenon eluded Lin Yu, yet he was resolute that once he became sufficiently powerful, he would unravel all mysteries. Without further contemplation, he maneuvered the Nüwa mech swiftly towards his predetermined course. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu continued to traverse the landscape, meticulously observing everything around him. Along the way, he encountered numerous colossal beasts and fellow mech masters. In the blink of an eye, several weeks had elapsed. Ever since acquiring the Nirvana divine fruit, Lin Yu felt as though his fortune had waned, for the subsequent days yielded no further opportunities or encounters. After having vanquished nearly 1,000 colossal beasts, Lin Yu found himself empty-handed. Nightfall descended swiftly. He refrained from further exploration and made his way to a nearby lakeside to rest. Emerging from the Nüwa Mecca, he reclined upon its shoulder. The sky of this abyssal realm was adorned with a myriad of stars each night. A few days prior, curiosity had stirred within him. Was this abyssal world a solitary planet? Would ascending into its sky lead him into the cosmos? Driven by this curiosity, Lin Yu endeavored to ascend, maneuvering the Nüwa Mecca ever higher. However, upon reaching a certain altitude, he encountered a barrier that thwarted his ascent. Regardless of the methods he employed, he was unable to breach it. This revelation illuminated for Lin Yu the nature of this abyssal world, akin to a secret realm or instance. The celestial panorama he beheld was merely an illusion. Yet, despite its artifice, it was undeniably magnificent. Such a breathtaking spectacle was a sight unseen in the outside world. Alas, he lamented, he was the sole witness to this beauty. Chapter 101. Entering the mysterious space after approximately half an hour of stargazing, Lin Yu re-entered the Nüwa Mecca to rest. In this perilous abyssal world, danger lurked at every corner, necessitating that he remain within the Mecca during the night to ensure he could respond promptly to any eventualities. This was a fundamental principle of survival for a mecha pilot. Additionally, the Nüwa Mecca was equipped with specialized alerts. Should anything encroach upon a certain proximity, it would emit a warning, rousing Lin Yu instantly. Thus, he felt emboldened to rest by the tranquil lakeside. Before long, Lin Yu drifted into slumber. The Mecha's core continued to operate autonomously. practicing supreme cultivation techniques and absorbing the energy of the abyssal world. The spiritual energy he had expended was replenishing at an astonishing rate. The night passed swiftly. As dawn broke, Lin Yu opened his eyes to a brilliantly clear sky. The previous night had been remarkably tranquil, allowing him to enjoy a restful and serene sleep. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire lake before him began to churn violently, as if something were erupting beneath its surface. This immediately propelled Lin Yu into a state of alert. Could there be a colossal beast lurking beneath the waters? Puzzlement filled his mind. Moments later, a massive whirlpool manifested in the lake, swirling with a ferocity that seemed capable of consuming everything in its vicinity. Spatial energy disturbance detected. Spatial entrance has appeared. The system's voice resonated, leaving Lin Yu in a state of astonishment. Beneath the surface of the lake lies an entrance to another realm. Could it be that this abyssal world harbors other dimensions? The system has already alerted me, so it must be true. Lin Yu is now deep in contemplation, weighing his options. Should he dare to explore this mystery? After a moment's consideration, he resolves to venture forth. After all, he has already attained the rank of a 9-star mecha master, and with the Nüwa mecha at his disposal, escaping any potential danger would not pose a problem. Perhaps he might encounter fortuitous opportunities or treasures along the way. With a firm decision made, Lin Yu deftly maneuvers the mecha and leaps into the swirling vortex of the lake. Upon entering, darkness envelopes him, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness that persists for several seconds. As he traverses through the spatial passage, a new world unfolds before his eyes. Unbelievable! Lin Yu is genuinely astonished. In this realm, life bursts forth, the trees flourish, and vibrant flowers bloom, radiating an unmistakable vitality. The energy here is dense and pure. Upon arriving in this extraordinary space, Lin Yu feels an inexplicable sense of relaxation washing over him. It is truly surprising. Who would have thought that such a wondrous place could exist within this abyssal world? It seems likely that there are indeed rare opportunities and treasures to be found, perhaps rivaling the nirvana divine fruit. Guided by the Nüwa mecha, Lin Yu advances cautiously, observing his surroundings with keen interest. Soon, a colossal flower captures his attention. This magnificent blossom is resplendent in color, towering at least 100 meters high, with petals measuring several dozen meters in length. Such a gigantic flower is a sight Lin Yu has never encountered before. Suddenly, the flower transforms into a vivid crimson, and its central region unfurls into a gaping maw. Astonishingly, it resembles a monstrous carnivorous plant. Within that maw are countless sharp teeth, seemingly eager to devour the entire Nüwa mecha. Lin Yu swiftly commands the mecha. Raising an arm, boom, an energy cannon is unleashed, obliterating the gigantic flower into countless fragments. Panting heavily, Lin Yu reflects. Who would have thought that even the flora in this space could be so formidable? He is grateful it is he who faces this challenge. Had it been another mecha master, they might have already been consumed by the carnivorous flower. Moreover, it seems the saliva of this plant possesses corrosive properties capable of damaging mechas. Indeed, colossal beasts are not humanity's only threat. Now, even plants have become adversaries. As he surveys the surroundings, in the distance, numerous colossal carnivorous flowers loom, suggesting that this enigmatic space is far from ordinary. Caution is paramount. For Lin Yu, these gigantic plants pose no threat, easily dispatched with minimal effort. However, his curiosity intensifies regarding the true nature of this realm, which exudes an aura of the extraordinary. As he ventures forth, he soon encounters other enormous flora, all teeming with vibrant life. Suddenly, a massive glob of venom hurtles towards Lin Yu. Instinctively, he maneuvers his mech to evade the oncoming attack. The Nüwa mech hovers gracefully in midair as the venom ultimately strikes a towering tree. The corrosive substance swiftly engulfs the tree, emitting wisps of white smoke. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty tree is entirely eroded, and the surrounding vegetation suffers the same fate. This venom proves to be several times more corrosive than the saliva of the carnivorous flowers. Lin Yu cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. Just then, a colossal figure emerges before Lin Yu as the dust settles. A gargantuan beast reveals itself. Beast, Hydra level 90. Notice, the The Hydra possesses a unique ability for each of its 9 heads. The system's voice resonates, leaving Lin Yu in awe. This means that the level 90 Hydra wields 9 distinct powers, marking it as a formidable boss-level creature. To date, this Hydra is the most powerful beast Lin Yu has ever encountered. 9 abilities embodied in one creature. Fortunately, his mech has also reached level 90, alleviating any concerns. Lin Yu exudes confidence, assured in his capability to slay the Hydra before him. The creature's heads fixate on Lin Yu, each serpent-like eye locked onto him, as if he were destined to be its next meal. The deafening roars erupt from the beast, reverberating throughout the space. Yet, such soundwave attacks hold no effect against Lin Yu. The Hydra's growls soon cease, seemingly realizing that its sonic assault bears no impact on this human mech pilot. In the next moment, the 9 heads of the Hydra unleash brilliant, diverse lights, manifesting an array of potent energies. Chapter 102. The Heart of Functionality. Evolution of Mech Skills. Boom! The 9 heads of the Hydra open wide, rapidly gathering their formidable strength. Locking onto Lin Yu's Nüwa mecha, it unleashed energy beams of varying attributes, namely metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, darkness, and light, totaling 9 distinct powers. One cannot deny the formidable prowess of this Hydra, possessing mastery over 9 elemental energies. The explosive force it generated was indeed substantial. Observing this, Lin Yu merely invoked a simple defensive shield. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 energy beams collided with the shield, producing an incredibly intense cacophony that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The surrounding space became distorted under the immense pressure of the unleashed force. While the assault of these 9 elemental energies was impressive, they proved insufficient to breach the defenses of the Nüwa mecha. Lin Yu shook his head, a confident smile illuminating his face. After all, the Nüwa mecha was a divine-grade construct, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary mechas. After the Hydra's beams had ceased, the sight of Lin Yu's mecha remaining unscathed astonished the 9-headed beast, evident in the surprised expressions reflected in its 9 serpent eyes. Nevertheless, the Hydra did not relent in its pursuit of Lin Yu. Soon after, it began to channel an even greater power, merging the 9 energies into a singular, formidable force, significantly more potent than its previous attack. Enough is enough. It's time to end this, Lin Yu decided, opting not to prolong the encounter. By swiftly vanquishing the Hydra, he would afford himself more time to explore this mysterious realm. Spatial transference activated. In an instant, the Nüwa mecha vanished from sight. The 9 heads of the Hydra immediately scanned the surroundings, searching for the mecha's presence. In the void, a rift opened, unleashing a torrential downpour of spatial blades that descended with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The Hydra quickly fortified its defenses, enveloping itself in layers of bizarre black scales that appeared remarkably resilient. However, the Hydra underestimated the potency of these spatial blades, a divine-grade ability of the Nüwa mecha. The spatial blades could tear through space itself, boasting not only tremendous power, but also exceptional penetrative capability. In simple terms, the spatial blades of the Nüwa mecha were the ultimate nemesis of defenses. Crack! Faced with the deluge of spatial blades, the Hydra's black scales offered no resistance and shattered effortlessly. Within the span of a mere second, all the scales adorning the Hydra were obliterated, its defenses utterly dismantled. Roar! The spatial blades pierced into the body of the Hydra, eliciting anguished cries from its 9 heads. With a swift motion, the 9 blades severed each of the Hydra's heads. You have slain a level 90 behemoth and obtained a mecha crystal. The mecha crystal, when used, it grants double experience points for 10 minutes. To Lin Yu's surprise, an item had dropped. He rejoiced, noting that the mecha crystal was of no immediate use, as his Nüwa mecha had already reached level 90. However, once he ascended to the rank of a 10-star mech master, this crystal would prove invaluable. As the void shimmered, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mecha out from its confines. Hovering in midair, he gazed down at the massive form of the Hydra, now reduced to neatly severed pieces. It was worth the expenditure of 5,000 energy points. Lin Yu reflected, realizing that the use of spatial blades required such an immense energy cost. Despite this substantial consumption, the resulting power was equally formidable, making it entirely justifiable. Having vanquished the Hydra, Lin Yu continued to explore the enigmatic realm within. Discovery, function heart. In a short span of time, he stumbled upon a colossal mechanical tree, upon which rested a fruit resembling a heart. Function heart? What would this be? Lin Yu pondered, sensing that the function heart must possess remarkable qualities. Answer. The function heart can enhance mecha skills, augmenting their potency. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was astonished. Indeed, the function heart was a treasure of immeasurable value. The divine-grade mecha skill, Spatial Blade, already wielded considerable might. If reinforced with the function heart, its power would undoubtedly escalate. At that moment, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. This mysterious space was truly extraordinary. In such a brief time, he had encountered such a valuable item. Could this be a stroke of good fortune? As time flowed, several minutes slipped by. Through meticulous observation, Lin Yu discerned no immediate dangers, such as traps or mechanisms, surrounding the mechanical tree. He was not a reckless individual. The abyssal world was fraught with peril, and the dangers within this mysterious space were likely no less formidable. Thus, Lin Yu understood the necessity of proceeding with caution. Should any threats lurk nearby, a hasty approach could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, there were no other mech masters in the vicinity, leaving Lin Yu alone. He no longer had to worry excessively about the potential theft of the functional heart. Once he confirmed the absence of danger, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mech to stand before the colossal mechanical tree. With a mere flick of its arm, the Nüwa mech effortlessly plucked the functional heart from its resting place. You have obtained the functional heart. Let us commence its utilization, Lin Yu exclaimed eagerly. The functional heart was a means to enhance his skills, thus significantly augmenting his strength. Please specify the enhancement skill you require. The system prompted again. Before Lin Yu, a plethora of mech skills materialized, derived from the Pangu mech, the Nüwa mech, and the Four Divine Beast mech. Regrettably, there was but a single functional heart. If circumstances permitted, Lin Yu yearned to amplify all the mech skills he had acquired. He swiftly resolved to enhance the spatial blade of the Nüwa mech. Command received. Consuming functional heart. Commencing enhancement of the spatial blade. Critical enhancement activated. Congratulations. The skill spatial blade of a Nüwa mech has been successfully enhanced and evolved into the spatial divine blade. The might of the spatial divine blade is tenfold that of the spatial blade. A series of system notifications resonated in the air. What an unexpected delight. The skills could indeed evolve. Lin Yu was profoundly astonished. Chapter 103. The Emergence of the Level 100 Giant Beast. Spider Queen Lin Yu continued his search and soon discovered a second mechanical giant tree, which also bore a functional heart. Splendid. It appeared that this mysterious space was truly a treasure trove. Lin Yu expressed his excitement, noting that he was currently alone without any competitors. The endeavor was remarkably effortless. As he plucked the functional heart, the mechanical giant tree swiftly transformed into radiant light and vanished. Ding! You have used the functional heart and successfully enhanced the skill Earth and Sky Slash of the Pangu mech. In the next moment, Lin Yu activated it immediately. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yu smiled and nodded, feeling his strength had indeed increased. In the ensuing time, Lin Yu busied himself. Unbeknownst to him, considerable time had elapsed. During this period, he had located numerous functional hearts and encountered various peculiar giant beasts. Fortunately, none proved to be his match. Through these functional hearts, many of his mech skills have been enhanced. In a certain sense, Lin Yu's power had reached a new zenith. It seemed that there were no more functional hearts left in this area. At this moment, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings and sighed in wonder. After utilizing the last functional heart, Lin Yu continued his exploration for an extended period, yet he failed to uncover any new functional hearts. Consequently, he concluded that all the functional hearts within this realm had been expended. The entire mysterious space was vast, and even in the absence of these functional hearts, there might still be other fortuitous encounters awaiting him. Overall, Lin Yu's gains from this expedition were substantial. The abyssal world was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that previously, when the abyssal rift opened, any mecha masters who emerged alive from it ultimately evolved into formidable beings. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Lin Yu encountered another colossal beast. In the face of these titanic creatures, he merely employed the simplest skill of the Nüwa mecha, the charge cannon. Congratulations, you have slain a level 90 beast. Congratulations. You have slain a level 90 beast. Essentially, the beast within this realm fell before Lin Yu with effortless strikes. How lonely it is to be invincible. Lin Yu couldn't help but hum a tune, his spirits soaring with joy. Help! Save me! Suddenly, a voice of distress echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. He distinctly observed a pink humanoid mecha rapidly approaching him. The voice was urgent yet melodious, likely belonging to an exceptionally beautiful woman. Help! Behind this pink mecha, a multitude of eerie tentacles surged forth. The sheer number was overwhelming. Anyone afflicted with claustrophobia would likely faint at the sight. Wait! Lin Yu's expression hardened. He sensed something amiss. In the next moment, Pangu Mecha summoned. Lin Yu summoned the Pangu Mecha without hesitation. Activating the mecha's true eye, he commanded, Pangu Mecha has received the directive, commencing activation of the mecha's true eye. Target lock engaged. Through the mecha's true eye analysis, it has been determined that the mecha before us is not a genuine mecha, but rather a disguise. Evidently, my intuition was correct. Lin Yu inhaled deeply. From the moment the pink mecha appeared, he felt that something was off. He could vaguely sense the aura of a colossal beast emanating from within. The Pangu Mecha's true eye now confirmed his suspicions. In an instant, Lin Yu locked onto the pink mecha. An energy cannon was unleashed, hurtling towards it. Boom! The potent energy sphere struck the pink mecha, erupting in a cacophonous explosion. Cackling echoed through the cloud of dust, an eerie laughter that sent shivers down one's spine, raising goosebumps all over. As the dust settled, a peculiar sight emerged. The pink mech assumed an oddly enchanting form. In the blink of an eye, this pink mech transformed into a colossal beast. Its lower half resembled that of a spider, while its upper half bore the physique of a human. Such a creature was a first for Lin Yu. To his astonishment, this beast possessed a stunningly beautiful human face, making it feel less like a monstrous entity and more akin to a female fairy. Chime. Detected a level 100 beast, Spider Queen. What? A level 100 beast? Lin Yu was astounded. No wonder his previous strike had caused no damage. He never anticipated encountering a level 100 beast so swiftly. Indeed, this formidable creature was incomparable to any other. The earlier disguise had been so convincing that it was momentarily indistinguishable from a true mech master. Thankfully, with the skill of the mech true eye, Lin Yu realized he might have fallen prey otherwise. Level 100 beasts possess extraordinary intelligence, some even surpassing that of humans. The Spider Queen before him, employing such a disguise, clearly exhibited a high level of cunning. It seemed he must tread carefully in the impending battle. Although the Spider Queen was level 100 and Lin Yu's mech only reached level 90, he still held sufficient confidence in his ability to conquer this beast. Human, how did you see through my disguise? The Spider Queen's voice was irresistibly alluring, laced with an air of superiority and dominance. Clearly, she was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing Lin Yu summon a second mech, she recognized that he was no ordinary mech master. Thus, rather than attacking, she chose to engage in conversation. Lin Yu was taken aback. It was his first experience hearing a beast speak. He found himself momentarily stunned for several seconds. Regaining his composure, he replied, "At first, I did not see through your disguise. I merely sensed something was amiss." "Ah, I see." The Spider Queen nodded. "It seems I must be more cautious in the future." Lin Yu was left speechless by her musings. What did she mean by being more cautious in the future? Did the Spider Queen already presume he was no match for her? There would be no future for her. Lin Yu thought to himself. After all, who would prevail remained uncertain. Yet, he felt a surge of excitement. Defeating this level 100 beast might yield exceptional rewards. A sense of anticipation began to swell within him. Chapter 104. The Spider Queen is actually a divine beast Spider Queen. Meet your demise. You shall be my first level 100 beast to vanquish. Consider yourself fortunate. Lin Yu's fighting spirit surged. Consuming 100,000 spiritual energy, the Pangu Mecha enters automatic combat mode. After all, it was a level 100 beast. Not to be underestimated. At present, Lin Yu commanded 2 level 90 divine mechas, significantly enhancing their chances of success. Thinking of a swift resolution. Kill me? Ha ha ha. Although you possess the body of a machine god, your current strength is insufficient to defeat me. The Spider Queen laughed softly, seemingly dismissive of Lin Yu. For a moment, Lin Yu felt astonished. You actually know of the Machine God Body, he exclaimed, surprised. In his perception, this Spider Queen was merely a colossal beast. Yet, within my inherited memories, only a machine god could summon multiple mechas. The Spider Queen elaborated, unable to suppress her explanation. Inherited memories? Lin Yu pondered, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. I cannot kill you, nor can you kill me. With that, the Spider Queen vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Lin Yu. Her speed was so swift that Lin Yu struggled to react in time. Swiftly controlling the Queen Mecha, he initiated spatial traversal to create distance. Immediately thereafter, the Pangu Mecha unleashed a ferocious assault on the Spider Queen. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle reverberated throughout the realm. The sheer force of the conflict reduced everything around to dust, leveling mountains and creating vast craters in the earth. The Pangu Mecha, in automatic combat mode, proved far more ferocious than Lin Yu's direct control. It unleashed its full firepower. Though the Spider Queen moved with incredible speed, she still could not completely evade the Pangu Mecha's onslaught. Several wounds marred her body. This defense is utterly absurd, Lin Yu thought, astonished. The Pangu Mecha, a divine-grade machine, wielding the legendary Kai Tian axe, unleashed a terrifying force, yet merely inflicted a few wounds on the Spider Queen. Moreover, those wounds healed at an astonishing rate. I underestimated you. Not only do you possess the Machine God Body, but you also wield a divine-grade mecha. The Spider Queen sighed. However, my level far surpasses yours. In an instant, the Spider Queen vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. Once the Pangu Mecha lost its target, it quickly activated its Mech True Sight to search for the Spider Queen. She is certainly not the colossal beast I envisioned, Lin Yu remarked gravely. The Spider Queen not only possessed the ability to speak, but also exhibited remarkable intelligence and a plethora of abilities. She was truly the sovereign among bosses. Indeed, she is a queen. Thunderous sounds reverberated as the spatial fabric distorted. The Spider Queen emerged, suspended in the air. Human, should you become a 10-star mech master and elevate a divine mech to level 100, perhaps you could slay me, the Spider Queen stated calmly. But for now, you are simply incapable of such an endeavor. After all, I am a divine beast, incomparable to mere colossal creatures. Divine beast? Lin Yu was taken aback. The terrifying speed of the Spider Queen, coupled with her ability to vanish into the void, was indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary behemoths. A divine beast? How does she compare to the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, or White Tiger? Lin Yu chuckled softly. Summon the 4 divine mechs. A new mech materialized beside Lin Yu. With the appearance of these 4 divine mechs, the Spider Queen clearly felt an immense pressure, as if the 4 divine beasts were truly manifesting before her. You have awakened 3 divine mechs. The Spider Queen's eyes widened in astonishment. I refuse to believe that with my 3 divine mechs, I cannot defeat you, Lin Yu replied with a grin. In any other realm, I would indeed be no match for you. The Spider Queen nodded sincerely. However, within this space, I am the sovereign. In an instant, countless energies converged within the space and flowed into the Spider Queen. Spider God Incarnation. The Spider Queen unleashed an unknown ability. The very fabric of reality shifted, and a colossal divine gate swung open, revealing an even more magnificent deity. It was as if a god had descended. The terrifying pressure made Lin Yu feel a slight discomfort. What kind of ability is this? Lin Yu pondered inwardly. Answer. This is the Spider Queen's bloodline divine ability. She has mastered all the energies of this space, rendering the possibility of her demise to 0. The system's voice echoed, shocking Lin Yu. It truly seemed impossible to slay her within this realm. However, Lin Yu exhaled in relief. Although he could not defeat the Spider Queen, she was equally incapable of harming him. Human, will you still make a move? The Spider Queen inquired coolly. Neither of us can harm the other. Why not cease hostilities? Lin Yu proposed. Let us part ways. You follow your path while I tread my own. Human, let us engage in a transaction. The Spider Queen continued. A transaction? Lin Yu questioned, puzzled. To be frank, I cannot leave this space under my own power. However, if we sign a contract, I shall be able to depart. As for the reward, I will assist you in acquiring the true opportunities within this space and help you unlock the exit. The Spider Queen elaborated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu remained skeptical of the Spider Queen's words. You possess the ability to unlock the exit of this space, yet you remain trapped? Who are you trying to deceive? Moreover, even in your absence, I would still find a way to depart from here, Lin Yu resolutely declared. If the Spider Queen were to enter the outside world, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for humanity. Given this, I shall not force the matter. I trust you will seek me out again. The Spider Queen remarked with an enigmatic smile. Having said that, she vanished without a trace, including the divine avatar of the spider she had conjured, which dissipated in an instant. The entire space returned to its previous tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Following the Spider Queen's disappearance, Lin Yu summoned back the Pangu Mech and the 4 divine Mechs. I must find a way to escape this space, Lin Yu muttered. The Spider Queen mentioned that there are genuine opportunities within this realm. Who could have anticipated such formidable beasts dwelling in this mysterious space? No, they should be regarded as divine beasts. Fortunately, my life is no longer in jeopardy. As for this ultimate opportunity, Lin Yu's thoughts had shifted. He merely wished to exit this enigmatic realm as swiftly as possible. Chapter 105. The hope for both humans and beasts to ascend to divinity. Lin Yu then maneuvered the Nüwa mech, swiftly navigating the space in search of an exit. Initially, he had intended to thoroughly explore this mysterious domain. But who could have known that a being like the Spider Queen resided here, prompting Lin Yu to feel that lingering any longer might pose a danger. Furthermore, Lin Yu had indeed reaped considerable rewards since entering this space. Time passed slowly, and Lin Yu found himself astounded. Truly, as the Spider Queen had said, he could not locate the exit. Could it be that only the Spider Queen possesses the key to unlock this exit? Lin Yu mused internally. If this were the case, I would have no choice but to collaborate with her. The entire situation became increasingly complex. Moreover, it seemed the Spider Queen intended to bind him to some sort of contract. Who knows what harm such a pact might inflict upon me? Previously, Lin Yu had never heard of human mech pilots entering into agreements with colossal beasts. This was utterly beyond his current understanding. Alas, I shall take it one step at a time. Lin Yu steadied his emotions. Thankfully, he was temporarily safe. The urgent priority remains to enhance his strength as much as possible. Lin Yu nodded. Perhaps if I were to eliminate the Spider Queen, I might finally escape this space. However, fate had other plans. Soon, Lin Yu noticed that the energy within this space was beginning to wane. The surrounding flora is rapidly withering, as if it has suddenly lost all vitality. Ever since the emergence of the Spider Queen, Lin Yu's continuous explorations have yielded no new opportunities within this space, and he has yet to encounter any other colossal beasts. This is exceedingly bizarre. The reasons behind this phenomenon elude Lin Yu's understanding. Suddenly, a cracking sound reverberates through the air. When Lin Yu looks up, he is astonished to see a fissure tearing through the sky, as if the heavens themselves are about to collapse. Thunderous rumblings follow, and the earth begins to tremble violently. The ground splits open with immense chasms. In light of this, Lin Yu hastily maneuvers the Nüwa mech to hover in midair. At this moment, it becomes glaringly evident that the entire space, the sky and the earth, is disintegrating. Is this space on the brink of annihilation? Lin Yu ponders gravely. If he cannot find an exit soon, will he not perish alongside this collapsing realm? To his astonishment, this calamity has arrived prematurely. At that moment, the Spider Queen emerges from the void, and upon witnessing the chaos, she lets out a sigh of contemplation. Spider Queen, what on earth is transpiring? Lin Yu inquires urgently upon her appearance. Human, have you not already perceived it? This space is crumbling. The Spider Queen replies calmly. If you wish to leave, you must forge a contract with me. What manner of contract do you propose? Lin Yu takes a deep breath. Despite his apprehensions regarding the Spider Queen potentially wreaking havoc upon the world after their escape, he recognizes that survival takes precedence. It is a contract of equality. The Spider Queen elaborates. Contracts are unique means of the universe, primarily categorized into master-servant agreements and equal contracts. The master-servant agreement binds one party as master and the other as servant, who must obey the master's commands. In contrast, an equal contract imposes no restrictions on either party, and neither can harm the other. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly grasps the implications. Thus, an equal contract seems feasible. Very well, I consent, Lin Yu responds. The arm of the Nüwa mech raises, opening its palm. Lin Yu steps out of the mech, landing in the palm of its hand. Standing there, he looks up at the Spider Queen, and in that moment, he feels insignificantly small, akin to an ant before a mighty elephant. The imagery is vividly imaginable. You have successfully forged an equal contract with the Spider Queen. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu breathes a sigh of relief. It appears that the Spider Queen has not deceived him. After the contract is finalized, Lin Yu returns to the interior of the Nüwa mech. Now, can we open the exit? Lin Yu hastily inquires. The sky and earth are on the verge of collapse, and soon the entire realm will be annihilated. But do not fret, come with me. With a grand gesture, the Spider Queen summoned a portal of void. She then stepped into it. Lin Yu took a deep breath and activated the Nüwa mecha, plunging into the portal as well. At this moment, he and the Spider Queen were akin to two peas in a pod. Upon traversing the void, Lin Yu found himself in a peculiar realm. Surrounding him was an expanse of emptiness, and directly ahead loomed an immense platform suspended in the void. The Spider Queen stood upon that lofty dais. In mere seconds, Lin Yu piloted the Nüwa mecha to ascend above the platform. Upon arrival, he beheld a colossal blood-red sword embedded in the center of the platform. Emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary artifact. Human, draw forth this sword. The Spider Queen spoke coolly. Although I can open the exit of this space, it is precisely this sword that binds me here. Moreover, this sword serves as the core that sustains the entire realm. As long as it remains, the realm shall not be utterly destroyed. Her words revealed to Lin Yu further insights. So you are sealed within here, Lin Yu remarked calmly. You may understand it that way, the Spider Queen nodded. Typically, those who are suppressed and sealed are beings of great malevolence. Lin Yu continued, his tone gravely serious. Once we emerge, we shall dissolve this equal pact. Should you dare to wreak havoc upon the world, I shall personally slay you. Do not equate me with those ordinary beast folk. The Spider Queen's voice turned icy in an instant. In the next moment, she lightly gestured with her finger, and scenes unfurled before Lin Yu's eyes. In the beginning of creation, the deities forged all things. Initially, the human and demon races coexisted in harmony. However, after the deities vanished, conflicts erupted among the races. Humans could awaken mechas and become mecha masters, while my demon kin could also ascend in rank. All I desire is to elevate my level and become a deity, the Spider Queen elaborated. In that moment, Lin Yu was profoundly shaken. A deity? Is it truly possible to cultivate into a god? He inquired with curiosity. Indeed, within my inherited memories, a goddess named Nüwa created humanity, while several other deities gave rise to the demon race, shaping various beasts in their likeness. Both humans and colossal beasts hold the potential to ascend to divinity, the Spider Queen affirmed. Thus, notions of world domination and the subjugation of humanity hold no interest for her. Her singular ambition is to cultivate into a god. Humanity. Do you comprehend that the universe is vast, encompassing more than a singular realm? The Spider Queen continued, stating, in this world, the supreme mech masters of humanity stand as the pinnacle of existence. Yet in other, more advanced worlds, they are but commonplace beings. Chapter 106. Acquiring the Divine Artifact. The Spider Queen becomes an ally. In those other worlds, supreme mech masters are indeed rather ordinary. Lin Yu was profoundly astonished. In his own world, no one had yet ascended to the status of a supreme mech master. It became apparent that this rank was not the ultimate zenith. Beyond it lay even higher echelons. This revelation opened Lin Yu's eyes, akin to a frog that had leapt from the depths of a well, now beholding the expansive earth and sky. Perhaps in the future, he too might embark on cosmic explorations and interstellar journeys, now that I have shared all that I wished, and perhaps even more than I should have. The Spider Queen remarked, casting her gaze upon the blood-red great sword. This sword is known as the Bloodthirsty Blade, said to be forged by a deity, a true artifact, exceedingly rare throughout the cosmos. Quickly, draw the sword, for I can no longer remain in this space. Lin Yu focused intently. The blood-red great sword was indeed an artifact. No wonder he sensed its extraordinary nature upon first glance. It seemed that the ultimate opportunity the Spider Queen had mentioned referred to this bloodthirsty blade. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mech towards the bloodthirsty blade. As the Nüwa mech grasped the hilt of the sword, Lin Yu was immediately engulfed by the malevolent energy radiating from it. Vivid and gruesome images flooded his mind. Scenes of slaughter, rivers of blood, and mountains of corpses. Such horrific visions were unprecedented in Lin Yu's life, leaving him momentarily unsettled. Thankfully, the chaotic divine refinement technique began to operate autonomously, swiftly shattering those terrifying images into fragments. In an instant, Lin Yu regained his composure, feeling significantly restored. He silently thanked the chaotic divine refinement technique for its timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable trouble. Lin Yu mused, "This bloodthirsty blade is nothing short of an evil artifact. Merely touching it influences one's very being." Fortunately, the chaotic divine refinement technique seems specifically designed to counteract such effects. Once the influence dissipated, aided by the divine stature of the Nüwa mech, Lin Yu effortlessly withdrew the bloodthirsty blade. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the divine artifact, bloodthirsty blade. A voice echoed from the system. Simultaneously, the space around them began to fracture and collapse. Let's depart. Upon witnessing the situation, the Spider Queen swiftly activated the exit to depart from this place. Lin Yu followed closely behind. After passing through the exit, Lin Yu successfully escaped from the mysterious realm and returned to the lakeside he had previously known, accompanied by the Spider Queen. The Mirror of Mirrors. It seemed that this abyssal world was on the verge of closure, the Spider Queen murmured. Nonetheless, her joy was palpable. Now, let us dissolve our contract, Lin Yu declared after stowing away the bloodthirsty sword. It is time to part ways and go our separate paths. That is not possible. The Spider Queen shook her head. Why not? Lin Yu felt a sense of unease. There has never been a truly equal contract in this world. What we forged was a life and death pact, the Spider Queen elucidated. Do not worry, this pact will not significantly affect you. If you perish, I shall follow suit. But should I die, you will remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Why was this not explained from the outset? I was merely concerned you would refuse. The Spider Queen replied, shaking her head. Well then, I shall accompany you from now on. What? Lin Yu was taken aback. What do you mean by accompanying me? Naturally, to protect you. If you were to die, I would die as well. The Spider Queen insisted, shaking her head. I have no desire to perish immediately after my emergence. Do you believe I am so easily vanquished? Lin Yu replied, nonchalantly. Do not jest. I possess 3 divine mechas. Moreover, given your imposing stature, you will undoubtedly attract attention once we exit. That is easily remedied. The Spider Queen suddenly emanated a brilliant light. In mere seconds, her form began to shrink rapidly. Within moments, she transformed into a humanoid shape, resembling a human almost perfectly, her beauty still breathtaking. Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a rush of warmth. After her transformation, the Spider Queen lacked any attire, leaving Lin Yu with a clear view of her figure. Could you not procure a garment for me? The Spider Queen gazed at Lin Yu, her voice soft. Here, regaining his composure, Lin Yu hastily retrieved a dress from his storage ring, a garment he had previously purchased for Xiaoyu during a shopping excursion. Once the Spider Queen donned the attire, her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, resembling a goddess of unparalleled grace. It was hard to fathom that this exquisite woman had once been a colossal beast. Once again, Lin Yu was left in awe, never expecting that a creature of such magnitude could possess the ability to assume human form. Lin Yu was struck by a chilling thought. In this world, amidst human society, could there be other colossal beasts that have transformed into human form, blending in among them? If that were indeed the case, it would be quite terrifying. The Spider Queen, taking on her human guise, could even hover in mid-air. Soon, she gracefully glided over and settled upon the shoulder of the Nüwa mech. It seemed she had made it her mission to accompany him. Lin Yu mused inwardly, wondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, he understood a principle. Whether fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape their fate. Thus, it might be best to let things unfold naturally. Perhaps this would prove to be a wise approach. By the way, do you have a name? Lin Yu inquired. After all, it would be rather impractical to refer to her solely as the Spider Queen. Call me your Majesty, she replied. No way, Lin Yu rejected, for in his heart, the true Your Majesty was Xiaoyu. I have never had a proper name since my birth. Perhaps you could bestow one upon me? The Spider Queen said slowly. Don't you have parents? Lin Yu asked curiously. No, she shook her head, revealing that she had always been solitary from the very beginning. How about I name you Bai Jingjing? Lin Yu suddenly thought of a name. Bai Jingjing? That is quite a lovely name. From now on, I shall be known as Bai Jingjing. The Spider Queen nodded in satisfaction. From this moment forth, she officially became Lin Yu's companion, standing by his side. Chapter 107. Encounter with the malevolent mech engineer and the colossal beast fusion ceremony. Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mech, continuing his exploration within this abyssal world. Engaged in conversation with Bai Jingjing. Through her, Lin Yu gleaned a wealth of knowledge, realizing that the world in which he resided was but a fragment of the vast myriad of realms. The road ahead remained long and arduous. Boom, boom. Along the way, he encountered numerous colossal beasts, which he dispatched with ease. Time passed swiftly, and although Lin Yu met many other mech engineers, he regrettably did not encounter his sister, Lin Wanner, or Xiao Yu. He prayed silently for their safety and well-being. Lin Yu, something feels amiss. On this day, Bai Jingjing, resting on the mech, suddenly opened her eyes and spoke slowly, observing her surroundings. What is it? Lin Yu inquired swiftly, scanning the area, but perceiving nothing unusual. Evil energy, Bai Jingjing said gravely. Having spent considerable time with the bloodthirsty sword, she had become acutely sensitive to malevolent forces. I am certain of my perception. Just ahead, there is a surge of dark energy. Be cautious. I sense it is of human origin. Bai Jingjing continued. This rendered Lin Yu with a grave expression. We shall ascertain the truth. In the next moment, he deftly maneuvered the Nüwa mech and swiftly soared into the air. Before long, he arrived above a certain area. Peering down, he discerned several mechs stationed in disparate positions on the ground. Simultaneously, numerous living colossal beasts were ensnared nearby. Utterly immobilized, a peculiar blood-red formation manifested upon the earth. At that instant, Lin Yu sensed an ominous malevolence emanating from this crimson array. Although the intention behind their actions remained unclear, one thing was certain. It boded ill. Lin Yu calmly remarked, these individuals are likely nefarious mech masters. When humanity descends into wickedness, it becomes truly sinister. Bai Jingjing could not help but emit a sardonic chuckle, continuing, this formation is malevolent, if I am not mistaken. It possesses a fusion capability. They intend to amalgamate the colossal beasts, creating new ones to manipulate the fused entities. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly, confirming the sinister tactics of the nefarious mech masters. Is it truly feasible to fuse these colossal beasts? Lin Yu pondered with some doubt. Absolutely, Bai Jingjing affirmed confidently. The beasts they have imprisoned are all approximately level 70. If the fusion succeeds, they could potentially create creatures of level 80 or even 90. We cannot allow them to succeed. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Yu immediately began to lock onto his targets. Target locked. Spatial Divine Blade activated. In an instant, the heavens transformed. A torrential downpour of spatial divine blades descended upon the malevolent mech masters below. What terrifying power! Should he reach level 100, this king would likely be but an ant before him. Bai Jingjing marveled at this display and felt grateful that she had not become an enemy of Lin Yu. Otherwise, her fate would surely be sealed. Boom, boom, boom. The malevolent mech masters had made considerable preparations. A protective barrier unfurled, and instantly, the spatial divine blades collided with the shield, unleashing a cacophony of violent explosions. The resulting shockwaves caused the very earth to tremble violently. Damn it! Despite our concealment, we have been discovered. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. The opponent's strength appears formidable, and this barrier seems unlikely to withstand for long. No, we have come too far to retreat. Should the fusion of the colossal beasts succeed, we will gain dominion over them. Indeed, we have schemed for so long. To relinquish now would render our previous efforts futile. Once we master the colossal beasts, the entire world shall belong to our evil god temple. The malevolent mech masters hastily accelerated the operation of the formation. Immediately thereafter, they cast those severely imprisoned behemoths into the heart of the formation. In a mere second, these colossal creatures bizarrely transformed into a crimson liquid, merging into an incomprehensibly terrifying force that erupted forth. Witnessing this spectacle, the malevolent mech masters displayed expressions of profound excitement and anticipation, as if they had glimpsed the possibility of success. The existence of such a formidable defensive treasure astonished them. Lin Yu shook his head, realizing that these wicked mech masters were indeed not to be underestimated. It must be acknowledged that his spatial divine blade possessed extraordinary penetrating power, making it a nemesis to defenses. Yet, at this moment, his weapon had failed to breach their defenses in the first instance. This could only signify one thing. They must possess some unique defensive treasures. It appeared that an increase in output was essential. Observing the situation, Lin Yu proceeded to unleash several more strikes with his spatial divine blade. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if he were firing cannonballs without restraint, commencing a relentless barrage. Crack. Soon, the defensive barrier began to show signs of fracture. To withstand such a multitude of spatial divine blades. This defensive treasure could indeed be regarded as a true artifact. Lin Yu marveled. Boom. In the next moment, the defensive barrier shattered completely. Countless spatial divine blades began to assault the malevolent mech masters. At this juncture, the wicked mech masters activated their defensive skills while still operating the formation, attempting to complete the ritual of merging the behemoths. Boom! Alas, the mech defenses were feeble. The spatial divine blades effortlessly pierced through them. In the blink of an eye, the mechs of those vile masters were reduced to mere fragments. Instant annihilation, an absolute obliteration. This spatial divine blade not only wielded immense power, but also inflicted area damage. Should Lin Yu choose to level up, he could employ the spatial divine blade to eliminate numerous behemoths simultaneously, thereby swiftly advancing his mech's rank. This should mark the conclusion, right? As Lin Yu's words fell, the crimson formation unexpectedly erupted with an eerie radiance, and a vast mass of crimson liquid shot forth, forming a blood-red column that ascended into the heavens. The sky was thick with ominous clouds as if, in an instant, the entire realm had transformed into a world of malevolence. Yet, it was a moment too late. It appeared the fusion had been entirely successful. Bai Jingjing, witnessing this, calmly remarked, "No matter," Lin Yu replied with a nod. Even if the fusion had succeeded, with his current strength, resolving the situation should not pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, Bai Jingjing, the level 100 divine beast, was still present. Chapter 108, departing from the abyssal world as the crimson column faded. The enormous, blood-red liquid began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a colossal beast towering 100 meters high. This creature exuded an aura of horrific bloodlust, particularly accentuated by its pair of eerie eyes, which instilled an inexplicable fear in all who gazed upon them. Special Fusion Behemoth. Level 80. The system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, prompting him to take a deep breath. He had not anticipated that these malevolent mech masters would actually succeed, albeit not entirely. Roar. The fused behemoth soon emitted a howl reminiscent of the depths of hell. In an instant, its might surged, enveloped in a black aura that resembled a tumultuous tempest. Truly terrifying, this fusion beast possessed all the abilities of the creatures it had assimilated. Its forced amalgamation was an affront to nature. The behemoth had lost all semblance of intelligence, driven solely by the urge to kill, thus exponentially enhancing its combat prowess. Bai Jingjing interjected with a warning, which illuminated many aspects for Lin Yu. Indeed, having a person of vast experience nearby made everything significantly easier, allowing him to better comprehend the current situation. Those wicked mech masters were foolish to believe they could control the behemoth. Lin Yu scoffed. If it were possible, he would eliminate all those malevolent mech masters without hesitation. Unfortunately, such aspirations were utterly unattainable in reality. Fortunately, these wicked mech masters were fusing the behemoth within the abyssal realm. Had they succeeded outside, countless innocent lives would have been lost. It was imperative to deal with this fusion beast first. Lin Yu declared, target locked, spatial divine blade activated. In the next moment, countless spatial divine blades erupted forth. The fusion beast, sensing the impending threat, swiftly unleashed its myriad abilities. Boom! 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 The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Although the fusion beast had attained formidable strength and level, it remained weak in the presence of Lin Yu, posing no challenge whatsoever. As the spatial divine blades descended, the behemoth was swiftly reduced to neatly severed chunks of flesh. You have slain the 80-level special fusion behemoth. Congratulations, you have received an 80-level crystal energy. Just then, the system's voice resounded, and a radiant crystal energy materialized in Lin Yu's hand, pulsating with a palpable energy. To his astonishment, A valuable item had indeed emerged. Lin Yu marveled inwardly. The successful transformation of the level 80 crystal energy yielded 40 energy points. Upon consuming these 40 energy points, Lin Yu's spiritual energy increased. Subsequently, he utilized the level 80 crystal energy and accessed his personal panel. Name: Lin Yu. Race: human mech type. Activated mech engineer level. 9-star mech engineer energy points. 0 spiritual energy. 538471 mechs. Pangu mech, level 90. Nüwa mech, level 90. 4 divine mechs, level 90. After reviewing his personal information, Lin Yu nodded slightly. He realized that the journey to becoming a god-level mech engineer was still a long one ahead. His next goal was to strive for the rank of 10-star mech engineer, which would grant him the ability to awaken a 4th mech. 3 days swiftly passed. On one particular afternoon, a peculiar 7-colored light enveloped the entire sky. Upon witnessing this, Bai Jingjing could not help but smile, remarking that the abyssal world was finally closing. Hearing her words, Lin Yu nodded slightly, realizing that it was indeed time to depart. When the abyssal world closed, it would automatically teleport mech engineers away. After waiting for a while longer, Lin Yu felt a radiant light envelop him. In the next instant, he transformed into a beam of light and ascended into the heavens, vanishing from sight. You have left the abyssal world. As the system's voice resonated, the dazzling light before him rapidly faded. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, he discovered that he had returned to the skies above the Qingshan Grand Canyon. Looking around, he noticed numerous beams of light emerging from the abyssal rift. Soon after, these lights descended, revealing various mech engineers. After a while, Lin Yu spotted Lin Wanner, Xiaoyu, and Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling, who had also successfully emerged, prompting an immense sigh of relief from him. The group quickly gathered together. "Who is she?" Xiaoyu inquired. Fixating on Bai Jingjing perched on Lin Yu's mech's shoulder, a hint of jealousy igniting within her. Bai Jingjing's stunning beauty was undeniable, rivaling her own. Lin Vanya, To, marveled at her younger brother's unexpected charm in the abyssal world, having captured such a beautiful companion. Unable to explain at that moment, Lin Yu suggested, "Let us head back first. I will elaborate on the way." In response, everyone summoned their mechs and boarded the gilded warplane, swiftly returning to Kunlun Mech University. Within a matter of minutes aboard the aircraft, Lin Yu succinctly recounted the entire experience. After everyone had finished listening, they were astonished to see Bai Jingjing. The entire situation was indeed surprising. Who would have thought that a colossal beast could transform into a human? "So, you two have forged a contract that cannot be broken, and she must accompany you at all times?" Xiaoyu cast a wary glance at Bai Jingjing, fearing that Lin Yu might be snatched away by her. As if I would willingly accept that," Bai Jingjing replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of a domineering queen. "All right, Xiaoyu, don't dwell too much on this matter. In any case, we have all gained significantly from our time in the Abyss world." Lin Vanya chimed in, smoothing. To her, having a level 100 divine beast by Lin Yu's side was indeed a blessing. At the very least, should Lin Yu encounter any danger, Bai Jingjing would undoubtedly come to his rescue. After all, if Lin Yu perished, she would share the same fate. Furthermore, we must ensure that her identity remains confidential. Lin Yu quickly reminded everyone. If Bai Jingjing's identity were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications, and resolving them swiftly would prove to be quite challenging. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were well aware of the importance of discretion without needing further admonishment. It felt as though they had not spent much time in the Abyss world. Yet 3 months had already elapsed since their departure. When Yi Ling glanced at the time, she was taken aback. "This is quite normal." Lin Vanya chuckled softly. Subsequently, they continued their conversation, sharing their experiences in the Abyss world. Chapter 109. Lin Wanner's mech upgraded to Saint-level mech. Before long, Lin Yu and his companions successfully returned to Kunlun Mech University. The instant they set foot back on campus, a wave of relief washed over them. In the Abyss world, they had been in a constant state of vigilance, always alert to any signs of danger, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Once back on the floating island, Lin Yu entered his room and collapsed onto the soft sofa, finally able to enjoy a well-deserved rest. The statistical data had come in. During this Abyss Rift incident, 23 students from Kunlun Mech University had perished. A few minutes later, upon receiving the information, Lin Wanner's expression turned grave. This time, Kunlun Mech University had suffered significant losses, including several students from the elite class. It is important to note that each student in the elite class had been meticulously nurtured by the school, involving considerable resources. Ultimately, it can only be said that every life has its fate. Their demise in the abyss world was merely a reflection of their insufficient strength. Moving forward, let us focus on our training. Lin Yu continued, emphasizing that possessing formidable power was of utmost importance. As long as there exists absolute power, any event can be effortlessly resolved. Everyone nodded in agreement. This time, they had acquired a wealth of opportunities from the abyssal realm. Having emerged so successfully, it was only natural for them to devote themselves to diligent cultivation. Thus, they soon gathered around Lin Yu, sitting cross-legged and swiftly entering a state of meditation. Observing their rising auras, Lin Yu couldn't help but nod in approval, feeling a deep sense of joy at being able to assist in their cultivation. Subsequently, Lin Yu also immersed herself in her own practice. In an instant, the celestial energies of the floating island began to flow continuously into the room, absorbed and refined by Lin Yu and the others. The floating island was equipped with a specialized formation designed to gather energy, a privilege bestowed upon the elite class. The mere establishment of such a formation required an astronomical investment, only feasible for top-tier powers like Kunlun Mech University. As time passed, a month slipped by unnoticed. On this particular day, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu simultaneously achieved a breakthrough, reaching the rank of 10-star Mecha Master. It was thanks to the opportunities gained in the abyssal realm, combined with their recent cultivation under Lin Yu's guidance, that they successfully surpassed their previous limits. Sister, congratulations to you both, Lin Yu exclaimed. By the way, sister, doesn't this mean your mecha is about to be upgraded to a sacred level mecha? Lin Yu suddenly recalled. Previously, Lin Yu had mentioned that once she became a 10-star Mecha Master, her mecha would ascend in rank. Indeed, at the very moment of my breakthrough, my mecha has already transformed into a sacred level mecha. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Quickly summon it so we can see, Lin Yu urged, filled with anticipation. The transition of an imperial level mecha to a sacred level one was bound to bring about changes in its appearance. All right, Lin Yu responded. They exited the room and stepped into the open space outside. In the next moment, Lin Yu summoned her mecha. A colossal mecha materialized behind her, now undeniably a sacred level mecha. The sight left Lin Yu and the others in awe and astonishment. Sister, the transformation into a sacred level mecha seems to have profoundly altered its entire essence, and its appearance is simply astonishing. Lin Yu marveled, feeling it rivaled her own divine level mecha. It's not bad. This upgrade not only enhanced the mecha's design, but also awakened several new skills, multiplying its strength several times over. Though Lin Yu wasn't piloting it, as the Mecha Master, she was well aware of its capabilities. Yu, I'm so envious of you. Xiao Yu sighed. Only Xiao Yu possesses an imperial level mech. I feel somewhat outdated. However, the level of the mech does not define everything. Lin Yu recalled her mech and smiled. There are no worthless mechs, only incompetent mech artisans. A truly formidable mech artisan can unleash extraordinary power, even with the most mundane, mortal-level mech. Now, let's focus on enhancing our mech levels. Lin Yu softly addressed Xiao Yu. Both of them had already attained the rank of 10-star mech artisans, and it was time to elevate their mechs to level 100. This would undoubtedly augment their strength. All right, Xiao Yu nodded, then looked at Lin Yu with a hint of reluctance, a hug. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace. There was a sense of longing. Since emerging from the abyssal world, they had not enjoyed a moment of solitude together, and now they faced yet another brief separation. After receiving a heartfelt hug, Xiao Yu felt utterly content. Subsequently, she and Lin Yu made their way to the floating island, seeking a suitable dungeon to begin grinding and enhancing their mech levels. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the others returned to their quarters. We should resume our training, Mo Shitting stated earnestly. Yes, Yi Ling nodded in agreement. Both of them remained 8-star mech artisans, while Lin Yu had already reached 9 stars, which made them feel somewhat left behind. It was only a short time ago, at the beginning of the school year, when they first met, Lin Yu's rank was lower than theirs, yet now he had completely surpassed them. Although Mo Shitting and Yi Ling felt that overtaking Lin Yu seemed nearly impossible, they were determined to keep pace. They could not allow the gap to widen too much. Lin Yu, I am famished. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Bai Jingjing stood before Lin Yu, her expression grave, resembling an empress commanding her subjects. Understood. Lin Yu nodded and then utilized an internal school app to order a plethora of food. Students often lack the time to dine at the cafeteria due to their rigorous training. Thus, the school had developed a food delivery app to facilitate their needs, akin to ordering takeout. By the way, how do your behemoths train? Is there a specific method they follow? While waiting for the food, Lin Yu curiously inquired of Bai Jingjing. He had harbored this question since their emergence from the abyssal world, but had not found the time to ask until now. Chapter 110. Astonishment, the cultivation methods created by humanity naturally. Humanity possesses specialized cultivation methods, and we, the demon race, have our own as well. The cultivation method I practice is derived from the bloodline inheritance, a divine technique created by the spider goddess. With this divine cultivation method, I may one day ascend to the status of a deity. Bai Jingjing spoke slowly. Having bound her fate to Lin Yu, she held nothing back and expressed her thoughts candidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in surprise. Can I practice this divine cultivation method? He inquired with curiosity. You, as a mere human, cannot. Bai Jingjing decisively shook her head. However, it is not entirely impossible to cultivate. Really? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course. If you are willing to forsake your humanity, I possess a way to transform you into a demon. Bai Jingjing affirmed. Forget it. Lin Yu promptly rejected the notion. Are you joking? To abandon my humanity and become a colossal beast is utterly inconceivable. Moreover, I already possess a divine cultivation method. Initially, Lin Yu pondered whether having two divine cultivation methods would accelerate his training speed. However, it now seemed prudent to diligently cultivate the divine method he had already mastered. What level are you at now? Lin Yu continued to inquire. 105. Bai Jingjing replied calmly. Your cultivation speed is astonishing. Lin Yu exclaimed. In just a month, Bai Jingjing had progressed from level 100 to level 105. She was an absolute prodigy in cultivation. This speed is simply outrageous. I have been sealed in that space for an indeterminate time, my level continually suppressed. Now that I have emerged, my growth is only natural. Bai Jingjing waved her delicate hand, speaking with pride. Had I not been sealed, I would likely be at level 140, equivalent to a human divine mecha master. You are impressive, Lin Yu praised, giving her a thumbs up. He felt fortunate that the Spider Queen was now bound to him. With her as a powerful ally, he would not need to summon mechas. Bai Jingjing could handle everything. Ding dong, ding dong. After a while, the doorbell rang. The delivery of food had arrived. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu was greeted by humanoid robots. Come in, he beckoned. Following the command, the robots brought in a variety of delectable dishes and placed them on the dining table. Upon seeing the sumptuous food, Bai Jingjing couldn't help but swallow. Ever since tasting human cuisine, she had developed a fondness for it. Soon, she began to indulge. Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, would you like something to eat? Lin Yu approached Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, softly calling out to them. The two emerged from their meditative state. Initially, the two of them merely wished to dedicate themselves to their cultivation. Yet upon catching the alluring aroma of delectable food, their appetites were instantly ignited. Indeed, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded in unison. Subsequently, the four of them indulged in the exquisite cuisine. In no time, the dining table was left with nothing but empty plates. This king thoroughly enjoyed it. Bai Jingjing remarked with satisfaction after finishing her meal. By the way, with you indulging in free meals and lodging every day, do you not think you should contribute something towards the rent and board? Lin Yu gazed at Bai Jingjing, feeling as though he was the one sustaining her. Thankfully, these provisions did not require his expenditure. Otherwise, he truly could not afford such luxury. With a flick of her finger, Bai Jingjing conjured a peculiar scroll that appeared before Lin Yu. The scroll radiated a luminous glow, indicating its extraordinary nature. What is this? Lin Yu refrained from immediately unrolling it. A unique technique, perfectly suited for human cultivation. Bai Jingjing succinctly explained. This is the undying art, a method of body refinement. The undying art. Lin Yu was astounded. Merely hearing the name suggested its formidable nature. I stumbled upon this cultivation method by chance. According to legend, it was created by a human who, unable to awaken their mech, refused to resign to a mundane existence. Through numerous trials, they ultimately devised this technique. Bai Jingjing continued. It is said that mastering the undying art allows a human body to withstand mechs and tear apart colossal beasts. In an instant, Lin Yu, Mo, Shitting, and Yi Ling collectively gasped in awe. The undying art was truly extraordinary. However, since it was merely a legend, its veracity remained uncertain. Perhaps you can verify all of this. Bai Jingjing regarded Lin Yu earnestly. Possessing the mech god physique, he was the most extraordinary human she had ever encountered, which was why she had presented him with the undying art. Very well. With this cultivation method, I shall cover your meals and lodging from now on. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully while holding the scroll. Humph. Bai Jingjing muttered to herself, reminiscing about how others once sought her favor. Soon after, Lin Yu opened the scroll, revealing characters glowing with a golden radiance. Each character seemed to encapsulate profound truths, instilling an overwhelming sense of awe in anyone who gazed upon them. Mo, Shitting, Yi Ling. Come take a look. Lin Yu beckoned the two of them over. They were allies, and if they could also master the undying art, it would certainly be a boon. As the saying goes, share the blessings and bear the hardships together. The three of them quickly immersed themselves in their study. Meanwhile, Bai Jingjing reclined on the sofa, browsing the internet, intrigued by the history and technology of humanity. Now, whenever Bai Jingjing reveals her true self, anyone who lays eyes upon her would undoubtedly believe that she is a genuine human being. Ding dong. You have thoroughly studied the immortal technique, and the Mech God Body has successfully gained insight, beginning its mastery. After several minutes, a voice resonated within Lin Yu's mind. Incredible, the Mech God Body. In that instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, after perusing the immortal technique, a singular thought occupied his mind. It was profoundly enigmatic. Each character was familiar, yet when woven together, they exuded an aura of profound depth. Initially, Lin Yu felt that he had no affinity with this immortal technique, but unexpectedly, the Mech God Body enabled him to grasp it directly. What a delightful sensation. This immortal technique is exceedingly intricate. I find it utterly incomprehensible. Montag Zeit. I feel the same. Yi Ling shook her head. No worries. Take your time. We have plenty of it ahead. Lin Yu reassured them. Subsequently, Mo, Shitting, and Yi Ling resumed their cultivation. At this juncture, it was evidently impossible for them to successfully master the immortal technique. It would be more prudent to break through to the Mech Master Realm sooner. Chapter 111. Trouble for my sister. The Mech God Body, through relentless effort, has successfully mastered the immortal technique. The Mech God Body has commenced automatic cultivation of the immortal technique. After approximately half an hour, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, filling him with overwhelming joy and excitement. In that instant, he gained a deeper understanding of the immortal technique. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, even a human form could soar through the cosmic expanse. It is vital to note that if humans venture into space without protective gear, they would instantly freeze and perish in the void. With the immortal technique, Lin Yu's future explorations of the cosmos now held greater assurance. Have you genuinely succeeded in your cultivation? At that moment, Bai Jingjing observed Lin Yu radiating a faint, ethereal glow and could not help but express her curiosity. Moreover, achieving success in such a brief time attested to Lin Yu's extraordinary talent. Indeed, he was the most exceptional and defiant human she had ever encountered. Modestly, Lin Yu nodded. Bai Jingjing, taken aback by his humility, found herself at a loss for words. That is commendable, Bai Jingjing replied softly, choosing not to elaborate further and returned to her online pursuits. In Lin Yu's eyes, Bai Jingjing now resembled a girl deeply engrossed in the internet. Time flowed gradually, and in the blink of an eye, a month had swiftly passed. Throughout this month, the Mech God Body's continuous cultivation of the immortal technique fortified Lin Yu's physique, refining his skin, flesh, bones, and blood, rendering his entire being significantly more formidable. There is a palpable sensation that the Mech God Body is rapidly enhancing its cultivation speed in various techniques. Particularly, the practice of divine-level cultivation methods has resulted in a daily increase in spiritual energy that is several-fold compared to before. Upon Lin Yu's command, the personal panel materialized before him. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body, activated, Mecha Master level, 9-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0, spiritual energy, 562,453. Mechas, Pangu Mecha, level 90, Nüwa Mecha, level 90, for Divine Beast Mecha, level 90. Within the span of a month, his spiritual energy had surged by several tens of thousands. This rate of progress is indeed remarkable. It is anticipated that in another month, he too shall ascend to the status of a 10-star Mecha Master. I have achieved the 9-star Mecha Master rank. Shortly thereafter, Yiling suddenly opened her eyes, her face alight with excitement. Just days earlier, Mo Shitting had successfully broken through to the 9-star Mecha Master rank, and now Yiling had followed suit. I suggest you seek out the school's instructors for assistance in leveling up, Lin Yu proposed. The instructors at Kunlun Mecha University are all at least Star Mecha Master level. With the Star Mecha Master leading the training, the efficiency of leveling up the mechas is undoubtedly enhanced. All right, let's go find the teachers. Mo Shitting and Yiling nodded in agreement. They swiftly departed to elevate their mecha's levels. In an instant, the room was left with only Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing, creating an oddly intimate atmosphere. I wonder how my sister and the others are faring? Lin Yu mused as he reclined on the sofa. With the advancement in the Mecha Master rank, the experience points required for the mechas would also increase correspondingly. Upgrading a mecha from level 90 to 100 will undoubtedly require a significant amount of experience points. If a suitable training location cannot be found, achieving a rapid upgrade in a short span of time will be exceedingly difficult. After several more days, Lin Yu received a message from Principal Wei Liren. Upon reading the message, he promptly made his way to the summit of Kunlun Sacred Mountain. Principal, what do you require of me? Lin Yu inquired politely. I initially intended to seek your sister, but alas, she is occupied in a dungeon. Time is of the essence, so I had no choice but to summon you. Wei Liren responded, causing Lin Yu to sense that something significant was amiss. Lin Yu, your sister is in trouble, Wei Liren continued. Lin Yu's heart raced with concern. What on earth has happened? Your sister has entered a mysterious realm, yet this realm has undergone a transformation, rendering it a one-way passage. The Pangu Mecha University dispatched numerous 10-star Mecha Masters to investigate, but as of now, no news has emerged. Following the discovery of this anomaly, Mecha Masters exceeding the 10-star rank have been unable to enter. If time continues to elapse in this manner, the peril may escalate further. The university hopes that Lin Wanner can venture into the realm to rescue Lin Jiao. Wei Liren promptly recounted everything. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was filled with indignation. What is Pangu Mecha University doing? It has taken them this long to notify us after such an incident. Had I known it would be like this, I would have never allowed Lin Jiao to attend that university. Lin Yu, the events have already transpired. Let's not dwell on them. Wei Liren advised. Your sister is also a mecha prodigy. She should be capable of self-preservation within that realm. The pressing matter is whether you are willing to venture into the realm. Many mecha masters are reluctant to enter. I will go, Principal, Lin Yu affirmed. The realm is fraught with danger, and we are unaware of the conditions within, so you must prepare thoroughly. Wei Liren cautioned, as he naturally hoped for Lin Yu's safety. Otherwise, Kunlun Mecha University would lose an extraordinary mecha talent. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. When can I enter this mysterious realm? The scroll pertaining to that realm is still en route. It is expected to arrive in about half an hour. You should return and prepare yourself well. It will be delivered directly to your floating island. Wei Liren responded. By the way, if you need anything, please mention it quickly, and I will assist you as much as I can. I do not have any particular requests. Lin Yu shook his head. In that case, please take care of yourself. Understood, Principal. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to the principal, Lin Yu swiftly returned to his floating island. Inside, Bai Jingjing noticed Lin Yu's anxious demeanor and curiously inquired, what has happened to make you so urgent? My sister is trapped in a mysterious realm. Lin Yu briefly recounted the entire situation. He then looked at Bai Jingjing. Do you have any insight into what has transpired in this realm to cause it to become a one-way passage? For some reason, Lin Yu felt that Bai Jingjing might possess some knowledge. Chapter 112. Entering the mysterious realm to find my sister regarding the situation you described, I do have a hypothesis. Bai Jingjing nodded slowly after hearing Lin Yu's account. What hypothesis? Lin Yu eagerly asked. The realm where your sister is located may have activated a certain mechanism, leading to the sealing of all exits. Bai Jingjing replied calmly. However, I cannot ascertain the exact nature of the changes within the realm, as there are numerous variables. After hearing Bai Jingjing's words, Lin Yu was reminded of his own experience of being trapped in a mysterious realm. At that time, The reason the secret realm had sealed its exit was due to the emergence of malevolent spirits. If such entities truly exist, it could indeed pose a significant dilemma. Fortunately, Lin Yu had previously transcribed a visualization technique for the chaotic divine mill and promptly sent it to his sister, Lin Jiao. If she successfully mastered this technique, it should enable her to confront those malevolent spirits. Regardless, Lin Yu felt compelled to venture into the secret realm. Only by witnessing Lin Jiao in person would he find complete peace of mind. All right, I understand, Lin Yu said to Bai Jingjing. For the time being, you should remain here. No, I must accompany you. If you were to perish within, I would follow suit. Bai Jingjing insisted, shaking her head. She felt that remaining here, unaware of Lin Yu's condition for even a single day, would leave her in a constant state of worry. After all, her own life was intertwined with his. Regrettably, there was only a single scroll to the secret realm. Lin Yu shook his head. Moreover, only those above the rank of 10-star mecha masters can enter. Even if there were surplus scrolls, your current prowess would likely prevent you from gaining entry. That restriction applies solely to your kind. Bai Jingjing chuckled softly. Besides, we have entered into a pact. Thus, even with just one scroll, I could still accompany you. Very well, let us proceed together. Lin Yu conceded, recognizing that an additional ally would bolster their strength. Furthermore, Bai Jingjing was a formidable beast of over 100 levels. Perhaps her presence would prove invaluable within the secret realm. After a brief span of 10 minutes, a spacecraft descended swiftly upon the floating island. Shortly thereafter, a robot emerged, cradling a peculiar box. Upon completing the handover, the robot and the spacecraft departed in haste. Upon opening the box, Lin Yu clearly discerned a scroll to the secret realm within. Immediately upon acquiring the scroll, he activated it. Using a level 90 secret realm scroll, you have entered the secret realm. A flash of light enveloped him, and when Lin Yu opened his eyes the next moment, he found himself in an entirely different world. Bai Jingjing appeared by his side, confirming that her previous words held true. She could indeed enter alongside him. Be cautious. I sense the presence of malevolent spirits, Bai Jingjing quickly warned, her expression turning grave upon their arrival. These spirits not only sought to possess human mechas, but also sought the bodies of colossal beasts. It could be said that there was scarcely anything in the world that was immune to their possession. If that is the case, the closure of the secret realm's exit must indeed be linked to these malevolent spirits, Lin Yu remarked. It is not that simple. The malevolent spirits are likely only part of the reason, Bai Jingjing countered, shaking her head, unable to articulate the other potential causes at that moment. After all, the information they possessed was exceedingly scant. The energy within this secret realm was gradually depleting. Swift action was imperative. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Subsequently, he summoned the Nüwa mecha. The Nüwa mecha possessed the ability to traverse dimensions, thereby allowing Lin Yu to expedite his search for his sister. As the Nüwa mecha materialized, Lin Yu promptly entered its interior. Bai Jingjing leaped up and perched herself upon the shoulder of the Nüwa mecha. With a whoosh, the Nüwa mecha ascended into the sky at an astonishing velocity. During the flight, Lin Yu meticulously observed his surroundings. The secret realm was vast, compelling Lin Yu to rely on his instincts to choose a direction. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted in the distance. Lin Yu hastened his speed. After leaping over several towering mountains, he beheld a mecha engaged in a fierce battle with several colossal beasts. These beasts were all of level 90, while the mecha was merely at level 85. It was no small feat for the mecha pilot to withstand the assault of several level 90 beasts for so long. Target locked. Energy cannon activated. Bang! Bang! A series of potent energy orbs rained down rapidly. You have slain a level 90 beast. You have slain a level 90 beast. Soon, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Yu's mind. With a swift strike, he effortlessly dispatched the formidable beasts. The mecha pilot on the ground witnessed the Nüwa mecha descending from the heavens. Upon seeing the Nüwa mecha, he exhaled in relief, grateful for his survival. I am Wang Peng from the Penglai Mecha University. Thank you for your timely rescue, exclaimed the level 85 mecha pilot. Penglai Mecha University? Lin Yu quickly inquired. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Lin Jiao? Regrettably, I do not, Wang Peng replied, shaking his head. I entered the secret realm at the same time as Lin Jiao, but after my arrival, I have not seen her. Upon realizing Lin Yu was searching for Lin Jiao, Wang Peng divulged all he knew. For a moment, Lin Yu sighed, disheartened by the lack of useful information. Is there a way for you to communicate? Lin Yu continued to ask. Since we are both from Pangu Mecha University, there must be a special communicator for entering this secret realm. Indeed, Wang Peng nodded. The school provided a communicator, but its range is limited. It cannot connect beyond 30 kilometers. Could you lend me your communicator? Lin Yu inquired. With this device, he could significantly enhance his chances of locating Lin Jiao. Certainly, Wang Peng responded. After all, Lin Yu had saved his life. Had it not been for Lin Yu's intervention, he would have likely succumbed to the claws of the colossal beast. It was merely a communication device. Soon, Lin Yu successfully acquired the communicator from Wang Peng. He then continued to advise. The energy in this secret realm is gradually diminishing. You must avoid combat and conserve your spiritual energy. The best course of action is to find a place to conceal yourself. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Wang Peng nodded. Immediately, Lin Yu manipulated the Nüwa mecha, vanishing from Wang Peng's sight in the blink of an eye. What a formidable mecha warrior. Could he possibly be one of the elites sent by the academy? Wang Peng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Chapter 113, News of My Sister. With the specialized communicator from the Pangu Mecha University in hand, Lin Yu hastened his pace, engaging in spatial traversals while using the device to establish contact. After traversing to a new area, Lin Yu swiftly activated the communicator, calling out, Lin Jiao, please respond. After a considerable wait, there was no sound emanating from the communicator. Just as Lin Yu was about to traverse space again, the device suddenly rang. This is Su Qingqing from Pangu Mecha University. We are under attack by colossal beasts and urgently request assistance. The voice was filled with urgency, as if Su Qingqing had pinned all her hopes on Lin Yu. Do you know where Lin Jiao is? Lin Yu inquired hastily. I have some information. Su Qingqing replied. Please send help. We cannot hold out much longer. Su Qingqing was astute enough to deduce that Lin Yu had come for Lin Jiao. Although she possessed some knowledge about Lin Jiao's whereabouts, she refrained from disclosing it, fearing it might deter Lin Yu from coming to their aid. What are your coordinates? Lin Yu asked directly. Once he obtained the coordinates, he quickly began to traverse space again. At that moment on a flatland, 3 mechas were valiantly resisting the onslaught of 20 colossal beasts surrounding them, leaving them no opportunity for escape. The sheer number of beasts, compounded by their own limited strength, meant that if the situation continued, they would face certain doom. Qingqing, will he come to our aid? One of the mecha operators asked, visibly anxious. I don't know. Su Qingqing shook her head, her expression strained. Regardless, we must persevere and find a way to escape. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on ourselves. In the current predicament, their survival depended solely on their own efforts. They fought tenaciously against the frenzied assaults of the beasts. Boom! Another mecha suffered a brutal attack from one of the colossal beasts, which tore it apart with terrifying ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the situation had escalated dramatically. The mech was unable to function properly and was forcibly returned to the mech master's domain. Without the protection of the mech, the master was crushed to oblivion by a colossal beast, leading to his complete demise. Witnessing this, Su Qingqing and another mech master turned pale, sensing that their turn would soon arrive. Surrounded by 20 formidable beasts, they were engulfed by a profound sense of despair. At that moment, Su Qingqing had lost all hope of receiving aid. Their energy reserves were nearly depleted. With a stroke of luck, they could barely endure for 3 more minutes. Without the mech's guardianship, death was imminent. Time ticked away relentlessly. Boom! The head of another mech was cleaved by a beast, causing it to disintegrate instantly. The exposed mech master was devoured whole. Damn it! Su Qingqing guset silenti. From the entire mech squad, she was now the sole survivor. Staring at the horde of beasts before her, her face turned ashen. Was this to be her end? Despite the endless reluctance in her heart, reality was merciless. Only 600 units of energy remained. Su Qingqing dared not unleash any mech skills, for even a single maneuver would exhaust her energy completely, rendering her incapable of continuing the fight. These beasts not only possessed formidable defenses, but some were also incredibly agile, moving at astonishing speeds, leaving no chance for escape. As Su Qingqing fought valiantly, her energy dwindled rapidly. Soon, it was entirely consumed. The mech could no longer operate, and she was thrust back into her own mech space. At that moment, Su Qingqing, in her human form, stood before the beasts, feeling as insignificant as an ant. Am I to perish? She pondered inwardly, as images from her life flashed before her eyes. A phenomenon known as the life review, a sign of impending death. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through her. Upon opening her eyes, she witnessed the beasts being instantaneously reduced to mere chunks of flesh. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The ground transformed into a crimson lake. Below, the space twisted unnaturally as a colossal mech hand reached out, catching Su Qingqing as she fell. Cradled in the palm of the Nüwa mech, she felt an unexpected warmth. Looking up, she beheld the entire figure of the Nüwa mech before her. What a magnificent machine! Fear not, for it appears to be a majestic, perhaps even divine-grade mech. Su Qingqing marveled inwardly. At that moment, Lin Yu emerged from the Nüwa mech, landing gracefully in its palm. Gazing at Su Qingqing before him, Lin Yu could not help but admire her beauty. However, Su Qingqing's current state was one of utter disarray. Are you all right? Lin Yu inquired. I'm fine. Su Qingqing quickly shook her head, continuing with a sigh. It is a pity for my classmates. If only you had arrived earlier, perhaps they could have been saved. Of course, Su Qingqing did not hold Lin Yu accountable for his tardiness. She lamented their own inadequacies. Had they possessed greater strength and endurance, they might have escaped their fate. The feeling of being alive now was indeed a blessing. Thank goodness. Now, may I inquire about Lin Jiaojiao's situation? Lin Yu asked eagerly. Su Qingqing, aware that Lin Jiaojiao was the sole disciple of the vice president of Pangu Mecha University, questioned, Might I ask if you were sent by the school to rescue her? She perceived Lin Yu as a formidable mech engineer, believing that perhaps accompanying him would grant her a chance to escape Kunlun Mecha University. No, I am her elder brother, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head without hesitation. Her brother? Su Qingqing was taken aback, having never imagined that Lin Jiaojiao had such an impressive sibling. 10 days ago, I encountered Lin Jiaojiao outside the Heart Lake Island. We merely exchanged greetings before parting ways. I recall she entered the Heart Lake Island. Soon after, that island underwent some inexplicable transformation, floating into the sky. We flew up to investigate, but the Heart Lake Island vanished as if it had never existed. It seemed that was when this realm became inaccessible to everyone, and the safe zones ceased to function. Su Qingqing recounted all she knew. Chapter 114. Opening a spatial rift to enter the mysterious realm at last. There was news of his sister. Lin Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. This meant his sister, Lin Jiaojiao, should still be on that island. Albeit it had suddenly ascended into the heavens and then disappeared, a mystery that perplexed him. What could possibly be the nature of this island? Lin Yu pondered aloud, turning to Bai Jingjing above him for insight. At that moment, Su Qingqing noticed an extraordinarily beautiful woman perched upon the shoulder of the Nüwa mech. How breathtaking! Su Qingqing gasped, this being her first encounter with such unparalleled beauty. I'm not entirely certain, Bai Jingjing replied, her tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable authority. Even she was at a loss for an explanation. Lin Yu slowly nodded, remarking that the only way to ascertain the truth was to visit the island in person. Could you please send me the location of this island? He requested. He then turned his gaze towards Su Qingqing. Certainly, she replied promptly. Moments later, she forwarded the map of the hidden realm that she had explored, clearly marking the location of the island at the center of the lake. They were currently over 600 kilometers away from it, a considerable distance indeed. Without hesitation, Lin Yu resolved to set off immediately. Thank you. Please ensure your safety, he said to Su Qingqing, expressing his gratitude. May I accompany you? Su Qingqing implored, her voice tinged with desperation. All my companions have perished, and I'm left all alone. I beg you to take me with you. The fear in her eyes was palpable, having narrowly escaped death. The thought of being alone in this hidden realm filled her with dread. She felt that her chances of survival would dwindle without companionship. Seeing her pitiable state, and considering that she was also a student from the Pangu Mecha University, Lin Yu ultimately acquiesced. You may accompany me, but you must obey my commands. Yes, yes. Su Qingqing responded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with hope. First, restore your energy, Lin Yu advised. The human body cannot withstand the pressure of spatial transit without the protection of a mecha, unlike Bai Jingjing, who is a divine beast and appears unfazed by the stresses of spatial travel, remaining utterly at ease. With that, Lin Yu directed the Nüwa mecha to swiftly soar toward the island's location. Su Qingqing utilized the mecha's palm to practice her cultivation methods, replenishing her energy reserves. Fortunately, the energy within this hidden realm had not entirely dissipated. The Nüwa mecha flew at an astonishing speed, and soon they encountered other mecha pilots. Some were engaged in fierce battles with colossal beasts. Upon encountering them, Lin Yu promptly locked onto the targets and unleashed energy blasts, assisting those pilots in overcoming their perilous situations. It was a simple matter, and Lin Yu was determined to help as much as he could. After all, these were human mecha pilots, and humanity was facing an existential crisis. The loss of these pilots in the hidden realm would diminish the strength of humanity as a whole. Yet, the most pressing concern remained the rescue of his sister. After approximately an hour, Lin Yu arrived at the location of the island. Before him lay a vast expanse of water, yet there was no sign of an island at its center. At that moment, Su Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. After an hour of recuperation, her spiritual energy had recovered to 80%. Upon gazing at the scene before her, she was taken aback, astonished that she had arrived here in such a short time. The speed of flight was astonishing. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mecha, soaring rapidly into the sky. Upon reaching a high altitude, it was exactly as Su Qingqing had described initially. There was not a single trace of the floating island above. Su Qingqing, did you notice anything unusual after the lake island ascended into the sky? Lin Yu inquired. No, Su Qingqing replied firmly. At that time, when the island in the center of the lake had floated up into the clouds, it vanished without a trace. Numerous other mecha pilots had also ascended in search of the island, but found nothing. No one knew how the island had disappeared. Lin Yu, there's a residual spatial aura here, Bai Jingjing calmly stated. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu suddenly grasped the implication. This meant there was another space above. The island could not have simply vanished without reason. It could only indicate that the island had entered another realm. Fortunately, the Nüwa mecha was highly proficient in spatial navigation. Through diligent exploration, the Nüwa mecha successfully detected the precise location of the spatial aura. The mecha's skills erupted, and a spatial rift tore open above. This rift resembled an unfathomable abyss, its darkness evoking a sense of dread merely by gazing upon it. Su Qingqing, you wait here, Lin Yu instructed. He was completely unaware of the circumstances within. Should danger lurk inside, he feared he might lack the energy to rescue Su Qingqing. Thus, the wisest course of action was for her to remain outside and await his return. Here, take this. Lin Yu quickly produced some potions to restore her spiritual energy. This would ensure her survival in his absence. Just be careful, he reiterated. Thank you. Su Qingqing expressed her gratitude and swiftly summoned her mecha. Once she was inside her machine, Lin Yu propelled the Nüwa mecha directly into the spatial rift. As the Nüwa mecha completely entered, the rift vanished in the blink of an eye. Now, only Su Qingqing and her mecha remained suspended in the high sky. Before long, Su Qingqing piloted her mecha downwards. Remaining airborne consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, no colossal beasts had emerged in the vicinity, and for the moment, she was safe. I hope you return soon, Su Qingqing murmured as she gazed at the sky. During her recent time spent with Lin Yu, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, a feeling she cherished deeply. How she wished it could last indefinitely. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had successfully traversed through a spatial rift, entering a mysterious realm. The moment he stepped inside, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. Chapter 115. The Bronze Door and the Mysterious Man Lin Yu. You sense it too, don't you? There is a powerful aura of malevolence here, Bai Jingjing remarked gravely. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded earnestly, his urgency intensifying. He took out his communicator, only to quickly discover that it was utterly useless in this enigmatic space. Realizing this, he maneuvered his mech with haste, plunging deeper into the unknown. Before long, an immense bronze door loomed before him, emanating a palpable aura of evil. Lin Yu discerned that the sinister energy was seeping from this very door. It was evident that beyond it lay another realm. Summoning the full might of his mech, Lin Yu attempted to push the door open. A minute passed, yet he found the bronze door immovable. Even with the full power of his Nüwa mech unleashed, it would not budge. Boom! Despite Lin Yu's relentless assaults, the door remained unscathed. Curse it, he muttered in frustration, anxiety gnawing at him. He had but one sister, and he could not bear the thought of her perishing within. You are losing focus. Bai Jingjing gently reminded him. This bronze door is peculiar. It must possess some mechanism. If we can locate it, we should be able to open it with ease. Her words quickly steadied Lin Yu's racing thoughts. Unfortunately, it seemed this door harbored no visible mechanisms. He searched meticulously, yet found nothing resembling a mechanism. It appeared that the door could only be opened from within. Bai Jingjing deduced. Only from within? Lin Yu was taken aback. What sort of design is this? The one who constructed this door must be quite deranged. Lin Yu, have you noticed? The aura of malevolence is waning. Bai Jingjing prompted once more. Lin Yu concentrated his senses, and indeed, the energy was diminishing. Something was transpiring behind that bronze door. Unexpectedly, in this era, human mech masters could still coexist with colossal beasts. Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonated. The bronze door erupted in a radiant glow, and then a projection of a man materialized. This man, adorned in ancient garb with flowing hair, appeared quite peculiar and immediately recognized that Bai Jingjing was not human. The man gazed at Lin Yu, inexplicably beginning to speak to himself. The divine mech has finally manifested in this world. It is not too late. Unfazed, Lin Yu replied, I care not who you are. Open this bronze door. Apologies, but I cannot do so at present. The man shook his head. I sense a shared lineage between you and the mech artisan named Lin Jiao. You have come for her, have you not? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was utterly convinced that his sister was indeed beyond that bronze door. Previously, I encountered a mysterious woman within a secret realm. She must be akin to you. Lin Yu deduced. Indeed, this secret realm was created specifically to seal malevolent spirits, and I am but a fragment of consciousness residing here. The man nodded slightly. It appears that the chaotic divine, grinding visualization method that girl practices was derived from you. It seems fate has conspired, and the prophecy is coming to fruition. Another incomprehensible remark. Open the bronze door. I shall confront the malevolent spirit, but my sister must not be harmed in the slightest. Lin Yu insisted with renewed seriousness. Rest assured, your sister is unharmed and is currently refining the malevolent spirit, the man continued. To effectively eradicate the malevolent spirits, one must master the chaotic divine, grinding visualization method. In our era, a great being devised a technique capable of absorbing the power of malevolent spirits. However, mastering this technique requires the chaotic divine, grinding visualization method. When your sister entered this realm, I sensed the aura of that method, which is why I allowed her entry. In the following moments, the man recounted the entire sequence of events, which alleviated Lin Yu's concerns. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a relief that his sister was safe. Bai Jingjing was equally astonished, realizing that humanity had indeed created a method to refine and absorb malevolent spirits. Malevolent spirits can be considered a common foe of both humans and beasts alike. However, they particularly favor seizing control of human mechs. Naturally, divine beasts like Bai Jingjing are also targets for these malevolent entities. How many such secret realms exist to seal malevolent spirits? Lin Yu inquired curiously, looking at the man. Uncertain, the man replied, shaking his head. In my recollection, countless malevolent spirits have been sealed, and some have fallen into slumber. Slumber? Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. Could there be malevolent spirits in the outside world? Certainly, the man responded. It is possible that in certain mysterious corners of the world, malevolent spirits lie in wait. Should they all awaken, the entire world would face calamity. Initially, we hoped that everyone could master the chaotic divine, grinding visualization method. But it turned out that only a scarce few could. Ultimately, we could only develop a simplified version of the chaotic visualization method, which proved to be of limited efficacy. If everyone could master the chaotic divine, grinding visualization method, malevolent spirits would no longer pose a threat. Rather, they could be enslaved and utilized for one's own purposes. At this moment, Lin Yu wore a grave expression. It seemed that the crisis facing humanity was far more severe than previously imagined. The malevolent spirits that lay dormant in the world were undoubtedly numerous. Once these spirits awakened in their entirety, they would certainly seize countless mechs, leading to the emergence of a formidable legion of malevolent mech warriors. It is about to conclude. You must remain patient for a few more minutes, the man quietly stated. Once the malevolent spirits have been thoroughly refined, this secret realm will begin to dissipate automatically. I shall activate the backup energy to transport all the mech masters still within the realm to safety. After uttering these words, the man vanished without a trace. Bai Jingjing, is it possible to negotiate with those colossal beasts for mutual non-aggression, allowing us to first eliminate the malevolent spirits? Lin Yu proposed to Bai Jingjing. That is rather impractical. Bai Jingjing responded decisively. She then elaborated. Consider this, if humans and beasts can reach an agreement, then surely the malevolent spirits could also forge a pact with either humans or beasts. Her reasoning was sound. Lin Yu nodded. It appears I've been overly simplistic in my thinking. There is but one solution, Bai Jingjing continued. That is to become immensely powerful, possessing absolute strength to suppress everything. In a world where the strong reign supreme, the weak must submit. With your Mech God physique, you may very well become the sovereign of this realm, wielding control over all. Chapter 116. Achieving 10-star Mech Master. Awakening a new mech as time passed gradually. Lin Yu patiently awaited outside the bronze door. Soon, both Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing could distinctly sense that the malevolent aura emanating from within the bronze door had seemingly vanished completely. Suddenly, the colossal bronze door creaked open, releasing an ancient aura. Almost immediately, Lin Yu beheld a holy-grade mech emerging from within. Is that you, sister? Lin Yu inquired eagerly. Brother? Lin Jiao replied, her expression one of confusion, utterly astonished to see Lin Yu's south presence in this place. Thank goodness you are safe. Lin Yu sighed in relief. However, Lin Jiao appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of the events that had transpired. In the following minute, Lin Yu provided a brief explanation, prompting Lin Jiao to nod slowly. She had not anticipated such occurrences within the secret realm. Previously, when Lin Jiao had stepped onto the island's heart, she had been drawn into this mysterious space, rendering her completely oblivious to the unfolding situation. The secret realm is beginning to collapse. I will escort you away. At that moment, the man's voice resonated once more. In an instant, beams of light enveloped Lin Yu and the others, swiftly transporting them away. You have exited the secret realm. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, having returned to Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu promptly reached out to his sister. Fortunately, it took only a few seconds for Lin Jiao to answer the call. Don't worry, brother. I'm perfectly fine now. Moreover, I am determined to grow stronger, she declared with confidence. That's good to hear, but you must remain cautious, Lin Yu advised. Understood. Lin Jiao nodded. By the way, I will send you the refining spirit technique shortly. You and sister should practice it as well. The refining spirit technique was a unique skill that Lin Jiao had obtained from the Bronze Gate. To master this technique, one must first grasp the concept of the chaotic divine grinding vision. With this technique, one can absorb and refine malevolent spirits. All right, Lin Yu responded. In the ensuing minutes, Lin Yu earnestly offered numerous pieces of advice. After all, Lin Jiao was alone over there. Once I have the opportunity, I will visit you at Pinglai Mecha University. Lin Yu said slowly. That sounds great. Lin Jiao's cheerful laughter echoed. After the call ended, Lin Yu summoned his Nüwa mecha back, landing steadily and entering his room, where he collapsed onto the sofa. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu reflected on his recent venture into the secret realm. He realized that he had accomplished little, and even if he had not entered that secret realm, his sister Lin Jiao would have remained safe. Upon closer contemplation, he acknowledged that his younger sister had indeed matured. She was no longer the little girl of the past. Perhaps he had been overly concerned. As the saying goes, without experiencing storms, how could one ever see the rainbow? He attempted to contact his sister Lin Wanner, but she was unavailable, indicating she was still within the secret realm or dungeon. The same applied to Mo Shitting and Yiling. It seemed he needed to dedicate himself to training. Lin Yu sighed, aspiring to break through and become a 10-star mecha master soon. A few minutes later, Lin Jiao sent him an email containing the complete incantation of the refining spirit technique. This technique was truly profound. Upon merely glancing at it, Lin Yu felt an extraordinary essence emanating from it. Hearing Lin Yu's thoughts, Bai Jingjing rose from the sofa and approached him to take a look. As Bai Jingjing examined the complete refining spirit technique, she slowly nodded. Indeed, humanity is remarkable, capable of creating such a flawless technique through their own efforts. Her tone revealed a deep sense of admiration. So, can you practice it? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. How could I possibly do so? This is a technique crafted by your kind. I certainly cannot practice it. Bai Jingjing shook her head. You take your time. I shall take a nap. After speaking, Bai Jingjing reclined on the sofa. Her exquisite figure elicited an involuntary swallow from onlookers. Lin Yu quickly regained his composure and began to delve earnestly into his understanding. Through diligent comprehension, the mechanized divine body successfully mastered the refining spirit technique. In just a few minutes, a voice resonated within Lin Yu's mind. In that fleeting moment, he had already grasped the essence of the refining spirit technique. Each time he encountered the extraordinary capabilities of the mechanized divine body, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of awe. As the refining spirit technique commenced its operation, he became increasingly aware of its formidable power. Remarkable. The individual who conceived this refining spirit technique must undoubtedly be an extraordinarily formidable entity. Lin Yu marveled. To put it succinctly, the refining spirit technique is essentially an extension of the chaotic divine grinding visualization. Thus, it becomes evident why mastering the refining spirit technique necessitates first mastering the chaotic divine grinding visualization. The malevolent spirits appear to be immortal in the realm of the soul. However, through the chaotic divine grinding visualization, they can be shattered repeatedly until their ultimate obliteration. With the refining spirit technique, the crushed malevolent spirits can be transformed into pure energy for personal utilization, significantly enhancing one's power. From this point forward, I should no longer fear any malevolent spirits. Lin Yu nodded. Subsequently, he willingly entered a state of cultivation. The mechanized divine body swiftly enacted the divine-level cultivation method, drawing the surrounding energies into his being. His spiritual energy began to elevate gradually. Not only was Lin Yu making progress, even Bai Jingjing, who lay beside him, was experiencing an enhancement in her own abilities. The mechanized divine body not only aids human mecha masters in their rapid advancement, but it also benefits divine beasts like Bai Jingjing. This serves as one of the reasons for her accelerated level progression. Moreover, her bond with Lin Yu through their contract amplifies the benefits she receives from the mechanized divine body. Time flowed steadily, day after day. Ding! Congratulations! Your spiritual energy has surpassed 600,000, elevating you to a 10-star mecha master. Your mecha can continue to gain experience points to level up. Ding! Congratulations! Your fourth mecha is beginning to awaken. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, the system's notifications rang out in succession, causing Lin Yu to abruptly open his eyes, halting his cultivation. In that moment, he sensed a newfound strength within himself. Hard work pays off. After a month of dedicated training, he had finally attained the rank of 10-star Mecha Master. Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. The Mech God Body cultivated automatically, seemingly without any obstacles. Thus, the entire process of cultivation was remarkably smooth. In Chapter 117, titled Emperor Mecha, Lin Yu stepped into the instance of the ghostly serpent marsh. In the next moment, he found himself within his mecha space. On the fourth mecha platform, a colossal mecha suddenly materialized, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance that was undeniably cool. Mecha. Emperor Mecha. Divine level. Level synchronization achieved. Reaching level 90. Skill activation successful. The sound of the system echoed, instantly revealing the information regarding Lin Yu's fourth mecha. The Emperor Mecha. No wonder it radiated such an overwhelming presence. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment and delight. Now, he possessed 4 divine-level mechas. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astound the entire world. Upon exiting the mecha space, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, and the first sight that met him was the stunning visage of Bai Jingjing. This startled Lin Yu. What is going on? Why are you so close to me? If he had delayed a moment longer in exiting the mecha space, will Bai Jingjing have sullied his purity? You think too lowly of me. Bai Jingjing snorted. Seemingly aware of Lin Yu's thoughts, she continued, I was merely curious about the level of your newly awakened mecha. This left Lin Yu taken aback. Could it be that Bai Jingjing had mastered some method to read people's thoughts? However, he refrained from dwelling on such notions and calmly replied, My fourth mecha is still a divine-level mecha. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingjing looked surprised and remarked, Incredible. Logically, while the Mecha God Body allows a Mecha Master to have 7 mechas, it doesn't guarantee that all of them are divine level. You have awakened entirely divine level mechas. This is truly astonishing, to have garnered the recognition of so many deities. Even the well-informed Bai Jingjing was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Lin Yu's extraordinary capabilities had far exceeded her previous expectations. What does it mean to have the recognition of the gods? Lin Yu curiously inquired. Bai Jingjing, indeed, possessed a wealth of knowledge unknown to him. You should understand that divine-level mechas embody each deity. For these divine-level mechas to be wielded, the deities must grant their acknowledgement. Bai Jingjing candidly shared her insights. This made Lin Yu nod in understanding, significantly broadening his horizons. I see. Lin Yu smiled. It seems I am indeed recognized by the deities. Lin Yu wore a joyful smile on his face. What shall we do next? Bai Jingjing inquired softly. Level up. Lin Yu replied decisively. Elevate my mech to level 100. Perfect timing, for I have already reached level 110. Bai Jingjing continued. At that moment, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Upon regaining his composure, he quickly affirmed, Your cultivation has advanced remarkably fast. It's not too bad. I owe much of it to your divine Mech Body, and our contract has certainly bestowed numerous benefits upon me. Bai Jingjing replied with a gentle smile. That smile was captivating, truly breathtaking. You have reaped such abundant rewards. Yet I seem to have gained little. Lin Yu shook his head with a sigh, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy. My lifelong allegiance will be to you. Is that not a benefit you have received? Bai Jingjing replied with a mysterious smile. The moment the contract was sealed, her fate became entwined with Lin Yu's. You make a valid point. Lin Yu nodded. All right, let's not dwell on this matter. We must swiftly decide where to level up. I too wish to stretch my legs. Bai Jingjing stated with renewed seriousness. Let us venture to the level 90 dungeon. Lin Yu proposed. The vastness of the secret realm made it arduous to locate a multitude of giant beasts, which would undoubtedly consume much time. However, dungeons offered a more efficient alternative. But can you accompany me into the dungeon? Lin Yu asked, a hint of concern in his voice. After all, Bai Jingjing was a divine beast. It was not possible before, but now it is. Bai Jingjing replied confidently with a smile. Then let us set off at once. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. After exiting the house, Lin Yu summoned his gilded battle aircraft. Once aboard, he pinpointed the coordinates for the level 90 dungeon, and the aircraft swiftly took flight toward their destination. The dungeon we are heading to is called Ghostly Serpent Marsh. The ground within this dungeon is entirely marshy, possessing an extraordinarily potent corrosive force. Once a mech becomes ensnared, it is exceedingly difficult to escape. The beasts within are also formidable serpentine creatures. Thus, aerial combat is imperative for this dungeon. With a flick of his finger, Lin Yu summoned a projection before him. The projection displayed the latest Gungnir information for the level 90 dungeon. This was Lin Yu's first foray into this dungeon, so it was essential to familiarize himself with the details in advance, allowing for timely adjustments should any changes arise. Understood. Bai Jingjing nodded silently. In her view, this dungeon could be traversed with ease. Now, it was merely a matter of patiently waiting. Fortunately, the aircraft flew at a commendable speed, navigating through the map. It is evident that they are drawing ever closer to the coordinates of the dungeon. After approximately an hour, the resplendent golden warplane smoothly descended onto the open space before the entrance of the level 90 dungeon, the Ghostly Serpent Marsh. Upon exiting the craft, they were greeted by a multitude of mechanized warriors surrounding the entrance. Lin Yu promptly retracted the golden warplane into his storage ring. In an instant, many of the mechanized warriors turned their gazes towards Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing, with the majority fixated on Bai Jingjing. After all, it was their first encounter with such a strikingly beautiful woman. The eyes of numerous men glimmered with avaricious desire, as if they yearned to claim Bai Jingjing for themselves. Disgusting. Upon witnessing their lecherous stares, Bai Jingjing's expression turned icy. If it were within her power, she would wish to eliminate these individuals. All right, let us hasten into the dungeon, Lin Yu declared, taking her hand and leading her inside. Whether human or of another race, there will always be those who covet beauty. The world is a tapestry of light and darkness. This is an immutable truth. You have entered the level 90 dungeon, Ghostly Serpent Marsh. Upon entering the dungeon, a sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was plummeting at an alarming speed. Below lay an abyssal swamp, bubbling ominously. Should he fall in, death would surely follow. Chapter 118. The Might of the Celestial Emperor Mecha. Reward for completion. Resurrection Elixir. Serpentine behemoths swam freely within the murky depths, akin to fish in water. It appeared that these colossal creatures had also noticed Lin Yu descending from the sky, their gaping maws opened wide, eager to devour him whole. Celestial Emperor Mechs summon. Lin Yu, however, would not acquiesce to their desires. Reacting swiftly, he summoned the newly awakened mecha. In an instant, a colossal mecha radiating an aura of terror materialized. Without delay, Lin Yu entered the interior of the Celestial Emperor mecha. As he began to control it, he was immediately struck by its formidable power. With his strength, it felt as though he could command all existence, leaving him profoundly astonished. Especially upon entering the mecha. It was as if he had traversed time itself, returning to an ancient epoch where a celestial sovereign named Dijun ruled over the three realms. Not lingering on those thoughts any longer, Lin Yu maneuvered the Celestial Emperor mecha, swiftly descending into the dungeon. It was imperative to focus on slaying monsters, leveling up, and ultimately clearing the dungeon. Is this your new mecha? Bai Jingjing hovered in the air, her expression earnest as she scrutinized the entirety of the Celestial Emperor mecha. In that moment, she too could sense the overwhelming dominance emanating from it. Even she felt like an ant before the Heavenly Emperor mecha. It was evident that the formidable machine before her was imbued with the power of a terrifying deity. Indeed, this mecha was named the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Upon hearing the name of the mecha, Bai Jingjing's heart jolted once more. Deities that could be referred to as the Heavenly Emperor were, it seemed, exceedingly rare and represented the truly powerful among divine beings. In this world, where there exist strengths, there are also weaknesses. The same holds true for deities, as there must be disparities in their powers. All right, let us engage in battle. Lin Yu continued. It's a perfect opportunity to test the might of the Heavenly Emperor mecha. Divine Punishment skill activated. Target locking initiated. A total of 952 colossal beasts have been locked on. Divine Punishment unleashed. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Bolts of thick lightning, resembling true dragons, descended upon each of the colossal beasts below, unleashing an ear-splitting roar. The residual power sent waves of terror coursing through Bai Jingjing. This lightning seemed capable of subduing all. Even as a divine beast, she would find it difficult to withstand it entirely. In that moment, Bai Jingjing felt a sense of relief, grateful that Lin Yu is not her enemy. You have slain a level 90 colossal beast. Experience points for the mecha have increased. You have slain a level 90 colossal beast. Experience points for the mecha have increased. You have slain a level 90 colossal beast. Experience points for the mecha have increased. A series of notifications echoed in her mind. When the thunder subsided and she looked down again, she could clearly see that the marsh below had transformed into a multitude of dense craters. The corpses of the colossal beasts had been utterly annihilated. In just a matter of seconds, a single mecha skill had cleared the area of all beasts. Such efficiency in extermination was astonishing. Of course, it was the Heavenly Emperor mecha that was remarkable. However, it correspondingly consumed a vast amount of Lin Yu's spiritual energy. At this point, only the boss remained in the dungeon. There was no need for her assistance. Bai Jingjing mused silently as she observed this scene. Before long, Lin Yu also discovered the boss area. He deftly maneuvered the mecha into this zone. In an instant, the space before them warped dramatically, and a massive beast charged forth. Encountered level 100 colossal beast, the celestial blue bull python. Roar! The colossal beast erupted with a terrifying roar. This colossal beast, with the head of an ox and the body of a serpent, appeared remarkably bizarre, particularly with its infernal eyes that radiated a deadly glow. Its entire form was a shade of dark blue-green. Heavenly Emperor's sword summoned. From the void, an extraordinarily massive divine sword emerged, settling into the grasp of the Heavenly Emperor mech. The moment the sword manifested, the boss, the azure bull python, sensed the aura of death and swiftly charged towards Lin Yu. Heavenly Emperor's sword equipped successfully, the system announced. Upon glancing again, Lin Yu observed that with the successful equipping of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the sword's skills began to emanate brilliance, ready to be unleashed. Activate skill, Heavenly Emperor /. Instantly, 10,000 energy points were consumed. The entire Heavenly Emperor mech erupted with an unparalleled divine light, as if the Heavenly Emperor himself had descended. The Heavenly Emperor's sword unleashed an incomparable might. Lin Yu merely felt a gentle slash, and in an instant, a flash of sword light appeared. Everything fell silent. As the radiance dissipated, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the level 100 colossal beast, Azure Bull Python. Mech experience points, 50,000. Ding! You have received a reward for your first successful completion of this dungeon. Resurrection Pill. Resurrection Pill. Consuming it allows one to instantly revive. Note: death must not exceed 24 hours or will become ineffective. The enormous boss, the Azure Bull Python, was cleaved in two before Lin Yu's eyes. The power of this strike was utterly terrifying. Beside him, Bai Jingjing trembled involuntarily. Had that strike been aimed at her, she would likely have met the same fate as the Azure Bull Python. At that moment, a special pill appeared in Lin Yu's hand, leaving him astounded. He had not anticipated the existence of such a miraculous pill in this world. Previously, he had only heard tales of such elixirs, but none had ever witnessed one firsthand. Now, Lin Yu possessed this extraordinary pill, akin to granting himself an extra life. The resurrection pill was undoubtedly a divine elixir. Should it be revealed, many would covet it, and he would likely face numerous assassination attempts. Lin Yu carefully placed the pill into a special jade vial, then stored it within his space ring. Was it merely a single level gained? Lin Yu pondered. After slaying so many colossal beasts, his Heavenly Emperor mech had only reached level 91. Indeed, the experience points required increased significantly as one progressed. However, at this rate of monster hunting, upgrading the mech to level 100 would be a simple task. Let us go, he said, noticing Bai Jingjing seemed lost in thought. I know, she quickly replied. You have exited the dungeon, Ghostly Serpent Marsh. In a brief moment, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing exited the instance, returning to the entrance where they initially arrived. Glancing around, they were greeted once more by numerous unfamiliar faces of mecha masters. Resolutely, they set forth towards other level 90 instances yet to be completed. Indeed, Lin Yu could have repeatedly ground monsters in a single instance to level up. However, the rewards for a first-time clearance were simply too bounteous to be overlooked. Chapter 119. The unrestricted level 100 instance time flew by unnoticed, and before they knew it, several days had passed. During this period, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing traversed numerous locations, successfully clearing several level 90 instances. The rewards garnered from these completions appeared quite substantial in Lin Yu's eyes. Yet, it seemed that Bai Jingjing was not a human mecha master. Thus, despite clearing the instances, she received no rewards, which was indeed a pity. The Tiantra mecha under his control had also ascended to level 100. With this synchronization of levels, Lin Yu's other mechas had likewise reached the same pinnacle. This meant that he now possessed 4 level 100 divine mechas. Experience points could no longer be accrued by these mechas. Lin Yu remarked slowly that it was time to elevate his mecha master rank to that of a star mecha master. He had long heard that a star mecha master represented a qualitative transformation. In other words, once he broke through to this rank, he would experience extraordinary and miraculous effects. Opening his personal panel, Lin Yu silently recited, Command received. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level, 10-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0, Psycho Energy, 607,821. Mechas, Pangu Mecha, level 100, Nüwa Mecha, level 100. For Divine Mechas, level 100, Tiantra Mecha, level 100. Excellent, excellent. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. He considered himself a formidable mecha warrior now, though not at the very top tier. He was confident that even in a confrontation with a star mecha master, he could prevail. Perhaps even against a stellar mecha master, he could stand his ground. However, he must not become overly arrogant, as pride often leads to downfall. What are you standing there for? Bai Jingjing's voice broke through his reverie. Having just emerged from the instance, she noticed Lin Yu lost in thought, seemingly pondering something profound. As her voice resonated, Lin Yu quickly regained his focus and replied, I was just contemplating a few matters. Let's set off again. There lies a level 100 instance not far from here. There remain numerous level 90 dungeons that Lin Yu has yet to conquer. However, these dungeons are rather distant, making it arduous to reach them in a short span of time. After all, this world is quite expansive. Bai Jingjing nodded in agreement. Although she would not receive the rewards for clearing these dungeons, devouring the colossal beasts within would undoubtedly enhance her own strength. Bai Jingjing had awakened a unique ability, devouring. By continuously consuming, she could swiftly elevate her prowess. Upon learning of this remarkable ability, Lin Yu felt a twinge of envy and marveled at Bai Jingjing, the true embodiment of a divine beast. After soaring over 100 kilometers, they successfully arrived at the entrance of the level 100 dungeon. Outside this entrance lay an immensely vast plaza, and upon their arrival, it became evident that the number of mecha engineers present was particularly high. Yet, the majority appeared to be 7, 8, or 9-star mecha engineers. They had congregated here, seemingly in response to some unfolding event. It was also quickly observable that, although the level 100 dungeon was in an open state, no mecha engineer had ventured inside. It seems something has transpired, Lin Yu murmured softly. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Lin Yu approached a mecha engineer who appeared amicable and politely inquired, "Excuse me, friend, we have just arrived. Has something occurred here? Really? You are unaware of such significant news?" The mecha engineer responded, somewhat perplexed, glancing at Lin Yu. As he beheld Bai Jingjing beside him, he was utterly mesmerized. She was breathtakingly beautiful. He vowed that Bai Jingjing was unequivocally the most stunning woman he had ever laid eyes upon, without exception. In that moment, the young man felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards Lin Yu. At this juncture, Lin Yu spoke again. "We have just arrived and have not accessed the internet, so we lack much knowledge about this place. I will be grateful for your insights." Noticing Lin Yu's courteous demeanor, the young man's expression brightened, and he began to explain, "The moment I saw you, I knew you must be from out of town. This dungeon is the only level 100 dungeon in our vicinity. You should be aware that level 100 dungeons are quite rare throughout the world. Yet, just 2 days ago, this level 100 dungeon experienced a bizarre transformation." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart raced with curiosity about the nature of this transformation. The young man continued, "As you may know, most level 100 dungeons impose level restrictions. Only mecha engineers with 10 stars and mecha levels elevated to 100 can enter. However, just 2 days ago, this dungeon lifted those restrictions, allowing mecha engineers of any rank to enter. Yet, those who ventured inside have not returned. My older brother is a 9-star mecha engineer, and he entered 2 days ago. He has yet to emerge. Logically, this dungeon should be cleared within a day." As the man spoke, a twinge of sadness crept into his voice. That was his only brother, his sole companion. If he were to perish within, he would be left utterly alone. "Ah, so that is the case." Lin Yu nodded, realizing why so many were gathered here. The majority of the mecha engineers present were anxiously awaiting the return of friends or family from within the dungeon, while others were eager to venture in themselves. The man continued, "Although we still do not know the circumstances inside the dungeon, such anomalies indicate the emergence of significant opportunities." He was indeed correct. There must be great fortunes awaiting within. However, such fortunes are not meant for everyone to grasp. "Thank you." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude upon understanding the situation. He then led Bai Jingjing to a nearby open space, directing his gaze toward the entrance of the level 100 dungeon. "What do you think?" he inquired softly. "Let us just observe." Bai Jingjing replied earnestly. Her serious demeanor left Lin Yu momentarily speechless, prompting him to insist, "All right, please share your thoughts. I have never encountered such anomalies before." Bai Jingjing replied thoughtfully. "However, to truly comprehend the situation inside, one must see it for themselves." Her words were indeed wise. "What level are you?" Lin Yu hastily asked. "Level 115, Bai Jingjing replied candidly. The speed at which she had risen in rank was astonishing. "With our combined strength, we should have no trouble." Lin Yu nodded, resolved to enter. After all, they had come to conquer this level 100 dungeon. "Since you are determined, I shall accompany you," Bai Jingjing affirmed. Chapter 120, Boss. Mechanical Behemoth Argos. Bai Jingjing's declaration inexplicably touched Lin Yu. "Then let us proceed," he quickly agreed. Together, they advanced toward the dungeon entrance. When the other mecha engineers witnessed Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing preparing to enter the dungeon, they were taken aback. "Are they out of their minds? Just the two of them? They're surely courting death," murmured one, incredulous. Even a complete team at level 100 had yet to emerge, underscoring the peril that awaited within. "They're going in. They really are." Under the gaze of all, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing boldly stepped into the level 100 dungeon. You have entered the level 100 unlimited dungeon, Silent City. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, surveying the scene before him. He swiftly summoned the Heavenly Emperor Mecha. Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly adept at maneuvering the Heavenly Emperor. As Lin Yu entered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha, a profound sense of security enveloped him. The system announced, Silent City, Level 1, destroy the summoning tower within 30 minutes, or an endless tide of colossal beasts will be unleashed. In an instant, a mysterious tower ascended from the ground, radiating an otherworldly glow. Surrounding the tower, countless level 100 beasts materialized, numbering in the thousands. The difficulty of this task was undeniably immense. Even a 100-level mecha squad would likely struggle to eradicate these beasts and dismantle the tower within half an hour. It seemed that the previous mecha masters had fallen victim to this initial challenge. Leave these beasts to me. Just as Lin Yu prepared to take action, Bai Jingjing interjected confidently. All of them? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed. With that, Bai Jingjing soared into action, exuding certainty and assurance. Lin Yu was intrigued, eager to witness the methods Bai Jingjing would employ to swiftly neutralize these formidable creatures. Spider, God Manifestation. Bai Jingjing summoned a colossal manifestation, channeling her inner power, which erupted with formidable force, as if the spider god had truly descended. Devour. With delicate gestures, Bai Jingjing commanded her manifestation to mimic her movements. Instantly, a terrifying force of absorption surged forth. The beasts, their eyes filled with terror, found themselves utterly powerless against this onslaught, their forms transforming into pure energy consumed by the spider god manifestation. Following the devouring, the energy underwent transformation, enriching Bai Jingjing's own strength. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of beasts were annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. Within mere moments, thousands of beasts had been consumed and refined by Bai Jingjing, showcasing an astonishing efficiency. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Anyone witnessing the spectacle would likely share his astonishment. Recovering swiftly, Lin Yu remarked, "Your devouring ability is astonishingly formidable." "This is merely a small aspect of my power," Bai Jingjing replied calmly. "When it comes to sheer prowess, none can surpass you." Lin Yu felt a twinge of self-deprecation in her words. Not wishing to dwell on it further, he asked, "Shall we continue devouring the beasts?" "No need," Bai Jingjing replied, shaking her head. "This round of devouring has reached its zenith. Any further attempts would yield no additional benefit. If she could consume endlessly without restraint, she would have long since become the most formidable being. Thus, let us obliterate this towering structure." Lin Yu nodded, swiftly maneuvering the Heavenly Emperor Mech. Charging forth in an instant, the mech wielded the Heavenly Emperor's sword, and as it struck down, the world fell into an eerie silence. Boom! The colossal, enigmatic tower was utterly annihilated. Merely vanquishing those colossal beasts was insufficient. If the tower remained intact for half an hour longer, it would summon even greater beasts. First level boss emerges. Beast, Mechanical Giant Argos, level 100. As the tower crumbled, an immense beast materialized. This mechanical monstrosity, Argos, resembled a gigantic gorilla. Its form seemingly enhanced, comprised of both mechanical and organic components, a fusion of metal and flesh. The environment transformed dramatically in an instant. The sky turned blood red. The aura of the mechanical giant Argos surged, its power escalating rapidly. The ground erupted with thick, robust vines, lunging toward Lin Yu's Heavenly Emperor Mech, seemingly intent on ensnaring him. Seeing this, Lin Yu could not allow himself to be bound by these vines. He wielded the mech and slashed with the sword, unleashing a strike that spanned 30,000 miles, the sword's aura chilling 19 provinces. The emerging vines were instantly obliterated. Yet after that single strike, the ground began to erupt again with countless vines, surging forth anew as if they were indestructible. Then the boss, the mechanical giant Argos, stomped down with tremendous force, causing an enormous boulder to coalesce. With a powerful punch, the sharp-edged boulder surged toward Lin Yu with terrifying force. Unfazed, Lin Yu deftly commanded the Heavenly Emperor Mech to swing the Heavenly Emperor sword once more. The sword's energy erupted, disintegrating the boulder and the vines once again. What on earth? Why did they not attack you? Lin Yu felt a twinge of discomfort. Both the boss and the undying, eerie vines focused solely on him, seemingly ignoring Bai Jingjing not far away. Perhaps these beasts can only target humans, Bai Jingjing replied softly, shaking her head. This giant beast should not require my intervention. She then offered another reminder. Of course, Lin Yu replied with a confident smile. Now aware that these vines are indomitable, he contemplated his next move. There is but one course of action left, to vanquish this formidable boss. The strange vines should disappear thereafter. The skill 10,000 Swords Unite is activated. In the void, countless colossal golden swords coalesce into existence. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu seemed to transform into the sovereign of a myriad of swords, the unparalleled master of the sword path. An overwhelming torrent of golden swords cascaded downwards like a torrential rain, instantly suppressing those eerie vines, rendering them incapable of emerging. Chapter 121. Entering the second level, countless golden swords descended upon the ground, akin to radiant beams of golden light, incessantly beginning to subdue all in their path. This boss, a mechanical behemoth, appeared to possess a rather simplistic method of attack and defense. Subsequently, the boss raised its arm, conjuring a mirrored surface that emitted a laser beam directed at Lin Yu's heavenly Emperor Mecha. This laser seemed immensely powerful, capable of penetrating anything. Analysis complete. This damage cannot breach defenses. A voice resonated. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth curled upwards as he refrained from employing any countermeasures. Boom! The laser struck the heavenly Emperor Mecha, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Dust billowed forth. As the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is no injury. Faced with the boss's laser assault, the heavenly Emperor Mecha effortlessly withstood the onslaught. The might of this boss's attack was utterly incapable of breaching the Mecha's inherent defenses. It can now be asserted with certainty that Lin Yu is an indomitable presence in this arena. It is time to conclude this, Lin Yu stated calmly. The skill Swords Return to the Origin is activated. Countless golden swords instantaneously fused into a singular entity. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into an even more colossal divine sword. The aura of the sword resonated with an earth-shattering intensity, instilling a sense of terror within Bai Jingjing. Is this the power of a divine-grade mecha? It is incomparable to any other mecha. Other mechas are merely machines, while these divine-grade mechas resemble deities themselves. When a deity intervenes, no beast possesses the strength to withstand it. As the divine sword descended, despite the boss mechanical behemoth's utmost efforts to defend itself, its defenses crumbled like tofu. Boom! With a resounding blast, the massive mechanical monstrosity was reduced to mere fragments. Utterly annihilated, you have slain the first level boss, the mechanical behemoth Argos. Unfortunately, nothing was dropped. Lin Yu shook his head, expressing a lament. After all, this was a boss-level creature. Logically, the drop rate should have been significantly higher. Yet the reality was that nothing materialized. Though he sighed, Lin Yu had grown accustomed to such outcomes. After enduring so much previously, little has truly surfaced. I can only hope that the rewards for this challenge become more bountiful. The teleportation portal to the second level has been activated. Lin Yu maneuvered his mech into it, closely followed by Bai Jingjing. In an instant, two beams of light flashed, and they found themselves entering the second level of this dungeon. Entering the second level. In 10 minutes, the second level boss will appear. Please destroy 4 special devices. If even one device remains intact, the second level boss will enter a 3-minute state of fury and invincibility. Upon entering the second level, the system's voice echoed, prompting Lin Yu to nod slightly. It was evident that the difficulty had significantly escalated. Fury and invincibility. This indicated that the boss would become exceedingly formidable. With such a high level of challenge, it became clearer why previous mech masters had entered but never returned. It was likely that many mech masters had ventured into the second level, unaware that there were special devices that needed to be destroyed. Those who failed to dismantle these devices would undoubtedly meet their doom when the boss entered its rampaging and invincible state. This was merely the second level. Lin Yu pondered how many more challenges lay ahead. One thing was certain. The subsequent stages would undoubtedly be even more arduous. The monstrous beasts have appeared. Bai Jingjing's voice rang out. Looking up, Lin Yu beheld a multitude of colossal creatures. These beasts were a blend of organic and mechanical forms, resembling great hounds and soaring dragons. which unleashed searing flames from their gaping maws, igniting the entire space with an intense heat. "Are you capable of handling these beasts?" Lin Yu inquired swiftly. "Absolutely," Bai Jingjing affirmed with a nod. "However, are you merely planning to spectate?" "No, there are special devices here that I must locate," Lin Yu briefly explained. This revelation surprised Bai Jingjing, as she had not anticipated such mechanisms within the dungeon that could induce the boss's state of fury and invincibility. Though it lasted only 3 minutes, not everyone could withstand its onslaught. Without hesitation, Bai Jingjing charged forward, beginning to exterminate the monstrous beasts. For her, these creatures were trivial, easily dispatched with little effort. Meanwhile, Lin Yu piloted the Heavenly Emperor Mech, soaring into the sky to search for the locations of the 4 special devices. Scanning the area, he found no trace of the devices, as Lin Yu diligently investigated. Soon, a peculiar tree came into view. Its exterior was merely a facade, concealing a magnificent mechanical tree within. Upon closer inspection, one could sense a profound power emanating from this mechanical marvel, a force seemingly capable of communicating with the very essence of the universe, mysterious and vast. Could this be one of the special devices? Lin Yu pondered. Whether it was a special device could be determined through experimentation. He swiftly maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha, and with a decisive swing of the Heavenly Emperor sword, the mechanical tree was obliterated into fragments. "A special device has been destroyed," the system's voice promptly announced, bringing Lin Yu great joy. Indeed, it was a special device. He had not erred in his judgment. He continued his search. With Bai Jingjing having effectively restrained all the colossal beasts, Lin Yu found himself unencumbered, fully dedicating himself to the quest. In no time, he discovered another anomaly. Boom! He launched an attack towards the massive stone, unleashing tremendous force that shattered it. Instantly, the special device hidden within exploded, successfully destroyed a special device. Fortunate was he, possessing keen insight. Otherwise, it would have been far more challenging to uncover. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it not finished yet?" Bai Jingjing's voice resonated again. "I've already destroyed 2. Lin Yu quickly replied. "Oh, I've already annihilated all the beasts that appeared," Bai Jingjing remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced over to find the ground littered with the corpses of colossal beasts. The speed of her efforts was astonishing. "In that case, you should assist in the search as well," Lin Yu suggested. "With another pair of eyes, we can expedite our task." Time gradually slipped away, and their window was growing short. With only a few minutes remaining until the 10-minute mark, they knew the boss would emerge. Should all the special devices remain intact, they would likely face a formidable challenge. Chapter 122, Breezing Through the Second Challenge Boom. Through their combined efforts, they successfully destroyed all 4 special devices within the 10-minute time frame. As the last device was obliterated, an ethereal barrier overhead shattered, severing what seemed to be a connection. This high-level dungeon has undoubtedly been the most extraordinary experience I have encountered, Lin Yu mused slowly. I have heard that the anomalies in this dungeon realm are largely influenced by the will of the planet. Bai Jingjing softly interjected. The will of the planet? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was yet another unfamiliar term to him. In simple terms, this planet possesses its own life and consciousness. Bai Jingjing pondered for a moment and elucidated. It is precisely because the planet harbors life that all beings are able to thrive upon it. You must be aware of the cosmos. There exist numerous celestial bodies beyond, yet they are barren, devoid of life. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly, gaining a semblance of understanding. The sudden mutations within the dungeon and the lavish rewards for clearing it signify that this planet desires the mech warriors of humanity to evolve at a swifter and more formidable pace. Of course, there may be other underlying reasons, but the exact nature of these causes eludes their current comprehension. Perhaps only by attaining certain qualifications will they uncover the truth. 10 minutes have elapsed. After a brief interval, the system issued another reminder. Thunderous roars. A colossal beast re-emerged within this realm. Boss Beast, Megate, level 105. The details of this boss materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Clearly, the second-level boss far surpassed the first in ferocity. Fortunately, he had destroyed the devices scattered around. Otherwise, should this boss unleash its full fury, it would indeed become invincible. Lin Yu took a deep breath, instantly entering a state of combat readiness. Roar, roar, roar. The boss Megate fixed its blood-red gaze upon Lin Yu, its eyes igniting with a crimson glow, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf eager to rend Lin Yu to pieces. The boss Megate initiated its assault, leaping effortlessly into the air. In an instant, its head emitted a beam of light, conjuring a vast white net that descended upon the heavenly Emperor Mech, aiming to ensnare Lin Yu. Yet, Lin Yu would not permit such a scheme to succeed. With deft control of the heavenly Emperor Mech, he unleashed a flurry of sword light, severing the special white net with ease. At that very moment, the boss Megate abruptly vanished from sight. Remarkably, the previous white net was merely a feint, demonstrating a high level of intelligence. This revelation prompted Lin Yu to adopt a more serious demeanor. In an instant, Lin Yu sensed a powerful presence above him. He looked up to find the boss Megate hovering aloft, its tail whirring like a razor-sharp drill, spiraling furiously as it aimed to strike at the head of the heavenly Emperor Mech. A tad sluggish, Lin Yu smiled, effortlessly dodging the boss Megate's fierce onslaught with a subtle movement. Boom! The boss missed its target entirely. A mighty strike struck the ground with a resounding roar, creating a molten pit. It was evident that this blow possessed tremendous power. Now it was my turn. Golden greatswords materialized once more. Target locked. All swords unleashed. Countless golden greatswords surged forth like homing missiles, hurtling toward the boss, Megate. Faced with such a widespread assault, the boss attempted to evade with speed, yet clearly overestimated its own swiftness. Against such a relentless barrage, evasion by mere speed was utterly futile. The boss's health rapidly dwindled. Attention! Boss Megate has entered a critical health state. Initiating mutuelle destruction. The system's voice rang out again, startling Lin Yu. He had not anticipated that the boss would resort to self-destruction. In that moment, Lin Yu perceived the power within boss Megate surging exponentially, compressing and amplifying its might layer by layer. As the boss's health plummeted to 1%, an explosion erupted. The entire boss Megate detonated, reducing everything in its wake to ashes. Seeing this, Bai Jingjing gently tapped her fingers, summoning the spider god's manifestation to shield herself. Meanwhile, Lin Yu swiftly enacted his defensive measures. Heavenly Emperor's shield activated. The void shimmered as the divine artifact, the Heavenly Emperor's shield, materialized before the Heavenly Emperor Mech. The terrifying force slammed against the shield, which effortlessly absorbed the impact. Nevertheless, the explosive power of the boss was still formidable, causing Lin Yu's mech to stagger back several steps. Just this slight retreat would have been enough for boss Megate to boast. Congratulations on defeating the second stage boss Megate. As the dreadful energy dissipated, the surroundings were flattened, resembling the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Truly terrifying. Had it been any other mech pilot, mutual destruction might have been inevitable. The third stage teleportation array appeared before Lin Yu, who did not immediately step into it. Instead, he sighed, marveling this colossal beast could self-destruct. Jingjing, do you possess such a technique? It's quite ordinary, Bai Jingjing replied slowly. Anyone can master it. How so? Lin Yu asked, curious. Noticing his ignorance, Bai Jingjing shot him a glance of mild exasperation, remarking, you truly know so little. You should read more. This left Lin Yu momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that one day, a divine beast would encourage him to read more. To put it plainly, self-detonation is a form of power. Bai Jingjing elucidated. For instance, mechas can also self-destruct. Her explanation instantly clarified matters for Lin Yu. Such a self-detonation technique is essentially a last resort. He silently hoped he would never need to resort to such measures in the future. With his resolve fortified, Lin Yu decided to move on. All right, let us proceed to the third stage. The difficulty is bound to escalate, he declared once more. Bai Jingjing glanced at her delicate hands, feeling a slight fatigue from the previous battle. Soon, she perched herself upon the shoulder of the Tiandi mecha. Subsequently, Lin Yu maneuvered the mecha into the teleportation array leading to the third stage. Chapter 123. The final boss of the instance. You have entered the third stage. The system's voice resonated. Upon opening his eyes and surveying the surroundings, Lin Yu involuntarily took a deep breath. The scene of the third stage resembled a doomsday scenario, with an overwhelming atmosphere of despair permeating the air, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. It was as if the imagery before him depicted the impending crisis of a future world. Specialized colossal beasts charged forth, directly headed in Lin Yu's direction. These behemoths exuded a ferocious aura, their sharp claws gleaming ominously. They were indeed formidable, yet their attack patterns were rather simplistic. Lin Yu controlled the T-on-D mecha and delivered a swift strike, instantly annihilating over 10 of the giant beasts. Boom! Boom! However, to his astonishment, each of these beasts self-destructed upon their demise, releasing a bizarre blood mist. Warning: the blood mist is highly toxic to mechas. Contact will diminish the mecha's mobility and induce a state of dizziness in the mecha pilot. The system's voice echoed once more, prompting Lin Yu to nod appreciatively. He had not anticipated the presence of such lethal toxicity, marking his first encounter with it since becoming a mecha pilot. Lin Yu, be cautious. The blood mist released upon the beast's death is toxic. While not fatal, being affected will significantly reduce your strength. Bai Jingjing too had noticed the anomaly of the blood mist and hastily warned him. Understood. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Having Bai Jingjing by his side was indeed a boon. If the system had not alerted him to the blood mist's danger, Bai Jingjing would have stepped in to caution him. This served as a double layer of assurance. Thus, we must engage in close combat from here on, Lin Yu continued. Fortunately, the T-on-D mecha boasted a plethora of ranged abilities. During this period, the skill most frequently employed by the Celestial Emperor mecha was 100 Swords Unleashed and 100 Swords Returned. Particularly, 100 Swords Unleashed proved to be the most rapid and effective means of obliterating all colossal beasts on the map. Initiating 100 Swords Unleashed, Lin Yu swiftly executed the maneuver. A multitude of golden swords coalesced in an instant, thundering forth like a tempest. The sheer momentum was overwhelming. A cacophony of booms reverberated. You have slain a level 100 special colossal beast. You have successfully vanquished a level 100 special colossal beast. As these beasts were pierced through their bodies, they erupted, releasing a cloud of violet mist. In a mere moment, the area before him was engulfed in a dense, sanguine fog. After approximately a minute, Lin Yu had unleashed 100 Swords Unleashed several more times, ultimately annihilating all colossal beasts that emerged in this third stage. However, a new dilemma soon presented itself. The thick blood mist completely obscured the path ahead, and it was uncertain when this mist would dissipate. After a prolonged wait, Lin Yu sensed that not only had the blood mist failed to disperse, but it was also expanding, growing more potent. This blood mist was indeed peculiar. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, convinced that his Celestial Emperor mecha should withstand this mist. It was merely blood mist. Bai Jingjing held it in disdain, gracefully rising from the shoulder of the Celestial Emperor mecha. For a moment, Lin Yu glanced toward Bai Jingjing, realizing she possessed a method to dispel this strange blood mist. Indeed, having Bai Jingjing accompany him into this domain was a fortuitous choice. With a delicate wave of her slender fingers, Bai Jingjing summoned dark clouds overhead, and a torrential downpour ensued. Lin Yu was taken aback. Incredible. You can summon the wind and rain. Such prowess was simply astonishing. It's merely a trivial skill. Bai Jingjing replied calmly, shaking her head. As the heavy rain cascaded, the blood mist began to dissipate swiftly. After several minutes, all traces of the blood mist vanished completely. With the disappearance of the mist, a towering black iron gate, several hundred meters high, materialized ahead, radiating an eerie, dim light. Final boss gate of the instance detected. The system's voice jolted Lin Yu back to reality. To his surprise, this third stage was indeed the final level, leading directly to the ultimate boss of this instance. Before the imposing black iron gate, Lin Yu's voice was tinged with excitement. Why wait any longer? Let's promptly push it open. Bai Jingjing nodded in agreement. Very well. Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor mecha, and with a gentle push, the massive black iron gate effortlessly swung open. Upon opening the door, darkness enveloped the interior, rendering it impossible to discern what lay within. However, it was not long before beams of light illuminated the space, revealing an expansive area akin to a small world. Yet, it was eerily empty, devoid of any objects. It seemed that only by entering could the ultimate boss manifest. Lin Yu speculated slowly, taking a deep breath and preparing himself. He guided the Heavenly Emperor mecha into this peculiar realm. As he fully entered, the black iron gate abruptly closed behind him, vanishing without a trace. The entire space was sealed. To escape, it appeared that defeating the ultimate boss was the only option. A thunderous roar echoed as a formidable array materialized above. From this array emerged a fearsome and powerful beast, landing with such force that the ground trembled beneath it. Final boss of the dungeon, Curl-Chalamanus, level 110. With the emergence of this ultimate boss, Lin Yu quickly accessed its information. A level 110 boss. Lin Yu inhaled deeply. Indeed, this final adversary would not be easily vanquished. Do you feel confident in defeating it? Lin Yu inquired of Bai Jingjing. In just 3 minutes, I shall bring it down. Bai Jingjing replied with unwavering confidence. Observing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. This provided him with a sense of reassurance. Although he believed he would not falter, having Bai Jingjing by his side ensured that everything remained under control should he encounter difficulties against this final adversary. I shall confront this ultimate boss, Lin Yu declared the next moment. Engaging in battle with such a formidable beast would undoubtedly enhance Lin Yu's combat prowess, as showcasing one's abilities is among the most rapid paths to improvement. Chapter 124. Divine Mechs gang up on the final boss, earning a heavenly artifact reward. No problem. Bai Jingjing expressed her complete agreement with Lin Yu's desire to engage in one-on-one combat with the ultimate boss. Not needing to lift a finger was utterly effortless for her. She could simply observe, akin to watching a movie, yet with an immersive experience. The only unfortunate aspect was the absence of popcorn, which was rather disappointing. Bai Jingjing leapt gracefully into the air, followed closely by Lin Yu, who maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha and soared upwards. As the Heavenly Emperor Mecha surged forth, the formidable boss, Curl-Chalamanus, seemed to sense an overwhelming force and swiftly erupted with power. In an instant, the boss's claws coalesced into arcs of thunder, transforming it into a colossal beast of lightning. With the emergence of this thunder, the boss's strength significantly escalated, prompting Lin Yu to contemplate the situation. In the blink of an eye, the boss had entirely morphed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. The speed was so astonishing that Lin Yu momentarily found himself at a loss. Before he could react, Curl-Chalamanus reappeared directly above him, its enormous and razor-sharp claws descending upon the Heavenly Emperor Mecha with tremendous force, akin to a divine thunderbolt striking the earth. Boom! The heavenly shield manifested instantly above, absorbing the entirety of the boss's assault. The collision produced a resounding impact. Recognizing the boss's swift movements, Lin Yu realized he must confine its range of motion. Yet, at that moment, a thought ignited within his mind. Having awakened 4 divine mechas, he pondered what it would be like to summon them all for battle. Although using superior numbers against a single adversary felt somewhat unfair, it was a testament to his own strength. Pangu Mecha summon, Nüwa Mecha summon, 4 divine mechas summon. In an instant, the other 3 divine mechas appeared beside the Heavenly Emperor Mecha. The scene transformed dramatically. Summoning 4 divine mechas to confront a single monstrous beast was no small feat by Jingjing. Witnessing the spectacle, shook her head in disbelief. Feeling a pang of pity for the boss, one could almost envision the chaotic scene of the boss being besieged by 4 divine mechas, consuming 300,000 spiritual energy. Your 3 divine mechas have entered automatic combat mode for 10 minutes. The depletion of 300,000 spiritual energy left Lin Yu with a sensation of being utterly drained. The Pangu Mecha, Nüwa Mecha, and 4 divine mechas erupted with divine radiance, resembling the very essence of deities. At that moment, a flicker of fear crossed Curl-Chalamanus' eyes, its entire form trembling involuntarily. He had never anticipated that the human mech pilot before him would be so extraordinarily fearsome. Engage, restrain it from me, and I shall deliver the final blow, Lin Yu commanded. Instantly, the Pangu Mech executed a swift maneuver, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the Nüwa Mech enacted a spatial lockdown, constraining the boss's movements. Following this, the 4 divine mechs unleashed a devastating punch, channeling their formidable power into the form of an azure dragon that surged towards the boss. The scene was intensely dramatic, with the tides of battle overwhelmingly favoring Lin Yu's side. With a decisive thrust, the Pangu Mech materialized before the boss and, wielding the legendary axe of creation, struck downwards. The boss attempted to defend itself with its armored scales, but had grossly overestimated its own resilience. The might of the divine axe was beyond the paltry defense of its scales. In an instant, one of the boss's arms was severed. A horrific wail erupted from the creature as it sought to flee, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing from sight. Bang! A resonant impact echoed through the surrounding space as the boss collided with an invisible barrier, unable to breach it. Then, with a resounding crash, a manifestation of the Xuanwu deity descended upon the boss, creating a massive crater in the ground. As the Xuanwu figure dissipated, the boss lay helplessly within the pit. Just as it managed to rise, the fist of the four divine mechs came crashing down upon it. In that moment, the three divine mechs assailed the boss like a band of ruffians, a coordinated assault that Lin Yu had orchestrated, intending to spare the creature's life for his own climactic strike. Had he not commanded restraint, the Pangu mech's axe would have annihilated the boss entirely. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned by the spectacle before him. Wow, this is exhilarating. I used to foolishly pilot the mech alone in battle. The thrill of this collective onslaught against the boss was simply unparalleled. As the three divine mechs continued their relentless assault, the boss was reduced to a pitiful state, teetering on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Seizing the opportunity, the Pangu mech grasped the boss by its tail and, with a gentle yet forceful toss, sent it flying. The creature crashed down with a thunderous roar, ultimately landing at the feet of Lin Yu's Heavenly Emperor mech. At this point, the boss was battered and bruised, rendered immobile, and utterly defeated. The boss, Curludolominous, with its two blood-red eyes, gazed at the Heavenly Emperor's sword held by the Heavenly Emperor Mecha, tears streaming down its face. It seemed to yearn for Lin Yu to swiftly end its life. The sensation of being overwhelmed was unbearable, especially at the hands of divine mechas. It was Lin Yu's first encounter witnessing a colossal beast weep. Clearly, the relentless assault from three divine mechas had instilled a psychological scar on this boss. Nevertheless, Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha and plunged the sword down, instantly concluding its existence. Defeated the level 110 dungeon's final boss, Curludolominous. Congratulations on completing this dungeon's mutated version for the first time, earning the reward of the divine equipment, Heart of Blessing. As the system's voice resonated, the divine equipment materialized before Lin Yu. Heart of Blessing. Divine equipment. Auxiliary type. Utilizing the Heart of Blessing will enhance the Mecha Master's psychic energy by 30% for a brief duration of 10 minutes. It will also augment the Mecha's overall capabilities by 30% for the same duration. Moreover, it not only bestows blessings upon oneself, but can also be shared with teammates. Cooldown period 1 hour. With the system's elucidation, Lin Yu was astounded. The Heart of Blessing was simply extraordinary. The blessing lasted for 10 minutes and could also empower teammates, significantly bolstering the entire team's strength. The enhancements would make his divine mechas even more formidable. Chapter 125. Returning home, let us return, Lin Yu swiftly proclaimed. Immediately, the Pangu Mecha, Nüwa Mecha, and four divine mechas transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the mecha space within Lin Yu. Simultaneously, the exit from the dungeon appeared before Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing. We should exit as well, Lin Yu spoke again. Stepping through the exit, an overwhelming brilliance enveloped him. Outside the entrance of this level 100 dungeon, everyone witnessed the radiant glow emanating from the dungeon's entrance, signaling that someone was about to emerge. Wonderful. Finally, someone has survived. What could their circumstances be? Perhaps we might glean some insight. Upon witnessing this, the Mecha Masters outside were filled with curiosity. After a few moments, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing stepped out. At that instant, some of the Mecha Masters were left dumbfounded. They had previously seen Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing enter, and to their astonishment, they emerged in such a short time. This indicated that the two had successfully cleared the dungeon. It was utterly unbelievable. Previously, numerous mech teams ventured into this dungeon, yet none succeeded in overcoming its challenges and emerging unscathed. A polite mech approached Lin Yu, inquiring about the circumstances within the dungeon. The surrounding mechs turned their attention, falling silent. This was indeed a crucial piece of intelligence. Observing the collective curiosity, Lin Yu calmly stated, "Upon entering this dungeon, we encountered 3 stages, each guarded by a formidable boss. The strength of these bosses is extraordinary, particularly the one in the 2nd stage, which possesses a unique task requiring the destruction of specific devices scattered throughout. Otherwise, the boss will enter an invincible state." Lin Yu conveyed the particulars of the dungeon. causing all the mech warriors to gasp in astonishment. The notion of a boss attaining an invincible state is unprecedented. Under different circumstances, Lin Yu would have refrained from divulging such critical information. However, humanity now stands on the brink of a grave crisis, potentially facing extinction. Thus, he chose to transparently share this dungeon intelligence, hoping to enable other mech warriors to conquer it and gain substantial rewards, thereby enhancing their own prowess. It is only by strengthening every mech warrior that humanity can better confront the looming terrors. After all, an individual's strength can be limited. Thank you. Many mech warriors expressed their gratitude towards Lin Yu. This significant intelligence, shared freely, positioned Lin Yu not merely as an adept mech warrior, but also as a commendable individual in their eyes. Farewell. Lin Yu waved his hand. With the information about the dungeon now widely known, many shifted their focus away from him. Soon, they communicated the details online, allowing even more mech warriors to become aware. Some began to form teams, strategizing to conquer the dungeon. Upon learning of the second stage boss's invincibility, they speculated that the previous entrants into the dungeon likely lacked knowledge of the need to destroy the special devices, which led to the boss's invincibility. Now armed with this knowledge, they had a greater hope of successfully navigating the dungeon. In a short span, the area outside the dungeon entrance became increasingly lively, with more mech warriors flocking to the site. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing had already boarded the gilded warplane, departing from the location. On the aircraft, Lin Yu glanced at the map, realizing they were quite close to Jiangling City. Change of destination, heading to Jiangling City. Lin Yu made the decision instantly. It had been a long time since he had last returned home. It was just the right moment to visit. Since arriving at Kunlun Mecha University, he had only managed to video call his parents a few times. Destination successfully modified, en route to Jiangling City. In an instant, the entire aircraft shifted direction, soaring swiftly towards its new course. What is the purpose of going to Jiangling City? Bai Jingjing inquired curiously from the side. Jiangling City is my birthplace, and it is where my parents currently reside, Lin Yu replied. Your parents? Bai Jingjing fell into a moment of contemplation, as if recalling a distant memory of her own parents, whose images in her mind were rather vague. Soon, however, curiosity overcame her reverie, and she wondered about the nature of Lin Yu's parents. Given that he possessed the extraordinary mecha god physique, along with his remarkable siblings, it was evident that his lineage must be extraordinary as well. What kind of people are your parents? Bai Jingjing asked again, intrigued. They are ordinary people. Lin Yu smiled in response. This left Bai Jingjing momentarily speechless. Ordinary people? How could that be possible? Could ordinary individuals possibly give rise to three exceptional talents? Observing Bai Jingjing's incredulous expression, Lin Yu chose not to elaborate further. In due time, she would understand that he was not deceiving her. As time passed, approximately an hour later, a familiar city emerged in his view. It had been quite some time since his last visit, and Lin Yu found Jiangling City to be both strange and familiar. Many areas had undergone significant changes, while others remained unchanged. This is Jiangling City. We're almost home, Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. Bai Jingjing gazed around, perceiving Jiangling City merely as a small town. Before long, the aircraft arrived above the Jiangling Villa District. Under Lin Yu's command, the aircraft smoothly descended onto a vacant space in front of the villa. As the aircraft landed, it drew the attention of numerous onlookers. The resplendent golden aircraft was undeniably impressive. There was certainly no other craft in Jiangling City that could rival its magnificence. Someone important has arrived. People murmured in admiration. When the aircraft's cabin door opened and Lin Yu stepped out, the neighbors' eyes lit up. Isn't that Lin Yu? You're back. The genius has returned. In a matter of moments, the neighbors gathered around, providing Lin Yu with an entirely unique experience. Undoubtedly, they were eager to foster a connection with him. After conversing with him briefly, Lin Yu led Bai Jingjing into the house. In an instant, the world fell into a hush. It seemed that his parents had gone out, for no trace of them was to be found within the abode. However, it could be surmised that they had departed only recently. In the living room, Lin Yu promptly poured a cup of tea for Bai Jingjing, as she was, after all, a guest. As the host, he felt it was his duty to extend a warm welcome. Approximately half an hour later, his parents returned home. Son, upon entering, both parents were filled with excitement and joy at the sight of Lin Yu. Since their children had left the nest, they had felt a tinge of loneliness. yearning for the lively atmosphere that children brought to the home. "Is this your girlfriend?" Lin Yu's mother soon noticed Bai Jingjing and was taken aback with surprise. Bai Jingjing was extraordinarily beautiful, with an alluring figure, embodying the kind of woman one could envision as a nurturing partner. The thought of having her as a daughter-in-law delighted Lin Yu's mother, who couldn't help but fantasize about cradling grandchildren, preferably a pair of twins. "Mom, you're mistaken. She is not my girlfriend," Lin Yu quickly clarified. In the ensuing minutes, through Lin Yu's explanations, his parents were taken aback to discover that such a stunning woman was, in fact, the colossal beast was utterly astonishing. Simultaneously, Bai Jingjing was equally shocked, realizing that Lin Yu's parents were indeed ordinary people. Nevertheless, she could sense that they had consumed some form of elixir, radiating vitality. "Mom and Dad, although she's a giant beast, she is also my friend," Lin Yu spoke softly. After all, in this world, humanity universally regarded giant beasts as adversaries. Upon learning the true identity of Bai Jingjing, Lin Yu's parents were understandably taken aback. Yet, after a moment, they gradually nodded in acceptance. Their spirits lifted once more upon hearing that Lin Yu had a girlfriend named Xiaoyu. Before long, Lin Yu's mother retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He found himself reminiscing about the flavors of his mother's cooking. Although the food at Kunlun Mecha University's cafeteria was delectable in Lin Yu's heart, nothing could compare to his mother's culinary creations. After about an hour, a sumptuous lunch was ready. "Delicious," Lin Yu exclaimed, nodding in appreciation. "It still tastes as wonderful as ever. What a long-awaited delight." Bai Jingjing, too, found herself savoring the warm atmosphere. Strangely enough, even though she was not a member of Lin Yu's family, sitting there at that moment filled her with a sense of warmth. Perhaps this is the warmth of home. After dinner, Lin Yu assisted his mother in tidying up. As time gradually passed, both of them began to accept the presence of Bai Jingjing. His mother even engaged in conversation with Bai Jingjing. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but nod. Humans and colossal beasts are not forever sworn enemies. At times, they can coexist peacefully. "By the way, Mom and Dad, please take these jade pendants." At this moment, Lin Yu retrieved 2 jade pendants from his storage ring and handed them to his parents. He then solemnly instructed, "Should you encounter any danger, simply crush this pendant, and I shall arrive swiftly." This pendant is a special treasure, obtained as a reward after clearing a dungeon. Once shattered, it will activate a teleportation array, allowing Lin Yu to rapidly transport himself to his parents' side. This way, if they face any peril, he can be there immediately to protect them. "Rest assured, we will keep them with us," his father, Lin Fangping, assured with a serious nod. In the afternoon, Lin Yu strolled through Jiangling City with Bai Jingjing. Walking along the familiar streets, memories of the past flooded Lin Yu's mind. How swiftly time passes. Here lies my former school. Before he knew it, they arrived at Jiangling No. 1 High School. Gazing at the familiar campus, Lin Yu felt a wave of nostalgia, especially as he noticed his own poster still adorning the school entrance. In the central plaza, a statue resembling Lin Yu had even been carved. "Your human life is indeed vibrant and colorful," Bai Jingjing remarked, a hint of envy lacing her tone. "Lin Yu, is that truly you?" Shortly thereafter, a luxurious hovering vehicle came to a halt. A familiar voice rang out. When Lin Yu turned to look in the direction of the voice, he was taken aback. "Brother Luo." The newcomer was none other than Luo Feng, the mayor of Jiangling City. Lin Yu and Luo Feng had previously met and bonded over drinks, quickly referring to each other as brothers that very night. "Lin Yu, it has been quite a while since we last met. Today, you appear to have grown remarkably strong," Luo Feng exclaimed with joy. He could clearly sense that Lin Yu had become an exceptionally formidable mech master, one whom even he could not defeat. "Not too shabby," Lin Yu replied modestly with a smile. "And who might this be?" Upon seeing Bai Jingjing, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. "She is simply breathtaking." Moreover, he sensed an overwhelming power emanating from her. Initially, Luo Feng had intended to introduce his daughter to Lin Yu. However, it now seemed that his daughter was unworthy and lacked the qualification to be compared. At this moment, he discarded that thought entirely. "This is my friend, Bai Jingjing." Lin Yu introduced them to each other. "Shall we change venues and enjoy a drink?" Luo Feng suggested eagerly. "Sure," Lin Yu replied. After boarding the floating vehicle, they soon arrived at the most luxurious tavern in Jiangling City. Inside the private room, Lin Yu and Luo Feng engaged in cheerful conversation over drinks. Lin Yu was aware that during his absence, Luo Feng had assisted his parents on numerous occasions, a kindness he had not forgotten. I need to step outside for a moment, Jingjing said, disliking the atmosphere, and stood up to walk out. Apologies, Luo Ge. She could be like that. Lin Yu said softly. I understand. Luo Feng nodded promptly. As they chatted casually, Lin Yu learned about recent events in Jiangling City from Luo Feng. Upon hearing about the emergence of a malevolent mecha master, Lin Yu's expression turned serious. Luo Ge, do you have any additional information regarding this evil mecha master? None. Luo Feng shook his head, sighing. The last appearance of that sinister mecha master was 3 days ago. Each time it appears, a mecha master goes missing or dies. We have dispatched many people, yet to no avail. This evil mecha master appears and disappears without a trace, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. Because of this, I haven't been able to sleep well or eat properly. Chapter 127. Luo Yuexin is actually Luo Feng's daughter. I have been in Jiangling City these past few days. Lu Ye, if you happen to discover that evil mecha master again, please inform me. I too wish to resolve this matter. Lin Yu said earnestly, looking at Luo Feng. The presence of the malevolent mecha master in Jiangling City was a source of concern for Lin Yu. While he felt secure in Jiangling, the thought of his parents being endangered if he were absent was unsettling. Though the likelihood was minimal, it still existed, and he felt compelled to eliminate that possibility entirely for his peace of mind. All right, no problem. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. He believed that with Lin Yu's involvement, the situation would undoubtedly improve. By the way, Lin Laudi, I have a request, Luo Feng continued. Speak freely, Luo Ge. If it is within my power to assist, I will do my utmost. Lin Yu responded directly, sensing Luo Feng's need for help. It's about my daughter. She recently broke through to a 6-star mecha master and plans to tackle some dungeons to elevate her mecha's level. I've been searching for a reliable mecha master to assist her, but as you know, there aren't many capable mecha masters in Jiangling City. After searching for several starry mech masters, the prices quoted were exorbitantly high, beyond my capacity to afford, sighed Luo Feng. Mech masters above the level of starry were entirely dismissive, unwilling to assist in leveling up. He felt a profound unease in allowing his daughter to venture into the dungeon alone, especially after a near-fatal incident in a previous realm where a kind-hearted mech master had come to her rescue. Thus, Luo Feng was determined to prevent such a situation from recurring. Not a problem at all, Lin Yu replied promptly. Being a 10-star mech master himself, assisting a 6-star mech master was well within his capabilities, particularly in a level 60 dungeon, which could be completed in less than an hour to elevate Luo Feng's daughter to level 60. That sounds splendid. Brother Lin, I assure you, your assistance will not go unrewarded. This is merely a token of my gratitude, my utmost limit, Luo Feng exclaimed excitedly. Very well, I accept. Lin Yu nodded, graciously accepting what Luo Feng offered. Now let's toast. Luo Feng raised his glass, proposing a toast to Lin Yu. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Brother Luo, let us proceed. Have her daughter come over right away, so we can start, Lin Yu suggested. Absolutely. Luo Feng, pleased with Lin Yu's efficiency, swiftly retrieved his communicator to contact his daughter. Hello, Dad, is there something you need? A melodious voice answered once the call connected. Lin Yu found the voice vaguely familiar, but couldn't quite place it, perhaps due to the effects of the drink. After more than 10 minutes, under Luo Feng's urging, his daughter arrived at the tavern. Upon entering the private room, Lin Yu was taken aback by the stunning young woman before him. Luo Feng's daughter was indeed of breathtaking beauty, exuding a fresh and graceful aura. Come here, daughter. This is Lin Yu, the one I've often mentioned. Luo Feng eagerly introduced. Lin Yu, this is my daughter, Luo Yuexin. Luo Yuexin? In that instant, Lin Yu's memory jolted. He recalled saving a female mech master piloting a pink mech in a previous realm, who had introduced herself as Luo Yuexin. What a coincidence! He marveled at the serendipity of encountering Luo Feng's daughter again. The world felt astonishingly small. Hello. Lin Yu gazed at Luo Yuexin and smiled. You are the one who saved me that day in the secret realm, aren't you? Thank you. I have always wanted to express my gratitude in person. Luo Yuexin bowed to Lin Yu, her heart filled with appreciation. She would forever remember the moment when she was on the brink of death, and a mecha appeared to rescue her. That mecha resembled the legendary Monkey King, riding on a cloud of vibrant colors to save her. Upon emerging, Luo Yuexin had also seen Lin Yu's messages and numerous videos. When she recognized that the mecha summoned by Lin Yu was identical to the one that had saved her, she understood that her savior was indeed Lin Yu. Unfortunately, she had not had the opportunity to thank him in person until now, but thankfully, the moment had finally arrived. This scene caused Luo Feng to startle, and he quickly laughed. "So Lin, my dear brother, is the mecha master who rescued my daughter. It seems that fate has intertwined our paths." He added that he had happened to be there as well, suggesting that any other mecha master would likely have intervened to save her. Lin Yu waved his hand, regarding the act as merely a matter of convenience. He then said, "All right, let us first work on upgrading your mecha." After drinking with Luo Feng for nearly an hour, he pondered about by Jingjing, feeling that leaving her alone outside was rather lonely. Once outside the tavern, Lin Yu scanned the area, but could not spot Bai Jingjing. However, within moments, she appeared. "Where have you been?" Lin Yu asked promptly. "Just taking in the city scenery," Bai Jingjing replied calmly. Her arrival caused Luo Yuexin's heart to tremble, realizing that her feelings for Lin Yu must remain hidden, as they belong to entirely different worlds. "I need to go for a dungeon run. You should head back to my house. You still remember the way, right?" Lin Yu said to Bai Jingjing. "Understood." Bai Jingjing nodded slightly. After parting ways, Lin Yu continued with Luo Yuexin toward a level 60 dungeon. During their journey, Lin Yu conversed with Luo Yuexin, revealing that he had already become a 10-star mecha master. Luo Yuexin was utterly astonished. Indeed, a genius was a genius. No matter how hard they, as ordinary mecha masters, tried, they could never catch up. Previously, Luo Yuexin had devoted herself to rigorous training, striving to become stronger and keep pace with Lin Yu. But now, she realized that she could not keep up, and the gap would only widen, making him an unattainable figure in her life. Chapter 128, Dungeon Run. Rapidly assist Luo Yuexin in upgrading her mecha to level 60. You have entered the level 60 dungeon. It did not take long for Lin Yu and Luo Yuexin to step into this realm. At that moment, both summoned their formidable mechs. Luo Yuexin's mech retained its pink hue, evidently having grown significantly stronger than before. This time, Lin Yu piloted the Pangu mech, the very one he had controlled during their first encounter. Within the dungeon, colossal beasts charged towards them with frenzied aggression, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves spotting their prey. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu wielded the Pangu mech and swung his axe with precision. A tremendous roar erupted, reverberating through the air. The immense might of his strike instantaneously obliterated the oncoming creatures, reducing them to mere ashes. In that moment, Luo Yuexin could distinctly perceive her mech's experience points escalating rapidly. As the dust settled, a vast chasm marred the ground before them, a testament to the terrifying power of that single blow. It felt as though the very dungeon itself had been cleaved in two. "Impressive," Luo Yuexin exclaimed in awe, genuinely shaken by the display. Although she had viewed numerous videos of powerful mech warriors in battle, none could compare to the splendor of Lin Yu's recent strike. In that instant, admiration flickered in Luo Yuexin's eyes, and her heart yearned to become a mech master as formidable as Lin Yu. Yet she reminded herself that it was merely a matter of level disparity. After all, she piloted a 100-level mech while these beasts were only at 60. "It's only natural," Lin Yu replied calmly, likening Luo Yuexin's situation to a 50-level mech facing a 10-level dungeon, capable of effortlessly dispatching such beasts. Before long, the boss materialized. With another casual swing of his axe, the boss disintegrated into fragments. Simultaneously, Luo Yuexin's mech ascended to level 52. With such progress, a few more runs of this dungeon would surely elevate her mech to 60 with ease. You have exited the dungeon. You have entered the level 60 dungeon again. Soon after, Lin Yu and Luo Yuexin emerged from the dungeon, only to re-enter it. The beasts within had respawned, relentlessly charging at them just as before. Time passed slowly as they repeatedly ventured into the dungeon, slaying monsters with fervor. Persistence bore fruit. Within less than half an hour, Luo Yuexin's mech successfully reached level 60. Upon exiting the dungeon this time, Lin Yu smiled upon seeing Luo Yuexin and said, "The entire process was exceedingly smooth. Now, you must diligently cultivate yourself to elevate to a 7-star mecha master." "Thank you." Luo Yuexin expressed her gratitude once more. Having a 10-star mecha master personally guide her in enhancing her mecha's level was indeed priceless. "No need for thanks." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It was not a particularly arduous task. Besides, He had no pressing matters at hand. All right, I should return home now, Lin Yu continued. After bidding farewell to Luo Yuexin, he boarded his fighter and swiftly headed back in the direction of his residence. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yuexin was picked up by a flying car. Where's Lin Yu? Luo Feng soon alighted from the vehicle and noticed his daughter alone, prompting his inquiry. He has already gone home, Luo Yuexin replied softly. Oh, Luo Feng nodded, then asked, So, has your mecha reached level 60? Yes, Luo Yuexin responded. In that moment, Luo Feng could hardly contain his astonishment. It hasn't even been half an hour, and the efficiency is astonishing. By the way, do you know what realm Lin Yu has currently attained? Luo Feng continued his curious questioning. He had felt too shy to directly inquire about Lin Yu's level while at the tavern. 10-star Mecha Master. In an instant, Luo Feng was left dumbfounded once more. The speed of his cultivation was simply terrifying. Even Lin Yu's prodigious sister could not compare. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had successfully returned to his villa community. Upon entering the house, he found his mother, Li Wenjing, chatting and laughing with Bai Jingjing. You little rascal, you have a girlfriend and didn't even tell your mother. Upon seeing Lin Yu, his mother immediately scolded him. Lin Fangping, his father, who was seated on the sofa, nodded in agreement. During their earlier conversation, they had learned from Bai Jingjing that Lin Yu was indeed dating, and the girl was none other than his sister Lin Wanner's close friend. Seeing the reproachful gazes of his parents, Lin Yu shook his head and quickly began to explain, Mom and Dad, I never intended to keep it from you. I simply forgot to mention it. All right, I won't hold it against you. When will you bring her home for us to meet? Li Wenjing said eagerly. She was quite looking forward to having grandchildren. With their son and daughter occupied with their own affairs, they, as ordinary parents, lived a mundane life. Having grandchildren would not only alleviate their loneliness, but also provide them with something to do. Mom, I promise to bring her back when I have the chance. Lin Yu assured, patting his chest. All right, you must have a photo, right? Li Wenjing nodded. Yes, of course. Lin Yu quickly produced a photo of himself with Xiaoyu. Upon seeing the picture, Li Wenjing and Lin Fangping nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that merely viewing the photograph had already instilled a sense of approval regarding their future daughter-in-law. Mom and Dad, for the next few days, please refrain from leaving the neighborhood. Recently, there have been reports of a malevolent mech engineer active in Jiangling City, Lin Yu advised. Although he was uncertain of the engineer's intentions or any other plans, the mere presence of such an individual was undoubtedly alarming. Understood, both parents responded, not wishing to court danger, especially since they had yet to embrace their grandchild. As night fell, Lin Yu invited Bai Jingjing to stay in his sister's former room after their dinner. Subsequently, he lay on his large bed, feeling an entirely different atmosphere upon returning home. It seemed as though every trace of pressure dissipated, leaving him utterly relaxed and at ease. Before he realized it, Lin Yu had drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the deep of night, the ringing of his communicator abruptly roused him from his dreams. It was Luo Feng on the line. As soon as Lin Yu answered, he heard Luo Feng's urgent voice. Lin Yu, the malevolent mech engineer, has appeared in the mountains just outside the eastern city. We are dispatching personnel to investigate. Understood. I will be there shortly, Lin Yu quickly replied. Once the call ended, he sprang from his bed and donned his clothes and shoes. To the east of Jiangling City lay an unbroken range of mountains, home to many creatures, albeit of a lower tier. It was in this very mountain range that Lin Yu had previously encountered the malevolent mech engineer who had established a lair there. Once prepared, Lin Yu made his way to the balcony. Pangu mech summon. In an instant, the Pangu mech materialized on the ground before him. Its arrival silent and unobtrusive due to the late hour, sparing others any disturbance. Where are you going? Bai Jingjing's voice interrupted as Lin Yu was about to enter the Pangu mech. There has been a sighting of the malevolent mech engineer. I intend to investigate. Lin Yu explained, glancing at Bai Jingjing, who had appeared beside him. Let us go together, she suggested. You need not accompany me. Please stay and watch over the house. We have merely detected the engineer's presence, but his exact location remains uncertain, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. For safety's sake, it was best for Bai Jingjing to remain behind. In the event of an unforeseen incident, she would be able to manage things in his absence. All right. Bai Jingjing conceded with a slight nod before returning to her room. Given Lin Yu's insistence, she saw no need to press the matter further. With that, Lin Yu entered the Pangu mech. It had been quite a while since I had last operated the Pangu mecha. The moment I entered the cockpit, I was once again enveloped by that long-lost sensation of immense power. In the next instant, I activated the flight capabilities of the Pangu mecha, and the colossal machine ascended swiftly, moving rapidly toward the eastern part of the city. This quiet city at midnight remained largely tranquil, save for a few vibrant locales that were still bustling with life. For some individuals, this was the peak of their nightlife. Before long, I arrived at the outskirts of the eastern city. Peering into the darkness, I found myself enveloped in a shroud of night. Yet, as I activated the mecha's true vision skill, the scene before me transformed as if it were daylight, allowing me to see with unparalleled clarity. While the night vision feature was helpful, it paled in comparison to the efficacy of the mecha's true vision. After a few minutes, I swiftly rendezvoused with Luo Feng and the others above a great mountain. "You've arrived," Luo Feng remarked, visibly relieved by my presence. The surrounding mecha pilots were equally astonished. The emergence of the Pangu mecha instilled in them a profound sense of awe, leaving them feeling somewhat inadequate. "What is the situation?" I inquired directly, eager for information. "We have located what appears to be the lair of that nefarious mecha pilot, situated a few kilometers to the east in a massive mountain. There's a vast cave there. Previously, one of our mecha pilots tracked the villain and observed that he entered the cave, from which he has not emerged since. I dispatched a 5-star mecha pilot team to investigate, but we have lost all contact with them," Luo Feng recounted urgently. He believed that the 5-star team had likely encountered some peril within. Our strongest pilots in Jiangling City were merely 6-star mecha pilots. In contrast, I was a 10-star mecha pilot. With my intervention, the situation would likely stabilize. "I understand," I nodded. "I propose we encircle the area first." "Rest assured, I have already made arrangements for that," Luo Feng responded promptly. "That is reassuring," I continued. "From here on, I will take charge." With that, I maneuvered the Pangu mecha toward the cave with remarkable speed, vanishing from the sight of the other pilots in mere seconds. In that moment, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Mayor Luo, that is the mecha prodigy Lin Yu. Truly extraordinary." It was remarkable to think that he had only been training for a few years and had already reached such an unattainable height. Indeed, with Lin Yu here, we can rest assured. Indeed, this time, the malevolent mecha master appears to possess significantly greater prowess. Although we have yet to engage in direct combat, there is an unmistakable sense that profound matters lie beneath the surface. After their conversation, Lin Yu rapidly arrived before the entrance of the cavern. The cavern itself was immense, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Casting a glance around, Lin Yu found himself engulfed in confusion. Such a vast cave, if indeed the lair of the malevolent mecha master, should logically be camouflaged. Its audacity to remain exposed was perplexing, and why had it gone unnoticed until now? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Lin Yu realized that he could not ascertain the answers immediately. It seemed that only by venturing inside would clarity emerge. Fortunately, with the mecha's true eye at his disposal, any traps or mechanisms within could be detected promptly. Furthermore, as a 10-star mecha master, he was well prepared. After mentally bracing himself, Lin Yu commanded the Pangu mecha to enter the cavern. The tunnel within the cavern was remarkably well structured, clearly not a natural formation, but rather meticulously excavated by human hands. For certain mecha masters, tunneling was a straightforward task, especially for those who had awakened abilities suited for mining. Most of these mechas were of ordinary grade. As Lin Yu advanced, everything proceeded with extraordinary smoothness, devoid of any apparent peril, which struck him as rather peculiar. This was too seamless. There must be some hidden intricacies. Upon traversing the dim passage, a vast subterranean chamber came into view. Within this space were 6 mechas, the 5-star mecha master team dispatched by Luo Feng. Earlier, during their communication, Luo Feng had provided Lin Yu with the details of the mecha team he had sent, ensuring that no unnecessary complications would arise should they encounter one another. Through the mecha's true eye, Lin Yu discerned a peculiar barrier within the underground chamber, one that seemed eerily familiar. At that moment, one of the mecha masters inside quickly noticed Lin Yu's presence outside. In an instant, Lin Yu observed the 6 mechas within the chamber gesturing animatedly, seemingly attempting to prevent his entry. No matter how Lin Yu tried to establish contact, he was unable to communicate with the mecha masters inside. Nor could he hear their voices. The heavenly prison. It must be. Lin Yu's expression grew grave. No wonder it felt familiar. This special artifact, the heavenly prison, could confine mechas of saint level and below for a duration of 24 hours. In the beginning, my elder sister and Xiao Yu were ensnared by the celestial confinement to the depths of the ocean. Fortunately, Lin Yu had mastery over the Nüwa mecha, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 130. The city of Jiangling faces a grave crisis, the terrifying evil array of seizing the heavens. It is indeed astonishing that a mere malevolent mecha master could wield such a unique artifact as the celestial confinement. Furthermore, why would this evil mecha master opt for such a method? There must be a sinister plot lurking behind this. Lin Yu mused to himself. He needed to locate that evil mecha master swiftly. Subsequently, Lin Yu maneuvered the Pangu mecha into this subterranean realm, thus entering the confines of the celestial confinement. Upon entry, he heard the voices of the surrounding mecha masters. My friend, cannot you discern our gestures? We signaled you not to enter, yet you stubbornly did. Now look, we are all trapped here together. They lamented. They had fervently waved their hands, indicating for Lin Yu to stay away, but it had resulted in this predicament. Did the evil mecha master notice? Lin Yu inquired hastily. Yes, but he managed to escape. One of the mecha masters replied slowly. When we first arrived, we saw that evil mecha master setting something up. However, as soon as we entered, a barrier erupted, preventing us from leaving or contacting the outside world. The evil mecha master escaped through that passage. Following the indicated direction, Lin Yu indeed spotted a new passageway. It was likely another exit leading to the outside. This meant that Luo Feng and the others were merely surrounding a specific area. Given the time that had elapsed, it was probable that the evil mecha master had already fled. Please recount the details once more. Lin Yu urged. Who do you think you are? That we should report to you, as if you were our superior? Protested one irritable mecha master. I'm a 10-star mecha master, Lin Yu replied softly. In that instant, the mecha master fell silent, his expression one of astonishment. A 10-star mecha master? By the heavens. This was the first time he had been so close to a mecha powerhouse. Once Lin Yu revealed his identity, the captain of the mecha team detailed everything once more. After listening, Lin Yu could not help but ponder. So, the evil mecha master made an appearance, was then discovered by you, and subsequently fled here, Lin Yu deduced. Indeed, but this entire situation is rather perplexing. Lin Yu continued. The several mecha masters stood in a state of perplexity. Was there something amiss? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yu as he considered the possibility that this was a ruse to draw them away. Since the emergence of this nefarious mecha master, Luo Feng had rallied numerous mecha specialists to this location, indicating that the city of Jiangling was now devoid of formidable guardians. Furthermore, it suggested the presence of more than one malevolent mecha master, likely an evil organization. This time, it appeared to be an assault on the entire city of Jiangling. With this realization, Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered the Pangu mech to retrace his steps. You all wait here for 24 hours. The confinement will automatically dissipate. As Lin Yu's mech effortlessly exited, the other mecha masters were left bewildered. How could he have managed to leave so easily? Soon, they too attempted to escape, but to no avail. How on earth did he accomplish that? They realized that he was indeed a 10-star mecha master, and it seemed they had no choice but to wait for 24 hours. Boss, could his analysis be true? If this truly is a diversion, then those wicked mecha masters must have already launched their attack on Jiangling. Panic surged among the mecha masters, especially since many of their families resided in Jiangling. Fortunately, their captain exhibited a more composed demeanor. Let us not fret excessively. At least we have that 10-star mecha master with us. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to this ploy. And perhaps there is still time to act. Lin Yu dashed out of the cave, and at that moment, Luo Feng spotted Lin Yu's mech and inquired, Lin, what is the situation? Lin Yu promptly replied, Brother Luo, summon everyone back to the city at once. I have a strong feeling this is a diversion orchestrated by those malevolent mecha masters. Without pausing, he directed the Pangu mech back towards Jiangling. Upon hearing his words, Luo Feng and the others were taken aback. This is dire. Luo Feng ordered everyone to hasten back. Lin Yu moved with incredible speed, and soon the towering walls of Jiangling loomed before him. As he approached within a kilometer, he beheld the entire city enveloped in a blood-red barrier, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. Damn it, are we too late? Lin Yu's expression grew grave. Shortly thereafter, Luo Feng and the others arrived, only to be struck dumb by the sight before them. It's over. The entire city of Jiangling is doomed. One of the mecha masters fell into despair, and the others echoed his sentiments. Brother Luo, do you recognize this blood-red barrier? Lin Yu urgently inquired. 3 months ago, a city in the Western nations was similarly shrouded in a blood-red barrier. Luo Feng elucidated. This is a unique formation known as the heaven-devouring Great Array, within which all life is drained of its vitality. These malevolent mech masters intend to annihilate the entire Jiangling city. What benefit could this possibly confer upon them? Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. Humanity's future teeters on the brink of extinction. These wicked mech masters are still contemplating the harm of their own kind. Brother Lin, he continued, the heaven-devouring Great Array is a particularly sinister formation. These malevolent mech masters likely seek to absorb the life force of the entire city, thereby augmenting their own strength. Luo Feng shook his head and added, according to reports from 3 months ago, a nefarious mech master from the West attained the rank of stellar mech master through this very array. This formation is remarkably robust, impervious to all but stellar mech masters. Given Jiangling City's remote location and its status as a small city, before any stellar mech masters could arrive, everything here would already be over. It is no wonder these wicked mech masters have chosen Jiangling City. Luo Feng's words elicited a sigh from Lin Yu, who felt an inexplicable sorrow. Soon, Lin Yu began attempting to contact Bai Jingjing. He was relieved that she was with his parents, as she should be able to safeguard their lives. Chapter 131. Unleashing full firepower, breaking the formation. Instant kill. Brother Luo, please elaborate further on the heaven-devouring Great Array. Lin Yu promptly inquired again. This array cannot be absolutely formidable. It must possess weaknesses that have yet to be discovered. The heaven-devouring Great Array was obtained by a high-ranking leader of a previous evil organization in a secret realm. It first emerged a century ago. Analysis reveals that this array absorbs an incessant flow of energy from its surroundings. As long as energy exists, it cannot be breached. The sole method to dismantle is through a stellar mech master or a stronger mech warrior. Luo Feng quickly relayed all he knew in detail. This allowed Lin Yu to gain a deeper understanding of the heaven-devouring Great Array in a short time. In essence, this array is founded upon the energy of this world. Lin Yu stated calmly. Indeed, the world's energy flows continuously, allowing the heaven-devouring Great Array to maintain a peak state almost at all times. Luo Feng responded. Do not fret. I have already informed the higher-ups, and a stellar mech master along with other mech warriors is on their way. For now, we can only wait. Silently praying that his family would endure until the end, Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He then controlled the Pangu mech to swiftly depart, soaring directly into the sky. Within mere seconds, he reached a considerable altitude. Nüwa mech summoning successful. Above the clouds, the Nüwa mech was swiftly summoned. In the next moment, Lin Yu directly transitioned from the Pangu mecha into the Nüwa mecha, initiating the spatial seal with a target set on Jiangling City. He swiftly issued commands to the Nüwa mecha. Warning, the target area is extensive, and the required spiritual energy will be substantial. The system voice promptly announced. I am aware. Lin Yu replied. Target locked completely, commencing the spatial sealing skill. The spiritual energy within him was rapidly depleting. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted high in the sky, transforming the night into day. In that instant, everyone was astounded, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. However, Luo Feng and his companions understood clearly that this commotion was likely caused by Lin Yu. In that moment, they inexplicably saw hope in Lin Yu. Boom! Columns of light cascaded around Jiangling City, emanating supreme, divine radiance. These divine lights coalesced into a luminous barrier, swiftly enveloping the city. The entire process transpired in mere seconds. Target spatial seal completed. With the system's announcement, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. The sealing of an entire city had consumed over 300,000 units of spiritual energy, a staggering expenditure indeed. Fortunately, he had succeeded. At this moment, the malevolent mecha masters within the city, who were engaged in the operation of the formidable heaven-seizing array, were taken aback, sensing the complete disappearance of the celestial energy within the city. The array also lost its initially eerie crimson glow. Nonetheless, although the heaven-seizing array was not fully activated, it could still function. In an instant, it began to siphon life force. In the blink of an eye, thousands of lives were drained by the array, their vitality converted into a special energy that surged within the bodies of the malevolent mecha masters. They felt the overwhelming energy and erupted in joyous exclamations, their faces alight with glee. Indeed, the heaven-seizing array was a remarkable tool for enhancing their power. Regrettably, it was not fully activated. However, it could still absorb half of the city's life force without issue. Damn it, those malevolent mecha masters have begun to absorb life force. Lin Yu realized, seeing clearly that he had inadvertently severed the celestial energy of the entire city. The heaven-seizing array was still operational, forcibly claiming those lives. It was time to take a chance. With a resolute gaze, Lin Yu once again entered the Pangu mecha. The Nüwa mecha was summoned back into its own mech space. Blessing of the heart, equipment successful. Initiating blessing. Your Pangu mech's attributes enhanced by 30%. Duration 10 minutes. After receiving the blessing from this extraordinary artifact, Lin Yu could distinctly perceive the exponential increase in the power of the Pangu mech. Subsequently, Lin Yu maneuvered the Pangu mech downwards, swiftly entering the spatial seal he had established. Before him lay the formidable heavenly devouring array, incessantly absorbing the life force of the city's inhabitants. Lin Yu realized he could not afford to delay. The Pangu mech unleashed its full firepower. Even the heavenly axe in his grasp emanated an unfathomably terrifying radiance. In that moment, the Pangu mech resembled the true form of the Pangu deity himself. The heavens and earth trembled in resonance. Good heavens! Lin Yu's mech is utterly terrifying. Indeed, it is simply appalling. Is this truly an Imperial-grade mech? It must be a Saint-grade mech. Why do I feel it surpasses even a Saint-grade mech? Could it be the legendary Divine-grade mech? Upon witnessing this, Luo Feng and his companions were left astounded, particularly Luo Feng and a few mech engineers by his side. They were high-ranking officials of Jiangling City and were privy to certain information. Initially, Lin Yu claimed his mech was of royal grade, but upon arriving at Kunlun Mecha University, it transformed into an Imperial-grade mech. Now, as they witnessed the true might of Lin Yu's mech unleashed, they gradually comprehended that it was highly probable his mech was divine-grade. The reason for the initial concealment was likely to deter any nefarious individuals from taking notice. Even a child understands the principle of holding a jade to blame. Furthermore, there were methods of possession. Who would dare expose themselves as a divine-grade mech without the strength to protect themselves? Jiangling City is saved, exclaimed Luo Feng and the others, filled with renewed excitement. Boom! At that very instant, heaven and earth activated. The Pangu mech unleashed its skill. This scene resembled the primordial act of Pangu himself in the creation of heaven and earth. The power erupted to an extraordinary peak. With one swing of the axe crack, the heavenly devouring array shattered in an instant. All evil mech engineers in Jiangling City locked on. Initiate Holy Judgment. Commence. Executing Holy Judgment. In the next moment, golden giant swords coalesced in the sky, each descending upon the targeted evil mech engineers for their judgment. Boom! Faced with this divine judgment, nearly simultaneously, every evil mech engineer in Jiangling City was utterly vanquished. It was an absolute annihilation. In that moment, the crisis was effectively averted. It is indeed unfortunate that many lives were lost within. Chapter 132, The Emergence of the Beast Tide. With the shattering of this formidable array, Lin Yu swiftly contacted Bai Jingjing. Rest assured, your parents are safe. Bai Jingjing's voice resonated in his mind, granting Lin Yu a profound sense of relief. That is splendid. Following this incident, Lin Yu resolved to relocate, allowing his parents to reside in Kunlun City. After all, Kunlun City is in close proximity to Kunlun Mecha University, enabling him to frequently visit his parents and assuage his worries. Moreover, Kunlun City is a true metropolis, boasting top-tier amenities in every aspect. Subsequently, Lin Yu dissipated the spatial seal. Instantly, the energy of Jiangling City was restored. Without the hindrance of the spatial seal, Luo Feng and the others hurried to Lin Yu's side, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Lin, we are truly indebted to you. The mecha engineers conveyed their immense appreciation. Had they waited for the arrival of that stellar mecha engineer, it is likely that the entire city's populace would have been drained of their life force, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. It was the least I could do, Lin Yu replied with a gradual nod. Lin, you have concealed this very well. It turns out you awakened a divine-level mecha, Luo Feng exclaimed once again. The footage of Lin Yu's battle had been recorded and transmitted over the network. The higher-ups, upon viewing it, unequivocally concluded that this was indeed a divine-level mecha. It can be said that the entire world is in a frenzy. In the annals of mecha history, he is the first to awaken a divine-level mecha. Lin Yu is destined to be immortalized in mecha history. Kunlun Mecha University promptly convened a meeting. It was astonishing that, as a student, they had failed to recognize Lin Yu's status as a divine-level mecha wielder. This oversight marked a significant misstep for the institution. The president of Kunlun Mecha University even proclaimed Lin Yu as the successor to the university, a sentiment unanimously supported by the senior officials, with no dissenting voices. The fact that Kunlun Mecha University possesses a student who has awakened a divine-level mecha is undoubtedly a monumental boon. In the future, Kunlun Mecha University is poised to become the preeminent institution, unrivaled in excellence, and a formidable force globally. Lo Yi, please understand that I had no choice but to conceal this, Lin Yu expressed with a tinge of remorse. No worries, I completely understand, Luo Feng quickly reassured him. To befriend Lin Yu, who had awakened a divine-level mecha, was an extraordinary stroke of luck for Luo Feng. At that moment, a cacophony of roars erupted from colossal beasts. It was the beast tide. Suddenly, an urgent voice broke through the commotion. Lin Yu and the others turned their gaze toward the outside. The densely packed colossal beasts surged towards Jiangling City like an unstoppable steel army. Their sheer numbers instilled a deep sense of dread. Just as one crisis had been averted, another wave of beasts descended upon them. Jiangling City truly seemed to be plagued by calamity. Leave it to me, Lin Yu murmured softly. Although the horde was vast, the creatures were all around level 50, which appeared feeble in Lin Yu's eyes. In the face of absolute power, numbers held no significance. With remarkable speed, Lin Yu commandeered the Pangu mech and charged forward. A series of terrifying mech skills were unleashed, and even a single strike resulted in the demise of numerous beasts. Witnessing this, the other mech operators gasped in astonishment. It was nothing short of extraordinary. He resembled a mech war god, single-handedly standing against the entire beast tide. In less than a minute, the horde was utterly vanquished, and the surviving beasts fled in haste. Lin Yu chose not to pursue them, for the beasts were endless. And annihilation of their entire kind was the only solution. Brother Luo, I'm heading back to check on my parents. You all can handle things here, Lin Yu said to Luo Feng before swiftly piloting the Pangu mech away. Soon, he returned to the villa community. After a smooth landing, he hurried inside. Mom, Dad, are you all right? He inquired anxiously upon entering. His parents nodded slightly, indicating they were unharmed. This time, we owe it all to Jingjing. Otherwise, everyone in our community would have perished, his mother, Li Wenjing, lamented. In the face of the formidable array, Bai Jingjing could only protect those within the community. Unfortunately, many outside had been consumed by the array. Thank you. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to Bai Jingjing. It was merely a trivial matter. If I hadn't intervened, I would have been consumed as well. Bai Jingjing waved her hand dismissively, wearing a subtly proud expression. It became apparent that she had a somewhat sharp tongue but a tender heart, which was endearingly likable. Mom, Dad, we are fortunate to have returned. Lin Yu sighed again. Had they not come back this time, all the residents of Jiangling City, including his parents, would have perished. Mom, Dad, I made a decision. We're moving to Kunlun City. Lin Yu continued eagerly. Kunlun City is currently the safest place, and it's close to Kunlun Mech. This way, my sister and I can visit you often. His parents had lived in Jiangling City for several decades, and truthfully, leaving would evoke feelings of reluctance. After all, arriving in an unfamiliar place is undoubtedly a bit disconcerting. Listen to our son. Lin Fu and Lin Fangping nodded in agreement. They had yet to hold their grandson, and certainly did not wish to depart from this world prematurely. All right, we shall heed our son. Li Wenjing also nodded. The parents readily concurred. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu felt an immense joy. He had initially feared that his parents might refuse and had prepared numerous arguments. But it appeared that all his reasoning would be unnecessary. Subsequently, Lin Yu hastened to contact his sister, Lin Wanner, but was unable to reach her. He also tried to get in touch with Xiao Yu, but to no avail. It seemed that both Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu were still engaged in their respective quests or realms. Before long, however, the president of Kunlun Mecha University personally called him. At present, the revelation of his possession of a divine-grade mecha had become widely known, with the rapid dissemination of information across the internet allowing many to witness it. Thank you, President. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. The concept of being a successor was monumental, indicating that he would eventually become the new president of Kunlun Mecha University. By the way, President, I would like to arrange for my parents to reside in Kunlun City. Could you assist me with this? Lin Yu inquired eagerly. Given the premium nature of Kunlun City, having the president's personal help would undoubtedly simplify the process. Absolutely, I will have someone arrange it right away. Wei Liren readily agreed. Chapter 133. The Revelation of the Divine-Grade Mecha, Achieving Fame. The night swiftly passed, and a new day dawned. The sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the earth, as if planting seeds of hope. The warmth of sunlight enveloping him was indeed a delightful sensation. Meanwhile, the online buzz had reached a fever pitch, with some servers beginning to falter under the surge of activity. Lin Yu's impressive display from the previous night had gone viral, and anything related to him skyrocketed in popularity as if propelled by a rocket. How stunning! This is a divine-grade mecha, exclaimed one observer. This mecha seems as if a deity has descended to our realm. Our mechas simply cannot compare. Compare? You must be naive. Our mechas lack the qualification to even be mentioned in the same breath. Did you see that axe? It is undoubtedly the pinnacle of artifacts. Lin Yu is truly remarkable. He has only been at Kunlun Mecha University for about a year, and he has already reached such an astonishing level. Indeed, the so-called mecha prodigies pale in comparison to Lin Yu. Enthusiastic discussions erupted everywhere, and Jiangling City became abuzz with excitement. Countless mecha engineers and media representatives congregated outside the villa community, all eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Yu, the possessor of a divine-grade mecha. From ancient times to the present, Lin Yu stood alone as the wielder of such a remarkable mecha. Even some scientists have expressed their desire for Lin Yu to assist them in extracting the mech genes from his body, suggesting that it could potentially lead to more individuals awakening to divine-level mechs. At that moment, Lin Yu, in his room, observed the myriad of information circulating online about himself. Faced with such circumstances, Lin Yu had anticipated this outcome from the very moment he awakened his divine mech. Indeed, the news had created a worldwide sensation. He had undeniably risen to fame, and it was likely that everyone now recognized him. Naturally, Lin Yu also realized that he had become a target for certain individuals. He surmised that, in the near future, someone would undoubtedly attempt to take action against him. I should return to Kunlun Mech University, Lin Yu thought to himself. At least within the university, he would be somewhat safer. The pressing matter at hand was to elevate his mech master rank. A 10-star mech master was still far too weak. As long as he could become a legendary mech master, no one in this world would pose a threat to him, and he would find peace of mind. Indeed, the root of fear stemmed from one's own inadequacy. Let us set off, Lin Yu declared. With a wave of his hand, everything in the room was swiftly stored in his storage ring. Many items held precious memories for him, and he certainly would not dispose of them carelessly. Upon exiting the room, he made his way to the living room and inquired of his parents, "Dad, Mom, are you ready?" "Yes." His parents nodded in agreement. They too possessed storage rings, making the packing process quite convenient, especially for the larger furniture, which was also taken along. The house felt eerily empty, devoid of that familiar sense of home. "Well then, let us depart." Lin Yu smiled. "I have arranged a splendid residence in Kunlun City through the principal." After all, it was the principal of Kunlun Mech University who had personally intervened. Securing a mere residence in Kunlun City was a trivial matter. Upon stepping outside, the neighbors in the villa community had already gathered. When they saw Lin Yu emerge, their excitement was palpable. "It's Lin Yu, the only mech master in the world to awaken a divine-level mech. I knew from the very beginning that Lin Yu was extraordinary. I could tell right away that this young man possessed the potential to awaken a divine mech. Though I may be old, my judgment of character remained sharp." In response to the fervent enthusiasm of his neighbors, Lin Yu merely smiled in acknowledgement. He understood their motivations were to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. As a beam of light emanated from the storage ring on Lin Yu's finger, the dazzling golden war machine materialized before him, and the hatch opened wide. Lin Yu, accompanied by his parents and by Jingjing, boarded the golden warplane. Once seated, the cabin door closed. The magnificent aircraft soared swiftly into the sky, vanishing from the sight of those below in the blink of an eye. High above, Lin Yu's parents gazed out, feeling a twinge of reluctance as they distanced themselves from Jiangling City, the place they had called home for most of their lives. Mom and Dad, a new life awaits us. Lin Yu smiled at his mother as he sat beside her. Once we reach Kunlun City and have some time, I will bring my girlfriend home for you to meet. The mere mention of seeing their future daughter-in-law banished their earlier hesitations, and they could hardly contain their eagerness to arrive in Kunlun City. Be careful, many are following us. Bai Jingjing gradually opened her eyes and cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at the radar, but detected no surrounding aircraft or mechs. However, trusting Bai Jingjing's instincts, he understood that those pursuing them likely possessed some means of evading radar detection. Can you determine their position? Lin Yu inquired, looking at Bai Jingjing. Yes, she nodded slightly. That's good. Lin Yu replied calmly. As long as they do not take action, we shall remain still. If they do make a move against us, I will strike them down with swift and decisive force. He then instructed the golden warplane to accelerate to its maximum speed. In an instant, it streaked across the sky like a shooting star. It seemed the journey ahead would not be smooth. I sensed the presence of malevolent spirits, which have already seized a mech and transformed into a sinister entity. After a minute, Bai Jingjing's expression turned grave once more. That malevolent mech is likely targeting your divine mech, wishing to possess it. Such a trivial malevolence is no cause for concern. I have my own methods to deal with it. Lin Yu was unfazed by the threat. He had mastered the divine forge of chaos visualization technique, along with the refining spirit method. For him, this malevolence was merely the first source of nourishment to enhance his strength. Yet, with his parents aboard the warplane, a battle could place them in danger if he were not careful, which would certainly complicate matters. With a considerable distance still to Kunlun City, Lin Yu took a deep breath, ready for whatever lay ahead. Jingjing, if a battle ensues, I entrust my parents' safety to you, Lin Yu stated earnestly. You must protect them with all your strength. This marked the first time Lin Yu had issued such a formal command to Bai Jingjing. Had it been anyone else, they would have been devoured long ago for daring to command her. However, at this moment, the command issued by Lin Yu was one she was willing to obey. Chapter 134, Targeted. Boom! A beam of formidable light swiftly surged toward the gilded warplane occupied by Lin Yu. Fortunately, the gilded warplane possessed impressive maneuverability, allowing it to evade the assault with ease. The beam ultimately struck a mountain peak, erupting with a thunderous roar. After a few seconds, it became evident that the entire summit had been flattened. This vividly illustrated the terrifying might of that beam. Immediately following, an Imperial-grade mech emerged from behind. This Imperial-grade mech boasted a pair of mechanical wings, suggesting a proficiency in aerial combat, which explained its astonishing speed. Database retrieval completed. Name: Tangshan, Stellar Mech Master. Affiliated with the Sirius Group. Goodness, to think I am regarded so highly by a Stellar Mech Master. Lin Yu scoffed. This Imperial-grade mech was at level 120, and it was evident that the pilot of this mech was indeed a Stellar Mech Master. In this world, legendary mech masters represented the pinnacle of power, with Stellar Mech Masters following closely behind. Fortunately, the gilded warplane was equipped with a database. Renowned mech masters from this world were all documented within it. After all, every mech is unique, allowing for the identification of its operator through its appearance. The Sirius Group, Lin Yu was aware, specialized in the development of artificial mechs. Undoubtedly, in the realm of artificial mechs, the Sirius Group stood unrivaled globally. Even an ordinary person could operate an artificial mech. However, artificial mechs ultimately possessed limited power and could not be upgraded. Of course, this was merely the surface. Beneath it, the Sirius Group was deeply engaged in genetic research. Now, having dispatched a Stellar Mech Master, their intention was unmistakably to capture Lin Yu for study. After all, it was widely believed that within Lin Yu lay the genetic material for a divine mech. If this gene could be extracted, perhaps it could enable more individuals to awaken as divine mech pilots. If captured, Lin Yu could easily foresee his grim fate, a fate worse than death, a desperate struggle for survival. Therefore, he could not be apprehended, nor could he fall into the hands of other factions. The opponent was swift. Have you made a decision? Bai Jingjing gently reminded him. After all, this was a stellar mech master. Although the gilded warplane represented the pinnacle of current aircraft, it could not match the speed of a level 120 Imperial mech, especially one adept in aerial combat. There was now but one course of action. They were targeting me. Lin Yu quickly resolved. Jingjing, take my parents to Kunlun Mech University. Is that feasible? Bai Jingjing was somewhat anxious. Do not misunderstand, my prince. I am merely concerned that if you were to perish, I would follow suit. Rest assured, I possess ample means. Lin Yu replied with a smile. As long as his parents reached Kunlun Mecha University safely, he would have no cause for worry. Very well. I shall not allow you to die. Bai Jingjing nodded in agreement. Father, mother, do not worry. I will be fine. Your son is quite formidable, Lin Yu assured his parents with a smile. At that moment, the hatch opened, and Lin Yu leaped out. Pangu Mecha, summon. With the Pangu Mecha materializing, Lin Yu swiftly entered it. The Pangu Mecha had already mastered the art of flight, hovering gracefully in the air as the Imperial-level mecha drew nearer. Lin Yu, come back with me. As long as you cooperate with our research, we can fulfill all your requests. Soon, Tang Shan, piloting her mecha, came to a halt. Gazing at Lin Yu's divine mecha with a hint of greed. Tang Sang, it is an honor to meet you. I have heard that you entered the brothel at the tender age of 18, only to later awaken an Imperial-level mecha through fortune. Lin Yu chuckled. He was already aware of some intelligence regarding Tang Shan. After all, the database of the Lujin war machine was connected to Kunlun Mecha University, a prestigious institution where valuable information was readily collected, especially concerning formidable mecha masters. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tang Shan's expression darkened with fury. That period of her life was a deep scar, one she had long since tried to forget, but Lin Yu's remarks had dredged it up anew. Lin Yu, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate. However, you are merely at level 100. Despite your divine mecha, you remain no match for me. Tang Shan Se Gun Li. She vowed that once she captured Lin Yu, she would exact her revenge. After all, she had honed her skills over the years and had become quite adept. Surely, you do not underestimate the divine mecha. Lin Yu smirked. It appears it's time for the other divine mechas to make their presence felt. Everyone else, come forth. Lurking serves no purpose, Lin Yu proclaimed with conviction. Although, to the naked eye, it appeared that only he and Tang Shan's mechas were present. Lin Yu had activated the Mecha True Eye skill, allowing him to discern numerous other mechas surrounding them. With Lin Yu's commanding call, several mechas emerged, including one piloted by a stellar mecha master. Inamo, I did not expect you to join us. Tang Shan remarked gravely upon seeing another Imperial-level pilot. He, after all, as a master of the divine mecha, I, Yin-Mo, naturally aspire to possess it. A peculiar voice echoed. Yin-Mo, such a renowned name. Lin Yu had heard of him, the most notorious and formidable evil mech master in the world. This Yama had mastered the art of possessing mechs. Previously, he was merely a king-class mech, but through relentless usurpation, he had now attained the prowess of an emperor-class mech. Surrounding him were other mechs, likely from rival factions. It seemed that the sinister spirit mech was not yet prepared to emerge, perhaps biding its time like a cunning predator. As Lin Yu scanned the area, he noted the absence of the evil spirit mech and could not help but speculate. Little did he expect that upon the revelation of this divine-class mech, certain organizations would seek to capture him for their research, while malevolent mech masters aimed to usurp his mech. Moreover, dark spirits lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Fortunately, I currently possess sufficient strength to withstand these threats. Had my divine-class mech's existence been disclosed earlier, I would have likely met my demise. The most pressing dangers now are Tang Shan and Yama, both stellar mech masters. The other mech masters pose no real threat. Thankfully, I left Jiangling City today. Had I delayed my departure, I would have faced even more formidable mechs, making my situation much more precarious. It is better to strike first. Target locked, activating the heavenly Dao chains. Black hole devour activated. The Pangu mech erupted with brilliance. In the void, chains surged forth, binding those mechs tightly. Tang Shan and Yama reacted swiftly, maneuvering their mechs to evade the grasp of the heavenly Dao chains. Subsequently, a series of black holes emerged, consuming the mechs ensnared by the chains, relentlessly tearing them apart. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded, and in mere seconds, only Lin Yu, Tang Shan, and Yama remained in the sky. Truly, the divine class mech is terrifying, both in its mastery of skills and its overwhelming power. Yama licked his lips, increasingly eager to seize this divine class mech, while simultaneously growing disdainful of his current Emperor-class mech. Chapter 135. With 4 divine class mechs at my disposal, will you say, Tang-san, shall we join forces? I desire his divine class mech, while you merely seek him. Yama proposed. After all, Lin Yu is the sole possessor of a divine class mech. Should they manage to suppress him, a conflict between the two would be inevitable. It would be wiser to collaborate for mutual gain. Furthermore, there might be other powerful entities lurking in the shadows, so one must remain vigilant against hidden threats. Yama reiterated. Tang Shan understood as well. Very well, let us unite. Tang Shan nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, their group lacked the means to seize the divine-level mecha. Yet, if they could bring Lin Yu back and extract the divine mecha genes from his body, perhaps through their technological research, they could cultivate more mecha masters possessing divine-level mechas. Is this the beginning of cooperation? The 2 stellar mecha masters joining forces. It seems I am indeed honored. Lin Yu chuckled at that moment. Enough with the pleasantries. Lin Yu, I offer you a chance. Surrender without resistance. Yin Mo sneered, his desires intensifying to an extreme. The divine mecha had been his long-cherished dream. Historically, such a divine mecha had never appeared, yet now, in this era, it had manifested. Upon learning this news, Yin Mo had hastened to arrive. In an instant, Tang Shan produced a treasure, an artifact of extraordinary nature. The moment it was activated, a bizarre radiance erupted, enveloping them all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu found himself within a peculiar alternate space. Although the space appeared vast, it was devoid of any exit. Indeed, within this world, there existed an array of treasures. The fact that Tang Shan could summon such a supreme artifact to ensnare him indicated her determination to succeed. However, for Lin Yu, this was fortuitous. He could unleash his full combat potential here. Soon, Tang Shan and Yin Mo also appeared within this realm. I shall subdue him first, Yin Mo declared, swiftly taking action, no longer wishing to waste time. He manipulated his imperial-level mecha and charged toward Lin Yu with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. Boom! Yin Mo's mecha reached Lin Yu in an instant, delivering a punch that struck the Pangu mecha directly. The immense force inflicted a sharp pain upon Lin Yu, causing the Pangu mecha to be pushed back over 10 meters. Even a stellar mecha master would struggle to withstand this punch, yet you, a 10-star mecha master, managed to endure it. It seems this divine mecha is indeed extraordinary. Yin Mo licked his lips greedily. The divine mecha was a prize he must possess. Let me show you what a divine-level mecha truly is, Lin Yu retorted. Having withstood Yin Mo's attack, Lin Yu further gauged his opponent's strength. Although formidable, he was not insurmountable. There remained a chance. With that, Lin Yu began to mount his counterattack. The myriad skills mastered by the Pangu mech were swiftly unleashed. Lin Yu's entire demeanor radiated sheer power, engaging in an uninterrupted barrage of attacks akin to a humanoid artillery platform, unleashing an infinite barrage. Boom! Faced with such relentless aggression, the Yama felt a twinge of discomfort. This was unfathomable. How could his mech skills be employed with such wild ferocity? Just how much energy resided within him? Tang Shan's heart trembled at this sight. Such reckless deployment of mech skills undoubtedly entailed a significant consumption of energy. Had it been any other mech pilot, they would have likely exhausted their energy reserves by now. Heaven and Earth Slash. The open sky axe was a divine artifact, coupled with the formidable Heaven and Earth Slash mech skill. The unleashed might could only be described as terrifying. The Yama, having barely withstood one strike, found his Imperial-grade mech exhibiting signs of damage. In that moment, he hesitated to confront Lin Yu's onslaught head-on. Both he and Tang Shan acutely aware of the sheer terror embodied by this divine-grade mech. Lin Yu's realm was 2 major levels above theirs, and their mechs were also 20 levels higher than his. Yet in the current scenario, it was Lin Yu's level 100 divine mech that began to exert pressure on them. Tang Shan, if we combine our strengths, we can surely subdue him, the Yama declared hastily. The 2 stellar mech pilots joining forces would undoubtedly capture Lin Yu. Tang Shan understood this as well. Without allying with the Yama, she would find it exceedingly difficult to subdue Lin Yu alone. Boom! In the next instant, Tang Shan maneuvered her mech, equipping it with a mech longbow, and with a draw of the bow, aimed at Lin Yu's Pangu mech whoosh. A sound of slicing air resonated. At that moment, Lin Yu detected the massive arrow hurtling toward him. Consequently, he promptly executed a mech teleportation, vanishing from his original position and creating distance. Damn, it even has a tracking feature, Lin Yu muttered in exasperation. Despite teleporting and seemingly evading the arrow, the projectile recalibrated its trajectory and surged toward Lin Yu once more. This arrow was known as the perfect shot. Tang Shan beamed with confidence. Observing the situation, Lin Yu realized that if evasion was futile, he would have to endure the blow. With the arrow mere seconds away, Lin Yu commanded the Pangu mech to use the open sky axe as a shield before him. Boom! The arrow collided directly with the open sky axe. The immense force propelled the entire Pangu mech backward, yet it ultimately withstood the impact. The open sky axe remained unscathed. Axe that can withstand the might of my arrows. Surely, it must be a divine artifact. Dangsan Gunli Zima? It is a pity that you are merely a 10-star mecha master. Were you to attain the rank of a starry mecha master, even with our combined efforts, we would likely find ourselves outmatched. In unison, Tang Shan and Yin Mo maneuvered their mechas to encircle Lin Yu. You are resorting to bullying the weak with your strength and overwhelming the few with your numbers, Lin Yu calmly stated. If that is the case, I shall no longer indulge you in this game. Do you truly believe I possess only one such divine mecha? Let me enlighten you. I currently command 4 divine mechas. Nüwa mecha summon. 4 divine mecha summon. Heavenly Emperor mecha summon. In an instant, the other 3 divine mechas materialized. At that moment, both Tang Shan and Yin Mo stared in disbelief, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Blessing of the Heart activated successfully. All your mechas receive a comprehensive enhancement of 30% for a limited time of 10 minutes. Immediately, a radiant aura enveloped the 4 divine mechas, significantly amplifying their power. Chapter 136. Defeating the 2 stellar mecha masters. Successfully refining the purple evil spirit, consuming 300,000 spiritual energy points. Your Heavenly Emperor mecha for divine mecha and Nüwa mecha have entered automatic combat mode for 10 minutes. In an instant, Lin Yu felt as though his essence had been drained. The 300,000 spiritual energy points vanished without a trace. At that moment, the Heavenly Emperor mecha for divine mecha and Nüwa mecha sprang to life, exuding an aura of divinity akin to the descent of a celestial being. The terrifying presence they emanated was palpable, and one could faintly perceive otherworldly phenomena, witnessing the dread of those divine entities. The Mech God Body. You are indeed the fabled Mech God Body. Tang Shan stood frozen in shock. The Mech God Body. Yin Mo was equally stunned. Even if you possess the Mech God Body, what give you the right to command 7 mechas, all of which are divine? Huh? Did you not wish to outnumber me? Lin Yu declared with a hearty laugh. With a single command, his divine mechas commenced their assault. The Nüwa mecha initiated spatial skills, effectively sealing off the movements of Tang Shan and Yin Mo. Waves of spatial divine blades erupted forth. Following this, the Heavenly Emperor mecha brandished the divine weapon, the Heavenly Emperor's sword, striking with the grace of a sword deity, the blade radiating brilliance. The 4 divine mecha unleashed the might of the black tortoise. 2 colossal black tortoise manifestations barreled toward Tang Shan and Yin Mo's mechas. Simultaneously, an inferno of endless flames erupted, the terrifying vermilion bird fire rendering the very air searing, as if incinerating all in its path. With a thunderous roar, a tiger's howl echoed through the heavens and earth. The 4 divine mecha donned a pair of divine tiger claws, resembling a fierce predator lunging at its prey. The automated combat of the 3 divine mechas proved to be far more ferocious than Lin Yu's own efforts. At this moment, such circumstances have completely surpassed the expectations of Tang Shan and Yin Mo. Lin Yu is truly a prodigy. Not only is he the legendary machine god, but the awakened mechs he commands are all of divine caliber. If this were to spread, it is likely that no one would believe it. Now, Tang Shan quickly dissolved this alternate space. Yang Montak shouted ardently. At this moment, his sole desire was to survive, faced with such an overwhelming assault from divine mechs. Failing to escape would surely lead to a fatal outcome. I cannot. This alternate space will only reveal its exit after an hour. Tangshan replied with a grave expression. Who could have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner? It was already too late to contemplate escape. You shall be buried here. Lin Yu laughed coldly. Indeed, this alternate space serves as a fitting grave. In the ensuing battle, Lin Yu merely observed from within the Pangu mech, hardly needing to lift a finger. Although Tangshan and Yin Mo aimed to capture the leader first, they had no opportunity to approach Lin Yu. With 3 divine mechs, each enhanced by 30% through the blessing of the heart, their power was formidable. While each divine mech was at level 100, they easily overpowered 2 imperial mechs at level 120. Boom! 2 minutes elapsed, and Yin Mo's mech was pierced through by the heavenly sword of the heavenly emperor mech, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Yin Mo's body was instantly obliterated in the blast. Witnessing Yin Mo's demise, Tangshan was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of death, her heart filled with dread. In the blink of an eye, the 3 divine mechs encircled her, plunging her further into despair. An endless despair. I surrender. Please spare my life. Tangshan pulit ugenti. She did not wish to perish. It is too late, Lin Yu replied coldly. He was not a man of mercy. In the next moment, he issued another command. The 3 divine mechs unleashed a ferocious onslaught once more. Ultimately, Tangshan could not endure even a minute before the Nüwa mech's spatial divine blade severed her into fragments, leading to her complete demise. With my current strength, summoning all these mechs to confront 2 stellar mech masters is a trivial task, Lin Yu remarked with a slight smile. As time passed, 10 minutes swiftly flew by. The 3 divine mechs ceased their automated combat, and Lin Yu summoned them back into the confines of his mech space, patiently awaiting the passage of time. An hour later, as anticipated, an exit appeared, offering a means of departure from his place. Lin Yu deftly maneuvered the Pangu mech, swiftly breaking free from the alternate dimension. He landed gracefully on the ground, calling the Pangu mech back to him. He now found himself amidst towering mountains, where the landscape was devoid of human presence, dominated instead by colossal trees. Occasionally, the distant roars of titanic beasts echoed through the air. Suddenly, Lin Yu knelt on the ground, his expression contorted in agony, his complexion paling. A sinister laugh resonated moments later. A mech, enveloped in a thick shroud of dark energy, thundered to a halt before Lin Yu. To think that as merely a 10-star mech master, you could vanquish 2 stellar mech masters. It appears this divine mech indeed possesses formidable power. The voice emanating from the dark mech sent shivers down one's spine. In an instant, a purple malevolent spirit surged forth from the mech, and Lin Yu sensed its overwhelming strength far exceeded any malevolent spirit he had encountered previously. In the blink of an eye, the purple spirit infiltrated Lin Yu's body, attempting to usurp control of his divine mech. At that moment, a sly smile curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. Everything that had transpired was a ruse orchestrated by him to draw out this very malevolent spirit. Indeed, the spirit, seizing what it thought to be a golden opportunity to commandeer the divine mech, was utterly oblivious to Lin Yu's true intentions. As the purple spirit entered Lin Yu's body, it was instantly thrust into a peculiar realm. There it beheld an immensely vast chaos divine mill, and panic began to seep into its essence. You have mastered the visualization technique of the Chaos Divine Mill. This technique is specifically designed to counter malevolent spirits. Moreover, it caught sight of the silhouettes of 4 supreme deities, causing it to tremble in fear. You are a Mech God Body, and all are divine mechs. The purple spirit was now in a state of utter disarray, realizing that its entry into Lin Yu's being was akin to walking into its own demise. It attempted to flee, but upon discovering that the Chaos Divine Mill was inexorably drawing it in, it found itself powerless to resist. As the mill relentlessly ground away, the purple spirit was reduced to mere fragments. Refining divine technique. Lin Yu invoked once more. With the operation of the refining divine technique, the purple spirit was swiftly transmuted in mere seconds. Refine the purple malevolent spirit. Your psychic energy value has increased by 5000. Chapter 137. Returning to Kunlun Mech University. The journey ahead is long. Indeed, the combination of the refining divine technique and the visualization of the Chaos Divine Mill proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, rendering the malevolent spirit utterly defenseless. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. After refining the malevolent spirit, Lin Yu found himself feeling remarkably rejuvenated, particularly in terms of mental acuity, which seemed to have experienced a significant enhancement. However, it appeared that these malevolent spirits possessed varying levels of power. Lin Yu muttered to himself, recalling that the spirits he had encountered previously were all black, whereas this one was a striking shade of purple. The system's notification indicated that this adversary was a purple malevolent spirit, suggesting that it was indeed a tier stronger than the black spirits he had previously faced. In that moment, Lin Yu realized that within the realm of malevolent spirits, there existed even more formidable entities. This time, he had been fortunate. Otherwise, dealing with the purple malevolent spirit would have proven to be a rather daunting challenge. Upon summoning his personal interface, a system panel appeared, visible only to him. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mech Master level, 10-star Mech Master. Energy points, 0, Psyche energy, 654,821. Mechs, Pangu Mech, level 100, Nüwa Mech, level 100. For Divine Beast Mech, level 100, Heavenly Emperor Mech, level 100. With his psychic energy reaching 650,000, Lin Yu estimated that with diligent training over the course of 2 months, he could achieve the status of a stellar Mech Master. Nodding thoughtfully, he contemplated his next steps. At that moment, the communicator on his wrist emitted a sound. Lin Yu promptly answered, and soon, the voice of Bai Jingjing resonated. Lin Yu, we have arrived at Kunlun Mech University. Hearing this news, Lin Yu exhaled in relief. That's great. I wrapped up here and will return immediately. After concluding the call, Lin Yu summoned the Nüwa Mech. Fortunately, he still had sufficient psychic energy. Utilizing the spatial traversal ability of the Nüwa Mech, he swiftly made his way back to Kunlun Mech University. As time passed, news of Lin Yu spread like wildfire across the globe, proclaiming him as the first to awaken a divine-level mech. It didn't take long for him to successfully return to Kunlun Mech University. The moment he stepped onto the campus, a sense of safety and relaxation washed over him. Along the way, students from Kunlun Mech University gazed at Lin Yu with rapt attention. They believed that he was destined to become the foremost mech master. After all, he wielded a divine-level mech. In the entire world, only Lin Yu possessed such a distinction. Being a student from the same institution as him would undoubtedly provide them with ample opportunities to boast in the future. They could proudly declare, the first divine-level mech master is our alumnus. Many female students looked at Lin Yu with admiration, captivated by his presence. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Lin Yu has become the most admired student at Kunlun Mech University. In response to the enthusiastic greetings from his classmates, he merely smiled. Upon learning that his parents were atop the Kunlun Sacred Mountain, Lin Yu hastened his pace towards the summit. In no time, he reached the peak of the mountain. So, upon his arrival, his parents called out to him in unison. They never anticipated that merely awakening a divine mecha would incite such a multitude to covet their son's life and that of the mecha. Had he been captured by the Tianlang group, the ensuing torment would have been beyond comprehension. Mom, Dad, please don't worry. I am perfectly fine. Lin Yu reassured them with a smile, circling around them. I am unscathed. Your son has grown immensely powerful. That is a relief. Li Wenjing finally felt at ease. It's good that you are safe. Lin Fangping gently patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said, this time, we owe a debt of gratitude to Jingjing. Without her, we would not have reached Kunlun Mech University so smoothly. The Tianlang group and other factions sought to capture Lin Yu's parents as hostages. Everyone knew Lin Yu to be a dutiful son. If his parents were taken, he would undoubtedly yield to their demands. However, they had underestimated him, unaware that Bai Jingjing, who stood by his side, was a formidable divine beast. Jingjing, thank you. Lin Yu turned to Bai Jingjing with gratitude. It was merely a trivial matter. Bai Jingjing waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of regal authority. Lin Yu, what are your plans moving forward? Principal Wei Liren approached and inquired softly. Principal, I intend to dedicate myself to training and become even stronger. Lin Yu replied decisively. Currently, I am merely a 10-star mecha master, which is insufficient. Only by achieving the rank of legendary mecha master will I deter those who harbor ill intentions towards me. With absolute power, no conspiracy will ever succeed. Indeed, focus on your training. Kunlun Mecha University will provide you with all the resources you need. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. Wei Liren nodded slightly, already envisioning Lin Yu as a future successor in humanity's hope. It was only a select few organizations, factions, or other mecha masters that sought to study Lin Yu and seize his divine mecha. In truth, the majority of the world wished for Lin Yu to grow stronger, leading humanity to triumph over the colossal beasts. Principal, I initially planned for my parents to settle in Kunlun City, but given the current situation, it no longer seems safe. I would like them to reside in Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu requested. That is entirely feasible. Wei Liren nodded and continued, in the time to come. Those individuals will not act brazenly. Anyone who dares to confront you now will be making enemies of all. You are the sole awakened master of divine mechas in the world. The strength of the colossal beasts has also escalated, particularly those from the ocean. The news of your awakening has instilled hope in everyone. Perhaps you could become the first divine mecha master in history. Wei Liren spoke at length. Rest assured, Principal, I will strive diligently. Lin Yu vowed. He too wished for humanity to survive the impending crises ahead. One more thing, Wei Liren stated earnestly. Your news is known not only to all of humanity, but also to some of the colossal beasts. They will not sit idly by. At some point in the future, they will undoubtedly take action. That time will not be far off, so you must hasten your own strength, especially those terrifying colossal beasts, which are kings among their kind and possess remarkable intelligence. They certainly do not wish for a divine mecha master to emerge, as it would complicate their ambitions to dominate the world and eradicate humanity. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded solemnly. He had not considered the situation so thoroughly before, and it was somewhat disheartening. On one hand, he had to be wary of humanity, and on the other hand, he had to remain cautious of the colossal beasts. It was indeed a heavy burden to bear. Chapter 138, Striving for Training, Successfully Achieving Starry Mecha Master with the Principal's Assistance. Lin Yu smoothly arranged for his parents to reside at Kunlun Mecha University. After bidding farewell to the principal, Lin Yu took his parents to his floating island. There were plenty of rooms available, and once his elder sister returned, their family would be reunited. The only unfortunate aspect was that his younger sister, Lin Jiao, was at Miao Mecha University. Lin Yu's parents were quite pleased with the new environment, particularly because their son was by their side. So, you must focus on your training from now on, Lin Fangping said earnestly. Although he was not a mecha master, he understood that Lin Yu faced numerous challenges. To resolve these issues effortlessly, one must possess formidable strength. Indeed, Lin Yu replied with a smile and a nod. Once everything was arranged, he entered a state of rigorous training. With Lin Yu's proactive efforts, the divine cultivation method expedited his overall progress. Bai Jingjing lay beside Lin Yu, also beginning her training. The Mech God Body not only aided the mecha masters nearby, but also enabled divine beasts like Bai Jingjing to enhance their abilities more swiftly and effectively. As time passed, 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. A new day has dawned. Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu have successfully returned. Both have achieved the status of Star Mecha Masters, with their mecha levels elevated to 110. Upon their return, they learned of the alarming revelation regarding Lin Yu's divine mecha, causing them great anxiety, prompting an immediate rush back. Fortunately, all was well. Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Lin Yu's identity as a mecha god was not disclosed, nor was it revealed that his awakened mechas were all of divine grade. Had this information come to light, certain factions, individuals, and even the kings among the colossal beasts would undoubtedly have become frenzied and would not have spared Lin Yu. Particularly, the beasts, upon discovering Lin Yu's status as a mecha god and his divine mechas, would surely have sought to thwart his growth. It is conceivable that even within the confines of Kunlun Mecha University, these colossal beasts would launch fierce assaults, regardless of the cost, to obliterate it. Thus, amidst any crisis, the immediate priority remains to enhance one's own strength. Observing Lin Yu diligently training, Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu chose not to disturb him. The sight of her parents brought immense joy to Lin Wanner, as she had not spent time with her family for quite a while. Xiao Yu felt a bit shy as well. She had not anticipated her first meeting with her in-laws to unfold in such a manner. Unprepared and without any gifts, she was nonetheless relieved to sense that Lin Yu's parents genuinely liked her. After more than 10 days, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also returned. having both attained the rank of 10-star Mecha Masters and elevated their Mecha levels to 100. Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing were momentarily taken aback, astonished by their son's remarkable fortune in relationships. Besides their daughter Lin Wanner, their son was surrounded by exceptionally beautiful young women, each possessing a unique charm, yet all sharing the commonality of breathtaking beauty. As the saying goes, outsiders see things clearly. They could discern that Mo Shitting and Yi Ling harbored feelings for Lin Yu. However, they chose not to intervene, allowing Lin Yu to navigate this situation himself. Their son, being so intelligent and gifted, would surely handle it well. Ding dong. Congratulations. Your spiritual energy has reached 700,000, successfully attaining the rank of Star Mecha Master. On that fateful noon, the voice of the system resonated within Lin Yu's mind. At that very moment, he felt a surge of even greater power emerging from the depths of his being. Truly, hard work pays off. He had finally become a Star Mecha Master. When my mech reaches level 110, my overall strength will be such that I could effortlessly defeat even 10 Stellar Mech Masters. I would possess the capability to contend with legendary Mech Masters. At this moment, Lin Yu was filled with immense excitement. The Secret Realm. In the next moment, Lin Yu made a resolute decision. Entering the Secret Realm would not only elevate the mech's level, but it would also provide an opportunity to cultivate within its depths, as well as to explore chances and fortuitous encounters. Fortunately, his sister Lin Wanner had returned. Subsequently, with their parents under his sister's care, Lin Yu could devote himself to training in the Secret Realm without worry. If he could discover treasures that could transform his parents into Mech Masters, it would be nothing short of miraculous. When will my fifth mech awaken? Lin Yu pondered within himself. Answer: when you become a Stellar Mech Master. Your fifth mech will awaken automatically. Upon receiving this answer, Lin Yu felt a sense of clarity and slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood four stunning beauties: Lin Wanner, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling, all surrounding him as they practiced, evoking a sense of nostalgia for him. Finished your training? Xiao Yu soon ceased her practice and looked at Lin Yu with a sweet smile. Let's take a stroll, Lin Yu suggested. Sure. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. The two instinctively clasped hands and stepped outside. Upon entering the open air, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with an abundance of exquisite flowers. The two wandered amidst the blossoms, enveloped in romance. Before long, they exchanged no words and simply embraced tightly, sharing a passionate kiss, as though all their unspoken sentiments were conveyed in that single moment. As the kiss concluded, Xiao Yu felt somewhat weak in Lin Yu's embrace. They soon sat down, gazing at the splendid view before them. Lin Yu, with a hint of regret, spoke, I have become a Stellar Mech Master, and I plan to cultivate in the Secret Realm. I initially intended to spend a few more days with you, but my current state leaves me little time. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. It's all right. I understand. We both need to work diligently on our cultivation. The efforts we make now are for a brighter future. This way, they would be able to spend more time together in the future. When do you plan to depart? Xiao Yu inquired further. We will set off as soon as the Secret Realm Scroll arrives, Lin Yu replied earnestly. I have already contacted the principal, who will send someone to deliver the level 110 Secret Realm Scroll. Secret Realm Scrolls above level 100 are exceedingly rare throughout the world. Their value is undoubtedly immense. Within the entire Kunlun Mech University, there are only 2 level 110 Secret Realm Scrolls. If it were not for Lin Yu being a god-tier mech, the esteemed Kunlun Mecha University would certainly not have entrusted such a rare Secret Realm Scroll to him. The level 110 Secret Realm is undoubtedly fraught with peril, so you must exercise utmost caution, Xiao Yu advised. Indeed, Lin Yu smiled gently, captivated by Xiao Yu's exquisite beauty. In an impulsive moment, he seized her in a passionate kiss. Chapter 139. Entering the level 110 Secret Realm. As the fervent kiss concluded, a sudden cough interrupted them from behind. Turning to see who it was, Lin Yu found his homeroom teacher, Jiang Wenlai, standing there. Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Realizing that their earlier encounter had not gone unnoticed, Jiang Wenlai felt a twinge of annoyance. He had merely come to deliver the Secret Realm Scroll, only to stumble upon an unexpected scene. Congratulations, Lin Yu, you are now a Star Mech Master, Jiang Wenlai reflected, recalling their first meeting when Lin Yu was merely a 4-star Mech Master. In a short span of time, Lin Yu had ascended to the same level as his teacher, and it seemed only a matter of time before he would surpass him. Jiang Wenlai felt a swell of pride. After all, Lin Yu was a student. It is a source of immense satisfaction for a teacher to see their pupil excel. Furthermore, the fact that Lin Yu had awakened a god-tier mech only intensified Jiang Wenlia's pride. The news of his student's extraordinary achievement would surely evoke envy among others. Even now, within the halls of Kunlun Mecha University, other mech instructors often expressed admiration for having such a talented student. Here, take this level 110 Secret Realm Scroll. My task from the principal is now complete, Jiang Wenlai said, swiftly handing the scroll to Lin Yu with a smile. Taking the scroll, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I appreciate your efforts. It's no trouble at all. You must practice diligently. Jiang Wenlai patted Lin Yu's shoulder, imparting a final piece of advice. Remember, this is a level 110 Secret Realm Scroll, and it is fraught with danger. Also, do not become overly reliant on your god-tier mech. Strive to enhance your own control over the mech's capabilities and endeavor to harness the true power of the god-tier mech. Do not let pride cloud your judgment, believing that awakening a god-tier mech makes you invincible. As Lin Yu's homeroom teacher, Jiang Wenlai had much to convey, all stemming from a desire for Lin Yu to achieve even greater heights. The road ahead is long, and Jiang Wenlai did not wish to see Lin Yu falter along the way. Rest assured, Teacher Jiang, I fully understand. Lin Yu nodded eagerly, assuring, I will certainly heed your teachings. That's wonderful. When you plan to enter the secret realm? Jiang Wenlai inquired. I shall commence shortly, Lin Yu replied. You are quite the action-oriented individual, Jiang Wenlai remarked with a nod. In that case, I shall not disturb you two any longer. I will take my leave. Soon after, Jiang Wenlai departed from the floating island. At that moment, only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu remained amidst the blooming flowers. You err. I have acquired the level 110 Secret Realm Scroll. It is time for me to set off. Lin Yu gazed at Xiao Yu with a hint of affection. This time in the secret realm, I anticipate it may be a while before we meet again. Do not worry. I will diligently cultivate and take good care of uncle and aunt. You just focus on giving it your all. Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. Remember, no matter what happens inside, prioritize your own life. In the end, the two embraced each other. Subsequently, Lin Yu directly activated the level 110 Secret Realm Scroll. Instantly, his entire being transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from Xiao Yu's embrace. The scroll had successfully transported Lin Yu into the secret realm. After Lin Yu's disappearance, Xiao Yu turned her gaze towards the distance, murmuring to herself, I must strive to cultivate even harder. I cannot hold you back. You have entered the level 110 secret realm. On the other side, upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu opened his eyes once more. The scenery before him had undergone a dramatic transformation. The sky was overcast, with thunder rumbling intermittently. The earth appeared desolate. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a nearby volcano expelled billowing plumes of smoke, signaling its eruption. The air was thick with a nauseating odor. This is indeed the level 110 secret realm. It is quite formidable, Lin Yu murmured. Heavenly Emperor Mecha summoned. In the next moment, Lin Yu hastily summoned the mecha. Once inside the Heavenly Emperor Mecha, he felt significantly more at ease. Navigating this secret realm in his human form was rather uncomfortable, but within the mecha, he was shielded from such discomfort. Moreover, the presence of the mecha provided a profound sense of security. Soon after, Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha, swiftly ascending into the sky. The massive volcano erupted, spewing forth torrents of crimson lava that cascaded rapidly towards the ground. In an instant, the entire area was shrouded in thick smoke, the earth seemingly eroded by the molten rock. No wonder this region appeared so desolate. Not even a colossal beast could be found. Ascending to such heights, Lin Yu took in the surroundings, gaining a clear view of the situation. Soon, Lin Yu's attention was drawn to the east, where a verdant expanse lay in stark contrast to his current surroundings. Surely, there were numerous colossal beasts in that direction. With his course determined, Lin Yu piloted his mech directly towards the east. It took but a brief moment to traverse away from the area of volcanic eruptions. Before him emerged a series of undulating green mountains, teeming with vitality. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from a giant beast echoed through the air. As Lin Yu continued his flight in the mech, moments later, a massive creature came into view. Beast, two-headed black-striped serpent. Level 110. The two-headed black-striped serpent measures 100 meters in length, adorned with parallel ebony stripes and possessing two serpent heads, each bearing sharp fangs and a terrifying venom. The information about this colossal beast instantly materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. This level 110 beast was indeed extraordinary. He inhaled deeply. Such a creature could undoubtedly be deemed the king of beasts. Previously, Lin Yu had encountered information about the two-headed black-striped serpent in a book. The greater the size and number of the black stripes on its body, the more formidable the toxins within it. This venom could corrode mechs, leading to paralysis. If a human were to encounter it, they would be reduced to a mere puddle of blood in an instant. Who? The two-headed black-striped serpent. The first giant beast I encounter in this secret realm has met its misfortune. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This two-headed black-striped serpent would soon become his source of mech experience. Heavenly Emperor sword summoned successfully. Equipment successful. Chapter 140. The moment of the hunt arrives roar. The two-headed black-striped serpent had also detected the Heavenly Emperor mech hovering in the sky. In an instant, its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, accompanied by a series of deafening roars. The creature's body quivered, and in a heartbeat, enormous skeletal wings erupted from within it. Following this, the two-headed black-striped serpent flapped its bony wings and ascended rapidly, charging towards the Heavenly Emperor mech. Lin Yu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the two-headed black-striped serpent possessed such aerial capabilities. Indeed, within a level 110 secret realm, it was not surprising for such a creature to wield such powers. Just in time, a smile crept across Lin Yu's lips. The Heavenly Emperor sword radiated with an exquisite brilliance. Man and machine merged as one. The sword and mech became a singular entity. In that moment, Lin Yu felt as though he had transformed into the true essence of the Heavenly Emperor, wielding the Heavenly Emperor's sword and commanding all. He was the Heavenly Emperor mech, and the Heavenly Emperor mech was him. This state of control could be described as the unity of man and machine. Such mastery is the ultimate aspiration of every mech pilot. Only by truly merging with the mech can one unleash a formidable power and reveal the mech's true potential. The two-headed black serpent, cunning and ferocious, sensed that the Heavenly Emperor mech was no easy adversary. In the next moment, the two-headed black serpent manifested numerous illusions. In an instant, it appeared as though dozens of two-headed black serpents were encircling Lin Yu from all directions. These were not mere duplicates. They were mere phantoms. Lin Yu discerned the distinction between duplicates and illusions. Duplicates possess a degree of strength, whereas illusions are merely shadows, incapable of wielding any power, serving only to confuse the enemy. Just phantoms. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, reminiscent of a dragon king with a crooked grin. All swords unleashed. Enormous golden swords rained down upon the two-headed black serpent like a torrential downpour. Those phantoms were effortlessly shattered. Boom! All the illusions were obliterated almost simultaneously. Faced with such a concentrated and large-scale assault, the two-headed black serpent could not advance any further, forced to halt mid-air and deploy its defensive measures. At that moment, Lin Yu could clearly observe that the serpent was enveloped in layers of black scales, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. Not only did the two-headed black serpent possess the ability to fly, but its defensive prowess was also astonishing. If it were to venture into the outside world, many mech pilots would likely meet their demise. All swords returned to the source. Countless golden swords converged into an even more terrifying giant sword. Upon witnessing this scene, fear was unmistakably reflected in the serpent's eyes. It swiftly turned and attempted to flee, but it was far too late. Lin Yu chuckled. His all swords returned to the source had already locked onto it. Boom! With a single strike, the two-headed black serpent was engulfed by the golden sword light and was reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the golden giant sword descended, cleaving a mountain in two, the resounding explosion echoing throughout the entire secret realm. You have slain the level 110 beast, two-headed black serpent. Mech experience gained, 11,000. A piece of two-headed black serpent scale has dropped, which can be used to forge armor. The system's voice resonated as a black scale, approximately 10 meters in length, appeared before Lin Yu. He had not anticipated that his entry into this secret realm would yield his first giant beast kill so soon. Although it was merely a piece of scale, it held little value for Lin Yu. However, this signifies a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps It may even yield something far superior. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted. Lin Yu gazed into the distance, where numerous colossal beasts were hastily retreating, seemingly gripped by fear. This left Lin Yu somewhat incredulous. The majority of the gigantic creatures he had previously encountered showed no signs of trepidation. Indeed, the more intelligent they were, the better choices they made. Simultaneously, these beasts too harbored a fear of death. The immense power Lin Yu had unleashed moments ago was sufficient to make these creatures realize that they were no match for him. The moment for the hunt had arrived. Lin Yu smiled faintly. After securing the scales into his storage ring, he commanded the Heavenly Emperor Mecha to charge forth. Level 1, 10 Beast. Bloodthirsty Ape. Target locked. Level 1, 10 Beast. Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf. Target locked. Level 1, 10 Beast. Giant Rock Blood Bear. Target locked. In a brief span, Lin Yu caught up to several colossal beasts. Almost simultaneously, he achieved target lock. Following this, the Heavenly Emperor Mecha unleashed its skills. Boom! A series of powerful attacks surged forth. Ding! You have slain the level 1, 10 Beast. Bloodthirsty Ape, earning 11,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain the level 1, 10 Beast. Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf, earning 11,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain the level 1, 10 Beast. Giant Rock Blood Bear, earning 11,000 experience points. The locked beasts were swiftly annihilated. The entire process was remarkably smooth and effortless, such as the might of a divine mecha. Although its level was inferior to that of these beasts, the unleashed power was an entity they could not withstand. What? Nothing dropped. Onward. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The beasts within the secret realm were, after all, dispersed. Thus, he needed to move swiftly to maintain efficiency. In the ensuing time, Lin Yu transformed into a relentless hunter, perpetually seeking his prey, which, of course, comprised those colossal beasts. Boom! With Lin Yu's continuous onslaught, immense roars reverberated frequently. It seemed that his presence had rendered this level 110 secret realm far less tranquil. Ding! Congratulations, the Heavenly Emperor Mecha has leveled up to level 101. Ding! The Mecha God S abilities have activated. Your other divine mechas have synchronized their levels, all reaching level 101. Approximately an hour later, the Heavenly Emperor Mecha successfully upgraded, with the other mechas following suit in level synchronization. As the mech reached a higher level, Lin Yu could distinctly perceive the significant enhancement in the power of the Heavenly Emperor Mech. Regrettably, the colossal beasts within this secret realm were too dispersed. If only he could locate a herd of these creatures, his progress would surely accelerate. Lin Yu sighed. Chapter 141. Discovery of the Experience Venue, Beast Valley. All God-level mechs have reached level 110. Ding! Congratulations, the Heavenly Emperor Mech has ascended to level 103, and the other mechs have achieved synchronization in their levels. Within this level 110 secret realm, there existed a cycle of day and night. The sun had already set, and the sky gradually darkened. Before Lin Yu lay the carcasses of numerous colossal beasts. Through a day of relentless slaying, his efforts bore fruit. Since entering the secret realm, he had successfully elevated the mech by 3 levels. Today was fortunate. He had discovered a large herd of beasts. Otherwise, such rapid advancement would have been impossible. Consequently, Lin Yu maneuvered the mech to a suitable location and began to rest. As the divine mech continuously operated the supreme cultivation method, his spiritual energy rapidly restored. Before long, the sky was completely shrouded in darkness. The night in this secret realm was adorned with a dazzling array of stars, a breathtaking sight indeed. In the outside world, such a star-studded sky was a rarity. Alas, if only you were here, it would be delightful to admire such beauty together. Lin Yu felt a pang of nostalgia. Although he had only recently departed, he missed Xiao Yu dearly. After partaking in a modest meal, Lin Yu settled into the Heavenly Emperor Mech for rest. The night was eerily quiet within the secret realm, devoid of the roars of colossal beasts or any other disturbances. This unusual silence was quite perplexing. Generally, beasts preferred to roam during the night. However, in this level 110 secret realm, previous assumptions seemed to falter. Hence, Lin Yu decided to enhance the Mech-S level by day and cultivate his spiritual energy by night. Thus, the night swiftly passed. With the dawn of the second day in the secret realm, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and stretched languidly. Phew! After a night of cultivation, his spiritual energy had only increased by a little over 1,000 points. Lin Yu murmured, at this pace of advancement, it would take nearly 2 months to become a stellar mech master. Nevertheless, he felt quite content. With the divine mech body at his disposal, he would encounter no bottlenecks in cultivation, allowing for effortless breakthroughs. In merely 2 months, the esteemed title of stellar mech master could be attained. And perhaps only Lin Yu possessed the capability to achieve such a feat across the entire globe. With unwavering confidence, Lin Yu prepared to vanquish the colossal beasts anew. A new day heralded a fresh beginning as he maneuvered the heavenly emperor mech, charging forth once more. Boom! The ensuing confrontation saw the gigantic creatures swiftly dispatched by Lin Yu's adept control of the heavenly emperor mech, each one falling to his blade. Time flew by, and upon raising his gaze once again, Lin Yu observed the sun perched at its zenith. Indeed, it was midday, and how swiftly time had passed, he mused. Suddenly, a system notification resonated. Ding! Giant Beast Valley detected. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld a vast valley not far ahead. Giant Beast Valley, a special zone where an incessant stream of colossal beasts emerges upon the entrance of a mech master. This revelation stirred Lin Yu's enthusiasm, as it was undoubtedly the experienced ground he had yearned for. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu guided the heavenly emperor mech into the depths of the Giant Beast Valley. You have entered Giant Beast Valley. Instantly, radiant beams coalesced within the valley, from which emerged an onslaught of gigantic beasts. In the blink of an eye, 100 formidable creatures stood before Lin Yu. Without hesitation, he launched his assault. Boom! In the face of 100 charging beasts. Utilizing the mech's area attack skills was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. The Heavenly Emperor mech's most formidable area attack technique was the 10,000 sword strike. In the heavens above, numerous golden swords materialized, each emanating an aura of terrifying might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden blades cleaved through the air, piercing the colossal beasts with ease. One by one, the beasts collapsed, lifeless, ultimately transforming into shards of light that dissipated into nothingness. In a mere few minutes, the 100-level 110 beasts had been eradicated. Subsequently, the system's voice echoed once more, ding. Congratulations. The Heavenly Emperor mech has reached level 104, and the levels of the other mechs have been synchronized successfully. The speed of this advancement was evidently accelerated. Had he embarked on a quest within this secret realm to locate 100 beasts, it would have consumed far more time. Soon after, another 100-level 110 beasts surged forth from the valley. Come fort, Lin Yu exclaimed, brimming with determination. Time swiftly passed, and dusk approached once again. Ding! Congratulations. Your Heavenly Emperor Mecha has successfully ascended to level 110. However, since your Mecha Master level has not reached that of a Stellar Mecha, the Mecha can no longer gain experience points. Your other Mechas have been synchronized to level 110. All Mechas have awakened new skills. With the Mecha level reaching 110, Lin Yu wore a broad smile as he deftly maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha out of the Beast Valley. As soon as Lin Yu left the confines of the valley, the remaining beasts that had not been defeated vanished in a burst of light. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and the entire Beast Valley vanished in an instant. It seemed that the valley could be utilized only once. Lin Yu's swift elevation of his mecha level within the valley was largely attributable to his ample reserve of spiritual energy. Were it not for this, other mecha masters might have only managed to hold out for a few rounds before exhausting their energy. In just 2 days, I have elevated this mecha to level 110. All things considered, that is quite rapid. Today has indeed favored me. Lin Yu mused. The newly awakened skills of the Heavenly Emperor Mecha are even more formidable. Without delay, Lin Yu resumed his exploration of the mystical realm with the Heavenly Emperor Mecha. The mission of leveling up the mecha was accomplished. Next, Lin Yu aimed to focus on 2 primary objectives. The first was to diligently cultivate and attain the rank of Stellar Mecha Master at the earliest opportunity. The second was to search for opportunities within this mystical realm, for the discovery of fortunes could elevate him to new heights. Having ventured into this mystical realm, it would be a missed opportunity if he failed to uncover any treasures or auspicious encounters. Chapter 142, Awakening a New Mecha. The mysterious palace descends in the blink of an eye. Several days had elapsed unnoticed. Lin Yu spent his days tirelessly exploring this mystical realm, yet regrettably, it seemed that his fortune had run dry. During this time, he had achieved absolutely nothing. Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Indeed, opportunities within the mystical realm are not easily found. They are governed by fate. When the time is right, fortunes will naturally present themselves. One cannot force such things. Lin Yu sighed. Opening his personal interface, he silently recited a phrase once more. In the next moment, a system panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Name: Lin Yu. Race: human, Mech God Body. Activated: Mecha Master level, Stellar Mecha Master. Energy points: 0 psychic energy. 672831 Mech. Pangu Mech, level 110. Nüwa Mech, level 110. For Divine Beast Mech, level 110. Heavenly Emperor Mech, level 110. With just over 20,000 psychic energy points remaining, Lin Yu was on the verge of transcending to the Stellar Mech. After a careful examination, he nodded slightly. Since it was unlikely to uncover any opportunities within the secret realm in the short term, he resolved to dedicate his time to enhancing his psychic energy. Having made this decision, Lin Yu sought out a suitable location to commence his training. As he engaged in focused cultivation, the progress of his training accelerated significantly. Thus, over the course of 20 days, nearly a month passed. Ding! Your psychic energy has successfully reached 700,000. You have become a Stellar Mech Master. Your mechs can now be upgraded to level 120. Due to your ascension to Stellar Mech Master, your Mech God Body has automatically awakened your 5th mech. At this moment, a series of voices resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Curiosity surged within him as he pondered the level of his 5th mech. Driven by this intrigue, he directed his consciousness into his mech space. Within the mech space, Lin Yu gazed upon the 5th mech platform. Suddenly, a dazzling black light coalesced, revealing a colossal mech of profound purple hue, enveloped by swirling violet energy that exuded an air of mystique. It was undoubtedly a formidable mech. Fushi Mech. Level: Divine Mech. Rank: Level 110. A Divine Mech, yet another Divine Mech. Lin Yu was once again filled with exhilaration. He now possessed 5 Divine Mechs. It appeared that the Mech God Body could harbor 7 mechs, and perhaps in the future, he could possess 7 Divine Mechs. Lin Yu rejoiced. Upon exiting the mech space, he focused his gaze and summoned the Heavenly Emperor Mech Fushi Mech summoned. As he entered the Fushi Mech, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him. This was the might of the Fushi Mech, yet another form of extraordinary strength. Lin Yu marveled at the remarkable prowess of the divine mechs he possessed. Boom! Lin Yu unleashed a punch while controlling the Fushi Mech, effortlessly generating a shockwave that struck the towering mountain before him, resulting in an unparalleled explosion. As the dust settled, it became evident that the colossal deity before him had been obliterated. Remarkable! Although Lin Yu had anticipated this outcome, the thrill and astonishment he experienced each time he encountered a new mech were undeniable. He recalled that Fushi and Nüwa were siblings. Lin Yu murmured to himself, sensing a similar power emanating from both the Nüwa and Fushi mechs. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder echoed through the air, drawing Lin Yu's attention instantaneously. In the distance, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with lightning crackling ominously. In an instant, an extraordinarily magnificent hall descended from the heavens, crashing onto the ground. This spectacle left Lin Yu momentarily speechless. The unparalleled grandeur of the hall was overwhelming. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Yu realized that this was an opportunity descending from the skies. Having just become a Stellar Mech Master and awakened the Fushi Mech, the appearance of such a mysterious hall felt like a stroke of fortune. With resolve, Lin Yu maneuvered the Fushi Mech towards the hall at an accelerated pace. As the hall settled onto the earth, the menacing clouds and thunder dissipated almost instantaneously. In no time, Lin Yu arrived before the grand edifice. The hall was immense. Even the towering Fushi Mech, standing at 100 meters, seemed diminutive in comparison. Is this hall truly so colossal? Lin Yu marveled, pondering the identity of its creator. It was evident that this hall could not have formed naturally. After several minutes of investigation, Lin Yu discovered that there was but a single entrance to the entire structure. Upon reaching this entryway, He was taken aback to find a gaping hole in the hall's door, seemingly forcefully breached. This suggested that someone had ventured inside prior, possibly claiming the treasures within. Why contemplate so much? I shall discover the truth within, Lin Yu resolved, taking a deep breath. Perhaps although the flesh had been consumed, some remnants might remain for him. With determination, he guided the Fushi mech through the entrance's large opening. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself in an extraordinarily wide corridor, littered with the skeletal remains of many humans. The bones, having felt only a slight tremor, crumbled to dust, indicating they had perished long ago. The sheer number of remains suggested that at least 1,000 mech masters had met their end here. Lin Yu remarked calmly, recognizing that these mech masters had only just entered the hall before succumbing within this passage. Clearly, something extraordinary had transpired here. However, the current Lin Yu could not possibly fathom the situation. Yet, the sight of these skeletal remains served as a stark reminder of the peril that lurked within this grand hall. It was a place of extreme danger, necessitating utmost caution as he ventured forth. Thankfully, he was accompanied by his mechs, for alone, Lin Yu would undoubtedly hesitate to tread these grounds. The mechs provided him with an overwhelming sense of security. Moreover, with 5 mechs at his command, his sense of safety was further amplified. As he delved deeper into the passage, an increasing number of human remains came into view, interspersed with the remains of colossal beasts. It was evident that a fierce and brutal conflict had erupted here. This was a level 110 secret realm, and it was likely that only the most seasoned mech masters, perhaps even those of the stellar rank or above, could gain entry. Hence, it appeared that these human bones did not belong to the current era, but rather to an ancient civilization of human mech masters. Chapter 143. The mysterious hall revealed as a warship, with the AI little girl Chinger. With each step deeper into the hall, more skeletal remains emerged, disintegrating into ashes with the vibrations caused by the movement of the Fushi mech. Upon traversing this straight passage, another peculiar door came into view. To proceed further, one must pass through this distinctive entrance. The door appeared to be entirely intact, seemingly devoid of any marks. Upon reflection, it became clear that this door could not be forcibly breached. Otherwise, it would have suffered damage akin to that of the palace door, which bore a gaping hole. This door undoubtedly concealed some mechanism for opening it. Lin Yu muttered to himself as he began to observe intently. Soon, he discovered intricate and peculiar engravings adorning its surface. These carvings were so vividly detailed that they seemed almost alive. The illustrations depicted the heavens and the earth, humans, and other bizarre races alongside colossal beasts. It appeared that, in some bygone era, all beings coexisted harmoniously until one fateful day when everything changed. Each race yearned to dominate this world, leading to the outbreak of war. Ultimately, it was only the humans and the colossal beasts who battled until the end. Even now, this world remained divided between them. As Lin Yu absorbed the entirety of these illustrations, he felt as though he had witnessed the history of epics unfold before him, leaving him profoundly awed. Through these images, Lin Yu successfully discerned the method to unlock the door. He commanded the Fushi mech to press its palm against the door, channeling his own energy into it. In an instant, the door seemed to respond to Lin Yu's energy, radiating a brilliant light. Divine-level mech. The requirements for opening it had been met. An enigmatic sound resonated, and the grand door before him rumbled open. In that fleeting moment, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within, sweeping through the entire passageway. Within mere breaths, the corridor was rendered utterly pristine, devoid of any remnants, not a single bone or even a trace of ash. This grand hall was truly remarkable. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and, with the door ajar, maneuvered his Fushi mech inside. Beyond the threshold lay a new corridor, imbued with an otherworldly ambience. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the space, momentarily blinding Lin Yu to the events unfolding before him. As the radiance dissipated, he found himself inexplicably transported into the vast expanse of the cosmos. It was astonishing. He had been within that mysterious hall just moments ago, and now he was amidst the universe. The boundless space rendered the mech insignificantly small, and humanity seemed even more minuscule in comparison. However, Lin Yu quickly deduced that this could not be the true universe. After all, he was within a secret realm, contained in that enigmatic hall, How could he possibly be thrust into the cosmos in an instant? Thus, it became evident that the universe he currently inhabited was merely a unique spatial construct of the Grand Hall, artfully designed to resemble the cosmos, yet astonishingly realistic. Initially, Lin Yu had believed he had truly entered the universe, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that certain cosmic laws were absent, confirming his suspicion that this was not the genuine cosmos. Nevertheless, one could not underestimate the sophistication of this simulated universe technology. It was clear that this was a trial. Lin Yu took a deep breath, realizing he must locate the exit of this simulated cosmos. Recognizing it as a special space, he swiftly summoned the Nüwa mech and entered its cockpit, ready to take control. Indeed, the more mechs one possessed, the greater their capabilities. Fushi mech, return, Lin Yu commanded, and in the next instant, the Fushi mech transformed into a beam of light, seamlessly re-entering his being. The Nüwa mech excelled in spatial manipulation, and this simulated universe was a realm of space. To escape, one must leap beyond this dimension, and the Nüwa mech was more than capable of achieving such feats. Initiate spatial traversal, Lin Yu swiftly commanded, taking charge of the situation. In an instant, the Nüwa mecha entered a void passage, traversing rapidly, albeit taking a little longer this time. However, the outcome proved to be exceedingly effective, successfully locating an exit. Upon passing through this exit, the Nüwa mecha emerged into a grand hall. The spatial expanse of the hall was truly vast. Is this an interstellar map? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment as he opened his eyes to the scene before him. Above in the hall, there existed a virtual projection, displaying an interstellar map marked with various star systems and other habitable planets, including Blue Star. Strangely, Blue Star was enveloped in a beam of light, a peculiarity not shared by the other marked planets teeming with life. This anomaly piqued Lin Yu's curiosity immensely. Unexpectedly, a mysterious voice resonated, revealing that it was indeed the Mech God. In that moment, a radiant light coalesced before Lin Yu, and soon a petite girl with a youthful appearance appeared. Who are you? Lin Yu inquired, gazing at the little girl. It was evident that she was not human, nor any form of life, as he sensed no vitality emanating from her. I am the artificial intelligence of this warship, the little girl replied gently. You may call me Ching As she spoke, Ching circled around Lin Yu's Nüwa mecha, examining it with a childlike curiosity and wonder, her eyes reflecting an astonishing sense of awe. Despite being an artificial intelligence, she exuded human-like emotions, making her seem more akin to a person than a mere machine. The technology was indeed remarkable. Hey, can you summon the other mechas for me to see? The little girl asked inquisitively. I distinctly entered a grand hall, yet you just referred to it as a warship? Lin Yu questioned, intrigued. The hall is merely a disguise for the warship, Ching explained. A disguise? Lin Yu responded in surprise. This is astonishingly realistic. Such technology once again reshaped Lin Yu's perception, making him feel as though he were a country bumpkin in the city. Hey, I've answered all your questions. Could you summon the other mechas for me to see? Ching pouted adorably, appearing both upset and charming. All right, Lin Yu replied with a slight nod, realizing that this little girl was not an adversary. Summon Pangu mecha. Summon 4 divine mechas. Summon Heavenly Emperor mecha. Summon Fushi mecha. In an instant, the divine mechas awakened by Lin Yu were summoned forth. The young girl, Ching gazed in astonishment at the array of divine mechas before her. To think they were all divine mechas. How utterly incredible. She couldn't help but murmur about how her master once had only moments latte. A light shone in Ching's eyes, as if she had made a momentous decision. What is your name? She inquired. Lin Yu, he replied. Lin Yu, splendid. From this moment forth, you shall be my new master. King nodded affirmatively. What is happening? Lin Yu was taken aback. An artificial intelligence had voluntarily acknowledged him as its master, an experience that felt inexplicably strange. I still do not fully comprehend, Lin Yu said slowly. Fear not. I shall reveal everything to you. King smiled gently. She then pointed towards the star map above and spoke. As you can see from the star map, there are numerous other life-bearing planets in the universe, inhabited by humans as well. My creator hails from the blazing sun planet. Instantly, the projection above transformed, revealing a planet that appeared even larger than the blue planet. This is the blazing sun planet, Ching explained, one of the largest planets in this universe. On the blazing sun planet, powerful Mecha Masters are as numerous as the stars. My master is the foremost powerhouse of the blazing sun planet, one of the top-tier experts in the cosmos. At this revelation, Lin Yu swallowed hard. So formidable, a top cosmic powerhouse. In a brief span, Lin Yu felt his worldview shifting dramatically. He had not anticipated such an abundance of information within the universe. What level of mastery does your master possess? He inquired hastily. A Realm Master level Mecha Master. Qing'er replied with a hint of pride. Realm Master level? Lin Yu was stunned. It appeared that there existed other hierarchies in the universe. Indeed, being a divine Mecha Master was not an end, but rather a new beginning. Since I'm in a good mood today, allow me to enlighten you, Qing'er declared with a smile. With a gentle wave of her hand, a new projection emerged. The ranks of Mecha Masters from lowest to highest are Apprentice, Stellar, Stellar Master, Cosmic, Sacred Ruins, Domain Lord, Realm Master, Immortal, and True God. The Mecha Masters of your blue planet, from 1 star to 10 star, are merely classified as Apprentice Mecha Masters. Your current strength holds little significance in the vast universe, Qing'er softly explained. The Stellar Mecha Masters correspond to the Stellar rank. The Stellar Masters correspond to the Stellar Master rank, and the Legendary Mecha Masters correspond to the Cosmic rank. When a Mecha Master reaches the Cosmic level, they can wander between universes and galaxies, exploring the mysteries of the cosmos. Yet, the most exalted Mecha Master on Blue Star corresponds only to the Saint Void level. Qing'er continued her explanation. A Saint Void level Mecha Master can merely be deemed a mid-tier powerhouse within this universe. At that moment, Lin Yu gasped, completely reshaping his worldview. A divine Mecha Master is already an unparalleled existence on Blue Star, yet in the vast universe, they are merely regarded as mid-tier warriors. This served to validate the adage, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Your esteemed master is of the Realm Lord level. What an extraordinary existence. Lin Yu marveled. A Realm Lord level Mecha Master can typically only arise once in a universe. Qing'er stated calmly, upon reaching the Realm Lord level, one can govern an entire universe. Of course, there is not just one universe. Many others exist beyond. The formidable beings of each universe strive to ascend to the true God level, which signifies a profound transformation and the attainment of true divinity, becoming a god. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly composed himself. If your master is so powerful, why did they fall? He inquired once more. Although Qing'er did not respond, Lin Yu surmised that her master had passed away. Otherwise, she would not regard herself as a new master. With a sigh, Qing'er shook her head, lamenting, my master was poisoned by his most beloved woman. In the end, he exerted every effort to escape and arrived at this ancestral star. The notion of being betrayed by one's beloved struck Lin Yu deeply. By the way, the ancestral star you mentioned, does it refer to Blue Star? This term, ancestral star, was yet another novel concept for Lin Yu. Indeed, Blue Star was not originally named as such. Long ago, it was known as the ancestral star. It is said that this planet was personally created by a great deity after the establishment of the first universe. Other deities crafted mechas and myriad races upon this ancestral star. Over the course of time, as the universe expanded and new universes emerged, the knowledge of Blue Star's origins has become scarce. Qing'er nodded slightly. The divine cultivation method you practice was created by the gods themselves. The chaotic divine refinement method is, too. However, the divine refinement technique you are training in was devised by my master, Qing'er continued. At this moment, Lin Yu was once again astonished. After arriving on this ancestral star, his master guided the humans of that era in their cultivation. Alas, it was not long before his master perished. I came to this secret realm as per my master's orders, awaiting a fated individual. And now, you are that destined person, destined to become my new master. The little girl, Qing'er, pointed at Lin Yu and said with utmost seriousness, previously, you have acquired the Master's refining divine formula, which signifies that your fate with the Master has long been predetermined. I forgot to mention, the Master is also a mechanical deity. Yet, the Master does not possess your extraordinary talents, as all are God-level mechas. During the time that followed, Lin Yu gleaned a wealth of knowledge from the little girl. Fortunately, he found his capacity for comprehension quite robust, enabling him to swiftly assimilate even the most copious amounts of information. Chapter 145. gaining the inheritance Lin Yu. Everything I can share with you has been disclosed. Qing'er spoke softly. Understood. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Despite the overwhelming nature of the content, he managed to digest it rapidly. Excellent. Qing'er remarked with satisfaction. I require a drop of your blood to establish your ownership of the warship. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu readily agreed, recognizing the advantageous nature of this undertaking. Moreover, Qing'er had already conveyed that this warship is among the most elite in the entire universe. The arm of the Nüwa mecha rose, its palm open like a platform. Lin Yu stepped out from within the Nüwa mecha, landing steadily in the palm of its hand. At that moment, Qing'er scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe once more. Not bad, not bad. Quite handsome. She nodded, seemingly very pleased. She recalled her former master, who had once remarked that those who are handsome often possess exceptional fortune. Good fortune indicates great destiny. Thus, being near such a person presents her with a unique opportunity. Subsequently, Lin Yu produced a dagger and lightly grazed his finger with it. A drop of blood emerged from the wound, hovering in the air. With a wave of Qing'er's finger, Lin Yu's blood surged into a metallic orb. Boom! In an instant, everything around seemed to awaken. Radiance illuminated the surroundings, and the entire space expanded dramatically. Within mere seconds, the environment underwent a transformation, reverting the Grand Hall back into the form of a warship. From this moment forth, you are the new master of this warship. Currently, we are in the cockpit. Qing'er smiled, finally able to leave this place. Put on this necklace. A special necklace appeared before Lin Yu. The beads on this necklace seemed to encapsulate an entire universe, exuding an air of exceptional complexity. This is a spatial artifact, capable of containing all things, even a planet. The warship is vast, and when not in use, it can be stored within this spatial artifact. Moreover, my essence resides within this necklace. Thus you must wear it at all times. Qing'er approached Lin Yu with utmost seriousness. Understood, Lin Yu replied, promptly adorning the necklace. The moment he donned it, he was enveloped by a formidable power and aura, as if a profound connection had been established in an instant. Well, you are now my new master, Qing'er said with a gentle smile. The previous master left a wealth of legacies for you, and I shall guide you. Under Qing'er's guidance, Lin Yu swiftly entered the special treasury of the warship. Upon entry, a myriad of treasures dazzled his eyes, leaving him momentarily bewildered. This is a star stone. Qing'er gestured lightly, causing one to levitate before Lin Yu. The star stone harbors rich energy, making it an excellent resource for cultivation, both for humans and other races. Additionally, it is recognized as a form of currency throughout the cosmos. The previous master departed in haste and could not prepare adequately, leaving only a mere 1 billion star stones here. Gulp! 1 billion. Lin Yu exclaimed, astonished. That is an immense sum. To the previous master, hundreds of millions of star stones were merely pocket change. Qing'er shook her head. However, for you, this 1 billion star stones is more than sufficient for now. But let us not dwell on this. I shall continue with the introduction. Lin Yu nodded, his heart racing with excitement. With 1 billion star stones, becoming a master mech engineer would be a breeze. These star stones could also be converted into energy points through the system. Time passed gradually, and the treasury was brimming with treasures. Qing'er selectively introduced the most significant items while assuring him that there would be plenty of time to explore the rest later. Lin Yu, what follows is of utmost importance, Qing'er said, her expression turning grave. Yes. Lin Yu inhaled deeply. As Qing'er entered a password, a hidden chamber within the treasury revealed itself. Inside stood a stone tablet, radiating a golden luminescence. Each character exuded an extraordinary aura, conjuring the image of an unparalleled mech master before him. The oppressive energy sent shivers down Lin Yu's spine, tinged with a hint of mortality. This is the ultimate legacy left by the previous master, a martial art he personally created, Qing'er stated calmly. This technique is known as the 7 Gods Unification. 7 Gods Unification? Lin Yu exclaimed, astonished. What level of cultivation technique is this? Beyond the divine, Qing'er replied with pride. In that moment, everything changed. Lin Yu was once again taken aback. The previous master was incredibly formidable, possessing an intense desire to ascend as a mech deity. Tragically, he was betrayed by the woman he loved and trusted the most. Qing'er shook her head and sighed. She then continued, Lin Yu, is a divine-grade mech not immensely powerful? Of course, Lin Yu replied. The merging of 7 gods allows 7 mechs to unite as one. If your 7 mechs are all divine grade and successfully execute this fusion, you might even surpass divine grade mechs, becoming the most formidable mech across myriad universes. Surpassing divine grade mechs. How astonishing. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. This technique can only be cultivated once you reach the Saint Void level. Attaining the Saint Void level means you become the highest ranked divine grade mech master on Blue Star, enabling you to awaken the 7th mech. Only by fully awakening all 7 mechs can you cultivate this skill. In other words, this merging of 7 gods was specifically created for the Mech Deity Body. Seeing Lin Yu's eagerness to begin his training, Qing'er reminded him, "Understood. I shall commence my training at once." Lin Yu nodded. "Lin Yu, could you promise me one thing?" Qing'er requested. "Do tell. I shall do my utmost if it is within my capabilities." Lin Yu assured her, "I hope that once you have gained sufficient strength, you will avenge a former master and eliminate that malicious woman." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu agreed, "No problem. Now that I have inherited the legacy of this realm master, I suppose he is akin to my mentor. As a disciple, it is only right to seek vengeance for my master." "That is well. Remember your words today." Qing'er responded with a nod. "Now, let us proceed to the training chamber. Your current level is far too low. You must hasten to reach the Saint Void level. That is, to become a divine grade mech master." With that, Qing'er led Lin Yu to a specialized training room. The entire chamber exuded an air of profound mystery, filled with an extraordinary essence that left Lin Yu astounded. He increasingly felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. The most crucial elements of the training room were the 3 grand formations. Qing'er elucidated. One of the formations is called the Energy Gathering Array, which can concentrate energy from the surrounding area, accelerating the training speed of the mech master. The concentration array allows the mech master in training to immerse themselves fully in the training process, enhancing their efficiency. Lastly, there is the transformation array, which swiftly converts materials like star stones, enabling the mech master to absorb and refine them more rapidly. Thanks to these 3 grand formations, this indeed qualifies as a divine grade training room. In the vast expanse of the universe, such a divine cultivation chamber can only be possessed by truly formidable powers. Upon hearing Qing'er's explanation, Lin Yu could not help but inhale deeply. He was astonished by the remarkable capabilities of the chamber before him. "By the way, you must not disclose anything about this place to others, especially once we venture into the universe. It is imperative that this remains a secret, unless you have attained an absolutely formidable strength." The principle of having a jewel brings trouble need not be elaborated upon. Even a child would understand. "Rest assured, I comprehend," Lin Yu replied with a nod. "Well, I believe I have conveyed most of what you need to know. The remaining matters you may explore gradually." Qing'er smiled. "Now, do you intend to begin your cultivation?" "Yes," Lin Yu responded. "I am merely a few steps away from becoming a legendary mecha master." "Very well. How many star stones do you require?" "I shall arrange for their procurement," Qing'er inquired. "This cultivation chamber is sufficient for you to ascend to the level of a divine mecha master. Let us start with 100,000 star stones," Lin Yu contemplated. In an instant, Qing'er snapped her fingers, and a multitude of star stones materialized before them, each containing a profound essence of energy. "System, how many energy points can be derived from 1 star stone?" Lin Yu inquired urgently. "Ding. Upon inspection, 1 star stone can yield 2 energy points." "Is that all?" Lin Yu found it somewhat hard to accept, but he conceded 2 points are better than none. "This is certainly quicker than conventional cultivation. With 1 billion star stones at my disposal, I should easily ascend to the rank of a divine mecha master, or even beyond. Convert all 100,000 star stones into energy points." Lin Yu commanded decisively. "Command received. Initiating conversion of 100,000 star stones." In that moment, the star stones transformed at an astonishing speed into streams of light, surging directly into Lin Yu's being. Witnessing this, Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. What transpired? The chamber had yet to be activated, yet Lin Yu seemed to have refined the 100,000 star stones already. How could this be possible? Qing'er was puzzled, her mind racing through her database, yet she could not find any instance similar to Lin Yu's situation. Conversion successful. Acquired 200,000 energy points. Wow, 200,000 energy points would surely catapult him directly to the rank of a divine mecha master. Lin Yu was exhilarated. Allocate all energy points to enhance my spiritual energy, he commanded once more, consuming 200,000 energy points. Ding! Your spiritual energy value is being enhanced. With your psychic energy reaching 800,000, congratulations on becoming a legendary mech master, awakening a new mech. Thus, your mech can undergo another upgrade. Ding! Your psychic energy has surpassed 900,000, elevating you to the status of a divine mech master and successfully awakening the final mech. Your mech's current level cap is 140. Due to your failure to complete the divine trial, you cannot further enhance your psychic energy. The remaining energy will fortify your entire being. In an instant, Lin Yu was enveloped in a golden light. In that fleeting moment, he felt his physical form grow significantly stronger, realizing that he could now vanquish some lower-tier behemoths using merely his corporeal strength. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Qing standing very close to him, her beautiful large eyes curiously fixed upon him. Lin Yu, how did you achieve this? Qing inquired eagerly as soon as he regained consciousness. In less than a minute, you have become a divine mech master. I'm not certain. It just happened. Lin Yu replied, shaking his head calmly. He decided it was best to keep the existence of his system a secret for now. Wow, Lin Yu, you are undeniably the most extraordinary prodigy I have ever encountered. Perhaps no one in the entire universe can compare to you, Qing exclaimed, offering him high praise without further questioning. By the way, what is the divine trial? Lin Yu asked. For a mech master to ascend to the Saint Void level and continue progressing, one must pass the divine trial. Qing explained. This trial is set by the deities, and upon passing it, it is akin to breaking free from one's shackles, allowing for further ascension. However, the difficulty of this divine trial is immense, fraught with peril and a high mortality rate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly, likening it to transcending tribulations. Success would lead to greater heights, while failure could mean death. However, as a mech god and equipped with numerous divine mechs, he felt confident that he could overcome this divine trial with ease. How do I enter this divine trial? Lin Yu continued to inquire. It's quite simple. Once your mech reaches level 140, the divine trial will manifest automatically. Qing explained. Previously, many mech masters would keep their mechs at level 139, continuously enhancing their overall abilities to increase their chances of success. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Now, let us summon the two newly awakened mechs. Qing's excitement was palpable. If these newly awakened mechs were also divine level, Lin Yu was destined to become the most formidable force across all realms. Lin Yu shared her excitement, feeling both thrilled and anxious. Chapter 147. Awakening the Hongjun Mecha and the Heavenly Sovereign Mecha. The path ahead is long. This cultivation chamber is expansive, capable of accommodating numerous colossal mechas. Lin Yu swiftly summoned the two newly awakened mechas. In an instant, two magnificent beams of divine light converged before him. As the divine light dissipated, the two towering mechas manifested before his eyes. Merely gazing upon these new mechas was enough to instantly convey their extraordinary essence. Heavenly Sovereign Mecha. Level. Divine Mecha. It is rumored that the Heavenly Sovereign Mecha was personally crafted by the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, and although classified as a divine mecha, its true power far exceeds that classification. Hongjun Mecha. Level. Divine Mecha. This mecha is said to have been forged by Hongjun, the master of the primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Upon witnessing the details of these two mechas, Lin Yu involuntarily gasped. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Hongjun. These are undoubtedly supremely powerful deities. He never anticipated that he would awaken these two divine-level mechas. Whether it be the Nüwa mecha, the Pangu mecha, or now the Heavenly Sovereign mecha and the Hongjun mecha, they fundamentally transcend the essence of mere divine mechas. Lin Yu, you truly are an extraordinary prodigy. The little girl, Qing, gazed at Lin Yu in admiration, utterly astounded by the emergence of these two new mechas. Previously, while accompanying her former master on cosmic journeys, she had encountered many formidable mechas. Yet now, those powerful mechas she once beheld seemed utterly insignificant before Lin Yu's creations. There is simply no basis for comparison. It must be my fortunate fate to awaken these two godly-level mechas. Lin Yu nodded slowly, marveling at his own luck. At that moment, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by two divine beings. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu summoned the two mechas back. Qing'er, I intend to elevate the mecha levels next. Do you have any expedient methods? Lin Yu inquired of Qing. Now, he had already attained the rank of Divine Mecha Master. According to the cosmic hierarchy, he was currently a Holy Ruins level Mecha Master. At this moment, all his mechas were at level 110. He needed to elevate their levels to 140. By doing so, he would become the foremost mecha powerhouse of Blue Star and an absolutely invincible entity within that realm. I do have several effective strategies. Qing'er nodded and replied. However, I suggest you cap the mecha levels at 139. After all, I am the Mech God Body, and since they are all divine mechas, the trial of the divine should be easily surmountable. Lin Yu felt there was no need to deliberately cap the mecha levels. I still possess considerable confidence. Precisely because you are the Mecha God, it is imperative that you prepare thoroughly, for the trials of the Mecha God are 100-fold more challenging. King erstattet erneste Lipsilon. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This matter had never crossed his mind. The previous master had commissioned an investigation, and at that time, several mecha gods had emerged in the universe, yet all perished in the divine trials. Qing'er continued, so you must be fully prepared, especially since you have ample time ahead of you. Understood. I will heed your advice. Lin Yu responded. He recognized the wisdom in listening to counsel. Qing'er was undoubtedly well informed. Possessing knowledge beyond his own, he was inclined to follow her guidance, as it was ultimately for his benefit. Subsequently, with a flick of her finger, Qing'er conjuit force en materialize space. She swiftly retrieved several unique crystal stones from the treasury. These are the mecha experience crystals left by the previous master. Once utilized, they will grant your mecha a 1,000-fold increase in experience points, with each crystal's effect lasting 10 minutes. Qing'er elucit atit. 1,000-fold. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. This is incredible. With these crystals that amplify experience by 1,000 times, it is certain that his mechas will ascend levels rapidly. On other planets in the universe, such mecha experience crystals are abundant. Only this ancestral star, now known as Blue Star, remains sealed off, completely oblivious to the information circulating in the cosmos. Qing'er sighed softly. Blue Star has been sealed off. What is the reason for this? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Previously, you must have seen that interstellar map, right? Yes, I did. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Qing'er proceeded to explain. On that interstellar map, the entire Blue Star is enveloped in a luminous barrier, which has severed its connection to the universe. Those in the cosmos cannot discover Blue Star, and its inhabitants are unable to receive any information from beyond. The previous master fortuitously arrived at Blue Star. After hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu gained much insight, yet correspondingly, new questions arose. Why has Blue Star ended up like this? Lin Yu asked with intrigue. It is unclear. The previous master conducted extensive inquiries, but could not ascertain the true cause. However, there are several hypotheses. One such notion is that Blue Star, being the ancestral star, severed its ties to the universe in order to protect itself from harm. The cosmic powers are complex and formidable, with various star systems and planets dominated by the strong. Should they discover this ancestral star, they will undoubtedly dispatch forces to conquer it. The worst outcome would be the plundering of its resources, leading once vibrant planets to become desolate wastelands. Qing'er lamented softly. It seemed she had witnessed many such scenarios. Lin Yu took a deep breath, exclaiming, "This is quite serious. Lin Yu, your current strength is still too feeble. If one day the barrier of Blue Star were to vanish, other forces in the universe would undoubtedly detect it. At that time, Blue Star might fall under domination, and its native beings would be relegated to the status of the lowest slaves." Qing'er spoke calmly, having discerned Lin Yu's attachment to this world and his guardians, family and friends. She hoped that Lin Yu could sense the grave threats looming in the future. Should that day ever arrive, if Lin Yu lacked sufficient strength, he would be unable to resist, leading to the dire fate she had just articulated. Once dominated, the native beings would become slaves. "I shall not allow such a day to come," Lin Yu affirmed earnestly, then inquired, "Qing'er, what realm must I attain to protect the entirety of Blue Star?" "You must at least reach the level of a realm master." Qing'er responded swiftly. "Very well, I shall dedicate myself to cultivation, Lin Yu replied resolutely. Come, I will guide you to this secret realm, a splendid place for training. King S. Medet, confident that Lin Yu would undoubtedly become a realm master in the future, and perhaps even ascend to the status of a true deity. Chapter 148, The Training Grounds, where divine mechs engage in automatic combat. Continuing to follow Qing'er, they soon departed the confines of the battleship. Upon stepping outside, the magnificent battleship came into view, leaving Lin Yu in awe. This battleship is truly remarkable, he gasped. Indeed, it is the most elite mythic-class battleship in the universe. Qing'er responded with a smile. Mythic-class battleship? Lin Yu was taken aback, realizing that battleships in this universe also possessed levels of classification. It's a bit complicated to explain, but you need to understand this. The mythic-class battleship is currently the pinnacle. Qing'er elaborated slowly, aware that the vast knowledge of the universe would take considerable time to impart to Lin Yu. I see. Lin Yu nodded. Now, you should store this battleship within your spatial artifact. Qing'er reminded him. Under Qing'er's guidance, Lin Yu's consciousness began to connect with the necklace he wore. In an instant, he could distinctly sense the spatial artifact responding to him. Moments later, the colossal battleship transformed into a radiant light and entered the spatial artifact. As the battleship was stored away, a massive pit appeared before them, an emptiness that seemed to signify the absence of something. This spatial artifact is truly wondrous. With just a thought, it could be utilized effortlessly, Lin Yu marveled. Of course, it is a divine artifact. Qing'er chuckled. Then she continued, summon your mech, as we still have some distance to cover to reach the training grounds. All right, Lin Yu nodded. The summoning of a Nüwa mecha. In the next moment, the Nüwa mecha appeared with great swiftness. Lin Yu promptly entered the interior of the Nüwa mecha, joined by Qing'er at his side. This piqued Lin Yu's curiosity. You can also enter the Nüwa mecha? Of course, Qing'er replied, her pride unabashed. I am the most advanced artificial intelligence in the universe. I can even assist you in controlling the mecha during battle. In the past, when I aided a previous master in maneuvering a mecha, we were unstoppable. Although the mecha god could possess 7 mechas, only one pilot could operate them. Thus, Qing'er as former master had allowed her to try her hand at piloting. And to their surprise, she succeeded. Impressive. Lin Yu commended, giving her a thumbs up. However, I possess the ability to enable other mechas to engage in automatic combat. Hearing Lin Yu's declaration, Qing'er was utterly astonished. You cannot be serious. Why would I deceive you? Lin Yu shrugged. While her last master had aspired for the mechas to fight autonomously, he had never succeeded. Of course, artificial mechas could be programmed for automatic combat, but awakened mechas could not accommodate such programming. You have truly achieved the ability to allow awakened mechas to operate autonomously. You are indeed the most extraordinary mecha genius in the universe. Qing'er gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. Being regarded with such reverence made Lin Yu feel a tad uncomfortable. I must see this in action soon. Qing'er urged once more. No problem. Lin Yu nodded. He had indeed intended to do so. Given the opportunity to level up, he knew that doing it alone would be slow. If he deployed all the mechas to vanquish colossal beasts, the efficiency would surely be remarkable. The spatial traversing capability of the Nüwa mecha was incredibly convenient. They soon arrived at the training ground Qing'er had mentioned. Before Lin Yu lay an immense platform. Although the entire structure bore the marks of time, weathered edges and cracks, it remained largely intact. Standing on this platform, colossal beasts would continuously emerge, providing an excellent opportunity to rapidly elevate the mecha's levels. This training ground can only be utilized one last time. Once you leave the platform, it will vanish. Qing'er cautioned. First, use the 1,000-fold experience crystal. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. You have used the 1,000-fold experience crystal. Effect lasts for 10 minutes. You have used the 1,000-fold experience crystal. Effect lasts for 10 minutes. In that instant, Lin Yu utilized all the 1,000-fold experience crystals that Qing'er had given him. Initially, he had planned to save them, but Qing'er had previously advised otherwise. The 1,000-fold experience crystal may only be utilized by mechs below level 140. Once a mech surpasses this level, the crystal will lose its efficacy. Following this, Lin Yu swiftly summoned the remaining 6 divine mechs. In an instant, 7 divine mechs stood in a row. Exuding en astonishing. How exhilarating this sensation is, Lin Yu mused, knowing that he could now proudly declare, I possess 7 divine mechs. consuming 600,000 energy points. Your 6 divine mechs have entered automatic combat mode, limited to 10 minutes. The 600,000 energy points within Lin Yu were instantaneously depleted, leaving him with a feeling of being utterly drained. In that fleeting moment, the divine mechs came to life. Under Lin Yu's command, they sprang into action, ascending to the platform. With a thunderous crash, the mechs landed, and an overwhelming number of colossal beasts appeared almost instantaneously. The 6 divine mechs unleashed their full firepower. Engaging in battle, the scene was spectacularly impressive and utterly astonishing. Qing'er was rendered speechless, completely unprepared for such a display of prowess. She could hardly fathom how Lin Yu managed to achieve this. Not only could he command the divine mechs to fight autonomously, but their unleashed power was equally terrifying, rivaling that of a mech master operating them directly. In fact, their might exceeded that of a mech master's control. If such a phenomenon were to be known throughout the universe, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the cosmos. Your Pangu mech has successfully slain a level 110 beast, earning 100,000 experience points, thousandfold effect. Mech level has increased. As the divine mechs continue their onslaught, the experience points amassed rapidly, resulting in swift upgrades. Whenever a mech leveled up, the levels of the other mechs would synchronize instantaneously. Lin Yu needed not intervene in the fierce battle unfolding before him. He simply had to bide his time and wait patiently. Chapter 149. All mechs reached level 139, departing the secret realm. 3 years passed in the outside world. Mech upgrade. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Yu's mind. The speed of these upgrades left him utterly astonished, so rapid that it was almost breathtaking. Beep. Your mechs have all been upgraded to level 139. At this moment, Lin Yu swiftly summoned back the divine mechs that were engaged in battle. If the divine mechs continued their slaughter, they would surely attain level 140. Once the mechs reached level 140, the trial of the gods would commence. Following Qing'er's advice, Lin Yu decided to cap their levels at 139, allowing him to address his other shortcomings before entering the trial of the gods when fully prepared. As the 6 divine mechs were summoned back into Lin Yu's mech space, the colossal beasts on the platform were instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, the entire platform, this realm of training, dissolved into nothingness. Just as Qing'er had stated, this training ground could only be utilized once more. With the mechs upgraded to level 139, each divine mech awakened numerous, formidable new skills. How swift was that? Qing'er remarked with a smile. Indeed, it was astonishingly quick, not even 10 minutes. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Yu, once we venture into the cosmos, do not reveal your mech god form unless absolutely necessary, Qing'er said with utmost seriousness. Lin Yu, as an extraordinary being, would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable entities in the universe. In the past, the previous master had suffered relentless pursuit from many powerful beings after exposing his Mech God identity. Many sought to usurp the Mech God Body. Fortunately, the previous master had exceptional luck and evaded peril each time, only to be ultimately poisoned by a beloved. I understand. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, I comprehend such matters. That's reassuring. So what are your plans moving forward? Qing'er inquired further. Currently, there is no need to elevate my mech's level. My mech master rank requires me to complete the trial of the gods to progress further. I intend to depart from the secret realm. Lin Yu candidly shared his thoughts. He then turned to Qing'er and asked, how should I enhance my strength henceforth? Quite simply, Qing'er replied with a gentle smile. Begin by augmenting your physical prowess. Enhancing my body? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, while the Mech God Body is extraordinary, allowing a mech master to wield 7 mechs and harbor boundless spiritual energy, its physical strength remains rather ordinary. Qing'er elaborated. In the past, the previous master was able to slay a level 100 behemoth with his own physical might. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was left astonished. Does that mean a human can indeed vanquish a colossal beast with their own strength? He exclaimed, having previously fantasized about such possibilities. To one's astonishment, it truly seemed possible. Of course, Qing'er exclaimed with a smile. The previous master discovered a remarkable method of body refinement within an ancient secret realm. According to what the former master recounted, this technique could elevate the human physique to a state of sanctity. Observing this, Lin Yu eagerly inquired, "Do you know this method of body refinement?" "I do not, but the previous master has stored the technique within the body refinement chamber of the battleship. Once we exit, you may cultivate there," Qing'er replied. "Very well, I shall commence my body refinement," Lin Yu declared, his spirit soaring. Ultimately, as long as he could continuously strengthen himself, Lin Yu was both eager and exhilarated. With that, Lin Yu produced the scroll of the secret realm, preparing to depart from this mystical place. In the next moment, the scroll erupted with a radiant light, enveloping Lin Yu and the entire Nüwa mech. Whoosh! They were swiftly transported away. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the familiar floating island. The scroll in his hand had transformed into light and vanished. The floating island remained adorned with vibrant flowers. As beautiful as ever, Lin Yu summoned his Nüwa mech and landed gracefully on the ground. Qing'er floated beside him. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the surroundings, brimming with excitement. "At last, we have emerged from the secret realm. This is the essence of freedom." Lin Yu promptly made his way to his residence. In no time, he spotted his parents busily tending to a plot of land. They had cultivated fields and planted an abundance of vegetables and fruits. "Mom, Dad, I'm back," Lin Yu exclaimed as he rushed forward. In the fields, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing, upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, immediately stood up to look. Upon seeing Lin Yu, tears streamed down Li Wenjing's face. "It's wonderful that you've returned." As Lin Yu approached, Li Wenjing enveloped him in a warm embrace. "So, you've been gone for 3 years. Your mother and I worried every day," Lin Fangping remarked. However, now, seeing Lin Yu return safely, their hearts were finally at ease. 3 years? Lin Yu was taken aback, feeling as though he had spent little time in the secret realm. Yet, 3 years had passed outside. "I forgot to mention, the flow of time within that secret realm is different," Qing'er reminded him. At that moment, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing also noticed Qing'er. "Son, who is she?" Li Wenjing asked, puzzled. Qing'er appeared to be a living girl, yet she could float effortlessly in midair. Was she a ghost? "Mom, she is the artificial intelligence Qing'er," Lin Yu introduced. "Oh, I see." Li Wenjing nodded slightly, relieved that it was not a ghost. "By the way, are my sister and the others at home?" Lin Yu inquired swiftly. 3 years have passed outside, and he was uncertain about their current situation, which caused him some concern. "Your sister and you have also entered the secret realm to cultivate." Over the next 10 minutes, Li Wenjing succinctly recounted the events of the past 3 years to Lin Yu, enlightening him on what had transpired during that time. During this period, many malevolent forces attempted to infiltrate Kunlun Mecha University to capture Lin Yu's parents as leverage against him. However, Kunlun Mecha University was not easily penetrable. Thanks to its comprehensive protection, his parents had remained very safe over the past 3 years. Upon returning home, Lin Yu's mother, Li Wenjing, quickly prepared a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Lin Yu made his way to the summit of Kunlun Sacred Mountain. It did not take long before he successfully arrived at the peak. Upon arrival, he spotted the figure of Principal Wei Liren. "Principal, it has been a long time," Lin Yu greeted him politely. "Indeed, it has been 3 years. And you have truly grown," Wei Liren acknowledged with a slight nod, continuing, "I can sense that your current strength is likely even greater than mine. Nothing escapes your keen perception, Principal." "I have become a god-level mecha master," Lin Yu replied, nodding. There was no longer any need to conceal the truth of his status as a god-level mecha master. "Marvelous. You are the first mecha master in history to awaken a god-level mecha, and the first to achieve such a status. This is indeed a great honor for Kunlun Mecha University," Wei Liren exclaimed with great joy. And in just 3 years, Lin Yu's rate of growth was astonishing beyond imagination. "Do you wish for me to announce this news?" Wei Liren inquired, eager to hear Lin Yu's thoughts on whether to reveal it or keep it concealed. "Please announce it," Lin Yu replied earnestly. "Once the world knows that he has become a god-level mecha master, those forces that have been eyeing him, and perhaps others, would likely refrain from harboring any further intentions against him or his parents. Lin Yu could now be considered an invincible entity in this blue star world. Very well, I shall arrange for the announcement shortly, ensuring the world knows that Kunlun Mecha University has birthed a true god-level mecha master." Wei Liren was visibly excited. Since its inception, Kunlun Mecha University had aimed to cultivate god-level mecha masters, and now, upon his tenure as principal, he finally accomplished the school's objectives, honoring the legacy of the esteemed predecessors of Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu, I now bequeath to you the position of principal of Kunlun Mecha University. Do you accept? Wei Liren continued. I am growing old and wish to retreat for profound cultivation. It is time for me to strive for a breakthrough. Wei Liren was but a step away from becoming a master mecha engineer. Principal, my aspirations lie beyond this. Lin Yu shook his head, replying, the world is vast. And the universe even more so. In due time, I shall depart from Blue Star to explore the cosmos. Within this universe, there are countless planets akin to Blue Star. Subsequently, Lin Yu shared with Wei Liren some revelations gleaned from the secret realm, though he withheld certain details. He merely aimed to convey that Blue Star would soon confront threats from various cosmic powers. This implied that once the protective barrier surrounding Blue Star dissipated, it would attract the attention of formidable forces from the universe. Should they set their sights on Blue Star, they would undoubtedly seek to conquer the planet, relegating its inhabitants to slavery. Wei Liren inhaled sharply. This was indeed significant news, his first encounter with such information. However, given Lin Yu's credibility, he harbored unwavering faith in his words. Indeed, Principal, I must grow stronger. Even if those great cosmic powers target Blue Star, as long as I exist, they shall be unable to inflict any harm upon it. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. I comprehend. In the interim, would you consider serving as acting principal? Wei Liren requested. That is certainly agreeable, Lin Yu acquiesced readily. Splendid. Wei Liren rejoiced at Lin Yu's affirmation. By the way, Principal, I wish to inquire about the forces that have been attempting to harm my parents over the past 3 years. Lin Yu inquired, resolute in ensuring they would pay a price for their actions. Indeed, many have sought to infiltrate Kunlun Mecha University during these 3 years. Yet we have thwarted their attempts and addressed the situation promptly. Recently, there have been no unusual occurrences. However, there are currently 2 factions we have yet to unravel, the Tianlang Group and an insidious organization known as the Temple of Evil. Wei Liren, upon hearing this, relayed all that he knew. The Tianlang Group and the Temple of Evil have become aware of your entry into the secret realm, yet they remain oblivious to your return. It is likely that these 2 factions will attempt to infiltrate Kunlun Mecha University again to abduct your parents, thereby threatening you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in understanding. I see. It appears these 2 factions need not persist. Principal, let's refrain from publicizing this information for now. We shall reveal it only after I have dealt with the Tianlang Group and the Temple of Evil, Lin Yu resolved. To announce his status as a master mecha engineer at this juncture would be premature. The Daywolf Group is relatively easy to locate. Yet the Temple of the Evil God seems to be a far more elusive endeavor. As the Blue Star stands on the brink of crisis, entities like the Temple of the Evil God need not exist in this world any longer. After bidding farewell to Wei Liren, Lin Yu found himself in a clearing. As he surveyed the landscape, the entire Kunlun Mecha University unfolded before him. Qing'er, do you possess a method by which my parents could both become mecha masters? Lin Yu inquired slowly. In the next moment, Qing'er emerged from the spatial artifact, hovering beside Lin Yu. With a slight nod, she replied, indeed, there are numerous treasures aboard the battleship. Among them are items that can facilitate the awakening of mechas for ordinary individuals who cannot otherwise awaken them. Then hasten to present them. Lin Yu exclaimed, his excitement mounting. Please wait a moment. After a brief interval of over 10 seconds, 2 extraordinary fruits appeared in Qing'er's hand. These fruits were known as the Yang God Fruit and the Yin God Fruit, harvested by the previous master from the Yin Yang Divine Tree, capable of altering a person's innate abilities. If your parents consume these, they should awaken their mechas, Qing'er conveyed gently. Such treasures exist within this universe. Lin Yu marveled, his yearning for this cosmos intensifying. Wonderful, let's return. Without delay, he swiftly made his way back to his floating island. The prospect of his parents awakening their mechas filled him with both excitement and trepidation. Upon returning to the floating island, Lin Yu eagerly urged his parents to consume the Yin Yang Divine Fruits. Chapter 151. Father awakens the Yang God Mecha. Mother successfully awakens the Moon God Mecha. As Lin Fangping consumed the Yang God Fruit, and Li Wenjing ingested the Yin God Fruit, both experienced an overwhelming surge of power within them, a sensation so profound it transcended description. Soon, radiant light erupted behind them, and 2 mecha silhouettes began to expand rapidly. Lin Yu, I never imagined your parents would possess such fortuitous luck, awakening divine-grade mechas. Qing'er exclaimed, astonished at the sight. Is that truly the case? Lin Yu was beside himself with joy. My parents are now mecha masters with divine-grade mechas. Rest assured, I would not misjudge, Qing'er affirmed with utmost seriousness, her certainty unwavering. As several more seconds passed, the mecha apparitions began to solidify. Two towering divine-grade mechas, each 100 meters in height, materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. The mecha behind his father radiated a solar effect, while his mother's mecha emanated a lunar aura. The sun symbolized yang, and the moon represented yin, together. They maintained a delicate balance, each indispensable to the other. It is rumored that only those truly destined for greatness can awaken the sun god Mech and the moon god Mech. At this moment, Qing'er continued to speak. Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing were overwhelmed with excitement. They had never imagined that one day they could also become mecha masters. Becoming a mecha master had long been their dream. Now, that dream had materialized, and they had awakened divine mechs. It was almost beyond belief, as if they were caught in a dream. Everything had arrived so unexpectedly. Mom and Dad, congratulations, Lin Yu exclaimed. With this, his parents would now possess formidable strength to protect him, allowing Lin Yu to feel more at ease. Son, what did you just give us to eat? Lin Fangping inquired hastily. Initially, Lin Yu had described the yin-yang divine fruit merely as an ordinary specialty fruit. However, Lin Fangping now understood that it was no ordinary fruit, but an unparalleled treasure. It is indeed not just a fruit, but the yin-yang divine fruit, which can assist you in awakening your mechs, Lin Yu replied honestly. Qing'er has stated that you both possess great fortune, which is why you could awaken these two divine mechs. With the successful awakening of the mechs, Lin Yu noticed that his parents appeared significantly younger, which was a delightful surprise. Mom and Dad, although you are starting a bit late, it is still not too late. This is the divine cultivation method. Lin Yu began to rapidly impart the divine cultivation technique he had learned to his parents. Whether it was due to their awakening of the divine mechs or not, his parents quickly grasped the divine cultivation method. Subsequently, Lin Yu guided them into the training room of the mythic battleship for their cultivation. In that training room, the effectiveness of their cultivation would be greatly enhanced, allowing them to progress more swiftly. Who would have thought that this spatial artifact could accommodate people? Lin Yu marveled. Originally, he had intended to leave the battleship on this floating island. However, under Qing'er's guidance, he discovered that the spatial artifact could not only hold life, but could even encompass a living planet. In other words, Lin Yu's parents were now within that spatial artifact. Thus, whenever they encountered issues during their cultivation, Lin Yu could promptly provide guidance and answers. This is a spatial artifact, Qing'er said proudly. Next, Lin Yu stated, we must deal with the Tianlang Group and the Evil God Temple organization. The Tianlang Group had previously attempted to capture him for research, and it was likely that such experiments had already been conducted, harming many individuals in the process. The Evil God Temple, on the other hand, was a nefarious organization composed entirely of wicked mech masters. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yu contemplated eliminating it. Do you need my assistance? Qing'er floated before him with a smile. What help could you possibly provide? Lin Yu shook his head. As if. Who do you think I am? Qing'er pouted. I've already connected to the network of this world and discovered the secret research locations of the Celestial Wolf Group, as well as the headquarters of the Temple of the Evil God. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu gazed at Qing'er in astonishment, exclaiming, impressive. As he spent time with Qing'er, he nearly forgot that she was an artificial intelligence. In this world, an era dominated by network communications, it was inevitable that the Celestial Wolf Group and the Temple of the Evil God would have such means of connection, which would not escape Qing'er's notice. Of course, I can control the entire network of Blue Star, Qing'er declared proudly. After all, the network level of Blue Star is rather low. All right, first give me the coordinates of that secret research location of the Celestial Wolf Group, Lin Yu instructed, and then summoned the Nüwa mecha. Once Lin Yu entered the Nüwa mecha, he received the coordinates sent by Qing'er. With this information in hand, he swiftly maneuvered the Nüwa mecha to engage in spatial traversal towards the designated location. During the traversal, the information security system of the Celestial Wolf Group had already been silently breached by Qing'er. In an instant, a wealth of information regarding the Celestial Wolf Group appeared before Lin Yu's eyes, particularly regarding the secret research. When Lin Yu finished reviewing it, his expression grew exceedingly grave. The Celestial Wolf Group is utterly inhumane. Lin Yu scoffed. Not only were they studying the genetics of mecha masters, but they were also merging them with colossal beasts, transforming them into grotesque entities. They even conducted experiments on children, simply appalling. This only strengthened Lin Yu's resolve to eradicate the Celestial Wolf group. In truth, their research is not the issue. Rather, it is the methods they employ that are flawed. When my previous master was alive, he personally led humanity of that era in genetic research. Unfortunately, he did not persist for long before he fell. Upon hearing Qing Er's last statement, Lin Yu paused in surprise. Was it his sister, Lin Wan, the successful subject of that genetic research? It seemed that fate was indeed intertwined in mysterious ways. Qing, do you know that some mechas can upgrade their levels? Lin Yu inquired. Certainly. The genetic research program aims to enable human mecha masters to awaken higher-level mechas. Qing nodded. Currently, within the universe, a type of genetic divine water has been developed, greatly enhancing the success rate of awakening higher-level mechas. Though the gene elixir boasts remarkable effects, it comes with significant side effects, notably a drastic reduction in lifespan. Therefore, the previous master, while assisting the Blue Star humans in genetic research, did not consider this gene elixir. Instead, he pursued a more prudent genetic enhancement technology. This advancement allows mech engineers to elevate their mechs to a higher tier once certain conditions are met. Upon success, even a mortal-grade mech could ascend to a divine-grade mech. This technology has yet to be realized throughout the cosmos. As she spoke, Qing could not help but shake her head and sigh. Chapter 152, Resolving the Secret Genetic Research Base of the Sirius Group and Vanquishing the Evil God Temple. In truth, this genetic enhancement technology has already been successful. Lin Yu said softly. Successful? Qing was taken aback, having searched the entire database of Blue Star without any findings. Indeed, my sister's mech is capable of ascending in grade, evolving from a king-grade mech to its current saint-grade status, and it is likely to upgrade further to a divine-grade mech. Lin Yu affirmed with a nod and a smile. Qing, aware through the database of Lin Yu's sister, noted that no records existed regarding Lin Wan's mech's ability to upgrade. It seemed that there were indeed astute individuals. Once information is recorded in the database, the risk of leakage remains. Hence, it was not documented. That is splendid news. Success is what matters. Qing expressed joy. Before long, the Nüwa mech surged forth from the void. As she gazed around, she beheld an expanse of towering mountains, with nary a soul in sight. The secret research site of the Sirius Group lay beneath this very terrain, covering hundreds of acres. The Sirius Group had established an immense underground world beneath this area. Let's commence. Swiftly and decisively, Lin Yu inhaled deeply. Target confirmation complete. Initiating spatial lockdown. The skills of the Nüwa mech were swiftly employed. An invisible spatial barrier instantaneously enveloped the entire underground research base of the Sirius Group. Lin Yu intended to utterly obliterate this research facility, commencing spatial annihilation. In the next moment, tens of thousands of spiritual energy points within Lin Yu were rapidly consumed. Within that spatial seal, everything was annihilated and vanished in mere seconds, leaving behind an immense abyssal pit. Indeed, your level 139 divine-grade mech is truly terrifying. Qing nodded slightly in admiration upon witnessing the spectacle. In a matter of seconds, the entire underground research base was thoroughly eradicated with remarkable efficiency. In this Blue Star world, Lin Yu is undeniably invincible. In the vastness of the universe, if Lin Yu were to unleash his full strength at present, he would likely rank among the upper echelons of formidable warriors. It is now time to confront the evil God Temple, Lin Yu stated calmly. Qing swiftly reminded him of the coordinates of the temple's headquarters. With this information at hand, Lin Yu once again maneuvered the Nüwa mech to traverse through space. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sirius Group, chaos reigned in the conference room, as everyone was engulfed in shock and trepidation. The secret research base had completely lost contact, indicating that a significant event had transpired. In the center of the room, a projection materialized. They had dispatched the most advanced aircraft for reconnaissance. Upon arriving at the coordinates of the research center, all present were left dumbfounded. This is impossible. Are you certain this is the correct location? How could such a vast underground research center be annihilated in such a short span of time? Who could be responsible for this? What shall we do now? The underground research center housed all our research materials. This catastrophe has obliterated everything. Damn it, who could it be? The high-ranking officials of the Sirius group began to feel a profound sense of unease, sensing that the threat was directed at them. Suddenly, the projection went dark, and the entire Sirius system began to falter. Shortly thereafter, words materialized on the projection. If you dare to continue your genetic research, you shall perish. After approximately an hour, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mech to the location of the evil god temple's headquarters. This place was desolate, situated in a remote area, directly above the evil god temple. From his aerial vantage point, Lin Yu observed numerous nefarious mech masters reveling in feasting and drinking, appearing utterly carefree. Lin Yu resolved to employ the same method that had decimated the Sirius group's research facility. As the spatial seal enveloped the area, the formidable mech masters of the evil god temple quickly reacted. In an instant, the leader of the temple commanded everyone to summon their mechs and launch a full-scale assault on the spatial barrier. Yet, regardless of their relentless attacks, the barrier remained impervious, steadfast in its resilience. In that moment, the wicked mech masters turned their gaze toward their leader, astonished to discover that he was a legendary mech master. Lin Yu remarked calmly that he had merely taken a shortcut. This was as far as he would ever go in his lifetime. Qinger shook her head in response. At that moment, the leader of the evil god temple ascended into the air, surveying the surroundings, and proclaimed loudly, "I am Ouyang Hong. I do not know who has struck against my evil god temple, but I implore you to show mercy. The evil god temple is willing to offer everything." The combined efforts of all the mecha masters in the temple of the evil god were insufficient to shatter the spatial barrier. Ouyang Hong understood that the assailant was undoubtedly a far more formidable being. Escape was now an impossibility. The only recourse left was to plead for mercy. Survival was paramount. And even if it meant the complete destruction of the temple of the evil god, he would not hesitate to accept it. Soon, the Nüwa mecha, controlled by Lin Yu, emerged outside the barrier. The appearance of this enigmatic mecha left Ouyang Hong and the other wicked mecha masters of the temple in a state of astonishment. They could sense that their own mechas seemed to succumb to a palpable fear, an unprecedented sensation. "May I inquire who you are?" Ouyang Hong asked hastily. "Weren't you all searching for me? Weren't you intent on capturing me?" Lin Yu chuckled. "I am Lin Yu. This is impossible." Ouyang Hong exclaimed in shock. "Lin Yu's mecha does not resemble this. Who said I possess only one mecha?" Lin Yu summoned the Pangu mecha, and their astonishment deepened. "You actually have two mechas." Ouyang Hong was utterly dumbfounded. Such a revelation was unheard of. Lin Yu sneered. "In fact, I have 7 mechas. If I were to summon them all, it would surely terrify you to death. I concede. I beseech you to spare my life. I am willing to pay any price." Ouyang Hong, stripped of all hope, now sought Lin Yu's mercy. "There is no alternative," Lin Yu replied coolly. "Then let your life be the price." Spatial obliteration initiated. An overwhelmingly terrifying force instantaneously engulfed all the evil mecha masters trapped within the spatial confines. In the blink of an eye, they were utterly obliterated, dissipating from this world as if they had never existed. The structures of the temple of the evil god below were likewise annihilated, reduced to mere rubble. Chapter 153. The revelation of the god-level mecha master's information. Lin Yu achieves worldwide renown and masters the sacred refining body technique. Having resolved this matter, Lin Yu felt that peace would likely prevail for a while. He nodded slightly. It was certain that similar malevolent organizations like the Temple of the Evil God and the Daewolf Group would continue their inhumane genetic experiments in secrecy. However, Lin Yu chose not to dwell on such thoughts. He would address future concerns when the time came. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall build dikes. It is time to return, Lin Yu continued. He swiftly maneuvered the Nüwa mecha and began the journey through space. It wasn't long before he successfully returned to Kunlun Mecha University. After reporting to Principal Wei Liren, the principal officially announced Lin Yu's appointment as the acting principal of Kunlun Mecha University. Simultaneously, the announcement emerged that Lin Yu had ascended to the status of a divine-level mecha master. In an instant, not only were the faculty and students of Kunlun Mecha University left in a state of astonishment, but the entire world was also rendered speechless by this revelation. Even the formidable beasts, who had originally intended to launch an assault on humanity, found themselves hesitant to proceed with their attack plans upon learning of this development. Lin Yu had become the first mecha master to awaken a divine-level mecha, and he was indeed the inaugural individual to attain such a prestigious title. He had now achieved global renown. Those who had previously contemplated capturing Lin Yu or attempting to seize control of him were now deterred from any actions. Ladies, I have discovered a photograph of Lin Yu, and he is simply stunning, truly the embodiment of my ideal man. I adore him. Is this the charisma of a divine-level mecha master? I yearn to have his children. I have resolved to enroll at Kunlun Mecha University. With the emergence of such a divine-level mecha master, Kunlun Mecha University had undoubtedly secured its position as the foremost mecha university in the world. Discussions across various online forums became incredibly fervent. In a remarkably brief period, Lin Yu had become the shared idol of girls worldwide. At that moment, Lin Yu had returned to his quarters and reclined on the sofa, perusing the information flooding the internet. The sheer volume of attention left him shaking his head. At this rate, I fear I may have to venture out wearing a mask. Wherever you go, I will likely be recognized. In truth, Lin Yu cherished a tranquil and unfettered life. He dismissed such thoughts. For tomorrow marked his official inauguration as the president of Kunlun Mecha University. Although he was merely the acting president, the necessary formalities must still be observed. Tomorrow, all the senior executives of Kunlun Mecha University would convene. Lin Yu mused to himself, considering that he was still just a young man in his early 20s. To ascend to the presidency of a top-tier mecha university at such a tender age was indeed unprecedented. Rising from his seat, Lin Yu stepped outside. With a mere thought, the spatial artifact he wore radiated a brilliant light, revealing an enormous battleship before him. Upon entering the vessel, Lin Yu made his way to the training chamber. He noted that his parents were currently immersed in their cultivation, and their progress was commendably swift, having reached the rank of 2-star mecha masters in a short span of time. For them, the immediate priority lay in elevating their mecha master levels. While there was no rush to upgrade their mecha rank, Lin Yu would certainly expedite that process later. Without interrupting his parents' training, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the body refining room. Lin Yu, please input your spiritual energy into this wall, Qing'er reminded him. All right, Lin Yu replied with a subtle nod. Following Qing'er's method, Lin Yu began his attempts. After inputting a certain amount of spiritual energy, the entire wall erupted with radiant beams of light, and characters began to materialize. This was the body refinement technique, visible only to those possessing the spiritual energy of a mechanized god. Qing'er smiled and remarked, "This body refinement technique is truly profound." With just a glance, Lin Yu sensed the complexity of this technique. However, it appeared to lack a name, and Lin Yu found himself perplexed. Indeed, it has no name, but you could bestow one upon it. King continued, since this body refinement technique can sanctify the flesh, let us call it the sacred body refinement technique. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu arrived at the name. The sacred body refinement technique. This name is both simple and comprehensible. Qing'er nodded in approval, satisfied with the designation. Subsequently, Lin Yu commenced his practice of the sacred body refinement technique. 10 minutes passed, and in his mind, the system's voice resonated. Ding. The mechanized god has successfully mastered the sacred body refinement technique. All right, I have mastered it, Lin Yu quickly announced. Very well, I shall now activate the gravity chamber. Qing'er nodded. With a thunderous roar, a powerful force of gravity erupted, immediately pinning Lin Yu to the ground. The terrifying weight pressed upon his body, as if it were on the verge of explosion. This gravity training was something he had previously experienced in the gravity chamber of Kunlun Mecha University, albeit within the protective confines of a mecha. But now, it was different. Lin Yu had to rely solely on his physical form to withstand this overwhelming force. Must we commence at such a daunting level from the outset? Lin Yu struggled to articulate. The intense gravity rendered him nearly immobile. Fear not, I have calculated everything. The current gravity is at your utmost limit. Only through relentless perseverance can you transcend your own boundaries. Qing'er calmly elucidated, having spent considerable time alongside a formidable realm master. She possessed substantial knowledge in the art of cultivation. Upon hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu felt a sense of clarity. The mechanized god begins to automatically cultivate the sacred body refinement technique. As he engaged in the practice, he sensed the swift depletion of spiritual energy within him, while simultaneously feeling a growing comfort in his body, an effect that was markedly evident. Persevere, persist. Although the entire ordeal was intensely painful for Lin Yu, his mind was solely focused on the concept of endurance. For the sake of becoming stronger, for the ability to tear apart colossal beasts, all current suffering was worth it. As time gradually elapsed, seeing Lin Yu enduring for such a long time, Qing'er couldn't help but nod in approval. I truly did not misjudge this person. One who possesses such immense perseverance is bound to achieve greater heights in the future. Chapter 154, Commencing Body Refinement. Officially assuming the role of acting principal at Kunlun Mecha University, 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and at that moment, Qing'er ceased the gravity in the body refinement chamber. The oppressive weight vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Yu feeling remarkably light, as if he had been reborn. It was akin to having just emerged from the depths of a hellish abyss to the blissful embrace of paradise. Gasping heavily, Lin Yu was drenched in sweat, appearing quite disheveled. Indeed, this experience marked the most arduous trial he had faced thus far. How do you feel? Qing'er inquired with a smile. Not bad, but it was quite intense from the outset. Lin Yu couldn't help but jest. You could have warned me about such a high difficulty level earlier. Then I could have mentally prepared myself. Forewarned. Qing'er waved her hand dismissively, speaking earnestly. Today serves as a lesson for you. Remember, an enemy will not announce their intentions before striking. What you must do is remain vigilant and prepare to respond at all times. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded silently. You make a valid point. However, Qing'er continued with a smile. After these 2 hours of body refinement, your physique has evidently strengthened considerably. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Yu stood up. The pain that had previously enveloped him had dissipated, and he felt a newfound comfort in his body. Indeed, I have grown significantly stronger. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the changes within himself. Curiously, he turned to Qing'er and asked, Do you think I am now capable of slaying a level 10 behemoth on my own? Absolutely not. Qing'er replied decisively. Lin Yu, your journey ahead is still long. I understand, Lin Yu acknowledged. After resting for nearly half an hour, Lin Yu immersed himself once more in the body refinement exercises. This second session proved to be notably smoother and more manageable. As time passed, the dawn of the next day approached. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Qing'er gently reminded Lin Yu that the time had come. Aware of this, Lin Yu ceased his training, indulged in a comforting hot shower, and donned a fresh set of clothing. Standing before the mirror, he mused to himself. I seem to have become more handsome. Indeed, this body refinement technique not only enhances your physique, but also elevates your appearance. Qing'er smiled. Your current looks could easily classify you as a handsome man throughout the universe. With such good looks, I can only be considered a handsome man in the universe. Lin Yu pondered curiously what the epitome of beauty in the cosmos might resemble. Today marks the commencement of your tenure. Thus, let not your thoughts wander elsewhere. Once you embark upon your journey into the cosmos, many matters will become clear in due time. Qing'er even styled Lin Yu's hair, elevating his aura to a remarkable degree. Who would have imagined that she harbored such remarkable skills akin to those of a master stylist? Once prepared, Lin Yu exited the battleship and swiftly returned it to the confines of the spatial artifact. He then made his way towards the summit of Kunlun Mountain. At a plaza atop the mountain, the high-ranking officials of Kunlun Mecha University had gathered well in advance. Incredibly, within just a few years since Lin Yu's entrance into Kunlun Mecha University, he had surpassed his peers and become the first divine-level mecha master. Indeed, each recollection of this feat feels utterly astonishing. Henceforth, Kunlun Mecha University can truly claim the title of the foremost mecha institution. As conversations resumed among the attendees, silence fell upon them upon Lin Yu's entrance. His presence exuded an unparalleled aura befitting a divine-level mecha master, leaving many in awe. The formidable energy he radiated made them feel diminutive, as if they were mere ants in his presence. Greetings, Principal Lin. They all respectfully addressed him. Although he currently served as the acting principal, they understood that Lin Yu would inevitably ascend to the position of true principal of Kunlun Mecha University. Ladies and gentlemen, from this moment forth, I shall temporarily oversee Kunlun Mecha University, and I hope for your cooperation moving forward. Lin Yu calmly addressed the gathered officials, who represented the core strength of the institution. We shall certainly provide our utmost support. The deans of the various colleges promptly pledged. The department heads and faculty members followed suit, each expressing their commitment. Despite his youth, Lin Yu's prowess commanded respect. Strength reigned supreme, and they were naturally inclined to cooperate with him. To be candid, Lin Yu initially harbored some concerns about potential dissent regarding his ascension to principal, given his tender age. However, it now appeared that such worries were unfounded. He found satisfaction in the smoothness of the proceedings. Principal, may we witness the grandeur of a divine-level mecha master? Several deans eagerly requested. The anticipation among the others was palpable. Certainly, Lin Yu nodded in agreement, as their request was entirely reasonable. Thus, he decided to oblige them. Pangu Mecha summon. In the next moment, Lin Yu summoned his Pangu Mecha. With the emergence of this divine-level mecha master, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations once more. Is this the terror of a divine mecha? It seems that even the mecha within me feels a sense of trepidation. Clearly, the newly appointed principal has become an invincible entity in this world. Everyone around me cannot help but feel a profound envy. After all, each individual initially aspired to become a master of divine mechas. Yet, for many of them, this ambition and dream remain unfulfilled to this day. Originally, some had hoped to spar with Lin Yu, to experience the power of a divine mecha master firsthand. However, it is evident that such an endeavor is futile. They would undoubtedly face a crushing defeat, likely unable to withstand even a single strike. After several minutes, Lin Yu summoned the Pangu Mecha back. By the way, Principal, now that you have ascended to the rank of a divine mecha master, when shall we launch our assault on the underwater behemoths? Recently, these creatures have repeatedly unleashed their tidal waves upon the land. Notably, just 10 days ago, 2 coastal cities fell to their onslaught. A senior official inquired, and others nodded in agreement. The underwater behemoths are growing stronger. If we do not act promptly, the consequences could be dire. At this moment, there is no need for haste. I must first conduct an investigation and will provide a resolution shortly, Lin Yu responded calmly. Seeing Lin Yu's composure, the others refrained from further discussion. The remainder of the meeting revolved around various administrative matters. As the principal, there were numerous responsibilities to address. After the meeting concluded, Lin Yu entered the principal's office. It is worth noting that Wei Liren had surprisingly assigned him a strikingly beautiful secretary. Hello, Principal. My name is Meng Qian, and I will be your secretary from now on. Please feel free to delegate any tasks to me, Meng Qian said with a smile. It must be said that Meng Qian is a stunning beauty, exuding a captivating charm. Having such a remarkable secretary makes Lin Yu feel that he can comfortably continue in his role as principal. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled a saying, when there are matters to attend to, the secretary is busy. When there are none, the secretary is idle. However, he quickly dismissed any further frivolous thoughts. Turning to Meng Qian, he inquired, are there any matters at the school that require my attention? Indeed, there are some documents that require your signature, Meng Qian replied, nodding. She deftly tapped on her tablet, and several electronic projections appeared before Lin Yu, containing an array of documents. These documents require your signature, she said softly. Her voice was melodious and soothing, evoking a sense of comfort. Very well, I shall take a look, Lin Yu replied, carefully examining the documents. As the acting principal, it was essential for him to fulfill his duties with diligence and responsibility. If one were to examine the matter carefully before signing, it would be a true dereliction of responsibility to do otherwise. As Lin Yu meticulously perused the documents, Meng Qian observed him with equal diligence. Both were entirely engrossed in their tasks. Time gradually slipped away as Lin Yu reviewed each file, which primarily contained management protocols for Kunlun Mecha University. He discerned no significant issues within them and swiftly affixed his signature. With a slight smile, Lin Yu mused upon his evident aptitude for management. Secretary Meng, is something amiss? He inquired, as he noticed Meng Qian's unwavering gaze upon him, leading him to wonder if something were amiss with his appearance. Upon hearing his voice, Meng Qian promptly snapped back to reality and responded, I am well, Principal. Have you completed your signatures? Yes, I have. Is there anything else that requires my attention? Lin Yu inquired, nodding. Seizing the moment, he endeavored to address any outstanding matters. Nothing at all. Meng Qian quickly shook her head, prompting a fleeting sense of disappointment in Lin Yu. Was it not said that a principal's days were filled with ceaseless duties? Yet here he was, having merely signed a few documents, and that was the extent of it. Nevertheless, he rationalized that a lighter workload was, in fact, a blessing. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me. Lin Yu declared as he rose to depart. With no further obligations at hand, he resolved to return to his floating island and continue his physical training. Understood, Meng Qian replied. As Lin Yu exited, Meng Qian remained rooted in place, her heart racing, and her lovely visage tinged with a hint of crimson. Clearly, she was smitten, which was entirely understandable given Lin Yu's exceptional qualities. Upon returning to his floating island, Lin Yu promptly summoned the warship from his spatial artifact once more. Entering the ship's training chamber, he resumed his rigorous regimen. Under Qing'er's guidance, he consistently pushed himself to the limits. This method allowed him to break through barriers and unlock his potential. Although the process was fraught with immense discomfort, persistent effort promised significant rewards. Days turned into weeks as Lin Yu dedicated himself to the training chamber, feeling increasingly superfluous as the acting principal. Meng Qian, the well-endowed secretary, had not reached out, suggesting there were no pressing matters requiring his intervention. After several more days, one afternoon, Qing'er ceased the operations of the training chamber and announced, Lin Yu, there is a young woman named Yi Ling seeking you outside. Upon hearing the name Yi Ling, Lin Yu rose from the ground, fully aware of the urgency. He swiftly exited as the warship's hatch opened. Soon, he beheld a graceful figure. It had been a long time since their last encounter, and Yi Ling had evidently grown taller and more beautiful. Yi Ling, Lin Yu called out. She hurriedly approached him. Lin Yu, you must help Mo shitting. Yi Ling urgit anxiously. Do not fret. What has transpired? Lin Yu inquired hastily. Mo Shitting's father has sustained grave injuries in the secret realm and is now on the brink of death. Only the sacred spirit flower can save him. However, it is exclusively in the possession of the Wang family in Kunlun City. Wang Ding Tian, the young master of the Wang family, demands Mo Shitting's hand in marriage in exchange for the flower. Yi Ling explained rapidly. Mo Shitting would undoubtedly refuse to marry Wang Ding Tian. Yet, with her father's life hanging by a thread, she had no choice but to acquiesce to this demand, as it was the sole means to save him. Initially, Mo Shitting had requested Yi Ling to keep this matter confidential, forbidding her from informing Lin Yu. However, witnessing Mo Shitting's daily sorrow became unbearable for Yi Ling, prompting her to return to Kunlun Mecha University to seek Lin Yu's assistance. Mo Shitting is truly foolish, Lin Yu remarked, a hint of anger in his voice. You should have come to me immediately upon discovering such a predicament. Come, let's head to Kunlun City at once. In an instant, Lin Yu summoned his Nüwa mecha. Yi Ling promptly followed suit, invoking her own mecha. Subsequently, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mecha, transporting both of them through space. He resolved that Mo Shitting would not be forced to marry someone she despised. Such a union could jeopardize her lifelong happiness. Furthermore, as Yi Ling had mentioned, Wang Ding Tian was merely a playboy, devoid of genuine affection for Mo Shitting. Through the spatial transit, they reached Kunlun City with remarkable speed. Under Yi Ling's guidance, they arrived at Mo Shitting's residence. The two colossal mechas descended abruptly, creating quite a stir among the Mo family. What magnificent mechas! Who could possibly be the formidable mecha warrior visiting our Mo family? One onlooker marveled. That mecha appears to belong to Yi Ling. But the one beside it is unfamiliar to me, another commented. Quickly, several high-ranking members of the Mo family rushed toward the scene. At that moment, Lin Yu emerged from the Nüwa mecha, landing gracefully on the ground. Yi Ling followed closely behind, pointing toward the loft ahead. That is Mo Shitting's room, she indicated. Understood. Lin Yu nodded, turning to Yi Ling. Please guard the entrance and ensure no one else enters. Rest assured, Yi Ling replied. Chapter 156. Healing Mo Shitting's father. Lin Yu swiftly entered the loft before him. Upon reaching a door, he knocked gently and called out, Mo Shitting, it's Lin Yu. Are you inside? After a considerable pause, Mo Shitting's voice finally echoed from within. Lin Yu, you should leave. Lin Yu could discern that she was crying, which tugged at his heartstrings. In a moment of urgency, he forcefully pulled open the door, warping it in the process, a testament to the results of his rigorous training in the body refinement chamber. As the door swung open, he beheld Mo Shitting curled up in a corner. He hurried over and crouched beside her. Enough of the tears. With me here, Everything will be all right, he murmured softly. Thus, Lin Yu remained by her side in silence. After a while, Shitting finally lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen, her entire demeanor weary. Evoking Lin Yu's deep sympathy. Thank you, Lin Yu, but to save my father, I have no choice but to do this, Shitting whispered. She was well aware of the man Wang Dingtian and understood that only the Wang family possessed the sacred spirit flower in the entire world. Seeing her in such distress, Lin Yu summoned his courage and embraced her. In that fleeting moment, Shitting was momentarily taken aback, only feeling the warmth of his embrace. If your father knew, he would never wish for you to sacrifice your happiness, Lin Yu gently assured her. Rest assured with me, I will definitely save your father and will never allow you to marry that Wang Dingtian. His words instilled a profound sense of security within Shitting. And before she knew it, she drifted off to sleep, likely having not rested for days. Lin Yu carefully lifted her and laid her on the bed, tucking her in gently. He used a clean tissue to wipe away her tears. Having done all this, Lin Yu exited the loft. Outside, the senior members of the family had already gathered, aware that the visitor was Lin Yu, the newly appointed president of Kunlun Mecha University, a divine mecha master gracing them with his presence. For the family, this was an immense honor. As Lin Yu stepped out, he was introduced to Shitting's mother, Yi Ling, who was eager to present him. This is Shitting's mother, Su Liying, she announced. Shitting's beauty was undoubtedly inherited from her mother's genes. Auntie, please take me to see Uncle Mo. I have a way to save him, Lin Yu confidently stated, looking at Su Liying. Of course, follow me, Su Liying replied, her face alight with joy. Under her guidance, Lin Yu soon arrived at a designated room. Shitting's father, Tao, lay on the bed, his complexion exceedingly pallid, teetering on the brink of death. Not only was he gravely injured, but he had also been poisoned. Lin Yu pondered solemnly. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. No wonder only the Holy Spirit Flower could save him. The Holy Spirit Flower is an exceptionally rare and precious elixir, imbued with a rich life force that, once consumed, could even extend one's lifespan. Any grievous wound could be healed instantaneously, and it also possessed the ability to neutralize toxins. Is there any way? Su Liying inquired. As she too did not wish for her daughter to marry that Wang Dingtian, Lin Yu's arrival had ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Yet, if even Lin Yu could not effect a cure, what then? Rest assured, Lin Yu replied earnestly, nodding. He then swiftly engaged in conversation with Qing. Is there any elixir aboard the battleship that possesses effects akin to the Holy Spirit Flower? Indeed there is, Qing replied with a smile. I have already activated the battleship. It should be arriving shortly. After a few moments, a colossal battleship appeared in the skies above Kunlun City. The entire city was astounded, for the sheer size of the vessel was beyond comprehension. Almost everyone looked up, their gazes fixed upon the airborne behemoth. Such a gigantic craft seemed to belong to another world entirely. Suspended above the residence, with Qing's assistance, Lin Yu soon held a small jade vial in his hand. This vial contained a unique liquid, meticulously concocted from various precious herbs, capable of detoxifying myriad poisons. A single vial would ensure that Tao would be revitalized instantly. Qing's voice resonated. Lin Yu then handed the vial to Su Liying. Auntie, please administer this elixir to Uncle. Once her uncle had consumed it, he would be perfectly fine. Su Liying, upon hearing this, nodded with joy. With her help, Tao quickly ingested the liquid. Just as Qing had asserted, after taking it, his complexion normalized. His breathing became steady, and even his expression transformed into one of comfort. The bizarre toxins within him were entirely eradicated, and his bodily injuries healed rapidly in a matter of mere seconds. At this point, Shitting's father had truly returned from the brink of death. This is nothing short of miraculous. Lin Yu marveled internally. The efficacy of the elixir was strikingly apparent. Of course, King Ye chimed in. The liquid you just administered is equivalent to a resurrection elixir, exceedingly rare throughout the universe. Even if one were to sell the entirety of the blue planet, one could not procure such a potion. Such an invaluable treasure, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Tao was remarkably fortunate. The opportunity to utilize such a precious elixir, although costly, was deemed worthwhile by Lin Yu. At the very least, Shitting would not be wed to someone she did not love. Aunt, Uncle will likely take a while longer to awaken, Lin Yu remarked. I shall go and check on shitting. Thank you. Su Liying expressed her gratitude with a bow. This time, Lin Yu could undoubtedly be considered a benefactor to the Mo family. Such kindness was beyond repayment, and if circumstances allowed, she would willingly bestow her daughter upon Lin Yu. No need for thanks, he waved dismissively. After exiting the room, Lin Yu stored the battleship within his spatial artifact. It was likely that a plethora of information regarding him would emerge online once more, particularly with his control of the Nüwa Mech descending upon the Mo residence. Some individuals might surmise that he possessed multiple mechs. Fortunately, he now wielded sufficient absolute power. Even if news of his Mech God physique were to be revealed, it would be of little consequence. Upon returning outside the loft, Yiling hurried to Lin Yu's side, anxiously inquiring, "How is Uncle Mo?" "Rest assured he is fine." Lin Yu nodded. "Let us go see shitting." He then summoned the Nüwa Mech back. Chapter 157. An urgent incident. Significant news has emerged. According to reliable sources, Lin Yu from Kunlun Mech University possesses 2 divine mechs. This is simply astounding. Indeed, it is nothing short of extraordinary. Not only is he a divine mech master, but he also commands 2 divine mechs. How could this be possible? Was it not stated that a mech master could awaken only 1 mech in a lifetime? Investigations revealed that there exists a mysterious physique known as the Mech God physique, which enables a mech master to possess 7 mechs. Implying that, Lin, you can summon 7 mechs. Could it be that he has 7 divine mechs? It seems highly plausible. Discussions have ignited fervently across major online platforms, with numerous capable individuals uncovering a wealth of information. The details regarding the Mech God physique have swiftly become common knowledge. The incredulity surrounding this physique has left everyone in awe and envy abounds. Why must he be the Mech God? I too desire to possess such a physique. I wish to have 7 mechs. The disparity between individuals is simply too vast to comprehend. There is no comparison. Inside the loft, after perusing the information circulating online, Yiling nodded in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "Well, now you're truly famous." Every headline is ablaze with news about Lin Yu, reaching an unprecedented level of popularity. If exposure is inevitable, then so be it. Lin Yu nodded slowly, asserting, "Regardless, my current strength is sufficient. Anyone who dares to challenge me will undoubtedly pay a price." Indeed, at this moment, he had become a figure beyond their reach, as Yiling remarked with a deep breath. The gap between them and Lin Yu had widened considerably, and closing it would not be a simple endeavor. "My battleship is equipped with a private training chamber. You should utilize it for your cultivation, as it will expedite your progress," Lin Yu suggested with a smile. In truth, he wished for both Mo shitting and Yiling to grow stronger. "Very well. I shall not be modest," Yiling replied with a nod. After several hours, Mo shitting finally began to awaken. The few hours of rest had rejuvenated her significantly. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Lin Yu's visage, momentarily leading her to believe she was hallucinating. Thankfully, she fully regained consciousness and recalled being cradled in Lin Yu's arms, a sensation she cherished, which had lulled her back to sleep. "Shitting, you have finally awakened. Rest assured, your father has been treated." Lin Yu spoke gently upon noticing her consciousness return. Hearing that her father was safe filled Mo shitting with joy, and she looked at Lin Yu with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." "There's no need for thanks," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. "However, should you encounter any difficulties in the future that you cannot resolve, you must come to me for assistance. Do you understand?" His tone carried a hint of authority, revealing a more domineering side of Lin Yu that unexpectedly endeared him to her. "Unterstot, Montag Sheeting responded softly." "Good to hear," Lin Yu nodded. "Now, let us hydrate you." He offered her a glass of warm water. After shedding so many tears, it was time for her to replenish her fluids. At that moment, a voice from Qing'er reached Lin Yu's ears. Emergency communication from Meng Qian of Kunlun Mech University. Emergency communications were typically reserved for significant occurrences. "Please connect me," Lin Yu instructed with a nod. "Understood," Qing'er replied promptly. In the next moment, the connection was established, and Meng Qian's voice came through. "Principal, an urgent incident has arisen. You must return immediately to address it." "Understood. I will return at once," Lin Yu responded. Once the communication ended, Lin Yu turned to Mo shitting and expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, but I cannot stay with you any longer. I must attend to pressing matters. Don't worry about me. Go ahead. Mo Shitting assured him with a nod. Yiling, please take good care of her, Lin Yu instructed softly as he stood. With that, he exited the loft and made his way to the open area outside, summoning the Nüwa mecha. Upon entering the interior of the Nüwa mecha, Lin Yu swiftly activated spatial traversal, hastening his return to Kunlun Mecha University. Is that Lin Yu? Mo Tao queried, gazing at his wife. After awakening, Mo Tao felt as though he had been rejuvenated. He had originally intended to personally express his gratitude to Lin Yu and to see his daughter. However, to his surprise, upon their arrival, they witnessed Mu Yun hastily departing without uttering a word. Su Liang responded, Indeed, that is Mu Yun. Thanks to him, you survived, and your daughter need not marry that Wang Dingtian. The urgency with which Mu Yun left undoubtedly indicated he had pressing matters to attend to. Montag Tazite. It seems I shall have to wait for another opportunity to thank him in person. Let's first check on our daughter, Su Liang gently suggested, adding, Perhaps Lin Yu will one day become your son-in-law. Yi Ling inquired, sitting beside Mo Shitting. Do you have any discomfort? No. Mo Shitting shook her head. I apologize for not keeping my promise and revealing everything to Lin Yu, Yi Ling said, expressing her regret. It's all right. I must thank you, for you have altered my fate. Mo Shitting smiled. I was too hasty before and did not consider everything carefully. I'm fortunate to have you. That's good. This also affirms that Lin Yu holds you in his heart. Yi Ling nodded, smiling. I find myself somewhat envious. Does he truly have feelings for me? Yi Ling felt a stir of nervousness. Of course. You will feel it if you open your heart, Mo Shitting assured her. It was in that moment when Lin Yu embraced her that she truly felt that warmth. All right, Uncle Mo has recovered. We must hurry back to Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu is already far ahead. We must catch up with him swiftly, Yi Ling stated earnestly. She understood well that she must grow stronger to be able to remain alongside Lin Yu in the future. Though Blue Star is vast one day, Lin Yu would depart for the even broader cosmos of the starry universe. Chapter 158. The Starry Devourer Lin Yu, utilizing the spatial traversal of the Nüwa mecha, quickly returned to Kunlun Mecha University, landing atop the Kunlun Sacred Mountain. He summoned the Nüwa mecha back. Under the guidance of his beautiful secretary, Meng Qian, Lin Yu entered a spacious conference room. Upon his entrance, the senior officials of the school rose to their feet. After taking his seat, Lin Yu addressed them, Please, everyone, take your seats. Let us dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the point. Instantly, a massive projection materialized at the center of the conference room, revealing an expanse of ocean. The entire sea roared with fury, as if it were a tempestuous realm where water spouts connected heaven and earth, and the surface churned with tumultuous waves. The sky above this maritime expanse was shrouded in ominous thunderclouds, with countless flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness. It was reminiscent of a cataclysmic scene. Beneath the surface, it felt as though an immense terror was brewing. This phenomenon emerged within a mere half hour. Even amidst such a terrifying spectacle, it was evident that something monumental was unfolding. Concurrently, special instruments detected that colossal sea creatures were converging upon this very region. Meng Qian swiftly summarized the current situation, granting everyone clarity regarding the gravity of the matter. This event undoubtedly threatened the very existence of humanity. We could not remain passive, but must investigate what transpired in these waters. Meanwhile, the other two major mech universities were also devising strategies. This time, all factions needed to unite. The president of the Royal Academy spoke up, and others nodded in agreement. In summary, the occurrence of such anomalies in this sea was likely an ill omen, and the rapid approach of other marine behemoths could very well be the cause of it all. Principal, what shall we do next? Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Yu. At Kunlun Mech University, it was customary for the principal to make the final decision. Although Lin Yu was currently acting as principal, he held the authority nonetheless. Thus, it was imperative for him to determine the course of action. First and foremost, we must maintain our composure and readiness for battle. All cities should enter a state of alert, Lin Yu declared, articulating his thoughts with urgency. While the exact nature of the situation in the sea remained uncertain, it was prudent to prepare for any impending crisis. I have decided to personally investigate the situation in that sea, Lin Yu resolved once more. He was the only mech master in the world, and indeed the most formidable one, possessing 7 divine mechs. Thus, he was undoubtedly the best candidate for this task. Even if a confrontation arose with countless colossal creatures, he could easily ensure his safe escape. In response to Lin Yu's proposal, there were no objections. The terrifying upheaval in the sea had garnered immense attention from nations and factions worldwide. Very well, there is no time to lose. I shall depart immediately, Lin Yu proclaimed. Rising from his seat, after exiting the conference room, he summoned the Nüwa mech once more. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Jingjing appeared before him. Her snowy white attire was stained red, indicating she had sustained grave injuries. Lin Yu rushed towards her and swiftly carried Bai Jingjing into the room. Lay her flat on the sofa. At this moment, her blood flowed ceaselessly. Lin Yu hurriedly attempted to staunch the bleeding. Damn, it was impossible to stop the hemorrhage. Lin Yu mused. Bai Jingjing's injuries were grievously severe. The gaping wounds on her body were evidently inflicted by some sharp weapon. Qing'er, do we still have that medicinal liquid? He inquired urgently. It is finished, but I do possess other spiritual herbs that could save her, Qing'er responded. Then hurry and bring them forth, Lin Yu urged anxiously. Moments later, Qing'er produced a pill exuding an exquisite fragrance of medicine. Lin Yu took it and promptly administered it to Bai Jingjing. As the mysterious pill entered her system, it transformed into a potent medicinal force. It was visibly apparent that the wounds on Bai Jingjing's body were healing rapidly. Once her breathing stabilized, Lin Yu finally exhaled in relief. Jingjing, what on earth transpired? Lin Yu queried swiftly. Coughing, Bai Jingjing remained exceedingly weak. Be cautious. A star-devouring beast has emerged in that sea region. How is that possible? Qing'er gasped, stunned. How could such a colossal beast appear in this minuscule blue star world? In the face of Qing'er's astonishment, Lin Yu, although unaware of the exact nature of the star-devouring beast, was certain it was formidable. Moreover, the fierce anomalies in that sea were likely connected to this beast. Rest here well. Leave the rest to me, Lin Yu said softly. He then called for Meng Qian. I would appreciate it if you could take care of her, Lin Yu requested. Of course, rest assured, Meng Qian readily agreed, as it was within her capabilities. Subsequently, Lin Yu stepped outside and entered the interior of the Nüwa mecha, swiftly maneuvering it toward the tumultuous sea region. Qing'er, please elaborate on this star-devouring beast. Lin Yu inquired hastily. To know oneself and one's enemy is to win every battle. The star-devouring beast is one of the apex races in the universe. It is said that only one can emerge within a single cosmos. This beast possesses a unique ability to devour everything, growing immensely powerful through incessant consumption. Eventually, it can even swallow entire planets. Qing'er elucid out it slowly. Once, a star-devouring beast consumed all life on a planet within a star domain. The unleashed might was nearly insurmountable. Now that this blue star has encountered such a beast, if it remains unresolved, the entire blue star may well be devoured too. However, it is quite perplexing. How could the blue star give rise to a star-devouring beast? Qing'er remained puzzled, having searched all databases without uncovering relevant information. Alas, the events have transpired, and the celestial devourer has emerged. We must devise a means to confront it. Lin Yu nodded, feeling a tinge of trepidation within. Such a formidable creature as the celestial devourer. I truly its match? Fear not. This celestial devourer has only just come into existence. Its strength is still not overwhelming. Hence its incessant consumption of the colossal sea beasts, Qing'er responded. Thus, we still possess hope and opportunity. Observing this, Lin Yu hastened the speed of the Nüwa mecha's spatial traversal. Chapter 159. Confronting the celestial devourer with utmost urgency, Lin Yu raced towards the designated sea territory, arriving in the shortest span of time. Even now, this region remained rife with enormous water vortices, and above, thunderclouds erupted with lightning as thick as true dragons, seemingly capable of obliterating all. The scene was undeniably apocalyptic. Through his perception, Lin Yu discerned that the oceanic behemoths were swiftly converging towards the center of the sea domain. Upon entering this core, their life force vanished. If his suspicions were correct, they had been consumed by the celestial devourer. Upon realizing this, Lin Yu immediately sprang into action, initiating spatial lockdown. In an instant, an invisible barrier descended upon the sea below. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. As the barrier fell, it swiftly sealed off the area where the celestial devourer resided. The seawater within that space vanished in an instant, creating a void amidst the ocean. Other marine giants were wholly unable to breach this spatial seal. Roar! Suddenly, from within the sealed space, an overwhelming roar erupted, filled with unbridled fury. The sound resonated as if it were the wrath of a deity. The immense sound waves caused even the spatial barrier to tremble slightly. Lin Yu expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy to amplify the spatial seal several-fold. Moments later, he beheld the celestial devourer lurking beneath the waves. Just one glance left Lin Yu utterly astonished. The size of this celestial devourer was truly colossal, unimaginably vast. The enormous creatures he had encountered before paled in comparison, appearing as mere ants beside it. Lin Yu's Nüwa mecha, towering at 100 meters, seemed diminutive in the presence of this gigantic entity, which appeared even larger than a grand city. The terror of the celestial devourer was indeed palpable. Lin Yu inhaled deeply. What viable methods exist to vanquish it? There are 3 potential strategies. King He replied softly. Were those 3 strategies? Lin Yu inquired eagerly. Qing, as always, proved to be immensely resourceful. 3 methods can indeed be conjured. With Qing by my side, achieving twice the result with half the effort is truly feasible. The first method is quite simple. Escape from this planet, disregarding the cosmic devourer. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lin Yu shook his head and replied, No, if I flee, there will be no one left to confront the cosmic devourer, and perhaps this planet itself will be consumed. King He continued. The second method is for you to unleash your full power. There remains a possibility of defeating the cosmic devourer before us. And what the third method? Lin Yu inquired. The third method is somewhat more perilous than the second, Qing calmly stated. It involves subduing the cosmic devourer. Once successful, it would undoubtedly become our foremost combat force. In the vast universe, the cosmic devourer is undoubtedly one of the overlords. To truly tame such a formidable beast would be a tremendous boon. Is it truly possible to subdue such a powerful creature? Lin Yu questioned, a hint of doubt in his voice. Of course. Qing nodded slightly. First, we must bring the cosmic devourer to a state of severe injury. Then employ the chaos divine vision to penetrate its mind. Although the third method carries certain risks, it is worth attempting. The rewards, should we succeed, would be substantial. In a brief time, Qing elucidated everything to Lin Yu and offered her counsel. Ultimately, however, the decision lay in Lin Yu's hands. Regardless of his choice, she would lend her utmost support. Since you suggested it, I shall attempt this third method. Lin Yu resolved swiftly. In the next moment, he summoned his other 6 mechs. Pangu Mechs summon. Heavenly Emperor Mechs summon. 4 Divine Beasts Mechs summon. Lin Yu called forth 6 divine-grade mechs. 60,000 spiritual energy consumed. 6 divine mechs have entered automatic combat mode for 10 minutes. His internal spiritual energy plummeted by 60,000. Fortunately, with the divine Mech Body, Lin Yu is now in a state of combat, his spiritual energy gradually recovering at a steady rate. Go, Lin Yu commanded. The 6 divine mechs charged forth. The Pangu Mech was the first to attack, unleashing the heavenly Tao chains, which manifested as immensely thick golden chains in the void, radiating a powerful pressure as they surged toward the cosmic devourer. In the blink of an eye, the cosmic devourer was ensnared by these chains. Each divine mech began to unleash its full arsenal of skills. The spectacle of battle astonished Lin Yu profoundly. Unexpectedly, after the mecha's level had risen significantly, its autonomous combat capabilities unleashed a power more terrifying than ever before. It seemed that my intervention was no longer necessary, Lin Yu murmured. However, to err on the side of caution, he swiftly piloted the Nüwa mecha into battle. While engaging in continuous combat, Lin Yu also had to maintain the spatial blockade, preventing other colossal sea beasts from entering the fray. Should the starry devourer continue to consume massive creatures, its own strength would inevitably grow, rendering it far more formidable to confront. The siege of 7 divine mechas against the starry devourer appeared to be somewhat taxing for the beast. Suddenly, the creature's eyes emitted a divine light, illuminating the Pangu mecha. In an instant, the Pangu mecha became immobilized as if frozen in time. Pangu mecha has entered a state of rigidity, expected to last 10 seconds. A warning echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Be cautious. This is the starry devourer's innate ability. Once caught in that beam of light, one becomes utterly motionless. Qing's voice resonated at this critical moment. Upon realizing the Pangu mecha was incapacitated, the starry devourer unleashed its terrifying claws, seemingly channeling all its might into a single strike aimed at the Pangu mecha. Should that claw connect, it was likely that no mecha in existence could withstand it. Naturally, Lin Yu would not stand idly by as the Pangu mecha faced this assault. In a split second, he activated the spatial abilities of the Nüwa mecha, teleporting beside the Pangu mecha and effortlessly relocating it from its previous position. The mighty strike of the starry devourer met only empty space. 10 seconds swiftly elapsed, and the Pangu mecha regained its mobility, rejoining the battle. Having learned from the earlier encounter, Lin Yu issued commands to all his mechas to hasten their maneuverability, preparing to evade should the starry devourer unleash its abilities again. Although the divine mechas were in autonomous mode, Lin Yu still needed to make timely adjustments in response to exceptional circumstances. It was fortunate that the starry devourer had only recently awakened its abilities. If this creature reaches maturity, Lin Yu would undoubtedly find himself outmatched, Qing'er lamented. Despite having just one ability awakened, the starry devourer was still exceedingly difficult to contend with, particularly due to its nearly monstrous defensive capabilities. Lin Yu shook his head in disbelief. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu expended an additional 600,000 spiritual energy points, continuing to allow the divine mechas to operate in autonomous mode. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to press on. As long as any damage can be inflicted upon the celestial devourer, even if it is merely a single drop of blood, it will ultimately be exhausted. Rest assured, preparations have already been made. Qing'er's voice resonated once more. Within the warship's treasury, numerous potions capable of instantly restoring one's spiritual energy lay in wait, effectively granting Lin Yu an endless reservoir of power. As the battle raged on, Lin Yu lost all sense of time, oblivious to the duration of his struggle. In any case, he ultimately succeeded in bringing the celestial devourer to its knees, rendering it gravely wounded. A single powerful strike from Lin Yu would be sufficient to completely vanquish the beast before him. However, he chose not to proceed with such an action. Instead, he wished to explore the third method that Qing'er had mentioned. The battle had persisted for an astonishing 247 minutes. Qing'er had kept meticulous track of time. This equated to 4 hours of continuous combat, undoubtedly the longest battle Lin Yu had ever endured. The celestial devourer was also the mightiest creature he had ever encountered. Lin Yu, are you ready? Qing'er confirmed once more. Entering the mind of the celestial devourer is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Failure could result in death. Yes, I am prepared. I am confident in my ability to attempt it. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Noticing Lin Yu's readiness, Qing'er proceeded to outline several crucial considerations, instilling him with greater assurance. Let's begin. Lin Yu inhaled deeply. In an instant, his consciousness plunged into the depths of the celestial devourer's mind. Is this truly the mind of the celestial devourer? Lin Yu gazed in awe at the spectacle before him. Its mind resembled an entire universe. Boom! Suddenly, this universe erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Lin Yu swiftly evaded the chaos, realizing that the celestial devourer sought to obliterate him. Through constant evasion, he adeptly dodged the successive explosions. Then, an immensely colossal figure coalesced within this mind. Lin Yu felt as though he beheld the true essence of the celestial devourer, capable of swallowing an entire planet in a single gulp. Could this be the progenitor of the celestial devourer? Indeed, it was terrifying. Lin Yu was profoundly shaken by the sight. Yet, in the next moment, the celestial devourer lunged toward him, seemingly intent on erasing his existence. Just as Qing'er had predicted, the bloodline of the celestial devourer was formidable and not easily subdued. Ding! Bloodline power detected. Shall we commence the operation of the refining spirit technique to refine it? At that instant, the system's voice echoed. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, smirked and could not help but grin. Commence! With his command, the refining spirit technique began to operate with fervor. Above Lin Yu's head, a colossal divine cauldron materialized, radiating a unique luminescence that swiftly ensnared the celestial devourer, effortlessly refining it. Upon the successful refinement, a profound feedback surged within Lin Yu, amplifying his consciousness manifold. Simultaneously, the celestial devourer, lying at the ocean's depths, emitted a heart-wrenching wail, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. Inside the Nüwa mech, Qing'er, witnessing the spectacle, nodded approvingly, Wonderful. It appears Lin Yu has obliterated the bloodline power within the Celestial Devourer's mind. Consequently, his chances of success have significantly increased. As Lin Yu refined the bloodline power, the turmoil within the Celestial Devourer's mind subsided into tranquility. He began to navigate swiftly through this cerebral realm. Time passed, and eventually he beheld an immense golden sphere, pulsating with formidable energy. This sphere represented the Celestial Devourer's vital essence. Should it be destroyed, the creature would cease to exist. Mastery over this vital point would ensure the Celestial Devourer's submission. Next, Lin Yu swiftly invoked the chaotic divine mill visualization. Within this mental landscape, an enormous grinding wheel manifested, dwarfing the golden sphere before it. In that moment, the Celestial Devourer let out another agonizing roar. With a mere thought, Lin Yu could set the divine mill into motion, assuredly shattering the golden sphere. Done, Lin Yu exclaimed, promptly withdrawing from the Celestial Devourer's mind and returning to his own body. Inside the Nüwa mech, Lin Yu swiftly opened his eyes, a jubilant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, the Celestial Devourer's mind was perilous, yet I prevailed. This is excellent. Now the Celestial Devourer must submit. Should it harbor any treachery, I can immediately activate the chaotic divine mill to crush its golden sphere. Qing'er smiled and nodded in agreement. Celestial Devourer, from now on, you shall accompany me. Lin Yu addressed the prostrate creature. You now face two choices, either submit or perish. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, the Celestial Devourer bowed its head. Witnessing this, Qing'er remarked, Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a Celestial Devourer. Indeed, Lin Yu responded with satisfaction. While others had ordinary pets like cats and dogs, his companion was the Cosmic Sovereign, the Celestial Devourer, which could even serve as a steed. Wherever he went, he would undoubtedly command attention. Chapter 161. Crisis averted. Lin Yu is revered as a global hero yet. A pressing concern soon arose. How could one possibly transport such a colossal Celestial Devourer? Lin Yu quickly pondered this significant dilemma. You need not worry. The Celestial Devourer should be capable of shrinking. Qing'er reassured him with a smile. You may attempt it now. Acknowledging her words, Lin Yu promptly initiated the endeavor. Addressing the Celestial Devourer, he commanded, Shrink. I shall take you away from here. Upon hearing his directive, the Celestial Devourer obediently complied, transforming into a diminutive form in the blink of an eye, small enough for Lin Yu to cradle in his hands. Remarkable, Lin Yu exclaimed, gazing at the adorable miniaturized creature. However, the Celestial Devourer soon succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. Rest assured, it merely overextended itself. After a period of slumber, its injuries will heal, Qing'er explained, allowing Lin Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, although he had successfully tamed a Celestial Devourer, nurturing it would not prove to be a simple task. Qing'er continued, Indeed, it is a formidable responsibility. Lin Yu nodded in understanding, acknowledging the weight of his newfound duty. Subsequently, he carefully placed the slumbering Celestial Devourer aboard the warship. Return, all of you, he commanded, directing his 6 extraordinary mechas. Instantly, they transformed into radiant beams of light and re-entered the mecha space within Lin Yu. Continuing to pilot the Nüwa mecha, he surged forward. As the spatial seal dissipated, the area once again became inundated by the colossal sea creature. Once airborne, tranquility was restored. The azure sky and the placid ocean seemed to suggest that nothing had ever transpired. This situation had been successfully resolved, a stroke of fortune indeed. Had the Celestial Devourer grown any larger, the outcome might not have been so fortuitous. In the future, do not allow the Celestial Devourer to appear indiscriminately, especially when venturing into the cosmos. Even the great powers of the universe would be tempted by its presence. Moreover, should other formidable Celestial Devourers become aware, they would undoubtedly pose a threat to you. Qing'er cautioned earnestly. The dangers of the universe are far greater than one can imagine, she added, recalling numerous similar incidents where individuals met a tragic end due to insufficient strength. I understand all you have said. Rest assured, I shall not act foolishly, Lin Yu replied with a smile, fully grasping the implications of possessing such a treasure. Had he revealed his identity as the Mecha God from the outset, he likely would have met an untimely demise. Very well, it is time for us to return. Lin Yu, without further thought, swiftly maneuvered the Nüwa mecha back. In no time, he arrived at the summit of Kunlun Mecha University. Upon reaching the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Lin Yu once again entered the conference room. At that moment, the senior officials of Kunlun Mecha University had also fallen silent, as they were already aware that the previously troubled sea area had returned to normal. The monstrous creatures of the ocean had ceased their gathering towards that region, leading them to believe that Lin Yu had resolved the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue concerning that sea area has been resolved. The root of the problem stemmed from a colossal beast endowed with devouring powers, which had been incessantly consuming those oceanic giants to enhance itself. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Had it consumed all the creatures, I fear I would have been no match for it. Now it has been slain, so there is no need for concern. After taking his seat, Lin Yu calmly articulated these words. Upon hearing him, everyone was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such a terrifying creature could exist in this world. A collective sigh of relief washed over them, grateful for Lin Yu's presence. Let us now return to our respective duties. Lin Yu continued, is there anything else to discuss? If not, we shall adjourn the meeting. There is nothing further, everyone responded. The news of the crisis being averted soon circulated, prompting everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Their spirits lifted, for they could continue their lives unimpeded. This incident was solely resolved by Lin Yu, and his deeds became widely disseminated, igniting fervor online, where he was hailed as the hero who saved the world. After exiting the conference room, Lin Yu made his way to a chamber, where he gazed at Bai Jingjing lying on the bed and exhaled in relief. Her breathing was steady. It seemed she would only require a few days of rest. The thought of Bai Jingjing's grievous wound pierced his heart. It was fortunate that he had encountered Qing'er and obtained the legacy of a realm lord, or he would have been utterly helpless. At that moment, Bai Jingjing seemed to sense Lin Yu's presence, slowly opening her eyes. She appeared somewhat frail. Gazing at Lin Yu, she softly inquired, what has become of the star-devouring beast? Rest assured, I have already dealt with it, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Now, you must focus on recuperating. That is a relief, Bai Jingjing sighed, her unease and worries dissipating at that moment. By the way, how did you sustain such severe injuries? Lin Yu asked. I ventured into the sea to seek a rare underwater spirit flower, which would aid my cultivation, Bai Jingjing replied slowly, deciding not to conceal anything in front of Lin Yu. After an extensive period of time, I stumbled upon a rare underwater spirit flower, only to be confronted by a colossal dragon beast that sought to claim it for itself. In the ensuing struggle for this precious flower, we engaged in fierce combat. However, unbeknownst to us, a starry devouring beast lay in wait, roused prematurely by our tumultuous clash. Fortunately, I managed to escape through my divine abilities, albeit sustaining considerable injuries in the process. Bai Jingjing recounted the entire sequence of events with clarity, prompting a slight nod of acknowledgement from Lin Yu. Indeed, this fortuitous encounter could be deemed serendipitous. Had we not discovered the starry devouring beast, it could have heralded a cataclysmic disaster for the world. Lin Yu spoke softly. By the way, did you manage to obtain the ocean spirit flower? He inquired once more. If not, I can assist you in searching for it. I have already secured it, Bai Jingjing replied with a nod. She now exuded an aura far removed from the previous domineering queen. Instead, she appeared as a delicate maiden, evoking a sense of compassion. Chapter 162. Progress in Body Refinement. Please take the time to rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me, Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu, take me back to Floating Island, Bai Jingjing implored, her captivating eyes filled with earnest request. This was the first occasion Lin Yu had witnessed her in such a pitiable state, as if she could barely stand. You have not fully recovered. Allow me to carry you back, Lin Yu suggested. Bai Jingjing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Yu gently lifted her into his arms. In no time at all, he had transported her back to Floating Island. Once Bai Jingjing was comfortably settled, it wasn't long before Mo Shitting and Yi Ling returned. You arrived just in time. Let me show you around. Lin Yu greeted them with a smile. Standing before the magnificent warship, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were left in awe. It was evident that this unparalleled vessel was beyond the technological capabilities of their world. As the hatch opened, Lin Yu proceeded to provide them with a brief introduction to its features. These rooms are all independent training chambers. You may practice here, which will greatly enhance your training efficiency, Lin Yu explained gently. The warship was vast, making it impractical to offer a comprehensive tour in a short span of time. Thus, Lin Yu guided them to the training rooms first. He sincerely hoped that they would acquire sufficient strength, enabling them not only to protect themselves, but also to safeguard their loved ones. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling each entered their respective training chambers. Once immersed in their training, they could distinctly feel a marked acceleration in their progress. They were confident that with persistent effort, they would undoubtedly advance more swiftly. Both individuals were wholeheartedly devoted to their cultivation, striving to keep pace with Lin Yu. Days passed in this manner, while Lin Yu tirelessly honed his body in the training chamber. With each session, he experienced tangible progress. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Lin Yu unleashed a punch that obliterated the furnace forged from dark iron into mere fragments. Gulping in astonishment, Lin Yu was taken aback by the sheer power he could now wield as a human. Qing'er, this sacred body refinement technique, is truly remarkable, Lin Yu exclaimed. With the strength I possess now, how many formidable beasts could I vanquish with my bare hands? After a brief analysis, Qing'er responded, it appears that you could effortlessly slay a level 10 giant beast with your current strength. I understand, Lin Yu nodded, elated. I've detected signals from your sister Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu, who are returning and are expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Qing'er informed him shortly thereafter. This news filled Lin Yu with excitement, as he had greatly missed his sister and Xiao Yu. He promptly exited the warship to await their arrival. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, 2 familiar mechas descended before him, their forms vanishing in a burst of light. It was evident that his sister and Xiao Yu had grown considerably stronger since their last encounter. Big sister, you have finally returned, Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. It's hard to believe that while we were merely in the secret realm for a short time, such significant events transpired outside, Lin Wanner remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. I never imagined my brother would become a god-level mecha master. If I had known, we would have exited the secret realm sooner. So you wouldn't have had to shoulder everything alone, Xiao Yu added, a touch of concern for Lin Yu evident in her voice. It's all in the past now. We must look forward. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, smiling brightly. See, everything is quite well now. Where are Mom and Dad? Lin Vania in Kvilet. Hee, big sister. Our parents are mecha masters now, too. Lin Yu replied with a mysterious grin. Really? Din vene geskt, hier disbelief palpable. She had tried countless methods to help her parents become mecha masters, but to no avail. Indeed, I had them consume the yin-yang divine fruit. Lin Yu elaborated. Dad awakened the sun god mecha, while Mom awakened the moon god mecha. Both are of divine level. Upon hearing this, both Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu were left astounded, feeling as if they were mere novices in comparison. To my astonishment, I discovered that in this vast world, there exists such a miraculous treasure as the yin-yang divine fruit. Indeed, the universe is filled with wonders. I shall go see my parents. Lin Van Pokelaimet. Qing'er, please accompany my sister, Lin Yu gently suggested. Certainly, Qing'er swiftly appeared. Under her guidance, Lin Wanner entered the battleship. Meanwhile, only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu remained outside the vessel. What? No affectionate embrace? Lin Yu remarked with a slight smile, opening his arms boldly, awaiting Xiao Yu to step into his embrace. In the past, Lin Yu would have been in a passive position. All right, seeing Lin Yu's demeanor, Xiao Yu beamed with joy and stepped forward. The two shared a warm embrace, followed by a tender kiss. A night of springtime bliss ensued. The following morning, Lin Yu awoke and gazed at Xiao Yu nestled in his arms, a blissful smile gracing his face. Such a life was undeniably exquisite, and he wished for it to continue indefinitely. However, Lin Yu understood that mere invincibility on Blue Star was futile. Once the cosmic powers discovered Blue Star, devastation would ensue, and such a delightful existence would cease to be. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to grow stronger, to become invincible, to protect himself, his family, and his loved ones. Awake, how do you feel? He gently inquired as he watched Xiao Yu slowly open her beautiful eyes. Now you ask how I feel? You showed no tenderness last night. Xiao Yu replied with a hint of reproach. The memories of the previous night made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. I apologize. I shall be more mindful next time. Lin Yu quickly responded, realizing his recent rigorous training had made him somewhat overzealous. Chapter 163. Time flies. It is time to begin the trial of the gods. With the return of Lin Wanner, Xiao Yu, and Mo Shitting, Lin Yu felt that life had regained its vibrancy. He relished this lively atmosphere. Days passed in this manner. Ever since he had tamed the star-eating beast from the ocean, the colossal creatures of the sea had fallen silent. To date, not a single marine giant had surged onto land. It seemed those oceanic behemoths understood that with Lin Yu, the unparalleled powerhouse, among humans, they stood no chance. Unbeknownst to him, over a year had swiftly elapsed. During this time, Lin Yu diligently cultivated the sacred body refinement technique, making significant strides. Not only Lin Yu, but Lin Wanner and the others also experienced remarkable progress. Especially Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu have already attained the status of legendary mecha masters, and it is estimated that within a couple of years, they will ascend to the ranks of divine mecha masters. Their rapid progress in cultivation is largely attributed to the presence of the battleship's training chamber. According to Qing, this training chamber enables mecha masters to efficiently advance to the Saint Ruins level, also known as the Divine Mecha Master tier. Presently, Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu are indeed qualified to enter the cosmos. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling have reached the Stellar Mecha Master level, while Lin Yu's parents have, through over a year's diligent training, achieved the status of 8-star Mecha Masters. Under Lin Yu's guidance, both of their mechas have reached level 80. On this particular afternoon, after completing his training in the battleship's physical conditioning chamber, Lin Yu felt utterly invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. In contrast, had it been before, he would have been breathless and utterly exhausted. Lin Yu gazed at Qing and softly remarked, "The training chamber no longer serves much purpose for me. Indeed, you have surpassed the limits that the training chamber can provide, and thus it can no longer offer you further assistance." Qing nodded slightly. "I must say, you are truly remarkable. In just over a year, you have cultivated the saintly body refinement method to this extent. Even the previous master took several years to achieve this." Lin Yu nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "So what should I do next to enhance my cultivation of the saintly body refinement method?" "According to my analysis, you have now reached a limit, and to continue advancing, you must venture into the cosmos," Qing thoughtfully responded. "Additionally, you can commence the trial of the divine." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded once more. In the next moment, he focused his mind and accessed his personal information. Name, Lin Yu, race, human, Mech God Body. Activated, Mecha Master level. Divine Mecha Master, Saint Ruins level. Mechas, Pangu Mecha, level 139. Nüwa Mecha, level 139. For Divine Beast Mecha, level 139. Heavenly Emperor Mecha, level 139. Fushi Mecha, level 139. Hongjun Mecha. After carefully reviewing the details, Lin Yu affirmed, "All right, let us commence the trial of the divine." Only by completing the trial of the divine can he continue to break through and elevate the level of his mechas. Throughout the past year, Lin Yu has relentlessly practiced the saintly body refinement method in preparation to successfully navigate the trial of the divine. Recognizing that the time has come, Lin Yu resolved not to delay any further. Upon exiting the battleship, he summoned the Nüwa Mecha and swiftly departed from Kunlun Mecha University. He chose not to inform Lin Wanner, Xiao Yu, or the others about his impending trial of the divine. To alleviate their concerns, he decided to succeed on his own first before returning to explain. It took little time for Lin Yu to arrive at the entrance of a level 120 dungeon. The entrance exuded an eerie tranquility. At that moment, Lin Yu deftly maneuvered the Nüwa mech to a smooth descent, surveying the surroundings where only he, the lone mech engineer, stood. After all, this was a level 120 dungeon. The number of mechs capable of reaching level 120 in this world was scarce, and this dungeon promised to elevate Lin Yu's level by one. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu steered the Nüwa mech into the dungeon entrance. "You have entered the level 120 dungeon," a voice from the system announced. Lin Yu opened his eyes once more, finding himself and the Nüwa mech successfully inside the dungeon. This ultra-advanced dungeon radiated formidable peril at every turn, which explained why higher-level dungeons presented greater challenges. However, a faint smile graced Lin Yu's face. For him, this level 120 dungeon was a mere walk in the park. He urged the Nüwa mech forward, charging ahead even when encountering traps. As the mechanisms activated, their explosive power struck the Nüwa mech, yet sustained no damage, showcasing that the dungeon's threats could not breach the mech's defenses. Ferocious beasts emerged one after another, and Lin Yu unleashed his wrath. Boom! 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 Blades of space surged forth with life, slicing accurately towards the monstrous creatures. The continuous thunderous sounds resonated throughout the dungeon, and even the very space seemed to tremble in response to the Nüwa mech's overwhelming power. The level 120 beasts, upon appearing, were instantaneously obliterated, some even failing to perceive the Nüwa mech before meeting their demise. Lin Yu had no intention of lingering. He pressed onward, methodically dispatching the beasts that dared to confront him. He could clearly see his mech's experience points soaring. Before long, he reached the threshold of the boss chamber in the level 120 dungeon. Glancing at his mech's experience points, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Defeating the boss within should propel him to level 140. With determination, he commanded the Nüwa mech to push open the door to the boss chamber. As the door creaked open, he beheld an expansive, cavernous hall within. Deep within the grand hall, a colossal humanoid beast stood, wielding a knife of 100 meters in length. This was the first time Lin Yu had encountered such a monstrous creature. The massive blade emanated an overwhelmingly rich aura of crimson. As Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mech into the chamber designated for this formidable adversary, the entrance vanished, sealing the entire hall. To escape, one must vanquish this boss. Chapter 164. Officially entering the trial of the gods boss, Bloodblade Wolf King. Level 130. The voice of the system resonated, and the information regarding the boss materialized before Lin Yu's eyes, granting him further insight. However, even without this information, Lin Yu felt no trepidation, for he was certain that this boss would not pose a threat to him. The moment Lin Yu stepped into the boss chamber, the Bloodblade Wolf King awakened. Its blood-red eyes glimmered with a ferocious light, and an aura of malevolence enveloped its form, as if it had endured countless slaughters. Interesting, Lin Yu mused with a slight nod, but merely so. Spatial oblivion activated. In the next instant, Lin Yu unleashed the skill of the Nüwa mech. An invisible barrier swiftly ensnared the ferocious Bloodblade Wolf King. Behind this intangible shield, the beast was reduced to mere fragments, ultimately vanishing into oblivion. Instantaneous annihilation, an unequivocal triumph. In Lin Yu's eyes, if a single strike could resolve the encounter, it was best to execute it swiftly and decisively. Congratulations. You have slain the boss Bloodblade Wolf King. Ding. Congratulations. Your Nüwa mech has advanced to level 140. A new mech skill has been automatically awakened. The God Machine's capabilities have been activated. Your other mech levels have synchronized, all reaching level 140, and each mech has undergone skill awakening. Due to your failure to complete the trial of the gods, your mech cannot further increase in level, nor can your mech master level progress. Friendly reminder, please complete it as soon as possible. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss and successfully receiving the completion reward. A cascade of system notifications echoed, prompting a slight nod from Lin Yu. The exhilaration was truly sublime. Before he could even examine the completion reward, a mysterious and arcane door materialized. As it opened, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the space, and a terrifying force forcibly drew the Nüwa mech in, rendering Lin Yu's resistance futile. Do not resist, Lin Yu. This is the entrance to the trial of the gods. As I previously mentioned, once the mech reaches level 140, the trial of the gods will commence automatically. Qing'er's voice swiftly resonated, bringing a sense of reassurance to Lin Yu, who chose not to resist. In the next instant, the Nüwa mecha was drawn into the mysterious portal. Inside the Nüwa mecha, Lin Yu found himself enveloped in impenetrable darkness, where he could not see even his own hand. However, he could sense that the Nüwa mecha was propelled by a force, hastening rapidly in a particular direction. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a tempest of change engulfed the skies above the level 120 dungeon entrance where Lin Yu had just been. Terrifying phenomena manifested, leaving onlookers bewildered. What had transpired? The uncertainty hung in the air, cloaked in both dread and anticipation. Yet, they found solace in Lin Yu's presence. Indeed, Lin Yu is a master mech engineer, a being of divine essence. Even if a crisis arose, his intervention would surely avert disaster. Let's go and investigate. Their astonishment and curiosity were palpable. Amidst the extraordinary occurrences, they seemed to behold deities congregating in this realm. Such a spectacle, once witnessed, would forever etch itself into memory, never to be forgotten. The trials of the divine were still unknown to humanity in this world. After traversing the lengthy abyss, the darkness finally receded, revealing a magnificent expanse of cosmic starlight. Is this the site of the divine trials? Lin Yu inquired slowly. It must be, Qing'er affirmed with a slight nod. It was her first encounter with the divine trial, set amidst the celestial void. The trials for divine entities were notoriously arduous. She cautioned him, be vigilant, for here, you can only rely on yourself. No sooner had her words left her lips than a myriad of formidable meteors surged from all directions, hurtling towards Lin Yu. The sheer volume of the meteors, converging from every angle, rendered evasion nearly impossible. Summoned the four divine Mechs, consuming 100,000 spiritual energy points. The four divine Mechs enter automatic combat mode for 10 minutes. Four divine Mechs switch to the Xuanwu form and brace for impact. Lin Yu commanded decisively. In an instant, the four divine Mechs transformed into their Xuanwu form, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. Soon, the Xuanwu shield manifested, enveloping Lin Yu in its protective embrace. Boom! 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 The relentless barrage of meteors pounded against the Xuanwu shield. This trial is indeed quite challenging, Lin Yu mused. Such a massive onslaught right from the outset would have easily spelled doom for any other mecha engineer facing this meteor storm. Fortunately, the formidable defense of the four divine Mechs in their black tortoise form did not disappoint Lin Yu, successfully withstanding the relentless barrage of meteoric assaults. However, these meteor strikes showed no signs of abating, leaving one to ponder when they would finally cease. The thunderous roars echoed for nearly 3 minutes before the meteors dissipated. Throughout this ordeal, the black tortoise form of the four divine Mechs adeptly repelled every meteor attack. Yet, this was hardly a moment for celebration. The divine trial had commenced with such ferocious meteor strikes, suggesting that even more terrifying challenges lay ahead. One must remain fully focused and exert every ounce of strength. As time passed gradually, Lin Yu remained vigilant. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, marking the end of the automatic mode for the four divine Mechs. He summoned the mecha back. Moments later, a colossal black hole emerged with a thunderous crash, advancing ominously towards Lin Yu. He could sense that this black hole possessed far greater destructive power. Lin Yu, whatever you do not let that black hole engulf you. Qing'er urgently warned. It has the capability to crush your divine-grade mecha. I recall the previous master mentioning that the black hole is the most perilous aspect of this divine trial. Upon hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu hastily maneuvered the Nüwa mecha to evade the impending threat. What should I do next? He pondered, glancing back at the relentless pursuit of the black hole, feeling somewhat at a loss. Surely, he couldn't continue fleeing indefinitely. Do not worry. The black hole can only persist for 10 minutes. If you can endure until then, you will have successfully navigated a significant portion of this divine trial. Qing'er reassured him. Just 10 minutes. That should be manageable. Lin Yu nodded slightly, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. He had never doubted the speed of the Nüwa mecha, although spatial traversal was unfeasible within this divine trial's confines. The mecha's flight velocity was formidable. However, as time progressed, the black hole continued to expand, becoming increasingly ferocious. This black hole is truly terrifying, Lin Yu exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the divine trial, which was not easily surmountable. Given his current mecha rank, if consumed by the black hole, he might withstand for a time. But once that period elapsed, even a divine-grade mecha would likely be obliterated, Qing'er softly replied. In quick succession, Qing'er added, the black hole's speed has intensified. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately accelerated the Nüwa mecha. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. Lin Yu observed the countdown, feeling an acute sense of urgency as each second seemed to stretch into eternity. After a series of relentless checks, the 10 minutes elapsed. The moment the time was up, the black hole vanished in an instant, restoring the space to an unparalleled tranquility. Finally, the crisis posed by the black hole had been averted. Yet those brief 10 minutes had drained nearly 200,000 units of his spiritual energy. Lin Yu inhaled deeply at that moment. His spiritual energy was rapidly recuperating within him. Master, following the black hole, an even greater challenge awaits. Please be prepared, Qing'er remarked with a smile. Fortunately, there should be sufficient time ahead for you to replenish your depleted spiritual energy. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Given the ample time available, he aimed to restore his spiritual energy as swiftly as possible, ensuring he would be in peak condition to face the forthcoming trials. After approximately 10 more minutes, His spiritual energy was completely revitalized. The rapid recovery was largely thanks to the dense energy within this divine trial space, which his divine body absorbed and refined through the operation of advanced cultivation techniques, resulting in such remarkable speed. Next, after waiting for over 10 minutes, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the space, akin to a cosmic detonation. Instantly, a terrifying force enveloped him, delivering a profound impact to both his soul and body. Is this the new trial? Lin Yu mused inwardly. Fortunately, he had cultivated the chaotic divine refinement visualization technique, elevating his soul to a higher realm. On the physical front, his training in the sacred body refinement technique had also proved beneficial, a choice he had made on Qing'er's wise counsel. At this crucial moment, it was proving immensely advantageous. Be cautious, the real trial begins now, Qing'er softly warned. As her words resonated, an incredibly radiant black light erupted in a nearby area. In an instant, a completely black Mech materialized before Lin Yu's eyes, leaving him momentarily astounded. Is this the dark version of the Mech? He wondered. No, it is a replica, Qing'er elucidated. In other words, this mech before you is an alternate version of yourself, possessing the same abilities you command. It is likely that this final trial requires you to conquer your own self. Upon hearing Qing'er's explanation, Lin Yu began to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, he commanded the Mech to launch an attack, and simultaneously, the black Mech mirrored his actions. What followed was a fierce confrontation. Regardless of the skills or techniques Lin Yu employed, his opponent was able to replicate them flawlessly. They were all constructed from the same Nüwa mech, equivalent to having been taught by a single master, rendering any attempt to break through futile. Indeed, the various abilities of a Nüwa mech had been entirely mirrored, with the opponent's strength being a perfect match. Lin Yu spoke slowly, acknowledging thus, it is akin to battling another version of myself. Only by conquering one's own self can the path ahead be truly expansive. Qing'er calmly added, however, while it may replicate your mech, it certainly cannot duplicate your divine body. This revelation struck Lin Yu with clarity. Indeed, I am a divine body, possessing 7 supreme mechs. It is impossible for the opponent to replicate all 7 of these formidable machines. Given that a one-on-one confrontation offered no immediate chance of victory, he concluded that if all his mechs were to emerge simultaneously, a 7-to-1 scenario would surely guarantee success. Summon Pangu Mech. Summon Heavenly Emperor Mech. Summon Celestial Sovereign Mech. The remaining 6 supreme mechs were summoned in unison. 60,000 spiritual energy points consumed. Pangu Mech, Heavenly Emperor Mech, and Celestial Sovereign Mech have all entered automatic combat mode for 10 minutes. In an instant, his 60,000 spiritual energy points vanished. A sinister smile crept across Lin Yu's face as he gazed at the pitch-black replica of the Nüwa mech before him. All of you, unleash a barrage and annihilate it. With Lin Yu's command, the 6 supreme mechs unleashed their full firepower, launching a devastating assault. In mere moments, the replica was unable to withstand such overwhelming force, falling within less than a minute. In the instant of its defeat, a radiant spectrum of colors coalesced within the space, enveloping Lin Yu and transporting him into an unfathomably profound state, filling him with unparalleled comfort, as though he had undergone a comprehensive transcendence. Time passed, and when Lin Yu finally regained consciousness, he found Qing'er curiously observing him. Lin Yu, how do you feel? She inquired eagerly. I feel remarkable. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the trial of the divine. Qing'er exclaimed with a smile. It seems your exceptional performance has garnered you an additional reward. The radiant spectrum you just experienced has facilitated a profound transformation in your body. From this moment on, you may traverse the cosmic rivers without any form of protection. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was left utterly astounded. In the vast expanse of the universe, without the protection of exosuits or mechs, one would inevitably be reduced to a mere popsicle. Remarkably, even in the absence of any protective gear, his current physical form could withstand the harshness of space without any adverse effects. This left him in a state of disbelief. Chapter 166. Return to Kunlun Mecha University. Observing the Royal Academy Grand Tournament. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the trial of the divine. Your rank as a Mecha Master can now progress further. Once you attain the domain master level, your mecha will continue to advance in rank. The system's voice resonated within Lin Yu's mind, filling him with immense joy. Fortunately, his strength was formidable enough. Otherwise, navigating the perilous trial of the divine would have proven exceedingly challenging. Not long after, a colossal, multicolored portal materialized in this realm. The exit has opened. Let's make our haste, Qing'er urged. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded slightly, summoning the other mechas back before swiftly maneuvering the Nüwa mecha towards the vibrant portal. Upon his entry through the multicolored archway, it promptly vanished from sight. As he traversed the blinding, luminescent passage, Lin Yu soon found himself outside the level 120 dungeon he had initially entered. I'm out. Lin Yu smiled now. It's time to diligently train and swiftly ascend to the domain master level. He then directed the Nüwa mecha back to Kunlun Mecha University. During his return, he connected to the internet and, through a brief inquiry, discovered that during his time in the dungeon and the divine secret realm, nothing significant had transpired outside. Overall, everything appeared to be quite peaceful. Before long, Lin Yu returned to Kunlun Mecha University. Upon his arrival, he received a message from the beautiful secretary, Meng Qian, indicating that numerous matters awaited his attention as the principal. Seeing this, Lin Yu proceeded to Kunlun Divine Mountain. In the principal's office, Meng Qian had been waiting for quite some time. Principal, you have finally returned. There are an overwhelming number of issues that require your attention. I have organized everything for you, Meng Qian stated calmly. Once Lin Yu took his seat, the screen before him lit up, revealing a plethora of documents. There was a staggering 100 files, prompting Lin Yu to take a deep breath. I was only gone for a short while. How could there be so much to address? In the ensuing hours, Lin Yu meticulously began to tackle each item. It took nearly 2 full hours to process all the documents. By the way, how is Principal Wei faring? Lin Yu inquired while stretching his limbs. He is still in seclusion, Meng Qian replied. Alas, it remains uncertain when Principal Wei will achieve a breakthrough. It is essential that he takes the helm. Lin Yu sighed, expressing his complete disinterest in the position of principal, yearning instead for a life of leisure. Well, the matters have been settled. I shall take my leave. Lin Yu rose from his seat. Principal, today marks the day of the student competition at the Royal Academy. Dean Qin hopes you can attend. Meng Qian interjected promptly. Very well. I shall go and observe. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. It was also an opportune moment to see how his dear friend Chen Feiyu was faring. May I accompany you? Meng Qian requested earnestly. Certainly, Lin Yu replied. Subsequently, the two made their way towards the Royal Academy. Upon entering the vicinity of the institution, they found themselves amidst a vast square, teeming with exuberant voices and vibrant activity. Even from a distance, one could discern 2 mechas engaged in combat on the plaza. As Lin Yu and Meng Qian approached the viewing area, Dean Qin of the Royal Academy, along with several other instructors, rose to greet Lin Yu's arrival. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the students of the Royal Academy. Good heavens, Principal Lin is even more handsome and charismatic in person, exclaimed one student. That is Principal Lin, the only God-level mecha master in the world, and the legendary Mech God Body. I never anticipated that he would personally attend this grand competition. This means we must strive even harder. Another chimed in. Indeed, we must give our utmost effort and perform exceptionally well. The atmosphere instantly transformed, becoming significantly more animated. Even the 2 mechas engaged in battle intensified their efforts, as no one wished to concede in this fierce competition. The presence of Principal Lin invigorated the students. Dean Qin turned to Lin Yu with a smile. Principal Lin, do you have any favorites in this competition? Lin Yu, intrigued, nodded slightly and inquired softly indeed. Certainly. There is a remarkable talent named Feng Qingxue. She is already a 9-star mecha master, although she has awakened a royal-level mecha. Even some of the emperor-level mechas are no match for her. Dean Qin replied with enthusiasm. Lin Yu felt a surge of anticipation. It appeared she was indeed an extraordinary prodigy. Emperor-level mechas undoubtedly surpassed royal-level mechas in various aspects. As the saying goes, there are no worthless mechas, only incompetent mecha masters. Principal Lin, please wait a moment. It should not be long before it is her turn, Dean Qin said gently. All right, Lin Yu nodded. In the time that followed, Lin Yu observed the competition while engaging in conversation with Dean Qin, discussing various ideas and suggestions pertaining to Kunlun Mecha University. After listening, Lin Yu assured, rest assured, I have taken your suggestions to heart and will thoughtfully consider them to devise a commendable plan. Thank you, Principal. Dean Sheen expressed his gratitude. Shortly thereafter, a humanoid mech made its appearance. Principal, this is Feng Qingshue's mech, Dean Sheen introduced. Indeed, the mech exudes a formidable aura. Lin Yu nodded in admiration. He then turned to Feng Qingxue beside him and said, "Please retrieve her information for me to review." "Of course," Meng Qian replied. In a mere 10 seconds, Meng Qian handed Lin Yu a tablet, displaying Feng Qingshue's comprehensive and detailed data. To his surprise, he discovered that Feng Qingxue was an orphan who had been at Kunlun Mecha University for 2 years. Within this short span, her progress had been astounding. She grasped the content taught by the Academy's mech instructors after a single listen. A true genius, indeed. Many teachers expressed their regret over her extraordinary talent, lamenting that she had awakened a king-level mech, which inevitably limited her potential for greater achievements. To date, no stellar mech master has ever emerged from a king-level mech. According to data analysis, a mech master awakening a king-level mech can only reach the pinnacle of a star mech master. Chapter 167. Reform at Kunlun Mecha University. As the battle commenced, Feng Qingxue faced an opponent who had attained the rank of a 9-star mech master. From the outset, the clash was intense, captivating the audience in the stands, who found it immensely thrilling. It's spectacular, truly breathtaking. It seems Feng Qingxue has been holding back in previous rounds. They remarked, "This battle is no exception. Undoubtedly, she is the undisputed top contender of our king-level academy. Let us not speak too soon. The competition is far from over. Until the final moment, anything is possible." The discussions among the spectators grew fervent. Boom! The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes, culminating in Feng Qingxue effortlessly defeating her opponent and securing victory once again, further demonstrating her formidable strength. "King Ye, what is your perspective on Feng Qingxue?" Lin Yu initiated a communication link with Qing'er. Indeed, she is an impressive talent, but the awakening of a king-level mech significantly restricts her. Qing'er's voice resonated softly. However, with proper cultivation, she could become one of the strongest in this world. Yet, once she enters the cosmos, she would be among the weakest. Still, nothing is absolute. If Feng Qingxue encounters an opportunity in the future, she might defy fate. Qing'er shared much wisdom, enlightening Lin Yu significantly. Overall, the situation was quite nuanced. The talent of Feng Qingxue is indeed worthy of cultivation. "Principal, how has her performance been?" Director Qin couldn't help but smile at this moment. Indeed, she is a remarkable prospect. Lin Yu nodded appreciatively and remarked, "I accept your suggestion. The detailed plan should be completed in the next few days." "Thank you, Principal." Director Qin expressed his gratitude. In truth, his suggestion was quite straightforward. He simply hoped that exceptional talents like Feng Qingxue could receive more resources for development. After all, true geniuses are entirely worth the investment. Such investments often yield clear returns. As long as it benefits the school, I wholeheartedly support it. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. He then observed several more competitions before departing from the Royal Academy. As he arrived at a picturesque corridor on campus, Lin Yu calmly remarked, "Meng Qian, how do you think we should implement Director Qin's suggestion?" "I believe we could establish a promotion system." Meng Qian quickly articulated her thoughts. "That is indeed a good approach." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Kunlun Mecha University comprises 3 academies: the General Academy, the Royal Academy, and the Emperor Academy. The General Academy possesses the least overall resources. Director Qin of the Royal Academy aims for talented students from the Royal Academy to enter the Emperor Academy or even seed classes, thus gaining more resources to accelerate the student strength enhancement. For instance, the aforementioned Feng Qingxue, despite having only awakened a royal mecha, possesses such talent and strength that even some students from the Emperor Academy would likely struggle against her. Previously, the regulations at Kunlun Mecha University were somewhat rigid. Now, through comprehensive assessment, Lin Yu has determined that such reforms would benefit Kunlun Mecha University. In that case, Meng Qian, please prepare a detailed plan for me in the next 2 days, Lin Yu instructed directly. He recalled the saying, "Delegate tasks to secretaries." "Certainly, I will organize it within 2 days," Meng Qian readily agreed, showing no sign of reluctance. "Well then, I appreciate your effort," Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Following this, Lin Yu continued to convey various instructions. After concluding, he returned to his floating island. Upon arrival, he he directly entered the battleship. At this moment, Xiao Yu, Yiling, Bai Jingjing, and the others were all in the training room of the battleship. Their progress in cultivation within a short period was evident to all. This was truly thanks to these training rooms. If such facilities could be made available worldwide, Lin Yu was certain that the overall strength of humanity in this world would undoubtedly reach new heights. Unfortunately, Qing'er had mentioned this before. The construction of this training chamber is exceedingly troublesome, and the materials required are exceedingly rare and precious. Such a training chamber exists only within the realms of powerful factions and illustrious families in the universe. Consequently, the endeavor to popularize such a training chamber on Blue Star is a daunting task. Soon, Lin Yu entered an unoccupied training chamber. As the chamber activated, Lin Yu sensed a significant enhancement in the efficiency of the divine-level cultivation techniques performed by the machine deity body. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, 2 days had elapsed. Once Meng Qian meticulously organized the detailed plan, she promptly contacted Lin Yu. Upon reviewing the plan she sent, Lin Yu found each item to be exceptionally thorough, prompting him to nod in approval. He was genuinely impressed by Meng Qian. To possess such an outstanding secretary is indeed a blessing. It must be said that Meng Qian handled numerous matters on his behalf. Had he been the one to manage them, he would never have produced such an exquisite plan. It was nearly flawless, accounting for every conceivable situation. Perhaps Meng Qian is better suited to be a principal or an administrator. Lin Yu nodded slightly and then reached out to Meng Qian, indicating that they could now commence the execution of the plan. Upon receiving Lin Yu's consent, Meng Qian immediately set the wheels in motion. The reform at Kunlun Mecha University officially began. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kunlun Mecha University released a reform announcement, and every student and teacher received a notification. Upon seeing this reform, many students became exhilarated. How wonderful! President Lin Yu truly cares about us. Although I am merely a junior-level mecha pilot, I fully meet the criteria to enter a royal-level academy for additional cultivation resources. Indeed, I now have the chance to join the elite class for training. Alas, this reform seems to benefit only a select few. It primarily targets the prodigies. If only they could enhance the resources available for us ordinary students. This reform elicited both enthusiasm and concern. After all, prodigies are always a minority. For instance, the Royal Level Academy has only produced one exceptionally gifted individual, Feng Qingxue. Chapter 168. The emergence of the world's first 140-level dungeon. Since the official implementation of the reform, those students with considerable talent have begun to train with increased diligence. Feng Qingxue, in particular, entered the Royal Level Academy on the very next day, gaining access to even more resources. As days turned into weeks, it became evident that this reform was indeed effective. After reviewing Meng Qian's report in his office, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "This is splendid. The reform has been remarkably successful, with both Penglai Mecha University and Pyongyang Mecha University planning similar changes." Meng Qian smiled, acknowledging they are indeed astute individuals. Such reforms will undoubtedly strengthen their students, making them eager to implement these changes. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "By the way, has Chun Feiyu not yet emerged from the secret realm?" Previously, he had ventured to the Royal Academy, primarily to witness the grand competition there and to check on Chun Feiyu's progress. However, he learned that Chun Feiyu had chosen to cultivate within the secret realm, and there had been no updates about his return. Meng Qian replied candidly, "Rest assured, I will inform you the moment Chun Feiyu returns to school." "Thank you for your assistance," Lin Yu responded gratefully. He then resumed his duties regarding the affairs of Kunlun Mecha University, dedicating over an hour to process the documents. Upon completing his tasks, Lin Yu stood up, stretching his back, and mused to himself, "It seems I should allow someone else to take on the role of president sooner. I truly dislike managing these affairs." Afterward, Lin Yu returned to his floating island. For reasons unknown, ever since he completed the trial of the gods, his progress in cultivation, even within the battleship's training chamber, had drastically slowed compared to before. Sigh. At this rate, I wonder how long it will take to reach the domain lord level. Lin Yu sighed deeply, feeling as though he had hit a plateau. It appeared that he was now ready to venture into the cosmos. At that moment, Qing'er appeared before Lin Yu, smiling brightly. "The universe holds numerous cosmic dungeons and secret realms that can greatly enhance your strength." Cosmic dungeons? Secret realms? Lin Yu's interest was piqued instantly. Indeed, Nüwa confirmed, both cosmic dungeons and secret realms require a mecha master to attain cosmic level for entry. That is the minimum requirement. However, according to previous records, the known cosmic dungeons are controlled by various powerful factions in the universe, making it unlikely for outsiders to gain access. Only the enigmatic cosmic secret realms can manifest at any time or place in the universe, relying solely on one's fate. Thus, many mecha masters venture into the cosmos, hoping to encounter such secret realms. Much time has passed, and I currently lack the means to connect to the cosmic network. Thus, I suspect that circumstances across the universe have changed significantly. Nevertheless, overall, there shouldn't be any major issues. In a brief span, Nüwa elaborated on many details, captivating Lin Yu's attention thoroughly. Since the cosmic dungeons are monopolized by those powerful factions, do the other mecha masters not oppose this? Lin Yu asked curiously. In the face of absolute power, any opposition is futile. Nüwa smiled gently, saying, however, there's a way to access the cosmic instances. As long as one can join those great powers, there will be an opportunity. As for the independent mech engineers, it is exceedingly difficult for them to enter those cosmic instances on their own. Thus, nearly all independent mech engineers choose to seek their fortunes in the cosmos, hoping that luck will lead them to an otherworldly realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu replied, it seems that this universe is far from simple. In the following days, Nüwa continued to enlighten Lin Yu about various matters of the cosmos, broadening his horizons. A month swiftly passed, and on one particular day, a tremendous earthquake erupted in the Bermuda Triangle. The sea roiled violently, and a colossal vortex, akin to a black hole, emanated a terrifying aura. Soon after, from this vortex, a mysterious island burst forth, at the center of which stood a gigantic divine gate, towering hundreds of meters high and radiating a golden light, unmistakably extraordinary. This sudden anomaly quickly captured the attention of forces from around the globe, prompting them to dispatch reconnaissance aircraft for investigation. It did not take long for the news to spread, leaving everyone astonished. A level 140 instance. This was the first of its kind in the world. It appeared that only divine mech engineers could enter this instance, and currently, Lin Yu is likely the sole individual capable of doing so. Should he conquer this level 140 instance, the rewards would undoubtedly be remarkable. Although many mech engineers yearned to enter this level 140 instance, the harsh reality was that they could not gain access. The news of the level 140 instance soon reached Lin Yu. Upon reviewing the information gathered, Lin Yu nodded slightly. I never expected a level 140 instance to emerge. I must go and see for myself. He quickly addressed his beautiful secretary Meng Qian, saying, during my absence, please manage the affairs of the school. Of course, but please ensure your safety. Meng Qian replied, reminding him earnestly. The challenges of conquering the level 140 instance were undoubtedly immense, and the dangers within were even more pronounced. Lin Yu had become a prominent figure at Kunlun Mecha University. If he were to fall within this instance, it would be a tremendous loss. Once he had given all necessary instructions, Lin Yu summoned the Nüwa mech and swiftly soared towards the Bermuda Triangle. Along the way, he mused, I truly did not expect the emergence of a level 140 instance at this time. After all, this is our ancestral star. The appearance of a level 140 instance is hardly surprising. The voice of Nüwa resonated. It is likely related to you. After all, your mecha has reached level 140, which may have fulfilled a certain condition, thus triggering the appearance of this level 140 dungeon. Nüwa's analysis was both logical and sound, prompting Lin Yu to nod in agreement. Nüwa, do you believe my current strength is sufficient to conquer the level 140 dungeon? Lin Yu inquired further. With ease, Nüwa responded confidently. Let us not forget that you possess 7 divine mechas, each at level 140. Indeed, I share your belief, and with your affirmation, my confidence has surged. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 169. Entering the one-time level 140 dungeon, the Tower of Death. The Bermuda Triangle has long been regarded as the most perilous expanse of ocean in Blue Star. Numerous aircraft and mecha pilots have perished or vanished within this treacherous region. There have been speculations of terrifying colossal beasts lurking in the depths of the Bermuda Triangle. Tales of this enigmatic place abound in various forms. Yet the truth remains elusive to all. Controlling the Nüwa mecha, Lin Yu arrived at the Bermuda Triangle with remarkable speed. The vast expanse of the Bermuda Triangle appeared serene, with a mysterious island suspended in midair. Above this ocean, numerous aerial vessels hovered, dispatched to investigate the situation. Lin Yu pressed onward, soon reaching the enigmatic entrance to the level 140 dungeon. Standing before the portal, he felt the extraordinary and profound nature of this dungeon. "This is a one-time dungeon," Qing'er exclaimed with palpable excitement after a moment. "A one-time dungeon? Does that imply it can only be completed once?" Lin Yu queried, a hint of confusion evident in his demeanor. Such a dungeon was unprecedented in his experience. "Indeed, should you succeed in conquering it, the dungeon will vanish. This is what is referred to as a one-time dungeon," Qing'er affirmed. "The rewards for completing such a dungeon are exceedingly generous. And given that this is a level 140 dungeon, the rewards are even more remarkable," she added, nodding in agreement. "King habot an unspoken tucht." It seemed as though this level 140 dungeon was custom-tailored for Lin Yu. If that were indeed the case, then Lin Yu was undoubtedly a person of great fortune. "I must conquer this dungeon," Lin Yu declared, nodding with a smile. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself mentally, he steeled his resolve. The next moment, a system notification chimed. "Ding! You have entered the level 140 dungeon, the Tower of Death. Please complete the challenge within 24 hours. As Lin Yu opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in a confined space. First floor of the Tower of Death. A voice, a roar, reminiscent of the abyss, echoed through the air. In an instant, a colossal minotaur materialized before Lin Yu. Minotaur beast, level 130. The beast's information flashed before Lin Yu's eyes. This minotaur wielded a massive cleaver, a clear indication that it was no ordinary creature. However, to Lin Yu, it appeared merely as an insignificant insect. At level 130, it was expected. Typically, a mere appetizer would present itself at the onset. Lin Yu nodded slowly, murmuring to himself. Indeed, this minotaur was but a mere hors d'oeuvre. With a thunderous crash, the minotaur charged forth. In mere moments, it reached above the Nüwa mech, raising its enormous cleaver to strike down upon the mech's head. Just as the blade was mere meters from its target, the Nüwa mech, under Lin Yu's deft control, executed a spatial leap, vanishing from sight in an instant. Boom! The Minotaur's cleaver struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deafening impact that left the earth severely scarred. Quite impressive. Both in speed and strength, it was formidable. Alas, it had encountered me. Lin Yu smiled faintly. The Nüwa mech unleashed its skills, and a blade of spatial energy coalesced into existence. In the blink of an eye, the Minotaur's head was severed cleanly from its body. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, motionless, utterly lifeless. After a few seconds, the Minotaur's remains transformed into shards of light and vanished. Moments later, a grand platform emerged within the space. Upon this platform, a complex array of symbols was discernible. To his surprise, this first layer housed only a single Minotaur. This must be the teleportation array leading to the next level. Lin Yu nodded slowly. This instance was called the Tower of Death, and surely it contained many layers. He wondered how many layers the Tower of Death truly possessed. He had to complete the challenge within 24 hours. Therefore, Lin Yu wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering the Nüwa mech to leap gracefully onto the platform. The array on the platform emitted a radiant glow. As the brilliance faded, entering the second layer of the Tower of Death, Lin Yu found himself in the second layer, where the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to the first layer. A howl echoed, heralding the swift emergence of a gigantic wolf-like beast. The entire second layer of this space was suddenly filled with a thick, ominous aura. Blood-red eyes glared menacingly at the Nüwa mecha, while sharp claws radiated a chilling light, as if intent on tearing the Nüwa mecha into shreds. Silver Moon, Fierce Wolf. Level 130. With a deafening roar from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, a dozen identical Silver Moon Fierce Wolves materialized around it in an instant. It seemed that the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was aware of its formidable opponent and thus unleashed its abilities right from the start. In the next moment, these numerous Silver Moon Fierce Wolves launched a frenzied assault on the Nüwa mecha. Their speed was evidently greater than that of the previous Minotaurs. Spatial Sealing activated. The Nüwa mecha erupted with a radiant glow. Transparent cubic spaces enveloped the Silver Moon Fierce Wolves, freezing them in place, rendering them immobile. After reaching level 140, the overall strength of the Nüwa mecha had significantly increased, particularly in mastering its mecha skills. Observing the scene before him, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Other divine mechas would undoubtedly experience similar enhancements. Then, with a mere thought, Lin Yu commanded the cubic spaces to begin compressing. The bodies of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolves followed suit, compressing alongside them. Throughout the ordeal, no matter how fiercely the Silver Moon Fierce Wolves struggled, they remained unaffected. Ultimately, as the space was compressed to an extreme point, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolves were annihilated and vanished. With the demise of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolves, a platform leading to the third layer immediately appeared. There was utterly no challenge. Lin Yu smiled faintly, yet reminded himself not to be overly complacent. This might merely be the beginning, and the challenges would only intensify as he progressed further. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolves were evidently far superior to the Minotaurs. Qing, still serious, offered a warning. She had witnessed many talented individuals fall victim to their own pride and carelessness, ultimately leading to their demise. Rest assured, I understand. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 170. Effortlessly defeating the final boss, the Black Dragon King. As time passed, Lin Yu ascended layer by layer. Although the beasts encountered became progressively stronger, they still proved no match for Lin Yu. He hardly needed to summon other divine mechas for assistance. Thus far, he had managed everything entirely on his own. Ding dong, you have entered the 15th layer of the Tower of Death. Friendly reminder, you have reached the pinnacle of the Tower of Death. At that moment, as the system's voice echoed, Lin Yu grew increasingly serious and focused. Gazing around, the pinnacle of the Tower of Death resembled an extraordinarily opulent palace. At last, someone has ventured in. If I kill you, I shall be free. Suddenly, an eerily strange voice echoed throughout the space, setting the entire realm into a tremor. In that moment, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Be cautious. This is undoubtedly a formidable entity, Qing hastily warned. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded. What was about to emerge must be the final boss of this Tower of Death. As anticipated, those colossal beasts encountered earlier were merely appetizers. The true main course was about to begin. After a few seconds, an immensely dense black mist coalesced in the space ahead, imbued with terrifying dark power. A humanoid creature towering 100 meters appeared before Lin Yu. It bore a semblance to a human form, yet its grotesque head was adorned with a pair of dragon horns, resembling a demon. Boss, Black Dragon King, level 140. Possesses both humanoid and beast forms. What an impressive boss. Lin Yu mused silently upon reading the information that materialized. It was, astonishingly, a divine mech. Upon seeing Lin Yu's Nüwa mech, the Black Dragon King displayed a flicker of surprise, though it was merely a brief astonishment. With an air of confidence, the Black Dragon King seemed to regard Lin Yu's divine mech as no match for its own power. Boy, if you're willing to submit to me, I might allow you to leave alive, the Black Dragon King proclaimed with an overwhelming arrogance. Even if submission is required, it is you who ought to kneel, Lin Yu retorted defiantly. Then perish. The Black Dragon King sneered, sweeping its massive hand. Instantly, a colossal black fire tornado surged toward Lin Yu, as if capable of incinerating all in its path. Spatial shield activated. With a gentle lift of the Nüwa mech's arm, a pentagonal spatial shield condensed into existence. Boom! At that moment, Lin Yu could acutely sense the might of the fire tornado. Fortunately, it could be withstood. However, the Black Dragon King was not one to merely stand by. With a subtle movement, it left behind a streak of black light, and in mere moments, appeared behind the Nüwa mech, its razor-sharp dragon claws aimed directly at the mech's back. Attempting a sneak attack. Pangu mech, it is your turn to take the stage. With a command from Lin Yu, the Pangu mech was summoned in an instant. Simultaneously, a vast amount of spiritual energy was consumed from within Lin Yu. The Pangu mech entered automatic combat mode, wielding the axe of creation, and struck downwards. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Pangu mech, the Black Dragon King was taken aback, seeking to withdraw, but it was already too late. With a piercing sound, the axe of creation descended. With a swift motion, the arms of the Black Dragon King were severed. Immediately thereafter, it was sent crashing back by a powerful punch from the Pangu mecha, violently colliding against the wall. A mouthful of blood erupted from its maw as the Black Dragon King gazed at Lin Yu with incredulity. 2 divine-grade mechas? You are indeed the legendary god mechanic. You possess quite an extensive knowledge. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I have a total of 7 such divine-grade mechas. And you, wishing to compel others to submit? You are merely indulging in fantasies, a deluded dreamer. Nay, a deluded dragon. Heavenly chain activation. The skill of the Pangu mecha initiated. From the void, chains emanating the essence of heavenly law surged forth, swiftly ensnaring the Black Dragon King. With its arms severed, the Black Dragon King's overall aura diminished significantly. In the face of the restraints of the heavenly chains, it struggled incessantly, its body swelling as it transformed into its beast form. Within mere seconds, a colossal black dragon materialized before Lin Yu, and its severed arms restored in an instant. Goodness! Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. Upon transforming into its beast form, the Black Dragon King's internal power surged exponentially. It was indeed the ultimate boss, a super boss. Crack! The heavenly chains ultimately proved incapable of withstanding the tremendous power unleashed by the Black Dragon King, shattering into fragments. In its beast form, the Black Dragon King grew even larger. Fortunately, the space was sufficiently vast, otherwise it might not have fit within it. Lin Yu, act quickly and decisively. We cannot afford to waste any more time, lest unforeseen circumstances arise, Qing'er cautioned at that moment. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Let us summon our forces. Heaven and Earth Mecha Summon. 4 Divine Beasts Mecha Summon. Celestial Sovereign Mecha Summon. Fushi Mecha Summon. Hongjun Mecha Summon. Consuming 500,000 spiritual energy, 5 divine-grade mechas enter automatic combat mode. The 4 Divine Beasts Mecha begins transformation into Azure Dragon form. In an instant, a divine-grade mecha in the form of an Azure Dragon spiraled above Lin Yu. This Azure Dragon was a divine beast. In terms of hierarchy, it vastly outclassed the Black Dragon. At this moment, the Black Dragon King felt an overwhelming pressure from the bloodline emanating from the Azure Dragon form of the 4 Divine Beast Mecha. The appearance of the 7 divine-grade mechas extinguished any desire for battle within the Black Dragon King, filling its heart with despair. It had not anticipated that Lin Yu's words were true. He truly possessed 7 divine-grade mechas. How monstrous! Charge! Lin Yu commanded. 6 formidable mechas unleashed their full firepower. In an instant, the Black Dragon King felt as though he were facing several true deities. I concede, I surrender, the Black Dragon King hastily proclaimed. However, Lin Yu paid no heed to his pleas for mercy. After all, only by vanquishing the Black Dragon King could he conquer the Tower of Death. Under the relentless assault of the divine mechas, the Black Dragon King stood no chance. Within a brief span, his head was severed by the Pangu mecha. The once mighty Black Dragon King was utterly slain. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the final boss of the Tower of Death, the Black Dragon King. Chapter 171. Reward for Completion. Mecha Master Divine Skill. Evil Extermination I Ding. Congratulations on receiving the completion reward. Mecha Master Divine Skill. Evil Extermination I? In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu felt an immense transformation in his eyes. A boundless power surged forth, bringing not a hint of discomfort, but rather an overwhelming sense of ease. Mere seconds later, when Lin Yu reopened his eyes, he beheld an astonishing clarity before him, as if he had entered a new world. How marvelous! Lin Yu marveled. He then turned to Qing'er and inquired, Qing'er, are you familiar with the Mecha Master Divine Skills? Indeed, I am. Certain exceptionally gifted Mecha Masters can, through their innate understanding, grasp their own unique divine skills. There are very few Mecha Masters in the world who possess such abilities, Qing'er replied with a nod. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed in surprise, You haven't just acquired this divine skill, have you? Indeed, I have mastered a divine skill known as the Evil Extermination I, Lin Yu responded. Let me check. Qing'er began to search the database. After a few moments, she successfully retrieved information on the Evil Extermination I. In a bygone era in the cosmos, the Evil Spirit clan was immensely powerful, bringing devastation wherever they roamed. To combat these cosmic evil spirits, an unparalleled warrior developed the Evil Extermination I divine skill. This skill proved exceptionally effective in attacking those malevolent spirits. Initially, it was hoped that all could master this divine skill, but alas, the difficulty of cultivation was exceedingly high. leaving few capable of success. As time passed, and the evil spirit clan was repelled, the evil extermination gradually faded into obscurity. Qing'er relayed all the information she had retrieved, leaving Lin Yu astounded. He had not expected to acquire such a formidable divine skill within the confines of the Ancestral Stars dungeon. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Though he possessed the Chaos Divine, Mirror Visualization, and the Divine Refinement technique, he need not worry when facing evil spirits. However, if the malevolent spirit does not enter your body, then the Chaotic Divine Vision and the Divine Refinement techniques cannot be utilized. The Evil Extermination technique compensates for this deficiency, allowing you to proactively launch an assault against that malevolent spirit. Transmigrated. Undoubtedly, Lin Yu, now possessing the Evil Extermination technique, has undeniably elevated his overall prowess to a new echelon. This technique is not merely effective against malevolent spirits. It can also be employed against mecha masters, colossal beasts, and more. Mecha masters engage in combat through their mechs. If one were to attack the mecha master directly, would it not render the battle rather effortless? After listening to Qing'er's thorough explanation, Lin Yu was left in awe, nodding repeatedly in astonishment. Indeed, the Evil Extermination technique is extraordinarily powerful. Qing'er, I am grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the true might of the Evil Extermination technique. Lin Yu exclaimed, "You are my new master. It is my duty to assist you." Qing'er replied, shaking her head with a smile. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble violently. The time-limited instance was on the verge of vanishing. We must depart swiftly, Qing'er urged once more. In the next moment, they exited the instance, transformed into a beam of light, and were rapidly teleported away. Upon emerging from the instance, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nüwa mech, hovering above the ocean. At that moment, he could clearly see the entrance to the level 140 instance on the mysterious island rapidly dissipating. Within mere breaths, the entire entrance had vanished completely. Following this, the mysterious island began to collapse and fracture, ultimately sinking into the depths of the sea. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. In the distance, numerous reconnaissance aircraft remained, and through their recordings, the high-ranking officials of various factions on land clearly witnessed the entire sequence of events. They concluded that the disappearance of the level 140 instance was undoubtedly Lin Yu's doing. Alas, it was a pity. That was the only occurrence of the level 140 instance. Once cleared, it would certainly yield super treasures and immense fortunes. Yet now it had vanished. With the collapse of the mysterious island and the disappearance of the level 140 instance, Lin Yu quickly maneuvered the Nüwa mech, beginning his return to Kunlun Mecha University. This expedition to explore the level 140 instance proved to be a significant boon for Lin Yu. Should he encounter such an instance again in the future, he would undoubtedly venture in without hesitation. Soon, Lin Yu departed from the Bermuda Triangle waters, while various factions summoned back their reconnaissance aircraft, unaware that it would not be long before. Deep within the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, a potent and malevolent aura emanated from a fissure in the ocean floor. Some passing colossal sea creatures, upon absorbing this wicked power, were instantly driven into a frenzy, their strength magnified exponentially. Upon returning to Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu convened a brief meeting to elucidate the reasons behind the disappearance of the dungeon. The revelation that disposable dungeons existed in this world took everyone by surprise. Principal, if it is not too much trouble, could you share what reward you received from this disposable dungeon? Inquired a curious senior official, with others nodding in agreement. After all, it was a level 140 dungeon, the first of its kind globally. The rewards must be unimaginably bountiful. There's nothing I cannot disclose. I acquired a divine ability, Lin Yu replied softly. He then continued his explanation, once again reshaping the worldviews of all present. They were astonished to learn that not only mechas possessed divine abilities, but that mecha masters could harness them as well. In that moment, they felt like naive country bumpkins, overwhelmed by the incredibility of it all. All right, this concludes today's meeting, Lin Yu declared as he sensed there was nothing more to address. As he rose, everyone in the conference room hastily followed suit. This is truly astounding. It is a historic discovery, they exclaimed. We are fortunate to have Principal Lin at Kunlun Mecha University. Our future is indeed secure. While the oceanic beast had stabilized for the time being, Numerous incidents continued to unfold in various locations, indicating that the true crisis had not yet been averted. Once Lin Yu exited the conference room, they gradually settled back into their seats, still awash with profound astonishment. It would likely take them some time to fully regain their composure. Chapter 172. The Divine Eye of Exorcism unleashes its might after leaving the conference room. Lin Yu wandered into a corridor, where he was greeted by a breathtaking view. In that moment, he activated the Exorcism Eye, rendering everything before him crystal clear. He could even discern an ant on the ground from a distance with remarkable clarity. This Exorcism Eye possessed the ability of X-ray vision, revealing an expansive underground kingdom of ants as they entered their burrows. The potential applications of this divine ability were truly boundless. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Principal, is everything all right?" inquired his beautiful secretary, Meng Qian, noticing Lin Yu standing still in contemplation. "Nothing is amiss," Lin Yu replied, turning to face Meng Qian. In that instant, he was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that the exorcism Eye had X-ray capabilities. He could see Meng Qian's nearly flawless figure with startling clarity. What a feast for the eyes it has been. In the next moment, Lin Yu hastily ceased the operation of his exorcising eye. "Principal, what exactly is the matter with you?" Meng Qian sensed something peculiar about Lin Yu at that moment. "It's nothing at all. I was merely lost in thought." "Let's return to the office," Lin Yu replied, swiftly turning to head toward the office. This only heightened Meng Qian's sense of unease. Moments ago, Lin Yu's complexion had distinctly revealed a racing heartbeat. His face flushed. Could it be that he has developed feelings for me? Meng Qian found herself spiraling into fanciful thoughts. Quickly, she shook her head. "Meng Qian, what nonsense are you thinking?" After dismissing her fanciful notions, she hurriedly followed Lin Yu. Upon arriving at the office, Meng Qian promptly presented several documents requiring Lin Yu's signature. After a thorough examination, he found no issues and signed them without hesitation. Once the documents were signed, Lin Yu inquired, "Is there anything else?" "There is indeed another matter. A student from the Royal Academy has fallen into a coma within a secret realm. Fortunately, a companion was able to bring him out. Sadly, all the school's medical interventions have failed, and the cause of his condition remains undiscovered. Director Liu of the Royal Academy hopes you might take a look. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope," Meng Qian explained swiftly. "Is he in a coma within the secret realm? Do we know what transpired while he was there?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before asking again. According to his companion, they explored an underground cave together, and upon emerging, he immediately fell unconscious. Meng Qian replied softly. Immediately, with a wave of her hand, Meng Qian conjured a projection before Lin Yu, displaying relevant materials and testimonies. After reviewing the information, Lin Yu gained a clearer understanding. "Qing'er, what is your perspective?" he inquired, recognizing her extensive experience and knowledge. "The information provided is rather scant. I cannot ascertain anything definite," Qing'er responded. Observing her reaction, Lin Yu rose from his seat. "Take me to see the student named Yu Changyun." Yu Changyun, a prodigious genius in mecha engineering at the Royal Academy, had awakened the royal grade mecha under Meng Qian's guidance. They swiftly arrived at the Royal Academy. Upon learning of Lin Yu's arrival, Director Liu Renfeng personally welcomed him. Entering a special ward, Lin Yu quickly beheld Yu Changyun lying on the bed. His breathing was steady, and his complexion appeared normal. However, he remained in a persistent state of unconsciousness, akin to a vegetative state. "Principal, how is he? Is there any hope for his recovery?" Liu Renfeng inquired anxiously. "Do not fret. I need to examine it further," Lin Yu replied softly. "To be candid, merely observing does not reveal much." "Lin Yu, you might employ the exorcising eye technique to take a closer look," Qing'er suggested promptly. "I have an inkling that his unconscious state is not due to external forces." Upon hearing Qing'er's recommendation, Lin Yu nodded slightly. In the next moment, the exorcising eye technique was activated, and Lin Yu's eyes emitted a golden radiance invisible to others. As the exorcising eye was unleashed, Lin Yu discerned the presence of a malevolent force oscillating within Yu Changyun's mind. As he focused intently, he could clearly see a purple evil spirit residing within Yu Changyun's consciousness. His awareness was imprisoned in his own mind, which is why he could not awaken. It was peculiar. This purple evil spirit merely confined him without taking further action, Lin Yu mused. In prior encounters, Such malevolent beings would typically eliminate the consciousness of a mecha master at the first opportunity, seizing control of their mecha. Subsequently, Lin Yu turned his attention to Yu Changyun's consciousness, swiftly grasping why the purple spirit had yet to act. Although Yu Changyun's awareness was captive, it was safeguarded by a powerful force emanating from his mecha. The mecha's ability to provide active protection indicated that Yu Changyun's royal-grade mecha was extraordinary. This was precisely why the purple evil spirit had failed to succeed. Lin Yu silently marveled at the power of the exorcising eye. Without it, the evil spirit would have remained undetected. Inexplicably, Lin Yu felt as though acquiring the exorcising eye was destined, as if he were preordained for this role. In other words, it seemed as though he had been chosen for this very moment. Let's test the might of the exorcising eye, Lin Yu resolved, quickly locking onto the purple evil spirit within Yu Changyun's mind. Upon successful targeting, the exorcising eye instantaneously radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, the purple evil spirit emitted a horrific shriek, attempting to flee, but found itself utterly ensnared by the light. Its form was rapidly disintegrating. Impossible. This cannot be. The purple spirit gasped in disbelief. It had never anticipated that humanity had mastered a means to actively assault evil spirits. This revelation was undoubtedly a severe blow to the entire spirit race. Within mere seconds, the purple evil spirit was completely eradicated, filling Lin Yu with immense joy. The exorcising eye technique was indeed remarkable, showcasing its formidable prowess. The misfortune of those malevolent spirits is truly lamentable. They must not encounter their own kind. Otherwise, they shall find no way back. After halting the operation of the demon-slaying eye, Lin Yu spoke calmly. Within his mind, the evil spirit lingered. Yet his mech's automatic protection thwarted its plans, preventing it from succeeding. That malevolent entity has now been vanquished, and I anticipate it will not be long before he awakens. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, both Lu Renfeng and Meng Qian were utterly astonished. They had not expected this to be connected to an evil spirit. A collective sigh escaped them. Fortunately, Yu Changyun had remarkable luck. Not only was he safeguarded by his mech, but he also received Lin Yu's healing. Most crucially, Lin Yu was present. Without him, even if one were aware of the evil spirit residing in Yu Changyun's mind, it is doubtful anyone would possess the means to eradicate it. Chapter 173. By Jingjing leaves Blue Star for Spider God Star recently. The frequency of these malevolent spirits has been on the rise, lamented Dean Lu Renfeng. Previously, at Kunlun Mech University, there was the Chaos Divine Refinement Visualization Technique. This method effectively counters the possession capabilities of evil spirits. Alas, up to now, only a scant few within Kunlun Mech University have mastered this technique. Although Yu Changyun is a remarkable mech prodigy, he has regrettably not grasped this enigmatic visualization, thereby rendering him powerless against more advanced malevolent spirits. Fortunately, his mech's automatic protection shielded him from the purple evil spirit's advances. Dean Lu, please ensure that students exercise caution when entering the secret realm for exploration. Lin Yu advised slowly. Rest assured, I have already given explicit instructions, Dean Lu promptly replied. That is good to hear. I shall take my leave now, Lin Yu nodded. The situation had reached a satisfactory resolution, and lingering further would serve no purpose. Upon exiting the room, Lin Yu turned to Meng Qian and said with a gentle smile, All right, I shall return now. You may attend to your own matters. The affairs of the school had been addressed. Very well, Meng Qian replied with a graceful nod. After exchanging farewells, Lin Yu swiftly returned to his floating island. Just as he arrived, Bai Jingjing approached him, prompting Lin Yu to inquire with some confusion, What has happened? I must depart, Bai Jingjing stated calmly, though her tone and gaze revealed a hint of reluctance. Where to? Lin Yu asked, initially taken aback. To the cosmic spider god star, Bai Jingjing responded. A few days ago, I broke through to level 150, awakening numerous memories within my mind. I have reached a critical threshold in my level, and to continue advancing, I must undergo rigorous tribulations. I must return to a celestial body known as Spider God Star, where the legacy of the Spider God resides, along with means to more effectively withstand the calamities of the heavens. These tribulations are terrifying, capable of ensnaring even those more formidable than myself. Bai Jingjing has provided extensive explanations, and her decision is the culmination of much contemplation over these past days. This blue planet can no longer aid in her advancement. It is time to depart. Moreover, she is aware that Lin Yu will inevitably traverse the cosmos one day. When that moment arrives, they shall encounter one another once more. Given this, I shall not insist on your staying, but do exercise utmost caution. Once I venture into the universe, I shall certainly seek you out on Spider Godstar if the opportunity arises. Lin Yu nodded earnestly in response. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Bai Jingjing replied, her demeanor suddenly resuming that of a commanding queen, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Should I bid farewell to them? Lin Yu inquired further. There is no need. It is not a matter of life and death. Fate will bring us together again in the future, Bai Jingjing replied, shaking her head. I'm a set off now. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, just as Bai Jingjing turned to ascend into the sky. She paused and turned back. Humans typically embrace when parting. May we do so? Of course. Lin Yu responded promptly. Without hesitation, Lin Yu stepped forward and embraced Bai Jingjing. Though this simple gesture was fleeting, for the two, it encapsulated a unique eternity. After receiving Lin Yu's embrace, Bai Jingjing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Do not worry for me. We are bound by a contract. As long as you can still sense it, it signifies that I remain alive. Following their separation, Bai Jingjing added, and then she truly departed, soaring into the sky and transforming into a radiant beam of light, piercing through the clouds. In a brief span, she ascended beyond the atmosphere of the blue planet and into the cosmos. Safe travels. Lin Yu gazed upward. To be honest, Lin Yu, you two may now venture into the universe to commence your explorations, Qing'er remarked, appearing before Lin Yu with a smile. Spider Godstar is a splendid place, imbued with unique energies that can expedite the growth of mecha masters. Upon hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Qing'er, have you visited Spider Godstar? I have not. Qing'er shook her head. Then how do you know so much? Lin Yu waved his hand, having genuinely believed that Qing'er had been there. Intending to inquire further about the conditions on Spider Godstar and any potential dangers. Though I have not set foot there, I have heard tales regarding Spider Godstar. Qing'er continued. It is said that the Spider Godstar was personally created by a deity of the demon clan, and this deity was not an innate divine being. Rather, through relentless cultivation, she ultimately ascended to divinity. Legends claim that within the Spider God Star lies a legacy left by this deity, and whoever obtains it may likewise cultivate to become a god in the future. In the past, countless formidable beings in the universe sought to discover this Spider God Star. Yet they ultimately returned empty-handed. My previous master also spent a considerable amount of time exploring the cosmos, yet found nothing. Lin Yu nodded in response. I never imagined such a mysterious planet existed. Do you think Jingjing will be able to find it? There's no need for concern. She surely knows the precise location of the Spider God Star. Qing'er replied confidently. After all, she possesses the memory of her bloodline inheritance. That's reassuring. At that moment, Lin Yu felt significantly more at ease. By the way, when do you plan to venture into the universe? Qing'er inquired once more, her anticipation for another interstellar exploration palpable. The thrill of discovering unknown black holes and uncharted planets was exhilarating to contemplate. Let us not rush. We should wait until my sister, Xiao Yu, and the others have made progress, Lin Yu replied softly. Among us, your sister has the greatest potential. But to break through to the level of a divine mecha master will take her at least 10 years, Qing'er assessed with thorough consideration. 10 years isn't too long. It will pass quickly, Lin Yu smiled and nodded. By then, we can explore the universe together. Following this, Lin Yu and Qing'er engaged in a more detailed discussion and even began to formulate a preliminary plan. The pressing matter at hand was to address the issue of the giant beasts, particularly the malevolent spirits. Moreover, there was the need to protect Blue Star, which had yet to attract the attention of cosmic forces. However, it was certain that one day Blue Star would inevitably re-enter the sights of various powerful entities in the universe. When that time comes, Blue Star would become their target. Without the strength to protect it, Blue Star would undoubtedly fall under the dominion of those cosmic forces. Chapter 174. The giant beasts in the ocean rise again. Crisis approaches. The tranquility of life is always fleeting. Just a month had passed, and the giant beasts in the ocean erupted once more. Coastal cities of other nations suffered devastating assaults from these beasts. In a short time, the number of human casualties surged dramatically, and the ranks of mecha masters inevitably dwindled. However, these beasts were cunning. They refrained from attacking the Dragon Xia nation, as Lin Yu was stationed there. Other nations, faced with such a large-scale assault, lacked the power to resist. Consequently, they sent out distress signals, hoping Lin Yu would come to their rescue. Kunlun Mecha University convened an urgent meeting, with all senior officials in attendance. The oceanic behemoths had once again surged on land, their scale far surpassing any previous encounters, particularly for the smaller coastal nations. They found themselves utterly powerless to resist. At the current rate, it is estimated that it won't be long before several countries face annihilation. During the meeting, a senior official projected information for all to see clearly. Although our Dragon Summer Nation had not yet suffered an attack from the oceanic behemoths, anxiety gripped the hearts of those in our coastal cities. Everyone knew that these monstrous creatures would inevitably turn their attention toward us, prompting mass evacuations from cities near the sea. As various pieces of information emerged, the entire world confronted a new crisis. Upon reviewing this data, the atmosphere grew somber. There was also a significant complication. Due to Lin Yu's presence in Dragon Summer Nation, it had become the safest place in the world, without exception. People from other countries were flocking to Dragon Summer, particularly from several nations in close proximity, many of whom had already crossed into our territory. Although border defenses were working tirelessly to prevent this influx, their efforts yielded limited success. If the entire global populace sought refuge in Dragon Summer, before the behemoths even launched their attack, our nation would likely face paralysis. Upon reflection, despite the vastness of Dragon Summer, the prospect of accommodating over 3 billion people sent chills down one's spine. Thus, within the conference room, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. The challenges before them were numerous, and each one exceedingly complex. Lin Yu, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the pressing issues and felt a profound heaviness. Everyone, if you have any solutions, please share them. Let us discuss and swiftly arrive at a viable resolution. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. Lin Yu urged. As his words resonated, one senior official rose and suggested, "What if we activate the Celestial Shield?" This proposal was met with immediate opposition. The Celestial Shield was designed to protect Dragon Summer from these behemoths, while activating it might prevent others from entering our nation. Such an action would mean declaring enmity with the entire world. Apart from the mecha pilots of Dragon Summer, it was likely that other mecha operators would launch an assault on the shield. Indeed, the Celestial Shield is merely our last line of defense, and it can sustain itself for only a few days at most. The assembly sighed collectively, observing the discontent. Lin Yu gently shook his head and quickly established contact with Qing'er. "Qing'er, do you have any effective solutions?" Lin Yu inquired urgently. "It's quite simple." The voice of Qing'er resonated. When addressing issues, it is essential to resolve them from their roots. Take a moment to ponder the source of the myriad troubles we face. Her words illuminated Lin Yu, granting him sudden clarity. Indeed, the root of the numerous predicaments at hand stem from the rampaging oceanic behemoths, intent on claiming the continent for themselves. Other nations found themselves utterly powerless to resist, which was why they sought refuge in Longxia country. If he could resolve the matter of these oceanic creatures, all current troubles would dissipate. At present, this seemed to be the most prudent course of action. Having made his decision, Lin Yu proclaimed loudly, "The origin of all these troubles lies with the oceanic behemoths." He swiftly announced to the world that he would personally tackle this issue. The large-scale assault by these colossal beasts was orchestrated by an even mightier ruler among them. In this moment, Lin Yu stood as the sole divine mecha master in the world, wielding not only his own divine mecha, but also 7 additional ones. With Lin Yu at the helm, it was surely within their grasp to resolve this crisis. Within the conference room, the high-ranking officials expressed their unanimous agreement with Lin Yu's approach. Although they had considered numerous strategies previously, none could address the root cause without potentially exacerbating the situation. In a short span, information was disseminated globally through the network, informing everyone that Lin Yu would personally embark on a mission to the ocean to resolve the issue at its source. Upon learning of this news, people around the globe exhaled in relief. They would no longer have to flee their homelands. Once the meeting concluded, Lin Yu summoned the Nüwa mecha and, utilizing spatial traversal, swiftly made his way toward the ocean. Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility, Lin Yu reflected. You need not concern yourself with this. You could simply leave this blue star, Qing'er suggested. No, Lin Yu shook his head. To be frank, I have been plagued by the same dream lately, wherein I witnessed Blue Star transformed into a lifeless sphere. I cannot allow Blue Star to become the vision that haunts my dreams." His words prompted deep contemplation from Qing. She understood that this was no mere dream. It was a warning from a being of immense power, foretelling a catastrophic fate for Blue Star. Seeing this, Qing refrained from further comment. She had faith that as long as Lin Yu was present, any challenges that arose could be adeptly managed. Through rapid spatial traversal, Lin Yu successfully reached the skies above a vast expanse of ocean. Currently, this maritime area is still within the territory of the Longxia Kingdom. Thus it appears tranquil and serene. The ocean is vast and boundless. How can I swiftly locate the colossal beast commanding from behind? Lin Yu encountered a new dilemma. It is impractical to search each location individually. The time consumed would be excessive. This is quite simple. Qing smiled enigmatically.